I was once a genius, but at the most important awakening ceremony of my life, I was publicly framed by a jealous rival. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, my talent was abruptly cut short, and everyone assumed I would collapse into failure, becoming worthless. But they didn't know that the sinister black light, far from destroying me, instead, it awakened the most powerful system hidden within my body for many years. My name is Wang Hao, and I'm an 18-year-old high school senior. In my previous life, I passed away young at the age of 25 due to cancer. In this life, I transmigrated into a world where everyone awakens supernatural abilities, and at the age of 18, one can participate in the awakening ceremony. To become a professional, my only desire is to successfully awaken and attain eternal life. Today, the playground of Xiajiang City No. 1 High School was packed with students and parents, as the awakening ceremony was about to begin. I stood in line, filled with both anticipation and unease. My best friend Fatty whispered a prayer behind me, hoping to become a mage, while I was calculating the data on my attribute panel. Name, Wang Hao. Level, 0, unclassed. Class, unawakened. Title, none. Attributes, Strength 34, Constitution 45, Agility 2, Spirit 65. Skills, Basic Combat, Basic Blood Chi Technique, Basic Meditation Method. The ultimate Beast Girl cultivation system has been successfully bound. Summoning power is now activating. Startup progress, 99%. This system awakened after I crossed over, capable of strengthening contracted spirit beasts and even transforming them into beast girls. It has been stuck at 99% progress for over a year, and I suspect it requires an awakening ceremony to fully activate. Just then, Tang Kai, the school bully of No. 1 High School, walked over with a group of his lackeys and started mocking the chubby guy. Tang Kai is the third son of the Tang family, who considers himself a genius but has been thoroughly beaten by me in every aspect, and he's always held a grudge about it. He walked up to me, his eyes full of provocation, and proposed a bet to see who would awaken a better talent. The loser has to kneel down and shout "I am trash" 100 times. I smiled faintly and accepted his challenge. You refuse the path to heaven yet insist on barging through Hell's Gate. At that moment, the awakening array suddenly blazed with radiant light as Yi Zhenghu, principal of Xiajiang City No. 1 High School, materialized in the air, his voice commanding authority. The ceremony was declared open. The students present quieted down, awaiting the judgment of fate. Class 14 of Grade 12, Wang Anji, Jia Xueping, Li Feifei, Ren Zihan, and Tian Ming, please come forward for the awakening ceremony. As the first group of students stepped onto the magic circle, the ceremony officially commenced. Soon, a white beam of light shot into the sky. Tian Ming successfully awakened as an E-rank profession, the mighty gladiator. His success ignited everyone's hopes, but very few awakened individuals followed. Hope is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Out of over 500 people, only 28 successfully awakened, most with mediocre potential professions. This made all the students and parents present understand that awakeners are 1 in a million. Class 21 of Senior Year 3, Li Kong, Su Di, Wang Hao, Lu Bingbing, and Tang Kai, please step onto the stage for the awakening ceremony. Hearing my name, I took a deep breath and strode toward the magic circle. Principal Yi Zhenghu also straightened his posture, proudly showcasing my meditation talent to the other principals beside him. The formation activated, drawing refined spiritual energy from heaven and earth to converge upon us. Tang Kai was the first to erupt with a surge of red light, his aura imposing and majestic. Parents in the stands gasped in amazement. Yi Zhenghu was so excited that he repeatedly exclaimed "good" 3 times. Tang Kai looked at me triumphantly, but before he could rejoice for long, a sudden change occurred on my body. Boom! A radiant 5-colored pillar of light shot up into the sky from within me, and countless terrifying phantom images of mythical beasts and divine demons appeared in the air. The azure dragon roared, summoning all beasts to pay homage, its aura 100 times more imposing than Tang Kai's. The crowd was completely stirred up, all believing this to be a special profession surpassing even S rank. Seeing me steal the spotlight, Tang Kai was driven mad with jealousy. He steeled his heart, secretly gripping the ring on his wrist with his right hand, as a scorching aura erupted from within him. Instantly, the 3 people in the magic circle were sent flying. At the same time, an inconspicuous black light shot toward me. I only felt a chilling energy invading my body, accompanied by a sharp system warning ringing in my ears. Warning! Warning! Foreign energy detected interfering with the host's awakening. Activating emergency safety protocol. Analyzing foreign energy now. Analysis complete, reverse absorption in progress. Spirit stealing ring, a lewd and sinister object forged from purple womb river, possessing the ability to plunder others' spiritual power and seize their talents, greatly depleting one's virtue. I was shocked Tang Kai actually used such an evil object to harm me. I was furious, and at that moment, the shadowy figures of the azure dragon and the myriad beasts in the sky also dissipated. Ah! A sweet taste surged in my throat, and I suddenly opened my eyes, spewing a mouthful of blood. A system notification blared in my mind. Had my awakening ritual failed? Ha! I succeeded. I successfully awakened. Tang Kai's arrogant laughter boomed as a dazzling light enveloped him, the phantom of a blood-red treasure blade hovering above his head. A-level profession. Bloodthirsty mad blade. The crowd erupted in chaos, some shocked, some envious, some furious. I glared at Tang Kai. That bastard actually dared to openly interrupt someone else's awakening during the ceremony. This is worse than cutting off someone's livelihood, it's ruining a person's entire life. Sude, who had been sent flying by his blow, was filled with fury. Spitting blood, he struggled to charge at Tang Kai. Tang Kai disdainfully kicked him to the ground, his bloodstained blade pointing at Suda's neck, a look of wild arrogance on his face. You trash who can't even succeed in awakening, stop embarrassing yourselves. His words enraged everyone, but no one dared to step forward. After all, this was a Class A combat professional. Amid the chaos, Principal Yi Zhenghu let out a sigh, his figure appearing at the center of the magic array. He looked at Tang Kai with a complex expression, both joyful and worried. After all, while A-rank geniuses are rare, Tang Kai's temper is simply too explosive. As for those of us whose awakenings were destroyed, in his eyes we are nothing more than sacrifices. Chapter 4, Yi Zhenghu's favoritism seeking gold tickets. You've awakened the A-rank combat class bloodthirsty blade? Yi Zhenghu stared at Tang Kai. Tang Kai grinned, slinging the crimson greatsword over his shoulder. That's right. I awakened the A-rank combat class blood-drinking mad blade. In battle, I can absorb enemies' blood to heal myself. Each time I advance, I can infuse the blade with a portion of a monster's essence blood, gaining its unique skills. Ha! Good. 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 Hearing Tang Kai's words, Yi Zhenghu's face lit up with wild delight, his weathered features breaking into a wide grin. Watching Yi Zhenghu's excited expression, some teachers below frowned. This is bad. With Tang Kai's terrifying talent, judging by the principal's reaction, his interruption of someone else's awakening will likely be swept under the rug. Observing Tang Kai on the awakening array and Wang Hao lying on the ground, Yi Zhenghu's expression grew complex. When Wang Hao had first shown signs of awakening, Yi Zhenghu had been wildly excited, expecting a special class surpassing S rank. But he never imagined it would be interrupted by Tang Kai's awakening fluctuations. Though he felt a pang of regret, Wang Hao's awakening had ultimately failed. No matter how exceptional his talent might be, the current outcome was that Tang Kai's awakening had succeeded. An A-rank combat profession, no less. If a team of professionals were formed with him at its core, they would undoubtedly secure a respectable ranking in the 5 schools trials. The importance of this to the school is self-evident. In contrast, Wang Hao's failed awakening dooms him to become a useless in the future. No matter how magnificent or extraordinary his previous awakening phenomena were, failure is failure. They couldn't possibly punish a true genius for the sake of a worthless failure. The school had already lost one special vocation, it couldn't afford to lose another. Yi Zhenghu's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. As he met the gazes of the crowd on the field, his decision was made. For individuals who could no longer awaken, versus a genius rarely seen in Xiajiang City, or even the entire province, the choice was clear. After a moment's pause, Yi Zhenghu spoke. Alright. While Tang Kai was at fault for interrupting their awakening, it wasn't intentional. The surge of energy during awakening causing loss of control is a normal phenomenon. Therefore, Tang Kai bears no primary responsibility for this incident. Hearing Yi Zhenghu's words, the atmosphere in the room grew oppressively heavy. Everyone fell silent. Some glanced at Tang Kai standing nearby. His arrogant expression and the blood-red long blade in his hand radiating boundless malevolence instantly silenced them. Sude felt a heavy weight in his heart. He wasn't stupid, he understood perfectly well the implication in Yi Zhenghu's words. Principal. Sude knelt on the ground, clutching his chest as he roared. Tang Kai knew full well he couldn't wield his awakened power during the process, yet he did it anyway. It was deliberate. What uncontrollable? Does he look like he can't control himself? Does having talent mean you can act however you please? Does having talent mean you can ruin someone else's life with impunity? Suda's parents and those of the other 3 rushed from the stands onto the field, only to be blocked by staff. Hearing Suda's roar, they wailed in unison, yes, Principal Yi. This is the one and only chance these 4 have in their entire lives. And he did this. He did it on purpose. He deliberately ruined them. Such a person must be severely punished. Send him to the Public Security Bureau and make him pay with his life. Hearing the parents' anguished cries, Yi Zhenghu's expression darkened. With a sweeping gesture of his sleeve, he instantly pinned the parents to the ground. How dare you? These parents were, after all, ordinary people. Though a few were practitioners, they were merely low-level life practitioners. They couldn't possibly resist Yi Zhenghu's imposing aura and were instantly pinned to the ground, unable to move. Principal. Yi Zhenghu frowned at the parents. You're not children. How could you be so foolish? I already explained Tang Kai didn't do this on purpose. It's common for awakening to cause temporary loss of control over one's power. Tang Kai bears no blame, this was simply an ordinary accident. Besides, even if Tang Kai hadn't lost control, given Sudi and the others' potential, they likely wouldn't have awakened successfully anyway. Why are you all still harping on this? Here's what we'll do. I'll settle this, Tang Kai, compensate each of these families with 1 credit point. That will be the end of it. No one can pursue this matter further. Yi Zhenghu's words seemed fair, but they were clearly biased toward Tang Kai. He knew Tang Kai came from a well-off family, and this amount of credit points was practically pocket change to him. Conversely, if these individuals persisted in their complaints or worse, reported the incident to the Public Security Bureau, accusing Tang Kai of maliciously disrupting the awakening ceremony, it could genuinely cause him significant trouble. If it was simply defined as an accident, Yi Zhenghu could handle it single-handedly. Hearing Yi Zhenghu's response, the parents' hearts sank, a wave of sorrow rising from their depths. Sure enough, it sounded like the principal was going to cover for Tang Kai. Ah, what can we do? He is, after all, an A-class combat professional, a genius. We're just ordinary people. If we can get some compensation, we should take it. Yes, the Tangs are a renowned wealthy family in Xiajiang City. They certainly won't shortchange us. But what about Su De? Is our child's life ruined? Condemned to live as an ordinary person forever? There's nothing we can do. This is fate. Su De on the altar clearly understood Yi Zhenghu's meaning. His face turned deathly pale, utterly unable to accept such a tragic fate. Tang Kai, already brimming with arrogance, grew even more brazen upon seeing Yi Zhenghu's intent to back him up. Ha! He looked down at the pale-faced figures on the altar and laughed arrogantly, swinging his great sword wildly. Did you hear that? It was just an accident. Intentional? That never happened. Seeing Wang Hao's dazed and disoriented state, Tang Kai felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. He slung the bloodstained broadsword over his shoulder and chuckled with a carefree, mocking tone. You should actually thank me, he said. Since I couldn't control my power, your awakening failed. From now on, whenever you bring this up, you can just blame it on me. I'm the one who ruined your awakening. Otherwise, with your trashy talents, failing to awaken or only awakening some worthless life skills would be even more embarrassing. Ha! Arrogant. It was a blatant insult. Tang Kai's words pierced their hearts like a sharp blade, cutting to the bone. Listening to Tang Kai's arrogant laughter, the young people within the awakening array turned pale. Their fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted, they fought the urge to charge at him and fight to the death. Yes, this was an accident. To express our sincerest apologies, the Tang group is willing to compensate each of you 1 million yuan for your losses. Outside the arena, a middle-aged man's voice echoed behind the crowd. It was Tang Kai's father, Tang Lijun, entering with his bodyguards. A C-class combat professional specializing in the flame fist, his legendary blazing divine fist technique was renowned throughout Xiajiang City. Leveraging his formidable strength and sharp business acumen, he had built the Tang group into a commercial empire in just over a decade. Hearing Tang Lijun's words, several parents hesitated slightly. Some began to wonder if Tang Kai might have had a point after all. Perhaps they were never destined to awaken successfully anyway, and receiving some compensation now might actually be a blessing in disguise. Su De, collapsed on the floor, saw the evasive looks in his parents' eyes. His face turned ashen, realizing that pursuing the matter further was pointless. Better to take the compensation and move on with life. Yet, unnoticed by all, as Tang Lijun spoke, Wang Hao's eyelashes fluttered faintly within the awakening array. A glimmer of light began to stir within his once lifeless eyes. A murderous intent seemed to be stirring to life. Tang Lijun's words instantly silenced the chaotic scene. Several parents exchanged glances before gathering to discuss the situation. A middle-aged man stepped forward. You think a measly million credit points will get rid of us? Don't get too cocky. This is the awakening ceremony. It determines our children's entire futures. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eye and shouted his grievances aloud. You've gotta up the offer. Chapter 5, Forceful Awakening Seeking Gold Tickets. Tang Lijun heard his words and showed no surprise whatsoever. Instead, he nodded in understanding. Indeed, since this matter originated from our Tang Kai, offering more compensation is only fair. I'll give each of your families 3 million credit points. 3 million. At that figure, everyone's breath caught in their throats. The world's economic system had long collapsed due to the secret realm invasion. For ordinary people like them, earning 100,000 credit points in a year was already a rare feat. To suddenly receive 3 million was an astronomical sum for these ordinary households. Even Su De, who had been shouting the loudest, flushed crimson, stunned by the sheer magnitude of the sum. Watching Su De's expression change, Tang Kai grinned and tapped his cheek with the back of his knife. Well? Tang Kai asked. Su De, considering we were classmates, I'm being pretty generous, right? Would you settle for 3 million credits? Su De's face turned deathly pale, terrified by the menacing aura emanating from the blood-stained knife in Tang Kai's hand. He nodded frantically. Yes, I'm willing. I'm willing. The others who had been swayed didn't hesitate much longer either, speaking up one after another. I'm willing. I agree too. After all, they weren't fools. They could see that getting this compensation was already the absolute limit. If they truly angered Tang Kai and tried to seek justice, they'd likely end up with not a single penny. Ha! Trash is trash. You useless fools who can't even awaken, do you really think this world has any justice? I'm a genius, a once-in-a-million super genius. Tang Kai burst into an arrogant laugh, clutching his stomach as he doubled over with laughter on the awakening array. Sudi and the others turned pale, seething with anger but too intimidated by Tang Kai's presence to say much. Alright, Tang Kai, cut it out. Since the matter's resolved, head downstairs immediately. Don't disrupt the students who are about to awaken. Yi Zhenghu gave a faint smile. His sole desire now was to minimize the incident and resolve it swiftly. Let's wrap up today's awakening ceremony quickly and finalize the arrangements for the 5 schools trial as soon as possible. Tang Lijun also smiled at Tang Kai. 5 people, 3 million each, a mere 15 million yuan. For the Tang group, that was practically nothing. After all, as an awakened one, earning money was no hardship for him. He could earn it back by hunting a few monsters in the secret realm. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, a faint voice suddenly spoke up. 3 million? You think a measly 3 million can buy our lives? You're dreaming. Wang Hao weakly rose from the ground, clutching his chest as he laughed softly. He looked up at Tang Kai before him, his eyes blazing with fury. Let me tell you this, he shouted, you think you can destroy me with 3 million? I won't stand for it. Arrogant and tyrannical, acting with utter recklessness, it was clearly your fault. You disrupted the awakening ritual, causing our failure, yet you dare twist the truth and try to shut us up with 3 million. Do you think credit points can solve everything? Do you think you can cover up the sky with one hand? Let me tell you, it won't work. If no one in the city can rein you in, I'll go to the provincial government. If they won't act, I'll go to the capital. I refuse to believe this world lacks justice. Wang Hao's words rang out loud and clear, each syllable like a hammer striking Tang Kai's heart. Tang Lijun's face darkened even further. No. We can't let him make a big fuss. If higher-ups really come down to investigate, the Tang family will be finished. Tang Lijun's heart stirred slightly. He smiled warmly at Wang Hao and said, this student seems to have suffered serious injuries. I understand your feelings. How about this, go to the hospital first. Tang Group will cover all your medical expenses. We can discuss compensation later. What do you say? Wang Hao scoffed coldly. You think a few credit points can smooth everything over? Let me tell you it won't. This isn't over. Tang Kai, consumed by rage, sneered, Wang Hao, what the hell do you think you're playing at? You just want more money, right? You're nothing but a failed awakening failure. Who do you think you are, daring to mess with the Tangs? Don't you dare look at yourself in the mirror. I'm an A-class combat professional. Today, I could not only stop your awakening but crush you to death on the spot. Under the Awaken Act, I'd only have to pay a few credit points at most. But you're just an orphan. Even if they find me, no one would come claim the money. This compensation is pure charity. Take the credits and be grateful. Look, I feel sorry for you. I'll throw in an extra 500k. That makes 3.5 million total. Stop being so greedy. Wang Hao stood up straight, a cold smile on his face, repeating his earlier words, you think credit points can fix everything? Hearing Tang Kai's words, the surrounding crowd began murmuring. Good heavens, 3.5 million. How many years would I have to work to earn that much? And he still won't agree? I think Wang Hao has a point. This is a life-changing decision for them, they can't just let it go. Come on, even without Tang Kai, who knows if they could have awakened successfully? He already triggered the signs, right? If Tang Kai hadn't interrupted, he probably would have awakened successfully. But it didn't work out. I say they should demand more compensation. That Wang Hao is such a fool. The homeroom teacher below also whispered to Wang Hao, trying to persuade him, Wang Hao, just let it go. He's the son of the Tang group. You're an orphan with no parents. How can you possibly win against him? Just take the money and be done with it. Classmates close to Wang Hao chimed in from the sidelines. Yeah, Wang Hao, 3.5 million yuan. That's enough to set you up for life. Even if your awakening fails, what can't you do with over 3 million? Despite the chorus of persuasion, Wang Hao remained impassive, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Kai. Seeing Wang Hao's stubborn refusal to budge, Yi Zhenghu's face grew increasingly impatient. Alright, Wang Hao, it seems you're fine. Let's put this matter to rest. The school can give you an additional compensation payment. Don't pursue it any further. Wang Hao remained unmoved, as if he hadn't heard a word. Now, the surrounding students and teachers began to think Wang Hao was being ungrateful. Enough already. He's gotten what he wanted. Why won't he back down? What's he doing? We need to get to the back of the line to be awakened. This ingratitude is downright greedy. Isn't all that money enough? What does he want? Whispers of disapproval rippled through the crowd as Wang Hao calmly surveyed the people below. His gaze fixed on Yi Zhenghu in the sky. Principal, I have just one question for you. Is there no justice in this world? Before Yi Zhenghu could answer, Tang Kai sneered contemptuously from the side. Justice? What is justice? Let me tell you, might makes right. Whoever packs the biggest punch holds the justice. Yi Zhenghu's expression remained impassive. Wang Hao, I know you're bitter about your failed awakening. But everyone has their own destiny. I've already made it perfectly clear this was nothing but an accident. Tang Kai is now a professional practitioner, while you're just an ordinary person. Pursuing this further won't benefit you in any way. Out of consideration for your status as a high school student, this matter ends here. No one may pursue it further." As he spoke, Yi Zhenghu unleashed the overwhelming aura of a third-tier professional. His presence surged like a torrent, as if a demon god had descended from the heavens, crushing the air around him so thickly that everyone present could barely breathe. Tens of thousands on the sports field trembled in terror, not daring to utter a word. Meanwhile, Tang Kai on the formation felt even more exhilarated, his grin growing more unrestrained. "Ha! See that, Wang Hao? This is the justice you demanded." Bracing against Yi Zhenghu's overwhelming pressure, Wang Hao gritted his teeth, kneeling on one knee. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth as he stubbornly lifted his head, gazing at the figure in the sky. "This isn't right. This world isn't supposed to be like this. Justice resides in the hearts of the people." Seeing Wang Hao still refusing to yield, Yi Zhenghu lost patience. He waved his hand, preparing to forcibly remove Wang Hao. But in the next instant, the entire awakening array suddenly blazed with intense light. A dazzling golden light erupted from Wang Hao's body. Boom! A pillar of light shot skyward, enveloping Wang Hao's body. Yi Zhenghu's body recoiled as if struck head-on by a heavy truck, sending him flying backward through the sky in a disheveled state. Divine radiance radiated outward as an even more magnificent and colossal divine power expanded from the pillar of light. What? Yi Zhenghu stabilized his position mid-air, staring in astonishment at Wang Hao within the formation. Suddenly, his expression darkened. He gathered all his strength and assumed a defensive stance. Roar! A thunderous beast roar erupted, sending Yi Zhenghu's figure flying backward like a cannonball. He slammed violently into the teaching building. What the hell? The crowd on the playground hadn't even had time to react. Eyes wide like they'd seen a ghost, they stared in utter confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Meanwhile, Tang Kai, who was also on the formation, stared at Wang Hao in utter shock. Standing tall at the center of the awakening array, Wang Hao radiated dazzling golden light. Like the radiant sun itself, sacred and untouchable. What the hell? Didn't he fail his awakening? How could this phenomenon appear again? It was even more terrifying than before. What should I do? My legs feel weak. For some reason, I desperately want to kneel before him. Tang Kai's heart burned with jealousy. He had clearly used the soul-stealing ring. How could Wang Hao still succeed in awakening? Could the soul-stealing ring have failed? Damn it! They gave me a defective product utterly useless. An even more magnificent spectacle appeared in the sky. The divine light emanating from Wang Hao merged with the towering pillar of light, revealing streaks of multicolored radiance. In the sky, phantom divine beasts materialized one after another, circling the pillar of light and roaring deafeningly. Such a magnificent spectacle left everyone present utterly stunned. Within the formation, Wang Hao felt waves of power surging from the void into his body, filling him with strength. A voice echoed swiftly within his mind. Beep! Ultimate Beast Girl Cultivation System successfully activated. Due to alien energy intrusion, the SSS-tier Beast Tamer profession has mutated into a hidden god tier class, Divine Beast Tamer. Alien energy analysis complete. Obtained additional reward. Talent Plunder 1. Talent Plunder can strip a target's innate abilities and seal them into power seeds to bestow upon beast girls. Divine Beast Tamer, contract countless divine beasts and reign supreme over all realms. Obtained newbie reward. Beast Master's True Scripture, 100 spirit energy points. Main quest unlocked. Successfully transform one beast girl. Quest reward. Divine Beast Tamer basic skill. Failure penalty. System shutdown. Chapter 6. Divine Beast Spirit Master seeking gold tickets. The instant Wang Hao completed his awakening, all magical beast sanctuaries across the world erupted with violent fluctuations. Awakening organizations across nations were immediately alerted, unaware of the cause. Dragon Nation, Dragon Guard Headquarters Command Center. A Dragon Guard, drenched in sweat, stared at the computer screen before him and shouted to the Dragon Guard Commander-in-Chief Luangua behind him. Commander! Massive energy fluctuations detected in the Mountain Sea's secret realm. Energy level SSS. This may trigger a large-scale beast surge. Luangua's face darkened upon hearing the report. Activate the National Red Alert immediately. Engage the capital's defense systems and seal off all access points to the Mountain Sea's secret realm. All Dragon Guard members nationwide are to stand ready for combat. Not a single demon beast is to escape from the Mountain Sea's secret realm. Yes, sir. The command center's orders swiftly transmitted across the nation via radio waves. Dragon Guard defense centers across countless provinces and cities responded simultaneously, deploying stringent defenses at all secret realm locations within their jurisdictions. This was to prevent these secret realms from erupting into a rampaging beast tide. But strangely, this anomaly came as swiftly as it departed. Within moments, the energy fluctuations within the secret realm gradually subsided. The Dragon Guardians, who had been on high alert just moments before, now looked at each other in bewilderment, unsure of what had actually happened. Meanwhile, at the Shajiang City Dragon Guard Command Center, the city's commander stared in horror at his subordinate. What? You say monsters escaped from the secret realm? And you haven't found them yet. Get out there and find it. If it causes trouble in the city, we're all finished. Mobilize everyone to search. Dig to the depths of the earth if you have to, but find it. At that very moment, Wang Hao, the very culprit behind the world's secret realm uprising, stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless by the system prompt echoing in his mind. Class mutation. God tier hidden class, divine beast spirit tamer. Wang Hao's heart surged with wild joy. He never imagined that misfortune could bring such fortune. The SSS tier class he was about to awaken had mutated into a God tier class. And a God tier hidden class at that. A divine beast tamer capable of contracting divine beasts. Remember, once a divine beast reaches maturity, even the weakest among them possess 4th or 5th tier power. Their divine power is boundless, their wondrous techniques infinite. It's said that a single one could rival an entire nation. It was the ultimate aspiration of every beast tamer. Only those with immense willpower and courage can forge such a bond. In the nearly 3 centuries since their emergence from the secret realm, only a handful have ever forged contracts with divine beasts. Without exception, each has left an indelible mark upon human history. They became legendary figures across nations. That's why Wang Hao was utterly astonished when he saw his class title. Good heavens! This is a second awakening. A miracle. This is absolutely a miracle. Wang Hao's power had grown even stronger than before. What on earth was happening? Everyone on the playground was utterly stunned by the extraordinary phenomenon emanating from Wang Hao. Under the overwhelming pressure of the divine beasts filling the sky, people couldn't help but feel an urge to bow down in worship. Wang Hao's homeroom teacher's eyes rolled back the moment that rainbow-colored light appeared, and he fainted instantly. Before losing consciousness, he kept muttering, SSS tier. This is definitely SSS tier. This is my student. It's actually my student. I'm set for life. Within the awakening array, Tang Kai, standing beside Wang Hao, was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had clearly used the soul-stealing ring, so why had Wang Hao still succeeded in awakening? And the class he awakened was even more powerful than his own. He refused to accept it. He was the brightest genius in the entire school. No! Impossible! I am the genius. I am the strongest genius. How dare you losers steal my spotlight? Madness gradually consumed Tang Kai's mind. Staring at Wang Hao at the center of the formation, his eyes bulged in refusal to accept reality. The crimson greatsword in his grasp hummed with a low resonance as a bloodthirsty urge slowly devoured his sanity. Crimson, bloodthirsty energy filled his eyes. Tang Kai lunged forward, raising his blade high above his head. With a roar, he swung it down toward Wang Hao's skull. I am the true genius. He intended to strike Wang Hao down before the awakening ritual was complete. If he could eliminate Wang Hao, his own talent and the Tang family's influence would ensure no one could challenge him. Yi Zhenghu, scrambling to his feet from the classroom building, watched the scene unfold and paled in horror. No! Judging by the intensity of the energy, Wang Hao's awakened profession was likely a God tier class surpassing even SSS rank. For over 300 years, not just in Xiajiang City, but across the entire Blue Star, such a terrifying genius had never appeared. If Wang Hao were allowed to develop normally, he could not only protect all of human civilization, but might even drive the entire horde of beasts off Blue Star. Compared to this legendary God tier profession, Tang Kai's rank blood drinker blade was utterly insignificant. Yet now Tang Kai dares to attempt killing Wang Hao. In Yi Zhenghu's eyes, this wasn't merely about slaying Wang Hao, it was about severing the very hope of humanity's future rise. Without hesitation, Yi Zhenghu unleashed his full power. Flames surged from his body as he activated the full might of his third transformation blazing warrior form, determined to stop Tang Kai at all costs. But he was too far away. His earlier carelessness had sent him flying from Wang Hao's awakening phenomenon. Now, at least 700 or 800 meters away from the awakening formation, he simply couldn't reach Wang Hao in time to block Tang Kai's attack. At the critical moment, Wang Hao opened his eyes. His gaze, sharp as lightning, pierced straight through Tang Kai before him. Facing the crimson blade descending toward his head, Wang Hao neither dodged nor retreated. He raised his palm, striking first despite the delayed attack. Clang! With just 2 fingers, Wang Hao pinched Tang Kai's greatsword, pinning it rigidly mid-air, unable to move. What? Impossible! Tang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gripped the blade with both hands. He strained with all his might, trying to wrench the blade free. Yet at Wang Hao's fingertips, the blood-stained blade seemed embedded in the very air. No matter how fiercely the crimson glow pulsed along its edge, it wouldn't budge an inch. Wang Hao's gaze was icy cold, radiating murderous intent as he stared coldly at Tang Kai before him. Attacking me when I was off guard? Now tell me what excuse you have this time. Wang Hao opened his eyes, his killing intent sharp and piercing, his gaze unmatched. This misfortune had unexpectedly transformed him into a god-tier hidden class. Though he hadn't yet contracted a divine beast, preventing him from fully utilizing the class's unique abilities. Yet the colossal awakening energy had already wrought earth-shattering transformations within his body. At this moment, Wang Hao's attributes had skyrocketed, all reaching 10, the absolute limit of human physical potential. He was now comparable to Captain America from the Marvel movies. Dealing with a newly awakened Tang Kai was naturally a piece of cake. As he met Wang Hao's gaze, still carrying the lingering might of his awakening, Tang Kai felt his heart tremble violently, his knees buckling as if a divine sword had pierced straight through his chest. It made him feel an overwhelming urge to kneel. "No! I cannot kneel!" Tang Kai roared inwardly, struggling desperately to hold his ground under Wang Hao's overwhelming pressure. Tens of thousands of people were watching. If he knelt now, Tang Kai would lose all face. But Wang Hao had no intention of granting his wish. With a flick of 2 fingers and a light hum, he commanded, "Let go!" Clang! The immense force sent the long sword in Tang Kai's grasp trembling violently. Tang Kai nearly lost his grip, instantly releasing the blade only for Wang Hao to snatch it cleanly into his own hand. Then Wang Hao barked again, "Kneel!" The blood-stained blade spun in his hand, its back whipping out to strike the crook of Tang Kai's knee. The impact knocked the wind out of him, sending him crashing to his knees. Swish! Just as Tang Kai had threatened Suda moments before, the crimson blade was now firmly pressed against Tang Kai's throat, leaving him frozen in place, unable to move an inch. In the blink of an eye, the offensive and defensive positions between Tang Kai and Wang Hao had reversed. The crowd on the playground was stunned. Holy! What just happened? How did Tang Kai end up on his knees? Is this what a high-level professional looks like? To possess such overwhelming power immediately after awakening. Good heavens, that's unbelievable. Wang Hao moved so fast I didn't even see it coming before he snatched the knife. This is terrifying. Tang Kai's combat skills are worlds apart from Wang Hao's. Just a moment ago you were calling Wang Hao trash, a good-for-nothing, and now you're suddenly praising him? Their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Wang Hao, seeing him as the hero of the crowd. Ah! Tang Kai never imagined he wouldn't even last a single move before Wang Hao knocked him to his knees. This was utterly humiliating. In that moment, Tang Kai felt his cheeks burning fiercely, the shame gnawing at him worse than death itself. "If you've got the guts, just kill me." He lifted his head, neck stiff with defiance, and roared at Wang Hao. A cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as he tightened his grip on the long blade. "You think I won't?" In an instant, a crimson gash appeared across Tang Kai's throat. Seeing Wang Hao genuinely intent on killing him, Tang Kai was truly terrified. His face drained of color, his body stiffening mid-air as he froze, utterly paralyzed. Witnessing this, 2 anxious voices rang out from below the stage. "Stop! Don't!" Chapter 7, Punishment by Severed Arm Seeking Gold Tickets. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. One belonged to Tang Kai's father, Tang Lijun. Tang Kai had already completed his awakening, achieving an A-class special combat profession. This would undoubtedly elevate the Tang family to unprecedented heights. He couldn't let Wang Hao kill him here. Hearing Wang Hao prepare to strike, he urgently shouted to stop him. The other voice came from Yi Zhenghu, who was hastily descending from the sky. Rushing down in a flustered descent, Yi Zhenghu slowly exhaled in relief upon seeing Wang Hao unharmed. At that moment, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Wang Hao was incredibly complex, filled with excitement, confusion, and disbelief, but above all, boundless elation. A god-tier profession. A god-tier profession had emerged from first high school. This moment would be forever etched into the annals of human history. Along with Yi Zhenghu in first high school, it would forever be remembered by future generations. Provided, of course, that he could handle today's events properly. Looking up at Wang Hao's ashen face, Yi Zhenghu couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. After all, he was well aware of just how blatantly he had favored Tang Kai in his recent actions. As the principal of First High and a triple transition professional, he was no fool. Right now, Yi Zhenghu was filled with regret. If he had only been a bit more impartial in his earlier words, he wouldn't be in this position where he couldn't even bring himself to speak. Moreover, Wang Hao's talent was truly astonishing. He possessed a legendary god-tier profession. Had Wang Hao's talent been even a fraction less exceptional, Yi Zhenghu wouldn't have given him a second glance. Given the Tang family's influence, he might have even chosen to make the best of a bad situation, forcing himself to protect Tang Kai no matter how much Wang Hao resisted. But now, faced with Wang Hao's overwhelmingly formidable awakened talent, Yi Zhenghu decided to placate him first. Whatever demands Wang Hao made, he would agree to them, anything to earn even a shred of Wang Hao's favor. Even if it meant losing face, it wouldn't matter. Ahem, Wang Hao, please calm down. Killing Tang Kai now would be blatantly defying the law of the Dragon Nation. It would be extremely detrimental to your future prospects. You've already successfully awakened, you've lost nothing. Why invite trouble upon yourself? Yi Zhenghu pleaded earnestly, secretly hoping to save Tang Kai. After all, Wang Hao's talent was too extraordinary. He might be taken away by the nation's high-ranking officials before the 5 schools trial even began. If he were allowed to kill Tang Kai now, not only would First High lose its god-tier profession, but even its original A-grade special combat profession would vanish. That would be a colossal loss. Seeing Wang Hao unmoved, Yi Zhenghu swallowed hard and continued his earnest plea. I know you still harbor resentment over Tang Kai disrupting your awakening. How about this? I'll make the decision. The compensation Tang Kai just promised you remains unchanged, and the school will also give you a set of premium 0-tier class gear as additional compensation. What do you say? Hearing Yi Zhenghu's words, Tang Kai, still kneeling on the ground, saw a glimmer of hope. As long as he lived, he'd have a chance at revenge. So what if he had god-tier talent? Wang Hao was just a penniless kid without even parents. Could the Tang family, one of Xiaozheng City's 4 great clans, really be no match for him? Wang Hao, you just wait. The humiliation you inflicted on me today, I will repay you 100-fold. Tang Kai vowed silently in his heart. Yet his face betrayed sheer terror as he stammered frantically. Right. You just want money, don't you? My family has plenty of it. Is 3.5 million not enough? I'll give you 5 million. Just let me go, and the 5 million is yours. Tang Lijun chimed in from below. Exactly, Wang Hao, whatever it is, we can talk it out. Tang Kai was in the wrong before. I'm apologizing on his behalf. Whatever conditions you have, we can discuss them. Just let Tang Kai go, and everything can be negotiated. Listening to their pleas, Wang Hao's face remained impassive. The blood-stained blade in his hand remained firmly pressed against Tang Kai's throat. You were acting so tough just now, weren't you? Calling me a worthless piece of trash, saying might makes right? Now tell me whose fists are stronger. He slammed the flat of the blade hard against Tang Kai's cheek. Seeing his face flush crimson with shame and fury, Wang Hao felt an intense, exhilarating satisfaction wash over him, like eating ice cream on the hottest day of summer. Tang Kai, held at knife point by Wang Hao, stammered and refused to speak. His earlier arrogant words now echoed as resounding slaps across his face, leaving him flushed crimson and desperate enough to crawl into a hole. Wang Hao crouched down, grabbed Tang Kai by the throat, and whispered into his ear. Thanks for helping me awaken successfully this time. Rest assured, I'll take good care of you in the future. Wang Hao's icy words startled Tang Kai, who thought he was about to kill him on the spot. But unexpectedly, the next second, Wang Hao twisted his long blade. He twisted Tang Kai's arm and brought the blade down. Half his arm was severed in an instant. Ah! Tang Kai clutched his severed arm, screaming in agony. Good heavens, he cut off Tang Kai's arm. That's exactly what he deserved. I've had it with Tang Kai for ages. That's satisfying. So satisfying. Seeing Wang Hao sever Tang Kai's arm with a single stroke, the crowd on the playground erupted in cheers. It was clear just how unpopular Tang Kai was. Blood gushed from the stump of Tang Kai's severed arm, soaked up by the long blade in Wang Hao's hand. The bloodthirsty blade had a chance to inflict bleeding damage on enemies during attacks. Little did anyone expect that after awakening, the first target to suffer from this bleeding effect would be Tang Kai himself. Wang Hao rose to his feet, flinging the bloodthirsty blade to the ground before kicking Tang Kai flat onto the dirt. He knew full well that killing Tang Kai outright in front of so many witnesses was clearly unrealistic. Time was on his side. Knowing Tang Kai as he did, he wouldn't let this go. As long as Tang Kai dared to come looking for trouble again, he would have his chance to kill him with his own hands. But Tang Kai had disrupted his awakening ritual. To think he'd let Tang Kai off so easily? Absolutely impossible. That was precisely why he decided to sever one of Tang Kai's arms and conveniently implant a trace of energy within him, ensuring he could track Tang Kai's every move at any moment. Tang Kai, you'd better not disappoint me. Wang Hao sneered coldly within his heart. He turned his gaze to Tang Lijun. No need for compensation. That pittance you're offering is barely enough to feed a beggar. Tang Kai interrupted our awakening ceremony. He was in the wrong. This time, I severed one of his arms as punishment. Just a friendly reminder, you'd better get him to the hospital quickly. Any later, and his arm won't be reattached. Wang Hao's words were blunt, but Tang Lijun had no time for niceties now. Seeing Tang Kai writhing on the ground, he immediately ordered his bodyguards to rush both Tang Kai and his severed arm to the hospital. All right. You little bastard, we'll settle this someday. As he left, Tang Lijun shot Wang Hao a vicious glare from the stage, hurled a threat, and hurried off in his car. Wang Hao paid no heed to Tang Lijun's threats. As a time traveler blessed with divine favor, awakening a god-tier profession was merely the first step. His subsequent growth would surely surpass everyone's imagination. The measly Tang family was nothing to be afraid of. Ahem, Wang Hao, what class did you awaken? Just as Wang Hao pondered this, Yi Zhenghu forced a smile and sidled over, trying to curry favor. Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to engage with this opportunistic principal. His attitude was extremely cold. He replied indifferently. I awakened the god-tier hidden combat class, Divine Beast Spirit Tamer. Principal, there are still students waiting to awaken. I'm feeling a bit tired, so I'll head back first. We can discuss anything later. Watching Wang Hao's receding figure, Yi Zhenghu opened his mouth, his expression shifting repeatedly. Finally, he let his hand fall limply as if giving up on trying to keep him. Ah! The youth of today. Recalling Wang Hao's earlier words, Yi Zhenghu's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He snapped his head up, his eyes widening in utter shock. Spirit Tamer? Divine Beasts? A Divine Beast Spirit Tamer. Unnoticed on a rooftop nearby. A demonic creature resembling a small cat coldly observed the scene. Its snow-white fur shimmered with a radiant glow. Its eyes were bright and piercing, radiating an intelligent and wise light. A pair of curved horns, like twin swords, gleamed with dazzling golden light atop its head. Watching Wang Hao's receding figure, the demon beast licked its paw and murmured softly. "Finally, you've come. I hope you won't disappoint me." Chapter 8, A Worthless Profession? Seeking Gold Tickets. Spirit Tamer is an advanced path for beast tamers. It belongs to the summoning combat class. Unlike traditional summoners or beast masters, spirit masters impose stricter requirements on their summons, forging a far tighter bond between summoner and creature. While ordinary summoners and beast tamers can bind numerous creatures for combat, spirit masters, however, can typically only bind one or two. Though fewer in number, the bond between spirit master and their summoned creature is far stronger than that of the other two. During combat, if a beastmaster's summoned creature lacks sufficient loyalty, it may even be charmed, turned against them, or defect to the enemy. Spirit masters, however, forge soul contracts with their creatures, binding them through soul pacts. This not only ensures high loyalty but also significantly amplifies both parties' combat prowess. If Wang Hao were merely an ordinary divine tier spirit master, Yi Zhenghu might not have been so shocked. But he was a divine beast spirit master. This spells trouble. In human history, 200 years ago, an SSS tier profession emerged, the colossal beast spirit master. When he first appeared, everyone believed humanity was about to witness the rise of an unparalleled powerhouse. But after hearing his profession description, everyone realized they had overestimated him. His giant beast spirit tamer could only contract giant beasts. Any beast shorter than 300 meters was beyond his reach. What a letdown. A newly awakened practitioner simply didn't possess the capability to contract a giant beast exceeding 300 meters in length. In the end, during an expedition into a secret realm, he attempted to secretly contract a mammoth calf. Discovered by the Mammoth King, he triggered a beast tide within the realm and perished helplessly in the onslaught. After the incident, people sighed with endless regret, realizing that a higher-tier awakened profession isn't necessarily better. High-tier professions depend entirely on their specifics. Take the giant beast spirit tamer. If one cannot contract giant beasts, it would be inferior even to a common B-rank support profession. Thus, upon learning Wang Hao was a divine beast spirit tamer, Yi Zhenghu was utterly shocked. He feared Wang Hao's profession might share the same limitation as the giant beast spirit tamer, binding him to only divine beasts. If that were the case, it would be disastrous. Divine beasts were extremely rare nowadays, appearing only once in a century. They mostly hid deep within various high-level secret realms. Forget Yi Zhenghu, even ordinary 4th and 5th tier class practitioners rarely get to see them. Moreover, divine beasts were supremely proud, barely deigning to glance at humans. Forget about forging soul contracts with them. If Wang Hao's profession truly requires binding divine beasts, unless a major power steps in to assist him in binding one. Otherwise, Wang Hao's career would likely be ruined. After all, to become a divine beast spirit tamer, you must first possess a divine beast. Moreover, the soul contract between a spirit tamer and their beast is often tied to the strength of both souls. If the disparity in soul strength is too great, the contract simply cannot be formed. Given Wang Hao's newly awakened spiritual strength, he could likely only contract a divine beast cub. Even if the nation mobilized its entire resources to help Wang Hao contract a divine beast cub, with Wang Hao's lifespan of less than 100 years, he'd likely be worn down to death before the divine beast even reached maturity. In the end, the divine beast nurtured at the nation's expense would be wasted. It would be a loss rather than a gain. Ah, what a waste of this god-tier profession. If such limitations truly existed, the Tang family would never let him go. Yi Zhenghu sighed with disappointment. His mind began calculating how to maximize Tang Kai's combat effectiveness during the 5 schools trial. At the Dragon Guard Command Center in Xiajiang City, a Dragon Guard member hurried into the commander's office. "Commander, we've identified the cause of today's celestial anomalies in the city. Xiajiang First High School is conducting an awakening ceremony. A student named Wang Hao has awakened a legendary god-tier profession." The subordinate's report startled Wang Yongjun, who had been worrying about how to capture the secret realm beasts. What? A god-tier profession? Heaven truly favors our dragon nation. A legendary god-tier profession has emerged within our dragon nation. Then it suddenly dawned on him. This was a political achievement sent from the heavens. Handle this well, and not only will he avoid blame, he'll earn immense credit. Wang Yongjun slammed his fist on the table, his face beaming with delight. Report it. Quickly report this to headquarters. Such a genius must be strictly protected. We can't let foreign powers snatch him away. Dispatch a Dragon Guard team immediately to make contact with him. Grant him the highest clearance. First, recruit him into our Xiajiang City Dragon Guard Division. Seeing Wang Yongjun so excited, his subordinate across from him grew hesitant, biting his tongue, unsure whether to speak up. Ha! With this god-tier profession in hand, I'll see how old Wu dares challenge me for the deputy commander position. The thought of securing the achievement of recruiting a god-tier profession immediately filled Wang Yongjun with uncontrollable excitement. This should secure the deputy commander position for next year. Then he could transfer to the capital, leverage his position a bit more, and climbing a few more ranks wouldn't be a problem. Seeing his subordinate still looking confused, he waved his hand impatiently. "What are you standing around for? Get moving." The dragon guard stammered. He is god tier, but his profession is. What's so hard to say? What exactly is his profession? Watching him stumble over his words, Wang Yongjun's temper flared. He slammed his fist on the table, frowned, and snorted coldly. He's a divine beast spirit tamer. Wang Yongjun. Divine beast? Spirit tamer? Hearing those two terms, Wang Yongjun felt a chill run down his spine. How could it be something like that? As the commander of the city-level Dragon Guardians, he was well aware of the limitations of spirit masters. A clearly useless, trash-tier profession, yet it was god-tier. This left him momentarily at a loss for how to handle the situation. Seeing Wang Yongjun silent for a long while, the Dragon Guardian cautiously asked, "Should we still send people to contact him?" Wang Yongjun smacked him on the head in exasperation. "Are you stupid? Contact him? Forget it. Report this to headquarters first. We'll wait for their response." Unaware he'd been added to the official roster, Wang Hao was now striding home. He couldn't wait to check the rewards the system had granted him today. Behind him, the fat man jogged to catch up. Brother Hao, wait for me." The chubby guy was named Zhou Bo, Wang Hao's childhood best friend who'd been by his side since they were kids. Ever since Wang Hao's parents met with misfortune in the secret realm, Zhou Bo had consistently supported him in every way possible. He helped Wang Hao through the toughest period after he crossed over. Therefore, Wang Hao held Zhou Bo in high regard. "Fatso, you really need to work out more. You're already gasping for air after just a few steps." Wang Hao patted Zhou Bo's back to help him catch his breath, afraid he might pass out before catching his breath. "Ah, Brother Hao, you didn't see it. When those guys heard you were a god-tier hidden class, their faces turned green with fear, terrified you'd hold a grudge and come after them." Zhou Bo clutched his knees, gasping for breath, gesturing wildly as he described the colorful, dramatic expressions on everyone's faces after Wang Hao left. Wang Hao smiled, not responding to the story. Instead, he asked, "How did your awakening go? What rank? What class? Maybe the two of us could team up and venture into the secret realm together." At Wang Hao's question, Zhou Bo's expression froze. He lowered his head, a hint of disappointment visible. "I didn't awaken successfully. I'm still just an ordinary person." Wang Hao froze, taken aback by this outcome. After a moment of silence, he murmured to Zhou Bo, "I'm sorry." Wang Hao's sudden apology startled Zhou Bo, but he quickly grasped the meaning behind it. Waving his hands, he laughed, "Ah, it's fine. I don't care about that stuff. Taking over my dad's company will be just as good." "Ah, it's fine. I don't care about that stuff. Taking over my dad's company will be just as good. This way, since the awakening failed, I won't have to risk my life in the secret realm, and I won't have to worry my mom." He spoke lightly, but Wang Hao still caught a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. In this era where professionals held sway, how difficult would it be for an ordinary person to manage a magical beast ingredients company? Despite Zhou Bo's carefree smile, his heart must be heavy. The thought of their childhood promise to form an adventuring party and explore secret realms across the world together. Unable to awaken even a single profession, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for Zhou Bo. Seeing the sadness deepen on Wang Hao's face, Zhou Bo feared his words had stirred painful memories. He quickly apologized, "Sorry, Brother Hao, you know I didn't mean it that way." Wang Hao waved it off. "It's fine. It's all in the past." Suddenly, he recalled that when he had awakened his profession earlier, he seemed to have received an extra reward from Tang Kai, something called talent plunder. He located the purple orb within the system in his mind. Talent plunder can strip a target's innate abilities and seal them into a power seat to bestow upon a beast girl. Unfortunately, it could only be bestowed upon the beast girls bound to me by contract, not used on others. Wang Hao silently sighed at the missed opportunity. But then he thought, since Tang Kai possessed such a method, perhaps there were other ways to awaken Zhou Bo into a professional. "Fatso, do you want to awaken?" Wang Hao's sudden question startled Zhou Bo. Scratching his head, he grinned sheepishly, "Of course I do. Who wouldn't want to become a professional? Too bad I failed to awaken. Guess it's just my fate." His spirit sank once more. Wang Hao gazed at the red sun sinking slowly in the sky and said softly, "I don't believe in fate. All I know is that man can overcome heaven." He turned to look at Zhou Bo and smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I'll make sure you become a professional." Though Zhou Bo knew these were merely words of comfort from Wang Hao, he still felt a warm glow in his heart upon hearing it. In that moment, Zhou Bo knew deep in his heart that Wang Hao would be his lifelong brother. They continued walking toward home. Suddenly, Zhou Bo held up his phone and exclaimed excitedly, Brother Hao. Look online, your awakening is trending." Chapter 9, The Mysterious Kitten Seeking Gold Tickets. A god-tier hidden profession appeared at the awakening ceremony of Xiaozhang City No. 1 High School. What impact would a god-tier class have on modern society? What exactly is a god-tier hidden profession? A newly awakened genius severed an arm. Is this talent too cruel? Genius bard Wang Shan's new album misses the trending charts once again. What is a divine beast tamer? Wang Hao opened the trending topics list on Weibo and was utterly shocked. Among the top 10 trending topics, 5 were about him. Holy crap! After over 300 years, the legendary god-tier profession has finally appeared. And it's a god-tier combat class. Humanity is saved. What salvation? Didn't you read carefully? The one who awakened is a divine beast tamer, utterly useless. What? Divine beast spirit tamer? Isn't that just a trash profession disguised as a god-tier class? The internet was full of know-it-alls in the comments section, lecturing everyone on what a spirit tamer actually was and the history of the giant beast spirit tamers that had appeared in the past. Can only contract divine beasts? That's useless. Where would you even find divine beasts in this day and age? Holy crap, if it really is a divine beast spirit tamer, that's just tragic. If they can't contract divine beasts, they're practically no different from ordinary people. Exactly. Everything a spirit tamer is depends on their contracted beast. Without one, they're indistinguishable from ordinary people. Put. All that hype, and it's just a divine beast spirit tamer? What a letdown. Thought humanity might finally have a chance. Well, not exactly. It's still a god-tier profession, highly worthy of study. I suggest the government step in quickly to research the differences between god-tier professions and others, and whether the awakening method for god-tier professions can be popularized. Online, the masses were buzzing with wild speculation about Wang Hao's awakened profession. Some lamented, others gloated, while many let their imaginations run wild, cooking up all sorts of bizarre schemes. Meanwhile, footage of Wang Hao severing Tang Kai's arm had been uploaded by certain individuals. Edited to remove context, it only showed Wang Hao swinging his blade to sever Tang Kai's arm and Tang Kai's agonized screams. Ambiguous captions were added, attempting to twist the truth. Holy, he's this brutal right after awakening? What will he be like when he grows stronger? Thankfully he's in a useless class, otherwise he'd be even more dangerous to humanity. The state should place him under strict surveillance immediately. Terrifying. What kind of grudge could make a high schooler commit such a brutal act? You don't get it, do you? Kids this age are the most ruthless in society. They don't know their own strength and have no concept of consequences. Oh my god, is that kid who got slashed okay? He sounded like he was in serious pain. Zhou Bo's face turned green with rage reading the comments under the trending topic. Damn it, Tang Kai's family must have done this. They edited the video to cut out the crucial parts and cover up the truth. Brother Hao, don't worry. I'll rally my classmates to speak up for you right now. We'll prove your innocence. Wang Hao skimmed the comments briefly. It's no big deal. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Wang Hao knew full well this was Tang Kai's family's doing. He just hadn't expected them to move so fast. Having worked in new media in his previous life, Wang Hao knew full well that arguing with netizens online was utterly pointless. What he needed to do first was find the crucial evidence. With the full account of events in hand, he wouldn't fear any public opinion. But for now, his top priority was to strengthen his own position. Only by baring his fangs fiercely could he scare off these jackals trying to tear a chunk out of him. With that thought, Wang Hao tucked away his phone, slapped Zhou Bo on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. Let's go. Race to see who gets home first. Zhou Bo froze, surprised by Wang Hao's composure. If he were about to become the target of online bullying, he would have been panicking long ago. Yet Wang Hao acted as if nothing had happened, even joking with him. Watching Wang Hao's carefree figure walk away, Zhou Bo opened his mouth, then sighed. Brother Hao must be putting on a brave face, so I won't worry about him. Don't worry, Brother Hao. We're brothers. Brothers for life. There's no way I'd let you shoulder this alone. Xiajiang City, Hongsheng Jiayuan. Wang Hao's home was located within Hongsheng Jiayuan, the same residential complex as Zhou Bo's. The difference was one lived in a high-rise, the other in the villa section. Opening the door revealed a clean, tidy living room. In one corner stood an exquisitely crafted incense altar. Wispy smoke curled upward before it, where 2 spirit tablets were reverently displayed. Wang Hao entered the room and immediately took 3 incense sticks, reverently offering them before the tablets. Dad, Mom, I've successfully awakened as a god-tier hidden class. I haven't brought shame upon you 2 elders. Rest assured, I'll train diligently and enter the Mountain Sea's secret realm soon to avenge you. Wang Hao silently vowed, gazing at the 2 photographs atop the altar. Wang Hao's parents had been members of the Dragon Guard, an organization of awakened individuals in Xiajiang City. They were sworn brothers with Zhou Bo's father, Zhou Tianyi. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, a beast tide erupted from a secret realm near Xiajiang City, unexpectedly opening a portal to the Mountain and Sea secret realm. To protect the citizens of Xiajiang City as they evacuated, Wang Hao's parents ventured deep into the Mountain Sea secret realm and sealed the spatial rift with their own lives. They themselves were trapped deep within the Mountain Sea secret realm, swallowed whole by the Sea Dragon King, the ruler of the 6 transformation demonic beasts. From that day on, Wang Hao lost his parents and became an orphan, his personality growing increasingly reclusive. Had it not been for Jobo's constant companionship, he likely would have taken his own life long ago. A year ago, while surfing the web outside school, Wang Hao was targeted by a gang of thugs. They not only stole every last penny from him but also beat him senseless. Dragging his battered body home, he wept bitterly before his parents' photographs. Exhausted and broken, he finally collapsed unconscious, leading to the events that brought Wang Hao to this world. To release the last shred of attachment to this body, Wang Hao made a promise to him and to himself. Once he gained the strength, he would enter the mountain and seize Secret Realm to avenge his parents. Gazing at the radiant family portrait on the table, Wang Hao silently vowed, within 3 years, he would personally slay the Sea Dragon King. Meow. A sudden voice echoed through the room, startling Wang Hao. He looked up and found a mysterious black cat crouched on his balcony. Its silky fur was as black as the deepest night sky, utterly pure and unblemished. Bathed in the setting sun, it seemed to reflect a kaleidoscope of colors. This blackness was profound and enigmatic, carrying an indescribable magic. Its eyes shone like 2 brilliant emeralds, crystal clear, reflecting a deep, mysterious light. Each time it gently blinked, it seemed as if a thread of magic was released from within. Now, it crouched silently on the balcony, observing Wang Hao with curiosity. Stray cat? Or demonic creature? Wang Hao watched the black cat on the balcony warily, his entire body tense, fearing it might suddenly attack. In this world, due to fluctuations in the secret realm, monsters occasionally escaped and entered cities, injuring and killing people. Having just awakened his powers, Wang Hao didn't know what grade this black cat belonged to, so he dared not relax. Right. I have the system, it should be able to check its attributes. Suddenly, Wang Hao remembered the system he had just awakened today, and 3 golden magic rings lit up in his eyes. Moon-worshipping spirit cat demon beast commander acquaintance. Level 68 4th transformation. Elements, light, dark, space. Divine beast bloodline, thunder crescent cat 60. Attributes, strength 621, constitution 623, agility 761, spirit 675. Skills, dark side of the moon, spatial leap, shadow claw strike, destiny's awakening. Bloodline evolution protocol, collect 300 samples of spirit cat blood to activate the divine beast bloodline within. Gazing at the moon-worshipping spirit cat's terrifying attribute panel, Wang Hao broke out in a cold sweat. A 4th-tier demon commander. What the hell were the dragon guardians doing? How could they have unleashed such a terrifying monster? With his pitiful stats, how could he possibly defeat it? Yet seeing the moon-worshipping spirit cat hesitate to attack, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was it waiting for? Why wasn't it moving? Glancing at the familiarity medium displayed on its interface, Wang Hao guessed it must be related to his awakened class. Meow. Suddenly, the moon-worshipping spirit cat teleported from the balcony and appeared right before Wang Hao, startling him so badly he fell backward onto the floor. Meow. The moon-worshipping spirit cat let out a soft meow, gently nudging Wang Hao's pant leg with its little head. A sudden flash of insight struck Wang Hao. He felt he could suddenly understand its meow. You mean, I smell nice? Meow. You sense from destiny that I hold the key to enhancing your bloodline. Meow. So you wish to bind yourself to me? Meow. Only after grasping the moon-worshipping spirit cat's intentions did Wang Hao slowly exhale in relief. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the moon-worshipping spirit cat's information, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Chapter 10, The Fake Boyfriend Votes Needed. Thump. Thump. The knocking startled the moon-worshipping spirit cat away. The little cat vanished in a puff of black smoke. Wang Hao sighed and got up to answer the door. Leaning against the doorframe, a gracefully poised beauty with bright eyes and a dazzling smile gazed at him cheerfully. Seeing who it was, Wang Hao's heart filled with joy. Shun Sini. You're back. Meanwhile, at Shajiang City First People's Hospital, Tang Kai was roaring loudly from his hospital bed. Ah! Kill him. I'll kill him. The newly set arm throbbed with intense pain, distorting his face into a hideous grimace. Tang Kai's mother, Shen Pei, sat by the bedside, wiping away tears as she saw the severity of his injuries. My son, who could be so heartless as to hurt you this badly? Son, rest assured no matter what, mother will never let him off the hook. Turning her gaze to Tang Lijun beside her, she saw him fiddling with his phone, seemingly sending some message. Her anger flared instantly. You heartless fool. Our son is in such critical condition, and you still have the nerve to fiddle with that damn phone. Tang Lijun tucked his phone away, his face darkening. What do you know? I was just having someone look into his background. He's just an orphan whose parents are dead. How dare he hurt someone from the Tang family? I'll make him pay. Tang Kai's eyes flashed with savage murderous intent. Dad, you have to let me kill him with my own hands. Rest assured. Just focus on recovering. Shin Sini, a member of the Shin family, a collateral branch of the 4 major clans of Shajiang City, Tang, Su, Shin, and Zhao. She grew up with her father, Shin Yu, within the Dragon Guard compound. She grew up alongside Wang Hao as childhood sweethearts. She was Wang Hao's childhood white moonlight. Ever since Xinyu was transferred to the capital 5 years ago, Wang Hao never saw Shinsini again. Yet his memories of her remained vivid. After all, the first love of one's youth never fades, no matter how much time passes. After respectfully offering incense to Wang Hao's parents, Shinsini accepted the juice Wang Hao handed her with a charming smile. I heard you've awakened a god-tier profession, divine beast spirit tamer. Wang Hao shrugged and replied with a light chuckle. Yeah, I got lucky. A fortunate awakening. Shinsini smiled, her eyes crinkling as she covered her mouth with a soft chuckle. Impressive. You're definitely worthy of my approval, Shinsini. Way to go. Wang Hao smiled without responding, taking a sip of juice. Aren't you studying in the capital? Why did you suddenly come back? Hearing Wang Hao's question, Shinsini's gaze shifted slightly as she rubbed the juice glass in her hand and replied softly. There was something going on at home, and since I hadn't seen you guys in a while, I figured I'd swing by. Suddenly, she set down the juice, pulled a jade stone from her pocket, and handed it to Wang Hao. Oh, right. This is for you. Wang Hao took the jade with curiosity. The jade was round and plump, cool and smooth to the touch, like caressing a stone in a clear spring, refreshing and soothing. Its color was clear and deep, as if life pulsed within it, emitting a warm, gentle glow that stirred a profound longing within Wang Hao. He couldn't help but feel curious, playing with the jade. What is this? Shinsini flicked a strand of hair behind her ear and explained with a soft smile. It's a spirit communing jade, one of the universal advancement materials for summoning type class changes. I went to great lengths to get it, it's yours. Shinsini's words startled Wang Hao. Promotion and job change material. These are incredibly valuable treasures. You see, every time a class holder levels up 20 times, they can choose to advance and change jobs once. And each job change offers 3 paths: basic advancement, fine advancement, and perfect advancement. Each advancement method requires different promotion materials and grants distinct attribute bonuses. Each type of advancement material can only be obtained within the challenge dungeons specific to each advancement tier. Consequently, these materials command exorbitant prices on the market. Even the lowest tier level 1 materials range from 160,000 to 300,000 credits, making them extremely valuable. Realizing this was a promotion transfer material, Wang Hao dared not handle it carelessly. He quickly placed the spirit jade on the table and looked at Shinsini suspiciously. Why would you suddenly give me something so valuable? Seriously, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on me, would you? Hearing Wang Hao's words, Shinsini nearly spit out her juice. Her face flushed crimson as she turned away and retorted haughtily. Oomph. Who? Who has a crush on you? Don't go saying things like that. She pushed the spirit jade toward Wang Hao. I just don't want your talent to go to waste. Even though many call your profession trash, I believe there are no trash professions, only trash practitioners. If you can break through to the first transformation, there might still be a chance. After all, yours is a god-tier profession. Who can predict the future? Shinsini's words sent a warm wave through Wang Hao's heart. Even though everyone looked down on him now, he still had a few friends who stood firmly by his side. That was enough. After all, they didn't know about his golden finger. Yet they still chose to believe in him. With that thought, Wang Hao didn't hesitate. He genuinely needed the spirit communing jade in the future. Accepting it now and focusing on advancing his class to strengthen himself was the right path. If need be, once he rose to prominence, he could repay Shinsini tenfold or even 100-fold. Alright. I'll take this then. By the way, you didn't come all this way just to give me this, did you? Hearing Wang Hao's question, Shinsini lowered her head, her expression turning coy. Actually, there is something I need your help with. Wang Hao exhaled in relief. He'd been expecting something serious. As long as it's not about borrowing money, it's no problem. He patted his chest emphatically. Hey! Spit it out. Even if it's not for the sake of our years of friendship, just for the sake of the spirit communicating jade, anything I can do to help, I will. Shinsini lowered her head. The setting sun cast its glow upon her face, as if staining her temples crimson, even her ears flushed bright red. You can definitely help with this. Wang Hao laughed heartily and poured himself another glass of juice. So, what is it? Something so serious that even our mission has to ask for help? Shinsini kept her head down, her hands clutching her pant legs as she stammered out in a low voice. I just want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Her voice was barely audible. Had Wang Hao not successfully awakened his senses, pushing them to their human limits, he likely wouldn't have caught a word. But the request still startled Wang Hao considerably. He stared blankly at Shinsini, her face flushed crimson, so absorbed that he didn't even notice the juice spilling from his glass, pooling across the coffee table. Oh! It's spilling. Only when Shinsini called out did he snap back to reality. Frantically wiping the mess off the coffee table, Wang Hao finally looked at her with a strange expression and spoke. And you say you don't have a crush on me? After Shinsini explained, Wang Hao finally understood. It turned out that Shinsini had returned because her grandfather had recently ventured deep into a high-level secret realm. He had come back severely injured and was now on his deathbed. His greatest wish was to see Shinsini find a good home. To spare her grandfather any regrets before his passing, Shinsini had come to ask Wang Hao for help. She hoped he would pretend to be her boyfriend to fulfill her grandfather's wish. For the sake of old Master Shin, there was no question this favor he would grant. Wang Hao naturally wouldn't refuse. Shin Xianhe, Shinsini's grandfather, had shown him particular affection when he was young. Both in terms of sentiment and reason, he owed her this favor. Consider it a final tribute to the old man. After agreeing to visit the hospital together in a couple of days, Shinsini rose to take her leave. With dusk falling, it would be inappropriate to linger at Wang Hao's home any longer. Watching Shinsini's departing figure, Wang Hao squeezed the spirit communicating jade in his hand and sighed softly. From the look in her eyes, he knew there was more she hadn't told him. But he was only her friend. If Shinsini didn't bring it up herself, he couldn't pry. He figured it was probably just some trivial family nonsense. Power. He needed power. Sighing, Wang Hao returned to his room and got down to his own business. Name, Wang Hao. Level, 0 unclassed. Occupation, Divine Beast Spirit Tamer. Title, None. Attributes, Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 20, Spirit 25. Skills, Beast Affinity, Temporary Contract, Blood Pact. Staring at his attribute panel, Wang Hao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Typically, a normal person's 4 core attributes upon awakening hovered between 8 and 10, increasing by only 1 point per level. But under the of the system within his body, Wang Hao had forcibly pushed his physical attributes to the peak of human potential, nearly matching those of some ordinary first transition class practitioners. Moreover, bolstered by his Divine Beast Spirit Tamer class, his spirit attribute had skyrocketed to 25, surpassing even most first transition spellcasters. This was an utterly thrilling surprise for Wang Hao. Oh right, there should be a newbie gift pack too. Wonder what's actually useful inside. The thought crossed his mind, and Wang Hao immediately activated the Ultimate Beast Girl Cultivation System in his mind. He was instantly stunned by the description. Chapter 11, Methods of Evolution Seeking Gold Tickets. Ultimate Beast Girl Cultivation System. Master, Wang Hao. System Level, 101000. Spiritual Power, 100. Functions, Spirit Energy Absorption, Beast Taming Space, Rapid Learning, Encyclopedia Viewing, Attribute Enhancement, Bloodline Evolution, Transformation Device. Spirit Energy Absorption, the Master gains spirit energy upon defeating special bosses. Spirit Energy powers system functions. Beast Tamer's Space starts with 3 spaces to house tamed beasts. Each 20-level increase in the system grants 1 additional space. Rapid Learning consumes spirit energy to help the Master and Beast Girls quickly learn skills or upgrade skill levels, bypassing skill book prerequisites. View Encyclopedia, examine the base attributes of monsters and divine beasts. Consuming spirit energy reveals their original bloodlines, evolution paths, and promotion materials. Attribute Enhancement, consume spirit energy to boost all attributes of your beast girls. Evolve Bloodline, consume large amounts of spirit energy to evolve temporarily contracted monsters into divine beasts. Transformer, consume spirit energy to transform contracted divine beasts into beast girls, granting significant attribute boosts and enabling equipment wear. After reviewing the system's functional entries, Wang Hao had only one thought. Awesome. Unbeatable. 7 functions, not a single useless ability among them. Spirit energy absorption was a given, but the Beast Tamer's Space perfectly solved Wang Hao's problem of not being able to carry his tamed beasts with him. Ordinary summoners or beast tamers who wanted to carry their tamed pets or mounts had to spend a fortune on pet balls. Not only were these spaces cramped, but they were also easily countered by space interference devices, making summoning impossible. But Wang Hao's Beast Space? Not only was it portable, it wasn't affected by spatial interference devices. He could unleash his beasts anytime, catching enemies off guard whenever he wanted. Moreover, it appears this beast space can be upgraded using spirit energy. It remains to be seen whether additional capabilities will be unlocked in the future. The second feature, rapid skill acquisition, Wang Hao had already experienced before the system was fully activated. He never imagined that after activation, it would be enhanced even further. Now, he could directly boost skill levels using spirit energy points and bypass the learning requirements for skill manuals. This is downright insane. In this world, learning skill books is bound by restrictions like level, profession, and attributes. If you don't meet the requirements, you could study the book for 10,000 years and still never master the skill inside. But now, as long as Wang Hao had enough spirit energy points, there was no skill he couldn't learn. The thought of carrying a warrior's charge, an assassin's stealth, a mage's fireball, and a priest's holy light made Wang Hao's mouth water. In other words, as long as I have enough skill points, I can become any class I want. In battle, enemies would mistake him for a beastmaster, charging in for melee combat only to be met with a 30-meter machete suddenly drawn from his crotch. A charge, an upward slash, followed by a devastating sweep. The sheer terror would kill them before the blow landed. Wang Hao chuckled to himself, picturing the scene. It was almost too perfect. Plus, there were 4 other features: viewing the bestiary, boosting attributes, evolving bloodlines, and the transformer. It was downright insane. With enough spirit energy points, he could transform monsters into divine beasts, or even turn them into beast girls. The thought of being surrounded by beautiful bunny girls, cat girls, and fox girls constantly clinging to him, begging him to replenish their magic, made young Wang Hao involuntarily lift his head. Meow. A sudden meow snapped Wang Hao back to reality. He looked closely and realized it was the moon-worshipping spirit cat from earlier. At this moment, it crouched on Wang Hao's bed, tilting its head to look at him. Almost forgot about you. Wang Hao smiled faintly. After checking his attribute panel, he realized this moon-worshipping spirit cat showed him no hostility due to his beast affinity. Unfortunately, its level was far too high, and its soul was incredibly powerful. If Wang Hao attempted to form a contract with it now, he'd likely be reduced to a fool by its soul in no time. Too bad, little cat. I can't bind a contract with you now. My soul is too weak. Forcing a contract would be bad for both of us. Wang Hao stroked the moon-worshipping spirit cat's head. The spirit cat seemed to understand Wang Hao's words, extending its little tongue to lick his palm. Ah! Suddenly, it bit down on Wang Hao's palm. A drop of blood shot from the moon-worshipping spirit cat's forehead, merging with the blood on Wang Hao's hand to form a mysterious glowing orb. What is this? The sudden turn of events left Wang Hao utterly stunned. Suddenly, the light sphere split into two. Before Wang Hao could react, it shot straight into his forehead. Beep. Temporary contract established. Contracted entity, moon-worshipping spirit cat. Hearing the system prompt ring in his ears, Wang Hao gaped in astonishment. He never imagined monsters could initiate contracts themselves. But then, it hit him and pure elation flooded his heart. He had contracted a 4th-tier commander-level monster. He was invincible. All practitioners below the 3rd transformation. No matter who. None could stand against him. Little kitty, since you're called the moon-worshipping spirit cat, I'll just call you moon-worshipper from now on. How about that? Seeing Wang Hao's ecstatic face, the moon shadow before him sneered and leapt up to smack him on the head. What a trashy name. I have a name, I'm Moon Shadow. Meow. Hearing the mature female voice echoing in his mind, Wang Hao's jaw dropped. You can talk? Moon Shadow looked at him with contempt. We've signed a contract. Isn't it common sense that we can communicate telepathically? Hearing Yue Ying's explanation, Wang Hao rubbed his head in realization. Oh right, I almost forgot. Yue Ying sprawled on the bed, her tail swishing back and forth behind her. Enough of that. Do you have a way to evolve my bloodline? Wang Hao scratched his head. Hold on, let me see. 2 fingers slid across his eyes, and 3 glowing rings instantly appeared within his pupils. Activating the Strongest Beast Girl Cultivation System S catalog viewing function. Beep. Target monster detected, moon-worshipping spirit cat. Spend 50 spirit energy points to view bloodline encyclopedia? Seeing the cost nearly half his current spirit energy points, Wang Hao hesitated. The beginner's gift pack had included the true art of beast taming, and he'd planned to use these spirit energy points to learn skills, level up, or enhance attributes. But seeing Yue Ying's expectant gaze, Wang Hao gritted his teeth and decided. Out with the old, in with the new. If he could upgrade it to a divine beast and bind it to a contract, wouldn't that mean instant success? What's a little spirit energy? With that thought, Wang Hao hesitated not a moment longer and selected view. Got it. Monster name, moon-worshipping spirit cat. Divine beast bloodline, intermediate divine beast, thunder crescent cat. Capable of commanding lightning and moonlight. Legendary companion of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, possessing mystical foresight. Evolution requirements, spirit cat blood 300, shadow soul 100, lightning stone 5, moon blessing 1. Seeing the evolution formula displayed in the system, Wang Hao sucked in a sharp breath. Not a single one was easy to obtain. Shadow Soul, Lightning Stone, Moon Blessing, he'd only heard of them as high-grade materials supposedly found in 3rd-tier golden secret realms. Spirit cat blood had a low drop rate from certain feline magical beasts and was a primary ingredient in agility potions. On the materials market, it cost 300 credits per milligram. A standard portion of spirit cat blood contained 10 milligrams, meaning 300 portions would cost 900,000 credit points. This was absolutely killing Wang Hao. His entire savings amounted to just 100,000 credits. If he spent it all on blood, how would he survive afterward? However, there was a silver lining. In the bronze secret realm of the shadowy forest, not far from Xiajiang City, there existed a feline monster known as the Nethercat. Records indicated it had a chance to drop spirit cat blood. This perfectly matched Wang Hao's needs. He'd have to take things one step at a time. Given the spirit cat's combat prowess, the secret realm shouldn't pose much danger. He'd gather one first, then worry about the rest later. Wang Hao looked up at Yue Ying. I have a way to evolve your bloodline. But after I help you evolve it, you must sign a contract with me and become my guardian spirit beast. Yue Ying pondered for a moment. Guided by fate, the hope for her bloodline evolution most likely rested on him. As long as she could evolve her bloodline, nothing else mattered. Besides, these 2-legged humans had such short lifespans, barely 300 years at most. Once she became a divine beast, she'd gain at least 1,000 years of life. Trading 300 years of freedom for 700 years of unrestrained existence? That deal was a steal by any measure. With that thought, Yue Ying nodded happily in agreement to Wang Hao's proposal. Seeing Moon Shadow's consent, Wang Hao sprang to his feet with excitement. Let's go! No time to waste, we'll gather the materials and get you that bloodline evolution started. Wang Hao eagerly changed into fresh clothes, ready to take Yue Ying out. I'm hungry. I want dried fish snacks. Meow. Alright, we'll buy some on the way. After buying some dried fish from the pet shop, he tossed them into his beast taming space. Wang Hao hailed a cab and hurried toward the dark forest outside the city. By the time Wang Hao reached the entrance to the dark forest's secret realm, it was already past 8 p.m. Backpack slung over his shoulder, Wang Hao shoved the last piece of bread into his mouth hole, then looked up at the full moon in the sky. A faint smile touched his lips. Moon Shadow, ready to take off? Hurry up. Meow. Chapter 12, The Dark Forest Seeking Gold Tickets. Entrance to the Dark Forest. As Shajiang City's sole bronze tier secret realm opened to the public. At 8 o'clock, the Dark Forest was at its liveliest. In this world, secret realms are categorized into 4 types based on their internal environments: resource-based, ruin-based, story-based, and challenge-based. Each type features distinct combat strategies and monster distributions. Resource-type realms are naturally the most popular. Not only are they teeming with monsters and relatively easy, but they also lack main quests, allowing adventurers to leave at any time, making them a favorite among professionals. Each type of secret realm is further categorized by monster level into bronze, silver, gold, and diamond tiers. Newcomers like Wang Hao, who had just awakened and were at the 0th transformation stage, could only enter bronze realms. Professionals who have undergone 1 to 3 transformations can enter bronze and silver dungeons. 3rd to 6th transformation adventurers can enter silver and gold dungeons. Only adventurers who have completed 6 or more transformations can enter diamond secret realms. The moment he stepped into the entrance of the Dark Forest dungeon, Wang Hao felt as though he had arrived at a massive train station. Dense crowds thronged together, forming teams in 2s and 3s. Many were shouting loudly at the entrance. Dark Forest. 3 fire mages leading a speed run on earth dogs. Gear farming for all classes. Experienced players only, no newbies. Bring your own ticket. Seeking warriors, guardians, and mystic guardians. Warlocks, get lost. New awakened adventurers seeking help exploring the secret realm. Team includes a cute little healer who can cheer you on throughout. Seeking mages and warriors to carry me, no sorcerers, thanks. Fully geared 2nd transition ghost blades. Professional group leader. 30k per person. No damage speedrun. 6 players per group. Fast-paced experience. Honest deal. Warlocks, get lost. The square, as noisy as a bustling market, left Wang Hao momentarily stunned. What was with this trashy MMORPG vibe? No wonder Wang Hao was startled. He'd only been in this world for a year. His understanding of the secret realm remained superficial. To date, humanity's inability to fully resolve the secret realm issue. The most crucial reason was that secret realms simply couldn't be eliminated. Even the most basic bronze secret realm could reset infinitely. Each secret realm is categorized based on the number of entrants: solo realms, team realms, faction realms, and chaotic realms. Their combat mechanics, rewards, and clearance requirements all differ, making them a highly complex and rigorous field of study. Consequently, a specialized profession emerged among adventurers: the strategist. These experts dedicate themselves to researching tactics and strategies for conquering diverse secret realms, guiding others to clear them with minimal cost. But all this felt distant to Wang Hao. His sole focus now was to hurry into the Dark Forest and complete his quest to collect spirit cat blood. After scanning the area, Wang Hao spotted the entrance to the secret realm nearby and quickened his pace toward it. Hello, I'm here to apply for entry into the secret realm. Wang Hao approached the entrance and addressed the realm's attendant. The young woman managing the entrance, noticing he was alone, offered a friendly reminder. Are you alone, student? Would you like to join a party? I'll tell you, even though this is a bronze tier resource type secret realm, soloing it is still very dangerous. After all, there are monsters inside. Without sufficient strength, it's safer to proceed with a group. Wang Hao smiled at her and shook his head. It's fine. I'm just going in to look around. If it gets dangerous, I'll come right back out. The young woman was about to say more when a carefree chuckle suddenly rang out from the crowd. Hey, isn't that our god-tier genius, Wang Hao? Wang Hao turned to see 2 men and a woman approaching from a short distance away. 2 of them were his classmates, Ma An and Ma Dan. Ma An sauntered over with his arms crossed, looking like a total punk. Noticing Wang Hao's attire, he deliberately sneered loudly, "Heard you've awakened to the god-tier hidden class, Divine Beast Tamer. Could it be that even in this tiny shadow forest, traces of divine beasts still linger?" Hearing Ma An's mocking tone, Ma Dan beside him joined in the derisive laughter. At first, they had all assumed that after awakening a god-tier hidden class, Wang Hao would soar to the heavens and become an unparalleled prodigy. But who would have guessed he'd awaken as a divine beast tamer? A trash class disguised as a god-tier profession. Ding Mei, standing nearby, didn't join in mocking Wang Hao. She merely smiled faintly. Alright, everyone, we're all classmates here. There's no need for sarcastic remarks. Our teacher once said, there are no trash professions, only trash practitioners. I believe that with Wang Hao's dedication, even a seemingly trashy divine beast spirit tamer can shine brilliantly. After all, it is a god-tier hidden class, it must have its unique strengths. Ding Mei smiled and nodded at Wang Hao, extending an invitation. Wang Hao, I see you're alone. You must be here to level up too. Why not join our party to enter the secret realm? We can watch each other's backs. Wang Hao looked at Ding Mei. He recognized this woman. Rumor had it she was a young lady from the capital with connections to the Zhao family, no ordinary figure. The high-quality gear radiating blue light all over her clearly indicated her family's considerable wealth. While exploring the secret realm, one occasionally stumbles upon magical gear imbued with mysterious powers. Internationally, these items are graded from highest to lowest quality as white, green, blue, red, purple, and gold. White was junk, green was ordinary, and blue was fine. It's said that above these 6 tiers lie artifacts and sacred relics, though Wang Hao had never seen them. Each magical artifact held immense value. Most practitioners primarily wore plain white gear, and possessing even 1 or 2 fine-grade items was considered extraordinary. As for red and purple gear, these were exclusive to the Guardian Corps. In the hands of ordinary adventurers, they were classified as restricted items, and discovery would result in severe punishment. Yet Ding Mei was now wearing a full set of high-quality gear from her zero-tier transformation. It didn't look like a haphazard collection of random pieces either, it was a carefully coordinated set designed to maximize her combat effectiveness. A set like this would easily cost at least 5 or 60,000. Before Wang Hao could respond, Ma Dan chimed in with a fawning smile. Miss Ding, why bother with him? If a fight breaks out, he might just slow us down. With us 2 brothers here, we guarantee your safety in the secret realm. He shot Wang Hao a threatening glance, as if daring him to refuse. Watching Ma Dan and Ma An's nervous demeanor, Wang Hao couldn't help but sneer with contempt. 2 bootlickers. Ignoring their mocking words, he shook his head at Ding Mei. Forget it. I'm used to going solo. Teaming up with you two? I'd probably get bitten by a dog before we even entered the dungeon. Who the hell do you think you're calling a dog? The moment Wang Hao finished speaking, Ma Dan flew into a rage. Pointing an accusing finger at Wang Hao's nose, she screamed, ready to lunge at him, only to be held back by Man, who grabbed her arm tightly. Ding Mei shot a glare at the hot-headed Ma Dan before turning her gaze to Wang Hao's handsome face. She couldn't help but think it was a pity. Nodding at him, she said, all right then. If you need anything, feel free to come find us. We'll probably be running this dungeon for the next few days. Wang Hao waved off the young lady's advice, pulled out his phone to pay the entrance fee, and strode straight into the secret realm's entrance. He couldn't wait to see Yue Ying's true strength. At that moment, in the Tang family's secret chamber, a figure clad in black knelt before Tang Lijun. Master, Wang Hao has entered the dark forest. Tang Lijun, clad in a black robe, slammed his hand onto the chair. Release the black beast. Bring him to me. I'll skin him alive with my own hands. Chapter 13, Ambush Seeking Gold Tickets. The Shadowy Forest. Wang Hao released Yue Ying from his beast taming space, still clutching a dried fish snack in her jaws. What's the rush? Why summon me out of nowhere? I haven't even finished my fish jerky yet. Meow. Wang Hao shot at a disapproving glare. It's because you want bloodline evolution. You need to collect 300 samples of spirit cat blood, so I had to come out and farm monsters. Moonshadow swallowed the fish jerky in a few bites, then shot Wang Hao a disdainful look. You summoned me out for such a trivial matter? Wang Hao spread his hands helplessly. No choice. I just awakened and don't have any skills yet. I had to ask you to step in. If I had to gather all that spirit cat blood by myself, it'd take at least a week. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, Yue Ying pondered for a moment. It seemed logical. Since we've made a pact, I suppose I should do my part. Alright then. Spirit cat blood, huh? It leaped onto a boulder and scanned the surroundings. It's not that complicated. With that, she tilted her head back and meowed at the bright moon in the sky. Meow. Meow. In response to its cries, a cold, clear beam of moonlight descended from the sky, landing upon its head. Transparent ripples spread outward from the moonlight. This is Imperial fluid? Wang Hao murmured in astonishment. Legend says Imperial dew appears on nights of lunar radiance, its form resembling countless olives strung together by myriad golden threads. If absorbed by demons, it can enhance levels, attributes, and various skills and supernatural abilities. It was precisely the moonlight form Yue Ying had summoned. What's the big deal? It's just some moonlight essence. Moonshadow hopped onto his shoulder, licking her paw. I can't summon something as powerful as Imperial dew, but this moonlight essence should be enough for them. Wang Hao. Sure enough, as the moonlight scattered, one by one, little black kittens suddenly appeared around Wang Hao. Seeing these little creatures, Wang Hao's heart leapt with joy. Shadow cats, minor monsters of the dark forest, possess skills like ghost walk and bite. They lurk in bushes, striking when enemies are off guard to snap their prey's throats. Their elusive nature makes them notoriously troublesome. Unprepared level 0 adventurers could easily fall victim to their sneak attacks. Their extreme vigilance meant they fled at the slightest disturbance, making them exceptionally rare monsters even within the shadowy forest. Yet now, Moon Shadow casually summoned a bit of moonlight purification, and nearly 100 shadow cats gathered around Wang Hao. "You want spirit cat blood, right?" Yue Ying suddenly asked Wang Hao mentally. Wang Hao nodded. Moon Shadow curled her lips, then let out a soft meow from Wang Hao's shoulder. The ghost cats before Wang Hao all flashed crimson light in their eyes. As if controlled by some force, their bodies trembled uncontrollably as they expelled a blood-red bead from within. "Spirit cat blood," Yue Ying explained, "is formed from the essence of our feline demon kind. It enhances agility and dark perception. Typically, when we face certain death with no escape, we burn our own essence to destroy the spirit cat blood." Hearing Yue Ying's explanation, Wang Hao finally understood why spirit cat blood was so rare. "I've got them under control now. Do whatever you want with them," Yue Ying said, burrowing into Wang Hao's embrace and entering the beast taming space. Wang Hao understood. Though not of the same kind, it knew he would slay these nether cats. Rather than witness fellow feline demons meet such a gruesome end, it preferred the seclusion of the beast taming space, out of sight, out of mind. Wang Hao shrugged, pulling a small knife from his shoulder bag. "Sorry, little kitties. For the sake of my divine beast ambitions, submit to your fate." He grabbed one of the nether cats. Before it could react, Wang Hao plunged the knife straight into its skull. Put! The ghost cat still had moonlight essence clinging to its mouth, its face frozen in a blissful expression. It seemed to have died without suffering. Successfully defeated level 8 common monster, Shadow Cat. Gained 10 EXP. Successfully defeated level 8 common monster, Shadow Cat. Gained 10 EXP. Casually tossing the corpse aside, Wang Hao gathered the blood droplets from the ground, a sample of spirit cat's blood. 10 minutes later, hundreds of ghost cats lay dead on the ground. Wang Hao's level rose from 0 to 5. Phew! Finally done. Now it's time to hunt down the next batch of nether cats. Wang Hao stretched lazily, clutching his waist, and counted the spirit cat blood in his bag. 173 drops. He still needed 127 more. Thankfully, with Moon Shadow's control, he could gather this much spirit cat blood. The standard drop rate for spirit cat blood was only 3%, meaning only 3 drops would appear from every 100 shadow cats. He moved to a new location, summoned Moon Shadow, and repeated the process. Successfully defeated level 8 common demon beast, Shadow Cat. Gained 10 EXP. Successfully defeated a level 10 elite demon Shadow Cat, gaining 12 EXP. Successfully defeated a level 12 dark moon cat, a commander level monster. Gained 20 EXP and 100 spirit energy. After slaying nearly 200 more shadow cats, he finally gathered enough spirit cat blood. Wang Hao's level rose from 5 to 10. He also defeated 5 bosses, earning 500 spirit energy points, a thrilling achievement that filled Wang Hao with delight. Awesome! Though Moon Shadow refused to join the fight, she always immobilized the cat hordes, leaving them at Wang Hao's mercy. Battles like this were just too easy. It was nothing short of a massacre. Next up, finding the Shadow Soul, Lightning Stone, and Moon Blessing. Just as Wang Hao was preparing to leave the secret realm to search online for information about these items, Moon Shadow suddenly materialized before Wang Hao. Killing intent. Meow. What? Wang Hao hadn't even processed it yet. Haha, a mere brat like you isn't worth me getting personally involved. What a waste of talent. Suddenly, a long sword shot out from the dense forest, flying straight toward Wang Hao. What? Wang Hao was utterly shocked. He never expected to face an ambush within the secret realm. He had entered the secret realm alone. There should be no one else here. How could anyone else have entered? Clang! Yue Ying's tiny paw swiped out, unleashing a moonlight claw strike that slammed into the long sword, instantly sending it flying. What the hell was that? The ambusher in the dense forest hadn't expected Wang Hao's summoned kitten to be so formidable. He was slightly startled. But he was, after all, a third-tier shadow assassin. He had more than just this trick up his sleeve. His figure dimmed, vanishing instantly into the darkness. Seeing this, Moon Shadow sneered disdainfully. Trying to sneak around me? Meow. Be careful. I'll handle this guy. After giving Wang Hao a quick warning, Moon Shadow vanished without a trace in a cloud of smoke. In an instant, the entire dense forest was left with only Wang Hao's solitary figure. Nervously scanning every rustle and movement around him, Wang Hao made up his mind. Tomorrow, he would find some combat skills to learn. He refused to be left defenseless without his beast companion. Just as his nerves were frayed, the air ahead suddenly rippled. A dark figure wielding a short blade lunged toward Wang Hao. Moon Shadow darted out of the shadows, clawing at the shadow's throat. A mere stray cat dares to court death. The shadow sneered coldly, swinging a palm strike toward Moon Shadow's head. This full power strike would be enough to take down even a typical second-tier elite monster. Let alone some trash monster that Wang Hao, this little punk, had just contracted. Looking like nothing more than a house cat, it stood no chance against this strike. Meow. Yet, a cat's cry pierced the air. Just as the Shadow's massive hand was about to smash down on Moon Shadow's head, Yue Ying's figure flickered, appearing directly before the dark shadow. A claw swept out, and a slash of moonlight instantly sliced across the Shadow's neck. What? The Shadow clutched his neck in disbelief, staring in horror at Yue Ying, who had landed nearby. So fast. Alas, before he could finish his words, his entire body went limp and collapsed onto the ground. Wang Hao stared in shock at the headless corpse on the ground. Gasp! Before he could react, a dark, shapeless object rolled to his feet. He stared in disbelief. It was a massive severed head. Holy! Terrified, Wang Hao kicked the dark shadow's head away and stumbled backward. Don't make such a fuss, I've got this. Meow! Yue Ying shot Wang Hao a disdainful glance as she crouched over the ambusher's corpse, licking her paws. Then, after sniffing the corpse, she fetched a ring with her mouth and dropped it in front of Wang Hao. Still shaken, Wang Hao slowly processed the situation. It was a storage ring. Wang Hao's heart leapt with joy. This was a fantastic item for home use, travel, and even murder and robbery. He quickly picked it up to examine it. The guy had been careless. He hadn't set up a protective barrier on the ring. Wang Hao simply probed with his psychic energy and entered the ring. Surveying the contents inside, Wang Hao burst into laughter. Ha! A treasure-bearing boy. Truly a treasure-bearing boy. Wang Hao glanced at Yue Ying, who stood bewildered on the ground. With a flick of his right hand, several items instantly materialized on the floor. They were the very items causing him headaches: the Shadow Soul, the Lightning Stone, and the Moon's Blessing. Chapter 14, Bloodline Evolution Votes Sought. Within the Tang Manor in downtown Xiajiang City, Tang Kai was venting his anger at several black-clad figures in a secret chamber. You all said the soul-snatching ring was foolproof. I was supposed to be Xiajiang City's brightest genius. Bull. Total bull. Even Wang Hao, after activating the soul-snatching ring, managed a second awakening. And he is a god-tier hidden class. Your so-called soul-snatching ring is garbage. Garbage. Tang Kai paced the room, his face twisted with fury. The humiliation he'd suffered at the awakening array today made his expression grow even more grim. Running his hand over his freshly stitched arm, he pointed at the group of black-clad figures seated in the center and roared, "He dared to cut off my arm today. Tomorrow, he'll dare to cut me down. I don't care what methods you use, find him. I'll repay today's humiliation tenfold." The figure seated at the head of the table remained impassive, his voice deep and measured. Impossible. The soul-seizing ring cannot fail. It is a secret treasure passed down by our lord. There can be no issue. Tang Kai grabbed his hair and roared furiously. Wang Hao has already completed his awakening and as a god-tier class, no less. How do you explain that? The black-clad figure rose, pacing the room and thought before declaring, this proves he harbors a greater secret. Hearing this, Tang Kai's eyes flashed with sharp intelligence. A greater secret. A greedy, savage gleam flashed in his eyes as he licked his lips. Can we take it from him? The black-robed figure shook his head. I cannot say. Only by bringing him before our master can we be certain. Tang Kai grew excited at once, waving his arms. What are we waiting for? Some lowlife thinks awakening a god-tier talent will change his fate? What gives him the right? Bring him to me. Whatever secrets he holds, they're mine. Everything is mine. The secret to awakening a god-tier hidden profession. This sounds like something truly valuable. If I could get my hands on it and awaken my own class to god-tier, then he wouldn't just be the most dazzling genius in Xiajiang City. He'd become the most dazzling genius in all of Dragon Nation, even the entire world. At the mere thought of this glorious scenario, Tang Kai trembled with excitement, itching to seize Wang Hao right now and extract the great secret hidden within him. The black-clad figure nodded. Shadow Assassin has already departed with the boundary-breaking talisman. He should bring the target back shortly. Please remain patient, young master. Upon hearing this, Tang Kai roared with unbridled arrogance. Calm down. Calm down. How can I possibly calm down? As long as that bastard lives, I'll never find peace. Meanwhile, Wang Hao remained utterly unaware that a conspiracy targeting him was quietly unfolding behind the scenes. At that moment, he and Yue Ying were staring at the pile of items before them, laughing uncontrollably. What a stroke of luck. This guy couldn't have arrived at a better time. Shadow Soul, soul fragments collected from specters, enhancing shadow perception. One of the materials required for 4th class advancement. Lightning Stone, a special rock forged by thunder, used to craft magical items. One of the materials required for the 4th job advancement. Moon's Blessing, spring water blessed by moonlight, enhancing agility and evasion attributes. One of the materials required for the 4th job advancement. Seeing the abundance of promotion materials, Wang Hao's heart surged with wild excitement. It seemed the shadowy figure had reached the peak of the 3rd job advancement and was about to undergo the 4th job advancement, hence carrying so many advancement materials. Unexpectedly, it had come to ambush Wang Hao only to be counter-killed by Moon's shadow. The result? Years of collected promotion materials all went to Wang Hao. Truly, fate plays cruel tricks. Can these things evolve my bloodline? Meow. Moon Shadow tilted her head, pawing at the items scattered on the ground. She couldn't figure out how these things would help her evolve. Of course it wasn't enough, the most crucial piece was still missing. Wang Hao chuckled softly, pointing at Moon Shadow. Consume 300 spirit energy to evolve Moon Shadow's bloodline. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao clicked confirm. Trace the roots, bloodline evolution. Instantly, a white light flared from Wang Hao's fingertip, enveloping Moon Shadow and several evolution materials on the ground. Under the system's energy, the evolution materials instantly transformed into countless white specks of light. They surged along the glow from Wang Hao's fingertips and flooded into the Moon Shadow's body. Yue gazed curiously at the swirling points of light around her, everything feeling so fresh and new. Suddenly, its body began to tremble as a powerful force surged within. This force surged through its body like thunderous roars, continuously purifying its bloodline and transforming it from the ground up. Yueying's form shifted within the radiance as magical elements poured in from the void like a vast funnel, gradually sharpening its contours. Its form grew more elegant, its lines more fluid. Its limbs grew more powerful, its claws sharper. A colossal surge of energy erupted from its body, the frenzied thunderous force tearing at the surrounding space, momentarily making even Wang Hao feel a bit breathless. Black shadow energy swirled around Moon Shadow, coalescing into a crescent-shaped pattern that settled atop its head. A soft glow emanated from the lunar mark, resonating with the moonlight piercing the darkness. When all was calm once more, a brand new purple cat appeared on the ground. It lifted its head to gaze at Wang Hao, its eyes flickering with curious blue sparks. Beep. Evolution successful. Intermediate tier demon beast Moon Shadow Spirit Cat has evolved into intermediate tier divine beast Thunder Crescent Cat. Watching the successfully evolved Moon Shadow Spirit Cat, Wang Hao let out a joyful shout. Success! Consume 300 spirit energy to activate the transformer and transform the Thunder Crescent Cat into a beast girl? Watching Yueying still curiously examining her new form, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement. Moon Shadow, it's not over yet. There's one more round. Moon Shadow lifted her head. Another round? Meow. Wang Hao bit his thumb, letting a drop of blood fall onto Yueying's forehead. To activate the transformer, he must forge a blood pact with Yueying, binding her as his blood pact divine beast. Fortunately, after the recent bloodline evolution, Moon Shadow had already transformed into a divine beast bloodline. Moreover, its level had reset to 0 tier 1, eliminating any risk of its soul strength harming Wang Hao. Plus, they'd agreed beforehand, Wang Hao would evolve Yueying's bloodline, and she would become his contract divine beast. Thus, when Wang Hao activated the blood pact, Yueying merely watched his movements with curiosity, offering no resistance. Placing his finger against Yueying's forehead, Wang Hao closed his eyes and concentrated his spirit, attuning to the beast master power within him. In a solemn voice, he chanted. Blood as the medium, life and death bound. The blood overflowing from Wang Hao's thumb coalesced midair into a mystical rune, violently merging into Yueying's brow and bursting into dazzling radiance. In that instant, Wang Hao felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy flood into his mind through the bond, causing a splitting headache. Yueying watched Wang Hao with curiosity, feeling her affection for him grow stronger by the moment. She couldn't help but want to draw closer to him. Meow. She extended her tongue to lick the wound on Wang Hao's thumb, then gently nuzzled his chest with her head. As a light flashed between Yueying's eyebrows, the rune completely sank into its body. Wang Hao's mind cleared instantly as a surge of primal power poured into his body from the void. Success! Feeling this power, Wang Hao's face lit up with joy. This was the energy feedback from Yueying, signifying the successful blood contract. Chapter 15, Beast Girl Transformation, Catgirl Moon Shadow Votes Needed. Contract successful. Received blood pact feedback, Thunder Power, Moonlight Power, Shadow Power. Name, Wang Hao. Level, 10 unclassed. Class, Divine Beast Tamer. Title, None. Attributes, Strength 94, Constitution 120, Agility 142, Spirit 103. Skills, Beast Affinity, Temporary Contract, Blood Pact. Contract Beast, Thunder Crescent Cat. Staring at his skyrocketing stats, Wang Hao sucked in a sharp breath. He had just reached level 10, with overall stats barely exceeding 40. Merely forming a contract with the Thunder Crescent Cat had pushed his stats over 100, with agility skyrocketing to 142. It was utterly terrifying. If the shared attributes alone were this insane, just how absurdly powerful must the Thunder Crescent Cat itself be? Wang Hao couldn't resist opening the Thunder Crescent Cat's panel. Thunder Crescent Cat Divine Beast. Level 00 Transitions. Elements, Lightning, Light, Dark. Special Bloodline, Thunder Crescent Cat 100. Attributes, Strength 321, Constitution 423, Agility 561, Spirit 475. Skill, Thunderous Impact. The Thunder Crescent Cat unleashes a barrage of lightning, overwhelming surrounding enemies with a sweeping attack that deals massive magical damage to all targets within range. Shadow Assault. Thunder Crescent Cat cloaks itself in shadow energy to become invisible. Its next attack teleports behind the target, dealing triple damage and stacking critical hits.
Moon's Shadow, Thunder Crescent Cat summons lunar energy, plunging the entire battlefield into darkness.
Allies in itself become invisible, revealing themselves upon attack to deal double damage.
Moonlight strikes enemies, randomly inflicting magical damage on surrounding foes.
Veil of Fate passive, Destiny enlightens the kitten, shielding it from harm. Thunder Crescent Cat is favored by fate, granting a chance to become immune to incoming damage or skill effects when attacked.
Invincible.
Gazing at the Thunder Crescent Cat's terrifying attribute panel and exaggerated skill descriptions, Wang Hao suddenly felt his own stats pale in comparison. With an average base stat exceeding 300, it already matched the fully equipped stats of a typical level 39 first-class character. Yet it was currently only level 0, still 20 levels away from first-class advancement. If Wang Hao were to level it up, the potential growth in its attributes was beyond his wildest imagination. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as a divine beast. But it wasn't over yet. Wang Hao felt a surge of secret delight as his finger pointed toward Moon's Shadow.
One last push. Come forth, my beast girl. Consuming 300 spirit energy to activate the transformer. Transform and reassemble. Beast Maiden, descend.
As the system's transformation effect activated, Yueying's silhouette gradually elongated within a burst of light. A pair of impossibly long legs kicked up in stiletto heels, her entire body encased in a form-fitting black leather suit that traced sensual yet elegant curves. Eyes drifted upward to two short-handled blades at her waist, gleaming with a cold black light, a clear warning that their owner was not to be trifled with. A long whip, resembling a cat's tail, coiled tightly around her slender waist, flickering with faint electric sparks.
Getting hit by that would probably hurt like hell.
Beneath cascading black hair, a half-mask of black fabric shrouded her face, deepening her air of mystery.
Wang Hao felt a vague sense of familiarity, yet couldn't quite place where he'd seen her before.
Moon's Shadow, at your service, master.
Meow.
The cat-like woman, transformed from the Thunder Crescent Cat, knelt before Wang Hao. As he gazed upon her low-slung figure and alluring curves, it suddenly dawned on him he recognized that familiar feeling.
Anne Hathaway. Catwoman. Damn. This is too awesome.
While Wang Hao was immersed in the evolution Moon's Shadow, Shinsini had also returned to her own home. Humming, meeting an old friend in a strange land, each step echoed with longing. Shinsini hummed a tune as she opened her door. The moment she flipped the light switch, she was stunned to find someone sitting on the sofa, waiting for her.
Yikes. Recognizing the figure on the sofa, Shinsini finally exhaled in relief. Mom! It's so late, what are you doing here instead of sleeping?
Shinsini's mother, Fengrong, looked at her daughter who had just returned, her expression dark.
What were you doing out so late? Shinsini's eyes darted nervously, avoiding Fengrong's expression. Nothing much. Just met up with a few old friends. Fengrong's expression darkened, clearly on the verge of exploding. Men, right?
Shinsini pinched her cheeks and mumbled, both men and women.
Seeing Shinsini like this, Fengrong was instantly furious. Oomph. Don't think I don't know you took the family spirit communicating jade out, didn't you? Was it that good for nothing, Wang Hao? I knew you couldn't stop thinking about him.
Her thoughts exposed, Shinsini flushed with embarrassment and anger.
Mom! How can you talk like that? She rushed over and hugged Fengrong's arm. We've been best friends since childhood. He's got real talent now, what's wrong with helping him? When he grows up, he might help us out someday, right? Watching Shinsini's pouting act, Fengrong felt a surge of frustration she couldn't vent. She could only sigh helplessly. Sweetheart, it's not that I don't want you to have friends. But look at Wang Hao, his parents are already gone, he's the only one left in his family. He won't go far in this world. In society, it's not just your profession that matters, it's all about influence and family connections. Fengrong patted Shinsini's hand earnestly.
Look at that Zhao family scion, he's devoted to you, and his family runs a magical equipment business right here in the capital. That could be a huge help for our family's return to the capital. I know you've always resisted becoming a pawn in a family alliance, but this is a woman's fate, this is our fate. Mother only wants to keep you from straying down the wrong path. Listening to Fengrong's persuasion, Shinsini curled her lip. I know, I won't go astray. By the way, is grandfather feeling any better? Fengrong knew Shinsini hadn't taken her words to heart when she changed the subject. She sighed helplessly. He's still the same. The doctor says he probably only has a few days left. You should find time to visit him soon. He really liked you when he was little. Shinsini nodded. Of course I will. Of course, I'll go tomorrow. Inside the Tang family's secret chamber. What? Shadow has been killed. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Tang Lijun abruptly stood up, pacing restlessly within the chamber. Ying Sha was a third transformation shadow assassin. If he were to seriously attempt an assassination, even a fourth transformation powerhouse wouldn't stand a chance against him. How could Wang Hao, a newly awakened greenhorn, possibly evade his assassination? Unless another faction intervened. No! Ying Sha was carrying the Abyss token. Suddenly, Tang Lijun's heart tightened.
If other factions discovered Shadow Slayer's true identity, the Tang family would be in grave danger. No! We must advance the plan immediately. Chapter 16, The Terrifying Moon Shadow Votes Needed. Regarding the beast girl form Moon Shadow would take after transformation, Wang Hao had imagined countless versions. A docile cat-eared lowly in a maid outfit. A magical girl decked out in punk attire, manipulating lightning. A mysterious, cold-hearted older sister shrouded in enigma. But he never imagined it would be this. In terms of appearance alone, she resembled a fusion of Anne Hathaway and Gal Gadot. She possessed supermodel-like legs that seemed to stretch endlessly, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her captivating curves. And judging by the twin daggers at her waist and the lightning-charged whip gleaming in her hand, she's clearly no mere ornamental figure. Come to think of it, I wonder how much her stats have increased. With a thought, Yue Ying's attribute panel instantly appeared before Wang Hao. Moon Shadow Intermediate Divine Beast. Level 00 Transmutations. Elements: Lightning, Light, Darkness. Special Bloodline: Thunder Crescent Cat 100. Attributes: Strength 453, Constitution 674, Agility 842, Spirit 623. Special skill: Moonlight Fusion. Moon Shadow actively merges with its master, transforming into Divine Beast armor. It grants its own attributes and skills for combat. Skill: Clear Moon Divine Thunder. Passive: A Divine Thunder imbued with lunar essence, possessing abilities to pierce illusions, purge evil, and subdue souls. Every third attack by Moon Shadow channels thunderous power, dealing massive lightning elemental magical damage to surrounding enemies. Remains effective during fusion. Veil of Fate. Passive: Destiny guides the kitten, shielding it from harm. The Thunder Crescent Cat is favored by fate, granting a chance to become immune to incoming damage or skill effects when attacked. Lightning 5 Strike Whip. Moon Shadow unleashes 5 consecutive strikes with the Lightning Whip. Each strike stacks critical hit probability, with the final strike guaranteed to deal 4x damage. In fusion form, it summons a Moon Shadow Phantom to attack. Shadow Combo. Moon Shadow merges with darkness to dash forward, swiftly positioning behind the target. She delivers 3 strikes with dual daggers, each dealing 70 physical damage and inheriting attack effects. Spirit Cat Divine Gaze S. Moon Shadow channels lunar energy into her eyes, piercing all illusions, stealth, and charm effects. Increases resistance to control skills and reduces duration of abnormal statuses by 30%. Whoa! Seeing Moon Shadow's attribute panel, Wang Hao sucked in another breath of cold air. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. He'd thought the Thunder Crescent Cat was already unbeatable, but now someone even mightier had appeared. Oh, it's a beast girl transformed by the Thunder Crescent Cat. Well, that settles it. Every single one of its 4 core attributes was off the charts. The lowest was still over 450. Keep in mind, even Principal Yi Jinghu of First High School. As a triple transformed blazing warrior, his primary strength stat barely broke the 500 mark even with top-tier gear. Yet Moon Shadow's weakest stat is already approaching 500, while her highest agility nears the terrifying figure of 850. Based on stats alone, even a typical 4th transformation professional likely wouldn't stand a chance against her. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Beyond the attributes, Moon Shadow's original 4 skills had expanded to 5 2 passive and 3 active. And according to the skill descriptions, each one was an incredibly powerful super skill. Consider this: bosses in ordinary dungeons typically possess only 1 or 2 active skills, while common monsters are considered exceptional if they even have 1 passive skill. Yet Moon Shadow started with 5, and who knew if even more monstrous skills would emerge after her class advancement? As Moon Shadow's attributes skyrocketed, the stats fed back to Wang Hao through the Blood Pact spell also surged rapidly. Now, all 4 of Wang Hao's core attributes have surpassed the 100 mark. Truly worthy of being a beast girl born from Divine Beast Enlightenment. Her power is undeniably formidable. Gazing at Moon Shadow's terrifying attribute panel, Wang Hao sighed inwardly, recalling the mockery and schadenfreude directed at him during the awakening ceremony. Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Useless? Now I'll see who the real loser is. His thoughts drifted to Tang Kai, whose arm he had severed. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Wang Hao's eyes. Tang Kai, I hope you don't keep me waiting too long. 5 minutes later. Beep. Successfully defeated level 19 Lord Monster Graveyard Hound King. Gained 100 EXP and 300 spirit energy. At the heart of the Dark Forest, Wang Hao surveyed the forest's ultimate boss, the Graveyard Hound King, at his feet. He shook his head silently. Too weak. These bosses are just too weak. They fell before I even exerted myself. After enlightening Moon Shadow, Wang Hao felt a sudden urge to test her combat prowess. So he brought her to the gathering place of the ghoul dogs to see how long it would take her to clear the secret realm. The outcome was far beyond Wang Hao's expectations. From discovering the massive pack of ghoul dogs to defeating the boss, the Graveyard Dog King, Moon Shadow, took less than 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Of that 2-minute span, most was spent waiting for the ghoul dogs to charge and watching the Graveyard Dog King's entrance animation. In other words, Moon Shadow spent less than 3 seconds actually fighting before instantly eliminating 350 ghoul dogs and 1 graveyard dog king. Unbelievably strong. This is just too powerful. If I used this to grind dungeons, I'd hit level 20 in no time. Wang Hao thought excitedly to himself. Moon Shadow tilted her head, watching Wang Hao. She couldn't understand why her master kept letting out waves of lecherous laughter at the corpse of a dog. Had this dog once killed his lover? Now that revenge was finally served, he was just too excited? Who knew my master could be so tender? I'm literally crying. Meow. Her mind ran wild, conjuring up a 500-episode romantic soap opera in her head. Even the look she gave Wang Hao now carried a hint of pity. Wang Hao. Beep. Host successfully transformed a divine beast into a beast girl. Novice trial mission activated. Task: level up the beast girl to level 20 and complete the first-class job trial for your own profession. Rewards: basic divine beast tamer skills, beginner spirit card crafting technique. Time limit: 3 days. Task penalty: beast girl's bloodline degenerates, transforming into an ordinary magical beast. Hearing the system voice echo in his mind, Wang Hao let out a bitter laugh. 3 days to reach level 20? Looks like the system wants me to dive straight into the endless secret realm. Relying on bronze tier realms like the Shadow Forest, reaching level 20 wouldn't be a problem for Wang Hao. But the problem was Yue Ying couldn't keep up. He just glanced at Moon Shadow's experience bar and nearly jumped out of his skin. A solid 5 zeros trailed behind the number 1. That was over 100 times more than the typical 100 plus experience points needed for most adventurers to level up. So relying solely on the Dark Forest? Even if Wang Hao farmed himself to exhaustion, he probably wouldn't reach level 20. To complete the quest, Wang Hao had no choice but to venture into the Endless Secret Realm. Only the Endless Secret Realm could truly test Moon Shadow's real combat strength. Let's go, Moon Shadow. Show me where your limits truly lie. Chapter 17, The Endless Secret Realm Votes Needed. The Endless Secret Realm is a unique domain within Blue Star. Its exact location remains unknown to all. Only the small gate at each realm's entrance grants access to the Endless Secret Realm for participants to undertake its trials. At each entrance stands a stone monument dedicated to recording the challenges within the Endless Secret Realm, a hallowed hall of fame coveted by all practitioners. Within the Endless Secret Realm, there are no main quests or missions, only endless monsters and increasingly formidable challenges. Every challenger entering the Endless Secret Realm begins by facing a demon beast matching their own level. With each layer conquered, the difficulty escalates, though challengers may choose to leave the realm at any time. The higher the floor conquered, the richer the rewards upon exiting. According to the records on the Endless Monument, the highest floor cleared to date was achieved 80 years ago by a paladin named Howard Stark, who completed a staggering 145 floors. Through this feat, he obtained the Silver Hand, a legendary artifact exclusive to paladins. Using it, he reclaimed the fallen territories of the Church of Light and rebuilt the Holy Court of Light, a feat that still commands immense international prestige to this day. Wang Hao, however, paid little heed to artifacts. As far as he knew, each floor of the Endless Secret Realm doubled the experience gained from defeating monsters. If he could successfully challenge 100 floors, he might level up Moon Shadow to 20 in under 3 days. After quickly sorting through the loot from the Dark Forest, he headed straight to the Secret Realm Management Center's supply exchange point. He converted all his items into credit points, replenishing his funds slightly. After all, as an orphan who had lost both parents, even with the government's death benefits, Wang Hao's savings had dwindled to almost nothing after 3 years of living off his inheritance. Cultivation was an expensive endeavor. Each purchase of vitality pills and mental cultivation potions cost Wang Hao tens of thousands of credits. Now, his card held just over 30,000 credits. If not for the apartment his parents had purchased outright, Wang Hao wouldn't even know where he'd be living. After a brief rest at the service center, Wang Hao prepared to begin his challenge of the Endless Secret Realm. Fortunately, as a famed resource-rich secret realm in Xiajiang City, the entrance to the Endless Secret Realm was conveniently located within the management center of the Dark Forest. Arriving at the entrance, Wang Hao gritted his teeth and spent 5,000 credit points on a challenge ticket before hurrying inside. At the same time, Ding Mei, Man, and Ma Dan, who had just completed the Dark Forest Secret Realm, emerged from the teleportation gate after clearing a dungeon. Watching Wang Hao's hurried pace, Ding Mei looked puzzled. Where's that guy rushing off to? Did he actually finish before us? Ma Dan snorted dismissively beside her. I doubt he even entered. He was queuing alone the whole time, no teammates in sight. But then again, what's the difference between a beast master without a beast and an ordinary person? No wonder nobody wants to team up with him. Man chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Well, you can't say that. Ordinary people aren't even allowed into the secret realm. At least he can distract the main attackers and draw some fire. He's got some use after all. Put. What firepower does a Dark Forest need to draw? Those trash beasts? Even if there were twice as many, I wouldn't be scared. Ma Dan declared with such conviction, as if he hadn't just wet his pants from fear of the ghoul hounds. Exactly. I bet he never even made it into the secret realm. With his skills, surviving would be a miracle, let alone clearing it. Listening to Ma Dan and Mian's heated debate behind her, Ding Mei frowned. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Hao's demeanor had shifted slightly from before. Something just didn't feel right. Seeing Ding Mei silent, Mian grew impatient. He couldn't understand what was so great about that pretty boy Wang Hao. Sure, he might be a bit better looking than them, a bit taller, a bit more articulate, and a bit more muscular. Beyond that, what else did he have? What was he even worth? Seeing Ding Mei ignore them two C-rank martial monks for that pretty boy Wang Hao only fueled Mian's burning jealousy. Just give me a chance, and I'll make sure you pay for this. Mian vowed silently to himself that the moment he got the chance, he'd make Wang Hao pay. At the entrance to the endless secret realm, a massive stone stele stood before the teleportation gate. Countless people crowded around it, gazing upward at the engraved text. What do you think? Will Miss Su make it past the 10th layer today? Hard to say. The difficulty of the endless secret realm doubles with every ascended layer. Though Miss Su was a level 39 Ice Blast mage with elite mage gear, defeating multiple elite monsters that have undergone their third transformation will likely prove difficult. That would be such a shame. I heard Miss Su has been preparing for over a year to break through the 10th floor, even stockpiling several high-level spell scrolls. I wonder if she'll succeed. Let's hope so. Our Dragon Nation has been absent from the endless secret realm leaderboards for far too long. Wang Hao pushed through the crowd to see the massive stone monument split into two sections, left and right. The left side displayed the global leaderboard topped by Howard Stark from the Holy Court of Light, with his challenge level marked at 145. Following him were the white-haired war god Kraftup from the United States, the Dark Emperor Dick Riel from Maple Leaf Nation, the explosive bear warrior Yuri Gagarin from the land of the furry bears, and the sword saint of the bright heart style, Nichikawa Ganban, from the land of cherry blossoms. Wang Hao studied it carefully. Among the top 30, there was essentially no name from the Dragon Nation. Shaking his head, he shifted his gaze to the right side of the stone tablet, where the number of this endless secret realm was inscribed, 10086. Below, the status of each challenger scrolled across the screen. At the very top was Su Menglei, the eldest daughter of the Su family from Xiaozheng City. She was currently challenging the 9th layer of the endless secret realm. TSK. The top 30 on the world rankings all start at least at the 100th layer. How come these Longhua people can't even break through the 10th layer? That's just pathetic. It wasn't surprising that Wang Hao was complaining. The difficulty of the endless secret realm scales with the challenger's strength, ensuring everyone faces equal pressure. Generally, those with stronger innate talents can challenge higher levels. Therefore, internationally, the endless secret realm has another name. The Genius Detector. Only those who complete the endless secret realm challenge can be called true geniuses. Many overseas professional academies even set specific requirements for their students' performance in the endless secret realm. But all this felt distant to Wang Hao. His immediate priority was to leverage the vast experience points of the endless secret realm to rapidly level up Moon Shadow to 20. Wang Hao withdrew his gaze, bypassed the giant stone monument surrounded by onlookers, and strode directly toward the abyss's entrance, preparing to begin his challenge. The very instant Wang Hao stepped into the endless secret realm. Far to the west, in a church of unknown distance, a white-haired elder suddenly opened his eyes. Gazing at the statue of the god of light before him, he frowned. What's happening? Why have the gears of fate begun turning? Chapter 18, Consecutive Clearance Votes Sought. The Wheel of Fate. This supreme artifact was brought forth from the secret realm by the Holy See 2 centuries ago. Since its emergence, the Wheel of Fate had remained untouched for 2 centuries. According to oral tradition passed down through generations of popes. Once the gears begin to turn, it is a divine descent. Or perhaps a demonic presence. Thus, when the gears of fate began to turn, the old man was so astonished. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded the paladin beside him. Quick! Go fetch the holy maiden. The wheel of fate has begun to turn. On the other side of Blue Star, Wang Hao had entered the endless secret realm. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a dense jungle, a limping lone wolf crouched nearby, coldly staring at him. Doomed Wolf King Elite Monster. Level, 1843 0 Transmutations. Elements, Wind, Poison. Special Bloodline, Swift Wind Black Wolf 25. Attributes, Strength 1434, Constitution 1646, Agility 2454, Spirit 1030. Skills, Bite, Wolf Fong. I didn't expect my potential to be this strong starting off with an elite monster right away. Seeing that the end of the road Wolf King's 4 attributes weren't even as high as mine, I let out a slight sigh of relief. Seems this endless secret realm isn't as terrifying as everyone makes it out to be. Monsters of this caliber? He could handle them himself without even needing Moon Shadow's help. Still, to level up as quickly as possible, Wang Hao decided to summon Moon Shadow into battle. After all, reaching level 20 in 3 days meant every minute was precious. A flash of spiritual light erupted from his body. With a single finger pointed. It's decided. Go! Moon Shadow. Noticing Wang Hao's movement, the cornered Wolf King instantly tensed.
Crouching low, it watched him warily, its gaze fixed intently on his neck, poised to strike a fatal blow at any moment. Swish! But before it could strike, a blinding blade flashed across its throat.
Head severed from body.
An elite level 18 magical beast was instantly slain by Moon Shadow, unable to offer any resistance.
Killed level 18 End of the Road Wolf King. Gained 34 EXP. Challenge completed. Proceed to the next floor? Leave challenge. Not even warmed up yet, how could he leave now?
Wang Hao chuckled and immediately chose to continue the challenge. A flash of light erupted, and 8 black wolves burst from the dark forest before him, identical in appearance to the doomed Wolf King moments ago. A quick glance revealed they were level 20 Venom Fang black wolves, with stats nearly identical to the Wolf King.
So the second level focuses on increasing numbers first, huh?
Wang Hao grinned, snapped his right fingers, and instantly ignited a dazzling bolt of lightning amidst the pack. Crack! 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 The increase in numbers brought no change to the outcome. Instant annihilation remained.
Moon Shadow's lightning danced among the wolves, slaughtering every black wolf in the blink of an eye. Killed 20 level Venom Fang black wolf, gained 42 EXP. Killed a level 21 Venom Fang black wolf, gained 44 EXP. Killed 21 level Venom Fang black wolf, gained 44 EXP. Challenge completed. Proceed to the next floor? Leave challenge.
The system notification for the previous challenge hadn't even finished when the alert for completing the second floor challenge sounded again.
Watching the Venom Fang black wolf get instantly killed, Wang Hao licked his lips excitedly. Let's go on a killing spree. Defeated level 21 Bloodthirsty Demon Vine, gained 44 EXP. Defeated a level 23 Berserk Killer Bee, gaining 46 EXP. Defeated a level 25 Earth Explosion Bear, gained 48 EXP. Defeated a level 28 Cyclops Werewolf, gained 136 EXP. Defeated a special boss, gained 200 Spirit Energy. As Wang Hao advanced through higher challenge tiers, the number and level of monsters steadily increased. But to him, monsters at level 20 and level 28 were no different. Both were one-hit kills. With more monsters, Moon Shadow killed them even faster. Within a mere 5 minutes, he cleared 5 consecutive levels, charging straight to the 6th floor. After defeating a special boss, he also gained 200 Spirit Energy. Ultimate Beast Girl Cultivation System. Master, Wang Hao. System level, 101000. Spiritual Energy, 430. Functions, Spirit Energy Absorption, Beast Taming Space, Rapid Learning, Encyclopedia Viewing, Attribute Enhancement, Bloodline Evolution, Transformation Device. Not bad. At this rate, hitting level 20 tonight shouldn't be a problem. Wang Hao yawned, glanced at Yue Ying's slightly increased experience bar, and chose to continue challenging the endless secret realm. Upon entering the 6th layer, the scene before Wang Hao instantly transformed, as if he had arrived in a desert space. Rustling sounds emanated from the sand beneath his feet, as if something was about to break through the earth. Feeling the soft sand beneath his feet, Wang Hao's expression changed. Moon Shadow. Moon Shadow, who shared a telepathic bond with Wang Hao during battle, instantly understood his intent. Leaping out of the darkness, she unleashed a colossal bolt of lightning, striking the desert ground with a thunderous punch. Crackle! Blue currents leapt wildly across the sand, spreading rapidly in all directions. In an instant, the rumbling beneath their feet ceased. Killed level 22 First Transformation Desert Black Scorpion. Gained 47 EXP. Killed 22 level First Transformation Desert Black Scorpion, gained 47 EXP. Killed level 22 First Job Desert Black Scorpion, gained 47 EXP. A barrage of system notifications echoed in his mind like a screen-filling alert. Wang Hao cautiously swept aside the sand with his foot. Beneath the surface, black scorpions lay curled up, their venomous stingers gleaming coldly in the light. Whoa! So many scorpions! Counting the experience notifications on his interface, at least 50, Wang Hao couldn't help but gasp. No wonder so many perish here each year, even though the endless secret realm allows escape at any time. Who could anticipate such a treacherous ambush? No, I must stay vigilant, I can't afford to slip up here. Wang Hao instantly abandoned his playful mood and grew cautious. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. And he wasn't even a lion, how could he afford to be arrogant? If only he had a second beast companion. Wang Hao sighed. If he had 2 beasts now, he wouldn't have to worry about self-defense. He could send one out to fight while keeping the other by his side for protection. Alas, within the endless secret realm, all monsters were projections of the realm's creatures. He simply couldn't form a contract with them. Otherwise, he could just find a suitable boss and sign a temporary contract. Shaking his head, he pressed onward to challenge the endless secret realm. 7th Gate. Desert Scorpion Sea. A tidal wave of scorpions surged toward Wang Hao's position. Though each scorpion was low level, their staggering numbers sent a chill down Wang Hao's spine. Moon Shadow. Use Thunderous Might. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao summoned Moon Shadow to unleash an area of effect attack. Crouching low, Moon Shadow instantly transformed into a streak of lightning, leaping into the air. In an instant, countless bolts of thunder erupted, striking the sea of scorpions and obliterating the dense swarm in a single strike. Beep. Your beast girl has successfully defeated a level 25 desert poison scorpion. Gained 52 EXP, leveled up by 1. Chapter 19, Endless Beast Tide Votes Needed. Finally leveled up. Hearing the notification in his mind, Wang Hao rejoiced. True to its name, the Endless Secret Realm was rich in experience. Moon Shadow had leveled up in such a short time. At this rate, she should reach level 20 before even hitting the 100th floor. 8th floor, Desert Lizards. As the challenge continued, a seemingly endless black line appeared in the desert not far away. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a horde of lizardmen around level 35. Too slow. Too slow. Meow. Beside her, Moon Shadow absorbed the power from her level up. Crouching in the sand, blue lightning erupted across her body, transforming into a terrifying thunderbolt that instantly leapt toward the lizardmen army in the distance. Boom! Thunder erupted, reducing countless lizardmen to blackened charcoal by the savage lightning. Lightning bolts as thick as water barrels still danced among the lizardmen. In mere moments, Moon Shadow had slaughtered a vast swath of them. Lizardmen, damn them! Meow! He drew the twin blades from his waist. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Yue Ying's eyes. Thunder! Crescent slash! Thunder light surged across his body, gathering into a colossal bolt of lightning power upon the twin blades. With a thunderous shout, Yue Ying swung the blade in a single, sweeping strike. A crescent-shaped blade of light erupted from the short sword, crashing violently into the lizardmen before him. The frenzied thunderous force instantly exploded within the scorpion swarm, claiming countless lives. Defeated 35 level 1st Ascension Lizard Warrior. Gained 62 EXP. Killed 35 level 1st Job Advancement Lizard Warrior, gained 63 EXP. Killed 35 level 1st Job Lizard Warrior, gained 61 EXP. Defeated a level 35 1st Job Lizard Warrior, gained 60 EXP. Watching the experience notifications scroll across the screen, Wang Hao licked his lips excitedly. At this rate, I won't even need 50 levels to hit level 20. Once I hit level 20, I'll start the job change trial. Completing the first job change in half a day would probably break the entire Blue Star's job change record. On Blue Star, the fastest job change was achieved by a young noble from the British Empire. After awakening, he hired 30 triple transition professionals who worked in 3 shifts around the clock, guiding him through secret realms. Within 5 days, they helped him achieve his first job advancement, setting the world record for the fastest first job advancement. Now, Wang Hao intends to personally break that record. Defeated a level 35 first job lizard warrior, gaining 60 EXP. As the last black scorpion fell beneath Moon Shadow's short sword, she rose to her feet. Beneath her lay a dense carpet of slain lizardmen roughly estimated to number several thousand. And Yue Ying had dispatched this terrifying lizardman army in less than 10 minutes. Swish! Wang Hao lifted his head from the sandpit. Kicking a lizardman corpse on the ground, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Too bad the Endless Challenge Secret Realm doesn't drop equipment or materials. Otherwise, with all these monsters, we'd be rolling in loot today. Rolling her eyes at Wang Hao's insatiable greed, Yue Ying retorted. You'd better start thinking about how to protect yourself later, meow. These monsters are getting stronger and stronger. Don't slow me down when the time comes. Meow. Yue Ying's words left Wang Hao momentarily stunned, lost in thought. She had a point. The Endless Secret Realm held countless bizarre situations, and no one could predict what might happen. If he and his beast companion were separated, despite his high attribute values, his combat experience and skills were utterly lacking. If he couldn't swiftly convert his attribute values into equivalent combat power, any opening seized by enemies would spell certain death for him. Realizing this, Wang Hao instantly understood Yue Ying's meaning. I understand. Please guide me. How exactly should I fight? Seeing Wang Hao's swift shift in attitude, Moon Shadow nodded with satisfaction. A master like this was worth guiding after all. A master who was timid and cowardly, only wanting their servant to do the fighting, was utterly unworthy of being her master. Since you've asked, I'll teach you everything I know. Moon Shadow flicked a strand of hair from her temple and offered Wang Hao a faint smile. Ready to face hell? Wang Hao? Before he could react, Yue Ying's form dissolved into a bolt of lightning that surged into his body. Moonlight Fusion. Moon Shadow Armor. Continue the challenge. And Moon Shadow found tackling layer after layer unsatisfying. He actually clicked the hidden option behind the Secret Realm challenge, directly selecting the 10-layer challenge. Endless Challenge Mode activated. Beast Tide approaching. Remaining monsters, 500,005,0000. You cannot leave the Secret Realm until the challenge is complete. Defeat all monsters to receive generous rewards. Hearing the system prompt echo in his mind and seeing the dimming Secret Realm escape rune on his hand, Wang Hao couldn't help but scream. Moon Shadow, you're insane. Why did you activate Endless Challenge Mode? Wang Hao had assumed Moon Shadow would guide him step by step through each battle. Little did he know she couldn't wait any longer. She decided to skip ahead, unleashing the beast tide outright to immerse him in the overwhelming chaos of battle. Haha, what's the fun in always fighting trash? Meow. Roar. With a deafening roar, an endless tide of beasts surged forth from the depths of the desert. Half-meter-long black scorpions, man-sized lizards, and soaring eagles surged toward Wang Hao like a tidal wave. Each creature radiated overwhelming power, as if intent on tearing him to shreds. At the center of this beastly tide stood a colossal sandstorm giant. He commanded hurricanes, his boulder-like hands resembling small hills. If he were to smash an average first-turn class directly, he could likely turn some low-health cloth-wearing classes into mincemeat. There are way too many monsters. Don't panic. It's just a minor setback. Meow. Yue Ying's voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Instantly, one of his eyes transformed into a feline pupil. A wave of cool clarity washed over his brain as vivid combat imagery of himself battling these monsters began playing in his mind. It was Moon Shadow using their telepathic bond to project simulated combat scenes directly into Wang Hao's mind. Go for it. I'll handle anything that comes up. Meow. Who's really the Beastmaster here? Hearing Yue Ying's words, Wang Hao took a deep breath, drew the short sword at his waist, and prepared for his first battle since successfully changing professions. 1 versus 50,000. An endless tide of beasts surged toward him, their terrifying might crushing down upon Wang Hao's head. Each of these 50,000 beasts was an elite first-tier monster, with all 4 attributes exceeding 200. In the outer secret realms, any one of them could easily serve as a minor area boss. Forget 50,000. Even 100 of them would likely overwhelm a normal zero-class player in under a second. A beast tide of this magnitude would overwhelm even a well-equipped squad of first-tier adventurers in no time. Yet facing the onslaught, Wang Hao showed no trace of panic. His cat-like pupils glowed faintly in his right eye as he gripped his short sword, holding his breath and focusing his senses. Before the wave could reach him, he struck first. His right foot slammed into the ground, dark shadow energy surging through his entire body. Shadow combo. A flash of black light erupted from his armor as Wang Hao's form instantly dissolved into a cloud of darkness, vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, he had teleported into the heart of the beast tide, materializing directly before a giant lizard. Swish! The short sword in his hand slashed out a mesmerizing cold light. With a single strike, countless thunderbolts erupted within the sword's glow, forming a thunderous prison that engulfed all the beasts around him. Divine Moon Thunder. This divine thunder, imbued with the essence of moonlight, possessed devastating destructive power against these beasts. Any beast struck by the lightning, regardless of its level, was instantly torn to shreds by its terrifying thunderous power the moment it was hit. Swish! 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 3 consecutive slashes carved a vast clearing through the surging tide of beasts. Must not be surrounded. Deal with the threat above first. Meow. Moon Shadow's voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind. The feline pupil in his right eye grew faintly warm, as if warning him. Feeling the sudden rush of wind behind him, Wang Hao reacted instantly. Rolling forward, he dodged the fierce swoop of a hawk. It's not over yet, watch your feet. Meow. Chapter 20, Moon Shadow's combat training votes needed. Before Wang Hao could catch his breath, Moon Shadow's voice continued to warn him. I know. Stop interrupting me. Wang Hao roared in frustration, leaping with all his might to evade the gaping maw of a tunnel bug before crashing awkwardly to the ground. You must prioritize the most dangerous targets first. Use your skills wisely, don't just focus on looking cool, meow. Moon Shadow's teasing voice rang in Wang Hao's ears. Just as Wang Hao opened his mouth to retort, a terrifying lizard man swung a bone spear straight at him. Startled, Wang Hao immediately took several steps back, narrowly evading the spear thrust. Cut the chatter and hurry up. Wang Hao seethed inwardly. At a time like this Moon Shadow was still thinking about joking around. Who was the real Beastmaster here? Why did he have to join the battle himself? As a divine beast spirit master, shouldn't he be the one commanding the divine beast to fight? Let go of your thoughts. Let me control your body. I'll show you what real combat looks like. Meow. Yue Ying's voice echoed within Wang Hao's mind. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao decided to trust her. After all, as his blood-bound divine beast, he believed Moon Shadow wouldn't harm him. As he relaxed his mind, Wang Hao felt a surge of consciousness flood into his thoughts. Instantly, his body lost all control. Even his perspective seemed to detach from his form, floating mid-air. Wang Hao saw himself crouching on the ground, holding his short sword upside down, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Watch closely, this is what real combat looks like. Meow. With a powerful thrust from his feet, Wang Hao transformed into a streak of black light, bouncing relentlessly between the beasts. The short sword in his hand traced cold, gleaming arcs, reaping the lives of numerous monsters with the most efficient precision. A stone golem roared, swinging its massive hand to grab Wang Hao, only to be easily dodged by his agile footwork. Climbing up the golem's arm, he seized the momentum to deliver a downward slash to its skull. The fury of thunderous energy instantly pulverized its hardened head into dust. In battle, one must learn to leverage their strengths, find the enemy's weaknesses, and strike with lethal precision. Meow. The colossal stone golem crashed to the ground. Hundreds of eagles screeched in the sky, diving once more toward Wang Hao. But Wang Hao let out a cold laugh. With a flick of his left hand, a whip formed of lightning instantly appeared in his grasp. 5 lightning whips. Crack. 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 5 lightning-fast whip shadows swiftly wove a vast net above Wang Hao's head, trapping all the attacking eagles within its grasp. Squeak! The dozen or so terrified eagles had no time to cry out. They plunged headlong into the electric net, instantly charred into blackened husks that plummeted from the sky. Never waste your skills carelessly, save them for the perfect moment. Meow! Watching his own ghostly figure weave through the wave of beasts, Wang Hao was utterly stunned. Is this really me? This isn't combat anymore, it's art. Could I really be capable of such combat? Under Wang Hao's relentless slaughter, countless beasts howled in agony and terror across the desert. Fear had taken hold of them, turning their eyes wild with dread. Wang Hao's figure was like the scythe of death itself, relentlessly reaping their lives. All they could do was wait for their end. Roar! As the beasts fell one by one to Wang Hao's blade, the sandstorm giant at the heart of the horde could hold back no longer. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a series of violent sandstorms across the surrounding desert, then charged toward Wang Hao, its fist clenched like a mountain. When facing such a massive foe, remember this: cripple its mobility first. Yue Ying's voice explained in Wang Hao's ear. A flash of black mist enveloped Wang Hao as he instantly materialized at the sandstorm giant's feet. Swish! 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 3 more slashes erupted, his body moving with the sword. The blade, like a crescent moon, swept past the sandstorm giant's ankles. Roar! The sandstorm giant let out a mournful cry. Both ankles instantly crystallized under the scorching heat of the thunder, unable to support its massive frame any longer. With a crunch, they shattered into countless fragments scattered across the sky. Then, striking at its weak point, a single blow to finish it. The sandstorm giant's massive body crashed to the ground, desperately churning the shifting sands beneath to mend its shattered ankles. But Moon Shadow gave it no chance. Raising his short sword high, a colossal black cat apparition materialized behind him, radiating surging lightning as it let out a deafening roar toward the sandstorm giant. Divine Thunder! Exorcise evil! Yue Ying roared, unleashing a torrent of thunderous power. A bolt of divine lightning as thick as a water barrel crashed down from the heavens, striking the sandstorm giant with pinpoint accuracy and exploding with a thunderous boom. Boom! 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 The divine thunder roared for a full 4 or 5 seconds before slowly subsiding. By the time Wang Hao regained his senses, all 50,000 demon beasts lay dead on the ground. Where the sandstorm giant had fallen, not a trace of it remained. Only a half-meter deep crater remained, continuously emitting wisps of pale blue smoke. At the pit's center, a brown stone glowed faintly amidst a mound of fine sand. Defeated level 52 second transformation monster lord, sandstorm giant. Gained 620 EXP. Defeated special boss, gained 800 spirit energy. Endless challenge completed. Proceed to the next floor for continued challenge? Staring at the surging EXP and the sudden system prompt echoing in his mind, Wang Hao was stunned for a long time. This was terrifying. Wang Hao knew that as a divine beast, Moon Shadow's combat prowess should be formidable. But he never imagined it would be this terrifying. A horde of 50,000 first-stage demon beasts couldn't stand a chance against her. In just over 10 minutes, they were all wiped out. This terrifying combat power likely rivals that of a 4th-tier professional. And this was Yue Ying at the 0 transformation stage. If she were to complete her class advancement, just how powerful would she become? Wang Hao couldn't even begin to imagine. Wait, something dropped. Wang Hao suddenly recalled that after the sandstorm giant's demise, a peculiar stone had dropped, a discovery that piqued his curiosity. Everyone knew that no materials ever dropped within the endless secret realm. He rushed to the giant's death site and found a faintly glowing pebble in the crater. Rock heart, a stone rich in the power of the earth. As long as both feet are planted on the ground, it continuously restores health. It is one of the materials used to craft magical equipment. A valuable item. Too bad I can't use it just yet. Wang Hao breathed on the rock heart, wiped it clean, and stored it in his storage ring. Preparing for the next challenge. After the recent wave of beasts, Wang Hao had leveled up to 20. Since he hadn't advanced or changed professions, he wouldn't gain any more experience from this. Moon Shadow had also reached level 5, with its attributes significantly enhanced. Just as Wang Hao debated whether to continue the challenge or exit for promotion and job change, a system notification echoed in his mind. You have successfully completed the 10th floor Beast Tide challenge. A challenge record has been generated. You have entered the leaderboard. Would you like to display your real name? Display real name, display virtual nickname. Wait, a leaderboard. Staring at the system prompt before him, Wang Hao snapped back to reality. As a transmigrator, he understood the principle that the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be struck by the wind.
He hadn't grown strong enough yet, and drawing too much attention wasn't wise. He just survived an assassination attempt, no need to guess who was behind it.
Tang Kai's men, undoubtedly.
If they learned of his formidable strength, who knew what underhanded tactics they might employ? Recalling the soul-stealing ring Tang Kai had used during the awakening ceremony, a chill ran down Wang Hao's spine.
Better to play it safe for now. Better to hide behind a mask for now and avoid unnecessary trouble.
Selecting a virtual nickname, he glanced down at his moon shadow armor.
Wang Hao maliciously typed in the title Armor Warrior with a twisted sense of humor.
He then proceeded with the challenge.
Little did Wang Hao know that his seemingly careless act had actually caused a huge stir in the outside world. Chapter 21, The Stunned Crowd Votes Needed. The news that Su Menglei, the eldest daughter of the Su family, was attempting to conquer the 10th layer of the Endless Secret Realm was hardly a secret in Xiajiang City.
Many had already gathered before the challenge stele of the Endless Secret Realm, eager to be among the first to learn the outcome.
Everyone was intensely focused on Su Menglei's challenge outcome.
After all, for the past 20 years, no trace of a Dragon Nation citizen had appeared in the Endless Secret Realm's challenge records. The nation desperately needed a hero to rise up and carry the banner of the Dragon Nation. Consequently, prodigies from prominent families across the nation were actively preparing to make their own forays into the Endless Secret Realm.
The most promising contender is Xia Qingxue, an S-rank Wind Thunder Mage swordsman from Kyoto's Jingzhou Academy.
She has already reached the 53rd floor, completing half of the 100-floor goal required to enter the international challenge record. Meanwhile, numerous gifted youths from other regions are also giving it their all vying for the honor of being the first to break into the international challenge record. In Xiajiang City, the greatest hope rests on Su Menglei, the eldest daughter of the Su family. A squad of awakened wearing standard gear stood before the challenge monument, flanking two elderly men in traditional Chinese attire. They were awaiting Su Menglei's challenge results. These two elders were none other than Su Menglei's father and second uncle, Su Zhang and Su Zhuai's. Worried about his daughter's safety, Su Zhang turned to Su Zhuai's beside him and asked anxiously,
"I wonder how Menglei is doing right now."
Su Zhuai's chuckled softly, twirling two steel balls in his hands.
"Don't worry.
For this push to the 10th layer, our Tiangong workshop specially assembled an equipment team to craft a set of level 30 fine gear tailored just for her. Once that set effect activates, it'll rival any legendary gear piece. Breaking through the 10th layer will be a piece of cake."
"Let's hope so."
As the two chatted, Su Menglei's name on the stone tablets slowly began to fade.
"Look at the entrance, Miss Su is coming out." Someone called out. All eyes turned toward the entrance of the Endless Secret Realm.
There she was, Su Menglei, her armor shattered and her body covered in wounds, being supported by someone as she staggered out of the Endless Secret Realm's teleportation gate. Seeing her pitiful state, Su Zhang and Su Zhuai's were startled. They immediately waved for the awakened squad behind them to rush forward and support her. Prepared healers swiftly cast their healing spells, stabilizing her injuries.
As Su Zhang approached, Su Menglei gave a wry smile.
"I never expected the 10th layer to spawn 8 level 38 scorpion lions. I gave it my all, but only managed to take down 5 of them." Seeing she was unharmed, Su Zhang exhaled a long sigh of relief.
It's okay. You're safe, that's what matters. We failed this time, but we'll try again next time.
With your talent, breaking through the 10th layer is only a matter of time." Su Menglei shook her head dejectedly, saying nothing. If the 10th layer was this difficult, she couldn't even begin to imagine the challenge of the 50th.
Were the people on those international challenge records monsters? How on earth did they manage to get through? Su Menglei couldn't fathom it. She was clearly an A-rank Swift-Wind Archer too. Why couldn't she even clear the 10th layer?
Someone broke through the 10th layer.
Another shout rang out, drawing everyone's gaze to the challenge monument.
There, at the very top of the challenge stele, a name appeared, Armored Warrior.
Below it was the layer he was currently challenging, 15. The moment everyone saw that number, they were stunned into silence. Armored Warrior? Who is this person? When did they enter? And they've already reached the 15th layer? Good heavens! I didn't even notice this name earlier. Could he be a genius who just awakened? It's changing. The level is changing. He's broken through another floor. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! How long has it even been? Did he just instantly kill the opponent? Broken! He's broken through another floor. Holy crap! Another breakthrough. Is this even the Endless Secret Realm anymore? How come it's as easy as eating and drinking for him? Could it be that today, our Dragon Nation will finally rise on the international stage? Had the heavens not birthed brother armor, the secret realm would remain shrouded in eternal night. Su Menglei, being supported by someone, stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. Others might not know the true difficulty of the Endless Secret Realm, but she certainly did. The Endless Secret Realm starts at a difficulty level matching the challenger's strength from the very first layer. Each subsequent layer increases the difficulty by 10, and by the 10th layer, the challenge doubles, severely testing the challenger's combat ingenuity and potential.
And this armored warrior had effortlessly charged all the way to the 17th level, utterly unbelievable.
Success again. How was this possible? Was this person a god-tier professional? Or did they wield a divine artifact? Su Menglei stared blankly, convinced this was all a dream. She must still be half asleep. Su Menglei wasn't the only one in a daze. Everyone around her was stunned into silence by the ever-changing floor count on the challenge monument.
Some eager onlookers immediately pulled out their phones, filming short videos and even starting live streams. All eyes were fixed on this armored warrior, wondering just how many floors he could conquer tonight. Defeated level 72 Secret Realm Lord Monster, Thunder King Exploding Bear. Gained 6320 EXP. Defeated Special Boss, gained 3200 Spirit Energy. Beep. Your Beast Girl successfully defeated the level 72 Thunder King Explosive Bear, gaining 7342 EXP and leveling up once. Completed 45th floor challenge. Received special reward 2 XP Great Experience Capsules. Challenge completed. Proceed to the next floor? Wang Hao stood effortlessly atop the earth exploding bear, panting lightly. How about it? Still got it? Meow. Yue Ying's voice echoed in his ear. Wang Hao shrugged, I'm okay, but I don't think this approach suits me. The armor on his body flashed, transforming back into Yue Ying's form. Mainly because you're too weak right now. Once the monsters start swarming, I'm worried I won't be able to keep you safe, meow. Hearing Yue Ying's words, Wang Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh no, I've become the weak link. Wang Hao sighed, acknowledging the truth in Yue Ying's words. Right now, she could still instantly kill these beasts. But if an opponent appeared she couldn't defeat quickly, and she got tied up, he'd be left defenseless. Therefore, I must either contract my second divine beast quickly or learn some self-defense techniques. At the very least, I need to stall until you finish your opponents and come to my aid. Wang Hao's mind raced with calculations when he suddenly remembered he'd just received an extra reward. He quickly pulled them out to inspect 2 B Great Experience Capsules. Experience Capsule B, usable below level 20. Instantly restores all experience required for leveling up. 1 capsule per day. Great stuff! After fighting his way through the endless secret realm, the battles had been grueling, but the rewards were plentiful. The experience alone had already boosted Wang Hao to level 20, while Moon's Shadow had climbed to level 19. However, as the challenge level increased, Wang Hao found the battles growing increasingly taxing. In the later battles, he outright let Yue Ying take control of his combat. If they pushed further now, Yue Ying would likely have to handle everything alone. Relying solely on himself would probably lead to certain death. After a moment's thought, Wang Hao decided to have Yue Ying consume an experience capsule. It was already late, and he couldn't be bothered to keep grinding in the endless secret realm. It would be better to use an experience capsule to boost Moon Shadow's level and complete the task directly. As the experience capsule dissolved within her, a white glow instantly enveloped Moon Shadow. She leveled up, reaching level 20. Beep. Detected Beast Girl, Moon Shadow has reached level 20. Obtain stage quest reward, Divine Beast Spirit Tamer's Basic Skill Compendium 1. Hearing the notification chime ring in his ears, Wang Hao froze for a moment. He hadn't expected such a bonus upon reaching level 20. Well then, he thought. First, let's see what usable skills she has. Strengthen them up first. After completing the promotion ceremony, we'll challenge higher tiers. With his plan set, Wang Hao motioned for Moon Shadow to rest nearby. He retrieved the Divine Beast Tamer's Fundamental Skill Compendium from the system interface and began perusing it. Divine Beast Tamer's Fundamental Skills Compendium S, a tome documenting all foundational skills of Divine Beast Tamers. Activates the Divine Beast Tamer skill tree upon use. A towering edifice rises from level ground, laying a solid foundation is the true path to mastery. Unlockable skills, Beast Blood Boiling, Life Sharing, Wild Mark, Beast King's Will. Reading the description of these foundational skills in his hands, Wang Hao couldn't help but gasp. You call these basic skills? Chapter 22, The Divine Beast Tamer's Combat Style Boats Needed. Flipping through the basic skill descriptions in his hands, Wang Hao fell deep in thought. If these were considered basic skills, then he truly had no idea what advanced skills would be like. He recalled receiving a beginner's reward upon awakening the beast taming scripture, which seemed to be one of the foundational techniques for divine beast spirit masters. He casually pulled out the beast taming scripture. Beast taming scripture, an exclusive cultivation method for divine beast spirit masters, consisting of 9 tiers. It allows the practitioner to share energy with their contracted divine beast, accelerating their own cultivation speed. Each divine beast contracted increases the cultivation speed by 1 tier. It contains a 10,000 beasts battle technique. Continuous cultivation enhances HP and spirit attributes. Blood Boil, a foundational skill for divine beast spirit masters. Activates the beast's bloodline, boosting all attributes by 30% for 20 minutes. After the skill ends, the beast enters a 3-hour weakened state. Using Blood Boil while weakened inflicts critical injury. Life Sharing, a foundational skill for divine beast spirit masters. Through a blood pact, the spirit master and divine beast share life force.
As long as the divine beast survives, the spirit master endures. Neither will instantly die as long as either retains any health. Mark of the Wild, a foundational skill for divine beast spirit masters. When a spirit master and their contracted beast attack, they implant a mark of the wild within the target. The spirit master can actively detonate the mark, with each layer dealing massive magical damage. Beast King's Will, a fundamental skill of divine beast spirit masters. The spirit master channels the will of divine beasts to enhance their own mental resistance, granting immunity to mental control skills such as charm, confusion, and hallucination. Staring at the terrifying skill descriptions on the interface, Wang Hao couldn't believe these were merely the foundational skills of a divine beast spirit tamer. Not only did it possess the beast taming sutra for cultivation and growth, the 10,000 beasts battle technique within could greatly enhance his close combat abilities. After cultivation, one could possess the strength of a dragon, the sharpness of an eagle, the agility of a leopard, and the defense of a tortoise. This ensured he'd have the means to fight back if ambushed. So I don't even need to fight myself, I just need to stay hidden until my tamed beasts finish off the enemies. The thought sent a chill down Wang Hao's spine. He finally understood the proper way he should fight. As a divine beast tamer, the emphasis should be on the word taming. Commanding demonic beasts and divine beasts to fight for you is the proper path. Merging with a divine beast and personally intervening should be the ultimate last resort, not your primary combat method. Moreover, the three skills Boiling Beast Blood, Life Sharing, and Wild Mark made it abundantly clear that as a divine beast tamer, he should send his tamed beasts to charge ahead. There was absolutely no need for him to fight personally. Excellent. 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 With these skills, even the 100th floor should be no problem. Wang Hao stowed away his basic skills, utterly exhilarated. Once he mastered these abilities and made proper preparations, even the 100th floor of the Endless Secret Realm felt within his grasp. After all, Moon Shadow's damage output was more than sufficient for tackling the Endless Secret Realm now. The only issue was that he, as a Beastmaster, was still too weak. If they encountered beasts with mental attacks or assassination skills, he might be finished before Yueying could eliminate the enemy. As for donning the Moon Shadow armor for battle, Wang Hao decided against it. While the Moon Shadow armor offered formidable combat power, the pain it inflicted was real. Even though Moon Shadow could take control of his body during combat, the physical exertion and force feedback were still borne solely by Wang Hao. His pain receptors weren't blocked. After that 1v50-000 battle, Wang Hao's body still hadn't recovered. Based on my current soul strength, I can still contract 3 monsters under a temporary pact. Moon Shadow was a spellcaster-type assassin, so damage output wasn't an issue. Therefore, the next monsters to seek should be a tank-type beast capable of absorbing damage on the front lines, a support-type beast that can heal and restore health from the rear, and a ranged-type beast that provides offensive support. Wang Hao calculated in his mind that until the next divine beast was contracted, he would have to build his summoning system around Moon Shadow as the core. Given Moon Shadow's formidable combat prowess, Wang Hao even considered that a ranged damage-dealing beast might not be necessary at all, perhaps even replaceable with support beasts that could provide crowd control. As long as he could protect himself, he believed that with Moon Shadow's strength, wiping out the enemies would only be a matter of time. Guided by this strategy, Wang Hao swiftly identified his next target. Silver Secret Realm, Rocky Mountains, Level 59, 3rd Transformation High-Tier Boss Wilderness Exploding Bear. With high defense and health, coupled with the skills Boulder Trample and Rejuvenation, it was the most suitable beast for Wang Hao at this stage. Once he completed his promotion and job change, he could proceed with the contract. Anything higher would require venturing into the Golden Secret Realm, but Xiajiang City held no such realm. Even if they existed, they were tightly controlled by major factions, with no access granted to outsiders. Ah well, one step at a time. First, complete the promotion and job change. It's just a shame that the boss monsters in the Endless Secret Realm are projections of beasts from other realms. They can't be captured or contracted, they vanish the moment you leave the realm. Otherwise, gathering 3 boss monsters would be a piece of cake. Wang Hao sighed regretfully. For now, he'd have to contract some high-level monsters in the surrounding Silver Secret Realms of Xiajiang City as a stopgap. He'd pursue contracting other high-level monsters once conditions allowed. With that thought, Wang Hao couldn't help but stretch lazily. That's enough for today. He yawned, waving to Moon Shadow to signal she should pack up and head back to rest. It was nearly 1 a.m. since they'd entered the Endless Secret Realm. The prolonged battle had left Wang Hao somewhat exhausted, so he decided to return and rest first, ensuring he was in good condition to avoid any mishaps in the Secret Realm. After all, the next 2 days were weekends, giving him ample time to pursue promotion and job change. Moreover, he needed time to master these fundamental skills. Only by further boosting his combat prowess could he challenge higher levels. Let's go, Moon Shadow. We're heading back to rest, Wang Hao called out. He stored Moon Shadow within his beast taming space and stepped out of the Endless Secret Realm. What he didn't know was that after he left the Endless Secret Realm, a white demonic creature slowly emerged from the darkness. It was the very same demon that had watched Wang Hao from the rooftop earlier. It sniffed lightly at the scent Wang Hao had left behind. Its eyes flickered with intelligent light. Not enough. This strength is still insufficient. The curved horns on its head glowed faintly, and information about various items flashed continuously within its pupils. With these items, it should be sufficient. Let me see where you will appear in the future. It murmured softly, its tiny claw swiping through the air to instantly tear open a spatial fissure, vanishing into it. Chapter 23, Psionic Enhancement Votes Needed. Another one emerged. An unknown voice shouted, startling Wang Hao as he stepped out of the teleportation gate. He looked up to find a crowd gathering around him, countless eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe. Is he an armored warrior? It didn't seem likely. Armored warriors had reached the 45th floor, while he looked like he'd just awakened. Probably some kid from that school who came to the endless secret realm to broaden his horizons. Right, he looked perfectly ordinary. There was no way he could be an armored warrior. Listening to the murmurs around him, Wang Hao felt utterly speechless inside. Who's average looking? You guys don't know what you're talking about. I'm just not obviously handsome, I haven't groomed myself. After listening for a moment, Wang Hao realized they were talking about the armor warrior he'd accidentally summoned earlier. Watching the excited crowd around him, Wang Hao swallowed hard. He couldn't let them know he was the armored warrior, otherwise, he'd surely be swallowed by the crowd. Just as he was about to speak up, another shout erupted nearby, "The armored warrior is here!" Instantly, the surging crowd rushed toward the portal in another direction. Several people even collided with Wang Hao, nearly knocking him off balance. Seriously, these people are crazy. It's just a challenge achievement, why are they acting so insane? Wang Hao frowned and rubbed his shoulder. Having just arrived in this world, Wang Hao couldn't comprehend the crowd's fervent pursuit of the endless challenges victor. Taking advantage of the chaos as the crowd swarmed the newly emerged heavy armor warrior, leaving him unnoticed, Wang Hao hopped onto the return shuttle, ready to head home for some much-needed rest. An hour later, staring at the challenge monument now devoid of any names, Su Menglei let out a slow sigh. What a pity. In the end, she still hadn't seen him. A faint sense of disappointment lingered in Su Menglei's heart. She truly wanted to meet this so-called armored warrior, to understand exactly where she fell short compared to him. Why did clearing challenges come to him as easily as eating and drinking? Su Zheng clearly sensed his daughter's thoughts. He walked over and patted Su Menglei's shoulder. Sweetheart, stop watching. Let's head back first. I've already stationed people here day and night. The moment there's any news about the armored warrior, they'll notify you immediately. Su Menglei nodded. She knew waiting any longer would yield nothing. She followed Su Zheng back to rest. But she wasn't one to give up so easily. She turned to one of the professionals who had accompanied them today and said, since the armored warrior's name disappeared, a total of 56 people have emerged. You all go check them out right now. Within 3 days, I want their complete records. Yes, miss. Back home, Wang Hao remained unaware that someone had already set their sights on him. But even if he did, he probably wouldn't have cared. Right now, he lay in bed, too excited to sleep. In over 40 years across 2 lifetimes, he'd never felt such exhilaration as he did today. The image of himself commanding thunder with both hands, shattering the darkness, that cool, commanding sight left Wang Hao's heart racing long after. Moon Shadow. Moon Shadow. Did you see that? My sweeping strike, I took out all those beasts in one move. Unable to sleep, Wang Hao couldn't help but call out to Moon Shadow in his mind. I saw it, I saw it. Stop talking about it already. Haven't you been saying it the whole way? Aren't you tired? Meow. Yue Ying's exasperated voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind. As a divine beast, she simply couldn't fathom what exactly had Wang Hao so excited. So what if you killed a few trash mobs? Anyone could do that. This level of exertion wouldn't even warm her up during a regular workout. I don't know what he's so excited about. If she'd known Wang Hao still had these aftereffects, she never would have let him join the fight. Unfortunately, Wang Hao's physique was still too weak. Even with the Moon Shadow armor's assistance, he couldn't execute many maneuvers, hindering Moon Shadow's killing efficiency. Not to mention his abysmal combat skills and lack of experience. She couldn't fathom what he was so pleased about. Unable to fathom his enthusiasm, Moon Shadow decided to ignore Wang Hao. She rolled over in the beast taming space and drifted back to sleep. After calling out a few more times and getting no response, Wang Hao could only sulkily reminisce about his own heroic combat performance today, excitedly pumping his fist in midair. Damn, I was just too cool. The next morning, his biological clock woke Wang Hao at 6 o'clock sharp. After a quick wash and a few laps around the neighborhood, he bought 2 breakfasts and headed back home. By now, Yue Ying had emerged from the beast taming space, transformed into a large purple cat lazily basking in the sun on the sofa. Hey, up so early. I brought you some human breakfast. You can try it. The big cat leaped up, transforming midair into Yue Ying's human form. She sat down at the dining table, rubbing her paws excitedly. Wow. It smells so good. Meow. Is there any with dried fish flavor? Opening the plastic bag in her hand, it contained soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns, all specially bought for Yue Ying by Wang Hao. You can't eat dried fish all day long, you have to try other things. As Yue Ying ate, she kept exclaiming, "Wow, this is so good. This is so delicious too." Watching Yue Ying devour her food with such delight, Wang Hao smiled and shook his head. He then stepped into the room, ready to begin mastering the few basic skills he had just acquired. Name, Wang Hao. Level, 20 unclassed. Class, Divine Beast Tamer. Title, None. Attributes, Strength 964, Constitution 958, Agility 1173, Spirit 968. Spiritual Power 9320. Skills, Affinity with all beasts, Temporary Contract, Blood Pact Unupgradable, True Art of Beast Taming Unlearned, Beast Blood Boiling Unlearned, Life Sharing Unlearned, Mark of the Wild Unlearned, Will of the Beast King Unlearned. Possessed Beast Maiden, Moon Shadow. Opening his attribute panel after gaining massive experience in the Endless Secret Realm. He had reached level 20, with all 4 core attributes significantly enhanced. Thanks to Moon Shadow's formidable stats, his peak agility now surpassed 1000 points, while even his lowest strength stat exceeded 900, likely far surpassing most 4th transformation professionals. If anyone saw Wang Hao's attribute panel, they'd likely be stunned speechless. Moreover, Wang Hao knew this wasn't his limit. Once he completed his first transformation and fully signed the Blood Pact Divine Beast, by harnessing Blood Pact magic, his attributes could potentially double once more. Divine beasts were still a distant dream. First, he needed to figure out how to learn these skills. Wang Hao focused his mind and opened the skill book in his hand. Though this was a world teeming with secret realms and monstrous beasts, learning skills here isn't like in games where you simply tap a book to master them. Mastering the skills within required prolonged study and practice. Moreover, factors like profession, innate talent, elemental affinity, and the 4 core attributes all played a role. The time required to master skills varied from person to person. The same skill book might be mastered at a glance by some, while others may study it their entire lives and still fail to master it. Thus, there's a saying in this world, only skills you've truly mastered are good skills. At this moment, Wang Hao was diligently studying the foundational skills of the Divine Beast Spirit Tamer. He wanted to master them as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, barely halfway through the manual, Wang Hao felt a splitting headache coming on. He couldn't help but let out a wail of despair. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? What on earth is this supposed to mean? I can't make heads or tails of it. He recognized every single character in the book. But when they were put together, it felt like hieroglyphics utterly incomprehensible. Forget studying, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. With no other options, Wang Hao could only turn his gaze to his system. Rapid Learning, activate. He lightly tapped the plus sign next to the beast taming scripture. Beep. Would you like to spend 800 spirit energy points to increase your proficiency with the beast taming scripture? Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Wang Hao's eyes lit up instantly. Heh, with 9,000 spirit energy points at my disposal, I can't imagine any skill that could stump me. From now on, call me the top student. Chapter 24, Advancement and Job Change. Votes appreciated. The only drawback was that spirit energy could only enhance the skills displayed on his system panel, not other forms of knowledge. Otherwise, with sufficient spiritual energy, Wang Hao could easily become the pinnacle master of every academic field in human knowledge. He could have solved the problems of monsters and secret realms entirely through technological means. After checking, it seemed the spirit energy points required to enhance skills were tied to the skills level. The most crucial foundational technique, the Beast Control Sutra, required 800 spirit energy points to unlock. The cheapest skill, Life Sharing, only required 100 points to unlock. Calculating the costs, unlocking all available skills would require at least 2,400 spirit energy points. With a massive 9,320 spirit energy points in his possession, Wang Hao couldn't care less. He waved his hand decisively and unlocked them all. Instantly, waves of profound, mystical insights surged from the void into his mind. The more knowledge he absorbed, the more Wang Hao sensed the extraordinary nature of the beast taming scripture. It could be said that across the entire world, the beast taming scripture was undoubtedly the most supreme cultivation technique. Not only could it comprehensively enhance the physical strength and attributes of divine beast spirit masters, it also harnesses the blood pact technique to transform divine beasts already bound to a spirit tamer into cultivation engines. This significantly accelerated the spirit tamer's cultivation progress. Due to the inherent blood pact between the beast master and the divine beast, their attributes are inherently compatible. The celestial energy absorbed by the divine beast poses absolutely no absorption barriers for the spirit tamer. Through the beast control scripture, the spirit tamer can continuously refine the celestial and terrestrial chi within their own body onto their contracted divine beast. Through a process akin to dual cultivation, they continuously refine their own power. Thus, the more divine beasts a spirit tamer contracts, the more the beast taming scripture will continuously enhance their cultivation level and energy precision even if they never practice themselves. It's practically a hands-off cultivation technique. After comprehending the beast taming scripture within his mind, Wang Hao opened his eyes, his heart filled with awe. Was this merely the foundational technique for divine beast spirit masters? How powerful must the intermediate and advanced techniques be?
Wang Hao marveled inwardly before turning his attention to the other skills flooding his mind.
Life sharing proved surprisingly quick to learn. He absorbed it instantly and successfully activated it.
Life sharing divine tier level 1, the spirit tamer and divine beast share life through a blood contract. As long as the divine beast lives, the spirit tamer shall not perish. Neither party will die immediately while the other retains any health. Duration, 30 seconds. Wang Hao. No wonder this skill was so cheap, it took me forever just to reach level 1.
What a waste of excitement.
Wang Hao inwardly speculated that this damn system's pricing model must have been copied from a certain goose company luring people in to bleed them dry. A quick glance revealed that upgrading life sharing not only extends its duration but also increases the number of shared beasts every 10 levels, from sharing life with one divine beast to sharing with 2.
Awesome. Too bad I only have one divine beast right now, so it's not urgent for now.
Wang Hao shook his head and shifted his gaze to other skills, starting with Beast King's Will.
As the light flickered, a wave of coolness washed over his mind. A colossal force surged into his soul.
Wang Hao recognized it, the soul fluctuations of Moon Shadow. Under the operation of the Beast King's Will, the soul power of Moon Shadow continuously surged into Wang Hao's mind. He discovered this force was comprehensively strengthening his soul, making it increasingly resilient. As the soul power within his mind grew ever more abundant, Wang Hao felt his consciousness become crystal clear, constantly expanding outward. Yet another force restrained it, compelling it to continuously gather and condense within his body.
In an instant, a profound fluctuation erupted within Wang Hao's body.
At that moment, his aura surged upward, and the power of 10,000 beasts within him instantly multiplied by more than tenfold. So this was the Beast King's will.
Wang Hao snapped his eyes open, his gaze blazing with intensity.
A nearly tangible surge of spiritual energy erupted from his eyes, instantly piercing the water glass resting on the table. Startled, Wang Hao quickly shut his eyes.
Beast King's Will God Tier, a foundational skill for divine beast spirit masters.
The Spirit Master channels the will of divine beasts to enhance their own mental resistance, granting immunity to mental control skills such as charm, confusion, and hallucination. Recalling the skill description of Beast King's Will, Wang Hao was overcome with ecstasy. It was a divine tier skill focused on mental defense.
Beast King's Will was a passive skill allowing divine beast spirit masters to absorb soul power from divine beasts.
The more divine beasts one contracts, the stronger the spirit tamer's soul becomes, enabling them to contract more powerful divine beasts. Upon reaching a certain cultivation level, the soul of the divine beast could be permanently bound.
Even if the divine beast perishes in battle, its soul remains undestroyed. Subsequent specialized skills could even resurrect them.
Too powerful.
Is this the true strength of the divine beast tamer profession? As his soul strength grew, Wang Hao's mind raced with unprecedented agility.
Many previously perplexing matters became instantly clear, while photographic memory and memory recall became effortless.
Indeed, a god-tier profession is a god-tier profession.
With these skills, even without a contracted divine beast, ordinary first transformation practitioners wouldn't stand a chance against me.
Wang Hao sighed in admiration, reviewed all his skills, and used his remaining spiritual energy to enhance them all. Name, Wang Hao.
Level, 20 unclassed.
Class, Divine Beast Spirit Tamer. Title, None. Attributes, Strength 1032, Constitution 1078, Agility 1442, Spirit 1142. Spiritual Power, 220. Skills, Beast Affinity Level 2, Temporary Contract Level 2, Blood Pact Non-Upgradable, Beast Taming Sutra Level 2, Beast Blood Boiling Level 2, Life Sharing Level 2, Mark of the Wild Level 2, Beast King's Will Level 2. Reserving a portion of his psychic energy for contingencies, Wang Hao focused his mind and embarked on today's most crucial task. Advancement and job change. He slowly sank his thoughts into his body, drawing his spiritual energy into his brow. A flash of light flickered in the void as Wang Hao entered his mental ocean. Above the ocean, a massive orb of light floated in the sky. That was Wang Hao's professional heart. The very wellspring of his power. All professionals, upon reaching the peak of each tier in their level progression, could sense their professional heart and activate the promotion and job change quest. Successfully completing the task would allow them to become even more powerful. As Wang Hao's consciousness gradually converged upon his professional heart, a question suddenly arose from his heart. Are you truly prepared? Wang Hao quickly realized this was the professional heart questioning him. I am ready. Good. Please select your advancement method. Basic advancement requires 1 spirit communing jade, increases all attributes by 50. Premium advancement requires material spirit jade 1, flame horn 1, frost demon chest 1, increases all attributes by 100. Perfect advancement requires material spirit jade 1, flame horn 1, frost demon box 1, dragon tortoise soul 1, gold element 1, wood element 1, water element 1, earth element 1, fire element 1, increases all attributes by 300. Seeing the dense list of materials required for perfect advancement, Wang Hao sucked in a sharp breath. Good grief! Not a single cheap one. I'd heard about the differences between the basic advancement for commoners, the premium advancement for second-class citizens, and the perfect advancement for first-class nobles, so this is where the gap lies. As for me, Wang Hao's eyes flashed. Perfect advancement it is. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao selected the perfect advancement. As a transmigrator, if I can't dominate an entire era with overwhelming might, what's the point then? Chapter 25, The Northern Wastes, Undying Rock Turtle Votes Needed. No matter what society it is, resources are never evenly distributed. This fact is starkly evident in the choices available for advancement. The poorest commoners must desperately enhance their strength, using the simplest methods to reach higher levels as quickly as possible. Only then can they achieve class ascension. Spending excessive time gathering advancement materials for a perfect class change during early levels only wastes crucial development time, leading to exhaustion later and preventing higher tier progression. In contrast, the privileged offspring of wealthy, influential families need not struggle. Their clans have already prepared everything for them. They need only follow the established path to level up and achieve a flawless advancement. They effortlessly crush ordinary players. Thus, over the past 3 centuries, the strong have grown stronger while the weak have grown weaker. Class divisions have gradually solidified. Thus arose the rumor: commoners achieve basic advancement, second-class citizens attain refined advancement, and first-class nobles secure perfect advancement. Today, advancement and job change are no longer merely symbols of strength, but also emblems of power and wealth. Only those who achieve a perfect advancement are worthy of being called nobles. And now, our quasi-noble, Wang Hao, was scouring the internet for various materials. While Wang Hao was diligently reviewing the materials, a fierce argument erupted inside a villa in the affluent northern district of Xiajiang City. What? You let that brat escape? And you want me to apologize to him? Impossible. Tang Kai slammed his fist onto the table before him, overturning it. His eyes blazed crimson, like a lion roused from its slumber. Tang Lijun, seated at the head of the table, frowned. The apology is merely a delaying tactic meant to lure him out. After all, Xiajiang City is crowded and full of prying eyes. If we want to take action, it's far more convenient to lure him into the secret realm. Even the shadow assassin fell to him. To be safe, we must activate the abyss formation. Tang Kai sat sullenly to the side. Why should I be the one to apologize? Don't I have any pride? I already have a grudge against him. If he enters the secret realm with me and something happens, won't everyone know I'm the one responsible? The cloaked figure behind Tang Lijun chuckled darkly, his low voice echoing eerily. Rest assured, he said. All you need to do is tell him that as an apology and compensation, you'll hand over the clues to the divine beast hidden in the Tang family's treasury. We'll handle him later. Hearing this, Tang Kai froze. There really is a divine beast? Who knows? This information has been in our family for over a century, yet no one has ever laid eyes on the divine beast. Tang Lijun shrugged, handing Tang Kai a fragment of broken bone. Legend says that if someone activates this bone fragment in the Thunderstrike Marsh north of Xiajiang City, they can summon the divine beast that commands thunder and lightning. Tang Kai took the bone fragment, examining it under the lamp. Confused, he asked Tang Lijun, why would we give something this precious to Wang Hao? Why not keep it ourselves? It's a divine beast. If we could kill it, we might even get a divine artifact. Tang Lijun shot Tang Kai a disappointed glare. Legend. Legend. I told you it's just a legend. There are at least 500, if not 1,000, of these broken bones among the major families in Xiajiang City, and no one has ever summoned a divine beast with one. Better to use it as bait to reel in something bigger. Hearing Tang Lijun's words, Tang Kai instantly understood. Compared to the elusive mythical beast, the secrets surrounding Wang Hao clearly piqued Tang Lijun's interest far more. The man in black chimed in, we'll set up our ambush in the Thunderstrike swamp beforehand. The moment Wang Hao arrives, we strike, no time for anyone else to react. The mere thought of that scene sent a thrill through Tang Kai. If that was the case, apologizing to that trash seemed like no big deal. Alright. I'll handle it. Tang Kai snatched the bone fragment, grinning savagely at the black-robed man. Just remember to let me deliver the first blow. Observing Tang Kai's ferocious expression, the mysterious figure cloaked in darkness revealed an eerie smile beneath the hood. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. After reviewing all the data, Wang Hao let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, the 3 secret realms should be enough to gather all the materials. There's still time. The most troublesome part, the spirit communing Jade Shinsini had already delivered it to him. No need to worry about that. The Horn of Blazing Fire, Frost Demon Chest, and Earth Elemental can be obtained from the Bronze Secret Realm in the northern North Luo Wasteland multiplayer dungeon. You'll likely get them after a few runs. Dragon Turtle Soul, Gold Element, and Wood Element can be obtained in the southern Bronze Secret Realm, Thunderstrike Swamp, which shouldn't be too difficult. The real headache is the Fire Elemental. It doesn't drop from any specific dungeon, it can appear in any dungeon at all. If things get desperate, Wang Hao might just have to buy it online. Damn it! A single fire element costs 100,000? They might as well be robbing people. Wang Hao muttered curses as he shut down his computer, realizing it was getting late. He decided to whip up a few simple dishes for lunch. Tonight he had to accompany Shinsini to the hospital to visit Shinshinha, so he couldn't waste any time. Having lived alone for years, Wang Hao's cooking skills were decent. At least, Yue Ying, who had just tasted human cuisine, couldn't stop exclaiming in delight throughout the meal. Wow! This is delicious! Meow! This is so good too! Meow! And dried fish! Master, I love you! Meow! Wang Hao. Watching Yue Ying's excited outbursts, Wang Hao couldn't help but wonder, is this creature really a divine beast? This was just a simple home-cooked meal. If he really put effort into cooking, wouldn't she end up eating her tongue? After a simple lunch, Wang Hao took Yue Ying out again. Standing at the bus stop, Wang Hao inwardly cursed himself. He shouldn't have acted so pretentious that day. What was wrong with having 3 million? That could have bought him a car. Now he had to take the bus just to get to the secret realm. After waiting half an hour, a bus bound for the Beiluo Wilderness secret realm finally arrived. Seated on the bus, watching the scenery recede behind him, Wang Hao began contemplating his next move. The Beiluo wasteland they were heading to was a bronze ruins-type secret realm. Unlike the Dark Forest, it offered both solo and multiplayer modes. Wang Hao's target was the 3 bosses in the multiplayer dungeon: the Flame Lion, the Frost Lich, and the Undead Rock Turtle. Each would drop the specific loot he needed: the Flame Horn, the Frost Magic Box, and the Earth Elemental. With good luck, he might even farm 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. But the only thing giving Wang Hao a headache now was entering the multiplayer dungeon in the Northern Wastes required a party of 3. Where on earth was he supposed to find 2 other teammates? At this thought, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh. If all else fails, he'll just have to ask Shinsini for help. After a leisurely stroll, he finally arrived at the Secret Realm Management Center of the Beiluo Wilderness. Stepping inside, a scene even more bustling than last night's entrance to the Dark Forest immediately unfolded before Wang Hao. Speed-clearing multiplayer dungeons. High-level warrior leading the party. DPS classes welcome no mages. Healer priest seeking speedrun group: pretty face, sweet voice, heals like crazy, and can even give big bro some love. Level 35 blast mage seeking speedrun party. Only interested in giant rock cores. Skilled players only. No warlocks. Surveying the densely packed crowd, Wang Hao sighed inwardly. No wonder he rarely saw adventurers in town, they'd all come here instead. This place was absolutely packed. His astonishment was understandable. Unlike the Bronze Tier Shadowwood Forest, the Northern Wastes produced magical materials for crafting enchanted gear and potions to boost adventurers' strength, making it an exceptionally valuable secret realm. Before being reclaimed by the state, it had long been controlled by the Su family. Only in recent years, as the government began reclaiming ownership of secret realms, was it opened for public use. Wang Hao frowned, scanning the scattered groups around him as he searched for suitable teammates. If it weren't for the fact that the materials required for his promotion and class change only appeared in multiplayer secret realms, he genuinely wouldn't want teammates holding him back. After all, with Moon Shadow by his side, soloing a multiplayer secret realm posed no real challenge. Having more people around only increased the risk of exposing his secrets. Therefore, he needed to be very selective about his companions. Just as Wang Hao was searching for suitable teammates, a sleazy voice whispered in his ear. "Hey, buddy, looking to team up?" Wang Hao turned to see a scrawny man standing nearby, smiling. His mage robes and staff adorned with a skull pendant clearly marked his identity. A sorcerer. Spotting Wang Hao's attention, the warlock waved excitedly and whispered. "Hey, bro, quick run through the Northlore Wastes multiplayer instance, top-tier gear up for grabs. You in?" Seeing the warlock's sleazy grin, Wang Hao frowned. Somehow, this guy doesn't seem like a good person. Chapter 26, One-shot kill boats needed. Warlocks, a unique class that toys with souls and commands demons. Due to the nature of their profession, they are despised by the world's will. Even their class description includes a special line. The Forsaken, those abandoned by the gods, shrouded in misfortune, doomed to an untimely end. The tangible manifestation of this label is this: any secret realm where a warlock participates, or even any party that includes one, is guaranteed to come up empty-handed. Worse, it may trigger boss mutations. Even if the party overcomes immense hardships to defeat the boss, they'll find the rewards for completing the realm are worse than those from a solo dungeon. A high-level player, refusing to believe in such superstition, once led a warlock through over 300 dungeon runs. The result? Beyond the experience gained, they couldn't even recoup the entry fees, suffering massive losses. If it were merely bad luck, that might be forgivable. The real problem is that the sorcerer is a support class. Before the Soulfire Seal skill unlocked at 4th job advancement, they had 0 combat abilities, just a few pitiful support skills like Weaken, Curse, and Age. They might bully ordinary players, but in a dungeon, they'd instantly become useless. Even casting a few skills on a boss would instantly make the sorcerer the primary aggro target, severely disrupting tactics. Their low combat effectiveness also hindered dungeon efficiency. Consequently, in this world, no one was willing to bring a sorcerer into a secret realm. Since wizards couldn't fight alone, they often paid guides at the dungeon hub to lead them in for leveling. Just like the wizard named Cheng Yan standing before Wang Hao, he'd offered a hefty 2,000 gold per run to hire Wang Hao as his guide. Accompanying him was a busty elf ranger named Cheng Zirua, Cheng Yan's younger sister. Wang Hao studied the siblings' appearances and found it hard to believe they were related. Bro, you look like you've got some serious skills. How about taking us through the easy difficulty multiplayer instance in the Beiluo Wasteland? 2,000 credit points per run. You in? At the central entrance of the Beiluo Wasteland secret realm. Cheng Yan tugged at Wang Hao's sleeve and whispered the question, his lecherous gaze darting around. He looked like a porn peddler. Before Wang Hao could respond, someone nearby spotted him and called out with a laugh, Cheng Yan, you're up to your old tricks again, aren't you? Cheng Yan's eyes widened instantly. How dare you slander me like that? What innocence? I saw you rip off a group of gold farmers just the other day. They ran the secret realm 3 times and didn't even recoup the entrance fees. Cheng Yan's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he protested, I paid them. Isn't the experience they gained enough? Besides, how can you call it scamming when it's just professional players? He launched into a string of incomprehensible terms: dungeon drop rates, experience cost efficiency, future professional returns, prompting the crowd to burst into laughter. Wang Hao shook his head, sizing up Cheng Yan and his sister Cheng Zirua. Cheng Yan wore an ill-fitting, tattered mage robe that looked well-worn, likely a hand-me-down from his father or mother. He carried no staff and didn't even have a single skeleton pendant, a staple for sorcerers. He clearly wasn't doing well. Cheng Zirua, however, wore a brand-new archer's outfit, clearly purchased recently. She was likely a newly awakened student. Cheng Zirua looked timid and submissive. When she caught Wang Hao's gaze, her face flushed red as she hid behind her brother, stealing glances at his handsome features. Brother! Cheng Zirua tugged at Cheng Yan's sleeve and whispered, we should wait for Brotherly. He said he'd help us level up. At the mention of Li Qing, Cheng Yan's expression darkened instantly. He snapped at Cheng Zirua, why wait for that punk? Do I not know what he's scheming? You're too young to understand the dangers out there. Listen to me, stay away from him. Seeing Cheng Yan's anger, Cheng Zirua immediately hung her head like a little partridge and murmured, okay. Cheng Yan turned to Wang Hao, bro, let's just do the easy North Luo wilderness run. You get all the loot. Me and my sister just need the experience. If you're worried, you can bring other teammates, but the price will be lower. Wang Hao didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked curiously, why me? Hearing this, Cheng Yan felt a glimmer of hope. He immediately gave Wang Hao a thumbs up and said, it's because you're so formidable, brother. I could sense your aura from several meters away. Your strength must be formidable. Wang Hao shot him a disdainful glance. Speak plainly. Cheng Yan paused, realizing Wang Hao was no fool, his bluff wouldn't fly. Deflated, he lowered his head and confessed, I've approached everyone here, but no one's willing to take us into the secret realm. You're the only new face, so I thought I'd give it a shot. Cheng Zirua, standing beside Cheng Yan, added, before you, we approached several groups. None were willing to team up with us. Even those who initially agreed backed out the moment they saw my brother was a sorcerer. They'd rather find someone of a lower level than take us. Wang Hao glanced at Cheng Zirua beside him, his mind already weighing the feasibility of guiding them into the secret realm. For Wang Hao, the loot inside the secret realm wasn't important. After all, the materials needed for class advancement were guaranteed drops from the boss, and other items wouldn't be of much use to him. If he brought Cheng Yan along, they might even encounter a mutated boss after entering the secret realm. That could bring him an unexpected bonus. Moreover, since Cheng Yan and Cheng Zirua only needed experience, he could easily have them hide somewhere after entering the secret realm. He could then solo the entire dungeon himself without worrying about his secret being exposed. With this thought, Wang Hao made up his mind. Nodding to Cheng Yan, he stated, I can take you along, but let's be clear, I don't have much time. I'll only bring you in 3 times at most. Once inside the secret realm, you must follow my commands without question. Wang Hao chose to lay down the ground rules first, to avoid them clinging to him later. Seeing Wang Hao agree, Cheng Yan was overjoyed. While 6,000 yuan was a lot for ordinary people, it was a mere trifle for awakened individuals like them. Previously, when they sorcerers needed guides to enter secret realms, the fees were often tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan, far beyond his means. Seeing Wang Hao's youthful face, he deliberately decided to test the waters, and unexpectedly, it had worked. He nodded eagerly, pulling out his phone. No problem, no problem. I'll transfer the deposit right now. Once we're done, I'll send the remaining half. He scanned Wang Hao's QR code and transferred 3,000 yuan immediately, as if afraid Wang Hao might change his mind. Seeing the 3,000 yuan hit his account, Wang Hao felt pretty good. His teammate's problem was solved, and he'd even snagged 3 free dungeon tickets on the side. Seemed like today's his lucky day, destined for a big win. If he could encounter a few mutated bosses inside the secret realm later, that would be even better. After buying the tickets, as they walked toward the secret realm entrance, Cheng Yan asked Wang Hao curiously, Hey, bro, how are we gonna fight this? Terrain-based or assassination style? Wang Hao walked up to the entrance, inserted his ticket into the scanner, and answered without turning back. We're going all in. One-shot strategy?
Hearing Wang Hao's answer, Chang Yan's mind was filled with questions. As a veteran of the Secret Realm Forum, he'd studied the North Luo Wasteland strategy countless times, practically a semi-expert on the place, yet he'd never heard of a one-wave tactic. But seeing Wang Hao had already entered the Secret Realm, he dared not linger.
He led Chang Zirua inside. Beep. Entering Bronze Secret Realm, Northern Wastes Wilderness Level 35. Current difficulty, multiplayer easy. Chapter 27, Crimson Flame Golden Winged Lion votes needed. As a ruin-type secret realm, the main quest of the Northern Luo Wasteland involves exploring a ruined ancient city nestled within the wasteland.
After breaking through layer upon layer of obstacles and defeating the final boss, the secret realm would be considered cleared.
Due to the complex terrain and numerous minor enemies within the ancient city, strategies for the Northern Waste secret realm are divided into two approaches: terrain control and assassination. The terrain approach involves using map features to lure minor enemies out one by one for isolated elimination before tackling the boss. The assassination approach bypasses the swarm of minor enemies to execute a direct decapitation strike on the boss. Both approaches have their pros and cons, with detailed guides available on the forums. As a seasoned veteran who frequently roams the Beiluo Wasteland, Chang Yan knew this better than anyone. One-shot strategy?
He'd never heard of such a thing. After all, only first, second, and third transitioned adventurers venture into the first transition secret realm. They all follow the step-by-step guides from the forums to tackle the realm.
Brother Wang Hao, what does one-shot mean? Entering the secret realm's entrance, Chang Yan quickly walked up beside Wang Hao and asked curiously. Wang Hao stared at the ancient city ruins faintly visible through the sandstorm, offering no reply.
Turning to Chang Yan, he instructed them, find a safe place to hide. With that, a flash of light enveloped him.
Chang Yan watched as a dazzling set of purple-black armor instantly materialized on Wang Hao's body. Chang Yan?
Just as he opened his mouth to ask, Wang Hao leaped with all his might, soaring into the air before crashing violently into the ancient city ruins nearby.
You bastard monsters! Your old man is here! Hearing Wang Hao's furious roar echoing from within the city walls, accompanied by the relentless howls of monsters, Chang Yan's jaw dropped. So this all-out rush means we hide while you charge in recklessly, huh? Are young people these days really this brave?
Though this Beiluo Wilderness secret realm was only a bronze-tier realm, it was still a multiplayer dungeon. The sheer number of monsters was far beyond what ordinary adventurers could handle. Even with his high stats, facing a sea of monsters closing in, even a third transition adventurer would meet their end in the northwest. He's just too cocky. The thought of losing his 3,000 yuan if Wang Hao died filled Chang Yan with despair. No, we have to go help him. Grabbing Cheng Zirua, who had just entered the instance behind him, Chang Yan jogged toward the city. Amidst the yellow sandstorm, a ruined city stood silently in the desert. Occasionally, glimpses of the city's former grandeur could be seen beneath the sand-covered ground. Beyond the city gates, crumbling structures obstructed the view, forming a labyrinthine terrain. Every adventurer who entered this place had to tread carefully, never knowing which corner might suddenly unleash a monster to end their life. Chang Yan held a one-handed sword in front of Cheng Zirua, advancing cautiously.
Damn it! We finally talked someone into guiding us into the secret realm, only to find this reckless fool thinking he could solo the monsters. Does he think he's some god-tier adventurer?
Sis, if things get dicey, you run first.
Remember, survival comes first.
I may not have many skills, but I know how to escape and save my skin. Chang Yan chattered incessantly from the front, grumbling about Wang Hao's recklessness.
Who does this kid think he is? Killed a few monsters in the newbie dungeon and suddenly thinks he's hot stuff?
This is a multiplayer dungeon for third-tier players.
Even a third-tier expert would have to.
Turning a corner, they emerged onto a plaza. The scene before him instantly silenced his words. Chang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. Holy! Holy! The center of the plaza was littered with corpses of various minor monsters: scorpions, werewolves, skeletons, lizardmen, and more. Wang Hao stood alone atop a mountain of monster corpses, clad in black-purple armor. Blue lightning flickered within his armor as he gripped a lizardman warrior who still clung to life. He turned his head slightly, and the murderous glint in his eyes made Chang Yan shudder.
How is this possible? How could you have wiped them all out in such a short time? Killed 20-level desert scorpion, gained 41 EXP. Killed 32-level desert werewolf, gained 68 EXP. Killed 25-level skeleton warrior, gained 52 EXP. Killed 26-level lizard warrior, gained 58 EXP. Massive amounts of experience surged into Chang Yan and Cheng Zirua's bodies.
Though merely the simplest multiplayer dungeon, the sheer number of monsters yielded substantial experience. Within a mere minute, Chang Yan and Cheng Zirua instantly leveled up. Staring at the relentless stream of experience notifications flooding their screens, Chang Yan exchanged an incredulous glance with Cheng Zirua behind him. Only then did he realize this wasn't a dream, they had genuinely teamed up with a powerhouse.
Holy crap, this guy is insane!
He soloed hundreds of mobs all by himself.
If multiplayer dungeons didn't require 3 players to activate, he probably wouldn't have brought us along at all. Is this what a true genius looks like? What class is he even playing? S tier? SS tier? Could it be one of those legendary god tier classes? As the questions piled up in his mind, one thought grew increasingly urgent within Changyan. He absolutely had to latch onto Wang Hao's coattails. He could be the ticket to success for both him and his sister. If necessary, he could even arrange for his sister to marry him. Once a genius like this took flight, people like them would never be able to catch up. They had to latch onto his coattails firmly before he gained momentum. At this realization, the look in his eyes toward Wang Hao lost all trace of contempt, replaced entirely by profound admiration and awe. Cheng Zirua lost in her own thoughts. Her pretty face flushed crimson as she hid behind Changyan, unable to meet Wang Hao's gaze. Watching the two approach, Wang Hao frowned slightly. Didn't I tell you to stay put in a safe place? Why did you follow me? If you keep trailing me like this, how am I supposed to give it my all? Changyan approached with an obsequious expression. We were just worried about your safety and wanted to lend a hand. Help me? You're just worried I'll get carried away and cost you your 3,000 yuan, aren't you? Wang Hao snorted derisively, choosing not to call him out on his thoughts. He waved his hand dismissively. No need. Just find a place to hide and stay out of my way. That's the biggest help you can give. I'll be done soon. Wait for my signal. Changyan tried to say more, but Wang Hao's expression darkened as he snapped impatiently. I said it before, once we're inside the secret realm, you follow my lead. Seeing Wang Hao's anger, Changyan, afraid he might abandon them, dared not say more and could only nod meekly. Alright, big brother. Let us know if you need anything. With that, he led Cheng Zirua, who seemed to have more to say, away to find a spot. Watching their retreating figures, Wang Hao shook his head and paid them no mind. He continued alone into the depths of the secret realm. Crossing the plaza, Wang Hao arrived at the entrance of an underground palace. This was the first boss of the Beiluo Wasteland multiplayer secret realm, the Flame Lion. Gazing at the massive blue lion engulfed in purple flames before him, Wang Hao burst into laughter. Lucky break! The very first boss I encounter today is mutated. Purple Flame Golden Winged Lion Mutated Beast. Level 35-second transformation. Elements: Fire, Wind, Earth. Special Bloodline: Purple Crystal Windwing Lion 20. Attributes: Strength 464, Constitution 485, Agility 398, Spirit 425. Skills: Gale Edge, Crimson Flame Blast, Whirling Sandstorm. Spotting Wang Hao entering its territory, the Crimson Flame Golden Winged Lion rose to its feet and unleashed a thunderous roar. Roar! Chapter 28, Frost Lich Votes Needed. Wang Hao stretched lazily as he watched the roaring Crimson Flame Golden Winged Lion. With a flick of his thoughts, the armor on his body transformed into a streak of black light, landing nearby and morphing into the form of Moon Shadow. We're both felines. This little lion is yours. Don't go too hard on it. I think it'll make a good mount. Just beat it half to death. Wang Hao gave a few instructions before finding a rock nearby to sit down. Rarely encountering a mutated boss as the first target, Wang Hao decided to contract it as his mount. After all, he still had 2 more runs through the instance, no shortage of materials to come by. Moon Shadow nodded, fixing her gaze on the nearby Crimson Flame Golden Winged Lion. Her eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Roar! Seeing Wang Hao treated with such contempt, the Crimson Flame Golden Winged Lion roared in fury. Its fur instantly bristled, thickening and puffing up, making its already towering 2-meter frame appear even more colossal and formidable. Seeing the Purple Flame Golden Winged Lion not only refuse to kneel and acknowledge its master but actually attempt to resist, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Yueying. She hissed lowly, "Wretched beast! How dare you be so insolent? Kneel and acknowledge me as your master at once." Maya! Her figure flickered like a black streak of light, instantly slicing through space to appear beside the Purple Flame Golden Winged Lion. Swish! 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 Before the Purple Flame Golden Winged Lion could react, several gleaming white blades flashed through the air, instantly carving over a dozen massive gashes into its massive body. Roar! Purple blood spurted forth, carrying wisps of scorching heat as it splattered onto the ground. The Purple Flame Golden Winged Lion let out an agonized howl, its entire body engulfed in purple flames. It opened its maw, spewing fireballs in an attempt to incinerate the treacherous assassin, Moon Shadow. But Moon Shadow shifted her stance, her extraordinary agility allowing her to weave through the lion's flames. Vast swaths of fire failed to even graze the hem of her robe. As she danced through the flames, Moon Shadow's twin blades carved deep, bone-exposing gashes into the lion's body, drawing furious roars from its throat. Seeing the health bar on the Purple Flame Golden Winged Lion's head nearly depleted, Moon Shadow halted her movements and drew the long whip from her waist. With a crack of lightning, the whip lashed out like a thunderous chain, coiling tightly around the Purple Flame Golden Winged Lion and binding it securely. Thunder! Bind! As the lightning danced along the whip, the battle lost its last shred of suspense. The mutated level 35-second transformation Purple Flame Golden Winged Lion was no match for Moon Shadow, reduced to little more than a toy. It hadn't even lasted a minute before being beaten down to a mere sliver of health. If outsiders heard this, they'd never believe it. What does a level 35-second transformation mutated boss even mean? A guaranteed raid wipe machine. Even a fully manned 10-man second transition team would likely face a wipe against this purple flame golden winged lion. Yet in Moon Shadow's hands, it was as effortless as catching a kitten. Stepping before the crimson flame golden winged lion, Wang Hao smiled softly and crouched down before it. Well, little kitty, are you convinced? Seeing Wang Hao approach, the purple flame golden winged lion still reeling from the battle suddenly widened its eyes in terror. Intense fear and unease filled its eyes as it let out a low, mournful whine, as if begging Wang Hao for mercy. Wang Hao chuckled heartily, reaching out to stroke its massive head. Don't worry. Follow me, and you won't lose out. As long as you do your job well, even bloodline regression won't be a problem. Wang Hao made grand promises as he tapped his finger on the purple flame swift lion's forehead, activating the temporary contract. Spirit domination. Contract established. Swish. A flash of white light erupted, instantly branding a circular mark upon the purple flame swiftwind lion's forehead. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Contract successful. Contracted mutant beast purple flame golden winged lion. It worked. As the contract was completed, the fierce glint in the purple flame swiftwind lion's eyes gradually faded, giving way to a more spirited and agile expression. Seeing the contract succeed, Wang Hao's heart leapt with joy. He instructed Moon Shadow to release the restraints binding the purple flame golden winged lion. Your color is purple with gold accents. From now on, I'll call you Purple Gold. Wang Hao chuckled heartily, patting Purple Gold on the head as a naming fee. He paid no heed to the disdainful glare Moon Shadow shot his way. Freed from its bonds, Purple Gold immediately scrambled to its feet, rubbing affectionately against Moon Shadow's legs. Seemingly trying to win her favor, it was promptly kicked away by Yueying. Wang Hao slapped Zijing's neck and laughed heartily. Zijing, ignore her. I'm your master. Come on. Your master's taking you on an adventure. Roar. Beep. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Shinsini frowned at the busy tone coming from the phone. Weren't we supposed to visit Grandpa together today? Where the heck did Wang Hao go now? She had even planned to take Wang Hao shopping for new clothes, spruce him up nicely, and make a good impression on Grandpa. But he doesn't have many friends to begin with. What could he possibly be doing alone on a Sunday afternoon? Could he possibly be on a date? The thought made her heart feel suddenly heavy. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she pulled out her phone and dialed again. Hey, Fatso, it's Shinsini. Do you know where Wang Hao is? I told you yesterday I was going to the Beiluo wilderness, right? Okay, I got it. After hanging up, Shinsini's face lit up with a bright smile. I knew it. There's no way that guy would go on a date with someone else. Inside the Tang family's secret chamber, Tang Kai took a stone dagger from the hooded figure. Are you sure this thing can strip Wang Hao of his god-tier talent? Tang Kai examined the dagger, his gaze turning to the cloaked figure with lingering doubt. The cloaked figure nodded. This is our Holy Order's Anling dagger. It can fully absorb his bloodline into the blade. As long as you can thrust the soul-securing dagger into his body, we can use secret techniques to transplant his talents into yours. Tang Kai shot the cloaked figure a skeptical glance. Really? All this mystical mumbo-jumbo? You talked up that soul-seizing ring like it was the next big thing, and it turned out to be a load of crap. The cloaked figure replied. This is a sacred artifact of our abyssal holy cult. I'm not joking with you. You'll have to return it after use. Tang Kai chuckled, tucking the Anling dagger into his robe. He slung an arm around the robed figure's shoulder. Ha! Don't get so worked up. Just kidding. Hey, how many people can this dagger absorb? I've got a few rivals I can't stand. Can I take them all out at once? Any special requirements for using it? Just stab them and it works? The black-robed man. Wang Hao rode Purple Gold, shielded by Moon Shadow's protection. He ventured deep into the underground palace, arriving before the second-floor boss. As expected, the second boss had also mutated. In the hall where a necromancer should have stood, a massive desk now sat. A lich, encased in ice and bound by countless chains, hovered mid-air, studying a grimoire in its grasp. Frost Lich mutated monster. Level 38 second transformation. Elements, Dark, Necromancy, Ice. Special Bloodline, Lich 40. Attributes, Strength 413, Constitution 425, Agility 398, Spirit 542. Skills, Undead Legion, Frost Nova, Dark Veil, Death's Decay. As Wang Hao and Yueying arrived riding Purple Flame, the Lich's gaze lifted from its spellbook. Blue soul flames flickered ceaselessly within its skull. Ah, a new seeker of the way. Chapter 29, Undead Dragon Tortoise Vote Sought. In the lore of the Northern Wastes, this land once harbored a civilization of extraordinary prosperity. Countless mages gathered here, collectively seeking the truths of the world. Yet it was precisely this insatiable thirst for knowledge ultimately brought about a great catastrophe. Uncontrolled magical elements and chaotic spatial storms utterly destroyed the entire realm of Skalos, leaving behind the desolate wasteland known as the Northern Wastes. With no patience for the Frost Lich's cutscene, Wang Hao snapped his fingers. Such an ugly thing, let's finish it off. Yueying, nestled in his arms, transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged toward the Frost Lich. Mortal, fragile life. The Frost Lich's body shimmered with magical light. Bookcases shattered instantly around him, and countless magical runes danced through the air, blocking Moon Shadow's lightning bolt. Shadow combo. Moon Shadow merged entirely with the shadows, swiftly wielding her twin blades as she relentlessly struck the Frost Lich's magical shield. In less than 3 seconds, the Frost Wizard's icy shield shattered into a sky of ice shards under Moon Shadow's furious assault. Yet the Frost Lich showed no sign of panic. Holding a clump of frost in his hands, he murmured a chant. Death is not the end. The Frost Lich murmured, and countless crimson blossoms bloomed around him. Wang Hao's face paled. He recognized these flowers. They were mandrake flowers. Roses from hell. They contained immense death energy, even a 4th-tier professional would have to avoid their sharp edge. As Moon Shadow charged into the sea of flowers, the Frost Lich's soul flame flickered with apparent delight. He released his grip on the magical runes. Death's Wither. Countless waves of death energy erupted from the mandrake flowers, surging toward Yueying in the sky. The Frost Lich watched Yueying in midair with relish. He particularly relished this process of stripping away life. It made him feel alive, still the master of this world. Oh no! Wang Hao, watching from nearby, was seized by panic. He immediately prepared to activate his beast control space, intending to forcibly recall the Moon Shadow. But Yueying showed no panic. Her gaze remained icy as she fixed her eyes on the Frost Lich suspended in the air. Death is merely a link in the chain of fate. Meow. And I roam beyond fate. Meow. A thin veil of mist shimmered around Yueying's form, dancing lightly in the air as if to dance, completely sealing off all the death energy. What? The Frost Lich was utterly shocked by this sight. It was the power of fate, a perfect counter to the force of death. How could she possibly possess such a skill? Could she be a deity? Before he could process it, Moon Shadow's figure had already lunged forward. No! Darkness Veil. Undead Legion. Frost Nova. 3 skills unleashed in rapid succession. Black mist surged from his body, and a ring of frost exploded around him, attempting to repel Yueying. Yet she deftly evaded the blast with agile footwork. Countless undead roared as they burst from the fog, desperate to stop Moon Shadow from harming their master. Yet all this was destined to be futile before Moon Shadow. Enveloped in lightning, Moon Shadow's gaze pierced through the thick fog, locking onto the Frost Lich's heart. Useless. Darkness is also my power. Meow. Swish. Moon Shadow vanished from her spot in an instant, moving so swiftly it seemed like teleportation. She materialized directly behind the Frost Lich. A thunderous whip had somehow coiled around the Lich's entire body, binding its soul within. I know. Lich bodies can only be destroyed by shattering their soul containers. Meow. But if I directly imprison your soul, the life vessel becomes irrelevant. Meow. The short blades in Moon Shadow's hands blazed with azure divine moon thunder. The power of the moonlight pierced the thick fog, enveloping the Frost Lich entirely. In that moment, he truly felt death approaching. No! Don't! I have a crucial secret to reveal. Before he could finish, Moon Shadow's attack struck him. Swish! 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 5 lightning-fast strikes unleashed within a tenth of a second instantly sliced the Frost Lich's body into dozens of pieces. His health bar plummeted like a dam bursting under Moon Shadow's relentless assault, vanishing without a trace in an instant. No! With only a final agonized scream, the Frost Lich, master of death's power, completely dissipated into thin air. Along with it, the undead monsters charging toward Wang Hao also turned to skeletal ash mid-charge. Defeated level 38 second stage mutated demon lord, Frost Lich. Gains 0 EXP. Successful kill of mutant monster commander, obtained additional reward, Frost Magic Chest X1. Defeated special boss, gained 1000 spirit energy. 1 spawned. Wang Hao's heart leapt with joy at the sound of the system notification. Unfortunately, both he and Moon Shadow had already reached level 20. Without advancing or changing professions, they couldn't gain any more experience. Wang Hao felt like he'd missed out on a huge chunk of experience. Fortunately, the Frost Lich also contributed 1000 spirit energy, which could be used to learn skills. Not too bad after all. Patting Zijing's head, he pressed onward. He headed deeper into the underground palace. Every minor monster blocking their path was swallowed whole by Zijing, leaving the beast feeling rather stuffed. They reached the final destination of the underground palace. A vast mausoleum lay before them. It served as the magician's experimental site in their time, and also as their final resting place. Guarding the tomb was their final experimental creation. The ultimate magical beast, the undying rock turtle. Gazing at the colossal beast crouched in the distance, Wang Hao could only sigh. Truly worthy of sorcerers. Even the final boss had mutated. Undying Dragon Tortoise Mutated Monster. Level, 42nd job. Elements, Earth, Fire, Water. Special Bloodline, Dragon Tortoise 60. Attributes, Strength 531, Constitution 643, Agility 215, Spirit 534. Skills, Dragon Turtle Slumber, Dragon's Breath, Tortoise Shell Thorns, Rolling Charge. Dragon Tortoise's Slumber. When the Undying Dragon Tortoise's health falls below 50%, it enters a feigned death state. It cannot move or attack, gains 80 damage immunity, and restores 50 lost health. Passive effect, restores 30 maximum health per second. Dragon Breath, active effect. The Undying Dragon Turtle unleashes a torrent of Dragonfire breath from its maw, dealing area of effect magical damage to enemies ahead and igniting Dragonfire within them for massive magical damage. Passive effect, all attacks from the Undying Dragon Turtle apply one layer of Dragonfire effect to enemies, stacking up to 30 times. Turtle Shell Thorns, passive when enemies attack the Undying Dragon Turtle, they are countered by the magical array on its shell, reflecting 40 damage back to them and applying one layer of Dragon Breath effect. Turtle Shell Thorns grants the Undying Dragon Turtle immunity to control effects. Rolling Charge, the Undying Dragon Turtle retracts its entire body into its shell, rapidly rolls forward, and swiftly closes in on enemies. It stuns the first enemy it collides with and deals massive magical damage. Passive effect, the Undying Dragon Turtle gains 30 movement speed while rolling. Wang Hao felt a headache coming on as he stared at the Undying Turtle's health bar, which resembled a barcode. Even though Moon Shadow's stats were now higher than its own, this thing was just too tanky. The health bar on its head was so long it made Wang Hao want to curse. And its skills were absurdly overpowered. It couldn't be one-shot, couldn't be controlled, and worst of all, it could heal itself. Utterly disgusting. An average third transformation team would probably turn tail and run the moment they saw this boss. We can't fight it. We just can't. Without percentage-based damage, no one stands a chance against this dragon turtle. Let's try attacking it first. If that doesn't work, we'll figure out another way. Wang Hao drew a crossbow from Zi Jin's back. After mastering the Beast Taming Sutra, he'd specifically visited the equipment shop to stock up on weapons just in case. Little did he know it would come in handy now. I'll draw the dragon turtle's aggro. Moon Shadow, unleash your attacks while I hold its attention. Purple Flame, keep it occupied with magic from the sidelines. Wang Hao mentally issued battle commands to his two beasts. Amidst the undying dragon turtle's furious roar, the final boss battle commenced. Chapter 30, Wild Divine Beast Boats needed. Outside the city of Beiluo Wilderness, Chang Yen and Chang Zirua stood atop a small hill, observing the movements within the city. Strange, why is it so quiet? Chang Yen muttered under his breath. Judging by the experience notifications from the system, Wang Hao should have already defeated the second boss and be heading toward the final endgame boss. The recent flood of experience points had thrilled him beyond measure. That was exhilarating. His only worry now was how to latch onto Wang Hao's coattails. After all, the guy had only agreed to take him through the secret realm 3 times. At this pace, he'd likely finish them all in half a day. This was an ultra-fast experience no one else could offer. Even a fully manned third transformation squad would struggle to speedrun the Northern Wastes. Clearing 3 bosses in under 4 or 5 hours was practically impossible. If any of them mutated, the time required would likely be even longer. By comparison, Wang Hao was moving at rocket speed. With all 3 bosses mutated, he reached the undying dragon turtle's lair in under half an hour. If the dungeon didn't lack a time leaderboard, it would have left a crowd of players utterly stunned. With such a powerful ally, Chang Yen wasn't about to let him slip away. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Chang Yen pondered his options and concluded he had only one viable path forward. He turned to look at Chang Zirua, who was gazing into the distance, lost in thought. "Hey sis. How about I find you a husband?" Chang Zirua. Thud. The immortal dragon tortoise's shell slammed violently against the stone wall of the underground palace. The powerful force sent Wang Hao flying backward. Put. Dust-covered and disheveled, Wang Hao scrambled out of the dirt. During the battle, that damn undead dragon turtle charged relentlessly at Wang Hao, ignoring all attacks from Yue Ying and Zijin. Once its rolling charge was ready, it would simply charge at Wang Hao. It had beaten Wang Hao into a sorry state. If that were all, it might have been bearable. But the real problem was that after Yue Ying finally managed to whittle down the dragon turtle's health with several skill combos, the creature simply flopped onto its back, retracting all 5 limbs into its shell and entering the dragon turtle's slumber. That black health bar bubbled up like a freshly opened can of soda, leaving Wang Hao utterly helpless for a moment. The real problem was that their attacks bounced back, dealing damage to themselves. This left Wang Hao unable to fight freely. With his current health pool, he simply couldn't outlast the dragon turtle. Even if it stood still and didn't retaliate, the dragon turtle wouldn't die before Wang Hao was likely killed by its own reflected attacks. This instantly reminded Wang Hao of a specific gear setup from his past gaming life. Sunfire Cape and Lander's armor hit me, and you hit yourself. This undead turtle gave Wang Hao exactly that feeling. It was like having a lump of poop stuck in his throat. He couldn't swallow it down, nor could he spit it out. And damn, it was disgusting. Damn it, this turtle shell is rock hard. Wang Hao was so furious he slammed his crossbow onto the ground. This thing was useless against the undead dragon turtle. The bolts didn't even scratch its skin and it healed faster than you could shoot. Wang Hao, what do we do now? Meow. Roar. Taking advantage of the undying dragon turtle entering its slumber, Moon Shadow and Purple Flame rushed to Wang Hao's side. Her expression darkened. She had thought becoming a divine beast would make her invincible. Never did she expect to be defeated today by a mere secret realm monster. Even if it was a mutated demon lord, it was still only a second stage demon. She was, after all, a divine beast. Her attributes were so much higher than its, yet she couldn't do anything to it. It was utterly humiliating. Though unwilling to admit defeat, facing this stubborn dragon turtle with its high HP, thick defense, and self-healing abilities, Moon Shadow was genuinely at a loss. How was she supposed to fight this? She was momentarily at a loss. Hearing her question, Wang Hao scratched his head helplessly. He didn't have any particularly good solutions either. Typically, against such tanky monsters, the standard approach was to use percentage-based physical attacks, inflict crippling poison to prevent healing, or resort to psychic attacks to bypass its high physical defense. But Wang Hao possessed none of these three methods. Their damage output couldn't instantly kill the undead turtle in one go. If they let it slip into turtle slumber, all their previous damage would be wasted. They'd have to start all over again. Just as Wang Hao was agonizing over whether to quit now and restart the instance, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. I have a solution. Startled, Wang Hao wondered what had suddenly appeared in his mind. He looked around and saw a strange white magical creature crouched at a small fork in the path not far away. Without opening its mouth, a gentle voice entered Wang Hao's mind. I have a way to deal with it. Follow me. With that, it turned and dashed into the fork. Wang Hao and Yue Ying exchanged a glance, unsure whether to trust it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Worst case, we just restart. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then flipped onto Purple Flame's back, carrying Yue Ying as they raced toward the strange creature. Oh my goodness. You're already a level 20 expert, just one step away from advancing to a new class. You won't gain any experience from fighting monsters here. What are you doing in the Beiluo wasteland? There's no good gear to farm here. Why not just stay home, sleep in, and chat with friends? Why rush out on adventures? At the very least, why not find someone to fall in love with? Shinseni pulled up in her sports car at the entrance to the northern wastes, smiling faintly at the complaints coming from her best friend, Situ Jing, in the passenger seat. Oh dear, it's been days since I've run a dungeon. Worried my skills might be rusty, so I'm grabbing a bronze dungeon to warm up. Stretching lazily, Stu Jing revealed her shapely figure beneath her lady's battle armor as she yawned. You better be practicing. If I find out you're here to meet some guy, I won't let you off the hook. Shinseni stepped out of the car, chuckling as she hooked her arm through Suta Jing's and pulled her toward the dungeon entrance. Wait, aren't multiplayer dungeons supposed to require 3 players? How are we supposed to fight with just 2 of us? Don't worry, I've already found someone. Shinseni, something's off with you. Following the strange little beast's scent, Wang Hao chased all the way to the end of the underground palace's branching passage. He arrived at a side chamber. There, the white demonic creature crouched atop a pile of large crates, waiting intently for Wang Hao's arrival. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Wang Hao stared at the strange demon, baffled by its sudden appearance. Checking the system only yielded a sea of question marks. Juvenile divine beast. Level? Trans? Element? Divine beast bloodline? Attributes, strength, constitution, agility, spirit? Skills? It's actually a wild divine beast. Wang Hao was startled. He never expected to encounter a wild divine beast within the Bronze Secret Realm. Could it be that it recognized his status as a divine beast spirit tamer and came to aid him? Just as Wang Hao had suspected. The white divine beast spoke, its voice echoing directly within Wang Hao's mind. Who I am, you will learn in time. Now is not the moment. Why I am here is fate's arrangement. The solution lies within. Wang Hao's heart surged with wild joy. The divine beast had prepared something for him. Could it be a divine artifact, or perhaps a god-tier skill? What was inside? A divine artifact that could bypass defenses? Or a god-tier skill dealing percentage-based damage? The white divine beast rolled its eyes at Wang Hao. Neither. It was a M1177E2 Javelin anti-tank guided missile and a shape-charge high-explosive grenade. Wang Hao. Meanwhile, at a military base somewhere in the United States. A sergeant was sweating profusely as he scoured the surveillance footage of the armory, his voice rising in sharp, explosive bursts. Behind him, a U.S. Army general roared with fury. What the hell stole our equipment? Don't let me catch you. Or I'll shove your head up your ass and show you what real cruelty is. Chapter 31, Wealth Brings Firepower. Anti-tank rockets? High-explosive fragmentation grenades? Wang Hao smacked his dry lips. Damn it! In a way, these were indeed divine weapons against heavy tanks like the undead turtle. But how did this mythical beast even get its hands on such gear? Using anti-tank rocket launchers underground, is that really safe?
Wang Hao felt a twinge of worry, but then heard the white divine beast speak again.
I've given you the tools. Remember to use them well. After your 4th transformation, head to the Changbai Mountain Secret Realm. I'll be waiting for you there. Remember, you must go only after your 4th transformation. Don't go too soon, that fellow has a rather unpleasant temper.
As it spoke, its form began to fade from Wang Hao's sight. With a ripple in the space, it vanished completely.
Wait. Who exactly are you? Who's waiting for me in the Changbai Mountain Secret Realm?
Hey, you better explain yourself. Watching the white divine beast vanish, Wang Hao was filled with confusion. It appeared suddenly, vanished just as abruptly. Was it all just to deliver this pile of stuff and a cryptic message? It all felt rather unreliable. But its form was already gone, and Wang Hao's questions would remain unanswered. He could only step forward and pry open the 4 large crates laid out on the ground. Inside lay dozens of neatly arranged American Javelin 3 anti-tank rocket launchers, alongside hundreds of shaped-charged high-explosive grenades. Running his fingers over the cold metal casing of the rocket launcher, Wang Hao nearly forgot how technologically advanced this world truly was. 300 years ago, when the secret realm first appeared, it was precisely with this heavy firepower that the people of this world drove the monsters from their homeland. After 3 centuries of development, the weapons and equipment of this world had long since reached a new pinnacle. Against the monsters, an ever-growing array of heavy firepower had been developed. The Javelin 7 anti-tank rocket launcher and the shape-charged high-explosive grenade before him were the latest individual combat weapons developed by the United States. Who would have thought this divine beast could even get its hands on such advanced gear? Absolutely unbelievable. But I've heard Americans like to embed tracking devices in their weapons. Won't using these get me into trouble? Wang Hao felt a twinge of worry. Before he could inspect them further, the space before him suddenly rippled. A small white head poked out from within. Almost forgot, I've already removed all the tracking devices from these items. You can use them without worry. That's it. After your 4th transformation, don't forget to head to the Changbai Mountain Secret Realm. Bye. Swish. The spatial fissure snapped shut. Wang Hao scratched his head, still a bit dazed. Wang Hao. What now? This feels even less reliable. Is this how wild divine beasts are? He shook his head, dismissing the wild thoughts swirling in his mind. Whatever. He was in Longwei anyway. Even if those tracking devices were still active, could the Americans really come all the way to Longwei to find him? Wang Hao pulled the manual from the box and studied it carefully. Then he took out an anti-tank gun and a shape-charged high-explosive grenade, testing them out in a nearby side road. Boom! Boom! The deafening explosions echoed against Wang Hao's grimacing face. Damn! Dragon turtle! Times have changed. This stuff is way more useful than skills. Stowing all his weapons into his storage ring, Wang Hao mounted purple gold and raced back toward the undying dragon turtle's location. This time, he would show it what the power of technology truly meant. Deep within the underground palace, Chang Yan guided Cheng Zirua forward with utmost caution. Cheng Zirua tugged at Chang Yan's shoulder. Bro! They told us to find a safe place to hide. Why are we still here? We're just going to upset him again. Chang Yan tapped his sister's head in exasperation. Are you stupid? We've already asked him to run the secret realm with us 3 times. After these 3 runs? With his strength, he'll never be short of money. If we want to latch onto his coattails, we have to show him our worth. He hasn't made a move for so long, he must be in a tough fight. If we show up on the battlefield to support him, we can naturally team up with him afterward. That way, we'll be clinging to his coattails, right? Whether he takes me or not won't matter then. Best if he takes you, then you'll have the advantage of proximity. With your broad-mindedness, you'll win him over in one fell swoop. We'll gain both man and treasure. How splendid. Listening to Cheng Yan's reckless ramblings, Cheng Ziruo's cheeks flushed crimson. She pinched his arm playfully and pouted. Brother. What nonsense are you spouting? What broad-mindedness? What winning him over? You're embarrassing me to death. Cheng Yan shrugged it off. Little sis, you'll marry someday. Instead of settling for a punk like Li Qing, you'd be better off with a guy like Brother Wang Hao. He's clearly destined for greatness. I don't want your children to end up like us, having to fight tooth and nail just to grasp a sliver of control over their own destiny. Listening to Cheng Yan's earnest words, Cheng Ziruo was momentarily at a loss for what to say. Her already troubled heart felt as if it had been stabbed by something sharp. Brother, I'll listen to you. Cheng Yan ruffled Cheng Ziruo's hair and laughed heartily. It's fine. If you truly dislike him, I won't force you. To me, your happiness matters more than anything else. They walked on a bit further. Hearing the constant rumbling of explosions in the distance, Cheng Yan swallowed hard. It should be just ahead. Deep within the underground palace. Wang Hao, clad in his moon shadow armor, transformed into a shadowy form, evading the undying dragon turtle's rolling charge once more. While the dragon tortoise was still swaying its head, searching for his trail, Wang Hao wasted no words, pulling an anti-tank rocket launcher from his storage ring.
Damn it, let's see if your turtle shell is tougher than my rocket launcher. Whoosh. Boom. The specialized single warhead rocket pierced straight through the undying dragon turtle's magical shield, exploding violently on its shell. The immense damage instantly stunned the dragon turtle. No way. You're cheating with that thing. The spines on the dragon turtle's shell can deflect damage, but they need to locate the source of the attack to do so. With something like an anti-tank rocket launcher, the source of damage is the exploding projectile itself. How could it possibly deflect that? And this thing hurts like hell. One hit already knocked the dragon turtle down to a third of its health. What if a few more hit it? Watching its health bar plummet instantly. The undying turtle played dirty, immediately flattening itself on the ground. It retracted its limbs, head, and tail into its shell, triggering turtle's slumber. It planned to wait until its health was fully restored before emerging. And Wang Hao was waiting for this very moment. Ha! A sitting duck. A flash of black light erupted from his body as Moon's shadow instantly separated from him. Both men raised their reloaded anti-tank rocket launchers and unleashed a barrage of saturation fire upon the undying dragon turtle. Boom! 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 Joking aside, Wang Hao was a Chinese man in his previous life, rich in martial virtue. The tactical principle of the maneuver when outnumbered, firepower when outgunned was etched into his very DNA. Now the undying dragon turtle had activated its turtle slumber. Such an unwavering, unmoving target. If not now, when would they unleash their firepower? Immediately, Wang Hao and Yue Ying tossed aside their spent rocket launchers, both hands reaching for 5 or 6 shape charge high explosive grenades. These weren't your ordinary fragmentation grenades from his past life. They were specialized grenades crafted by the United States specifically for magical elements. Upon detonation, they trigger elemental fission in the surrounding area. In regions rich with magical elements, they inflict even greater devastation. Especially now that the undead dragon turtle was in the midst of its turtle slumber. Its shell was packed with concentrated magical elements. Before the undying dragon turtle's wounds could heal, the two charged toward the undying dragon turtle, flinging all the energy-focused high-explosive grenades with all their might into its wounds. Under the force of the shaped charge grenades, an earth-shattering explosion erupted within the undying dragon turtle's hardened shell. Boom! The immense energy even sent the turtle's shell flying into the air. Following the blast, a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted out from within the shell. Defeated level 42nd stage mutant monster lord, undying dragon turtle. Gains 0 EXP. Successful kill of mutant monster commander, received additional rewards: 1 dragon turtle soul, 1 earth element. Defeated special boss, gained 1200 spirit energy. Listening to the system prompt echoing in his mind, Wang Hao let out a hearty laugh. Success! Crack! A sudden noise echoed behind him. Wang Hao turned to see Cheng Yan and his sister Cheng Zirua had appeared at the underground palace entrance without him noticing. Witnessing Wang Hao dispatch the undead dragon turtle with such heavy firepower, they froze in shock, their faces drained of color. They didn't even react as the wand slipped from their hands. Chapter 32, Materials secured, votes needed. Damn it, he's a military arms dealer. No wonder he wouldn't let us tag along on his runs. I thought he was a god-tier professional. Turns out it was all tech. We're done for. I should never have come. Now he'll silence us for good. Chang Yan was filled with regret. Why the hell did he have to drag his sister along to see this? This is the end. Illegally stashing weapons was a capital offense in this era. Once these arms dealers were caught using heavy firepower to clear dungeons, they'd definitely silence witnesses. He'd heard these arms dealers were all ruthless killers who wouldn't blink an eye. This was truly the end. Chang Yan watched Wang Hao turn away, his face instantly draining of color. His legs shook like sieves, his mind filled with horrifying visions of himself being torn apart by 5 horses and his sister raped and murdered. Hey, you guys! Wang Hao had barely begun speaking when Chang Yan's knees buckled. He fell to his knees, raised his hands high, and cried out. We know the rules of the underworld. We truly didn't mean to see you using those weapons. Please spare our lives. We swear we won't breathe a word of this. We have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. Please spare our lives, big brother. If we die, our family will be ruined. Cheng Zirua, bewildered by her brother's sudden outburst, tugged at his arm and whispered, Brother, why are you saying this? Brother, when did you get married? And have a child? How come I didn't know? Wang Hao looked utterly confused, unsure why Cheng Yan had brought this up. Scratching his head, why are you bringing this up? I just wanted to ask if you guys are still in. Once this round's done, we open the chest and we're out of here. Cheng Yan opened his eyes, half believing, half doubting. Seeing Wang Hao's sincere gaze and the smile on his face, he didn't seem like someone who would kill them to silence them. You really won't kill us to silence us? Why would I kill you? Seeing Wang Hao's curious gaze, Cheng Yan stammered, gesturing toward the abandoned anti-tank rocket launcher nearby. The two of us saw you using heavy firepower. Wang Hao looked in the direction he pointed and suddenly understood, explaining. Oh, that. I found all this stuff in the secret realm. It seemed pretty useful, so I just picked it up. Is that illegal? Found? You're pulling my leg. This is a secret realm. Secret realm, you know. Monsters in the secret realm drop magical gear, at the very least, items related to the realm's properties. It's been over 300 years since the secret realm appeared. And I've never heard of anyone finding heavy weapons in a secret realm.
Hearing Wang Hao spout such nonsense, Cheng Yen snapped and blurted out.
Bro, hoarding military weapons? Of course it's illegal.
Before he could finish, he regretted it. Seeing Wang Hao's gaze grow colder by the second, he scrambled to cover his tracks, but this kind of thing only becomes illegal if the Public Security Bureau catches you. It's just between heaven and earth, you and me, no one else will ever know. Master, everything's packed up. Yueying, who had been cleaning up the battlefield, emerged from the shadows behind Wang Hao and reported to him.
Cheng Yen, mid-sentence, froze in mid-air. Absolutely no one else will know. Watching Cheng Yen break out in a cold sweat, Wang Hao finally couldn't hold back. He burst into loud laughter. He slapped Cheng Yen on the shoulder. Bro, relax. I won't kill you to silence you. First off, these items really were just loot I picked up in the secret realm. I only brought them out specifically to take down this boss, I never use them normally. Second, I'm no murderous maniac who kills people to silence them on a whim. Even if you did report me to the police, I've got ways to get out of it, so you needn't worry. Wang Hao smiled as he helped Cheng Yen to his feet, while Chang Zirua chimed in beside them. See? I knew brother Wang Hao was a good guy. How could he possibly kill people casually? Cheng Yen stared at Yueying in her assassin's garb, recalling Wang Hao's menacing stance with that anti-tank rocket launcher. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reconcile the image of a good person with Wang Hao. You really won't kill us? No, I won't. Wang Hao smiled helplessly. So, you still have 2 secret realms left. Want to keep grinding? Hearing Wang Hao's question, Cheng Yen fell silent for a moment. In the end, he chose to trust Wang Hao. Go for it. I paid for it, why wouldn't I? Entrance to the secret realm in the northern wastes. Situ Jing idly swirled her bubble tea. Hey, Big Milky. It's already past noon. Is that person you mentioned actually coming or not? Shinsini kept tapping her phone, her gaze darting around the secret realm entrance. She replied half-heartedly, coming. Coming. He's on his way. Suta Jing looked skeptical, sipping her milk tea. Are you sure? Big Boobsy, don't leave us hanging here all morning. If you do, I'll never forgive you. Shinsini turned with a playful scold. Oh, stop calling me that. Fine, I'll buy you 2 bags if it comes to it. You've always wanted that limited edition Chanel, right? I'll get it for you. Big Boobsy, you're acting so weird. Shinsini blushed bright red, covering her cheeks as she cried out. I told you, don't call me that. Suddenly, the corner of her eye caught sight of a familiar figure emerging from the secret realm's entrance. She immediately sprang from her seat, leaving Situ Jing behind as she dashed toward the entrance. Ha? Is she here already? Hey, wait for me. I haven't finished my bubble tea yet. Wang Hao, having completed 3 consecutive runs of the Beiluo Wilderness multiplayer Easy Secret Realm, emerged from the entrance with Cheng Yen and his sister. The last 2 runs clearly weren't as lucky as the first. None of the 3 bosses had mutated. Moon Shadow didn't even need to intervene, the purple gold beast alone was more than enough to handle them. Since he didn't need to contract monsters, Wang Hao simply led Cheng Yen and Chang Zirua through the dungeons like slicing through butter, clearing both multiplayer instances within half an hour. He successfully gathered all the materials needed for his promotion and job change. Chang Yen and Chang Zirua also smoothly leveled up to 17. Chang Yen had intended to ask Wang Hao to continue grinding, but Wang Hao declined, citing preparations for his own promotion and job change. Nevertheless, Chang Yen persisted in pestering Wang Hao, insisting on recognizing him as their leader and demanding Chang Zirua add him on Feishin for easy contact. Just as the group prepared to leave, a rowdy gang of punk-styled youths in bizarre outfits stormed over, blocking their path. The leader, standing tall and arrogant, addressed Wang Hao directly. You're the one who stole my girl, right? Li Qing declared with a cocky swagger, his tone brimming with arrogance. Wang Hao frowned, eyeing the unwelcome intruders with growing irritation. What kind of idiots are these? Judging by their aura, they probably aren't even level 10. What are they trying to pull here? He turned to look at Cheng Yen beside him. Your friend? Cheng Yen hastily shook his head in denial, while Chang Zirua covered her face with both hands, utterly mortified. Li Qing was the older brother who grew up in the same courtyard as her, 2 years her senior, having awakened his abilities 2 years earlier. A sudden family crisis years ago had forced him into a life of drifting through society, turning him into the person he was today. Big brotherly. What are you saying? Brother Hao is just taking us to clear the secret realm, it's nothing like you think. Li Qing didn't buy Chang Zirua's explanation. Bull. If it was just clearing a dungeon, why would you need to add him on Feishin? Stepping in front of Wang Hao, Li Qing shoved him aside with a look of contempt, pointing his thumb at himself. You know who I am? Ever heard of Tang Kai, the bloodthirsty tiger of Xiajiang No. 1 High School? That's my big brother. You're ing crazy if you think you can touch my girl. Li Qing's tone was brash and his henchmen behind him started jeering, causing chaos. Who? Tang Kai? Wang Hao laughed bitterly in anger. What a coincidence. A cold, murderous intent flared in his eyes. Chapter 33, Tang Kai's apology votes needed. At first, Wang Hao had wondered what Tang Kai and his crew would do next after ruining his reputation online. Little did he expect that after waiting for so long, all he got was this insignificant nobody, Li Qing. Too bad with so many people around, he couldn't just kill him outright. Otherwise, he would have made sure these people learned the hard way that loose lips sink ships. But while they might escape death, they wouldn't escape punishment. Since they'd crossed paths, Wang Hao wouldn't hesitate to collect some interest first. Just as Wang Hao was about to teach these people a lesson, Chang Yan suddenly stepped forward. Li Qing. What the hell are you talking about? Ziruo isn't your property. Who we go into the secret realm with is none of your damn business. You always make excuses when we ask you to run dungeons, and now that we found someone, you start nitpicking. If you have a problem, take it up with me. Don't drag others into this. Chang Yan spoke arrogantly, relying on the fact that he and Li Qing had grown up together. He also shot Wang Hao a warning glance, signaling him to stay calm. Wang Hao frowned. Though he felt some resentment, advancing his class was the top priority now. If he could avoid a fight, it was best to do so. He didn't want to stir up trouble and risk delaying his own job change. Li Qing's face darkened. Chang Yan, did I give you any ing face? He pointed at Chang Yan and unleashed a torrent of curses. I called you big brother to save face, but you actually think you are my big brother? If it weren't for Zero, would I even bother with a trash mage like you? Don't you dare look at yourself in the mirror, you're nothing but bad luck. Keep talking trash here, and I'll beat you too. With that, he waved his hand, and the yellow-haired thugs behind him instantly closed in, surrounding Wang Hao and the others. Chang Ziruo's face flushed crimson with rage at Li Qing's words, her chest heaving with emotion. She screamed at Li Qing. Li Qing, you're a ing bastard. Li Qing wore a smug grin, not ashamed but rather proud. Ha! Like I actually like you. I just wanted to have some fun. But even so, my women aren't for just anyone to touch. With that, he was about to order his henchmen to charge forward and teach Wang Hao a brutal lesson. Stop! Just then, a furious shout erupted from the crowd nearby. Everyone turned to see a young man clad in armor, accompanied by several bodyguards, making his way through the crowd. It was Tang Kai, the man whose arm Wang Hao had severed earlier. Brother Kai! Li Qing exclaimed excitedly the moment he spotted the middle-aged man. Tang Kai approached the group, casting a cold, hostile glance at Wang Hao. Tang Kai! Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold laugh as he prepared to see what kind of show this man would put on next. Tang Kai's arrival instantly drained the color from Chang Yan's face. He'd heard of Tang Kai's notorious reputation, the spoiled scion of the Tang group in Xiaozhang City, rumored to be cruel and volatile, quick to draw his blade at the slightest provocation. Li Qing grew even more brazen, bellowing loudly. Ha! Kid, you're done for. Our boss is here, not even the heavens themselves could save you now. You dared to mess with the Green Dragon gang? You'll pay the price. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might just let you off easy. Li Qing's tone dripped with menace and intimidation. Chang Yan listened in terror, knowing Li Qing was no pushover. If they were determined to cause trouble, they'd likely be powerless to resist. At that point, he could only try to protect himself and Chang Ziruo. As for Wang Hao, he'd just have to fend for himself. Chang Ziruo watched Wang Hao with worry, fearing he might get hurt. Though she knew Wang Hao was formidable, he couldn't very well pull out a rocket launcher in public. If it came to blows, 2 fists would be no match for 4 hands. But Li Qing didn't notice that as he shouted, Tang Kai's expression grew increasingly dark. He had come here specifically to apologize to Wang Hao. What was this guy trying to pull with his threats now? Did he think his face hadn't been slapped hard enough? Didn't he realize that every threat he hurled would end up slapping Tang Kai's face? The thought alone made Tang Kai's aura grow increasingly savage. Shut up! Before Li Qing could finish speaking, Tang Kai's hand smacked across his face. The blow stunned him instantly. Li Qing clutched his face, stammering and unable to speak. Turning to face Wang Hao, Tang Kai's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent and emotion he quickly forced himself to suppress. Wang Hao, I acted impulsively earlier. For any offense I caused, I apologize here. I'm sorry. Seeing Tang Kai bow, Li Qing and the other underlings behind him all froze in shock. No way. What kind of background does this guy have? Even their boss Tang Kai is personally apologizing? What kind of titanium alloy iron plate had they stepped on? Boss, he just stole my girl. It's not worth this much trouble. Li Qing grabbed Tang Kai's arm, but before he could finish, Tang Kai slapped him to the ground again. Shut the up. Tang Kai roared, tugging at his clothes. He turned back to Wang Hao and pulled a fragment of white bone from his pocket. I know you're a divine beast tamer. To express my apology, I'm willing to give you our Tang family's clues about the divine beast. And if you're willing, we can even organize an expedition team to join you in entering the secret realm and searching for the divine beast's traces. Tang Kai felt he'd given Wang Hao more than enough face by offering this much. If he still didn't know when to stop, he wouldn't blame him for being rude. Clues about the divine beast? Wang Hao narrowed his eyes as he examined the bone fragment Tang Kai offered. Apologizing? Oomph. More like digging a pitfall trap. Based on Wang Hao's understanding of Tang Kai, there was no way he would ever apologize to him. Deep down, he probably wanted to kill me right now. That's the only way he could ease his hatred. Apologize? Not even a dog would believe that. But, glancing at the bone fragment in Tang Kai's hand, Wang Hao instinctively activated the system's scanning function. Divine Beast Fragment in the Thunderstrike Marsh, activate using 9 ox hides, Thundercloud blood, and Mountain Spirit Essence to summon the high-tier Divine Beast Kuei Ox. It was real. Wang Hao was startled inside, but outwardly remained composed. He reached out to take the bone fragment from Tang Kai's hand, examining it closely. Since you know you were wrong, I'll forgive you. I'll take this item. As for the expedition team, we won't compete. I have my own development plans. Seeing Wang Hao accept the bone fragment, Tang Kai's eyes flashed with delight. As long as Wang Hao accepted this bone fragment, everything else would fall into place. Ha, no problem. You go ahead with your business. We can form the expedition team anytime. Just give me a heads up. Tang Kai laughed heartily, feigning magnanimity. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Wang Hao, he sought his objective achieved and made an excuse to head into the secret realm, hastily departing with his men. The moment their paths parted, both men shared an unspoken, chilling sneer. Idiot. Only then did Wang Hao realize Li Qing had slipped away long ago. Behind Wang Hao, Cheng Zirua and Chang Yan exchanged a glance. Bro, I feel like Brother Hao is way too deep. I can't handle this. Stowing away the bone fragments, Wang Hao and Chang Yan bid farewell, preparing to head home for rest and recuperation. They intended to adjust to peak condition before proceeding with their promotion and job change. But just as they turned, they spotted Shinsini standing not far away, accompanied by Situ Jing in her female battle armor. She smiled and waved greetings their way. Seeing the radiant smile on Shinsini's face, Wang Hao felt a warm glow in his heart. Sunny, what brings you here? Shinsini flushed. Well, Jing said she still needed to farm a few materials and had to head into the secret realm, so I came alone. I didn't expect to run into you here. Situ Jing, huh? Seeing Shinsini's pleading look, Situ Jing quickly caught on. Oh, right. I still need to farm an earth elemental, yes, that's the one I haven't gotten yet. So I came here hoping for some luck. Wang Hao. Chapter 34, Visiting Shinshinha. Vote for me. In the end, Wang Hao accompanied Shinsini and Situ Jing on 2 runs through the Beilua wasteland. To avoid exposing Moon's shadow, Wang Hao deployed Zijing throughout the entire run, disguising himself as an ordinary beastmaster who relied on support skills in battle. Without Wang Hao's formidable combat strength, the trio's progress through the secret realm naturally slowed. It wasn't until nightfall that they finally cleared the northern wilderness 3 times. As previously arranged, Wang Hao and Shinsini still needed to visit Shinshinha at the hospital. Thus, after completing the final dungeon run, they bid farewell to Situ Jing. Shinsini drove off in her sports car with Wang Hao in tow. Situ Jing was left standing alone, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Wait, what? What's the deal here? You don't just cut the bridge after crossing it like that. I'm still here. I haven't left yet. You 2 ungrateful bastards, abandoning friends for a pretty face. Big boobsy, you're just love-struck. Just wait till you're showing. I'll laugh myself silly. With no other choice, Situ Jing grumbled as she pulled out her phone to hail a ride. Then she stood at the entrance to the Beilua wasteland, ranting nonstop for half an hour. She stubbornly waited until the driver arrived before finally shutting up. Everyone around her marveled who knew such a remarkable woman existed? Capable of cursing nonstop for half an hour without repeating herself? Truly a talent. Guardian War truly lives up to its name. Her sarcasm skills must be off the charts. Seated in the passenger seat, Wang Hao watched the scenery rush by as he pondered Tang Kai's peculiar behavior today, his thoughts drifting into contemplation. What are you thinking about? Shinsini's voice snapped him back to reality. Wang Hao shook his head and smiled. Nothing. Just surprised you're the skill truly worthy of being in a rank sacred sound mage. Shinsini chuckled softly. It's nothing special. It's mostly because you guys worked so well together, giving me room to shine. You're no slouch either. A god-tier profession, and you actually contracted a 2nd-stage mutated demon beast? That genuinely surprised me. Wang Hao waved his hand modestly. Pure luck. Just got lucky with the contract. Shinsini nodded, then paused before speaking. You should be cautious around Tang Kai. He's treacherous and unpredictable. After you severed his arm, he actually apologized to you. I doubt he had good intentions. My return this time is somewhat connected to him. Hearing Shinsini show such concern for him, Wang Hao felt a warm glow in his heart. But when she mentioned that his return was somehow connected to Tang Kai, it left him puzzled. When did Shinsini ever have anything to do with Tang Kai? He recalled that the Tang family had only risen to prominence in recent years through their business dealing in monster corpses. They couldn't compare to an established family like the Shins. What could Shinseni possibly want with him? Was there some history between them? Shinseni shook her head, pulled the car to a stop, turned to face Wang Hao, and said with a grave expression. Anyway, just be careful. Seeing the seriousness in her tone, Wang Hao knew she wasn't joking. He nodded solemnly and said, Don't worry, I'll be careful. He turned his head to look out the window. The car had stopped at the entrance of the Sheraton Hotel. Wang Hao? Weren't we going to see Grandpa Shen? Why are we at the hotel? Watch out, Tang Kai won't let you get away with this, right? I never imagined you'd be this kind of Shinseni. Shinseni had already gotten out of the car. Seeing Wang Hao sitting motionless in his seat, she urged him impatiently. What are you doing? Why aren't you getting out? Wang Hao sat awkwardly in the car, his face flushing as he spoke. Isn't this happening too fast? Shinseni couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She pointed at her priest's robe and Wang Hao's leather armor. You weren't planning to visit my grandfather dressed like that, were you? Come on, I've already prepared your clothes. Wang Hao. Deep within the Changbai Mountain's secret realm, a spatial fissure suddenly opened on the surface of a lake. A white divine beast with twin horns leapt from the fissure, gliding gracefully across the water's surface. Hey, Aeolon, wake up. Stop sleeping. Its feet kept pounding the water, sending ripples straight to the lake bottom. Half a quarter of an hour later, a massive dark shadow suddenly rose from the depths of the lake. A massive dragon head emerged from the lake's depths. Huh, so it's you, Bai Zhe. What brings you here? Aeolon, who had just surfaced from the lake, clearly hadn't fully woken up yet. He rubbed his sleepy eyes with his claws. Judging by the voice, it was likely a young female dragon still in its juvenile stage. Bai Zhe crouched impatiently on the lake's surface. What do you want? It's all about your shape-shifting business. Seriously, I'm running myself ragged out here dealing with your affairs, while you just lounge around here sleeping all day. Aeolon stuck out her tongue, her body shrinking into a small dragon just over a meter long. She floated through the air, drifting to Bai Zhe's side. Oh, come on, you're here, Bai Zhe. I know you'll handle everything perfectly. All I have to do is be good and listen. Bai Zhe rolled his eyes and got back to business. Right. Based on my current arrangements, within about 3 months, a young man will arrive at the Changbai Mountain secret realm. That will be your opportunity to take human form. You absolutely must seize it. Aeolon blinked. 3 months? Can't we hurry him along? This time frame is awkward, too short for a proper nap, yet too long for a quick snooze. Bai Zhe laughed in exasperation. What do you take me for? I can only see the future, not change it. If I interfered with his actions and altered the timeline, we'd all be finished. And haven't you slept enough already? Couldn't you sleep a little less? It's only 3 months. If you miss it, you'll be stuck here forever. Scolded by Bai Zhe, Aeolon hung his head and muttered, I know. Seriously, I have nothing better to do than sleep. Oh, and what's that guy's name? I don't want to mistake someone else for him. Bai Zhe. I can't tell you. Once you know, the future will change. Bai Zhe replied, reopening the spatial rift. Alright, I've got other business to attend to. I'm off. Remember to wake up on time, don't make me clean up your mess again. Standing at the hospital entrance, Wang Hao tugged at his necktie. Is it really necessary to dress like this just to visit Grandpa Shen? Shinseni smiled as she linked her arm through his, handing him the gift she'd been carrying. Clothes make the man, and you look so handsome like this. Grandpa will be thrilled to see you. Besides, Grandpa hasn't seen you in ages. You'll want to make a good impression when you meet again. But, seeing Wang Hao about to say more, an impatient Shinseni eagerly tugged his arm toward the inpatient ward. No buts. Just like this. We'll talk about anything else tomorrow. Wang Hao. They made their way to the VIP floor of the inpatient building. The Shin family had pulled strings to secure an entire VIP floor for Shinshen's quiet recuperation, with over 30 doctors and nurses dedicated solely to his care. Outside Shinshen's room, a large crowd had already gathered. They were all various relatives from Shinseni's family. Having heard that Shinshen had been injured in the secret realm, they had rushed from all corners of the country to visit him. They had all heard that Shinshen was expected to wake up tonight. Or perhaps, never wake up at all. Chapter 35, The Marvelous Uses of the Stone Heart Votes Needed. Inside the hospital room, an elderly man lay in bed. His hair and beard were entirely white, his sunken eyes framed by deep hollows, and his complexion was dark and sallow, a man who appeared to be in the final stages of illness. Life was being sustained with great difficulty by the monitoring of numerous medical devices. Several doctors in white coats stood beside the machines, brows furrowed as they scribbled data onto clipboards. One of them, seeing the situation was stable, stepped out of the room. Director Zhao, how is my father doing? Xin Yu, Shinseni's father, rushed forward as soon as he saw the doctor emerge, his face betraying his anxiety. Director Zhao pushed his glasses up, holding the data sheet in his hand as he spoke. Based on the data, Mr. Shin, your father's body is no longer in critical condition. However, strangely, there seems to be a mysterious force within him that is constantly consuming his vitality. This is why he has been unable to regain consciousness. Fortunately, his elven constitution possesses unending vitality, allowing him to resist this force's erosion. However, this is merely a defense, it cannot eradicate the threat. Even if he were to awaken, he would most likely lose all his powers and become an ordinary person. Despite employing our most advanced medical techniques, we cannot expel this force. At most, he has 3 days left before his organs completely fail. By then, even a celestial being descended from the heavens would be powerless to help. With that, he sighed and patted Xinyu's shoulder. We've done everything we could. You should start preparing for the funeral. At these words, the room felt as if the sky itself had collapsed. Shinsini's face turned deathly pale as silent tears rolled down her cheeks. Oh my god. How could this happen? The old man won't wake up? But the estate hasn't been divided yet. I suggest we split it up immediately. What are we to do? The Zus are already eyeing us greedily. The old master absolutely cannot collapse now. Yes. The Zus have 3 third-tier experts. If the old master collapses, we're in grave danger. Let's go plead with young Master Zhao. He must have a solution. Haven't they always wanted Cini to marry into their family? They'll definitely be willing to help us. Listening to the relatives' murmurs all around her, Xinyu's face darkened. Shut up. His roar silenced everyone present. The old master isn't dead yet. Even if something happens to the old man, I'm still here. As long as I, Xinyu, remain, the Xin family will never fall. Under Xinyu's imposing presence, the crowd fell silent. Yet the varied expressions on their faces revealed their inner dissent. Shinsini, however, was overcome with grief. How could this happen? Didn't mother say grandfather was fine? Didn't she say he'd be there to see me off on my wedding day? Grandpa was a big liar. Unable to accept this outcome, Shinsini threw herself into Wang Hao's arms and burst into tears. Wang Hao patted her shoulders tenderly, a flash of golden light darting through his eyes. Name, Xin Qianhe under Abyssal Curse. Level, 73 triple transformed. Class, Elfgun Knight. Title, Troll Slayer. Attributes, Strength 853, Constitution 912, Agility 784, Spirit 765. Skills, Natural Barrier, Guardian of All Souls, Ethereal Lance, Spirit Roar, Natural Bond. Use 300 spirit points to view solution. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, surprised his system's scanning function had this capability. A mere 300 psychic points for Wang Hao now, it's nothing but a drop in the bucket. Use. Solution, use the stone heart as a medium to absorb the power of the abyss and lift the curse. Rock heart? Wang Hao's heart leapt with joy, he happened to possess just such an item. However, glancing at the varied expressions in the hall, Wang Hao wisely chose not to speak immediately. Given the current situation in Xiajiang City, the Tang and Su families had long coveted the Xin family's position. The abyss curse on old Master Xin was likely no accident. Combined with the recent revelations, Wang Hao was certain. Among these Xin family members, there was likely a traitor lurking within their ranks. With this realization, he leaned close and whispered something into Shinsini's ear. Her eyes immediately lit up. Are you serious? Shinsini asked, her voice brimming with surprise and delight. Wang Hao nodded, giving her an assuring look before quietly slipping away. Shinsini bit her lip, glancing at the whispering relatives with a flash of anger in her eyes. She walked over to her father, Xinyu, and whispered a few words in his ear. Half an hour later, Shinsini brought Xinyu to another ward to meet Wang Hao. Uncle Shun. Wang Hao stood up and greeted Xinyu. Xinyu looked exhausted, waving him to sit down. Little Hao, I never imagined you'd grow up so fast. I heard you've even awakened a god-tier profession. Impressive. Your father would be so proud if he knew. Wang Hao smiled and ruffled his hair as he spoke. Uncle Shin, you flatter me. It was just luck. Xinyu nodded, her expression turning serious. By the way, you told Cini you have a way to heal Grandpa Shin's injuries? Is that really true? I'm 90% certain. Wang Hao spoke earnestly, explaining to Xinyu the condition he'd detected in Xin Qianhe and his proposed solution. As for the reason, he naturally attributed it to his god-tier profession. Abyssal Curse. Could it be them? Hearing Wang Hao's description, Xinyu, who had served as the Dragon Guard commander in the capital for years, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. She already had a hunch about the mastermind behind it all. They? Who? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, realizing this matter was likely far from simple. Xinyu shook her head. Sorry, there are some things I can't tell you right now. But since you have a solution, why didn't you speak up earlier? Seeing Wang Hao's hesitant expression, Xinyu instantly understood his reservations. He stood up and paced back and forth in the hospital room. After a moment, he turned to Wang Hao again. Are you sure about this? Wang Hao nodded. At least it won't be worse than the current situation. Hearing Wang Hao's assurance, Xinyu felt a twinge of hesitation. After all, the Xin family faced external threats from the Tang and Su clans, while internal betrayals and distant relatives schemed to divide the inheritance. Counting herself and one clan uncle, they had only 2 third-tier professionals. The clan was clearly at a critical juncture of survival or demise. If Shin Xianha couldn't pull through this time, the Shin family wouldn't just fail to return to the capital, they'd struggle to even maintain a foothold in Xiajiang City. Therefore, Shin Yu dared not gamble on Wang Hao's vague and elusive promise. The Shin family could not afford to lose. Dad! Let Wang Hao try. We have no other options left. Hearing Shin Sini's words, Shin Yu sighed inwardly, her mind gradually forming a plan. That night, within the Tang family's secret chamber, Tang Lijun stood cloaked in black, a follower rushing up from below. Grand Protector, Darkby reports, Shin Xianha has fallen victim to the abyssal curse. He will perish within 3 days at most. Hearing his subordinate's report, Tang Lijun's face lit up with delight. Excellent. Once Shin Xianha is dead, no force in all of Xiajiang City will stand against us. Transmit my orders, all must prepare. In 3 days, summon the Black Beast to descend. Once the Black Beast descends, even if the dragon head himself intervenes from the capital, he won't stand a chance against us. Yes. Watching his subordinate hurry away, Tang Lijun burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! The abyss is eternal. Chapter 36, Countering the plot votes needed. Meanwhile, Shin Yu, having made up her mind, disregarded Director Zhao's pleas. Using the excuse of bringing old Master Shin home to spend his final days, she forcibly took him out of the hospital. That very night, Wang Hao followed Shin Sini to the Shin family estate in secret. In a hidden chamber, he found Shin Yu and Shin Xianha lying on a bed with barely a breath left. Standing at Shin Xianha's bedside, Shin Yu looked at Wang Hao and said in a solemn voice, "The future of our Shin family rests in your hands." Wang Hao nodded solemnly. "Rest assured." Approaching the bedside, Wang Hao sighed as he looked at the aged Shin Xianha. He retrieved the stone heart from his storage ring and hovered it above Shin Xianha's brow. Consume 1200 spirit energy points to absorb abyssal power. Yes. With a thought, Wang Hao channeled his spiritual energy into the stone heart in his hand. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from Shin Xianha's body, causing the surrounding air to warp and blur. As Wang Hao's spiritual energy merged with it, the stone heart in his hand began to flicker with a faint glow. A green energy slowly rose from Shin Xianha's body, as if guided by an invisible thread, flowing steadily toward the stone heart in Wang Hao's hand. As the abyssal power within him continued to be stripped away, Shin Xianha's breathing gradually steadied. A faint flush returned to his previously aged and weary face. Seeing Shin Xianha's complexion steadily improve, Shin Yu and Shin Sini finally let out a sigh of relief. As the last trace of abyssal power merged into the giant rock heart in Wang Hao's hand, the entire stone heart had now undergone a profound transformation. What had once been a brown stone, now it was covered in green cracks, with surges of immense dark energy coursing through it. Terrifying abyssal energies swirled ceaselessly around its surface. Deep. Absorption successful. Rock heart transformed into abyssal magic stone. Abyssal demon stone, golden mid-grade, a high-grade material rich in abyssal power and earth power. Used as a material for 7th tier advancement in job change, forging legendary equipment, or embedded in gear to grant the user abyssal power and earth power. Activating its energy summons a level 94th tier abyssal hellfire to assist in battle. Usage count, 0.5. Awesome stuff. Wang Hao gazed at the stone heart in his hand, his face lighting up with delight. He'd only agreed to help Shin Sini out of pity. He'd expected to lose a rock heart, but now he'd gained an unexpected bonus. Doing good deeds really pays off. Good deeds are rewarded. Wang Hao tucked away the abyssal demon stone, letting out a sigh of relief. He had just expended 1,200 spirit energy points, nearly a third of his total reserves. That was all the spiritual energy he had planned to use for his upcoming skill enhancement. But seeing the outcome now, he felt it was all worth it. Turning to look at Shin Yu, Wang Hao smiled and nodded. Mission accomplished. As the abyssal power was stripped away, the elven constitution within Shin Xianha gradually began to assert itself. Surges of life force continuously rose within him, and his entire being slowly regained consciousness. Grandpa! Shin Sini exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Shin Xianha awaken. Shin Xianha slowly opened his eyes. Spotting Shin Sini leaning over the bedside, he offered a tender smile. "My dear grandson, Grandpa is fine." Shin Yu looked at Wang Hao gratefully. "Xiao Hao, thank you. You didn't just save my father's life, you saved our entire Shin family." Wang Hao smiled faintly. "Uncle Shin, you're too kind. If my father were still here, he would have done everything in his power to help you as well. I've only done what little I could manage." Hearing Wang Hao's words, Shin Yu felt even more grateful toward him and nodded with a hearty laugh. Well done, well done. How you really has raised a fine son." Wang Hao smiled modestly, then turned his gaze to Shin Xianha on the bed. "Grandfather Shin, how are you feeling now?" Shin Xianha sat up, closed his eyes to sense the energy within him, then opened them and smiled at Wang Hao. "Never felt better. Thank you, Xiao Hao. You saved my life." Hearing Shin Xianha's words, Shin Sini also stood up, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. "Wang Hao, if it weren't for you this time, my grandfather might." "All right, you err." Shin Xianha cut Shin Sini off. He smiled as he looked at Wang Hao, his eyes crinkling with amusement. "Xiao Hao has practically grown up under my watch. We don't need to talk about this. Seeing Shinxianha was mostly fine, Xinyu relaxed and asked, "Dad, what exactly happened to you this time?" At Xinyu's question, Shinxianha's expression darkened. Recalling the intricate details of this incident, he realized there was a mole within the Shin family. How else could he have so conveniently obtained intelligence about a special secret realm? And members of the Abyss sect just happened to be present in that very realm. And they just happened to be carrying an artifact that could suppress the spirit power within him. If not for sheer luck allowing him to escape and then coincidentally encountering Wang Hao, who possessed a method to extract the Abyss power. Otherwise, he would have been doomed this time. At this thought, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Shinxianha's eyes. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. He turned to Wang Hao and offered an apologetic smile. Wang Hao, I must ask you to keep this matter confidential. There are certain affairs within the Shin family that require discretion. Wang Hao nodded. Grandfather Shin, rest assured. I'll keep this completely confidential. But I think this could also be a good opportunity. Seeing the three of them looking at him with puzzled expressions, Wang Hao smiled faintly. The reason I didn't mention this method at the hospital was precisely to turn the tables. Shinxianha's eyes lit up at Wang Hao's words. You mean, feigning death? Snap. Brilliant. Wang Hao snapped his fingers. They're so eager to eliminate you because they fear you'll interfere with something major. Since that's the case, why not turn the tables and lure the snake out of its hole? Shinxianha frowned. Fake my death? Interfere? The natural protective array of Xiajiang City. The sudden realization sent a chill through Shinxianha. He exchanged a glance with Xinyu, both seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. If that's truly the case, this is no small matter. Xinyu nodded and bowed to Shinxianha. I'll report to the capital immediately and have them prepare reinforcements. Shinxianha pondered for a moment before waving his hand. No rush. Since the enemy is out in the open while we remain hidden, let's follow Xiaohao's suggestion, turn their own scheme against them. We'll wipe them out completely. Wang Hao smiled faintly and bowed respectfully to the three. Since Grandfather Shin is well, I shan't keep you longer. I have important matters tomorrow and shall take my leave now. Shinxianha shook his head. It's so late already. Why not stay at the Shin residence tonight? If nothing else, we have an empty room available. Without waiting for Wang Hao's response, he beckoned for Shinsini to escort Wang Hao downstairs to rest. Wang Hao gave a wry smile, unable to refuse, and followed Shinsini downstairs. Watching their retreating figures, Shinxianha nodded with a smile, turning to Xinyu. Xiao Hao is a good kid. You mustn't shortchange him. Xinyu scratched her head. Don't worry, Dad. I've already prepared the thank you gifts. Walking along the estate's path, Shinsini skipped ahead with her hands behind her back, clearly in high spirits. Wang Hao. Shinsini stopped abruptly, turning around to call out. Wang Hao stopped in his tracks, looking at Shinsini with a smile. Shinsini took a deep breath before continuing. Thank you for saving my grandfather. Wang Hao shook his head. You already thanked me before. Shinsini shook her head, her tone serious. That was as Shinxianha's granddaughter. This is as Shinsini herself. Her voice was soft, yet it rang out like a clear bell in the still night. Wang Hao smiled faintly, rubbing his nose. All right. Then I'll thank you too, classmate Shinsini. Shinsini covered her mouth to stifle a giggle, then lifted her gaze to meet Wang Hao's eyes. Their looks locked, and words became unnecessary. Twisting a strand of hair behind her ear, Shinsini's cheeks flushed slightly. She looked up at Wang Hao, her eyes sparkling like stars. Actually, ever since I came back, there's been something I've really wanted to tell you. It's just that, Just as Shinsini gathered her courage to speak the next few words. Woof! A sudden bark echoed from the corner of the wall nearby. The unexpected noise instantly drained the courage Shinsini had painstakingly gathered. Wang Hao scanned the area. He guessed some stray cat had wandered from the woods into the estate grounds and been spotted by the patrol dogs, who were now in pursuit. He looked at Shinsini's flushed face and asked in confusion. What did you just say? Shinsini's pretty face flushed slightly. She lowered her head, kicking a small pebble at her feet in flustered confusion, and murmured softly. Nothing. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. Wang Hao paused, then smiled. His smile brimmed with affection and delight. Thank you. The wind is gentle too. Chapter 37, The Promotion Begins. Votes appreciated. Following Shinsini, he settled into the guest room. The smile never left Wang Hao's face. Since they'd met, their relationship had always been good. Her beauty, gentleness, wealth, and understanding had always endeared her to him. Though they'd grown up together as childhood sweethearts, he never imagined Shinsini would confess her feelings to him. Seems my charm isn't half bad after all. Wang Hao touched his own cheek, feeling secretly pleased. But honestly, how should he approach Shinsini? He hadn't quite figured it out yet. Because of the ultimate beast girl cultivation system within him, Wang Hao was destined to be surrounded by beast girls in the future. It was inevitable that things might develop beyond the master-servant dynamic. If Shinsini couldn't accept that, it would be better not to start at all. Fortunately, she hadn't formally declared her intentions today. He'd take things one step at a time. At this thought, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh. What a pity, a chance to hook up with a rich woman. He rubbed his cheeks, shaking off the wandering thoughts in his mind. Burying his head under the covers, he slowly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, at the Su family compound, Su Menglei was reviewing intelligence reports delivered by her subordinates. Not this one, not that one either, and this one doesn't seem to be it either. Scanning through the reports in her hands, Su Menglei rubbed her temples in frustration. A name alone offered no clues to his identity. She could only infer from his dungeon clearing times that he was likely a damage-dealing class, capable of instantly wiping out monsters in the endless secret realm with his skills. Scanning the few remaining intelligence reports on her desk, these were the candidates she had narrowed down as the most likely armored warriors. Wu Sua, level 52, second job, C-class Windblade. Wu Wei, level 47, second job, B-class Dual Blade Knight. Ji Buchang, level 59, second job, C-class, Berserker Ghostblade. Wang Hao, level 20, 0 transition divine class Divine Beast Spirit Tamer. Picking up the file of Wang Hao, the most handsome-looking candidate, Su Menglei murmured absent-mindedly, "Armor warrior, who are you really?" After a moment's thought, Su Menglei tossed the files of several suspicious individuals to her secretary. "Tell old Wang to bring these men over. This armored warrior is our Su family's chance. Better to kill the wrong person than let the right one slip away." "Yes, miss." The next morning, Wang Hao rose early and began jogging around the Shin family estate. He used the crisp morning air to steadily adjust his state. After his run, he returned to his room and took a satisfying hot shower. He changed into the clothes Shinsini had prepared for him. He casually had the kitchen send him some food. Wang Hao opened his attribute panel, beginning his final preparations before promotion and job change. Name, Wang Hao. Level, 20 unpromoted. Class, Divine Beast Tamer. Title, None. Attributes, Strength 1032, Constitution 1078, Agility 1442, Spirit 1142. Spiritual Power, 923. Skills, Beast Affinity Level 2, Temporary Contract Level 2, Blood Pack Non-Upgradable, Beast Taming Sutra Level 2, Beast Blood Boil Level 2, Life Sharing Level 2, Mark of the Wild Level 2, Beast King's Wool Level 2. Promotion Method, Perfect Promotion. After reviewing his skill levels, Wang Hao sighed. He had thought 900 spirit energy points would be enough to max out all his skills. But he had been overly optimistic. Even the most basic life sharing required 300 spirit energy points just to level up once. With only 900 odd points in hand, he could only upgrade 3 skills. It was nowhere near enough. After a moment's thought, Wang Hao decided to use the spirit energy points to enhance Moon Shadow's attributes. Due to the Blood Pact, enhancing Yue Ying's attributes would provide some feedback to Wang Hao. Though minimal, it was still more cost-effective than solely boosting his own stats. Moreover, he had just checked, upgrading his own attributes required 400 spirit energy points per level, while Yue Ying's only needed 100 spirit energy points per level. By any measure, boosting Yue Ying's stats was the smarter choice. He reserved 123 spirit energy points and converted all 800 spirit energy points into attribute points, allocating them entirely to Yue Ying's agility. Moon Shadow Intermediate Divine Beast. Level 20 Transmutations. Elements, Thunder, Light, Dark. Special Bloodline, Thunder Crescent Cat 100. Attributes, Strength 2635, Constitution 2847, Agility 32438, Spirit 2832. Skills, Moonlight Fusion, Clear Moon Divine Thunder, Veil of Destiny Passive, Lightning 5 Strike Whip, Shadow Combo, Spirit Cat Divine Eyes. Too bad I don't have time to grind gear in the secret realm. Otherwise, I'd definitely max out my divine equipment before advancing to a new class. Wang Hao sighed. With his attribute points maxed out, he was theoretically ready to begin his promotion and class change at any moment. But Wang Hao didn't rush to begin the process. Instead, he pulled out his phone and opened the Adventurers Forum. He intended to review others' advice and guides to prepare thoroughly. He clicked on the Advancement and Job Change section. 20 methods for a flawless second job advancement in normal mode. How to complete hidden quests in the Advancement Dungeon. The real differences between normal, premium, and perfect advancements. How ordinary players can efficiently achieve premium advancement. First impressions of third job advancement. Scrolling through the densely packed discussion thread, Wang Hao found the official announcement regarding zero transition promotion and job change. This comprehensive thread thoroughly explained the promotion and job change from every angle: its background, difficulty, main quests, side quests, and rewards. It repeatedly stressed that if a player wasn't absolutely certain, it was better to hit a bottleneck than attempt the advancement recklessly. Because promotion and job change only had 2 possible outcomes. Successfully break through, or the secret realm spirals out of control. In the better case scenario, only the ascender perishes within the secret realm. If luck turns sour, it could trigger the dungeon to manifest around the city, unleashing a rampaging beast tide. Therefore, to prevent the promotion and job change of awakened individuals from bringing catastrophic disaster upon ordinary citizens, each Earth-tier city is surrounded by advancement and job change centers constructed by the Dragon Guardians. On one hand, this centralizes the management of advancement in class change. On the other hand, it also prevents failed ascensions from causing secret realms to spiral out of control. Of course, the most basic promotion and job change from 0 to 1 carries minimal risk. As long as one doesn't deliberately court death, even ordinary people have a 90% success rate with a well-prepared advancement. But Wang Hao was no ordinary person. Though his attributes already far surpass those of a typical third-class job, he studied the guides with utmost diligence to achieve a perfect advancement. He especially committed to memory the guides detailing hidden side quests and secret realm settings. Afterwards, he stood up and sought out Shinsini to request some combat supplies and items. Upon hearing Wang Hao's request, Shinsini couldn't help but speak up. "You're ready to start your advancement and job change already? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Shouldn't you prepare for a few more days?" From the day Wang Hao successfully awakened to today, it had been a mere 2 days at most. At this stage, many new adventurers were still familiarizing themselves with their class traits and mastering basic skills. Even children from wealthy families mostly haven't maxed out their levels yet. Yet Wang Hao was already preparing to advance and change professions. Such astonishing speed was unheard of even to Shinsini, who was accustomed to seeing prodigies in the capital. Wang Hao, however, felt nothing out of the ordinary. "Now that I've maxed out my level, grinding further offers little gain at best. I just hoard some dungeon items. It's too inefficient. Better to complete the promotion and job change sooner to unlock the class cap. After all, as you said, completing the job change might just bring a breakthrough for this god-tier profession of mine. Even if I have to grind dungeons, it'll be the silver-tier dungeons from first to third job advancement. What's the point of grinding these bronze secret realms for zero transition characters? Even if I grind through nightmare difficulty, it's just junk that can't even drop decent gear." Seeing Wang Hao's resolve, Shinsini gritted her teeth and said to him, "Wait a moment." With that, she turned and walked deeper into the estate. When she returned, she carried a large box. Inside lay a neatly arranged full set of premium summoner gear for zero transition. "Everything usable from our storeroom is here. I hope it helps you. Inside are some health potions, stamina restoratives, and antidotes suitable for most secret realm ascensions. Also, take this fireball spell scroll. It might just save your life in a critical moment." Seeing all the items Shinsini had prepared for him, Wang Hao felt a warm glow in his heart. Though he might not need them all, they represented her thoughtful gesture. He accepted them without hesitation. He donned his gear and stored all the items in his storage ring. Wang Hao rode in Shinsini's sports car to the Advancement and Job Change Center outside the city. Upon entering the Advancement and Job Change Center, he located the staff, completed registration, received his card, and secured a room all in one fluid motion. He sat cross-legged in the meditation room specially prepared for adventurers. Placing the required materials for promotion and job change on the ground, Wang Hao focused his mind inward, continuously connecting with the professional heart within his body. A colossal force surged from his body. Part of it enveloped him, relentlessly tempering his physical form. Another portion seeped into the ground, infiltrating the promotion and job change materials. The materials levitated, swirling around Wang Hao in a continuous vortex. Beep. Advancement and class change about to commence. Promotion method, perfect promotion. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown reached 0. Within Wang Hao's perception, time seemed to freeze. The energy around him, the dust particles in the air, even his own thoughts appeared suspended in that instant. An invisible force surged from within him, carrying his soul upward into the sky. And the speed grew ever faster through the clouds, through the sky. The entire world shrank rapidly before his eyes. The earth transformed before his eyes into a sapphire blue planet, while Wang Hao plunged into profound darkness, arriving amidst the boundless expanse of the starry sky. He broke free from the constellations, hurtling rapidly toward the cosmic abyss. Only when a gravitational pull captured him did his descent gradually slow. Like a shooting star, he streaked downward. He fell toward a galaxy, toward a planet, toward a city. Until he plunged back into his own body. Wang Hao opened his eyes, and a colossal aura radiated outward. Zero-turn Ascension Secret Realm, Battle of Haidar. Main quest, survive 10 days. Side quest 1, escort the gravely wounded Beastmaster Dr. York back to Haidar City. Side quest 2, slay 30 demon lords during the demon siege. Side quest 3, protect the dragon hunting crossbow from destruction during the assault by the dragon demon Smog. Side quest 4, rescue the divine beast, Shadow of Holy Light, imprisoned by demons. Chapter 38, Haidar City votes needed. Current location, Fairy Realm, Wanaheim. Current floor, 1. Dungeon difficulty, Nightmare. Dungeon description: the World Tree at the heart of Haidar City connects to the magical wellspring of the Eternal Well, providing an endless supply of magical power to the entire world. Demonic legions from beyond the realm seek to seize the World Tree's power, aiming to utterly corrupt all of Vanaheim into a twisted void. To resist the demonic invasion, all races of the world have united. Elves, humans, dwarves, druids, and Tauren have gathered in Haidar City, vowing to defend their homeland to the death. Friendly reminder: upon completing the main quest in the advancement dungeon, you may exit the dungeon. Not far away, a colossal city stood amidst the forest. A massive ancient tree soared skyward, its canopy nearly touching the clouds above the city, giving the impression of reaching the heavens. Its trunk was so thick it occupied nearly half the city's area. Multicolored magical light shimmered across its brown bark, while countless white glowing sprites flitted through the ancient tree, adding an air of mystery. This was the most unique existence in Warnerheim, the World Tree. Beneath the tree of the world lay the elven capital, Hydar City. This city seemed a masterpiece sculpted by nature and magic, every brick and tile pulsing with vitality. Towering structures were carved with mystical runes that shimmered in the sunlight, guarding the entire city beneath the World Tree's canopy. Lush magical plants lined the city streets, swaying gently in the breeze and emitting a faint, sweet fragrance. Elves, humans, dwarves, druids, and minotaurs hurry along the streets, weaving a vibrant tapestry of prosperity. Damn it, this is a nightmare-level magical world. Wang Hao stood perched on a branch, gazing out at the colossal city in the distance. His heart was filled with awe. Typically, secret realm environments were categorized by civilization type: technological worlds, post-apocalyptic worlds, magical worlds, and mystical realms. Typically, the secret realms for zero transfer promotion and job advancement were mostly modern urban adventure quests. They primarily involved killing monsters or collecting materials and were generally not dangerous. Even for awakened ones who achieved a perfect advancement, the most they might encounter were sci-fi disasters, never magical or mystical realms. Only upon reaching 4th or 5th class advancement might one encounter magical or mystical realms due to class requirements, though these are typically low magic worlds of simple difficulty. Yet Wang Hao encountered a nightmarish magical realm during his zero-tier promotion and job change. This alone speaks volumes about the sheer strength of Wang Hao's innate talent. But that alone wouldn't be enough. Wang Hao was utterly confident. Even the most challenging magical realms could be conquered by him and Yue Ying's combined might. High risk meant high reward. Completing a nightmare-tier magic world quest would yield unimaginable rewards. Moreover, this realm offered numerous side quests to undertake, each yielding generous rewards upon completion. Moreover, Wang Hao could even communicate with the civilizations within the secret realm, gaining knowledge and power in the process. Legend has it that in England, a Flame Knight obtained the legacy of a Templar Knight from a promotion-class secret realm, catapulting himself from an ordinary C-rank profession to the terrifying S-rank in one fell swoop. Therefore, moving forward, while ensuring the main quests are completed, I must strive to finish as many side quests as possible, even uncovering those legendary hidden quests. With my abilities, surviving 10 days poses no challenge whatsoever. But if I want to secure higher settlement rewards, I must complete more side quests and even exceed the quest standards. According to the mission brief, Hydar City is about to face an invasion by a demon legion. My mission is to assist the allied forces within the city in resisting the demon legion. If I could prevent the demon army's arrival altogether, or annihilate them during their invasion, my rating would surely be high. Wang Hao stood on a tree branch, organizing his thoughts. First, enter the city to see if there are any clues about side quests. A flash of light emanated from his body as he summoned Moon Shadow and Purple Flame. He beckoned to Moon Shadow, who instantly transformed into a black cat and settled onto his shoulder. He swung onto Ziyan's back and galloped swiftly toward the massive city in the distance. Just as Wang Hao entered the advancement's secret realm, a piercing alarm suddenly blared within Xiajiang City's advancement and job change center. Commander, K32 sector has detected a high-density energy reaction. An unknown realm portal is forming. Preliminary scans indicate the realm's tier is catastrophe level. The staff member sitting before the screen screamed in terror. Behind her, the center's director wore a grave expression. Zone K32, that's the zero transition advancement area. Who's advancing there now? The staff member manipulated the computer and immediately pulled up Wang Hao's records. Reporting, sir. Only one individual applied for promotion today: Wang Hao, the divine beast tamer from Xiajiang No. 1 High School. It's him. So it's a god-tier profession. No wonder. The supervisor pondered briefly before issuing an order. Per protocol, initiate level 1 emergency response immediately and notify relevant departments without delay. Yes, sir. Halt. Racing along, Wang Hao arrived at the gates of Hydar City, where he was stopped by elven guards. Wang Hao halted his purple flame mount, flashed a smile at the guard, and produced the identity credential issued by the system. I am an alliance warrior here to reinforce Hydar City. This is my credential. The elf guard took the credentials, examined them carefully, then nodded to his companion beside him. Apologies, but with the dark cult causing trouble everywhere lately, we must remain vigilant. Handing the credentials back to Wang Hao, the elf guard added, the human encampment is west of the city. Your archmage Jaina awaits you in the plaza. Welcome to Hydar City. May the will of nature be with you. Wang Hao nodded. This must be a dungeon clue, directing him to find Jaina to initiate the next quest. Following the elf guard through the city gates, he was led all the way to the central square. At that moment, the human hero mage Jaina and 4 other heroes of different races were discussing the defensive arrangements for Hydar City in the spacious hall. They were the elven hero, Tyrian Whisperwind, priestess of the moon. The druid hero, Malfurion, spirit of nature. The Tauren hero, the ancestor warrior Cairn Bloodhoof. And the dwarf hero, king of the hills, Brian Ironhammer. In the spacious hall, an exquisite terrain sand table depicting the surroundings of Huldar City was placed on the large circular table at the center. Hundreds of uniquely shaped pieces were arranged across the terrain, representing the defensive deployments of the Alliance of all races. Within the city, a green ancient tree statue stood anchored at its heart, the World Tree of Hadar. Welcome, warrior from distant lands. We thank you for your aid to Hadar City. Gianna, the human hero, smiled as she spoke upon Wang Hao's entrance. Wang Hao returned the smile and got straight to the point. Is there anything I can assist with? Tyrant and Malfurion exchanged glances before stepping forward. Recently, the divine beast dwelling in the Sea of Light vanished without a trace. Dr. York, the city's master beast tamer, grew concerned and went to investigate, but now he too has disappeared. If you're available, could you help us locate Dr. York? Beep. Side quest clue acquired, Dr. York's whereabouts 1. Chapter 39, Rescue Dr. York, votes needed. According to forum guides, such main quests are typically survival challenges where the objective is to endure for a set number of days, referred to as survival dungeons. These realms often offer high freedom, akin to open-world sandbox games, granting awakened individuals immense autonomy. In the guide, it's generally recommended that newcomers spend a few days surveying their surroundings based on their survival time, thoroughly exploring the terrain before making further plans. Wang Hao examined the mission clue Tyrant handed him, feeling not the slightest bit surprised. For within the secret realm, though it appeared as a complete world, it was in truth merely a temporal slice of a bygone civilization. Everything was predetermined fate. Take the side quest to rescue Dr. York, for instance. Even if Wang Hao hadn't followed the elven guards to the hall upon entering the city, his inquiries within the city would inevitably lead him to the Hall of Heroes, where he would receive the quest from Tyrant. Therefore, upon hearing Tyrant's inquiry, Wang Hao accepted without hesitation. Leave this to me. He took the quest clue and walked straight out of the hall. After briefly orienting himself outside the doors, he mounted Purple Flame and galloped toward the city gates. According to the map's markings, Dr. York's last known location was the Leaf Maple Forest outside Hadar City. Racing along, Wang Hao followed the map's guidance to the location where Dr. York was last seen. Crunching through soft, dry leaves and branches beneath his feet, Wang Hao took a deep breath and began searching the forest for any trace of Dr. York. The forest exuded an eerie, foreboding atmosphere. The leaves were a dull, lifeless color, nothing like the vibrant forests surrounding Hadar City. Instead, a damp, musty air hung heavy in the air, as if the entire forest had died. Moon Shadow. Wang Hao called out, and Moon Shadow leaped down from his shoulders. Her blue feline eyes flickered with an eerie purple glow. After circling the woods twice, the small nose sniffed a few times. She suddenly lifted her head, fixing her gaze in one direction. This way. Moon Shadow's body darted nimbly through the treetops, Wang Hao hot on her heels. After traversing the forest for a while, he finally spotted some unusual signs on the ground. Damaged trees and scattered footprints indicated a fierce battle had taken place in the woods. Judging by the freshness of the footprints, it hadn't been long, and whoever was responsible hadn't gone far. Wang Hao's heart leapt with excitement, and he instantly quickened his pace. Finally, after skirting a thicket, Wang Hao spotted an abandoned elven village in the distance. Hundreds of dark cultists clad in black robes and wielding wands, accompanied by hellhounds, patrolled relentlessly around the village. A flash of golden light appeared in Wang Hao's eyes, revealing the specific attributes of these dark cultists. Dark Cultist Elite Monster. Level 43 Second Transformation. Elements: Dark, Fire, Poison. Special Bloodline: Hellfiend 30. Attributes: Strength 252, Constitution 286, Agility 263, Spirit 298. Skills: Dark Ripple, Death Summon, Fell Energy Shock. Hellhound Elite Monster. Level 38 First Job. Elements: Dark, Poison, Fire. Special Bloodline: Hades Hound 10. Attributes: Strength 134, Stamina 166, Agility 254, Spirit 130. Skills: Inferno Blaze, Malignant Claws, Combo Strike. An absurdly high stat sheet any ordinary non-transcendent awakened would likely despair upon seeing it. After all, even fully geared first transition professionals barely exceed 100 in their 4 core stats. They couldn't even defeat a single Hellhound. But to Wang Hao, these dark cultists and Hellhounds weren't particularly formidable. Compared to the beast swarms in the endless secret realm, they were far inferior. With his current stats, even relying solely on basic attacks would slaughter them all without breaking a sweat. The only cause for concern was Dr. York inside the village. Wang Hao certainly didn't want to burst in only to find Dr. York's corpse waiting for him. After all, the mission required safely escorting Dr. York back to Hadar City. If Dr. York were dead, his mission would be over. After a moment's thought, a plan formed in Wang Hao's mind. He telepathically relayed his plan to Moon Shadow. She turned to look at him, her eyes filled with confusion. As if asking, "Can you really pull this off?" Wang Hao gave her a reassuring look. Unable to dissuade him, Moon Shadow could only shake her head before slipping into the shadows and heading deeper into the village.
Meanwhile, Wang Hao quietly slipped around to a small grove behind the village and lay in wait. Moments later, Yue Ying's voice echoed in his mind.
I've found Dr. York. He's stable for now, but we need to hurry. He doesn't look like he can hold on much longer. Good. Proceed as planned. Wang Hao's heart leapt with joy as he immediately signaled Ziyan, who was concealed at the village entrance.
Ziyan, who had long been impatient, roared with joy upon receiving Wang Hao's command. Leaping out of the forest, he sank his teeth into a hellhound, killing it in one bite. His claws swept through the air, knocking all the surrounding dark cultists to the ground. Roar! A furious roar erupted from the lion's maw, spewing intense purple flames that scorched the surrounding dark cultists, sending them into agonized screams. The violent commotion instantly drew the attention of the dark cultists within the village.
Oh no! Enemies! Are those elves here to rescue them? What a terrifying lion! Call for backup! Ah, my arm! My arm! Notify the bishop immediately!
At that moment, several black-robed bishops in the village center heard the commotion outside and immediately sensed trouble.
Damn it, those damn women are moving fast. Did you extract the location of the spirit of nature?
The black-robed figure beside him shook his head. This one's a dwarf, their bones are notoriously tough. The dark bishop in charge gritted his teeth and ordered. Then speed up the process. If all else fails, extract the soul. Let's hope our luck holds out and we can preserve the spirit of nature's memories.
Mobilize every follower. Deploy the hellhounds. We must buy ourselves enough time.
In an instant, hundreds of dark cultists swarmed out of the elven village, hellhounds at their heels, converging on the village entrance to ambush Purple Flame and delay its advance. Taking advantage of the commotion at the village entrance, Wang Hao burst out from the small grove behind the village. Before several defending dark cultists could react, he instantly beheaded them with a single sword strike. Like a black flash, he charged straight into the heart of the village. Instantly, he caught the attention of the dark bishop stationed at the village center. That little bugger! One of the dark priests roared, his body surging with terrifying dark energy as his form instantly swelled several times larger. He transformed into a terrifying demon, 3 or 4 meters tall, its body covered in hard scales. Die, insect! The hellspawn roared, hellfire blazing around its body as it charged furiously toward Wang Hao. Leaping high into the air, its claws, saturated with dense dark energy, struck toward Wang Hao. Darkness rips. The demonic overlord from hell charged with savage momentum. Even a guardian knight, master of defense, would likely be torn apart in an instant before such a force. But Wang Hao clearly wasn't one of them. Is that all? He snorted derisively. His body moved like lightning. With a quick shift of his feet, he instantly dodged the hellish demon's claws. With one hand, he seized the demon's arm, its immense strength instantly immobilizing the creature. What? The hell demon was utterly horrified. Before he could react, Wang Hao seized his throat with one hand while gripping his shoulder with the other, yanking him backward with brutal force. Rip! Under this overwhelming force, the hell demon's nearly 400 strength attribute proved utterly useless. The demon's entire head, along with its spine, was violently wrenched from its body. Wang Hao wielded the demon's corpse like a massive club, casually swinging and flailing it to effortlessly crush the dark cultists and hellhounds that had charged alongside it. The dark bishop at the head of the group watched this scene unfold, his heart filled with terror. What kind of monster is this guy? Chapter 40, Apocalypse Guard, Kozloga votes needed. Gazing upon Wang Hao, covered in blood and looking more demonic than they were. The bishops of the dark cult felt utter despair in their hearts. The leading bishop made an immediate decision and issued a direct order. The time to sacrifice ourselves for hell has come. Everyone transform into demonic beings. Lord Kozloga is on his way, we must hold him back. Grasping a black-robed bishop beside him, he declared, You slaughter York. What we cannot possess, they shall never have. Yes. Watching his subordinate rush off, the black-robed bishop roared in fury. Dark power surged through his body as he transformed into a 5-meter-tall hellish demon. Leading 7 other bishops, they charged toward Wang Hao with utter disregard for their own lives. Darkness eternal. The hellish demons roared the dark cult's battle cry as they savagely charged Wang Hao. Noisy! Wang Hao snorted coldly, a flash of blue lightning darting through his eyes. He tossed aside the corpse of the demon he held, drawing the long sword at his waist. Though the demon's corpse was sturdy, it could never match the familiarity of Wang Hao's own blade. Thunderous power from the moon shadow surged within him, pulsing along the blade's length. Before the hell demons could charge, Wang Hao struck first. His entire form transformed into a streak of lightning, plunging swiftly into the horde of hell demons. His sword swung with reckless abandon, slicing through hordes of demons and hellhounds with effortless precision, as if cutting through cucumbers and vegetables. With each demon and hellhound's demise, system notifications echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Killed level 45 Hell Demon. Obtained item, Demon Claw X2. Killed 47 level Hell Fiend. Obtained item, Rotten Meat Chunks X2. Killed 43 level Hell Demon. Obtained item, 2 Corrupted Soul Fragments. Killed a level 49 Hell Demon. Obtained item, Dark Blood X1. Thud.
The final hell fiend, transformed from a dark bishop, lay crushed beneath Wang Hao's foot. He snarled, "Even if you kill us, York will die. Lord Kozloga will avenge us. I'll be waiting for you in hell." Wang Hao looked down at him, his expression calm. "Oh? Is that so?" His gaze shifted to the cellar at the village center, where Moon Shadow was slowly supporting a dwarf as they emerged. It was Dr. York, the Beastmaster Wang Hao's rescue target. "Well then, you'll have a long wait." Wang Hao finished speaking, unwilling to waste words on him, and swung his sword. Only a disbelieving head remained, rolling back and forth on the ground. Yue Ying supported Dr. York as they approached Wang Hao. For some reason, her expression seemed odd. Her gaze toward Dr. York was filled with peculiarity. Dr. York, a female dwarf standing about 1.3 meters tall, clutched her chest and thanked Wang Hao, her face betraying an unspeakable panic. "Thank you for saving me, warrior. But we must leave now, that creature is catching up." "Who?" Wang Hao was puzzled, but before Dr. York could answer, the sky suddenly darkened. A terrifying dark force instantly engulfed the entire sky. Thud! 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 The earth trembled violently, as if some colossal entity was steadily approaching. "Oh no! It's too late!" Dr. York's face turned deathly pale as he collapsed to the ground, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. "What on earth is that thing?" Wang Hao frowned, gazing toward the source of this dark force. Dr. York slumped to the ground, his lips trembling as he slowly uttered a name. "Doomsday Guardian, Kozloga." In the fading light of the setting sun, a figure slowly emerged on the horizon. Tall and muscular, as if forged directly from the furnaces of hell, its entire body radiated a searing heat that was impossible to look upon. His face was shrouded in thick darkness, only a pair of fiercely glowing red eyes revealing profound evil and terror. His lower half was that of a massive black warhorse, its hooves thudding against the ground like the tolling of doom's bell. The double-bladed scimitar in his grasp, resembling death's own scythe, constantly radiated an aura of death and destruction, causing hearts to race and souls to tremble. Doom Guardian, Kozloga Demon Commander. Level 68, third transformation. Elements: Dark, Poison, Fire, Death. Special Bloodline, Hellwalker 56. Attributes: Strength 1272, Constitution 1939, Agility 1486, Spirit 934. Skills: Hell Charge, Death Domain, Inferno, Death Sweep. Seeing Kozloga's terrifying stats, Wang Hao felt an even greater surge of excitement. This was his first encounter with a fully third transformed boss monster, and he never imagined its stats would be so absurdly high. They were nearly half of Moon Shadow's stats. And this wasn't even the final boss of this secret realm. One could only imagine how difficult this promotion and job change would be. Only Wang Hao could handle this. Anyone else, regardless of class, be it a rank or S rank, wouldn't stand a chance against this Doomsday Guardian. Truly worthy of a nightmare tier advancement dungeon, it packs a punch. Wang Hao grinned, summoning Ziyan from the village entrance to join Yue Ying in battle readiness. He intended to test the true strength of this so-called Doomsday Guardian. Up until now, he hadn't realized. These bosses might be plot-driven kills not meant for him to defeat. The right move would be to quickly escape with York, using Hydar City's support to drive Kozloga away. Gazing down at the diminutive Wang Hao before him, Kozloga slowly opened his massive jaws, raising the double-bladed dagger in his hand to point at Dr. York. "I am Kozloga, Guardian of the Apocalypse, Devotee of Death. Human, surrender the spirit in your grasp, and I shall grant you a swift end." Kozloga's voice was deep and raspy, each word seeming to ooze from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. "Spirit?" Wang Hao looked down at the diminutive Dr. York, struggling to connect her with the word spirit. Under Wang Hao's intense gaze, Dr. York's brown face flushed slightly. "What spirit? I don't know. You cannot deceive death." Kozloga's voice was low, his eyes blazing with crimson light. Before Wang Hao could react, the crimson beams struck Dr. York. Dr. York's diminutive dwarf frame rippled like water, undulating in waves. Amidst the crackling sound of shattering foam, the diminutive dwarf form gradually transformed into a graceful female elf clad in emerald green light armor. Wang Hao. Suddenly, a sacred green light rose from Dr. York's chest, enveloping her in its radiance. This light radiated warmth, like the very essence of life, starkly contrasting with Kozloga's malevolent crimson glow. Wang Hao's gaze fell upon the source of the light, instantly drawn to the two snow-white peaks before him, unable to look away. "You're still looking." Chapter 41, The Terrifying Kozloga Votes Needed. Wang Hao stared in shock at Dr. York, her eyes brimming with bashfulness. He never imagined she was actually an elf. Child of Nature, Nico Elite Monster. Level, 52, second job. Class, Nature Spirit Tamer. Elements, Nature, Life. Special Bloodline, Nature Guardian 36. Attributes, Strength 653, Constitution 532, Agility 585, Spirit 742. Skills, Metamorphosis, Spirit of Nature, Beast Companion, Mantra. Wang Hao's burning gaze made Nico, who already disliked interacting with people, feel extremely uncomfortable. Had enough? She puffed out her cheeks and glared at Wang Hao. Wang Hao felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his nose. "So you really are an elf after all." "I'm not a fairy. I'm a child of nature, no fixed race. I can take the form of any race. Nico explained, then stood up and stuck out her tongue at Kozloga, who stood nearby. You bad guy. You're always picking on Nico. Nico hates Lee. Seeing his skill fail, Kozloga wasn't surprised. After all, Nico was a spirit protected by the essence of nature. It would be strange if she could be captured so easily. A fierce red light blazed in his eyes as he brandished his double-bladed sword, his aura surging with overwhelming power. Cunning elf, he snarled. Surrender the spirit of nature, and I'll grant you a swift death. Faced with the ferocious Kozloga, Nico flinched and quickly hid behind Wang Hao. Peeking out from behind him, she wrinkled her nose and snapped at Kozloga. Put. You wish. I haven't settled the score for you bullying little light yet. And now you want to steal my spirit of nature? Nico is getting angry. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle at Nico's antics. This creature was clearly a level 52, second-class elf, yet she acted as childish as a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Kozloga's face twisted with fury at her words. The crimson glow in his eyes intensified, as if ready to devour everything. His horse's hooves surged forward, and wielding his double-bladed sword, he charged toward Wang Hao and Nico. Kozloga radiated a black aura of death, his killing intent palpable. The thunderous clatter of hooves deafened the ears. Though alone, he charged with the overwhelming force of 1,000 soldiers. Yet beneath his frenzied aura, Wang Hao showed not a trace of panic. Sword in one hand, he roared aloud. Moon Shadow. A flash of lightning erupted beside Kozloga. A shadowy figure, enveloped in the electric glow, burst from the darkness to his right. Wielding twin blades, it slashed viciously toward his throat. Sensing the deadly threat, Kozloga froze in shock, halting his charge mid-stride. He swung his blade to block the attack before his chest. Clang! As blades clashed, a colossal force surged from Moon Shadow's twin blades into Kozloga's body. The terrifying power sent him reeling backward several steps. An unfamiliar divine beast. Kozloga staggered to his feet, touching the wound on his face, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes. Who would have thought such a small world could harbor a second divine beast? Devour you, and my bloodline will ascend to new heights. Kozloga's face twisted with maniacal delight, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying. With a single inhale, the surrounding dark clouds and the shrouding darkness swirling around him were instantly drawn into his body. Fierce flames erupted across his body, and his aura grew visibly stronger at a rapid pace, doubling in intensity within mere breaths. Domain of death. Domain skill. Seeing this, Wang Hao's heart sank. He hadn't expected this guy to have a second stage. Truly worthy of a mini-boss. Moon Shadow. Let's go together. Wang Hao growled, summoning Ziyan to join Yuing in confronting Kozloga. Kozloga, however, let out a low growl, gripped his blades tightly, and charged once more at Wang Hao and Moon Shadow. This time his attack was even more ferocious, as if venting all his pent-up rage. His strides were lightning fast, eyes bloodshot, aura menacing. His 4 horse-like legs stomped the earth, each footprint leaving a spiderweb-like crack in the surrounding ground. Embrace your death. Kozloga's figure was blindingly fast, closing the distance to Moon Shadow in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, Moon Shadow was violently knocked to the ground by Kozloga's charge. His massive front hooves leapt high as Kozloga raised his double-bladed sword, driving it viciously into Yuing's chest. Wang Hao gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for Kozloga's blinding speed. It was a completely different level from moments ago. Moon Shadow seemed on the verge of death. Nico beside him turned her head away, unable to bear witness to the terrifying scene. Wang Hao, with no time to hesitate, bellowed at the top of his lungs. Armor fusion. The fallen Yuing instantly transformed into a jet black beam, shooting into Wang Hao's chest. Amidst a burst of electric flashes, it resumed human form and landed beside Wang Hao. I was careless just now. I didn't expect his attributes to have improved so much. Moon Shadow wiped the blood from her lips, her face darkening as she watched Kozloga warily. Since taking human form, she had never suffered such a crushing defeat. As a divine beast, her stats had always crushed monsters of the same level. Whether facing minions or bosses, a single strike was enough to finish them. Her battles had always been smooth sailing. This had made her somewhat careless. Kozloga twirled the blade in his hand, his face twisted into a savage grin. So you're a beast master. Never imagined a noble divine beast would submit to a mere human. Wang Hao gave a cold chuckle, you'll find out soon enough. Divine light erupted from his hands, enveloping Yuing. Instantly, Yuing felt her blood vessels ignite with a fierce, searing heat. A colossal force surged from the void, relentlessly flooding into her body. Filled to the brim by her master. Yip! Yuing's face flushed crimson as she felt the surging power within her, her cherry red lips struggling to suppress a moan of intoxication. Beast blood boiling. All attributes increased by 30. Charged together. With the buffs active, Wang Hao swung onto purple flame and charged after Moon Shadow toward Kozloga. Enhanced, Moon Shadow's attacks grew more ruthless. With extraordinary speed, she darted around Kozloga, unleashing relentless deadly strikes. Whenever Kozloga attempted to counter, Wang Hao coordinated with Ziyan beneath him, detonating the wild mark and unleashing fireballs to disrupt his movements. Boom. 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 Another combo of lightning 5-strike whip followed by shadow combo struck Kozloga, slashing a huge chunk off the health bar above his head. Big guy, you're not so great after all. Thinking you could swallow me whole? That's nothing but wishful thinking. Humiliated by Moon Shadow, Kozloga seemed to finally lose his temper. You think this will defeat me? I am Kozloga, guardian of doom, devotee of death. I am immortal. Kozloga roared, his body swelling another size. The double-bladed sword in his hand burst into blazing flames. Facing Moon Shadow's assault, he did not continue to defend. Instead, he launched his own assault. Crash! The blade, as thick as a door panel, slammed into the ground. Raging infernal flames erupted in all directions. If single target strikes couldn't land, he'd resort to area damage. Kozloga refused to believe Moon Shadow could outpace flames. Sure enough, caught off guard by the surging flames, Moon Shadow couldn't change direction in time. He could only endure the scorching hellfire and force an attack on Kozloga. Damn it! Seeing this, Wang Hao's heart sank. The beast blood boil could only last 20 minutes. If he couldn't defeat Kozloga within those 20 minutes, Moon Shadow would enter a 3-hour state of weakness. Escaping would become nearly impossible by then. But Kozloga was precisely the type of heavily armored warrior with high HP and defense. Relying solely on Yueying, an assassin-type divine beast, how could he possibly take him down in a mere 20 minutes? Damn it! If only there were a second divine beast. Wang Hao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. As time wore on, Moon Shadow's health bar steadily declined under Kozloga's strategy of trading blows. More often than not, she had to abandon attack opportunities, relying instead on her high-speed mobility to evade Kozloga's assaults. Yet Kozloga's strength seemed inexhaustible. He relentlessly channeled the infernal flames within him, launching frenzied attacks in all directions regardless of whether they struck Moon Shadow. It's all about going with the flow. Just as the time for Yueying's beast blood boiling was about to end, a sacred light suddenly poured down from the heavens, enveloping the entire battlefield. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Kozloga. He instinctively leapt backward, and a divine beam instantly struck his original position, obliterating a vast expanse of land. Nature's wrath. Kozloga gasped, glancing behind Wang Hao with eyes brimming with apprehension. Wang Hao turned to look as well, only to find that at some point, Nico had already risen into the air. Her hands clasped before her chest, radiating a blinding light. Chapter 42, The Breath of the Abyss Votes Needed. The Wrath of Nature was the most powerful magic an elf could unleash by channeling the spirit of nature. It possesses formidable destructive power against dark energies. It is the nemesis of demons like Kozloga and his kind. Therefore, when Kozloga witnessed Nico unleashing Wrath of Nature, he felt an unprecedented sense of threat and dread, instinctively seeking to evade this deadly assault. Li, you bastard. Nico will make you pay. Seeing Kozloga retreat in terror, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Perfect opportunity. Moon Shadow. Stop him. Wang Hao shouted as he charged toward Kozloga atop Purple Flame. Along the way, he commanded Purple Flame to continuously spew wind blades and fireballs, blocking Kozloga's path. With Nico's Wrath of Nature poised to strike and Yueying lurking menacingly nearby, Kozloga gritted his teeth. He knew if he didn't flee now, he might well lose his life here. This was not part of his plan. Though demons like them would be reborn in the twisted void even after death, dying in a minor world without even a god present would be laughable to other demons. Thus, Kozloga hesitated no longer. A crimson light flashed in his eyes, and flames erupted from his entire body with a thunderous boom. The frenzied energy instantly hurled Wang Hao and Yueying, who had charged forward, flying backward. You got lucky this time. Don't get too excited just yet. The bell of doom has already tolled. Destruction is upon us. Death will arrive as scheduled. As Kozloga's venomous curse echoed in their ears, his entire body instantly dissolved into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing into the air. Damn it! You think you can just run away? Wang Hao's furious sword slashed at the black smoke, chopping it into scattered fragments. Wang Hao roared in fury, but Kozloga had vanished completely, leaving only an empty battlefield behind. At that very moment, the time for the beast blood within Moon Shadow to boil over had arrived. Crouching beside Wang Hao, her face was deathly pale. Unable to maintain her human form, a flash of black light enveloped her as she transformed into a black cat and leaped onto Wang Hao's shoulder. I'm very weak now. I can only fight in my divine beast form. You must be careful. Yueying's voice was faint, clearly drained by the immense strain of the beast blood boiling. Wang Hao gently stroked the fur on Yueying's back with a look of concern. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. Seeing the danger averted, Nico retracted the natural fury in her hand and leapt down from the air. Phew, finally got rid of them. That scared the living daylights out of me. Nico patted her small chest, still visibly shaken. Wang Hao looked at her in confusion. With skills this powerful, how did you end up captured by those dark cultists? Nico rolled her eyes and pouted in annoyance. Powerful? This move only works once. Everything after that is just flashy effects. Let's get out of here fast. If he catches on, we're done for. Wang Hao froze, stunned that Nico's skill was a total sham, all flash and no substance. At least they'd scared Kazuroga off. Otherwise, once the Moon Shadow Beast's blood-boiling phase ended, those few people would likely be in for a world of trouble. But seeing Nico's evasive expression, Wang Hao suspected there was more to the story. He knew now wasn't the time for questions, they had to leave immediately. So, he scooped up Nico and rode Xian swiftly toward the direction of Haidar City. What? That guy went to undergo a promotion and job change? Tang Kai stared in utter shock at the cultist reporting to him. Yes, he just went in. It hasn't even been half an hour. Tang Kai rubbed his head, muttering under his breath. Isn't that guy a divine beast tamer? How can he level up without a contracted divine beast? After pondering in the room for a moment, he realized he couldn't just sit idly by. If Wang Hao succeeded in advancing his class, the chance to uncover the secrets he held would become even more remote. No way. I need to figure something out. Right. I remember there's still a fragment of abyssal essence in the secret vault perfect for this. Hearing Tang Kai's mutterings, the abyss cultist kneeling below was suddenly struck with dread. Abyssal essence. That's a precious artifact capable of corrupting the secret realm and opening a portal to the abyss. Using it against a mere Wang Hao would be a gross waste of such power. If the Guardian discovered he'd caused Tang Kai to misuse the abyssal essence, he'd be skinned alive. The mere thought of the black-robed Guardian's terrifying methods sent a shiver down the abyss cultist's spine. He quickly interjected, "No, Master Tang. That abyssal essence is our secret weapon against the Dragon Guards. Using it on just one person like Wang Hao is a terrible waste. Moreover, if the Master learns you entered the secret vault without permission, he will punish you. It's not worth the risk." Tang Kai was already in a foul mood, and seeing a lowly abyss cultist daring to defy him, his expression darkened instantly. He kicked the cultist hard. "You dare lecture me? Let me tell you. I am the young master of the Tang family. The future holy son of the sect. Forget a mere abyss aura. Even if I pulled out an abyss magic stone, my father wouldn't bat an eye. There's nothing I can't get done when I set my mind to it." Still not satisfied, he delivered several more kicks to the man's body. "Damn it! That bastard Wang Hao bullied me, and now you dare defy my orders too. Today, I'll show you just how formidable I am. I'll make sure everyone knows. I, Tang Kai, am the true genius." Within the Ascension's secret realm, Wang Hao rode Purple Flame, carrying Nico as they raced forward. After a frantic dash, they finally reached Haidar City before nightfall. Along the way, Nico told Wang Hao that she was being hunted by the elves for attempting to contract their sacred tribal beast, the Crimson Flame Phoenix. This forced her to disguise herself as a dwarf. Otherwise, those stubborn elves would likely draw their swords the moment they saw her. "Remember, none of them know my true elven identity. Don't let it slip." Near the city gates, Nico, now transformed back into a dwarf, gave Wang Hao a final warning. Wang Hao nodded with a smile. As the price for concealing Nico's identity, she promised Wang Hao that once this matter was resolved, she would teach him the beast-taming runes she treasured. These were mystical runes she had comprehended through her communion with the spirits of nature. Each could temporarily enhance a specific ability of the tamed beast. And afterward, there were no side effects whatsoever. If engraved onto artifacts or magical tree bark, they could be crafted into various magical items for combat use, the culmination of her years of insights from nature. Had it not been for Wang Hao saving her life and covering for her identity, she would never have considered imparting such precious knowledge to him. Smoothly passing through the city gates, Wang Hao led Nico back to the Hall of Heroes. At this moment, the 5 heroes still stood in the hall, discussing the defense of Haidar City. "Dr. York. Wonderful. You've returned safely." Malfurion's eyes lit up at the sight of Dr. York, and he immediately stepped forward to greet him. Dr. York, transformed by Nico, greeted the heroes. Then, his expression turned grave as he spoke in a solemn tone. "Folks, we're in big trouble." Beep. Side Quest 1, escort the gravely wounded Beastmaster Dr. York back to Haidar City completed. Reward, Purification Potion X1. Chapter 43, The Dark Gate and the Shadow of Holy Lightboats needed. Purification Potion removes all debuffs below 4th transformation, restores 50% of maximum HP and MP, and slightly increases bloodline concentration. Damn, that's awesome. Wang Hao's heart leapt with joy. This potion was far more effective than any antidote. No matter what debuff it is. 1 vial down, guaranteed cure. Plus, it restores 50 points of maximum health and mana. It was practically a second life. If combined with your own beast blood rage, your divine beast could unleash its true potential twice over. Next time he encounters that bastard Kozloga, he'll make him pay. Wang Hao thought to himself with glee, carefully stowing away the purification potion. Too bad, if only I could get the potion recipe. Greed knows no bounds. He'd just acquired the potion, yet already his mind was fixated on its recipe. But Wang Hao couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. In the secret realm, knowledge was always the most lucrative commodity. Generally speaking, skill books, blueprints for magical artifacts, and potion recipes obtained within the secret realm are the most valuable treasures. Second in value are naturally precious magical equipment, potions, and artifacts. Third on the list are the various materials dropped by monsters. If he could obtain a potion formula, even if Wang Hao didn't learn it himself, selling it to various factions or nations would net him a huge profit. Ah well, if it didn't drop, it didn't drop. There were still several side quests left, perhaps a potion recipe would appear later. He refocused his attention back on the hall. Meanwhile, Nico's narration reached its conclusion. In essence, the demons outside were advance forces summoned by the Abyss cult through sacrificial rituals. A few days ago, they gathered all the demons to capture the divine beast, the shadow of holy light, within the sea of holy light. They intended to corrupt the sacred light's shadow with demonic blood, twisting it into a demonic beast. This was because a portion of the sacred light shadow's power originated from the world tree within the city of Hader. Therefore, should the demonic legions succeed, the entire elven world would be utterly destroyed. Moreover, during York's reconnaissance, these demonic advance forces had constructed a dark portal deep within the Yifeng forest, preparing to summon the demonic hordes. If they cannot be stopped, the day the demonic hordes descend will be the day of Haidar City's destruction. York concluded. Therefore, we must destroy the dark gate these demon spawn have constructed and rescue the shadow of holy light. The good news is that these demons are concentrated near the dark gate due to their limited numbers, so we won't have to search far and wide. The bad news is that this advance force is led by a level 68, 3rd transformation Doom Guardian Kozloga. Dr. York's words plunged the entire hall into deep contemplation. A level 68, 3rd transformation demon and a demon commander possessing a true name at that. His combat prowess likely rivals that of a 4th transformation powerhouse in this world. Among the heroes present, the strongest, Malfurion, was only level 62, having just completed his 3rd advancement. In terms of high-tier combat power, they were no match for the demons. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly destroy the dark portal and rescue the shadow of the light? Hearing Dr. York's words, Tyrant furrowed her brow. What should we do? We only have a few 3rd transition warriors, and we must guard Huldar City. We simply can't spare the manpower to deal with Kazlagar. Jaina, the human hero born into the naval forces, proposed, could we send a large army to besiege him? Cover the area with war spells if we have enough mages. I refuse to believe we can't blast him to pieces. Though a water mage herself, she was also a staunch devotee of the artillery cult. Her creed was, truth lies only within range, dignity rests upon the sword's edge. Nothing that a volley of cannon fire couldn't resolve. If there is, it only means your artillery isn't numerous enough. Thus, she proposed a blanket assault by the mage corps. After all, the elves had one thing in abundance, mages. A mage regiment of 300 to 500 could easily summon 100 or 2 in minutes. With a blanket of war magic, she didn't believe that Kozloga could hold out. But her proposal was immediately shot down by Cairn Bloodhoof. The Taurine hero stared wide-eyed at Jaina. You're mad. The shadow of the light is still in their hands. If it's damaged, triggering the collapse of the world tree, our world will still be destroyed by elemental tides. Jaina spread her hands and shrugged. Then what do you suggest we do? This dwarf hero, King Brian Ironhammer of the Hills, suggested. Why not send the 5 clans' combined forces to storm their stronghold? We'll win through sheer numbers. Malfurion shook his head solemnly. How many men would you send? 50,000? 100,000? Or 500,000? According to the World Tree's recent readings, there are at least 200,000 demonic energies outside, meaning at least 200,000 demons. Factor in the followers of the cult of the Abyss, who can transform into demonic beings, and their numbers only grow. If we send too few, we won't just fail to defeat them, we might be devoured whole by the demons. If we send too many, Haidar City will be in danger. After all, our entire allied forces number less than 600,000. That won't work. That won't work either. Whether it's elite combat strength or the total number of legions, it seems like Haidar City is at a disadvantage no matter how you look at it. After all, they bear the crucial responsibility of guarding the World Tree. They cannot leave Haidar City lightly. Just as everyone was at a loss, Wang Hao spoke up. That. He raised his hand, smiling faintly at the others. Have you heard of luring the tiger away from its lair? Just as Wang Hao was showcasing his resourcefulness before the heroes of all tribes. At Shin Sini's residence, Xinyu sat at her desk, staring at the virtual panel before her. What kind of person is Wang Hao? Shin Sini stood before him, holding a tactical terminal in her hands. After several days of evaluation, Wang Hao shows promising talent, has a clean background, his father is a dragon guardian, his relationships are straightforward, and he shows no dark energy reaction. He can be absorbed into the dragon guardians for focused cultivation. Xin Yu nodded. Alright, I'll leave him to your continued follow-up. During this period, you can test his loyalty. Once the 5 schools joint exam concludes, we can formally recruit him. But before that, we have another task to handle. Shin Sini smiled. I've already assigned people to handle the online rumors. They should be suppressed within the next few days. Xin Yu nodded. Right. After all, he saved your grandfather. Showing some gratitude is only fitting. Xinyu swiped across her virtual panel. Now, let's move on to the next matter. How's your investigation into the Tang family coming along? Shinsini swiped through her terminal and transmitted a report to Xinyu. This is the energy detection report gathered by the Dragon Guard squad near the Tang family compound. No dark energy reactions were observed. Additionally, we conducted remote energy scans on all members of the Tang family and detected no signs of abyss energy. Xinyu's face darkened. It's either the Tang family or the Su family. The secret realm information the old man obtained earlier was far too convenient. After entering, he was cursed by the abyss's power. This incident is undoubtedly connected to one of those two families. Moreover, that person in the capital has already admitted it. The Tang family is definitely involved. If we can find concrete evidence, we can completely eradicate the abyss cult. She looked up at Shinseni. Xinyu said in a low voice, I've already made arrangements. You'll be entering Tang Kai's class. Get close to him and find clues linking them to the abyss cult. Shinseni took a deep breath, stood at attention, and saluted. I guarantee mission completion. Remember, caution is paramount. Chapter 44, Lilith the succubus votes needed. Meanwhile, by the time Kozloga, who had been toyed with by Nico, finally realized what was happening, it was already too late. Wang Hao and Nico had long since ridden Purple Flame into Haidar City. Watching their retreating figures enter the city from the forest, Kozloga could only pound the nearby tree in frustration, cursing his own carelessness for letting these two make fools of him. Damn you! If I catch you, I'll make you taste the terror of death. Kozloga returned to the Dark Valley with a face as dark as iron. Originally named Falling Maple Valley, it had been renamed Dark Valley after the demonic hordes chose it as the site for constructing the Dark Gate. Returning to his resting cave, Kozloga silently slipped into the darkness, watching the construction of the Dark Gate from the shadows. I hear you suffered a defeat today? Suddenly, a blood-pumping, enchanting voice echoed through the darkness. Kozloga didn't even lift his head, his voice low and gravelly. They didn't win. So I didn't lose. Clack. 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 The crisp sound of heels grew louder as a pair of long, straight legs, encased in black stockings, stepped elegantly out of the darkness. A fiery figure emerged, wine-red wavy hair swaying with each step. Fair-skinned and beautiful, her curves were irresistibly alluring. Two pairs of devil horns atop her head emitted pink wisps of vapor. Her sensual body was clad in only a few pitiful scraps of fabric, barely covering her most intimate areas. Pink patterns shimmered across her slender, toned abdomen, while the tip of her heart-shaped tail continuously emitted a distinctive, rich fragrance. There was no doubt about it. This was a succubus. Adorable Kozloga, I hope that part of you stays as hard as your mouth later. The succubus emerged seductively from the darkness, her fingertip teasing Kozloga's chin until he turned his head away in irritation. Lilith, if you're looking to get frisky, I suggest you go find those damn humans instead of bothering me. Kozloga turned to face the succubus emerging from the shadows, his eyes blazing with hellfire. I have no interest in you. Oh, angry. Angry. Succubus Lilith covered her mouth, giggling as her tiny wings carried her in circles around Kozloga. Now I'm really curious. Just who could possibly get our mighty Doomsday Guard so worked up? Could it be that mischievous nature spirit? You like that flavor? A terrifying inferno of hellfire erupted from Kozloga's mouth, and Lilith giggled as she dodged it. Just two little mice, no need for you to worry. Mind your own business. If anything happens to the shadow of the holy light, Lord Ansaron won't forgive you. Perched midair with her legs crossed, Lilith folded her arms. Don't worry, with me here, that little thing won't get away. Within Haidar City, as Wang Hao revealed his plan, the other heroes were stunned. They looked at Wang Hao with mixed expressions. No wonder humans could rise among the myriad races with their mere century-long lifespans. Their hearts are truly that corrupt. Recalling Wang Hao's meticulously crafted plan, each step interlocking with the next, anticipating every possible scenario. If one were a demon commander facing such an adversary, it would be truly terrifying. The heroes of the other races couldn't help but shudder at the thought. What a cunning human. Thankfully, he's on our side. After a moment of relief, the group began discussing the implementation details of Wang Hao's plan. It wasn't until the moon hung high in the sky that the murmurs of discussion within the Hall of Heroes gradually died down. Bathed in moonlight, Wang Hao gazed at the still illuminated city of Haidar and spoke softly. Do you think they're reliable? Beside him, Moon Shadow lay lazily on the windowsill, using the moonlight to steadily heal the injuries sustained during the day. Better than nothing. While they can't handle Kozloga, they're more than sufficient against the grunts. They'll buy us enough time. Wang Hao nodded, beginning to ponder how to maximize their gains within this secret realm. Judging from the mission to escort Dr. York, the mission rewards should be tied to the completion status. This time, he hadn't killed Kozloga, who was pursuing Dr. York, but he had successfully escorted Dr. York back to Haidar City. He only received a bottle of purification potion. But what if he had managed to kill Kozloga back then? What reward would he have received then? After half a day of contemplation, Wang Hao had gradually begun to piece things together. That previous mission was likely meant for him to escort Dr. York to safety. By normal standards, what zero transition class could possibly take down Kozloga? Forget defeating him, just surviving his attacks would be a challenge. It wouldn't be surprising to find such a boss in a second transition advancement secret realm, especially in a zero transition ascension dungeon like Wang Hao's. Therefore, Wang Hao suspected that the Kozloga he encountered earlier was likely a system-generated invincible boss, not meant to be defeated by trial participants. This suspicion was hinted at in the subsequent side quest 3. Protecting the Dragon Hunter crossbow from destruction under the assault of the Dragon Demon Smog. While exploring Haidar City today, Wang Hao had already mapped out the city's layout. The city contained 8 mage towers and 6 giant magic crossbows, 3 of which were the legendary dragon hunting crossbows reputed to be capable of slaying dragons. But what exactly does the quest require? Must one specific dragon hunting crossbow be protected from destruction, or is it sufficient for any one of them to remain intact? Or perhaps all 3 must remain intact? The mission description did not specify this point. But Wang Hao suspected the final reward would depend on how many dragon hunting crossbows survived. If he managed to protect all 3 dragon hunting crossbows, the reward would surely be substantial. But what if? If he managed to slay the dragon demon Smog? What an incredible reward that would be! Wang Hao's eyes flashed as he began calculating the feasibility of slaying the dragon demon Smog. That thing was probably a 3rd transformation boss on par with Kozloga. With my current strength, I'd stand no chance against it. And with Kozloga watching nearby, if both bosses attacked simultaneously, I'd have no choice but to flee. Wang Hao pondered the situation. The best solution would be to contract another divine beast. By forming temporary contracts with several powerful monsters, he could coordinate their attacks alongside the 2 divine beasts. That might just give him a fighting chance. Given Wang Hao's current mental fortitude, after contracting 1 divine beast, he could likely only contract 2 or 3 second transformation monsters. Adding Ziyin to the mix, that would be 2 divine beasts and 4 monsters, 6 tamed beasts in total. Counting Wang Hao himself. 7 against 1. Wang Hao refused to believe he couldn't defeat Kozloga this time. As for where the second divine beast is? Wang Hao's gaze fell upon the final side quest. Side quest 4, rescue the divine beast imprisoned by demons, the shadow of holy light. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Chapter 45, Thundercloud Storm seeking gold tickets. The advancement in job change secret realm differs from ordinary secret realms. They seem to operate on their own unique temporal rhythms. Regardless of how long a trialist spends within them. Upon exiting, they always discover only half a day has passed. Therefore, Wang Hao, still within the secret realm, felt no concern that his system quest might fail due to time constraints. He slept soundly in the room arranged by Gianna. He slept soundly until the sun rose in the east before slowly waking up. Wang Hao, I'm hungry. I want some dried fish. Yueying, perched on the windowsill, lazily swayed her tail back and forth. Bathed in the warm sunlight, she couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. All right. Wang Hao gave a resigned chuckle, pulling out 2 cans of dried fish from his storage ring and placing them before Yueying. He took the opportunity to attend to his own needs. After freshening up, he felt refreshed and led Moon Shadow to the hero's hall. Good morning, warrior from the foreign lands. Along the way, numerous elven warriors greeted Wang Hao. These were rewards Wang Hao had earned yesterday after rescuing Nico while wandering aimlessly through the city and completing a few quests. Header City favorability, friendly. Combined with his heroic feat of repelling Kozloga and rescuing Dr. York, had earned him some renown within Haidar City. Wang Hao. Over here. At the city gate, Dr. York Nico's transformed form spotted Wang Hao and lit up. She was about to leap up and greet him, but seeing Tyrant riding the white tiger beside him, she shrank back in fear and waved at Wang Hao instead. Wang Hao jogged over, only to notice that Nico had somehow contracted a wyvern, which now stood quietly beside her, watching him intently. Tyrell watched Wang Hao arrive and offered him a gentle smile. Due to fears of demonic ambushes, not all of Hydra's heroes could be deployed. As the archpriest of the World Tree, Malfurion remained within the city to safeguard its security. The raid mission was led by Tyrant, Brynhilde, and Jaina, commanding a combined squad of the 5 races. Seeing Wang Hao arrive, Tyrant scanned the group to confirm everyone was present before speaking. Since everyone is here, let's depart as planned. Before we do, Wang Hao, who would you like to team up with? Beep. Triggered side quest, raid the Demon Legion. Please select one objective to complete. Mission 1, follow Bryn and the Dwarven Goat Knights to draw the Demon Legion's attention. Hold out for 3 hours under their assault and Kozlogra's attacks. Mission 2, follow Tyrant and the Shadow Assassins to rescue the Divine Beast, Shadow of the Light, and escort it safely to the World Tree. Mission 3, follow Jaina and the Human Mage Corps to destroy the Dark Portal after rescuing Shadow of the Light, protecting the Mage Corps as they successfully unleash the war magic. 1 defensive mission, 1 rescue mission, 1 demolition mission. 3 missions, 3 distinct types. Wang Hao speculated that subsequent mission rewards would likely correlate with mission type. Given the current situation, choosing Mission 2 was undoubtedly the best option. He intended to contract the Shadow of the Holy Light, and this mission presented a perfect opportunity. But after last night's deliberation, he clearly had a better plan in mind. 3 tasks to choose from? Only children make choices. Wang Hao wants it all. Tyrant, plans change in the blink of an eye. I believe we must be prepared for the unexpected beyond our arrangements. So, how about you all proceed according to the plan, while I operate independently? After Wang Hao spoke, Tyrant and Jaina exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. You were the one who proposed this entire plan. Now you're the one saying plans can't keep up with changes. What exactly are you trying to do? But Wang Hao wasn't one of their own. They couldn't press him further. They could only nod in agreement. But this was for the best. After all, Tyrant and the others had been battling demons for so long that their coordination was already exceptionally seamless. Wang Hao's abrupt insertion might not have been ideal. After a moment's thought, Tyrant readily agreed to Wang Hao's suggestion. Good. You know our objective well enough. With your abilities, I trust you won't slow us down. Wang Hao nodded, glanced back at Dr. York Nico's transformed form, then summoned Purple Flame and dashed into the forest. Damn it! How dare he leave me behind? This time, I won't save you. Nico stared dumbfounded at Wang Hao's decisive departure. Last night, she had specifically sought him out to insist he join Jaina's team. She would follow him, ensuring both their safety. But today, at the moment of departure, this guy had suddenly changed his mind. In that instant, she was utterly at a loss. Outside the dark valley, Kozloga, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly opened his eyes. Another group of little mice. You go or me? Lilith's voice echoed in Kozloga's ears. She'd had enough of this pitch-black cave. Every day she longed to go out and find some fun. But her partner was a emotionless centaur who didn't even react to a joke. That's why she was so excited when she spotted the 5 tribes' allied forces outside. But Kozloga shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Don't complicate things. Building the Dark Gate is the top priority right now. I'll send the Dark Cult to deal with them. You just focus on your task." In Kozloga's eyes, this 5-tribe alliance was nothing to fear. As long as they stayed away from the Dark Gate, he wouldn't bother with them. But soon, his expression darkened. For among these men, he recognized a familiar figure. Storm Hammer. Brian's hammer, charged with lightning power, smashed into the skull of a hell demon, instantly shattering it into a bloody mess. Wang Hao wielded twin blades, his body surging with purple light, like a violet lightning bolt reaping the lives of hell demons amidst the crowd. Ha! Wang Hao, I never expected you to be this formidable, actually able to wield lightning power. Seeing Wang Hao wield lightning power just like himself, Brian was stunned. He summoned back his thunder hammer and roared with laughter. Wang Hao smiled faintly, flicking his wrists to flick demon blood from his blades onto the ground. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Watching the howling hell demons charging toward him, Brian roared with laughter. Everyone, step back a bit, I'm going to give them a big one. He raised the thunder hammer high and swung it forcefully toward the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, striking Brian. Veins bulged across his body as countless serpentine bolts of lightning surged through his flesh. His bronze skin instantly turned silver white, radiating a dangerous aura. Surrounded by a swarm of lightning bolts, Brian leapt high into the air. Carrying the thunder of the heavens, he crashed down upon the ranks of the hellish demons. Taste this, you demon spawn. Thundercloud storm. Boom! The terrifying power of thunder unleashed its fury. Each hell demon that charged forward was fried into charred lumps. Lightning flickered, electric serpents danced wildly. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from Brian's body, instantly obliterating the vast horde of hellish demons. Wang Hao watched the lingering dark clouds and a faint smile touched his lips. Here it comes. Rising from the ground, Brian watched the enraged Kozloga, spinning the thunder hammer in his hand. Oh, looks like a big guy's pissed. Chapter 46, luring the tiger away from the mountain, votes needed. Kozloga emerged from the darkness. As a guardian of the apocalypse, a perpetual dark cloud hung over his head, even at high noon. Seeing Wang Hao's familiar face, the memory of being deceived surged back, filling him with blazing fury. Damned vermin! How dare you defy death? Swinging his double-bladed scimitar, a colossal wave of death energy swept out in all directions. Countless hell demons slain by Brian and the goat knights writhed in their corpses, slowly rising to their feet. Seeing the hellspawn returning from the dead, even the fearless dwarf warriors felt a twinge of dread. Mounted on their goats, they gathered around Brian, watching the hellspawn rising from the ground with wary eyes. Brian stared at the imposing Kozloga, swallowed hard, and quietly approached Wang Hao. Hey, isn't this enough? This guy's getting a bit too terrifying. Wang Hao nodded, a barely perceptible flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. He raised his short sword, pointing it at Kozloga. Hey, big guy, you got lucky last time and got away. This time, you won't be so lucky. I'm gonna kick your ass with my boots. Hearing Wang Hao's arrogant words, Brian turned to look at him in horror. Wait, you're this brave? Watching Kozloga's face darken, Brian let out a startled yelp, not knowing why. Whoa, your face is really dark. Kozloga suddenly whipped his head around, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Brian. An instant chill shot up his spine from tailbone to crown. "Oh, I wasn't talking about your skin tone, I meant your expression, your expression." Wang Hao laughed heartily, slapping Brian on the shoulder. "Brian, don't be scared. This big black guy isn't our match, he's just a bit better at running away." Hearing Wang Hao's mockery. As a guardian of the apocalypse, Kozloga, the Hellwalker, could take no more. He roared, hellfire blazing fiercely around him. "You damned vermin! How dare you mock the great death? I'll rip your souls out and roast them for 10,000 years. With that, he raised his double-bladed scimitar and charged toward Wang Hao, carrying the overwhelming power of death. Seeing the ferocious Kozloga, Wang Hao let out a strange cry, leaped onto Brian's goat, and screamed. "Run!" Feeling Kozloga's fury lock onto him, Brian had no time to think. He could only whip his beloved goat relentlessly, cursing under his breath. "Damn Wang Hao! Why did you have to provoke him? Even if this was part of the plan, your insults were way too harsh. You really should be a warrior, your taunting skills are too good. Damn goat, run faster! Run faster!" Seeing Brian turn and flee, the other goat riders finally snapped out of their daze, exchanging glances. Only then did they snap back to reality, urgently steering their goats toward the forest. Standing atop the mountain peak, Tyrant watched the darkening cloud of death recede into the distance and gave a quiet nod. Brian the tongue-in-cheek truly lived up to his name, far more formidable than anticipated. Judging by Kozloga's expression, he wouldn't return until he caught him. A thought flashed through her mind. A shimmering magical owl emerged from the forest and landed on her hand. "It's time for us to make our move." At her command, countless shadows flickered from the forest behind her. 30 elven assassins, clad in black robes and masked, emerged from the shadows. Tyrant, bow in hand, pointed toward the sky. An invisible moonlight instantly enveloped them all, erasing their forms entirely from the air. Shadow of the moon. The divine magic of the moon priestess made them vanish from this world as if they had evaporated. "They've gone in. Should we follow?" In the darkness, Moon Shadow silently asked Wang Hao in her mind. Wearing the Moon Shadow armor, Wang Hao watched as an indistinct shadow mass crept toward the cave in the dark valley. He shook his head gently. "Wait a little longer. There seem to be other demons inside. Even from dozens of kilometers away, I can smell the sickening stench emanating from them." Tyrant led the elven assassins on a swift march, borrowing the mystical power of the moon's shadows. Not a single hell fiend or hellhound constructing the dark portal nearby detected them. Circumventing sentry posts one by one, Tyrant's assassination squad swiftly approached the cavern, imprisoning the shadow of the holy light. No need for further searching throughout the entire Shadowlands, only this cavern radiated an intense glow of holy light. It was obvious that this was where the shadow of the holy light was imprisoned. Arriving at the cave entrance atop her white tiger, Tyrant narrowed her eyes. Though Kozloga had been lured away by Bryn and the others, for some reason, she still sensed a faint trace of danger deep within the cavern. After a moment of contemplation, Tyrant pointed forward, and an ethereal magical owl flapped its wings and flew into the cave. Before it could relay any information, the link between Tyrant and the owl was instantly severed by darkness. Feeling the terror transmitted in the instant the connection snapped, Tyrant frowned. Her instincts told her they shouldn't have entered this cave. But to save the shadow of the holy light, she had no choice. Sanjana, Camille. 2 elven assassins stepped forward from the crowd. Tyrant watched the 2 exceptional elven assassin sisters, her expression filled with reluctance. But it was quickly replaced by resolve. "You 2 go in to assess the situation. Find the location of the shadow of the holy light and report back immediately. Remember, if danger arises, withdraw immediately. Safety comes first." Siniana and Camille pressed their hands to their chests, murmuring softly. "In the name of Elune, we swear to complete this mission at any cost." Watching the 2 sisters slowly disappear into the cave, Tyrant's eyes filled with growing worry. "Please come back safely." Meanwhile, at the Advancement and Job Change Center in Xiajiang City, Wang Hao's promotion and job change triggered a level 1 emergency response at the center. Countless personnel rushed into the center, preparing for the worst. They feared Wang Hao might fail his advancement, triggering a catastrophic secret realm uprising. If such a catastrophe occurred, Xiajiang City's 32 million residents would be obliterated overnight. Yet with their current means, they had no way to contact Wang Hao. They could only pray silently that Wang Hao would remain steady and successfully complete his advancement and job change. Just as everyone was filled with anxiety, a shadowy figure crept silently toward the room where Wang Hao was undergoing his advancement and job change. Across the corridor, the figure discreetly pulled a small glass vial from their pocket. Inside swirled a dark mist, constantly emitting a dangerous aura. The abyss cultist stared at the vial in his hand. The thought that this seemingly insignificant little thing would soon send over 30 million people in Xiajiang City straight to hell sent a shiver of excitement down his spine. "This is an offering. The greatest offering to the abyss." The abyss cultist muttered terrifying prayers under his breath. He opened the small vial in his hand and pressed its mouth against the wall near Wang Hao's meditation chamber. Only after watching the last wisp of black mist merge into the wall did he slowly exhale. "Huh, don't blame me. This has nothing to do with personal grudges. Chapter 47, Succubus and Divine Beast Votes Needed. The agile goat rider charged through the jungle. Following their planned route, they used the dense foliage to eliminate one hellspawn after another, all awakened by the power of death. Except for Kozloga, whose entire body burned with hellfire. Neither the magical trap set nor their meticulously prepared attacks had any effect on him. Damn it! What is this guy made of? How can no attack work on him? Run! We're almost at the designated spot, everyone, push harder. Watching Wang Hao behind him, who could only cling to him and scream, Brian's temper flared. He snapped impatiently. Shut up! Didn't you say you fought off Kozloga all by yourself? If you've got any tricks, use them now. Wang Hao hung his head, his face twisted in a miserable expression. That was Wang Hao who fought him off. I didn't lift a finger. Hearing his reply, Brian felt his brain shrink instantly. You're not Wang Hao. He whipped his head around to see that the figure crouched behind him had somehow transformed into a female elf. Seeing her familiar face, Brian instantly let out a shriek. Nico! Damn it, why is it you? As the mastermind behind the failed attempt to contract his legendary goat, Nico's face was one Brian would never forget for the rest of his life. Wang Hao told me this was part of the plan to transform into his form and come find you. I didn't expect this guy to be so easily provoked. He got angry just like that. With Kozloga relentlessly chasing them from behind, Nico was already clinging to Brian's waist, sobbing uncontrollably. Brian, run! That guy's catching up. Seeing the imposing Kozloga closing in, Brian gritted his teeth and lashed his beloved goat with a fierce whip. I'll settle this with you later. But when Kozloga saw Nico reveal her true form, a string called reason snapped completely in his mind. His stride quickened, his speed surged to new heights, and a furious roar erupted from his throat. Damn you! How dare you mock me? Twice! I'll tear you to shreds and cast you into the deepest abyss, where you'll suffer day and night. At the entrance to the dark valley, Tyrant waited anxiously. Her unease grew stronger by the moment. She was tempted to order mission abort and immediate retreat on the spot. She didn't have to wait long. Siniana and Camille emerged from the cave. How did it go? Any danger inside? Did you locate the shadow of the light? Tyrant approached them anxiously to ask. The two elven assassins bowed in salute. The shadow of the holy light is deep within the cavern. Only a few hellhounds patrol the area. Kazlora has already departed, and there is no danger inside. The shadow of the holy light is in poor condition. We should rescue it as soon as possible. A flicker of unease crossed Tyrant's eyes as she heard their report. Recalling the bloodline burdened upon the shadow of the holy light, she forced down her unease and commanded the elven assassins behind her to form ranks. Following Senyana and Camille, they entered the cavern one after another. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! Water droplets fell continuously from the stalactites at the cave ceiling, shattering into fragments upon the ground with a crisp sound. Camille, how much farther until we reach the shadow of the holy light? Tyrant asked Camille, who was leading the way ahead. Camille led the way, answering without turning back, soon. It's just ahead. They rounded a bend and dispatched several hellhounds that charged at them. The group entered a vast cavern. We're here. Siniana whispered. What's here? Tyrant's mind raced with confusion, then alarm bells suddenly rang in her heart. Without pausing to think, disregarding the risk of exposure, she bellowed at the elven assassins behind her. Watch out! In the next instant, Senyana, who had been leading the way ahead, exploded into a cloud of blood before Tyrant's stunned eyes. The blood splattered across the faces of the many elven assassins. Fortunately, Tyrant's constant magical shield saved her from the onslaught. Siniana! Before Tyrant could even begin to mourn, pink mist began to seep from every spot where the blood had splattered. What on earth is happening? Tyrell covered her mouth and nose, staring in horror at the elven assassins splattered with blood. Now, pink light blazed in their eyes as they writhed on the ground, uttering lewd words that made Tyrant blush. Release your moral restraints. Unleash your most primal desires. Through this unique magic, we stimulate the hormones within your bodies, inducing a state of heightened arousal. Lilith swayed her slender waist as she glided gracefully from the depths of the cavern. You could call it an aphrodisiac, a charm, rosemary, or something similar. A bloodthirsty smile spread across her lips as she surveyed the writhing mass of elven assassins on the floor. But I prefer to call it the flower of the other shore. Tyrant's cheeks flushed crimson as she gasped for breath, struggling against the primal urges surging through her body. Who are you? Me? Lilith found a large rock, flapped her wings, and perched upon it, watching Tyrant's struggles below with keen interest. You may call me Lilith. As you can see, I'm a succubus. Too bad you're all women makes things a bit less fun. Just as Tyrant's elven squad was wiped out, Wang Hao had already slipped silently into the depths of the cavern. In the pitch-black cavern, countless hellspawn were hauling the carcasses of beasts. They were being thrown into a massive pool of blood. At the pool's center, a blood-glowing prison held a luminous orb radiating intense holy light. With each corpse thrown in, crimson vapors rose from the pool, swirling toward the prison in an attempt to corrupt the luminous mass within. With each thread of blood mist that breached the barrier, a clear, deer-like cry echoed from within the light. Wang Hao gazed at the imprisoned holy light shadow, a flicker of delight appearing in his eyes. So this is the holy light shadow? A golden light flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as the shadow of holy light's attributes instantly appeared before him. Divine Light Stag, Shadow of Holy Light, Low Tier Divine Beast infected by Abyssal Corruption. Level 21, First Transformation. Element Light. Special Bloodline Tricolored Deer 70. Attributes: Strength 721, Constitution 1523, Agility 861, Spirit 1475. Skills: Holy Light Barrier, Holy Healing, Light's Redemption, Resurrection. Though lacking a single offensive spell, Wang Hao still found himself drooling over the Holy Light Shadow's attribute panel. Top-tier healer. A top-tier healer. And it even possessed Resurrection, the most coveted ability among all healing classes. This is the ultimate dream for every beastmaster. Take it down. This divine beast must be taken down. Wang Hao thought resolutely within his mind. As he surveyed the hellish demons and hellhounds surrounding the blood pool, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 48, Rescue the Holy Light. Votes needed. Deep within the dark caverns, hellish demons bustled about, heeding Kozloga's commands as they hauled beast carcasses and hurled them into the central blood pool. Above the pool, pure holy light formed a stark contrast to the surrounding bloodshed. Each time a corpse was cast into the pool, a crimson mist rose from it, steadily eroding the light's protective sphere. This thing is stubborn as hell. Even the abyssal demon array couldn't corrupt it into a twisted demon god. Once these beast corpses are all gone, I hope it's not our turn next. A hell demon tossed a beast carcass into the blood pool, gazing up at the holy light sphere above. The sacred power contained within made him deeply uneasy. Hearing his mutterings, another demon slapped him on the head. What are you afraid of? Once these beast corpses are discarded, the Dark Gate will be complete. Then we'll have endless elven and human corpses to use. Only after they're all discarded will it be our turn. True enough. The hell demon chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Just as he turned to return and continue hauling corpses, a flash of purple light darted across the corner of his vision. What? Before he could react, a purple bolt of lightning streaked past him. His head flew high into the air. A level 32 hell demon was instantly obliterated. Wang Hao, transformed into a purple lightning bolt, danced wildly among the horde of hell demons, reaping the lives of one after another. Chaos and carnage erupted within the cavern. Hell demons and hellhounds, sensing the intruder, charged madly toward Wang Hao. Their roars and howls echoed through the cavern, sounding like the fury of hell itself. Wang Hao flicked blood from his twin blades, his eyes narrowing into cat-like slits as black shadow energy and purple lightning power rippled around him. A bunch of trash. Wang Hao muttered under his breath, watching the hell demons and hellhounds closing in. With a single wave of his hand, a colossal surge of lightning power coalesced in his grasp, transforming into thick, tree branch-like bolts that instantly pierced through the charging demons. The shadow of holy light at the cave's center perked up upon seeing Wang Hao in battle. Though it didn't understand why this human was here. This was undoubtedly its last hope for escape. Moo! Moo! The holy light shadow emitted soft, deer-like bleats, radiating a gentle glow that showered Wang Hao with streams of sacred light, conveying its goodwill. Wang Hao turned his head and smiled at it. Don't worry, I'll rescue you soon. Gripping his twin blades tightly, he faced the hellish demons closing in from all sides. Once more, he transformed into a merciless storm of lightning strikes, charging into the crowd and unleashing a frenzied storm of blood and carnage. Inside the cavern, Lilith, who had been preparing to taunt Tyrant, sensed the commotion emanating from the depths. Her expression instantly darkened. Damn it, that rat snuck in. Tyrant clearly sensed the disturbance within the cavern as well. Though she didn't know how Wang Hao had managed to get inside. She understood that the most urgent task now was to buy Wang Hao time. The cool moonlight shimmered upon her form, like a mysterious goddess. Lilith, your opponent is here. Paying no heed to the fallen elven assassins strewn across the floor, Tyrant drew her bow like a full moon, her arrow streaking through the air like a meteor. Fueled by boundless fury and resolve, Tyrant drew back her bow and unleashed a single arrow at Lilith. Moonlight flashed across her form as a white tiger roared forth, leaping toward Lilith. She tried to draw Lilith's attention back to herself. Oomph. I was willing to play with you, but you dare to be so ungrateful? Then die. Frenzied demonic power surged from her body, and with a single lash of her whip, she deflected Tyrant's divine arrow aside. Succubi weren't particularly skilled in combat. But that was only when compared to other demonic races. As a high-ranking demon, even if she wasn't skilled in combat, she was still far beyond the reach of elves like Tyrant and her companions. Moreover, Tyrant and her companions had now inhaled Lilith's earlier enchantment, the Flower of the Other Shore. Their combat effectiveness was reduced to a mere fraction of its former self. In just a moment, Tyrant found herself at a disadvantage. Damn it! How could this succubus be so powerful? Tyran dodged Lilith's barrage of magic, panting heavily behind a large boulder. Though her magical shield blocked most of the Higanbana's aura. In such an intense battle, she inevitably inhaled some. The heat surged through her body, filling her mind with chaotic thoughts. She simply couldn't focus on the fight. Her white tiger, having taken 2 magical energy spheres for her earlier, lay collapsed nearby, gravely wounded. It was barely breathing. It too seemed to be nearing its end. Enough! This must end. Lilith's face hardened as she raised her whip, ready to end Tyron's life and return swiftly to deal with the holy light shadow deep within the cavern. But as she took a step forward, a small hand clamped down on her ankle. Looking down, she saw the elven assassin, her face glowing with triumph. Seeing Tyron in danger, she had managed to temporarily break free from the control of the Higgin Banaflower through sheer willpower. Gripping Lilith's ankle, she writhed and spoke, enunciating each word with deliberate force. "Don't you dare harm Tyrant." Lilith sneered. "Sisterly love indeed. How touching." A lash of the whip sent the elf exploding into a cloud of blood mist under the dark magic. "Too bad I hate this kind of affection. It makes me jealous." In her eyes, such affection would only become an obstacle. "Katrina." As the mist dispersed, Tyron watched the scene unfold, her heart filled with grief and rage. These were her closest sisters, the loss of each one tore at Tyron's heart. She swore Lilith would pay the price. Rising to her feet, bathed in the faint moonlight, she swiftly drew her bow and aimed at Lilith. Her gaze was firm and icy, like frost in the dead of winter, burning with fury and hatred. "Die, you!" Tyro roared, her voice echoing through the cavern. "Arrow of the moon goddess." A silver arrow, imbued with the potent power of the moon goddess, tore through the air, striking Lilith squarely in the face. This arrow carried Tyron's resolve and grief, streaking through the night sky like a silver lightning bolt, its speed leaving no time for reaction. Clang! The arrow pierced through 6 magical shields, coming to an abrupt halt just before the final barrier with a sharp clang. Lilith was caught completely off guard by this sudden assault. Though she reacted swiftly and cast a defensive spell, she was still knocked back several steps by the arrow imbued with the power of the moon goddess. "Is this your final move?" Lilith's face was icy, her tone dripping with scorn and contempt. She lifted her head, fixing her gaze on Tyron nearby. Her pupils flashed with a sharp, predatory light, like a cheetah eyeing its prey. "If that's all you've got, then prepare to die." Tyron clenched her teeth, her longbow already warped in her grip. That last arrow had drained her of every ounce of strength. If Wang Hao didn't hurry, he'd likely only be left to bury her body. Chapter 49, The End of the Elves' Votes Needed. "No! You're wrong." Tyron drew a deep breath, struggling to quell the rage and grief raging within her. She knew she had to buy time now, to give Wang Hao more chances. Only then could Wang Hao arrive in time to save her. "I can fight you all day long." She raised her longbow, aimed directly at Lilith's heart, and unleashed a 5-arrow volley. Though her power as the moon goddess was spent, Tyron remained an exceptional archer. As long as she had distance, she would not concede defeat. Across from her, Lilith had clearly lost patience. With a forceful flick of her whip, a 2-meter-long dark fissure opened behind her. 5 or 6 hellhounds burst forth, their bodies engulfed in flames. These hellhounds were more robust than their common counterparts, their muscles bulging and their skin a deep purple. Their eyes flashed crimson, like 2 burning flames. These were hellhounds Lilith had personally selected and raised in the depths of hell, each possessing the potential to become a hellhound king. Even among hellhounds, they were at least minor boss-level creatures. Tear her apart. Tyron glided through the cavernous chamber, her form shimmering with faint moonlight as she dodged Lilith and the hellhound's attacks. "Damned elf, die!" As the commotion deep within the cavern gradually subsided, Lilith's unease grew. Seeing Tyron still darting around before her like a flea only fueled her frustration. Her irritation boiled over. She decided to hold nothing back. With a flick of her whip, she unleashed dozens of fist-sized black orbs, enveloping every possible escape route for Tyrant. Boom! Tyron crashed heavily to the ground, a searing pain shooting through her chest as if her internal organs had been dislocated. With great effort, she lifted her head to see a pack of hellhounds charging from the distance. They radiated a thick aura of darkness, their mouths dripping with corrosive saliva. Was she to die in the jaws of these hellhounds? Seeing Tyron's eyes filled with despair, Lilith sneered coldly. She decided to deliver the final blow. She sheathed her whip, clasped her hands before her chest in a complex magical seal, and began chanting an evil incantation. The sound echoed like a hellish murmur, a shrieking wail of the undead, carrying boundless agony and torment that relentlessly pierced Tyrant and the elven assassin's ears. Several weaker elven assassins could not withstand the abyssal power within the incantation. Their bodies twisted, purple tentacles sprouted, and as the spell was chanted, they exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Tyrant had no time to mourn her fallen sisters. As Lilith chanted the incantation, her voice grew hoarse and low, like the whisper of a demon from the abyss. The surrounding air thickened with oppressive heaviness, as if bound by an invisible force. The temperature within the cavern plummeted, sending a bone-chilling cold through her, as if she were about to be swallowed by endless darkness. "Elune, grant me strength." Tyrant prayed fervently to the moon goddess in her heart, mustering her last ounce of strength to struggle to her feet. As an elf, even if she were to die by demonic hands, she would die standing. Summoning the last ounce of strength within her, she unleashed the power of the moon goddess. A pale blue glow enveloped her like a delicate veil, yet it seemed utterly insignificant compared to the overwhelming power of the abyss surrounding her. Like a small boat sailing the deep sea, it seemed poised to be swallowed by the surging waves at any moment. Watching the hellhound charge toward her, Tyrant gave a bitter smile. Somehow, images of her 3 sisters began to surface in her mind. Her heart filled with regret as she murmured softly, "I'm sorry. I might have to break my promise." Drawing her bow, she knocked her final magic-piercing arrow and aimed it at Lilith, who stood behind the hellhound. This magic-piercing arrow was the elven race's secret weapon against demons. Forged entirely from mithril, it possessed formidable armor-piercing and lethal capabilities against magical shields and demonic skin. If it struck Lilith, she would die. And with previous instances of successfully blocking arrows, Tyrant believed Lilith would certainly not dodge this time. She would undoubtedly choose to absorb the blow with her magical shield. By the time she realized it was a mithril demon bane arrow, it would be too late. This time, Tyrant would take her down with her. Mana surged wildly through Tyrant's entire body, channeling every ounce into the arrow. She left herself no room for retreat, pouring every ounce of her moon goddess power and magic into the magic-piercing arrow. Whoosh! As she released the bowstring, Tyrant fired the most breathtaking arrow of her life. This arrow embodied her entire will and strength, carrying her yearning for life and her love for her family. Whoosh! The silver arrow tore through the air, shattering the bonds of darkness, soaring past all the hellhounds, and streaking straight toward Lilith's face. Thud! The arrow pierced her flesh, yet Tyrant's face froze. A hellhound, hidden somewhere, leapt desperately forward as Lilith was about to be struck by the magic-piercing arrow. It threw itself directly in front of the arrow, using its own body to shield its master from the fatal blow. Mithril anti-magic arrow. Lilith's expression changed as she stared at the arrow embedded in the hellhound's chest, a wave of dread washing over her. She clearly understood Tyrant's intent. Had the hellhound not shielded her, she would have met her end. "You want to take me down with you? You should know your own limits." After the initial shock, Lilith's heart burned with boundless rage. You deserve to die." Her mind changed. She would extract Tyrant's soul, force it into the ugliest fell demon's body, and cast her into the deepest hells where demons would trample her flesh and defile her spirit. In her eyes, this was the most terrifying punishment imaginable for a pure elf. Demons, your schemes won't succeed. Even if you kill me today, my kin will avenge me on the battlefield." The plan had failed. Tyrant let out a bitter laugh, feeling her strength rapidly drain away. She let the divine bow slip from her grasp. She knew she had done all she could. Her fate was no longer in her hands. Just as Lilith prepared to strike, a blinding holy light erupted behind Tyrant, engulfing Lilith and all her hellhounds within its radiance. Bathed in the holy radiance, the hellhounds let out piercing screams as their robust bodies began to dissolve within the light. Like snow melting under the scorching sun, they dissolved away. Their master, Lilith, was pinned down by the blinding radiance, unable to move. She couldn't spare a thought for her carefully bred hellhounds, staring in horror at the figure behind Tyrant, her face frozen in utter disbelief. Impossible. The shadow of the holy light couldn't be this powerful. Wang Hao leapt out of the depths of the cave, riding the shadow of the holy light. His arrival was like the dawn's first light, bringing hope to Tyrant in the darkness. She would not die today. The one who should die is you. Wang Hao held his short sword, pointing it at Lilith, who knelt on the ground, immobilized by the holy light. Chapter 50, Successful Contract, Shadow of the Holy Light. Votes appreciated. Time rewound 10 minutes earlier. Deep within the cavern, Wang Hao swept through all the hellish demons and hellhounds with the force of a whirlwind. After the battle, the cave lay in utter ruin. Corpses of hell demons and hellhounds lay scattered everywhere, bloodstains everywhere. Wang Hao stood amidst the pools of blood, silently observing the shadow of holy light imprisoned above the blood pool. Blood stained his body. Though it belonged to his enemies, it now made him appear terrifying, like a demon from hell itself. The shadow of holy light watched Wang Hao's murderous aura and felt uneasy. Was this guy really here to save me? Why does it feel like he's going to take me out too? Woo, World Tree Mother, I think I'm about to die. Just as the shadow of holy light stared at Wang Hao in terror, he had already reached the edge of the blood pool. With a raised sword, he struck the prison confining the shadow of holy light, only to be instantly repelled by a powerful crimson aura. Put! What the hell is that? Pulling himself free from the stone wall, Wang Hao stared up at the suspended prison with a disheveled, frustrated expression. Who knew this thing was actually a magical artifact? How the hell do I break this thing? Wang Hao addressed the holy light shadow within the prison. He reasoned that as a divine beast of this world, the holy light shadow should have some understanding of demonic methods. Perhaps it knew how to unlock this contraption. But in response to his question, the holy light shadow merely let out a couple of soft bleats before looking back at him with an utterly innocent expression. Wang Hao. Just as Wang Hao was about to try again, Wei's voice echoed in his mind. This prison seems integrated with the blood pool below. If we could evaporate all the blood from the pool, we might just save it. Though Wei didn't know what this blood pool prison truly was, as a divine beast, she possessed basic magical perception. As long as one followed the most fundamental principles of magic, unlocking this prison would not be difficult. As soon as she finished speaking, a complex magical array instantly manifested in Wang Hao's eyes. A crimson hexagram rose above the blood pool, drawing an endless stream of blood-red energy from its depths. This energy surged into the hexagram array, then flowed through 6 magical nodes to the prison above. You mean if we destroy these 6 magical nodes, we can free it? That should be the idea. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, finding no better solution. He followed Yue Ying's suggestion and approached one of the magical nodes. He gathered a fist-sized ball of lightning energy in his hands and tossed it lightly. Put! The energy ball was instantly shattered by the powerful blood energy the moment it neared the magical node. Wang Hao! Are you kidding me? The energy in this blood pool is stronger than 100 of us combined. If you try to force your way through like that, the explosion will unleash power rivaling a full-strength attack from a 5th-tier expert. Yue Ying, witnessing Wang Hao's action, instantly flew into a rage. She scrambled off him and shrieked at him. Wang Hao shrugged helplessly. Well, what else could I do? Yue Ying pondered for a moment, gazing at the blood pool bubbling steadily. An idea formed in her mind. Take out that abyssal magic stone. Wang Hao retrieved the abyssal demon stone evolved from treating Shen Qianhe from his storage ring and handed it to Yue Ying. After taking it, Yue Ying examined it carefully, muttering under her breath, I hope this works. Holding the abyssal magic stone in her hand, she used her shadow power to etch a complex magical array pattern onto its surface with one hand. Shadow fusion. With Yue Ying's slow command, intricate magical runes ignited upon the abyssal magic stone. A crimson aura from a magical node was sucked into the stone like a whale drinking water. As a divine beast mastering shadow power, Moon Shadow's understanding of it rivaled that of ordinary demons. This crimson energy, ignited by vital essence, was essentially a form of blood slaughter power. Its energy grade was inferior to shadow power. By utilizing the shadow fusion spell, this blood slaughter energy could be forged into a dark-aligned magical material, potentially enhancing the material's grade. However, as the abyssal magic stone intercepted this crimson energy, the magical node gradually failed to sustain the prison's demands. Within mere breaths, it collapsed naturally into the air. Success! Watching the magic node vanish, Moon Shadow's face lit up with delight. She hadn't expected this tactic to actually work. She tossed the abyssal magic stone to Wang Hao. Just extract the other nodes like you did earlier. Wang Hao froze, staring at Yue Ying while holding the abyssal magic stone. What about you? A flash of black light enveloped Yue Ying as she transformed into her spirit cat form. Turning her head toward Wang Hao, she said, I found something good. I'll be back soon. Watching Yue Ying vanish into the shadows with a flash of black light, leaving him alone, Wang Hao suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He looked up at the holy light shadow inside the prison cell, watching him curiously. Shrugging, he thought, with a beastmaster like this, I guess I'll have to handle all the dirty work myself. Following Moon Shadow's instructions, he proceeded to the other 6 nodes, using the abyssal magic stone to drain their magical energy one by one. As Wang Hao dismantled the magic array, a mere small prison cell could never confine the sacred light shadow, a divine beast. Without him needing to lift a finger, the sacred light shadow let out a low hum. Its sacred light surged, instantly shattering the entire prison cell. Freed from its bonds, the holy light shadow approached Wang Hao gently, its eyes sparkling with gratitude and hope. It lowered its head softly, affectionately nuzzling Wang Hao's cheek as if thanking him for his aid. Haha, stop it, that tickles. Wang Hao chuckled, stroking the holy light shadow's antlers while turning his head slightly away. Looking into its eyes, he asked, Little dear, would you be willing to become my mount? The holy light shadow seemed to understand his words, nodding gently. It sensed a comforting scent emanating from this human, one that made it feel particularly close and at ease. Though he'd looked fierce moments ago, the holy light shadow sensed Wang Hao harbored no ill will. Plus, Wang Hao had just saved its life. This debt of gratitude made it willing to follow him. Seeing the holy light shadow nod in agreement, Wang Hao's heart swelled with joy. The second divine beast was secured. Once the contract was successfully established, his attributes would surge dramatically. With his greatly enhanced stats and the 2 divine beasts by his side, he was confident he could finally stand up to Kozloga. As for whether contracting the holy light shadow would interfere with his mission, Wang Hao retorted, just answer whether I save the shadow of holy light or not. However, Wang Hao's gaze fell upon the holy light shadow's head, where he noticed the status bar displayed the additional entry, Deep Abyssal Corruption. He certainly didn't want his contracted divine beast to become a ticking time bomb. Facing abyss-aligned bosses this time, he couldn't risk his healer suddenly getting corrupted mid-fight. If the healer went down during the boss battle, it would spell disaster. He had to resolve its abyssal corruption status first. A flash of inspiration struck Wang Hao as he retrieved a vial of potion from his storage ring. It was the purification potion he'd obtained from a previous quest. It was perfect for this situation. With the vial of purification potion administered, the abnormal status on the shadow of holy light vanished instantly. It fully restored to peak condition, with some attributes even showing a slight increase. Gazing at the holy light shadow, now radiant with divine light, Wang Hao's heart swelled with joy. He immediately cast the blood pact spell beside the blood pool, forging a divine beast contract with the holy light shadow. Bound by blood, a pact of life and death. Chapter 51, Slaying the Succubus. Votes needed. Contract successful. Received blood pact feedback. Acquired holy light power. This was a huge win. Wang Hao opened his attribute panel. Name, Wang Hao. Level, 20 not transformed. Class, Divine Beast Spirit Tamer. Title, None. Attributes, Strength 1732, Constitution 1978, Agility 1642, Spirit 1742. Spiritual Power, 321. Skills, Affinity with all beasts level 2, Temporary Contract level 2, Blood Pact non-upgradable, True Art of Beast Taming level 2, Beast Blood Boiling level 2, Life Sharing level 2, Mark of the Wild level 2, Will of the Beast King level 2. Advancement Method, Perfect Advancement. Bound Beasts, Thunder Crescent Cat, Light God Stag. Feeling the explosive surge of power within him, Wang Hao experienced an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. It was as if he had been completely reborn, even the sunlight illuminating the world seemed different to him now. Surveying his skyrocketing four-dimensional attributes, Wang Hao's confidence soared. These stats already surpassed those of most third-tier bosses. He refused to believe he could still lose. Moreover, according to the system prompt, the bloodline of the Holy Light Shadow could apparently be further enhanced. Divine Deer of Light, Shadow of Holy Light Low-Tier Divine Beast. Level, 21 First Transformation. Element, Light. Special Bloodline, Tricolored Deer 71. Attributes, Strength 734, Constitution 1555, Agility 884, Spirit 1495. Skills, Holy Light Barrier, Holy Healing, Light's Redemption, Resurrection. Consume 300 Spirit Points to view Bloodline Evolution Path? Glancing at the mere 321 Spirit Energy Points left in his pocket, Wang Hao hesitated not a moment. Look! Out with the old, in with the new. What's a few Spirit Energy Points? I've got plenty. Gritting his teeth as the system deducted 300 Spirit Energy Points, Wang Hao obtained the evolution blueprint for the Shadow of Holy Light. Light God Deer Tricolored Deer, Required Materials World Tree Leaves x8, 3 Light Divine Water x5, Holy Light Feathers x10. Next stage, 9 Colored Deer. Great! Never heard of any of these. But Wang Hao knew of the 9-colored deer as sacred beast of auspiciousness from traditional myths of his previous life, possessing boundless divine power. In ancient legends, it symbolized happiness and good fortune. It was revered by ancient people. Poems and murals even carried the saying, when a deer encounters 9 colors, great fortune approaches. Therefore, upon learning that the Shadow of the Holy Light could evolve into the 9-colored deer, only one thought remained in Wang Hao's mind. Evolve. It must evolve. Even if it meant selling everything he owned, he would evolve it into the 9-colored deer. Wang Hao gazed at the little deer licking his palm before him, his fighting spirit soaring. Little deer, you are the Light God's deer. You're so adorable. From now on, I'll call you Little Deer. How about that? Wang Hao cupped the light shadow's cheek, hastily deciding on its name. Hearing Wang Hao's words, the fawn bleated twice in agreement. Too bad I don't have any Spirit Energy Points to transform you into a beast girl right now. Otherwise, your stats could have gone up. Wang Hao sighed, his urgency to defeat Kozloga growing even stronger. Killing ordinary bosses outside could yield 1,000 or 2 Spirit Energy Points. How many Spirit Energy Points would defeating a third-tier boss like Kozloga yield? The thought made Wang Hao itch to charge right now and settle things with Kozloga once and for all. Just as Wang Hao's heart raced with excitement, Moon Shadow leapt out from the shadows beside him. In her mouth was a small creature glowing with holy light. Put! These guys hid this thing pretty deep. Moon Shadow opened her mouth and spat out the holy light. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a holy feather adorned with fiery red patterns. Angelic Judge's Feather, high-grade golden angelic feather that grants the power of divine judgment to holy beings. Legendary equipment forging material. When socketed into gear, it imbues the user with the power of holy judgment. What a treasure! Wang Hao's heart leapt with delight. He hadn't expected Moon Shadow to find such a treasure. They must have used this feather to lure it here. Otherwise, with the Divine Light Deer's abilities, those demons wouldn't stand a chance against it in the sea of holy light. Meow. Hearing Yue Ying's words, the little deer beside him bleated in agreement, nodding its head to confirm. Wang Hao beamed, clutching the feather as he chuckled. What do you call this? Losing both the wife and the army. Success! The Light God Deer has acquired an S-rank skill, Divine Judgment of Light. After completing the fusion upgrade, just as Wang Hao was about to leave the cave, Moon Shadow called out to him again. Wait, you're just leaving like that? Wang Hao was puzzled. The Divine Beast was contracted, the task completed, why stay if he wasn't leaving? Seeing his puzzled expression, Moon Shadow rolled her eyes in exasperation. Shifting into human form, she beckoned with one hand, drawing the abyssal magic stone from Wang Hao's grasp. She then flicked a magical gesture toward the still churning pool of blood. Under Yueying's command, the surging blood instantly transformed into a blood dragon, violently surging into the Abyssal Demon Stone. Beep. Material upgrade successful. Abyssal Demon Stone, Golden Suprema high-grade material rich in blood slaughter power, abyssal power, and earth power. Used as a material for 7th tier advancement and class change, or for forging divine artifacts. When embedded in equipment, grants the user blood slaughter power, abyssal power, and earth power. Activates upon energy use, summoning a level 99 4th tier abyssal hellfire to assist in battle. Usage count, 0.5. Staring at the golden glowing abyssal demon stone tossed into his hands by Yueying, Wang Hao's jaw dropped. Who knew such a trick existed? This was truly a huge win. Seeing Wang Hao appear alongside the holy light shadow, Lilith instantly exhaled in relief. So it was a man after all. As long as he's a man, it's fine. As a succubus, she'd seduced countless men and knew the male species inside out. With effort, she pulled herself up, running a hand through her tousled hair under the oppressive holy light. Swaying her slender waist, she took a step closer to Wang Hao and licked her lips. I was wondering who had dispelled the holy light's shadow. Never imagined it would be such a valiant warrior as you. Lilith forced herself to endure the holy light's scorching heat as she edged closer to Wang Hao. Xiaolu watched Lilith's approach warily, ready to ignite the holy light within her, but Wang Hao suddenly reached out and stopped her. Seeing Wang Hao's action, Lilith flashed a confident smile. She reached out, slowly wrapping her arms around Wang Hao's neck. Her body radiated the seductive pink fragrance unique to succubi as she pressed her crimson lips against his. I think I might already be enchanted by you. Is that so? Facing Lilith's approaching lips, Wang Hao let out a cold sneer. Of course. We succubi are a race that worships strength. As long as you're stronger than me, I'll be captivated by you, driven mad for you. Lilith cupped Wang Hao's cheek with one hand, drawing closer to capture his lips. Her heart-shaped tail behind her glowed with a soft pink light. Simultaneously, a faint pink mist drifted from her mouth into his. Ha! Men! Such simple creatures. Lilith smirked inwardly. Once she controlled Wang Hao, she'd use him to kill Tyrant, then capture the shadow of the holy light. She would make those damned creatures pay. Smack! Just as their lips were about to touch, Wang Hao's large hand suddenly clamped down on Lilith's jaw. Generally speaking, I don't like being passive, and I especially dislike being treated like prey. Wang Hao gripped Lilith's jaw tightly, his eyes flashing with blue lightning. When it comes to threats, I usually have only one way of dealing with them. Make it disappear. Lilith stared in terror at Wang Hao, his eyes ablaze with blue light, utterly shocked that he hadn't succumbed to her seduction. And Wang Hao glanced at Lilith's curvaceous, fiery figure, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. I'm not interested in buses. While Lilith was still puzzling over what a bus might be, Wang Hao's sword had already pierced through her chest. A colossal surge of lightning power instantly surged through the blade into her body. No! In a piercing scream, Lilith was shattered by the lightning, radiating intense holy light, and dispersed into a cloud of black smoke that drifted into the air. Chapter 52, Spell Roar Votes Needed. Meanwhile, Brian and Nico fled frantically through the magical traps he had set during the preliminaries. Hurry! That giant's gone mad, he's smashing every trap in his path. Nico furiously pounded Brian's bald head, further infuriating the already irritable man. Stop hitting my head. This golden-haired guy can only run this fast. If you want to go faster, get off and run yourself. Brian yelled at Nico behind him, furiously whipping his long lash, wishing the goat beneath him could sprout extra legs. We're almost at the rendezvous point. I hope we can hold him off. Damn that bastard Wang Hao. Climbing over a hill, Brian spotted a dwarf waving from a burrow. He immediately steered the goat toward it. The moment the two plunged into the hole, the dwarf pulled a sod over the entrance and swiftly swept away all traces. You won't escape death. Kozloga smashed through a flying log, but finding no trace of Brian and Nico, he let out an angry roar toward the surrounding area. Elephant hunting crossbow. Fire! A dwarf stood on the hillside, watching Kozloga reach the designated spot before immediately waving a small red flag. The dwarf troops behind him sprang to their feet, tearing away the camouflage cloth covering the giant crossbows to reveal the gleaming, magical weapons. The elephant hunting ballista, a war weapon crafted by the dwarves specifically for hunting massive creatures like woolly mammoths and mountain giants. Crafted entirely from precious refined iron, they were engraved with intricate magical runes for precision, acceleration, immense force, and auto-locking. Once a target was locked, the crossbow would fire automatically. Its arrows were meticulously crafted from ironwood and obsidian blended with magical mithril, engraved with runes for armor piercing, magic piercing, penetration, and bleeding effects. Each arrow was further tethered with a chain of refined iron, ensuring the target could not escape once struck. At the dwarf's command, 20-odd elephant hunting crossbows roared into action from 7 or 8 positions radiating from Kozloga. Over 20 cold glinting elephant hunting bolts screeched toward Kozloga. Thud! 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 Kozloga unleashed his full power, deflecting over a dozen elephant hunting bolts, yet several still pierced his body. Beneath each struck bolt, a dozen burly bear druids immediately seized the chains, binding it tightly. You damned dwarves! Kozloga roared, struggling against the chains. But they were engraved with mithril runes, and even a third-tier boss like Kozloga couldn't break free in a hurry.
Brian navigated the winding underground tunnels to the mountaintop. Spotting Kozloga struck by the elephant-hunting crossbow bolts, he leaped up and down, shouting excitedly.
Ha! It worked!
Nico clapped her hands in excitement. Big guy, see if you dare chase us now.
As Kozloga was bound by iron chains, a group of Minotaur priests emerged from the mountain forests, holding soul furnaces aloft. They chanted ancient magical incantations directed at Kozloga. They attempted to weaken Kozloga's soul with Minotaur soul magic, preventing him from unleashing his full power. Preparing for the impending assault.
Yet the white magical energy that fell upon Kozloga was instantly vaporized by his formidable dark power.
Kozloga swung his double-bladed sword, unleashing wave after wave of fiery blasts that reduced the dwarf troops surrounding the giant elephant-hunting crossbow to dust. You damned dwarves, prepare to meet your doom. Kozloga roared, his body engulfed in dark hellfire that warped the very air around him.
Gripping the iron chains binding him, veins bulging across his body, he yanked them free and swung them like a weapon. The terrifying force instantly flung the dozen or so bear druids at the chain's end flying through the air. These druids, guardians of nature and normally possessed of immense strength, were rendered as powerless as fallen leaves swept away by a gale before Kozloga's terrifying might. Tumbling through the air with terrified shrieks, they crashed heavily onto the distant ground.
Witnessing this, Brian's eyes bulged in disbelief. He never imagined that even an army capable of slaying dragons could not hold Kozloga captive. Terrified, he roared urgently. Strike! Strike now! His frantic shrieks echoed across the open battlefield. At Brian's shrieks, the human mage corps behind him instantly opened their eyes. Raising their hands high, they summoned thick, dark clouds in the sky. The impenetrable darkness threatened to swallow the entire sky. War magic, thunder's wrath. At the chief mage's low command, the mage corps chanted the ancient spell in unison. Their voices boomed with power, piercing through the clouds to reach the heavens. The dark clouds in the sky began to churn violently. Thick bolts of lightning darted through them, accompanied by deafening roars. Like colossal dragons, the bolts danced across the heavens, carrying the power to shatter the world. Locked onto Kozloga below, they struck straight toward him. The lightning carried the power to shatter the heavens and earth, as if it could cleave the entire world in two. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, causing the entire battlefield to tremble under the force. A massive cloud of dust instantly billowed from the center of the lightning strike, obscuring the scene within. Success! Brian and Nico witnessed the scene, their faces instantly lighting up with triumphant joy. In their eyes, no living creature could possibly survive such a devastating attack. Thud! 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 The thunderous booms echoing through the smoke and dust froze everyone's expressions in shock. The sound resembled the footsteps of some colossal creature heavy and powerful, as if each stride could shatter the earth itself, causing their hearts to involuntarily tighten. The dust gradually cleared, revealing the terrifying form of Kozloga. He stood unshaken, like an eternal stone statue. His body was covered in scorch marks and wounds, yet none had touched his core. Fiery flames blazed in his eyes, like two unquenchable torches illuminating his monstrous visage. He fixed his gaze on Brian and the human mage corps nearby, his eyes brimming with rage and murderous intent. A cruel smile curled his lips, as if mocking their helplessness and powerlessness. Thunder cannot shatter death. His voice boomed across the battlefield like thunder, sending shivers down every spine. His words brimmed with confidence and arrogance, as if proclaiming his own immortality and invincibility. Witnessing this scene, Brian and the human mage corps were overcome with despair. They had thought they had given their all, yet still failed to defeat this formidable foe. Kozloga's power exceeded their wildest imaginings, like an unbridgeable chasm. It's over, this time it's truly over. Nico really shouldn't have listened to Wanghao. Nico wailed beside Brian, pounding his chest and screaming for him to run. Brian took a deep breath, trying to calm the fear and despair within him. Goat riders! Assemble! As long as we have breath left, we will hold him back. Brian's voice rang out firm and powerful, as if piercing through the clouds to reach the heavens. His eyes flashed with unwavering resolve, as if he had already prepared himself for death. Just as everyone braced for their final moments, Kozloga's expression suddenly twisted. He whipped his head toward the dark valley behind them and let out a furious roar. Lilith! You damned useless piece of trash! Chapter 53, Unexpected Harvest Boats Needed. Kozloga's primary mission in the Elven realm was to construct the Dark Portal. But the energy required for the Dark Gate was colossal, far beyond what the Dark Cult alone could provide. Therefore, his optimal choice was to capture the divine beast from the sea of holy light, the shadow of sacred light. Transforming it into a twisted dark god would be ideal. If corruption proved impossible, then it would be drained dry, serving as an endless energy source for the Dark Portal. But all of this hinged on one crucial condition. The shadow of holy light must not be compromised. To ensure this, he had specifically assigned Lilith, a succubus of equal rank, to guard the shadow of holy light. But just now, Lilith's soul essence vanished without a trace. There is only one explanation for this. She is dead. Killed by those damned elves. Though Kozloga considered this utterly impossible, it had undeniably occurred.
Paying no heed to the dwarves, human mages, and druids below, Kozloga spun on his heel and sprinted madly toward the dark valley. Why did he suddenly leave? Watching Kozloga's retreating figure, Brian, Nico, and the others stood frozen in place for a long moment. Only after exchanging glances did they realize they'd narrowly escaped death.
Brian surmised that Tyrant's plan must have succeeded.
According to the original battle plan, they were supposed to hold Kozloga back with all their might, delaying his return as long as possible. But now, their combat effectiveness was practically wiped out. Forget holding him back, just surviving was pure luck. Tyrant, good luck to you. In the caverns of the Dark Valley. As Wang Hao cleanly dispatched Lilith, the holy light of the Shadow of Light purged every demon within the dark cavern. Defeated level 63 3rd Transformation Demon Commander, Seductress Lilith. Obtained special reward, Succubus Set 1. Defeated special boss, obtained 3400 spirit power.
Succubus Set Fashion consists of 3 pieces: succubus horns, succubus wings, and succubus tail. Increases special attack speed. Can be decomposed into legendary materials. Gazing at the provocatively designed succubus set in his hands, Wang Hao couldn't help but swallow hard. Though he'd spoken with righteous indignation moments ago, Wang Hao still felt a flutter of desire when Lilith surrendered. After all, counting both his past and present lives, he hadn't even reached 40. He was still a virgin who'd never even touched a woman. While the beast girls created by the system naturally favored him, he'd been too preoccupied with leveling up lately to have any chance for intimate contact with Yueying. Now that he had acquired this succubus outfit, perhaps this was his chance. The thought alone sent Wang Hao's heart racing. Good stuff, this is the real deal. Just as Wang Hao was lost in excitement, a figure suddenly pounced upon him. 2 soft peaks suddenly assaulted his chest, leaving Wang Hao momentarily frozen in place. Eep! Before he could react, 2 warm, moist lips covered his mouth. A uniquely natural fragrance wafted straight into his nostrils. It was Tyrant. Feeling the desperate hunger in her embrace, Wang Hao snapped back to reality. Coming to his senses, he noticed the elven assassins lying on the ground had all risen to their feet at some point. Their eyes burned with intensity as they stared at Wang Hao, as if they could devour him whole. Some had already begun undressing him. Holy! If they catch me, they'll suck me dry. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat as he urgently shouted inwardly to Xiaolu. Xiaolu! Xiaolu, use Light Redemption now. Light's redemption could restore all allied troops and dispel some abnormal conditions. While it couldn't completely eliminate the succubus's aura, it could help the elves temporarily suppress the agitated state within them. They'd figure out a solution once they returned to Haidar City. Cheap. Xiaolu chirped twice, emanating a colossal beam of holy light that transformed into a shower of sparkling rain falling upon the ground. As the light shower descended, the eyes of many elves, including Tyrants, gradually began to clear. Seeing herself shamelessly clinging to Wang Hao's embrace, Tyrant's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Even the delicate tips of her ears turned a vivid crimson. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Tyrant pushed Wang Hao away, lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze. It was that succubus. She turned us into this. None of that was our true will. And we elves are a deeply loyal race, we don't fall in love easily under normal circumstances. I mean, that was actually my first kiss. Damn it, why am I even telling you this? It was all an accident anyway. You have to forget everything that happened. Let's pretend none of it ever occurred. Tyrant flustered, trying to explain to Wang Hao, but the more she talked, the less sense her words made. Watching her flustered state, Wang Hao suddenly found her rather endearing. He smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I understand. Just as he was about to say something else, the voice of the moon shadow within his heart suddenly spoke. Put the flirting aside for now. I sense Kozloga's presence approaching. We'd better leave immediately. Wang Hao's heart sank at the moon shadow's words, his expression instantly turning grave. Though he now had a contract with the fawn and wielded 2 divine beasts, he wasn't afraid of Kozloga. But with Tyrant and the others as baggage, combat would be considerably more constrained. It would be best to get them back to Haidar City first. Turning to look at Tyrant, he said in a low voice, anything else can wait until we reach Haidar City. Kozloga is heading this way. How are you all holding up? We need to leave immediately. Seeing Wang Hao's grave expression, Tyrant knew this wasn't the time for lengthy discussion. She glanced back at her sisters, who were supporting each other in small groups mostly unharmed. She nodded to Wang Hao. We're fine. Let's go. Wang Hao nodded, summoned the shadow of the light, and swiftly departed with Tyrant and the others. 300 miles from the Dark Valley, on a vast plain, Jaina studied a simple sketch of a topographical map. Marked on the map at the location of the Dark Valley was a simple gate symbol and a crude skull design, clearly the work of Nico. The general location was confirmed. All that remained was to await the exact coordinates from the elven scouts before casting the spell. Jaina was muttering to herself when suddenly a human foot soldier rushed in, carrying a magical owl. Your Highness, the elven forces have sent word. Meanwhile, at Brian's sniper position. He glared at a dwarven warrior, beaten unconscious and painted like a pig, letting out an angry roar. "Nico, I will catch you myself." Unseen by him, a small stone in the corner of the cavern trembled twice, imperceptibly, as his roar echoed. Chapter 54, The Anomaly, the Demon's Descent Votes Needed. Upon hearing the infantry's report, Jaina's face lit up with joy. She took the magical owl, tapped her wand, and instantly transformed it into streams of magical elements absorbed into the wand. In an instant, the scenes witnessed by the magical owl played like a movie in her mind. Among them was the dark portal currently under construction. After a moment, Jaina opened her eyes, her gaze now tinged with a deep blue magical aura. Coordinates confirmed. Prepare to unleash the celestial fire strike. Stepping out of the tent, hundreds of human and elven mages stood ready on the open plain. They were positioned in groups, encircling a massive magic array composed of countless magical runes and lines. The patterns and lines within the array seemed to contain boundless magical power, constantly emitting a blue magical glow. The mages formed dozens of groups around the array diagram. Their positioning was precise beyond measure, as if honed through countless rehearsals. Like magical nodes, they etched a colossal hexagram magic array across the plain. War magic, apocalyptic heavenly fire. As Jaina took her position, the mage groups, led by dozens of legendary mages, began chanting intricate incantations. Powerful magical elements coalesced under their control, steadily converging toward the array's center. On a nearby mountain peak, Zi Yen stood proudly atop the summit. Its purple fur fluttered in the wind, its golden eyes fixed intently on the direction of the dark valley. At Wang Hao's command, it spread its wings and soared toward the mage formation below, letting out a series of deep, resonant howls directed at Gianna. Receiving Wang Hao's signal, Gianna hesitated no longer and immediately began directing the magic circle's operation. With a fierce swing of her arm, she commanded, world-destroying heavenly fire. As her command echoed, the hexagram magic array on the plain erupted in blinding light. From within that light, countless fireballs shot skyward, as if tearing the heavens apart. These fireballs coalesced in the air into a colossal pillar of flame, crashing violently toward the dark portal under construction. Countless demons and dark creatures busily constructing the gate looked up at the pillar of fire in the sky. Sensing its terrifying power, they let out horrified screams. As the apocalyptic fire struck the dark gate, the entire world fell silent. A blinding, intense light instantly filled the sky. Boom! A deafening roar followed. Intense energy fluctuations swept across the entire dark valley. Under the assault of the apocalyptic heavenly fire, the dark gate, forged from black obsidian, began to crumble and disintegrate. The once solid portal became fragile under the scorching flames, cracks spreading across its surface. Countless dark abyssal energies were purified by the searing fire before they could escape. Countless dark creatures near the gate vaporized into wisps of smoke before they could even scream, swept away by the intense shockwave. Even Wang Hao and Tyrant, who had prepared thoroughly and hid in the underground cavern, were knocked back by the powerful energy blast. Kozloga, frantically racing back, watched the dark portal being swallowed by the pillar of light and let out a furious, unwilling roar. He channeled all his dark power, attempting to resist this terrifying energy blast. But how could a mere individual stand against the war magic unleashed by hundreds of mages? Even the mere aftershock was far beyond what a mere third-tier demon like him could withstand. He lasted less than 3 minutes before being hurled skyward by the violent shockwave. He flew a full 100 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. And to make matters worse, he landed squarely on top of Wang Hao and his group. Wang Hao. As the flames faded, the entire Dark Valley. No, it should now be called the Dark Basin. The malevolent aura within began to dissipate. The demons and dark creatures that had once rampaged were utterly annihilated, leaving only scorched earth behind. Kozloga stared at the shattered dark portal. The mere thought of Lord Ansaron's terrifying methods filled him with despair. No! 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 Wang Hao, accompanied by Tyrant, emerged from a nearby hole covered in dust and grime. Seeing Kozloga writhing in agony on the ground, they knew their battle plan had succeeded. Ha! This mission was definitely overachieved. Wang Hao pumped his fist in triumph. With Kozloga slain, the demon legions were no match for them. Then Hydar's city would be saved. Maybe his promotion and class change would even come sooner than expected. Tyrant's face also wore a smile of vengeance fulfilled. Those damned demon hordes dared invade their homeland. Now was the time to make them pay. On the battlefield, no one noticed the faint, invisible threads of abyssal energy seeping steadily from the air. Through the shattered dark portal, it seeped steadily into the abyssal plain beyond. The joy and cheers on the battlefield had not yet fully faded when a breathtaking sight suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Above the dark gate, once obliterated by the apocalyptic heavenly fire, a gaping, hundreds of meters long rift suddenly tore open. Like an irreparable wound, it relentlessly devoured all surrounding light. Beep. Special anomaly detected in the secret realm. Main quest altered. Survive for 3 days and protect the civilizational spark to the greatest extent possible. Hearing the system prompt echo in his mind, Wang Hao's eyes widened in shock. What was this? What on earth caused this anomaly in the secret realm? Could it be that Tang Kai and his group had employed some tactic to trigger his secret realm's mutation, increasing the difficulty of his promotion and class change? He racked his brain, and it seemed only Tang Kai's faction had the capability to do this. Gazing at the dark fissure in the sky, Wang Hao felt a surge of intense unease. This gap had appeared far too suddenly, and Yue Ying sensed a heart-stoppingly terrifying aura emanating from it. At least a fourth-tier boss. Tyron stared at the scene in shock, her bow clenched tightly in her hands, yet feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Weren't the dark gates all destroyed? Why has the abyssal gate opened? Far away, Jaina was equally stunned by the spectacle. Her azure magical aura seemed to freeze solid in that moment. She attempted to probe the origin of this rift with her magic, only to find her power utterly insignificant against this abyssal force. On the hillside, Bryn turned to face the dark fissure, his warhammer clenched tightly in his grasp, his heart burning with bitter rage. Meanwhile, within the city of Haldar, the allied forces of the five races witnessed the immense dark fissure and began murmuring among themselves. Standing atop the city walls, Malfurion felt a sudden chill and hurried toward the base of the world tree. Gazing at the dark fissure in the sky, Khosroga shouted with ecstatic joy. Lord Anatheron! It is Lord Anatheron's power! Ha! Your world is doomed! The end has come! With his cry, a powerful aura of evil instantly spread from the dark rift, threatening to shroud the entire world in darkness. Countless legions of demons surged forth from the rift like a tidal wave. Their forms flickered in and out of view within the warped void, radiating a heart-stopping aura of malevolence. Countless demons soared from the dark rift, towering and grotesque, their hideous faces twisted into cruel, cunning grins. Accompanying the descent of countless demons, two terrifying figures slowly emerged from the dark rift, riding a 100-meter-long frost dragon. They were none other than Anacerin, commander of the demonic hordes, and his strategist Magros, accompanied by the dreadful dragon demon Smog, whose power was nearing the fourth transformation. Surveying the demonic hordes filling the entire sky, Wang Hao knew. War had arrived. Chapter 55, The Terrifying Anasalon Votes Needed. Just as Wang Hao's promotion in class change secret realm was infected and mutated by the abyssal chi. Far away in downtown Xiajiang City, Tang Lijun suddenly sensed something. This aura. Holding his breath and focusing his senses, he felt it carefully. His eyes widened in shock. Impossible. It's the abyssal energy. Abyssal energy was a precious treasure bestowed personally by the abyssal lord. There were only a handful in the entire dragon nation. And the few that exist are all in his possession. He had used one in the Mountain Sea secret realm to restrain the dragon guardians. The rest were carefully locked away in the Tang family's secret vault. Logically, it shouldn't have appeared. Yet today, he sensed the aura of the abyss once more. That direction led to the Advancement and Job Change Center. Could it be that someone's advancement realm had encountered an abyssal demon god? Tang Lijun pondered, a sense of foreboding growing within him. Or could it be that the abyssal energy in the vault had caused trouble? The thought sent a sharp pang through Tang Lijun's heart. This absolutely couldn't go wrong. This concerns the century-long plans of their abyss sect. He couldn't afford to be careless. Old Wang, get the car ready immediately. I need to head home. Without pausing to think further, he snatched his phone from the desk, made a call, and hurried toward the elevator. Meanwhile, at a secret military base on the outskirts of Xiajiang City, Xin Yu and several high-ranking members of Xiajiang City's Dragon Guard were in a meeting room. They were discussing how to eliminate the remnants of the Abyss cult. Suddenly, a non-commissioned officer knocked and entered the conference room, whispering a report into Xin Yu's ear. Xin Yu's eyes narrowed sharply upon hearing the news, and she turned to face him. Is this information accurate? Seeing the sergeant nod, Xin Yu burst into laughter. He turned to the puzzled expressions of several dragon guards. Everyone, don't worry. Some snakes can't resist coming out of their holes. The promotion center just reported that a suspicious individual infiltrated their facility. During apprehension, the subject released dark energy. After identification, they confirmed it was a member of the Abyss cult. Moreover, 10 minutes ago, the Advancement Center detected an advancement realm infiltrated by abyssal energy, mutating into a special realm. A red emergency response has been activated. Xin Yu's eyes flashed with cold light as she propped her chin with both hands and spoke in a chilling tone. This means our old friend can't hold back any longer. After Xin Yu's explanation, the dragon guards below grasped the situation. The Abyss cult is stirring up trouble. Before anyone could speak, Xin Yu began issuing combat orders. As one tactical directive after another flowed methodically from his mouth, a vast net targeting the Abyss cult slowly unfurled over Xiajiang City. Finally, all dragon guards in Xiajiang City are notified, all leave is cancelled. Everyone is to remain at their posts and await the final combat orders from the command center. No one is to be absent from duty. Anyone found violating this order will face the maximum punishment. After delivering the final order, Xin Yu stood up and slammed his fist onto the table. I hereby declare. Operation Dawn officially commences. Yes. At that moment, within the Ascension secret realm, Wang Hao remained unaware that he had become the pivotal piece in Operation Dawn, about to witness the darkest depths of this world. His expression was solemn as he watched the three demon lords appear in the sky. Before the endless legions of demons stood three terrifying figures. One was tall and robust, resembling a towering mountain. His skin glowed a deep purple, covered in intricate patterns resembling ancient magical symbols. His eyes burned with dark red flames, radiating boundless evil and desire. His hair resembled thorns in the night, sharp, rigid, and emanating a dangerous aura. Two demonic horns rose from his head like razor-sharp blades, gleaming with a sinister light that proclaimed his noble demonic lineage and unmatched majesty. He wore armor fashioned from demon hide, dripping with viscous blood and reeking of a thick, foul stench. Combined with the name Kozloga had shouted, Wang Hao could easily deduce that this man was none other than the commander of the demonic legion. Behind him stood a demon with a twisted visage. Though not tall, its presence radiated a suffocating pressure. Enveloped in vast bat-like wings, its sunken eyes fixed intently on Wang Hao below, flickering with an eerie blue light that held a hint of amusement. His hair resembled withered vines, twisting around his face. He wore a black robe embroidered with intricate patterns, as if imbued with some mysterious power. The final figure was a colossal ice dragon stretching hundreds of meters long. Its entire body blazed with icy blue soul flames, resembling a moving glacier spanning the heavens. Its eyes resembled two icy orbs, flickering with a faint blue glow. When its wings flapped, the surrounding air instantly froze into frost, generating a powerful frigid wind. It exhaled icy breath while continuously roaring with a thunderous, deafening roar. Even the city of Haidar, hundreds of miles away from the dark valley, could sense the terror and despair radiating from its presence. Level 99 4th Transformation Dominant Monster, Bloody Commander, Anasaran. Level 72, 3rd Transformation Demon Commander, Dreadlord, Maglos. Level 79, 3rd Transcendence Demon Commander, Abyssal Dragon Demon, Smog. Staring at the attribute panels marked with extreme danger, Wang Hao dared not relax for even a moment. Any one of these three bosses was beyond his capabilities. And behind them lay an endless legion of demons. In such circumstances, he truly had no idea how he could survive 3 days. Was abandoning the mission his only option? Wang Hao bit his lip, filled with bitter reluctance. Abandoning his advancement in class change would not only waste the advancement materials already integrated into the secret realm, but could also inflict severe backlash upon the awakened. Moreover, once abandoned, every subsequent advancement in job change would be barred from selecting the same advancement method. In other words, if Wang Hao abandoned it now, he would never achieve a perfect advancement in any future promotions. This was far from good news for him. No! There must be a way. Wang Hao's mind raced, searching for a way out of this predicament. Above, Anasaran watched the humans and elves below with cold, expressionless eyes, as if observing mere ants. As Kozloga slowly rose to his feet, Anasaran spoke in a measured tone. Kozloga, I ordered you to construct the Dark Gate. Is this how you carry out my commands? Kozloga, who had just risen to his feet, felt his heart sink at these words and immediately began to explain. Lord Anasalan, hear me out. Anasaran raised a finger, cutting him off. Enough. A worthless creature like you has no reason to live. With a light snap of his fingers, Kozloga, standing not far from Wang Hao, instantly disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Witnessing this, Wang Hao, Tyrant, and the others instantly sucked in their breath. The bloody commander truly terrifying. Chapter 56, Mysterious Ruins Votes Needed. Kozloga, who had previously exchanged blows evenly with Wang Hao, was instantly obliterated by Anasaran with nothing more than a light snap of his fingers. This sight filled every witness with despair. How could they possibly stand against such a terrifying demon commander? Moon Shadow, do you have confidence facing him? Wang Hao silently asked within his heart. Yue Ying's voice trembled. Are you asking about my chances of survival, or my chances of keeping my body intact? Wang Hao. We've got 3 people on our side, plus little dear can help. Come on, do you even know what a 4th transformation means? That's a demigod who's awakened their domain. A realm transcending the mortal plane. Even as divine beasts, Xiaolu and I wouldn't stand a chance against him before reaching 4th transformation. Wang Hao was startled. He hadn't realized Anasaran alone was this terrifying. And he commands an endless demon army, plus 2 demon lords nearing the peak of 3rd tier power. How could this battle possibly be won? Was there truly no way out? Though Wang Hao refused to believe it, it seemed he was truly at his wit's end. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tyron stared in utter terror at the demonic hordes filling the entire sky. A look of utter despair washed over her face. There were simply too many demons. A dark, endless swarm stretching as far as the eye could see. It felt like sheer numbers alone could overwhelm and crush Hadal City. And then there were those 3 terrifying demon lords. This is impossible to fight. As Anatharon's gaze swept over her, Tyrant grew even more tense. Were the demons about to strike? Were they going to die here today? Damn it! She'd only just found someone who made her heart race. Her eyes flickered toward Wang Hao standing before her, and a sudden thought emerged in her mind. Dying alongside him, perhaps that wouldn't be such a bad ending after all. Ah! Tyrant, what are you thinking? How shameless!
Startled by her own thoughts, Tyron shook her head vigorously, trying to banish these wild imaginings from her mind. Yet the flush on her cheeks refused to fade. Don't resist. I'll teleport you away. Suddenly, Malfurion's voice carried on a gentle breeze to Tyron's ear. A glimmer of hope instantly ignited within her heart. Turning to Wang Hao beside her, she saw he too had received Malfurion's message. His nod instantly dispelled the despair in Tyron's heart. Anasaran scanned the crowd below, his gaze settling on Wang Hao. A smirk touched his lips, as if he'd found something amusing. Abyssal token? An interesting fellow. He spoke slowly, his voice booming like rolling thunder across the sky. So it was you who destroyed my dark portal? The immense volume reverberated, making everyone's eardrums buzz. Wang Hao and his companions felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, making even breathing feel difficult. Is this the true might of the bloody commander? We can't even withstand his aura? Wang Hao seethed inwardly. If he had reached the third transformation now, he would have wrenched Anasaran's head off and shown him his true might. Alas, he was still merely a zero-transition little Karami. He couldn't even resist Anasaran's raging aura, let alone engage him in combat. Dare to obstruct the abyss's descent? Then I shall grant you destruction. Anasaran's voice boomed forth, his words brimming with savage fury and murderous intent, as if poised to devour the entire world. With a clap of his hands, hundreds of demons immediately flew out from the Legion, scattering in all directions as if intent on dragging Wang Hao, Brian, Jaina, and the others before Anasalan. The next instant, beams of light shot skyward. It was Malfurion's mass portal spell. Drawing upon the power of the World Tree, he precisely pinpointed each individual's location. Cease your resistance. I shall lead you away. Malfurion's voice echoed in their ears. Trying to escape? Anasaran's voice boomed like thunder as a dark crimson orb of magical energy coalesced in his palm. Before me, Anasaran, you have nowhere to flee. Wang Hao gripped his long sword tightly, channeling all his strength into a dazzling slash toward Anasalan, attempting to buy time for the others. Boom! The sword's light collided with Anasalan's magical orb, instantly triggering a violent explosion. Anasaran's palm trembled slightly as he immediately turned his gaze downward toward Wang Hao. Who are you? How do you wield the power of a divine beast? Before he could get a clear look, a blinding light flared around Wang Hao as Malfurion's mass portal spell activated. Wang Hao felt his body grow light as the scenery around him began to shift rapidly. He only had time to flash Anasaran an international gesture before vanishing from the spot in an instant. Swish! 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 Beneath the World Tree, Malfurion stood at the center of an ancient altar, kneeling reverently. His hands gripped a branch of the World Tree as he channeled the group teleportation spell. Beams of light continuously flared around him. The members of the various squads who had journeyed to the Dark Valley were being teleported back. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the city of Hadel, with rolling mountains and a dark, oppressive demon army stretching into the distance. In that moment, they realized they had been saved. They had broken free from the demon army's encirclement. We made it! Jaina exclaimed excitedly, throwing her arms around the elven mage beside her. The sheer joy of surviving the ordeal made her a bit giddy. Meanwhile, Tyron frowned, scanning the crowd intently. After searching for a long while, she finally confirmed that Wang Hao didn't seem to have returned. She couldn't help but rush over to Malfurion, her voice urgent. Malfurion, where is Wang Hao? Why hasn't he returned? Faced with Tyron's question, Malfurion paled, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes in a lush green forest. Before him stood an ancient ruin. Where was this place? Wang Hao wondered inwardly, unsure where Malfurion had transported him. Suddenly, the fawn transformed into a streak of light, leaping out from his body and emitting a soft bleating sound. Wang Hao listened to the fawn's call and asked uncertainly, "You say ancient power lies hidden here?" The fawn nodded, continuing its soft bleating. "If we could harness this power, perhaps we could stand against the demonic hordes? It must be referring to divinity." At some point, Yue Ying also leapt out of Wang Hao's body. Standing beside Wang Hao, her gaze fixed on the ruin's gate, as if she could see through the ancient stone door and perceive the power concealed within. This isn't a ruin. It must be a seal. Chapter 57, The Light Stag, Scenarius Votes Needed. A seal. Wang Hao's heart stirred. He turned to look at Yue Ying. "Are you saying some powerful force is sealed behind this door?" he asked tentatively. Yue Ying nodded, stepping forward to trace the intricate patterns on the stone door. "Yes. I sense a terrifying, colossal power within. It seems to contain elements of nature, light, and..." Yue Ying lowered her head, deeply absorbed in her perception. As if suddenly startled, she took several steps back. Staring at the ruins before her, she murmured softly, "The power of demons." Wang Hao's heart jolted. Could this be the seal of some great demon? Yoo-hoo! Xiaolu stepped forward, nodding and whinnying persistently at Wang Hao. Through the fawn's explanation, Wang Hao grasped the situation. It turned out this wasn't the first time the demonic legions had invaded the spirit world. 3 million years ago, the fawn's parents light-aligned wilderness demigods had fought against the demonic hordes.
In that battle, Gaia, the Earth Goddess, joined forces with dozens of wilderness demigods. Sacrificing the Well of Eternity, they managed to slay a deep abyssal demon god. Yet demons could never truly be killed. Even if they perished in the elven world, they would resurrect within the warped void. To prevent their return, Gaia harnessed the World Tree and united the wilderness demigods to seal the abyssal deity within this place. According to the inherited memories of the fawn, this place seemed to hold the power to restrain the demons. Hearing Xiao Lu's account, Wang Hao sucked in a sharp breath. The abyssal evil god. The name alone made it clear this was no ordinary boss. He never imagined that merely undergoing a zero-tier promotion and job change would lead him to face such an absurdly powerful adversary. He had previously assumed the demonic hordes were the primary threats within this secret realm, but now it seemed they were merely an appetizer. Wang Hao turned to look at Yue Ying, finding her face equally grave. Perhaps we could test this power that restrains demons. As long as we don't fully break the seal, the abyssal demon god won't be able to escape. Yue Ying fell silent for a moment, or we could just wait here at the entrance and do nothing. After all, we only need to survive 3 days. Judging by the state of this seal, protecting us for 3 days shouldn't be a problem. After all, we don't understand this seal. Acting rashly could backfire. Remember, the more you do, the more you risk. Doing nothing means no risk. Wang Hao clenched his fists tightly upon hearing Yue Ying's words, unwilling to simply give up. Could he really have no way to confront the demonic hordes and an Asuran? Cheap. Suddenly, the fawn bit the hem of Wang Hao's robe, seemingly urging him to follow. Wang Hao looked at the fawn in confusion. Seeing its anxious expression, he hesitated before following it. The fawn led Wang Hao around a stone gate to a corner of the ruins, where it discovered an inconspicuous, mysterious rune among the crumbling walls. What is this? Wang Hao examined the rune closely, noticing it differed from the others around it, seemingly more ancient and mysterious. It's a natural divine rune. Yue Ying exclaimed in astonishment from the side. She crouched down, tracing the rune's patterns with her fingers as she explained to Wang Hao, in ancient times, each divine beast bore 1 or 2 natural runes within its bloodline. It was by studying these runes that the ancient human race developed their magical civilization. However, natural divine runes rarely manifest in the mortal world. Only when the divine beasts bearing them perish do the runes within their bloodlines reveal themselves. Let me see. This rune's meaning should be, eternal light. Light eternal. Wang Hao turned in shock to look at the fawn. It stood with its head bowed, emitting soft bleats toward the rune, as if expressing its sorrow. Is this the divine rune left by your parents? Wang Hao embraced the fawn tenderly. The little deer nodded gently, responding with soft bleats to Wang Hao's caress. Its eyes brimmed with sorrow and longing. It had never seen its parents since birth, only sensing their presence and care through inherited memories. Never did it imagine it would sense its parents' presence again in a place like this. At this thought, sorrow welled up in the fawn's heart. A crystal-clear tear glistened at the corner of its eye, falling onto the divine script of light beneath its feet. That pure tear, containing the fawn's boundless emotions and power, was instantly absorbed by the rune upon contact. In the next instant, the once quiet, unlit divine symbol suddenly glowed, emitting a soft and warm light. Wang Hao and Yue Ying were stunned by this sudden transformation. They stared intently at the glowing rune, sensing a powerful and pure energy emanating from it. This force pulsed with the essence of life, as if it could purify all impurity and evil. Xiaolu also sensed this power. It suddenly stood up straight, its gaze fixed intently on the divine script before it. As the script's radiance intensified, a pillar of light shot skyward, radiating brilliant brilliance and boundless energy in all directions. Within this pillar of light reaching to the heavens, a colossal figure slowly materialized. It was a divine beast, half human and half deer, its entire form composed of luminous energy. It radiated boundless majesty and the untamed wildness of nature. Its eyes shone like brilliant stars, reflecting a gentle yet profound light. The young fawn gazed at the figure within the light, tears welling uncontrollably in its eyes. It knew this was its father, the demigod of the wilderness, the light stag, Cenarius. Cenarius looked down at the fawn, his eyes reflecting tenderness and affection. Aisha. How you've grown. Cenarius softly called the fawn's name, his voice brimming with longing and affection for his daughter. Chirp chirp. Hearing her father's call, the fawn's tears flowed even more freely. She hurried to Cenarius' side, kneeling before him and pressing her face against his body, as if seeking to merge with him. But Cenarius' form was like an illusory bubble, the slightest touch sent it scattering into thin air. Unaccustomed to this, the fawn recoiled in panic, her eyes brimming with hurt and self-reproach, as if blaming herself for breaking her father. Calm down, Aisha. I am already dead. This is merely a memory I left behind. Sylvanus restored his form and spoke gently to the fawn. He extended his massive paw, gently stroking Ayusa's head with eyes brimming with tenderness and pride. After calming the fawn, Cenarius turned to Wang Hao and Yue Ying, offering them a gentle smile. Nature has already informed me of everything. Thank you, spirit tamer. Thank you for saving Ayusa. He bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude to Wang Hao and Yue Ying. Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. We just did what we should have done. He couldn't bring himself to tell the old man that he'd had his eye on his daughter all along. If he knew what was really on his mind, he'd probably chop him into pieces. Sylvanus smiled faintly and nodded gently at Wang Hao. There's no need to be nervous. I don't oppose you forming a contract with Ayusa. After all, this is merely a fragment of time. Once the contract is formed, she too can journey to a greater world. A fragment of time? Wang Hao keenly registered this peculiar term from Cenarius's lips, sensing he'd glimpsed a sliver of the secret realm's mystery. What exactly is a time fragment? Cenarius chuckled and began to explain. A fragment of time is a shattered piece of spacetime plucked from the river of time by boundless power. Within this spacetime, all stories unfold according to predetermined destinies. It is both past and future. Without intervention, it endlessly repeats this segment of time, day after day. But if someone could guide it toward the right path, it could branch off into a new temporal stream, becoming an entirely new world. Sylvanus gazed at Wang Hao, his eyes brimming with satisfaction and anticipation. So, Spirit Tamer, can you lead them into a new world? Chapter 58, Ancient Demon Blood. Vote for me. Sylvanus's words seemed to carry a magical power, making Wang Hao feel a heavy responsibility settle upon his shoulders. He gazed into the demigod's eyes, which brimmed with trust and anticipation. The weight of it all pressed heavily on the young man, who hadn't even reached 40 across both lifetimes. Meeting Cenarius's gaze, Wang Hao stammered, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, a gentle hand slipped into his palm, clasping his fingers softly. Turning his head, Wang Hao met Yue Ying's steadfast gaze. Instantly, it all clicked into place. That's it. He was no longer an ordinary person. As a god-tier profession, he also had divine assistants and divine beasts by his side. Who else but him could possibly save the world? This thought solidified Wang Hao's resolve. He took a deep breath and looked at Cenarius. What should we do? Sylvanus nodded approvingly, then drew a line across her chest. To defeat the demon legions, we must first crush the 3 demon lords who command them. A mass of luminous energy manifested in Cenarius's hands, gradually shifting into the forms of Anatheron, Magros, and Smog. Margros and Smog were not a concern. Neither were pure-blooded demons. They were derivative demons born from the corruption and distortion of creatures from other worlds conquered by the demonic forces. Though powerful, they could not be resurrected within the warped void. Pointing at Anachron's phantom, Cenarius addressed Wang Hao. The only one we need to worry about is this bloody commander, Anachron. He is a pure-blooded demon, possessing the trait of immortality. Even if he dies in this world, he can still resurrect in the twisted void. Moreover, he will evolve countermeasures based on the lessons learned from his previous demise. Wang Hao smiled bitterly, his brow furrowed, his eyes betraying deep concern. But with our current strength, let alone killing them, even staying alive is a challenge. Cenarius gazed at Wang Hao and smiled faintly, the phantom in his hand shifting once more. You can rest assured on this matter. To prevent another invasion by the demon legions, Gaia has long been prepared. The luminous energy transformed into the form of the World Tree, its vision constantly expanding. Sylvanus conjured the World Tree's canopy around the group. Beneath its branches, an emerald-green magic circle glowed with a faint, luminous light. Cenarius pointed at the magic circle, his voice brimming with confidence. This is at the heart of nature. He turned to Wang Hao, flipping his palm to reveal a divine rune shimmering with milky white light. Gaia engraved the Heart of Nature array at the apex of the World Tree. Placing this light rune within the magic circle will activate it directly. Then, the World Tree will unleash a powerful shockwave, suppressing all abyssal creatures by 1 tier. You can seize the opportunity to slay those 3 demon lords. Moon Shadow approached, observing the light rune in Cenarius's hand, and nodded to Wang Hao. If it's only 2 second-tier and 1 third-tier demon lords, we still stand a chance. Sylvanus offered a faint smile before his expression turned serious. But be warned, the Heart of Nature lasts only 2 hours. If you fail to kill them within that time, recharging it will require at least half a month. Hearing this, Wang Hao and Moon Shadow exchanged glances, a weight settling on their shoulders. In other words, we only have 1 shot. Wang Hao took a deep breath, mentally calculating their odds of success. Correct. Cenarius nodded, his gaze fixed on Wang Hao and Yue Ying. He knew this mission was difficult, but he held high expectations for them. After a long moment of contemplation, Wang Hao lifted his head and gave Cenarius a firm nod. Alright, we'll give it our best shot. Sylvanus handed the light rune to Wang Hao. He continued, returning to Anatheron, there is only one way to completely eliminate the pure-blooded demons. Sylvanus turned his gaze toward the ruins behind him, as if recalling something. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke in a solemn tone. That is to become a demon. He whipped his head around, his eyes blazing with intense light. Only another pure-blooded demon can slay a pure-blooded demon. Cenarius' words thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding in the ears of Wang Hao and Moon Shadow. A pure-blooded demon? Where on earth would they find another pure-blooded demon at this hour? More accurately, it wasn't about killing. Devour. Hearing Cenarius' words, Wang Hao froze instantly. Devour? What did that mean? Could it be Countless possibilities and speculations flashed through his mind. Could Cenarius be planning to release the sealed abyssal god? This sudden thought sent a chill down his spine. Doubt began to gnaw at Wang Hao's resolve. After all, deception was the abyss's specialty. Who could say for certain that this seemingly benevolent demigod wasn't actually a transformed abyssal god? He narrowed his eyes slightly, studying Cenarius before him, searching for answers in his expression and gaze. After a brief silence, Wang Hao decided to probe his true intentions. He asked, feigning calm, "What is your plan?" Sylvanus, oblivious to Wang Hao's unease, turned his gaze to the moon shadow beside him and spoke slowly. "Her true form is that of a thunder crescent cat, isn't it?" Wang Hao frowned, unsure of his intentions. Cenarius continued, "The thunder crescent cat possesses a fragment of the abyssal bloodline. If fully activated, she could gain the power to devour pure-blooded demons." His gaze remained fixed on Yueying, seemingly very satisfied. That intense gaze made even Yueying feel a chill run down her spine. Hearing Cenarius' words, both Wang Hao and Yueying sucked in a sharp breath. They knew the Thunder Crescent cat bloodline was powerful, but never imagined it could be this formidable. That it possessed a portion of abyssal bloodline. This information was unknown even to Yueying herself. As he spoke, Cenarius drew a vial of dark crimson liquid from his robe and held it before them. This was ancient demonic blood, a relic from the previous demonic war, capable of awakening the abyssal bloodline within other creatures. Wang Hao suddenly asked, "What happens if there's no abyssal bloodline within them?" Cenarius paused, as if some unpleasant memory surfaced. After a long pause, he replied in a grave tone, "If one lacks the abyssal bloodline, they will be corrupted by the ancient demonic blood, twisted into an abyssal fiend." Seeing the grave expressions on Wang Hao and Yu Ying's faces, Cenarius smiled and explained, "Rest assured, I wouldn't risk this if she were alone. But as your beast companion, I believe it's worth attempting. Because a divine beast and its tamer share a unique soul bond. This allows you to resist the abyss's corruption and harness that power instead." His gaze fixed on Wang Hao and Yueying, his eyes flickering with trust and anticipation. Wang Hao and Yueying exchanged a glance. The risk was immense. One misstep could spell eternal ruin. But recalling the utter helplessness they'd felt facing an Asuran, Yueying took a deep breath and turned to Wang Hao. "Master," she said, "I'm willing to try." Wang Hao observed Yueying, seeing the resolute light in her eyes. Even without telepathy, he knew her mind was made up. After a moment of deep thought, Wang Hao decided to take the risk. Before proceeding, however, he consulted the system for information. Ancient demon blood, mythical artifact, a divine artifact capable of awakening the abyssal bloodline, possessing unmatched infecting and enhancing capabilities. Side effects, inflicts the negative status whispers of the dark god. Those with weak wills may fall into the abyss, warping into abyssal fiends. Can be dispelled by consuming 3,000 spirit energy points. This thing definitely has something fishy about it. Reading the system's description of the ancient demon blood, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. His suspicions were confirmed. This Cenarius is definitely up to no good. Chapter 59, The Final Gift, Eternal Light Votes Needed. Wang Hao placed great trust in his own cheat code. Reading the side effects listed in the system, Wang Hao had already pieced together most of Cenarius's true intentions. He likely intended to use Wang Hao's hands to break the seal and unleash the abyssal demon god within. As for the reason behind it, Wang Hao surmised that after such a long period of time, the wilderness demigod within the seal had likely been corrupted or devoured by the abyssal god long ago. The Cenarius now before them was likely an impersonation by the abyssal god. The more Wang Hao thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Next, he needed to find a way to verify his hypothesis. Perhaps consulting the world tree might yield the answer. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wang Hao's mind. He had overlooked one crucial element throughout this specialized realm of advancement. No matter how the quests changed, one thing remained the key to completing them. That was the world tree. As the pillar of this world, Wang Hao's interests align with those of the world tree. Therefore, while anyone might deceive themselves, the world tree never would. All he needed to do was ask the world tree, and everything would become clear. Moreover, judging by how confident Cenarius appeared, Wang Hao suspected he remained unaware of the means to counteract the side effects of the ancient demon blood. This very fact might become the key to his improbable comeback. He pretended not to be suspicious as he accepted the ancient demon blood from Cenarius's hand. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment before looking up at Cenarius and nodding. "Agreed. However, the timing of its use will be determined by us." Cenarius's eyes flashed with a hint of delight as he saw Wang Hao accept the ancient demon blood. Whether Wang Hao ultimately used the ancient demon blood didn't concern him much, because this had been an open strategy from the very beginning. If Wang Hao chose not to use it, even if they repelled an Asuran this time, he could invade this world again next time with an even stronger demonic legion. But if he did use it, it would play right into Cenarius's hands. He would break the seal and regain his freedom. Moreover, he might even gain a newly born, powerful demonic beast. At this thought, Cenarius nearly lost control of his expression and burst into laughter on the spot. He smiled and nodded. "No problem. I trust you won't disappoint this world." As he spoke, his form suddenly began to blur. Like a poorly received television channel, it flickered with static. Sylvanus gazed at his fading form, feigning a sigh before turning to Wang Hao and the others. My time is nearly up. Soon, I will use my last strength to send you to the top of the world tree. Remember, the fate of this world rests in your hands. Cheep cheep. Seeing Cenarius's breath grow faint, the little deer beside him let out two soft cries, its eyes glistening with tears, as if mourning the loss of its father. Sylvanus turned and smiled gently at the fawn, reaching out to stroke its head once more. But his outstretched palm began dissolving into scattered points of light. I'm sorry, Aisha. Daddy has to go again. You must stay strong. Mom and I will always be with you. For a fleeting moment, Wang Hao himself couldn't tell if this Cenarius was truly the transformed form of the dark god. That profound affection for the fawn, that care and concern etched deep into his very bones. That was something no demon from the abyss could ever fake. As Cenarius's form vanished, the divine glyphs of light beneath Wang Hao and the others suddenly burst into a blinding radiance. A pillar of light shot skyward from the glyphs, enveloping Wang Hao, Moonshadow, and Xiao Lu within its radiance. Swish! A sensation of weightlessness washed over them as Wang Hao and the others realized they had been transported. They now stood within an emerald green temple. Observing the ancient tree reliefs adorning the temple walls and recalling Cenarius's final words, Wang Hao surmised they must have reached the summit of the world tree. Whoosh! The teleportation completed. Before Wang Hao could react, the white beam of light instantly transformed into a streak of light that shot into the fawn's body, startling everyone. Beep. Acquired the Eternal Light Divine Script Inheritance. Divine Beast, Light God Stag, obtained God Tier Skill, Eternal Light. Hearing the system notification in his ear, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat, fearing this might be Cenarius's scheme. He quickly opened the fawn's system panel to investigate. Divine Light Deer, Aisha Fawn Low Tier Divine Beast. Level, 21 First Transformation. Element, Light. Special Bloodline, Tricolored Deer 92. Attributes, Strength 944, Constitution 1865, Agility 1165, Spirit 1695. Skills, Holy Light Barrier, Holy Healing, Light Redemption, Resurrection, Holy Judgment, Eternal Light. Eternal Radiance, the Light God Deer enters a radiant form, gaining invulnerability for 35 seconds. Its entire body transforms into light elemental life, granting immunity to physical attacks while taking triple magical damage. All light-based spell effects are doubled for 1 minute. Evolution Path, Tricolored Deer World Tree Leaf 08, 3 Lights Divine Water 05, Holy Light Feather 110. Seeing the fawn's slightly increased attributes and newly acquired God Tier skill, Wang Hao sucked in a sharp breath. Yet after absorbing this power, the fawn showed no sign of joy at its newfound strength. Instead, it gazed at the light surging through its body with a sorrowful expression, emitting continuous whimpering cries. Wang Hao suddenly realized this must be Cenarius' final gift to his daughter. Truly a divine beast, utterly incredible. After Wang Hao and his companions vanished into the ruins, Cenarius's figure suddenly reappeared from the shadows. But this time, the gentle serenity had vanished from his face. Instead, a sinister, cunning smile spread across his features. Gazing at the spot where Wang Hao and the others had just teleported, he let out a series of chilling, cold laughs. Ha! A bunch of fools. Only when you taste the deepest despair will you understand that all things return to the abyss. Meanwhile, back at the Tang residence, Tang Lijun searched through the secret vault. He finally confirmed that the sudden surge of abyssal energy was indeed connected to his family. For within the secret vault, he found only one trace of the abyss's aura. The other remained nowhere to be found. After a moment's thought, he immediately knew who was responsible. After all, the keys to the entire Tang family's secret vault were held only by himself and Tang Kai, the sect's holy son. Who else could have taken the abyssal aura from the heavily guarded Tang family secret vault? Moreover, nothing else was missing from the entire vault except for the abyssal essence. Therefore, this could only be the work of Tang Kai. And with just a little thought, Tang Lijun knew exactly what Tang Kai would use this abyssal essence for. To take revenge on Wang Hao. To use this abyssal essence to trigger an anomaly during Wang Hao's advancement to a specialized realm, causing his promotion to fail and turning him into a useless. The thought nearly made Tang Lijun faint with rage. He wasn't furious that Tang Kai had taken the abyssal chi to target Wang Hao without his knowledge. He was furious that Tang Kai hadn't even bothered to inform him. With the sect's century-long plan about to be implemented, if he had consulted him, he could have exploited this incident to launch a surprise attack on the Dragon Guardians. He might even have summoned 1 or 2 abyssal realms to descend. But Tang Kai had made the decision entirely on his own without consulting him. Now they were left in such a passive position. Even the original plan might need slight adjustments. After all, they now had only one abyssal essence left. The thought of Tang Kai quietly pulling such a stunt made Tang Lijun's vision go dark, and he wanted to kill him on the spot. But then he remembered Tang Kai's true identity and forced himself to suppress his rage. Go! Bring that bastard to me! Tang Lijun suppressed his rage and ordered the black-robed figure behind him in a low voice. Staring at the last remnant of abyssal energy in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Looks like the plan needs a slight adjustment. Chapter 60, The World Tree, no additional votes needed. Meanwhile, after repeatedly confirming that Xiaolu was truly unharmed, Wang Hao finally exhaled slowly. Was she truly okay? Would that guy be so kind? Wang Hao was filled with doubt. He couldn't believe that Cenarius would be so kind as to help Xiaolu enhance her bloodline for no reason. Perhaps this was truly the power left behind by Xiaolu's parents, now simply returning to its rightful owner. Yue Ying speculated from the sidelines. After all, as a divine beast herself, she understood the mindset of such beings to some extent. Perhaps it was just an ordinary inheritance after all. But Wang Hao still couldn't shake his unease. Neither the attribute panel nor the beast girl cultivation system detected any issues. He felt utterly helpless about this, yet there was nothing he could do but take things one step at a time. Rising to his feet, Wang Hao turned to survey the emerald green temple before him. The surrounding walls were formed from thick tree trunks, covered in ancient elven script and patterns that seemed to whisper of a forgotten history. At the temple's center stood an ancient statue. This statue appeared to have weathered countless ages, yet it still maintained a gentle demeanor. Its features were indistinct, yet it radiated a motherly warmth that felt comforting and familiar. Behind the statue, a colossal tree was carved, its branches enveloping the entire sanctuary. It constantly emitted a vibrant green glow, illuminating the entire temple. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a voice echoed in Wang Hao's ear, startling him. He turned to look around, but saw no one. "Above you. Right above your head." The voice echoed again. Wang Hao looked up and saw a thumb-sized little elf perched atop the tree relief. This little elf was incredibly cute, with green skin, a pair of tiny leaves growing from its head, and two big, round eyes staring at him curiously. "Hi. My name is Wang Hao. I'm an adventurer from another world." Wang Hao greeted the little elf warmly. "Adventurer?" The elf fluttered its wings and flew before Wang Hao, circling him curiously. "This is the Temple of the World Tree. Few venture here besides the druid high priest. How did you find this place?" Hearing the sprite's words, Wang Hao felt even more certain of his guess. This was indeed the interior of the World Tree. He recounted his recent encounter with Cenarius to the fairy. He stated he had urgent business requiring an audience with the World Tree. A flicker of surprise crossed the fairy's eyes upon hearing Wang Hao's account. She hadn't expected this man to be sent here by Cenarius. As a companion spirit of the World Tree, she too had heard the name of Cenarius, the Light Stag. She had assumed he perished in the last demonic war, so hearing news of him again today was unexpected. Observing the small deer beside Wang Hao, a flash of green light flickered in the fairy's eyes, as if verifying whether Wang Hao was telling the truth. Indeed, it bore the bloodline of the Light Stag. Moments later, the green light faded from the fairy's eyes. She nodded to Wang Hao. "My name is Green Spirit. I am the companion spirit of the World Tree, and I usually tend to this temple. If you wish to see the World Tree, follow me." Green Spirit fluttered her tiny wings, leading the way as she guided Wang Hao and his companions deeper into the temple. As they ventured deeper, they discovered a hidden world within. Guided by Green Spirit, they traversed winding, naturally formed corridors until they finally arrived before a vast circular hall. The hall ceiling was woven from countless thick branches, forming a natural dome. Following Green Spirit into the circular hall, they reached the garden in the rear courtyard. There, Wang Hao saw a kind-hearted elderly elf woman carefully tending to the flowers. "Mother, the guests have arrived." Green Spirit flew onto the old lady's shoulder and reported to the World Tree. The old lady smiled and nodded at Green Spirit, stroking the green leaves atop its head. She turned to face Wang Hao. "Welcome, traveler from afar." Her face radiated a warm smile, as if the entire world grew warmer within its glow. "I am the tree spirit of the World Tree. You may call me Notashir. You must be weary from your journey. Please sit and have some tea." Notashir set down the teapot and waved her hand toward the garden. Instantly, vines in the garden began to grow wildly, as if alive, forming a round table and several wooden stools before Wang Hao. Water droplets rolled like crystal and pearls across the leaves before gently falling into cups that materialized on the table. The cups instantly filled with clear, transparent water, emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance. Butterflies rose from the sea of flowers, dancing gracefully through the air like ethereal spirits. One butterfly alighted above Wang Hao's cup, gently plucking a drifting petal and placing it softly within. The petals slowly unfurled in the water, releasing a wondrous fragrance that filled the entire garden with a pleasant aroma. Deeply captivated by this scene, Wang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature's magic. Seated on a wooden stool, he lifted the cup and sipped the tea. The liquid was refreshingly sweet, carrying a peculiar magic that seemed to cleanse the soul and soothe weariness. "Lord Nordahill, the primary reason for my visit is..." Wang Hao began, recounting his encounter with Cenarius once more. This time, he voiced his conjecture and presented the ancient magic blood to Notashir, hoping to hear her opinion. After listening to Wang Hao's account, Notashir silently took the ancient demon blood from his hand. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke slowly. What he said was mostly true. Hearing Notashir's words, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. Had he misjudged the situation? Was that guy actually a good person? He just hasn't told you everything. Sure enough, that guy is no good.
Wang Hao silently debated within himself, beginning to listen intently to Notishir's account. Meanwhile, in the city of Haidar outside the World Tree, a tense and solemn atmosphere pervaded the city walls. Countless soldiers from 5 races, elves, humans, dwarves, druids, and taurens, stood at their pre-arranged defensive positions, eyes fixed intently on the demon horde beyond the walls. Their eyes burned with unwavering resolve, showing not a trace of retreat or fear. Tyron stood clad in silver armor, her long hair flowing in the wind. Beside her, Malfurion wore a green cloak, his gaze deep and enigmatic. Kane's Bloodhoof wielded a massive battle axe, his figure appearing exceptionally imposing in the fading light of the setting sun. Brynhild Ironhammer, hammer in hand, led the Griffin regiment soaring through the skies, his expression grave as he surveyed the demonic hordes of Kanda in the distance. Jaina stood at the forefront of the Mage Corps, her figure appearing exceptionally resolute in the twilight. Her gaze pierced through the cracks in the city walls, locking directly onto the bloody commander Anatheron at the front of the demonic army, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, Tyron's voice broke the brief silence. "They're here." As her words fell, the allied soldiers on the walls immediately tensed, gripping their weapons tightly. Outside the city, the demonic hordes surged toward Hadel like a tidal wave. Their forms appeared especially grotesque and terrifying in the fading light of the setting sun. Wielding massive weapons, they radiated an aura of bloodlust and savagery, their gaping maws constantly emitting deafening roars. Their voices merged into a single, hellish roar that echoed across the heavens and earth. Above the demonic horde, the 2 dreadful overlords, Smog and Mirkwood, revealed themselves. Smog's immense form flickered in and out of view within the twilight, resembling a moving mountain range, its eyes flashing with cunning and cruelty. Morgoth, meanwhile, hovered in the air, his form shrouded in black, fear-laden mist, like a demon lord emerging from the shadows, utterly silent. Chapter 61, The 9 Lives Celestial Soul Cat Votes Needed. 3 million years ago, the abyssal god Enzos led his demonic hordes to invade Vanaheim, seeking to harness the Well of Eternity's magic to summon the Twisted Void. Through the combined efforts of Gaia, the Earth Goddess, and numerous wilderness demigods, they dealt Enzos a crushing blow and sealed him deep within the Well of Eternity, entrusting the World Tree Notahir to hold him in place. For ages, N'Zoth has relentlessly sought to shatter the seal, yearning to return to the twisting nether for rebirth. Yet each attempt has been thwarted by N'Zoth's own guardian. What he told you is mostly true, not a single word was false. What he didn't mention is that activating the Heart of Nature would draw upon the Well of Eternity's magic, giving him the chance to break free. Moreover, while this ancient demonic blood can awaken the abyssal lineage within her, it will also force her to constantly hear the abyss's whispers. Should she falter, her soul will plunge into the abyss, transforming her into a demonic beast. As for this light divine rune, Notishir ran his fingers over the rune Wang Hao had handed him, his eyes filled with deep emotion. This is the divine power of light from Gaia, the goddess. Alas, its core has been corrupted by Enzo's abyssal will, rendering it unusable. If it were truly as he claimed, placing this glyph within the heart of nature, even I might not escape N'Zoth's corruption. Setting the divine rune of light aside, Notishir sighed. It seems this fellow's purpose extends far beyond merely breaking free from the seal. Wang Hao's heart sank. If that were truly the case, he might be facing far more than just 1 4th tier boss and 2 3rd tier bosses. He would likely have to reckon with N'Zoth, the abyssal god, as well. The good news, however, was that Notishir had mentioned that after so many years of sealing, Enzo's power had likely been significantly weakened, leaving him with only about 4th tier strength. Even if it broke free, its strength wouldn't exceed that of a 4th tier being. Even so, Wang Hao still wouldn't stand a chance against it. Unless Yueying and Xiaolu achieve a significant boost in their attributes. Otherwise, with his current strength alone, he simply cannot withstand the invasion of the demonic hordes. Unless... Wang Hao stared at the ancient demon blood on the table, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Fortune favors the bold. The fiercer the storm, the higher the price of fish. Nothing in this world comes with absolute certainty. With careful planning, crisis can become opportunity. Realizing this, Wang Hao's mind began to race as he contemplated his next strategic move. Across from him, Notishir set down the divine script of light, turned to Wang Hao, and offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, but unless we truly reach a point of no return, I won't activate the heart of nature. However, as long as it doesn't disrupt the world's order, I'll do everything in my power to assist you. Perhaps we can find a better solution." Hearing her promise, Wang Hao's eyes lit up instantly. "Hey, you said it." Outside the World Tree, the Battle of Haidar City erupted in full force. The plains outside the city transformed into a veritable hell on earth, flames blazing, smoke billowing, the stench of blood permeating the air. The deafening roar of demons intertwined with the battle cries of the 5 Tribes Alliance. Upon the city walls, Tyron stood bow in hand, radiating the silver moon's glow as she led the elven archers in firing upon the advancing demonic hordes. "Aim for their eyes. For the sake of Hyjal." Tyrant bellowed hoarsely, pouring her full moon goddess power into the shooting star aura.
Every arrow fired by the archers on the ramparts struck with pinpoint accuracy, as if imbued with mystical force that pierced through demonic flesh. Malfurion, meanwhile, wielded his staff, summoning mighty natural forces. Vines surged wildly across the walls, blocking the demon's charge, while colossal treants emerged from the forest to engage the fiends in fierce melee combat. Cain Bloodhoof stood guard on the walls, wielding his massive battle-axe. He led the Tauron Legion, cleaving every demon daring to approach in two. In the skies, Brynn led the dwarf Griffin Knights in a desperate battle against flying demons like gargoyles and undead wyverns. Their thunder hammers, combined with the dwarven musketeers on the walls and the sky-splitting crossbow bolts from within the city, wove a dense net of fire above Haldir. Behind the walls, countless elves and human mages gathered around the city's dozen mage towers, supplying a steady stream of energy to maintain Hadar City's magical shield. Under Jaina's guidance, dozens of mage regiments unleashed terrifying war magic. Brilliant magical light illuminated the entire sky as countless furious spells struck the demonic army's formations, making their advance painfully difficult. The battle raged with unparalleled ferocity. Corpses of demons and allied forces littered the battlefield, rivers of blood flowed, and flames shot skyward. The air thickened with the acrid stench of gunpowder and the sickening tang of blood, making it almost impossible to breathe. Yet even faced with such horrific scenes, neither side showed the slightest sign of retreat or fear. Led by their heroes, the Five Tribes Alliance, fueled by unwavering resolve, repeatedly repelled the demon horde's assaults. TSK, no matter how many times I witness it, I'm still amazed. The energy unleashed by their desperate struggle for survival is truly astonishing. The thought of their impending doom, knowing even their utmost efforts couldn't avert death. Oh, that would be utterly delicious. Margros stood behind Insirion, surveying the brutal battlefield without a shred of pity for the demons falling in droves. Instead, he kept licking his lips, as if savoring the taste of that despair. Encourage's eyes flashed crimson as he warned gravely, "Stay vigilant. This is where Isharj himself failed. Who knows what tricks the old gods left behind?" Gazing at the world tree at the heart of Hadar City, a flicker of greed passed through Anachron's eyes. "Wear them down further. When night falls, we'll deliver the final blow." Hearing Anassarin's command, Magros bowed elegantly, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. "As you wish, my lord." Beneath his feet, the abyssal dragon demon Smog let out a deafening roar. Within the temple of the world tree, Notishir watched Wang Hao before him, his lute overflowing, his face twisted with pain. He couldn't help but regret the words he had just spoken. This guy is beyond ridiculous. He just grabbed 4 sets of equipment from my temple. And he claims one set is for official use, another is a backup, and the remaining 2 are for the backup's backup. Seriously, how does that even make sense? Taking the gear was bad enough, but then he went rummaging through her treasury. If his spatial ring didn't have limited storage, she'd suspect Wang Hao was planning to empty her entire treasury. And even after plundering the treasury, he wasn't satisfied. He demanded she hand over a few hundred leaves at random and even insisted she break down that light divine script into light feathers for him. Even with her best temper, she couldn't tolerate this anymore. What do you think world tree leaves are? They're the essence of my power. Hundreds of them? I've never shed that many in my entire life, 10 at most. Take it or leave it. Hearing Notishir's sharp tone, Wang Hao knew when to back off. He clicked his tongue in exasperation, reluctantly accepting the world tree leaf and feather of holy light from Notishir. Fine, fine. 10 leaves will do. World tree leaf, golden, top-tier A leaf from the world tree, imbued with extraordinary natural power. Material for 8th tier advancement and class change. Used in artifact forging. When embedded in equipment, grants the user natural blessings. Direct use can dispel negative status effects from the target. Seeing Notishir's expression darken instantly, he didn't press his advantage further. He summoned Moon Shadow and Little Deer. He retrieved the ancient demon blood and world tree leaf from his storage ring, preparing to upgrade both of them. First came Xiaolu. After slaying the heart-luring succubus Lilith, Wang Hao had obtained 3,400 spirit energy points. Checking the ancient demon blood consumed 300 points, leaving over 3,100 remaining, just enough for Moon Shadow to use the ancient demon blood. He just didn't know how much would be left afterward. If he could transform Xiaolu as well, that would be even better. Gazing at Moon Shadow, Wang Hao smiled faintly and handed her the ancient demon blood and world tree leaf. "Come on, Moon Shadow. Let's save the world together." Beep. Mythic artifact ancient demon blood successfully used. Thunder Crescent Cat Moon Shadow gains abyssal whisper status. Beep. World tree leaf successfully reduced abyssal whisper debuff. Consume 2,400 spirit energy to remove abyssal whisper status? Yes. Amidst a blinding flash, Moon Shadow completed its bloodline evolution in a crimson glow. Deep evolution complete. The intermediate Divine Beast Thunder Crescent Cat has evolved into the advanced Divine Beast Heavenly Soul 9 Lives Cat. Chapter 62, Heroic Arrival Vote Sought. The Moon Shadow descending from the sky had undergone a dramatic transformation. The black leather suit that once covered her entire body had changed into a dark crimson evening gown, accentuating her figure with an even more elegant and alluring grace. Occasional flashes of pale purple light danced across her exposed skin like a gaze from the abyss that drew one in irresistibly. Her eyes remained profoundly captivating, their pupils shimmering with star-like radiance that reflected the invisible nine magatama, the innate divine power of the heavenly soul 9 lives cat. She could shape 9 heavenly souls, each with distinct attributes, mastering 9 different powers. Moreover, each celestial soul could shield her from a fatal blow when Yue Ying faced death. In essence, Yue Ying now possessed 9 lives. If they entered a merged state, it would be as if Wang Hao also possessed 9 lives. Behind her, the faint silhouette of a black cat materialized. 9 enormous cattails swayed behind her in the wind, emanating an aura of profound mystery. Moon Shadow Advanced Divine Beast. Level 20 Transitions. Elements: Thunder, Light, Abyss. Special Bloodline: Celestial Soul 9 Lives Cat 100. Attributes: Strength 3135, Constitution 3747, Agility 3943, Spirit 3132. Skills: Moonlight Fusion, Clear Moon Divine Thunder, Veil of Destiny Passive, Soul Devour, Bloodthirsty Combo, Abyssal Spirit Eyes, Heavenly Soul 9 Lives. Feeling the surging power within him, Wang Hao sucked in a sharp breath. Powerful. Too powerful. Are these stats really for a level 20 character? This is already on par with a 4th transformation boss. If anyone else saw this, their jaws would drop in shock. Wang Hao stared at Yue Ying's stats. Even he couldn't help but feel his heart race. Even SSS tier professionals rarely exceed 300 attribute points at level 10. But now Moon Shadow's single attribute alone is nearly 3,000 points. That's almost a tenfold difference. Absolutely insane. And this Heavenly Soul 9 Lives is nothing short of a god tier skill. Heavenly Soul 9 Lives. The Heavenly Soul 9 Lives cat can devour the souls of the deceased to condense 9 distinct heavenly souls: earth, wind, water, fire, earth, light, dark, life, and death. In battle, it can switch between these souls to adopt different forms. Each heavenly soul can absorb a fatal strike for its host, and afterward, it can be reunited by devouring souls. Holy crap! Holy crap! Wang Hao rubbed his eyes hard, almost doubting his own vision. Now he could really go wild. With this skill, as long as I devour enough souls, no one can kill me. Plus, mastering different energies? That's like having all elemental powers at my disposal. No wonder it's a high-tier divine beast, it's just so damn awesome. Each heavenly soul can even shift forms. Just imagine the spectacle that would be. For a moment, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation, itching to go out immediately and condense all 9 heavenly souls just to see them properly. Forcing down his excitement, Wang Hao turned his gaze to the little deer beside him. Consume 500 spirit energy to activate the transformation device and transform the light god deer into a beast girl? Beast girl? Activate. Transforming and restructuring, the beast girl descends. As the system's transformation effect activated, the fawn was instantly enveloped in a burst of light. Chirp chirp. Amidst the fawn's panic squeals, its body continuously shifted within the light, transforming into a beast girl form. The newly transformed Xiaolu stood only about 1.45 meters tall, yet possessed a figure where curves were pronounced and proportions were delicate, a perfect example of a childish face with a voluptuous figure. A pair of curved, resilient antlers crowned her head, emitting a soft white glow that radiated the power of holy light. A pair of delicate deer ears twitched lightly, picking up every sound in the surroundings. Emerald green hair was braided into twin ponytails swinging behind her back. Her large, round eyes shone like 2 sparkling black pearls, radiating a gentle light. She wore a robe formed from the very essence of light. The robe was immaculate white, emitting a faint glow, like angelic wings gently enveloping her form. In her hands, she held a unique holy light staff woven from vines and pentagrams. As the light faded, the startled little deer spotted Wang Hao. Her small mouth immediately puckered, and her eyes instantly filled with mist. Before Wang Hao could speak, she threw herself into his arms. "Wah, master! I thought I'd never see you again. You little rascal, tackling me like that. Foul! Foul! Severe punishment required." Feeling the slight stir beneath him, Wang Hao quickly opened his attribute panel, trying to distract himself. Ayusha Little Deer Low-Tier Divine Beast. Level 21 First Job. Element, Light. Special Bloodline, Light God Deer 100. Attributes, Strength 1244, Constitution 2065, Agility 1365, Spirit 1995. Skills, Holy Light Barrier, Holy Healing, Light Redemption, Resurrection, Holy Judgment, Eternal Light. Holy crap! Each attribute has increased by over 300 points. While not as absurdly powerful as Moon Shadow, it still far surpasses the average first-class professional. Notashir, who witnessed the entire process, was utterly stunned. In just a few minutes, Wang Hao had managed to significantly evolve 2 divine beasts. This technique was downright terrifying. Even Gaia, the goddess who had not yet fallen, could only awaken the innate bloodline within the divine beasts. Unlike Wang Hao, whose evolution defied all logic. Could you be the one the goddess spoke of? Notashir's eyes flickered as she recalled Gaia's words during her slumber. A savior from another world would one day come to save this world's fate. Witnessing Wang Hao's extraordinary abilities now, she recalled the goddess's words once more, her heart surging with excitement. After checking Yueying and Xiaolu's attributes, Wang Hao glanced at his own. As the attributes of the two divine beasts strengthened, his own stats rose significantly as well. Now, nearly all his stats had surpassed the 2000 threshold. Turning to Notashil, Wang Hao smiled and said, "I'm almost ready. I can head to Haidar City to support the battle anytime." Notashir nodded with a smile, then drew a jade green rune shaped like a leaf on Wang Hao's hand using natural energy. "This rune will allow you to contact me anytime. Should you ever need my assistance, just ask. The future of this world rests on your shoulders." Outside Haidar City at that moment, the city was shrouded in the shadows of dusk. A grim, murderous atmosphere permeated the air. After a day of grueling combat, the battlefield lay in utter ruin, stained with blood. The city walls of Haidar lay shattered and broken under the relentless assault of demonic magic. Yet they still stood stubbornly, the palm leaf banners of Haidar City fluttering above them. As night fell, the defensive battle reached its most intense phase. The ramparts were strewn with the corpses of both the Five Tribes Alliance and the demons. The terrifying demon horde poured relentlessly through the breaches in the walls, attempting to breach the Allied forces' final line of defense. "Hold! Hold the line! Our homes lie behind us. We must hold this line." The elf spellbreaker roared, his greatsword raised with his sole remaining arm, his face smeared with dark crimson blood. Under his command, the Allied soldiers gradually organized an effective defense, using the second wall as their bulwark. Witnessing this, a cold gleam flashed in Asrin's eyes. This childish game of make-believe combat bored him. He didn't want to stay a minute longer. It was time to end this. As he gave the order in a low voice, a colossal shadow suddenly engulfed the entire battlefield. Smog, the abyssal dragon, roared as he descended upon the battlefield, bringing with him a blizzard of endless wind and snow. Its roar unleashed a powerful energy wave that instantly swept across the entire battlefield, forcing the Allied soldiers on the city walls to retreat repeatedly. How is this possible? How could it be this powerful? Tyron stared in disbelief at Smog in the sky. They had hunted dragons before, but none possessed such overwhelming might. This abyssal dragon is terrifyingly powerful. Dragon Hunter Crossbow. Activate the Dragon Hunter Crossbow. Brian, who had fallen from the sky, roared furiously, vowing to teach Smog a lesson with the dragon hunting crossbow. Facing the organized counterattack from the city walls, Smog sneered, utterly unconcerned with the struggles of these mere insects. A furious blast of icy breath coalesced in its maw, its power sufficient to freeze the entire city of Haidar solid. Seeing no way to stop Smog from gathering his frenzied dragon breath, Jaina, her magical energy depleted, let out a bitter smile. Is this as far as it goes? How utterly frustrating. The Allied warriors on the city walls also wore expressions of despair. By this stage of the battle, they had long anticipated the final outcome. Even before the three demon lords of the demonic hordes had entered the fray, they had been driven back step by step. The outcome of this battle had been decided from the very beginning. Yet when death finally came knocking, their hearts were still filled with utter despair and terror. Who will save us? I don't want to die here. The spirits of nature will not spare you. Run! The demon army is charging. Everyone, run! Hold your ground. Kill one to break even, kill two to gain an advantage. Even in death, we won't let these demon spawn have it easy. Before Smog's dragon breath had even landed, the Allied forces within the city of Haidal descended into utter chaos. Die, you damned vermin! A flicker of madness passed through Smog's eyes as he opened his jaws, ready to unleash the fury of his dragon breath. Whoosh! At that critical moment, a blinding light shot skyward from the apex of the world tree. It struck Smog directly. The force of the strike was immense, causing Smog to let out a pained roar. His body tumbled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and crushing a vast swath of demonic forces beneath him. Witnessing this sudden burst of light, the five-race alliance below was instantly galvanized. This energy? It's the world tree. Malfurion, the High Druid, recognized the energy fluctuations of the world tree and instantly grew excited. The world tree has intervened. Haldar's city is saved. Meanwhile, behind the demonic hordes, Anatheron narrowed his eyes slightly. The aura of a divine beast. This is interesting. As the light faded, Wang Hao, carrying the fawn, made his dazzling entrance. Chapter 63, The Fall of the Demon King Votes Needed. Clad in golden elven armor that radiated dazzling light, he tore through the dark sky, instantly lifting the spirits of the elves below in the city of Haidar. Elven Triumph. Wang Hao wore the legendary armor of the Elf King from 500 years ago, the Elf's Triumph. Forged from the finest elven mithril and moonlight gold thread, each plate of the armor was crafted from magical gold crystals and polished to an exquisite finish, resembling golden leaves that granted formidable magical defense to its wearer. The helmet featured two crescent-shaped wings resembling a phoenix in flight, greatly amplifying the wearer's spiritual power and enhancing their magical effects. In his grasp lies a golden war spear, 3 meters long, its shaft gleaming with dazzling light and sharpness that seems capable of piercing any obstacle. The spearhead bore traces of congealed troll blood, adding an air of grim menace to Wang Hao's presence. Looks like I'm not too late after all. Shouldering the golden spear, Wang Hao gazed at the elven banners still fluttering atop Haidar City and laughed heartily. Foolish humans! Tear him to shreds! The demon commander roared furiously from within the demonic horde, leading hundreds of great demons as they flapped their wings and charged directly toward Wang Hao. Foolish! Watching hundreds of demons plunge toward him, Wang Hao showed no panic. Instead, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes as he casually swung his spear with one hand. A blinding light erupted from the golden spear, transforming into a hail of arrows that instantly annihilated the charging demons. These ordinary demons, not even reaching the third transformation stage, required no assistance from Xiao Lu or Yuing. Wang Hao alone, with his current attributes, could obliterate them in an instant. Seeing Wang Hao's sudden appearance, Tyron's expression was incredibly complex. It was him! After teleporting and failing to find him, she had assumed he'd deserted the battlefield, leaving her heartbroken and despondent for a time. Yet here he was, stepping forward at this most critical moment to save Haidar City. Facing the overwhelming demon horde, Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and gave a signal to Xiao Lu behind him. Let's go! Xiao Lu! Xiao Lu responded softly, cradling the starlight scepter. Her body radiated intense holy light, complementing Wang Hao's golden battle armor. Gripping his war spear, Wang Hao charged at the advancing demon horde. His strikes came in rapid succession, horizontal cleaves and vertical slashes, each swing carrying the force of a thunderous blow. Not a single demon in the vast legion could withstand even a single exchange with him. With his extraordinary agility, Wang Hao swept through the demonic hordes like a golden lightning bolt, cutting through them effortlessly, reaping their lives as easily as slicing through melons. Light's judgment! Behind him, Xiao Lu raised her starlight scepter high. As she chanted with all her might, the intense holy light transformed into a white shockwave that swept across the vast demonic army before them. The intense heat of the holy light ignited the demons' black skin, causing them to emit piercing screams of agony. Holy light! It's the power of holy light! Some demons screamed in terror, their eyes filled with fear and agony as they desperately retreated, trying to escape the purifying light. Yet beneath the judgment of the holy light, their bodies seemed bound by invisible chains, unable to move. Ultimately, they were utterly purified by the mighty holy light, their evil forms dissolving into wisps of black smoke that gradually vanished into the air. Cain Bloodhoof crouched on the city wall, speechless with shock as he watched the rapidly vanishing demon army before him. This power! Malfurion, who was healing him nearby, his face flushed with excitement, exclaimed. It's the shadow of the holy light! Who would have thought she could still take human form? Anatheron, suspended in the sky, watched the rampage below with utter indifference. If that's all you've got, you might as well die. He murmured, his tone dripping with contempt and scorn. He snapped his fingers lightly. In the next instant, Smog, the abyssal dragon demon Wang Hao had just struck down, erupted from beneath his feet with a thunderous roar. Its enormous, blood-red maw opened wide, intent on swallowing Wang Hao whole. Too slow. Wang Hao let out a piercing cry, his form flickering as he vanished from his original spot and materialized beside Smog. He raised the golden spear, channeling all his strength into a fierce thrust aimed at Smog's belly. This golden spear was the legendary weapon once wielded by the Elf King, forged specifically to pierce the armor of the Troll King. Its sharpness was beyond measure. Smog's belly, lacking the protection of scales, was covered only by a thin layer of skin and flesh, utterly defenseless against such an assault. Wang Hao's spear pierced through, and Smog let out a piercing, agonized scream. Arg! It flapped its wings in a desperate attempt to flee, but Wang Hao seized the momentum, gripping the spear tightly and driving it deep into its belly, tearing open a gaping wound. The spear's unhealable properties rendered Smog's formidable regenerative abilities useless. Torrents of dragon blood gushed forth like enraged volcanic magma, instantly scorching the ground black and sending up acrid plumes of smoke. Smog stared down at Wang Hao in terror, utterly stunned that such a formidable opponent could exist within this small world. Wang Hao stared up at the abyssal dragon in the sky, licking his lips with excitement. A level 79 third transformation boss. Nothing special. He failed to notice a shadow, unseen by anyone, closing in on him from the ground with frenzied speed. When the distance was right, the Fear Lord Magros burst forth from the shadows, channeling a terrifying surge of abyssal power into his palm as he struck out at Wang Hao. K. Fear waves. Maglos emitted a shrill, piercing laugh. He was certain that at this range, no one could evade his ambush. Moreover, the abyssal power in his palm contained a trace of the divine essence bestowed by the Dark God himself. If this strike landed, even with the elf's triumph armor, Wang Hao would die instantly, his very soul shattered. Not even the Holy Light's shadow, with its resurrection magic, could bring him back. Yet facing Magros' ambush, Wang Hao showed no panic. Instead, a wicked grin spread across his lips. Die! Both Wang Hao and Maglos felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. A jet of black light suddenly leapt from the shadow beneath Wang Hao's feet, tracing a brilliant arc through the air before landing steadily on the ground. It was the Moon Shadow, the newly evolved Heavenly Soul 9 Lives cat. Moon Shadow held a blade in its left paw, while its right paw cradled a massive head. It was none other than Magros, the Fear Lord who had just attempted to ambush Wang Hao. A shadowy soul struggled desperately within her grasp, emitting piercing, soul-shredding screams. Gazing at the despairing soul in her grasp, Moon Shadow smiled faintly. With a single inhale, she drew Maglos into her mouth. Defeated level 72 3rd Transformation Demon Commander, Fearlord Magros. Obtained special reward, Horrifying Mask 1. Defeated special boss, gained 4200 spirit energy. Seeing Yue Ying effortlessly absorb Maglos' soul, everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. This was a level 72 Fear Lord. Dead just like that? Anasarin's face darkened as he watched Yue Ying, narrowing his eyes slightly. Very well. Finally, some fun. Chapter 64, The Bloody Commander. Votes appreciated. Devoured a special dark attribute soul. Celestial Soul's Dark Condensation level 1. Excellent. A great start. Hearing the system prompt echo in his mind, Wang Hao smirked triumphantly. Ever since Moon Shadow completed his evolution, he'd been pondering. Facing the demonic hordes and the 3 demon lords, how exactly should he fight? Relying solely on the heroes of Haidar City was clearly impossible. If they could avoid causing trouble for him, that would already be a huge help. The vast demonic hordes, though terrifying in appearance, were mostly ordinary monsters around level 30-50. To Wang Hao's current strength, they were utterly insignificant. His true adversaries were only the 3 demon lords, Anasarin, Magros, and Smog. Defeating them would secure victory in the Battle of Haidar. After discussing with Moon Shadow and Little Deer, they decided to adopt a strategy of surprise and attack when the enemy was unprepared. In simpler terms, they would launch a sneak attack. Wang Hao would first draw the attention of the 3, while Yue Ying, concealed within his shadow, would strike with full force. If the ambush succeeded, their subsequent battle would be much easier. Initially, their target was Anasarin, as he was the strongest. Eliminating him first would be ideal. But unexpectedly, Anasarin proved remarkably cautious, refusing to engage personally. Thus, Moon Shadow had no choice but to reluctantly take down Magros first. The attack had appeared as a mere arc of light. In reality, Moon Shadow, concealed within Wang Hao's shadow, had been plotting this for a long time. Compounded by Magros' single-minded focus on ambushing Wang Hao, he had no defenses whatsoever. By the time he realized Moon Shadow was there, it was already too late. With vastly enhanced power, Moon Shadow had already scanned Magros' entire body for weaknesses using the Abyssal Spirit Eyes before launching his attack. Leaping forward, it channeled all its power into a devastating combo targeting those vulnerabilities: the Clear Moon Divine Thunder, Soul Devour, and Bloodlust strikes. Dozens of attacks erupted in an instant, instantly draining Magros' health bar. She finished him off with a graceful throat slash, cleanly severing Maglos' head. To any observer, it appeared as though Moon Shadow had appeared and effortlessly killed Maglos with a single strike. Though it was a sneak attack, Magros was still a level 72 Dreadlord, the strategist and commander of the demonic hordes. His effortless demise by Moon Shadow sent deafening cheers erupting throughout Haidar City. The morale of the 5 Tribes Alliance soared instantly. Though no one knew who she was. Though her motives remained unknown. But she slew the demon army's overlord. She is our hero of Haidar City. Way to go. That's the spirit. Let those demon bastards eat. So badass. That move was pure badassery. Assassins truly are the kings of all professions. See that, demons? Your demon king is dead. Your time is up. Riding the momentum of Moon Shadow's decisive victory, the allied forces of Haidar City unleashed unimaginable combat power. They pushed the front lines forward by several kilometers, nearly driving out the entire demon horde that had breached the city walls. Roar! Witnessing Magros' death, the abyssal dragon Smog in the sky suddenly let out a deafening roar. Though he had always disliked Maglos' treacherous and cunning nature. But he was still his comrade in arms. They had fought side by side for over 400 years, and no one had ever gained the upper hand against them. Who would have thought they would stumble in such a minor plane today? Malgus' soul had been devoured by those damned creatures below. Rage surged through Smog's mind, scorching away his reason. The colossal form of the abyssal dragon danced wildly through the air, its icy dragon eyes locked onto Wang Hao. Ignoring the gaping wounds torn across its body, it plunged downward with blinding speed. Opening its gaping maw, it unleashed a pale blue frost breath toward Wang Hao. Ha! You big oaf. Buy one, get one free. Wang Hao roared with laughter, his right hand gripping the golden spear upside down. He stood tall as a pine, radiating an overwhelming aura. The golden spear in his grasp blazed with dazzling light as he channeled his power. His gaze locked firmly on the diving Smog. He stretched his arms and arched his back, his body like a drawn bow. He channeled every ounce of his strength into the golden spear, his feet planted firmly on the ground. His muscles tense like bowstrings, his arms taut with veins bulging like gnarled tree roots. Aiming at the dragon descending from the sky, he spun violently, flinging the golden spear from his grasp. Whoosh! The golden spear transformed into a streak of golden light as Wang Hao hurled it. Wherever it passed, the air itself trembled, emitting a piercing whistling sound. The spear's speed was so extreme that only a golden afterimage could be seen. Smog had no time to react. A smug smile spread across Wang Hao's face. This golden spear was engraved with magic circles for tracking, armor piercing, penetration, explosion, and return. Once it locked onto a target, it would never return until it pierced its enemy. Furthermore, it contained troll blood left by the Elf King, granting it an intensely scorching effect. When he channeled his full power into it, even a deep red dragon like Smog would be pierced clean through. Facing Smog's icy dragon breath, Wang Hao remained utterly unflustered, placing complete trust in his teammates. He wasn't fighting alone. Holy Light Barrier. Xiaolu's sharp command rang out behind Wang Hao. A dense wall of holy light materialized before him, forming an impenetrable barrier that firmly blocked Smog's icy dragon breath. Roar! Smog, spotting the golden spear, let out a terrified roar. Frantically flapping its wings, it first tried to evade the golden spear's attack. But its dive was too swift, and the spear too small. By the time it realized, the golden spear was already hurtling toward its very eyes. Even its dragon face could faintly sense the sharp edge of the spearhead. Roar! Smog let out a roar of frustration, straining every muscle to block the golden spear. But as a legendary weapon, the golden spear had clearly been forged with such scenarios in mind. Infused with copious amounts of magical mithril, it possessed potent magic piercing properties. It pierced through every spell Smog unleashed, its speed unabated as it thrust toward the dragon's head. Suddenly, a dark shadow swept across the sky, landing before Smog. A massive paw slammed down on the golden spear. Clang! The moment the palm struck the golden spear, a deafening roar erupted from the heavens. The entire city of haters seemed to tremble. The shockwave from the explosion rippled through the air, churning the surrounding atmosphere into turbulent swirls. Wang Hao looked up, his eyes flashing with a cold, piercing light. The newcomer was none other than the true commander of this demonic army, a level 99 4th transformation dominator demon, the bloody commander, Anasaran. Anasalan's gaze settled on Wang Hao, his eyes brimming with arrogance and contempt. Human, you have achieved enough to be proud of. Submit to me and become my puppet, and I shall grant you endless life and eternal power. Otherwise, prepare to perish alongside this wretched world. His voice was deep and commanding, like thunder rumbling through the sky. Yet Wang Hao remained unmoved. He locked eyes with Anasaran, a cold smile curling his lips. No world shall be destroyed today. Those who deserve annihilation. Are you demons? Let me put an end to all this. Chapter 65, Abyssal Token Votes Needed. Listening to Wang Hao's confident declaration, Anasaran sneered with contempt. He raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling his lips, before erupting into a deafening roar of laughter. Ha! End it all? That's hilarious. What gives you the right to say that? Anasaran's laughter was thick with scorn and contempt. He stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury, radiating an overwhelming aura. His words echoed across the entire sky. You want to defeat me, but isn't it all just to conquer this world? To plunder its resources, enslave its people, and destroy their lives. Anasaran's words thundered like a bolt of lightning over the skies of Haidar City. The 5 heroes all paled, staring at Wang Hao in the sky in disbelief. Observing the 5 clan allied forces below, their expressions now twisted with shock, Anasaran's lips curled into a cold sneer. His gaze toward Wang Hao was filled with contempt. You and I are no different. Anasaran's tone was flat, as if stating the most obvious truth. Hearing these words, Wang Hao's heart jolted. This guy was trying to sow discord. Sure enough, the moment Anasaran's words left his mouth, the expressions of the 5 tribe alliance and the heroes gathered behind him in Haidar City instantly darkened. Their suspicious gazes bore into Wang Hao like physical stabs, making him feel like he was walking on pins and needles. This feeling of being distrusted was deeply unsettling. He almost wished he could just step aside and let Anasaran destroy Haidar City. After all, his mission was simply to survive. With his current strength, surviving alongside 2 others posed absolutely no challenge. After all, this was merely a secret realm. Wang Hao didn't know if he'd ever return after completing the mission. He had no reason to care about the opinions of Haidar City's residents. But, for the sake of the final mission evaluation and maximizing his trial completion rate, Wang Hao still chose to speak up and refute. Nonsense. I never had such a ridiculous thought. Ha! Me, a liar? Anasaran roared with laughter. His maniacal laughter echoed through the sky, dripping with scorn. Then how do you explain the Abyss token on your person? His gaze fixed intently on Wang Hao's waist as he hooked his right hand under his chin. Whose side are you really on? Let me guess, Ujisha? Soto's? Or? Anasaran's words carried a hint of cunning and treachery. Enzo's? The Abyssal token? Hearing Anasaran's words, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat as he fumbled through his storage ring, pulling out a black iron token. This was the token he had seized from an assassin who had ambushed him in the Shadowwood Forest. Who would have thought it had such origins? This was the perfect chance to gather some information. You mean this token? Anasaran's face lit up with delight when he saw Wang Hao voluntarily produce the Abyss token. He actually brought it out himself. Now there's no denying you're an Abyss spy. Correct. This is precisely the token our Abyss sends to the outside world.
It serves to communicate with the Abyss Plane and summon the descent of the Dark Gods.
Let me see. This token of yours must belong to Yajisha.
As the allied forces below in Haidar City saw the Abyss token in Wang Hao's hand, a stir immediately rippled through their ranks.
There really is a token. He truly is one of the Abyss. Good heavens. We haven't even finished with the demon legions, and now this terrifying entity appears? How are we supposed to fight this?
I told you from the start this guy was no good. He's been lurking around our city all this time, probably trying to figure out our defenses.
I refuse to believe it.
He just saved us. He's a companion of the Shadow of Holy Light. He can't possibly be an Abyss spy.
Why not mention he also commands a divine beast wielding the power of the Abyss?
We should flee now. If we delay, we won't escape. As the soldiers' murmurs swirled behind her, Tyron's expression darkened.
She refused to believe that Wang Hao, who had saved her, could be an abyssal spy. Malfurion beside her wore an expression of utter despair.
The demon hordes hadn't been repelled yet, and now this treacherous Wang Hao had appeared.
Spirits of nature. What were they to do?
Unconcerned with the opinions of those below, Wang Hao examined the abyssal token in his hand. It was a small, round iron plate, entirely black in appearance, with mysterious magical runes flickering with a dim glow along its edges. Engraved on its reverse was a massive eye, beneath which stood the character Tang. Wang Hao had previously assumed this was a token of the Tang family, so he hadn't given it much thought.
Little did he know it was an artifact from the Abyss. Consuming 100 points of spiritual energy to scan it instantly revealed its basic information.
Abyss token special item, a mystical token capable of communicating with the Abyss. When used to set up a blood sacrifice ritual, it can summon an abyssal demon god. The holder will gradually be corrupted by the Abyss's power, transforming into an abyssal entity. When you gaze into the Abyss also gazes into you. So the Tang family had ties to the Abyss after all.
Wang Hao's eyes flickered with realization.
This was the evidence he'd been seeking.
That assassin was definitely sent by the Tang family.
The disruption of his awakening during the ceremony was undoubtedly Tang Kai's doing. They likely used some kind of Abyss artifact.
Very well. The Tang family, I remember you.
Wang Hao sneered coldly within his heart.
Looks like the lesson I taught Tang Kai wasn't enough.
He must find an opportunity to settle things with them once and for all. But for now, completing the promotion and job change comes first.
Pocketing the Abyss token, Wang Hao looked up at Anasarin. So this thing is the Abyss token. If you hadn't said anything, I'd have thought it was just some iron ore.
Speaking of which, your Abyss craftsmanship is pretty shoddy.
Couldn't you at least make something this important look decent?
Wang Hao grinned, his tone dripping with contempt and scorn, causing Anasarin's face to darken instantly. The Abyss was a terrifying realm spanning millions of planes.
How could they tolerate such an insult?
Watching Anasarin's face darken like the bottom of a pot, Wang Hao chuckled softly.
As for this thing? Just some junk I picked up off the roadside. You think a piece of junk plaque will make me a deep Abyss spy? You're dreaming. As Wang Hao's words fell, the tension on the battlefield instantly thickened.
Fury blazed in Anasarin's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Wang Hao, standing not far away.
Let's see if you're still so cocky then.
Yueying, dual blades in hand, stepped before Wang Hao and flashed Anasarin a defiant smirk.
No need for you to worry about that, your opponent.
She planted her feet, a flash of black light enveloping her body as she vanished from her spot.
It's me.
Watching Anasarin locked in a fierce battle with Moon's Shadow, Wang Hao smirked triumphantly. He summoned back the golden spear that had been knocked away earlier, then turned his gaze toward smog in the sky and addressed the small deer behind him.
You watch, Yueying.
I'm going to take care of that big guy up there. The young deer nodded, her gaze fixed firmly on Moon's Shadow. The moment Moon's Shadow showed even the slightest injury, a beam of holy light would descend, healing her and slightly disrupting Anasarin's offensive rhythm. Spotting Wang Hao approaching alone, the abyssal dragon Smog instantly felt disdained. He opened his massive jaws and let out a furious roar. Roar! Chapter 66, Abyssal Forge Votes Needed. Boom! The colossal form of the abyssal dragon Smog crashed heavily onto the ground. Summoning its last ounce of strength, it painfully raised its head to glare at the figure towering above, letting out a defiant roar. Roar! Defeated level 79 third transformation commander monster, Abyssal Dragon Demon Smog. Obtained special reward, Dragon Breastplate 1. Defeated special boss, gained 5200 spirit energy. Watching Smog's corpse gradually dissolve into a pool of black liquid, Wang Hao turned his gaze to Anasalan, who was entangled by Moon's Shadow. You're next. Anasarin's hair stood on end under Wang Hao's piercing gaze. No way. Smog was taken down that quickly. How could he have improved so much? Blocking Moon's Shadow's combo, Anasarin seized the momentum to leap backward, creating distance between himself and Moon's Shadow. Running his fingers over the wounds on his body, he frowned deeply. Abyssal bloodline? Anasarin stared at the moonlit figure before him in utter disbelief. He refused to believe she could possibly possess the Abyss bloodline. If this were true, his plans would have to change.
The greatest advantage for pure-blooded abyssal demons like them was the ability to resurrect within the twisted void after death. But if Yue possessed the abyssal bloodline, she would gain the ability to devour his own abyssal spirit. Though he didn't know if Yue had mastered this skill yet. Anasarin dared not take the risk. He couldn't afford to gamble. After all, there were countless small worlds within the abyss. If need be, he could simply abandon this one. There was no need to gamble with his own life. Compared to his life, Maglos, Smog, and these demonic hordes were utterly insignificant. Retreat first. Figure out a plan once back in the abyss. Anasarin instantly assessed the current situation in his mind. Go! We must leave. Staying here any longer would surely spell doom. With that thought, the bloodthirsty commander hesitated no longer, channeling a powerful surge of abyssal energy through both hands. You damned creatures, to have driven me to this point. I'll show you the true terror of the abyss. Anasarin roared, his voice like thunder, as if his rage could swallow the entire world. Endless darkness coalesced around Anasarin. His form instantly swelled, transforming into a colossal shadow that seemed poised to obscure the entire sky. Moonshadow, fearing for Wang Hao's safety, leapt to his side, ready for battle. Below, the demonic hordes, witnessing their commander manifest this terrifying demonic form, erupted in excited, blood-curdling howls. The five-race alliance within Haidar City was instantly thrown into utter despair, feeling unprecedented pressure under the demon army's assault. Anasarin gathered bottomless darkness within his palm, like a black eyeball, staring intently at everyone. Abyssal assault. As he thrust his palm forward with brutal force, boundless darkness surged forth like a torrent, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Xiaolu! Wang Hao roared. Xiaolu, already prepared behind him, instantly raised the starlight scepter in her hand. Holy light barrier. Blinding holy light blossomed before Wang Hao, forming an impenetrable barrier of sacred radiance that firmly held Anasarin's dark power at bay. Gradually, Wang Hao sensed something was off. This guy's attack was all bark and no bite. The energy striking the barrier was even weaker than Smog's previous breath attack. No! This guy's trying to escape. A flash of insight struck Wang Hao, instantly revealing Anasarin's plan. Damn it! Are all these abyss creatures so cowardly? They just run the moment they realize they can't win? Wang Hao gritted his teeth in frustration, gazing at the thick, dark canopy before him. He shouted to the little deer behind him. Xiaolu! Use light redemption to dispel this black fog. Hearing Wang Hao's command, the little deer hesitated not a moment, swinging the starlight scepter in its hand. Intense holy light surged skyward. A blinding radiance erupted from Xiaolu's body, instantly shattering the darkness's grip and illuminating the entire battlefield. In the name of holy light, disperse the darkness. Light redemption. Xiaolu shouted, her delicate voice brimming with power. As her cry fell, the blinding light instantly coalesced into a massive beam. It violently exploded in the sky, transforming into countless streaks of light rain that fell upon the dark forces, emitting constant sizzling sounds of scorching. Beside her, Moonshadow clearly sensed the dark veil's weakness. Channeling her spiritual energy into her eyes, she activated the abyssal spirit gaze. Sure enough, she spotted Anasarin's frantic figure fleeing across the distant sky. Damned coward! Realizing she'd been tricked, Moonshadow cursed under her breath. She spread her arms wide, channeling the abyssal bloodline within her to begin absorbing the dark energy. The surrounding black canopy was instantly drawn into her body like smoke, and moonlight once again bathed the land. Everyone on the battlefield witnessed Anasarin's retreating figure. Demon Army. 5-Tribe Alliance. Feeling the surging abyssal energy behind him, Anasarin glanced back and nearly scared himself to death. As the dark power infused with abyssal energy was absorbed, Yueying's aura grew increasingly potent and terrifying. The abyssal bloodline surged within her, like a raging river thundering through her veins. A savage aura rapidly surged around Yueying. Her eyes flashed with cold, merciless light, like a ruthless killing machine devoid of any emotion. This can't be. Anasarin's voice trembled with horror and disbelief. He could not fathom that the dark power he had unleashed was being absorbed by Yueying, and her strength continued to grow. Even within the abyss, this was an impossible occurrence. Moonshadow's body was enveloped by the abyssal aura, her form growing increasingly blurred as she seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness. Trying to escape? Die! Yueying snorted coldly, her figure flickering as she vanished from her spot. The next instant, she materialized before Anasarin. Anasarin could only manage the most basic defensive stance before being struck by Yueying's attack. Boom! Two forces collided violently in the air, unleashing a deafening roar. The entire battlefield seemed to tremble at that moment, as if shaking in awe of this peak confrontation. Anasarin scrambled to his feet from the shattered mountain peak, half his body slumped, a long gash gouged across his chest. His right hand clenched a black stone. Abyssal Forged Stone, a mysterious artifact imbued with the essence of the abyss, possessing potent spatial energy capable of transporting its wielder to the abyssal realm. Wang Hao frowned at the black stone in Anasarin's hand. A teleportation artifact? This was going to be trouble. Anasarin grinned savagely, his eyes fixed on the moonlight in the sky as he spoke. Very well, you have thoroughly enraged me. I won't give up now. Once I return to the abyss, I will find more demon lords and make a comeback. Anasarin roared, his features twisting into a more savage and frenzied expression, his eyes blazing with rage and resentment. Wang Hao and Yue Ying watched Anasarin in the distance with grave expressions. At this distance, their attacks would take at least a breath's time to reach him. By then, Anasarin would likely be long gone. Damn, I didn't account for him having this thing. Wang Hao inwardly cursed. Anasarin roared, his body enveloped in boundless darkness. The abyss shall descend. Darkness shall devour all. He stared at Yue Ying, pointing at his own head with a mocking tone. Next time, he said, remember to aim for my head. With that, he clenched his right hand tightly. Chapter 67, Summoning the Dark God Votes Needed. He squeezed the abyssal forged stone in his hand with all his might. Anasarin waited for it to burst forth with its dark radiance, carrying him back to the abyss. But after waiting for a long time, the abyssal forged stone in his hand showed no sign of reaction whatsoever. It was as if it were nothing more than an ordinary, broken stone. Impossible. I tested it when I arrived. Anasarin's twisted expression froze. He slammed the abyssal forged stone in his hand, then channeled the abyssal power within his body into it, attempting to activate it. But the stone remained utterly unresponsive. Until... crack! Shards of stone struck Anasarin's face, stunning him instantly. No! How could the abyssal forged stone break? This is clearly a demon stone personally forged by the abyssal demon god. Anasarin stared at the stone fragment in his hand in utter shock, unable to believe his eyes. The abyssal magic stone had actually been crushed by his own hands. Not far away, Wang Hao and Yue Ying witnessed the scene. Uncertain whether this was part of Anasarin's scheme, they held their ground, choosing to observe before acting. Just then, a voice emerged from the rubble where Anasarin had stood moments before. Hey! Is this what you're looking for? All eyes turned to the pile of rubble, where a small stone suddenly transformed into Nico's form. In her hand, she tossed a black stone radiating a potent aura of the abyss. It looked exactly like the abyssal magic stone Anasarin had held earlier. Staring at the abyssal demon stone in Nico's hand below, Anasarin was utterly dumbfounded. 2 abyssal magic stones? Then it hit him, Nico had swapped the stones. Sure enough, as Nico appeared, the abyssal magic stone in his hand gradually dissolved into bubbles, vanishing into thin air. Anasarin stared down at Nico in utter disbelief, his voice boiling over with rage. Impossible. When did you take it? Nico stared at the abyssal magic stone in her hand, pouting as she replied. You mean this? Right when you pulled it out just now. It turned out that Nico had been teleported back alongside Malfurion when he cast the group teleportation earlier. Her notorious status on the 5 tribes most wanted list made her too afraid to linger in Hydar City. She had to find an opportunity to transform and slip out. But before she could get far, she encountered the demon army marching to attack the city. To save herself, Nico had no choice but to transform into a small stone and hide on a nearby mountain. She prayed fervently that no one would discover her. But unexpectedly, after hiding for hours, she was crushed when Anasarin, attacked by Moon Shadow, smashed through the mountain peak. She happened to land right at his feet. Watching Anasarin pull the abyssal forged stone from his cloak, her instincts as a spirit of nature immediately told her this object held great significance. Nico keenly sensed that this object must be of great importance. It might even alter the entire course of the war. On one hand, revealing her identity to stop Anachron's escape. On the other, remaining silent and watching the world perish. Though mischievous, Nico knew which choice to make. So the instant Anasarin rose, Nico swiftly swapped the abyssal forged stone in his hand with her own decoy. She could have stayed hidden, playing dead on the ground. But seeing Anasarin's bewildered expression, her mischievous streak flared up. To actually step forward and provoke this bloody commander. As Nico stepped forward, Anasarin's enormous blood-red eyes instantly blazed with savage fury. You damned spirit of nature. I'll devour you. Nico's heart skipped a beat as a terrifying force surged toward her from behind. Her reflexes were lightning fast. With a shriek, she vanished in a puff of green smoke. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the spot where Nico had stood was instantly blasted into a massive crater. Reappearing nearby, Nico stared at the crater blasted by Anasarin and shrieked in disbelief. You're serious? Anasarin's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted into a cold grin as he spoke. You think you can escape? With that, he flickered forward, launching another attack at Nico. Nico shifted her body once more, dodging Anasarin's strike, inwardly cursing her misfortune. Her gaze darted to Wang Hao and Yue Ying beside her, and she shrieked. How long are you two planning to just stand there watching? Wang Hao and Yue Ying exchanged glances, finally certain this wasn't another one of Anasarin's schemes. Well done, Nico. Wang Hao praised her, then signaled to Yue Ying to launch an attack on Anasarin. Abyssal combo. Yue Ying's form dissolved into a streak of black light, vanishing instantly from her original position and materializing behind Anasarin. The twin blades in her hands unleashed a dazzling shower of light, striking rapidly at Anasaren's vital points. Anasaren had no time to react before Yue Ying's strikes connected. His body flew backward like a gaping wounds tore open across his body, spurting black abyssal blood. Wang Hao approached alongside Xiao Lu. Seeing Wang Hao and the others closing in, Anasaren's heart tightened, yet his face hardened with resolve. "You forced my hand," he roared in fury, simultaneously forming hand seals. Mysterious energies began to gather around him. That power carried an aura of destruction and chaos, like a terrifying force devouring the world, sending chills down one's spine. Nearby, Yue Ying instantly felt the abyssal bloodline within her body seem to run wild, as if a terrifying will was invading her soul. Her face turned deathly pale, her slender frame trembling slightly, as if she might collapse at any moment. "What is this?" Yue Ying clenched her teeth, desperately suppressing the power surging within her. She knew she couldn't let this power run wild unchecked, otherwise she might well explode and die. Yet the force seemed to possess a life of its own, relentlessly battering her defenses, making it increasingly difficult to resist. At the same time, Anasaren's aura surged relentlessly, rapidly reaching an unbelievable intensity. He transformed into a demonic deity, radiating an oppressive aura that sent shivers down spines. Watching Yue Ying desperately suppress the rampaging abyssal blood, Anasaren burst into laughter. "Ha! Useless! Useless! I summoned the demon god Sargeras at the cost of my own bloodline. You will all die." Wang Hao sensed the terrifying power fluctuations within Anasaren's body, his expression instantly turning grim. "No! Stop him immediately." They knew that if Anasaren succeeded in summoning the demon god, they would all die. With that realization, he hesitated no longer. Wielding his golden war spear, he charged at Anasaren with all his might, determined to strike him down before the summoning was complete. Yet Anasaren seemed prepared to die, neither dodging nor blocking the blows. He merely channeled his power with desperate intensity. As time passed, Yue Ying beside him felt her consciousness growing hazy, as if an invisible force was pulling her toward the abyss of darkness. "I cannot die like this." Yue Ying screamed inwardly, struggling desperately. She knew that if she gave up now, everything would end. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through the world tree within the city of Haidar. Leaves swayed in the breeze. A warm power suddenly surged into Yue Ying's body. That power was as warm and gentle as sunlight, instantly suppressing the rampant force within her. This was. Yue Ying snapped her eyes open, gazing toward the source of that power. Chapter 68, The Heart of Nature, Banished. Votes needed. Just as Anasaren attempted to summon the Dark God, the Dragon Guard base in Xiaozhang City suddenly erupted with a series of alarms. High-intensity abyssal energy detected. Initiate red emergency response. High-intensity abyssal energy detected. Initiating red emergency response. High-intensity abyssal energy reaction detected. Initiate red emergency response. Throughout the entire base, every Dragon Guardian who heard the alarm, whether on duty or resting, instantly paled. They swiftly dropped whatever they were doing and rushed to their designated positions. "What's happening? Have those abyss cultists made their move?" Xinyu questioned her assistant while striding toward the command center. "It appears not. The energy source originates from the Ascension Management Center. Preliminary estimates suggest a Deep Abyss demon god has emerged within the secret realm of an ascending trialist, causing Deep Abyss energy to leak and trigger the alert." An assistant nearby flipped through the tablet in his hands, swiftly reporting the latest intelligence. "Promotion Management Center? Abyssal Demon God?" Xinyu's footsteps halted upon hearing this, and she turned to look at the assistant beside her. "Is that the same room as before?" Seeing the assistant nod, Xinyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. So it was Wang Hao's advancement realm after all. Damn the Abyss cult, they've actually summoned the Abyssal Demon God. Just how much did they invest in this? If Wang Hao's advancement fails now, the Abyssal Demon God could descend upon Xiaozhang City through his advancement secret realm. Then everything would be lost. The thought alone sent a chill down Xinyu's spine. No! This absolutely cannot happen. He strode into the command center. He swiftly issued orders to the Dragon Guardians below. Under the Red Emergency Response Protocol, Xiaozhang City was entering wartime alert status. All combat personnel were required to immediately proceed to their designated positions. Issue evacuation notices, directing all citizens to seek shelter at designated refuges. Notify the Kyoto Dragon Guard headquarters to dispatch 7 7th-tier Divine Dragon envoys for reinforcement. Xinyu methodically issued each command, then took a deep breath as she stared at the bright red warning alerts on the panel. Now it all hinged on whether Wang Hao could successfully pass the advancement trial. If he passes, it will all be a false alarm, just an emergency drill. If he fails... The thought of that terrifying outcome sent a chill through Xinyu's heart. "You've got to pull through, Wang Hao. It's the World Tree." As the High Druid Archmage, Malfurion knew this power all too well. Before the battle began, he had prayed fervently beneath the World Tree, hoping to receive its aid. Yet no matter how fervently he pleaded, the World Tree remained utterly silent. Unexpectedly, it now proactively channeled the will of nature to help Moon's shadow resist the corruption of the abyssal god. Damn it! That accursed world tree! While Yue was startled, Anazaron also sensed the power of the world tree. He had intended to use the abyssal energy absorbed by Moon's shadow to forcibly control her, buying time to summon the dark god. Unexpectedly, the world tree had suddenly appeared, completely shattering his plan. Are you alright? A gentle voice sounded behind Yue. Wang Hao turned to see that Nodashil had arrived behind Yue at some point. A hand rested on her shoulder as natural energy surged continuously from his body into hers, helping her suppress the will of the abyssal demon god within her. Yue shook her head, biting her lip without speaking. With Nodashir's power supporting her, she gradually regained control of her body. Suddenly, the moonlight in the sky was swallowed by a thick, dark cloud. The skies above the entire city of Haidar abruptly turned gloomy and dark. Thunder rumbled, lightning split the heavens, and a powerful, malevolent aura filled the air, suffocating and oppressive. Crack! Accompanied by a violent bolt of lightning. A massive fissure tore open in the sky, as if the very heavens had been ripped apart. From the fissure, a dark and violent force surged forth, like an evil dragon descending upon the world. That force carried a potent aura of destruction, as if intent on devouring the entire world. What is that? Even the faintest whiff of its aura sent shivers down the spines of the 5 tribes' heroes within Haidar City. They stared in terror at the rift in the sky. Amidst the flashes of thunder, they seemed to glimpse a colossal eye gazing back from the other side. An evil god. The abyssal evil god. The demon god has descended. As the spatial fissure appeared, the allied forces of the 5 tribes within Haidar City erupted in despairing screams. Many simply dropped their weapons and fled in panic, ignoring their comrades' desperate pleas. Ha! Rejoice! For this world shall be destroyed by the great Sargeras himself. Gazing at the spatial rift in the sky, Anazaron spread his arms wide and burst into maniacal laughter. His body had grown emaciated beyond recognition, every drop of abyssal blood within him scorched dry, emitting a nauseating stench and an aura of pure malevolence. Yet to him, it was all worth it. As long as he could destroy this world, bring the power of the world tree to his master. He could twist his way back to life in the abyss. Perhaps he could even ascend further. Wang Hao stared in shock at the spatial fissure in the sky. In his eyes, the terrifying entity beyond the fissure was so profound that even the system couldn't scan its basic information. Abyssal demon god, Sargeras? Level? Trans. Element? Special bloodline? Attributes, strength, constitution, agility, spirit? Skills? The sea of question marks left Wang Hao utterly stunned. This was the first time he'd ever encountered a monster that couldn't be scanned. It must be either an 8th tier or 9th tier monster. Even a wisp of its aura sent chills down his spine. This thing. It's way too overpowered. Wang Hao murmured involuntarily. Nodashir beside him sighed softly. Sargeras, this world isn't ready for destruction yet. Her withered hands swept through the air. Behind her, the world tree suddenly erupted in a blinding radiance. That light, like a sacred sword, instantly shattered Anazaron's demonic form. Simultaneously, a powerful force of nature surged from the trunk of the world tree, forming a vast magical array. Within the array, the essence of nature and the force of life pulsed intensely. The malevolent energies that had escaped from the abyss seemed utterly insignificant before this primal force, instantly purified until no trace remained. The heart of nature. Nodashil swiftly pressed her palms together before her chest. A ball of emerald light gathered in her hands, pointing toward the spatial rift in the sky. Under the influence of this primal force, the immense spatial rift gradually began to close. Seeing the rift begin to close, Sargeras roared with fury from beyond it. His power was too immense, the rift could not contain his might. He could only watch helplessly as the rift closed under Nodashir's hands, utterly powerless to stop it. The very essence of this world is mine. As the rift closed, Sargeras's roar grew fainter and fainter. Finally, when the rift closed completely, his terrifying roar vanished without a trace. Watching the rift seal shut, Nodashir exhaled deeply and withdrew his hands. He turned to Wang Hao beside him and offered a wry smile. It's up to you now. Chapter 69, The Return of the Dark God Votes Needed. Seeing Nodashir's expression, Wang Hao suddenly realized. Nodashir had warned earlier that activating the heart of nature would weaken the seal binding Enzos. It might break the seal on that abyssal god who had been imprisoned for 3 million years. The thought of this possibility made Wang Hao's face turn pale. Noticing the change in Wang Hao's expression, Nodashir knew he had understood. Sure enough, the next moment brought sudden upheaval. Boom! Boom! With a tremendous rumbling, the ground beneath Haidar City shook violently, as if something beneath the earth was struggling, trying to break free. Cracks rapidly spread like a spider web from the shores of Moonlight Lake outside Haidar City. From tiny fissures to massive chasms, they expanded at an astonishing speed, devouring everything in their path. Thick, black fog gushed forth from the fissures. An unimaginable stench mingled with the scent of blood instantly filled the air. The entire lakebed of Moonlight Lake bulged upward from its center.
Rumbling vibrations emanated from the bulge as if some colossal entity was about to emerge.
What the hell is that thing? Soldiers throughout Haidar City watched the scene in sheer terror. Even battle-hardened veterans were shaken by the overwhelming aura of darkness. It's over. It's over. The world is doomed. This aura is terrifying. Worse than any demon lord before. Why, I want to go home to my mommy.
Some newly recruited soldiers froze in place, pale-faced and speechless. Their eyes brimmed with terror and helplessness, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The heroes of the 5 clans standing upon the city walls wore expressions of dread so profound they were terrifying. Such power. Could it be? Terror and unease still lingered in Tyron's eyes. Tauron Kane gasped for breath, straightening with Malfurion's support. Lifting the battered, half-broken ancestral warhammer, he boomed, no doubt about it. That bastard's behind this. Brian, dismounting from his griffin, twirled his iron hammer and quipped. I thought it was just a story my grandma made up. Who knew it was real? Elves, dwarves, and Tauren are all races blessed with long lifespans. They carry a wealth of historical memory far greater than that of humans. In their memories, the name N'Zoth was not merely a legend, but a buried chapter of history. Thus, when Zoth's presence resurfaced upon this land, they instantly recognized the abyssal god. Only Jaina, a human, couldn't make heads or tails of the riddles these others were tossing around. What are you talking about? She asked, clearly annoyed. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Malfurion handed her a vial of mana potion and explained, that is N'Zoth, the abyssal god sealed away by our ancestors 3 million years ago. No sooner had Malfurion finished speaking than N'Zoth's massive tentacles violently tore through the earth. His voice echoed through the air. Ha! At last, I am free. With N'Zoth's liberation, the entire elven realm trembled under the impact of his frenzied, godlike aura. He appeared as a colossal creature woven from countless strands of dark matter and tentacles. His body was so immense it was impossible to take in its entirety. His skin was a deep, abyssal black, covered in jagged, tumor-like growths and twisted patterns. His head was enormous and grotesque, 2 massive horns protruding from its crown, surrounded by countless eyes that glowed with a cold, cruel light. Beneath its form, countless tentacles sprouted long, thick, agile, and powerful. They whipped through the air like a swarm of writhing venomous snakes, sending a chill down the spine. Weinhao gazed upon Enzo's terrifying visage, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes as he examined its attributes. Abyssal evil god, N'Zoth? Extremely weakened. Level, 99? 4th transformation? Elements, abyssal, darkness, death. Special bloodline, god unfit for human eyes, %. Attributes, strength 6546, constitution 8564, agility 6547, spirit 9874. Skills, abyssal whisper, twisted chaos, cataclysm, dark veil, wail of terror. Whoa! Gazing at N'Zoth's terrifying stats, Weinhao sucked in a sharp breath. Even after 3 million years of sealing, he still possessed staggering level 99 stats. Each stat was over 3,000 points higher than Moon Shadow's utterly unbeatable. After seeing Enzo's stats, only one thought filled Weinhao's mind. Run! He couldn't possibly defeat it. This kind of boss was far beyond his capabilities. Feeling the wails echoing from every corner of the world, Notashir radiated a surging natural power. He strained every ounce of his being to prevent the world from being shattered by Enzo's abyssal aura. Noticing Weinhao's stealthy retreat, she spoke up to advise him. Rest assured. Though N'Zoth appears terrifying, after 3 million years of sealing, his power is greatly diminished. With you and the 2 divine beasts, defeating him isn't impossible. Once the world stabilizes, I will assist you as well. Please help us. If we succeed in sealing him away, we will be eternally grateful. Hearing Notashir's words, Weinhao hesitated inwardly for a moment. Enzo's had just broken free from his seal and was in a state of extreme weakness. If we were to kill him, now would be the absolute best opportunity. Moreover, Isharj had left a contingency within the ancient demonic blood. If he wasn't eliminated here, given the terror of the abyssal god, he might just chase him all the way to the outside world. Then, the trouble would likely be even greater. If we could successfully slay Isharj here, the rewards we would gain. With that thought, Weinhao took a deep breath. Go for it. The timid starve, the bold feast. With his resolve set, Weinhao hesitated no longer. He turned and nodded to Notashir. No problem. But you must ensure the 5 tribes alliance follows my lead, otherwise, we stand no chance. Upon hearing Wanghao's demand, Notashir nodded without objection. No problem. I'll leave this to you. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the world tree. She must spare no effort to stabilize this world. Therefore, the task of slaying N'Zoth would have to be carried out without Weinhao and his companions. With a rustling sound, a world tree leaf fell into Malfurion's hand. Hearing the words transmitted through the leaf, Malfurion's expression changed drastically. Boom! Weinhao appeared before the heroes, accompanied by Moon Shadow and Little Deer. Seeing the wariness in their eyes, he grinned. Relax, everyone. We're about to take down the boss. Follow my commands in the battle ahead.
Chapter 70, Confronting the Evil God Votes Needed. How should one tackle a boss with absurdly high stats? For Wang Hao, who had mastered every raid instance, it boiled down to 16 words. Control aggro, spread damage, rotate targets, focus fire. As long as the boss isn't overly intelligent, following these 16 principles ensures a smooth victory. Therefore, before a charge fully emerged, Wang Hao divided the 5 clan allied forces within Haidar City into 10 groups of 300 each. Taoran priests used Soul Link to connect everyone's minds under Wang Hao's command. Subsequently, under the leadership of the 5 heroes, they arrived in batches at the shores of Moon Lake, preparing to encircle and eliminate a charge. The remaining coalition forces were tasked with holding back the remnants of the demonic hordes, preventing them from interfering with Wang Hao's battle. Arg! With a piercing roar, N'Zoth shattered Gaia's bonds and burst forth onto the surface of the elven world. The 5 tribes' warriors stood atop the city walls, their faces etched with a hint of bewilderment. Such a terrifying abyssal god. Could they truly prevail? Through the gaps in the walls, they glimpsed its form not far away, at the location of Moonlight Lake. A colossal creature over 100 meters tall is slowly rising from beneath the earth. Ha! Nothing can stop me. This world is mine. And Zoza's deafening laughter echoed relentlessly in the ears of the 5 tribes' allied warriors, plunging them into despair. Are you ready? We're about to fight for our lives. Wang Hao tossed aside the branch he'd been using to explain tactics, craning his neck to ask the heroes before him. Having fought his way through the Ascension's secret realm, Wang Hao had finally grasped the truth. Abyssal evils like N'Zoth were never meant for class transitioners. Or rather, they were invincible bosses no matter how talented a class changer might be, defeating them was impossible. Even the revised mission objective made it clear. All they needed to do was survive for 3 days. And now, it was already the 3rd day. With just over 3 hours left until the dawn of the 4th day. With Wang Hao's capabilities, surviving these 3 hours posed no difficulty whatsoever. As for slaying Enzos, from the very start of the secret realm, the system had never considered such a possibility. But doing so would guarantee a high post-advancement rating. If he could lead the 5-race alliance to take down N'Zoth, he might even break the world record. The current world record was held by a necromancer from the United States. It said he obliterated an entire world within the dungeon, earning an SSS tier mission rating. He obtained a complete set of exclusive legendary class gear. If Wang Hao could slay a charge this time, the mission rewards he'd receive. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Wang Hao stood up and stretched his limbs. Watching a charge emerge in the distance, he began to move. Noda here, don't let me down. The world tree leaf on Wang Hao's chest glowed faintly. Don't worry, I'm almost ready. He nodded to Xiao Lu and Yuing. Moon Shadow instantly transformed into a streak of light and entered Wang Hao's body. It materialized as a set of dark purple heavy armor, enveloping the spirit's triumph. A dense black glow enveloped the golden war spear in Wang Hao's hand, intensifying its icy aura of lethal intent. You ignorant little insect. Enzos, with countless eyes above its head, sneered at Wang Hao's actions. Waving its tentacles, it fired countless death rays from its tip, aiming to obliterate Wang Hao outright. Let the battle begin. Let the battle begin. Wang Hao let out a strange cry, thrusting his feet into the ground as his entire body vanished from its original position in an instant. He slithered across the ground in serpentine movements, evading N'Zoth's relentless barrage of death rays. Xiaolu followed close behind, her gaze locked on Wang Hao's movements. Clutching her starlight staff tightly, she was ready to heal in the instant he took any damage. Wang Hao, relying on his extraordinary agility, moved swiftly along the ground. While dodging Enzo's beams, he steadily closed in on its front. Arrogant. Do you think I'm some fragile mage? Enzo's countless eyes flashed with savage crimson light as several tentacles burst from the ground, striking toward Wang Hao like lightning. Wang Hao inverted his war spear, his eyes shifting to feline pupils. With blinding speed, he sidestepped the tentacles' assault. He darted onto N'Zoth's tentacles, his spear striking repeatedly, leaving deep gashes across the colossal appendages. Shatter! Reaching the tentacle's edge, Wang Hao gripped his spear with both hands. Golden light shimmered, mingling with the dark moon energy of the lunar shadow. A massive light sword formed, slashing down fiercely along the cracks in the tentacle. It severed one of Enzo's terrifying tentacles clean off. Roar! As the colossal tentacle crashed to the ground, Isharj let out a wail of rage and agony. He was no longer the abyssal god of 3 million years ago. 3 million years of sealing had drained his power completely. These tentacles were his last resort. Each severed limb was one less he had. They couldn't regenerate in the short term. Watching the tentacle twitch violently on the ground, Wang Hao grinned. Element acquired. Enos's attributes are indeed formidable. But the key was actually hitting him. As long as he could rely on the Moon Shadow's high agility to keep engaging in close combat, Wang Hao had a 50% chance of defeating this abyssal god. After all, he'd honed his skills in Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, mastering exceptional evasion techniques. The rest depended entirely on whether Noda here would deliver. Witnessing N'Zoth's tentacles severed by Wang Hao sent shockwaves through the 5 tribes' allied forces within Huldar City. such a powerful, terrifying, and utterly despair-inducing monster, had actually had one of its tentacles severed by Wang Hao. Could he truly be the savior sent by the goddess? Tyron's cheeks flushed crimson, her soul stirred by an inexplicable tremor. She yearned to kneel before Wang Hao at that very moment and chant her homage. But this was still not enough. A charge remained far too powerful. Unless the world tree intervened. The moment the thought crossed her mind, a brilliant emerald beam erupted from the very crown of the world tree. Seizing the instant of Nzotha's agony, it pierced directly into its forehead. No! Damned nature! Enzos's furious roar was cut short as an emerald glow instantly blossomed within its body, drowning out the rest of its words in a thunderous growl. I have severed Enzos's flesh from its soul. It is now nothing more than a mindless beast. You have 1.5 hours. Once that time passes, I can do nothing more. Gazing at the raging, mindless Enzos before him, Wang Hao licked his lips excitedly. 1.5 hours. That's plenty. Chapter 71, Fierce Battle Votes Needed. Enzos, stripped of reason. Or rather, the physical form of the old god held no threat whatsoever in Wang Hao's eyes. Though its attributes were overwhelmingly powerful, with proper tactical execution, even a god of darkness could be slain by Wang Hao. This was the confidence of one who had once been the fourth cataclysm. Drawing a deep breath, purple lightning surged around Wang Hao's body as he issued orders to the heroes of the Five-Race Alliance through the Soul Link. Proceed according to plan. Wang Hao's body shifted as he leapt high into the air, assuming a throwing stance mid-flight. The golden war spear in his hand swelled under his command. Within mere seconds, it transformed into a colossal spear dozens of meters long. Simultaneously, a purple-black lightning bolt spread from Wang Hao's hand onto the golden spear, coating it with a layer of thunder enchantment. Then, boom! The air shook, and shockwaves rolled. With Wang Hao's full-strength throw, the golden spear sliced through the darkness brought by Nzoth, its trail of sonic booms transforming it into a purple streak of lightning. It slammed violently into Nzoth's forehead. Enzos's colossal, octopus-like form recoiled as if struck by a tank shell. Instantly staggered by the purple light, it erupted in a deafening explosion. A gaping hole dozens of meters wide was blasted through its body, narrowly missing piercing through Enzos's forehead. Purple lightning still clung to the edges of the hole, continuously purging the abyssal power from its body. Roar! Enzos, wounded by Wang Hao, let out a furious roar. Though the blow appeared devastating, it only caused a slight dip in the health bar atop its head. The massive wound began healing rapidly within mere moments. Raging dark energy enveloped the purple lightning around the wound, transforming it into pure dark power to repair its own damage. Wang Hao showed no sign of anger at this sight. Instead, he smiled faintly and beckoned toward the sky. Don't worry, I haven't even exerted myself yet. Just like before, a purple lightning bolt shot from Wang Hao's hand, striking the exact same spot on Nzotha's forehead. Roar! Enzos, devoid of any intellect, was utterly enraged. He wildly flailed his tentacles, launching a frenzied attack at Wang Hao. Recalling his golden spear with a flick of his wrist, Wang Hao grinned. That's more like it. Watching the tentacles that obscured the sky, Wang Hao's figure flickered and vanished mid-air, using his formidable agility to evade Enzos's onslaught. Seeing Wang Hao's plan succeed, the heroes leading the Five Tribes Alliance beamed with delight. Our time has come. Hundreds of Griffin Knights soared from the shadows of Hater City, roaring as they charged toward Enzos's tentacles. Furious hammers, channeling the fury of lightning, were hurled relentlessly, diverting tentacle after tentacle. Below, the ground forces composed of minotaurs, bear druids, dwarf goat knights, and human heavy cavalry rapidly advanced toward Enzos's core under the Griffin Knights' cover. As if sensing the rich life force within Haidar City, Nzoth, who had been fixated on attacking Wang Hao, suddenly shifted direction, attempting to assault the advancing Five-Race Alliance forces. Don't go! We're not done yet! Wang Hao shouted, thrusting his golden spear forward with all his might. Another purple lightning bolt struck Enzos squarely on the forehead, instantly drawing its attention back. The ground forces of the Five-Race Alliance swiftly reached their designated positions under Wang Hao's command. Cain, commanding this legion, roared without hesitation the moment they arrived, revealing his ancestral spirit. Swinging the ancestral battle axe in his hand, he brought it down with a single strike upon Enzos's body. Boom! The immense force triggered a violent backlash of the abyssal energy coursing through Isothoth. Terrifying damage surged back through the ancestral axe, viciously striking Cain. Fortunately, the Tauren priests had earlier bound the lives of the melee troops together through forbidden spells, preventing Cain from being instantly killed by this backlash. Now, breaking through the abyssal power covering Nzotha's surface, Cain collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood incessantly. Behind him, the bear druids swiftly advanced, pressing their hands into the ground. Thick, vine-like tendrils shot upward, coiling toward Enzos's form. Enzos, noticing the tiny insect beneath his feet daring to attack him, flew into a rage. He swung his tentacles wildly, unleashing a colossal surge of abyssal energy toward them. Human heavy cavalry charged forward, chanting the hymn of light in high-pitched voices. Their bodies radiated intense holy light, forming a solid barrier of divine energy before the group. Boom!
3 seconds later, the barrier of holy light finally succumbed to the abyssal god's magic, shattering with a deafening roar.
Run!
Cain roared, and the goat knights covering the rear charged forward, summoning earthen walls to block the abyssal energy. They provided cover for the ground forces to quickly retreat. As Cain departed, another identically configured allied squad arrived at their designated position, swiftly launching an assault on Zoth from behind. According to Wang Hao's prior calculations, 70 heavily armored soldiers, linked together by forbidden spells, could withstand one of Zoth's strikes and still have enough strength to break free. Provided their timing remained flawless, 10 rotating teams could withstand Enzos's assaults entirely unscathed. As the other squad drew Enzos's aggro, the elf priests who had been waiting nearby stepped forward, channeling the power of nature to heal Cain and his comrades. While Cain received healing, dazzling beams of magic blasted forth from the mage towers within the city of Huldar. Jaina stood with human and elf mages around the magical crystals of the mage tower, shouting fiercely. Fire! Fire hard! Let these damned old gods know the might of us mages! Boom! 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 Countless beams of magic poured forth from the mage towers within Hyjal, like a multicolored rain of light crashing down upon Zoth, erupting in deafening booms. The spectacle was grand, but in truth, the spells unleashed at full power by the mages and amplified through the tower merely shattered the abyssal aura surrounding Zoth. They couldn't even pierce its oily hide. It was like throwing water balloons at someone utterly ineffective. Witnessing this, Wang Hao furrowed his brow deeply. He hadn't expected Enzos's magic resistance to be this high. Apart from himself, the heroes of the Five Tribes Alliance couldn't even scratch it. What could they possibly do now? As the sky grew darker, the moment of Enzos's spiritual-physical union drew ever closer. Wang Hao's heart raced with urgency. He repeatedly hurled his golden war spear, attempting to inflict more damage upon Zoth. But he was alone, and his strength was limited. The minuscule damage he inflicted was insignificant against Enzo's massive health bar, like a drop of water in the ocean. In the blink of an eye, it had recovered. What should he do? At this rate, the mission timer would soon expire. Was this as far as he could go? Just as Wang Hao was burning with anxiety, Notashir's voice echoed in his ear. Don't worry, I'll handle this soon. Afterward, I can bestow natural blessings upon the other heroes. If you all attack together, you'll definitely defeat Zoth. Chapter 72, Natural Blessing Boats Needed. Hearing Notashir's message, Wang Hao was slightly surprised. He had assumed these heroes were only useful for drawing Zoth's attention. He hadn't expected Notashir to be able to enhance them. The only question was how powerful they could become. Dodging Ishathal's tentacle strike, Wang Hao leapt into the air, transforming into a dark purple phantom that streaked toward the creature. Roar! Sensing a deadly threat emanating from Wang Hao, Enzos immediately abandoned the 5-clan alliance forces surrounding it, which were relentlessly attacking, and swung dozens of tentacles toward Wang Hao's position, unleashing a barrage of deadly strikes. Facing the swarm of tentacles, Wang Hao relied on his high agility stat to dodge swiftly. But the tentacles were simply too numerous. Several still slipped through, whistling as they slammed toward Wang Hao's body. Thud! Wang Hao twisted his body, trying to avoid the vital areas head-on, but 3 tentacles still lashed out, sending him flying backward. That single hit caused the health bar above Wang Hao's head to plummet rapidly, leaving only a sliver of health remaining. Terrified, the young deer behind him hastily raised her staff, channeling a beam of holy light to heal Wang Hao's wounds. Moon Shadow, are you okay? Wang Hao silently asked Yue Ying. I'm fine for now, but we should avoid his attacks. His power is too overwhelming. We can only withstand 3 hits at most before I have to disengage from the fusion. Wang Hao raised his palm and noticed fine cracks had appeared across his armor. A few more hits would likely shatter it completely. We need to move quickly. There's not much time left. Wang Hao stood up again and looked at N'Zoth before him. Half the time allotted for N'Zoth's soul and flesh to separate had already passed. Even now, this mindless monster was proving a formidable challenge. If N'Zoth's soul returned and reunited with his flesh, the battle would only grow more perilous. Watch out! Just as Wang Hao was deep in thought, Notashir's voice suddenly rang out beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao leaped upward with all his might, propelling his body high into the air. A dark ripple shot out from behind him, slamming into the ground where he had just stood. Who's there? Wang Hao turned to see it was an Asuran, who had just been knocked flying by Notashil. He hadn't died after all. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. There was no time to engage in a drawn-out fight now, he had to take him out quickly. Damn you! This is all your fault. This world should have been mine. The one who should devour the world's primordial essence is me. An Asuran roared furiously, his claws gathering surging dark energy as he launched relentless attacks at Wang Hao. Wang Hao weaved and dodged, evading an Asuran's attacks while swiftly closing in beside him. Beast blood boiling. Inside the moon shadow armor, Wang Hao activated the beast blood boiling skill. His muscles swelled like inflated balloons, granting him massive attribute bonuses. Combined with the attribute boost from the Elf's Triumph, the originally slender moon shadow armor instantly transformed him into a devilishly muscular beast.
You're too noisy.
Dodging an Anasaren's claw strike, Wang Hao slammed one hand down on an Anasaren's head, purple lightning surging from his eyes. Lightning coiled around his right fist as he unleashed a devastating rising dragon punch, smashing it into an Anasaren's jaw.
Boom! An Anasaren shot skyward like a rocket, trailing a long plume of smoke. Wang Hao bent his knees slightly, thrusting off the ground with force. His entire body shot upward, swiftly catching up to an Anasaren before he could recover. Die! Wang Hao's eyes blazed with electric fury. Purple lightning surged from his fists, raining down on an Anasaren like a torrential downpour. Ola! 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 If I can't defeat the demon god, you think I can't take you down? With his surging attributes, Wang Hao unleashed a barrage of lightning thunder punches, each striking an Anasaran with devastating force. Already on the brink of collapse, an Anasaran's health bar plummeted like a dam bursting. As the final punch landed, Wang Hao leapt high into the air, thrusting his knee forward with a hip rotation. A textbook war axe kick smashed down hard onto an Anasaran's head. The brutal force instantly transformed this 20-meter-tall bloodthirsty commander into a meteorite, crashing from 100 meters in the sky into the ground with a thunderous impact. His entire skull shattered, releasing a torrent of dark energy as his limbs twitched uncontrollably. A phantom soul rose from an Anasaran's body, instantly absorbed by the moon shadow armor within Wang Hao. Defeated level 99 4th transformation dominant monster, Bloody Commander Anasaran. Obtained special reward, Demon King Cloak 1. Defeated special boss, gained 8700 spirit energy. Devoured dark attribute special soul, Dark Soul Condensation level 2. Feeling the surging power within him, Wang Hao greedily drew in a deep breath. His crimson gaze snapped toward Enzo's, who had been flailing his tentacles moments before. You're next. As if sensing Wang Hao's murderous intent, Thun's movements froze mid-air. Then, as if enraged, the Dark God unleashed an unstoppable torrent of abyssal energy toward Wang Hao, like a raging deep-sea storm. Terrifying pressure instantly crushed down upon Wang Hao, pinning him to the ground with brutal force. Xiaolu's holy light barrier shielded Wang Hao just in time, but it proved utterly useless against Enzo's abyssal tide. It held for only a moment before shattering instantly. Fortunately, priests from the surrounding 5 tribes alliance witnessed this and swiftly cast healing spells upon Wang Hao. Through saturated healing, they barely managed to keep Wang Hao alive. Ah! How much longer must this last? Wang Hao clung desperately to the abyssal energy above his head. Intense agony swept through his entire body, making him feel as if he would shatter at any moment. Cracks spread relentlessly across his moon shadow armor, hanging precariously on his body. Now! Just as Wang Hao could hold on no longer, Notishil's voice rang out in his mind. Natural blessing. 5 blinding beams of light shot forth from the apex of the world tree, swiftly landing upon the 5 heroes on the battlefield. In an instant, the entire world shone with divine light as bright as daylight. Golden divine robes enveloped the heroes, radiating dazzling brilliance. Their aura surged explosively, as if imbued with boundless power. Wow! This power! It's truly incredible. Brian stared wide-eyed at the shimmering divine armor covering his body. He could scarcely believe he too possessed such power. Wang Hao laughed heartily as he gazed upon the radiant heroes. He turned his gaze toward Nzoth in the distance and grinned. Now it's time. Round 2. Chapter 73, The Only Way Votes Needed. Boom! The Minotaur cane was flung through the air by the tentacles, crashing violently onto the ground. Even with the blessing of nature, the immense force caused Cain to spit out a mouthful of blood. Put! You idiot, are you okay? Malfurion retreated to Cain's side, his hand glowing with the healing light of nature's touch, restoring Cain's condition. Not dead yet. Cain shook his dazed head and rose to his feet, leaning on his ancestral battle axe. He looked at Nzoth before him, still shaken. He hadn't expected that even with the power of nature bolstering their group, they still couldn't withstand Nzoth's assault. The abyssal god truly terrifying. Boom! Brian, now in his god-descended state, flew backward like a bronze cannonball, slamming hard into the ground. Damn it! Our attacks couldn't even scratch his defenses. Spitting out the mud from his mouth, Brian scrambled out of the crater he'd created. Earlier, his and Cain's attacks had struck Enzo's, managing to pierce the abyssal power covering his body. But that was all. They couldn't pierce his thick hide. They couldn't inflict any damage on Nzoth at all. This realization plunged the heroes into despair and helplessness. Some even began to entertain the thought of fleeing. If not for their kin watching from behind, Brian would have likely given up long ago. Only Wang Hao and Tyron's attacks could wound a charge. We must focus our support entirely on them. Malfurion spoke up. Though they hated to admit it, even with the power of nature bolstering them, their combined efforts after hours of battle couldn't match Wang Hao's output alone. To stop Nzoth, they now relied entirely on Wang Hao. Malfurion watched the battlefield unfolding nearby, silently praying that Wang Hao could overcome the abyssal god. Wang Hao somersaulted through the sky, deftly dodging Nzoth's tentacle strikes while searing a long gash into its hide. Enzo winced in pain, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing in the eye atop its head. Dozens of tentacles rose simultaneously, crashing down in a torrent toward Wang Hao's position.
Simultaneously, it opened its maw and roared, unleashing a soul-chilling, terrifying bellow that reverberated throughout the area. Roar! A wail of terror. The violent sound wave instantly tore at the surrounding earth, causing it to violently churn. Sand and stones flew, dust splattered everywhere, tearing open a terrifying crack hundreds of meters long beside him. Put! The 5 heroes near it were struck by the wail of terror. Their limbs grew numb, their souls trembled violently, and they froze in place, knocked backward by the shockwave of N'Zoth's roar. Is this the power of a dark god? Malfurion let out a bitter laugh, half kneeling on the ground as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Not only could they inflict no damage upon his charge, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. And this was merely the aftershock of the wail of terror enough to gravely wound them all. The pressure Wang Hao must be facing was beyond Malfurion's imagination. He could only lift his head with great effort, directing his gaze toward Wang Hao. What he saw left him utterly stunned. The violent sound waves crashed against Wang Hao, yet the terrifying soul control seemed to have no effect whatsoever, failing to affect him in the slightest. The moonlight armor shimmered with divine light, enveloping him like a sheer veil that blocked the influence of the terrifying howls. Beast King's Will. Veil of Destiny. The 2 passive skills activated instantly, granting Wang Hao immunity to both the control and damage effects of the fearful howl. Landing unscathed on the ground, Wang Hao frowned slightly as he watched the tentacles smashing down toward him. The duration of beast blood boiling was nearly over. If he didn't quickly reduce its health bar, trouble would surely follow. His mind raced for a way out as he twisted his body under the barrage of tentacles, vanishing into the shadows in the blink of an eye. Crashing out of the adjacent shadows, Wang Hao's expression was grim. Enzo's attack had actually followed him into the shadow realm. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have suffered a severe setback? This shouldn't be happening. The previous times, it hadn't followed through. Could it be? A grim suspicion immediately took root in Wang Hao's mind. Sure enough, the next moment, Notashir's weary voice echoed in everyone's minds. I'm sorry. N'Zoth's soul is too powerful. I've done my best. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a crimson beam erupted from Enzo's before them, sweeping across the surroundings. Roar! Bathed in the crimson glow, the savagery in its countless eyes gradually gave way to clarity. Clearly, Isharja's soul had returned to its body. Damn it! His soul is back. Even the instinct-driven Enzos had been a formidable foe. Now, with the cunning soul of the deep abyssal god added to the mix, Wang Hao and his companions faced an even more dire predicament. Swish! A flash of light appeared, and Notashir's weary form materialized beside the group. Seeing the wounds on the heroes, she frowned slightly. With a gentle wave of her staff, emerald light flickered, restoring everyone to peak condition. Wang Hao landed beside Notashir. It should still be another half hour. Notashir offered an apologetic smile, her eyes betraying her exhaustion. I'm sorry. I didn't expect him to devour the soul trapped within the ancient seal. Instead of being weakened by the seal, his soul's power only grew stronger. Hearing Notashir's words, Wang Hao instantly recalled Cenarius from the ruins, a flash of realization crossing his eyes. So Cenarius really was transformed by N'Zoth back then. No wonder his expression was so bizarre when he saw the fawn. Returning to his own body, N'Zoth burst into a triumphant laugh. Ha! Weak world tree, I thought you were quite capable. Is this all you've got? If this is all you've got, prepare to be devoured. Ha! Watching N'Zoth wildly flail his tentacles, Wang Hao frowned and turned to look at Notashil. What now? He didn't care either way, only 2 hours remained until the mission's end. He just needed to hold out for 2 more hours to complete his promotion mission. Given the current situation, his mission rating wouldn't be low. Though he hadn't defeated N'Zoth. He had repelled the demonic hordes and slain 3 demon lords. That was more than enough to exceed the mission requirements. To have fought this long, he truly had given his all. But the secret realm's transformations were simply too rapid. It felt nothing like the difficulty expected of a zero-transition ascension secret realm. Gazing at the raging N'Zoth, Notashir bit his lip and turned to look at the 5 heroes behind him. There was one more option. Hearing Notashir mention another option, Wang Hao's face lit up with hope. He knew these ancient survivors wouldn't be without their tricks. Speak quickly. Tyrant and the others also looked at Notashil with eager anticipation, waiting for her to reveal the final salvation. Meeting their pleading gazes, Notashir drew a deep breath. The silver moon bow in Tyrant's hands was forged from fragments of the moon goddess Elun's artifact. If all 5 of you channel your entire strength into the bow, I might be able to awaken its artifact power. Perhaps it could fire a single arrow. Notahir's voice trailed off as she offered a bitter smile. But, she continued, this would grant us only one chance. Should we fail, this world? At Notashil's proposal, the assembled crowd fell into silence. Chapter 74, The Cataclysm Votes Needed. The only way to save the world. To sacrifice the 5 of them. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Cain and the others exchanged glances. They never imagined Notashir's final solution would be this. For a moment, their hearts were torn with conflict. True, they were heroes. But they were also ordinary people.
They had loved ones and friends. They had their own attachments. Cain gently stroked the ancestral battle axe in his hand, his fingers tracing the edge as if seeking the courage to make a decision. He thought of the tranquil evenings at Thunder Cliff, of his brothers, of the warriors who had fought alongside him. He refused to surrender his life so easily, yet he knew that without their sacrifice, the entire world would plunge into the abyssal darkness of Cthulhu's reign. Brian bowed his head, his hands clenched into fists as inner turmoil raged within him. He thought of his homeland, of the friends who had shared drinks and songs with him. And his family, his 7 wives and 13 children, all waiting for him to return to Blackrock Mountain in glory and triumph. After hearing Nodashir's words, the faces of the heroes were etched with anguish and resignation. Tyron clenched her teeth and stepped forward abruptly, her gaze burning as she met Nodashir's. I will. If it means saving this world, I would gladly sacrifice my very soul. Tyron's voice was unwavering, deeply inspiring the other heroes around her. Malfurion also rose to his feet. Among us druids, there is no concept of death, only a return to the embrace of Mother Nature. For nature, I willingly offer my soul. Seeing 2 voices speak up, Jaina gathered her hair and smiled as she spoke. I swore before the goddess of magic that I would fight darkness to the end. Now, I can finally fulfill that vow. Besides, activating an artifact? That sounds absolutely awesome. After Jaina finished speaking, Cain, who had been silent beside her, spoke in his deep, resonant voice. I'm in. The 4 agreed to Nodashir's plan. Seeing Brian still undecided, they all turned to look at the dwarf warrior who was still wrestling with his thoughts. He was the Dwarven King. Every decision he made held the fate of his entire people in the balance. He had his family, his people, his kingdom. He couldn't simply abandon them so easily. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Brian grew restless and conflicted. He threw his hands up and shouted, all right. I'm in. I'm in. You all agree, so why should we brave dwarves refuse? If I really turned into a coward, I doubt my people would ever forgive me. Seeing Brian's indignant expression, the other 4 exchanged relieved smiles before turning their gaze toward Not Hustle. For this world. For those innocent lives. We are willing to sacrifice our very souls. Listening to their resolute declarations, Nodashir awkwardly scratched his cheek. Well, it's not quite that dire. I can protect your souls, you won't die. At worst, you'll lose your powers and become ordinary people again. Wang Hao. Tyrant. Cain and the others. Seeing Wang Hao and the others dare to discuss countermeasures without him, Isharj instantly felt as if he were being disrespected. Rage ignited within his heart. Abyssal power surged wildly through his entire being, preparing to unleash the most powerful attack this body could currently muster. Boom! Enzo's tentacles slammed violently into the ground, unleashing a torrent of chaotic abyssal energy that swept out in all directions. Agony. Torment. My hatred burns in the abyss. Enzo's roar was filled with endless agony and rage. His tentacles lashed through the air, each strike sending powerful tremors rippling out as if to tear the entire world apart. The world trembles under my torment. Fragile life is destroyed and devoured beneath my breath. With each roar, Isharj's presence grew more overwhelming. A frenzied, abyssal aura enveloped the skies above the entire city of Huldar, threatening to consume the entire world. I am the Cataclysm. As Isharj's final fury-filled roar reverberated through the air, his power reached its zenith just as it had 3 million years ago when he first invaded this world as the Abyssal God. Shadows twisted around his form, coalescing into a colossal vortex. Countless purple tentacles extended from its depths, devouring all life within reach. Countless purple energy projectiles erupted from the vortex, each possessing extreme heat and destructive power. They streaked toward the nearby city of Haidar and Wang Hao's group at incredible speeds, unleashing indiscriminate attacks. Boom! 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 Purple energy projectiles struck Haidar City, instantly triggering violent explosions that leveled everything in their path. Nodashil swiftly raised his staff, conjuring a jade-green magical barrier above their heads to block Nzoth's magical bombardment. Watching Isharj grow increasingly frenzied in the distance, Wang Hao took a deep breath. We're running out of time. Since we have a plan, I'll distract Nzoth while you activate the artifact. Seize the chance to send it packing with a single arrow. Nodashir nodded and slapped Wang Hao on the shoulder. A flash of light erupted. Wang Hao, fused with moon shadow, felt the side effects of using beast blood boil vanish without a trace. I must maintain the world's stability. I can't directly intervene to help you, but I can restore your condition. Feeling the renewed power surging within him, Wang Hao grinned. This is enough. He called out to the little deer behind him. Before Nzoth could fully complete the fusion of spirit and flesh, Wang Hao launched his attack first. Xiaolu! Hearing Wang Hao's call, the young deer raised her starlight scepter and unleashed holy light at him with all her might. Holy barrier. Judgment of light. Brilliant holy light shimmered around Wang Hao's body, deflecting the barrage of purple projectiles. The dazzling holy light enveloped the golden war spear in Wang Hao's hand, cloaking it in a layer of sacred radiance. The purple divine thunder of the clear moon and the crimson black abyssal power surged within Wang Hao. Under his command, they flowed ceaselessly into the golden war spear in his grasp.
Infused with this energy, the golden spear in Wang Hao's grasp radiated an ever-increasing brilliance. Crackling sounds echoed from the golden shaft as this legendary weapon, once wielded by the Elf King, began to strain under Wang Hao's relentless, cost-indifferent infusion of energy.
Enzos! Wang Hao's roar thundered like a divine call from ancient times, its majesty unmatched.
Even Isharj, the deep one god of the abyss, was momentarily cowed by the sheer force of Wang Hao's overwhelming presence within that roar.
Aiming squarely at Nzoth's enormous bald head, Wang Hao grinned.
Take this spear. The golden war spear in his hand transformed into a streak of golden-purple light as Wang Hao hurled it with all his might, slamming viciously into Nzoth's forehead.
Boom! A violent explosion erupted above Nzoth's head.
The golden spear, infused with Wang Hao's concentrated power, detonated the instant it touched the abyssal energy. Blinding holy light, raging purple thunder, and the hidden abyssal energy tore madly at Enzos' body.
Ah! Enzo screamed in agony as the shadow vortex unleashing the cataclysm behind him began to crumble under the blow.
He couldn't believe that in this age of fallen gods, someone could still inflict damage upon him.
Wang Hao's spear thrust with full force struck him like a missile, instantly piercing his body.
A whole dozens of meters wide was blasted directly through his forehead.
Countless vengeful spirits and terrifying abyssal energies poured out ceaselessly from the gaping hole. Now!
Notashir roared, and behind him, Tyron slowly raised the silver moon bow in her hands. With Notashir's aid, the four heroes behind her stood shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, channeling their power into Tyron's body. As Tyron slowly drew the longbow in her hands, the entire silver moon bow suddenly burst into dazzling silver light, instantly tearing through the dark sky. Streams of starlight cascaded down from the heavens. A silver full moon appeared in the sky, and a vast, ethereal bow slowly drew back behind Tyrant. A silver arrow, enveloped in the pure moonlight, locked onto the soul of Nzoth.
Orion's Wrath.
The artifact of the silver moon goddess, Elun's Wrath, reappeared upon this land after 3 million years. Not far away, Nzoth sensed this overwhelming power. He turned his gaze toward the divine arrow in the sky, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. 3 million years ago, it was this very bow Elun's stunning shot that had nearly obliterated him from this small world. Now, with the bow's reappearance, a deep primal dread surged within Isharj's being.
Impossible.
I swallowed her whole, how could she still be alive? Isharj's voice was filled with terror and despair.
Tyron paid no heed to Isharj's roar, her focus entirely on drawing the divine bow taut.
Brilliant starlight gathered behind Tyrant, forming a silver halo that made her appear like a goddess descended from the heavens, Elun incarnate.
Feel the wrath of the moon goddess. Old god! Tyrant roared, releasing the bow from her hands.
The moon goddess's arrow, imbued with the combined might of all 5 heroes, streaked across the night sky like a brilliant meteor, hurtling toward the wound Wang Hao had inflicted. The moonlight locked onto Isharj's body, immobilizing him completely. He could only watch helplessly as the divine arrow, carrying silver moonlight and boundless power, closed in upon him.
No! Nzoth desperately summoned every ounce of his energy, attempting to withstand the moonlight divine arrow.
Tentacles beside him flailed wildly, forming a massive shadow barrier in a desperate attempt to block the arrow.
Yet Enzos' struggles proved as futile as bubbles before the moon god's arrow. The barrier shattered and pierced, driving straight toward Enzos' head, aiming for his vital point. Enzos' countless eyes widened in terror as the arrow drew nearer and nearer.
At this critical moment, Isharj knew he had no way out. He channeled his abyssal energy to its absolute limit, his gaze fixed intently upon Wang Hao in the sky. Or rather, he fixed his gaze upon the lunar shadow upon Wang Hao's form, letting out a roar of unwillingness.
No one can kill me. Chapter 75, Slaying the Evil God, a bountiful harvest boat sought. Watching Enzo's final struggle, Wang Hao suddenly felt a jolt of alarm.
Before he could react, the moon shadow within him was violently expelled from its merged state.
It clutched its head, writhing and howling in agony on the ground. Deep. Celestial Soul 9 Lives Cat disrupted by abyssal will, entering chaotic state. A streak of spiritual light shot up from Enzos' crown, coalescing into a translucent soul that lunged toward Moon Shadow. Having consumed my ancient demon blood, you shall become one with me. Enzo's face twisted into a savage grin. The intense abyssal aura emanating from Moon Shadow glowed like a beacon in the darkness, clear proof he had consumed the ancient demon blood. Enzos now felt immensely fortunate that he had been idle enough to casually gift Wang Hao the ancient demonic blood he had shed long ago. What had been a casual pawn move, intended merely to corrupt another divine beast into an abyssal fiend. Yet now, it had become his lifeline. As Enzos closed in at breakneck speed, Wang Hao's gaze sharpened like lightning as he forced himself to calm down. Moon Shadow. Return.
Wang Hao's sharp command echoed as the Moon Shadow, lying motionless on the ground, instantly transformed into a streak of light and was retrieved by him through the beast control system. Enzos, having lunged at empty air, froze in place. It couldn't comprehend how such a massive divine beast could vanish so suddenly.
It's you! He whipped around, eyes bloodshot, teeth gritted.
Then his expression abruptly changed.
Tyron's moon goddess arrow had struck his body. His physical form began to crumble. It dissolved into pools of black liquid, spilling onto the ground.
Meanwhile, Tyrant and the others who had fired the arrow instantly felt drained of strength, collapsing limply to the ground. Notishir waved his hand, summoning a gentle breeze to lift them up and carry them softly back to the city of Hadel. Watching his flesh dissolve before his eyes, Enzo's soul convulsed violently. If he were still the abyssal evil god of 3 million years ago, this tiny divine arrow, which had only unleashed its most basic power, would not have been worth his notice. But after 3 million years of sealing, he was no longer the invincible god of darkness he once was. His power had dwindled to less than a tenth of what it had been. If he didn't make a decision soon, he might truly perish here. In the blink of an eye, Enzo's gaze shifted to Wang Hao beside him, and a decision crystallized within his mind. Damned mortal, surrender your body. Changing course, Nzatha's soul surged unabated toward Wang Hao's face. Watching the approaching shadow of the dark god, Wang Hao let out a cold laugh. Beast King's will. A brilliant divine light flared in his eyes. Two divine beast shadows, a cat and a deer, materialized behind him, the very forms of Yueying and Xiaolu, with whom he had forged a pact. Empowered by the wills of these two divine beasts, Wang Hao's soul became impenetrable. Even the abyssal evil god could not breach Wang Hao's soul defense. Thud. The collision with Wang Hao's head nearly shattered Enzo's soul. Impossible. Enzo screamed, staring at Wang Hao in utter disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that Wang Hao, a mere mortal, had withstood his soul attack. This must end. Nsath. Notishir flew to Wang Hao's side, his nature staff blazing with a blinding light. The overwhelming power of the world began to shatter Enzo's soul, dissolving it into a crystalline rainbow that faded into the air. No! I am an immortal, indestructible dark god. You cannot kill me. I will return. Isharja's soul let out a hysterical roar before shattering into transparent fragments under Notishir's light, scattering across the ground. Ding! Defeated level 99 4th Transcendence Abyssal God Enzos. Reward 10 Abyssal Spirit Essences. Defeated Special Boss, obtained 15,000 Spirit Energy. Completed World Hidden Quest, Exterminate the Evil God. Received Hidden Quest Rewards, 1 Twisted Blood, 1 Eye of the God of Evil, 1 Blood Demon Orb Forging Blueprint. Big win! Hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Wang Hao instantly rejoiced, hastily opening his inventory to examine the specific properties of these items. Abyssal Soul Fragment, legendary item, a soul fragment imbued with the power of the abyss. Enhances the soul strength of demonic, abyssal, and death elemental monsters. Can be used as universal evolution material for beast tamers, with a chance to trigger unpredictable evolutionary paths. Blood of Distortion, special item, a peculiar artifact from the abyss possessing mimicry abilities. It can absorb 2 templates and freely switch between them. Soul Binding upon use. Evil God's Eye, Beastmaster artifact, an eyeball possessing a fragment of Nzatha's authority. Emits a warped beam with a 40% chance to deal a fatal strike to enemies. Grants control over all demonic, abyssal, and death-aligned monsters below God tier, and possesses the ability to open portals to the abyss. Blood Demon Orb Forging Blueprint, legendary item, the blueprint for crafting the legendary accessory Blood Demon Orb. Forges an orb that absorbs blood energy, granting the user life steal bonuses during combat. Required materials, 1 Tormented Soul, 5 Blood Demon Eyes, 10 Abyssal Breaths. Nice stuff. Truly befitting an abyssal demon god. It actually dropped a divine artifact outright. And it's a gate-opening artifact wielding half the authority of the abyss. This means the abyss will become Wang Hao's personal playground. He can farm it however he pleases. His leveling efficiency would skyrocket. At this thought, Wang Hao could barely contain the grin spreading across his face. Beyond the artifact, the twisted blood proved even more monstrous. Simply put, it could grant Wang Hao a clone. It perfectly mimics Wang Hao's soul fluctuations and appearance, and can even devour a creature's form to store it within itself as a template for instant transformation. Combined with the 3 legendary items he obtained from slaying the Demon King's cloak, the horrifying mask, and the dragon breastplate, Wang Hao could essentially forge an entirely new identity. Moreover, once used, the twisted blood binds to his soul, eliminating any fear of betrayal. It was the perfect tool. The moment this idea struck, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, he had destroyed Smog's corpse. Otherwise, it would have been perfect fodder for the twisted blood to consume. Fortunately, Anachron's corpse remained intact and could serve as a makeshift substitute. Wang Hao planned to use the Demon King's body as a temporary solution. When the opportunity arose later, he'd switch to a dragon's body for fun. After all, strength was only temporary, but looking cool was for life. Before leaving the secret realm, Wang Hao immediately retrieved the twisted blood from his backpack and began using it. The black-red twisted blood splattered onto the ground, writhing like a pool of slime. Much like Venom from the Marvel movies, it twisted and deformed at Wang Hao's command, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form before him. Standing 2 meters tall, its explosively defined muscles seemed capable of crushing anything effortlessly. Beneath a head of white hair, a pair of dark, cold eyes gleamed with sharp ferocity, radiating an intense sense of oppression and intimidation. This was the twisted blood Wang Hao had molded in the likeness of Terminator Schwarzenegger, intended as his alter ego to handle matters he couldn't personally attend to.
Like, for instance, Tang Kai and his family. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Wang Hao's eyes as he looked up and addressed the twisted blood. Go. Devour an Asuran's body. From now on, you shall be the demon king who brings terror to enemies' darkness. Receiving Wang Hao's command, and Nian knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and replied in a deep voice. Darkness, understood. Chapter 76, Mission accomplished, Super God reward votes sought. As Enzo's soul dissipated, the remaining demonic hordes lost their will to invade. They scrambled toward the spatial rift torn open by Anatheron. Notishir watched this unfold, gently waving the staff in his hand. Emerald light flared at both ends of the rift. The entire sky began to slowly mend itself. Countless demons screamed in terror, surging like a tidal wave toward the healing rift. As the sky brightened, the morning light rose above the horizon. Any demon touched by the light, even those mere inches from the rift, collapsed with agonized wails. Within moments, they fell utterly silent. Their corpses rotted and decomposed at an extraordinary speed under the sunlight, dissolving into wisps of primordial energy that were absorbed by nature. Thank you, Wang Hao. You saved this world. Notishir approached Wang Hao, staff in hand, and extended a jade leaf fragment of emerald green. As I promised, for defeating the Dark God, I bring a precious gift. This is a treasured artifact of our world, the Emerald Heart. It enhances life recovery and amplifies elemental perception. Wang Hao accepted the jade fragment from Notishir, surprised by this unexpected additional reward. Emerald Heart, special artifact, a world artifact born from the world tree, granting extraordinary abilities to enhance life recovery, elemental perception, cultivation speed, and affinity with nature. When used on plant-type magical beasts, it grants partial world tree powers. When used on plant structures, there is a small chance to spawn a companion spirit. Passive effect, death immunity. When the wearer is near death, a natural barrier automatically manifests, nullifying the fatal damage and fully restoring all HP cooldown, 30 days. Awesome! Wearing this is like having an extra life. Placing the jade fragment against his chest, it suddenly transformed into a soft green light that quietly flowed into Wang Hao's body. The light circulated within him, enveloping his entire body in a gentle, warm current. With the jade heart activated, Wang Hao instantly perceived the world around him undergo a profound transformation. Everything around him seemed more familiar, as if every detail whispered the beauty of life to him. He could distinctly sense the freshness and vitality permeating the air, every leaf and every speck of dust seeming to pulsate with the energy of life. The world before his eyes became more vibrant and colorful, its hues richer and more vivid. The elements in the air seemed to coax him affectionately, flowing effortlessly into his body without any conscious effort to absorb them. If he were to use his skills now, their power would likely be several times greater than before. This feeling. Was this what it meant to be in harmony with nature? Feeling this wondrous transformation, Wang Hao now anticipated the settlement rewards after the secret realm concluded even more eagerly. His relentless efforts to slaughter demon hordes, slay demon lords, and battle evil gods were all aimed at boosting his final mission evaluation and securing the best possible rewards. He never imagined the rewards would be this generous before the dungeon even ended. Just as he marveled at this, lines of text appeared before his eyes. The demon's conspiracy has been shattered, and peace has returned to the world. You have completed the main quest, survive for 3 days mutated quest. Completed side quest 1, escorted the gravely injured Beastmaster Dr. York back to Haidar City. Complete side quest 2, slay 30 demon lords during the demon siege. Complete side quest 3, protect the dragon hunting crossbow from destruction during the assault by the dragon demon Smog. Complete side quest 4, rescue the divine beast, Shadow of the Holy Light, imprisoned by demons. Quest rating, legendary. You have ascended to tier 1, with your level cap raised to 40. Attribute bonus rewards have been dispersed. Calculating promotion rewards based on final evaluation. Congratulations on receiving your reward, 5,000 magic crystal shards. Congratulations on receiving rewards, Golden Eagle Ring, Golden Ancestral War Drum, Golden Exploding Bear Armor, Golden Hasker's Blade. Congratulations on receiving rewards, 80 Lightning Tibias, 40 Demon Skins, 140 Feathers of Nature, 20 Ancestral Horns, 160 Dwarf Beards, 50 Vanguard War Drums, 80 Oak Fragments. Congratulations! You have received the following rewards, 10 Spatial Teleportation Scrolls, 5 Designated Dungeon Passes, 3 Basic Magic Scroll Sets, 1 Demon Summoning Scroll. Congratulations! You have received the following rewards, Basic Potion Crafting 1, Basic Rune Crafting 1, Basic Spirit Card Crafting 1. Settlement complete. You may leave the secret realm at any time. Maximum stay, 3 hours. Wang Hao's attention was immediately drawn to the dense stream of settlement notifications. Among them, level ups, attribute bonuses, items, materials, and equipment were all overlooked. His gaze fixed directly on basic potion crafting, basic rune crafting, and basic spirit card crafting. Compared to those rigid pieces of gear and items, he valued the knowledge gained from the secret realm far more. These were the true money makers. After all, each secret realm represented a distinct civilization. The knowledge within was bizarre and diverse. Much of it might not be applicable to the real world. But if it's technology rewarded through quests, there's no issue at all. Once introduced, it can be leveraged as a core technology to amass vast wealth. Especially for Wang Hao, who obtained this kind one that can significantly boost combat power. It becomes invaluable. Some major corporations even dispatch teams to secret realms specifically to hunt for skill books containing such technological content, but the results are often disappointing. Only when entering special secret realms is there a chance for such items to drop. Extremely rare. Now I won't have to worry about money. Whether I spin off these technologies into a company or present them to the authorities, I'll have a steady stream of funds coming in. Wang Hao thought excitedly. Though he wouldn't need to worry about money for now, who in this world ever complained about having too little? Gazing at the lavish settlement rewards, Wang Hao was positively ecstatic. Stay? Stay my ass. All the tasks are done. Return immediately. A pillar of light pierced the heavens, descending from above Wang Hao's head. It enveloped him, instantly transporting him away from this world. Notisher watched Wang Hao's departing figure for a long moment before letting out a slow sigh. My lady, I have fulfilled your request. I hope he truly is the one you seek. I look forward to meeting you again, Wang Hao. As the words faded, Notisher's form gradually dissolved into the air. After an unknown period, the 5-race alliance forces within Haidar City discovered that the demons had vanished. Jane appeared out from within the city walls. No dark god. No Wang Hao. Only the endless, unseen remains of demon corpses continued to slowly evaporate. And the shattered ruins of Haidar City. Was it over? Leading a squad of human infantry, she cautiously stepped beyond the city walls. Feeling the long mist sunlight wash over her, she couldn't help but smile. Though she had become an ordinary human, this world still lived and that was enough. Behind her, Tyrant was also helped out by a female hunter. Watching Wang Hao's receding figure, she bit her lip silently. He left so quickly. I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. Realizing her first stirrings of affection had ended so abruptly, Tyrant couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Ha! Suddenly, Jaina's gaze sharpened as she pointed toward the nearby jungle. Tyrant, look what's that? It looks like a portal. Chapter 77, The Divine Beast emerges, astonishing all votes needed. When Wang Hao opened his eyes from the disorientation of teleportation, he was met with a sea of long and short firearms of every caliber, surrounded by layers upon layers of professionals standing guard, ready for action. Wang Hao. The moment Wang Hao appeared, a stir erupted through the crowd. He's here. He's here. Is this the Wang Hao who triggered an A-level emergency response? He doesn't look that impressive. Holy, I heard his advancement realm had abyssal energy. He hasn't turned into an abyssal monster, has he? You know what? You're absolutely right. He's moving. He's moving. He's moving. Hurry to the command center and summon the Dragon Guard commander. Wang Hao. Seriously, it's just a promotion. Do these people really need to be this tense? No wonder these professionals are on edge. After all, they're merely security personnel at the Advancement Management Center. The highest ranked among them is only a 3rd transition assault warrior. Facing Wang Hao, who has encountered the abyssal aura, they dare not take any chances. There had been a precedent. A professional undergoing advancement and job change was possessed by an abyss monster within his secret realm. After leaving the realm, the possessed individual went on a rampage, slaughtering people throughout the city. Even the weakest abyssal monsters possessed at least 3rd-tier strength, and they were cunning and treacherous, employing countless tactics that were impossible to guard against. They had assumed Wang Hao's promotion and class change would take at least half a day to complete, hoping to wait for the Dragon Guardians to arrive and take over defensive arrangements. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao finished so quickly, completing his advancement and job change in just half a day. When the energy alarm sounded, old Wang, the security captain of the Advancement Management Center, could only gather all the professionals inside the center. He then rummaged through the warehouse, pulling out a pile of antique firearms to surround Wang Hao. Watching Wang Hao open his eyes, old Wang clad in full heavy armor was pushed forward by those behind him. Reluctantly stepping up, he shouted at him with a face full of wariness. Wang Hao, are you even human? Wang Hao? Do you even realize what you're saying? Seemingly realizing his question was off base, he quickly explained. What I mean is, you haven't been infected or possessed by the abyss monsters, right? Wang Hao shook his head awkwardly, spreading his hands in disbelief. How could that be? I'm 100% pure human. Watching this group of nervous individuals, Wang Hao felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness he'd stowed away the Dark Extinction and Moon Shadow beforehand. If he'd let them out, who knows what kind of commotion they would have caused. Though these people posed no threat to him, they were still official forces. He'd better explain things clearly and avoid conflict if possible. Seeing their continued disbelief, Wang Hao gritted his teeth and addressed them. I have a way to prove it. With that, he flicked his hand, summoning the little deer beside him. Seeing the fawn radiating a holy light, old Wang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This guy must be human, no doubt about it. I've never heard of an abyssal being befriending a holy beast. So Wang Hao must still be human. Wait, a divine beast of holy light. Old Wang snapped to attention, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. On the scan panel before him, the name Little Deer was followed by the words low-level divine beast. You glanced slightly downward and was instantly shaken to the core by the fawn's absurdly high attributes and skills, looking utterly horrified. Just then, a young man clutching a detector pushed his way through the crowd. Captain, the abyss detector is ready. Old Wang smacked the young man right on the head. What the hell do we need a detector for? This guy has a divine beast of holy light, he's definitely not an abyssal monster. Hearing Old Wang's words, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Divine beast? What? Impossible. Good heavens, what am I seeing? It really is a divine beast. I remember now, he's Wang Hao, the divine beast spirit tamer who awakened the god tier profession at first high. So he really does have a divine beast. Holy crap, that guy is so awesome. Wang Hao, I want to have your baby. The crowd erupted like a firework ignited by a spark, exploding in an instant. Shrieks and shouts erupted like an avalanche, reverberating through the small promotion chamber. At that moment, everyone was roaring wildly, venting their utter shock. Beside Wang Hao, Xiaolu timidly hid behind him, clutching her starlight scepter, utterly bewildered by the commotion. Fortunately, the crowd brought by Old Wang retained some professional decorum. No one pulled out phones to livestream or take photos. Otherwise, the backlash might have exploded instantly. Shocking. A divine beast has emerged. This was a development no one had anticipated. Old Wang was beyond thrilled. A mythical beast had emerged right at their promotion management center. They were about to become famous. Staring at Wang Hao's youthful face, Old Wang asked in a trembling voice, "Is this truly a divine beast?" Wang Hao smiled faintly and nodded to the young deer. Xiaolu instantly understood, and the starlight staff in her hand burst forth with a dazzling holy light that instantly enveloped everyone present. Instantly, the world grew still. Everyone was immersed in the warmth of the holy light, their minds unusually calm, a far cry from the excitement of moments before. Some even let out sighs of comfort. Truly a divine beast. Heaven truly favors our dragon nation. We now have our own national guardian beast. Quickly protect him. We can't let spies from other nations harm him. Right. Notify the Dragon Guard immediately, they must protect it. Feeling the sacred light emanating from the fawn like an oceanic force, everyone believed in its divine beast status. Some elderly folks were moved to tears, overcome with emotion. The Dragon Nation has suffered too much. When the secret realm first descended, due to the Dragon Nation's vast territory and large population. After the secret realm descended, many awakened individuals who gained extraordinary powers developed unwarranted savagery. This forced the Dragon Nation into a prolonged period of initial suppression and reconstruction. This allowed many foreign nations to seize the opportunity to develop their own awakened systems, aggressively recruiting various professionals to join their ranks. Some ill-intentioned nations, such as the United States, Canada, and Japan, exploited their head start in developing awakened systems to rapidly plunder the Dragon Nation's lands, snatching opportunities right from under its people's noses. They cloaked their actions in the guise of international aid, purportedly helping the Dragon Nation resolve its secret realm issues. They saw that the Dragon Nation lacked a powerful guardian capable of protecting all its territories. But now, the Dragon Nation finally possesses its own national guardian beast. Though still fragile now. But in the future, it will undoubtedly become an A transformation, being the hope of the Dragon Nation's rise. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, a voice suddenly bellowed from outside the door. The Dragon Guardians have arrived. Dozens of all-black special operations infantry vehicles pulled up outside the promotion management center. Hundreds of fully armed level 60+ triple transformed professionals leaped from the vehicles, forming predetermined combat formations to encircle the entire advancement management center. Dozens of helicopters hovered overhead with a deafening roar. As the figures descended from the helicopters, the crowd surrounding Wang Hao instantly parted, clearing a path for them. Wang Hao grinned widely at the sight of the new arrivals. Chapter 78, Calamity Descends, Votes Needed. Should he reveal his divine beast? This question had crossed Wang Hao's mind countless times within the secret realm. But he quickly realized. Having already completed his promotion and job change, hiding it was no longer an option. After all, his profession was divine beast tamer, and he had completed his advancement and job change. Even the most obtuse person could guess he had contracted a divine beast. Rather than hiding behind lies and excuses, it was better to openly showcase his talent and strength. Eventually, everyone would find out anyway. Though he personally preferred to play it safe and develop quietly. It's like how he loves picking a late-game champion in games, lurking alone to quietly level up, then emerging with divine gear to dominate the battlefield. But that's perfectly fine. Pushing the little deer forward to draw everyone's attention, making them believe it was his only divine beast. Once they've laid out all their plans, they'll discover his true combat prowess. Just imagining the look on his future enemies' faces made Wang Hao chuckle darkly. Ha! Tactical games truly bring joy. As long as he kept Moon Shadow hidden, no one would ever know his true strength. By the time others discovered Moon Shadow's existence, he might have already contracted other divine beasts, making him even stronger. Moreover, he had obtained the dark extinction within this secret realm. Who knows? He might even use it to throw others a smokescreen. For instance, create an arch-nemesis. The armored warrior's arch-nemesis, the undead demon Lord Anmo, lurking in the shadows. Sounds intriguing. Ha! Xinyu stared at Wang Hao, who suddenly broke into a strange grin, utterly bewildered. Is this guy really okay? Could he have lost his mind in that secret realm? Noticing Xinyu's strange gaze, Wang Hao cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, Uncle Xin, I never expected you to lead the team personally. Xinyu rolled her eyes. With all this commotion, as the highest-ranking Dragon Guardian in Xiajiang City, it would be hard for me not to come personally. Let's go. There are too many people here. We'll talk about it at the base. Led by Xinyu, Wang Hao stowed away Xiao Lu and headed toward the helicopter on the plaza. As they departed, hundreds of Dragon Guardians returned to their vehicles in orderly fashion, driving out of the promotion management center one after another. Only Old Wang and the others were left standing there, stunned. Old Wang watched the Dragon Guardians depart in a flurry, then turned to the young security guard beside him, smacking his lips. Didn't some genius just get promoted and change jobs here? The young man hesitated before nodding. It was common knowledge that the intensity of promotion and job change was determined by the profession's level. The more powerful the profession, the higher the intensity of the promotion and job change. Forget about god-tier professions like Wang Hao's to date, only a few hundred individuals on Blue Star have undergone SSS-tier advancement and job change. These individuals are concentrated in the capitals of various nations. After reaching maturity, they become pivotal figures within their respective nations. Ordinary professionals like them had no chance of encountering such figures in daily life, only glimpsing them through news reports. Today, however, they not only witnessed a god-tier prodigy surpassing even SSS rank. They'd personally provided him with promotion and job change services. Though old Wang hadn't done anything. Wang Hao had successfully changed his occupation at the Xiajiang City Advancement Management Center. Just tell me if the service is done. The thought made old Wang's heart race. This time back, he'd be bragging to his old buddies for a decade. Xiajiang City, Tang family's private chamber. Dozens of high-ranking members of the Abyss cult in Xiajiang City were gathered together at this moment. Tang Lijun sat in the seat of honor, his cold gaze fixed on the large screen before him. The screen displayed a dense cluster of light points, revealing the movements of Xiajiang City's Dragon Guardians. They've all gone to the Advancement Management Center on the outskirts. Grand Protector, this is our chance. With the Dragon Guardians concentrated in the north, if we open the Abyss Plain in the south, they won't have time to defend. If we sacrifice everyone in Xiajiang City, we can summon at least a 6th-tier abyssal demon god. The Patriarch will surely reward us handsomely. Yes. It's a pity we're short one abyssal essence, otherwise, this victory could have been 10 times greater. While the Abyss Gate is open, using Abyss Essence could directly trigger all nearby Secret Realm monsters to revolt. But alas, we only have one strand of Abyss Essence left, enough only to open the Abyss Plane. Listening to the cacophony of chatter from his subordinates below. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Tang Lijun's eyes. Damn Wang Hao, ruining my plans again. He, who doted on Tang Kai, immediately blamed Wang Hao for the mistake. If Wang Hao hadn't severed Tang Kai's shoulder earlier, would he have been so enraged that he sought revenge? If Wang Hao had simply let Tang Kai humiliate him, would he have felt the need to steal the Abyssal Chi from the secret vault to get back at Wang Hao? Therefore, it was all Wang Hao's fault. Tang Lijun's eyes glowed crimson, his body shrouded in dark aura. Though events hadn't unfolded according to our plan, the overall situation remained firmly within our grasp. As everyone says, opportunity must not be missed. This is the perfect moment for our Abyss cult to return to the world. I hereby declare the Abyss plan officially activated. All cultists, proceed with the original plan. Hearing Tang Lijun's words, the black-robed figures below erupted in uncontrollable excitement. Their eyes blazed crimson, faces aglow with excitement. They rose to their feet in unison, all forming a twisted gesture before them. Yes. The Abyss descends, darkness endures forever. Tang Lijun rose to his feet and returned the same gesture. The Abyss descends, darkness endures. They boarded a helicopter and flew northward from the Promotion Management Center in the northern part of the city. They arrived at a military base deep within the mountains. Wang Hao stepped off the helicopter and glanced at Xinyu beside him. This is your base in Xiajiang City? Why is it so remote? Xinyu stepped forward. This is a secret base with high security clearance. The Dragon Guardians in Xiajiang City are stationed elsewhere. Wang Hao nodded in understanding and quickened his pace to keep up with Xinyu. They entered a secure office. Xinyu handed Wang Hao a cup of cola. Knowing his preferences, she didn't even ask, she just served him a cola. First, congratulations on completing your promotion and becoming a level 1 professional. In our terms, you've officially joined the ranks. We invited you here today to formally extend an invitation on behalf of the Dragon Guardians. We hope you will join our ranks and defend our homeland together. Xinyu paused briefly, gazing at the young man before her, a boy she had watched grow up, her expression softening with pride. If your father could see this moment, he would be immensely proud of you. Wang Hao smiled faintly at Xinyu's words, about to respond. Suddenly, the office door swung open as a Dragon Guard sergeant pushed it aside. He strode over to Xinyu and thrust a tablet into his hands. Commander, the command center reports a high-intensity abyss energy reaction in the southern part of Xiajiang City. Preliminary assessment indicates it's a catastrophe-level secret realm. Hearing his subordinate's report, Xinyu stood up in shock. What? Catastrophe level. Chapter 79, Secret Realm Uprising, Monster Tide Votes Needed. Cataclysm Level Secret Realm. As the name implies, it's a terrifying secret realm capable of bringing catastrophe upon all of human society. A realm tier existing above diamond-level secret realms. Once discovered, they are strictly controlled by the Dragon Guard Bureau, with no entry permitted. Because if anything goes wrong in such a realm, it won't just be a matter of 1 or 2 deaths. It would mean death on a city-by-city scale. It would unleash unimaginable catastrophe upon the Dragon Nation. In the recorded history of Blue Star, catastrophe-level secret realms have appeared twice. The first was the biochemical pandemic in the United States. At that time, half of the United States was overrun. Had it not been for the legendary paladin Lincoln Washington obtaining the divine artifact, the Cherry Blossom Divine Axe, the United States might not even exist today. The second was the land of cherry blossoms, where life was once quite pleasant. Their own people brought it upon themselves by attempting to unlock the secrets of a golden secret realm. They unleashed the Amaterasu Demon King, sealed deep within the realm, unleashing a night of 100 demons across the entire land. In a single night, dozens of cities were destroyed, and the souls of 43 million people were devoured by demons. The city where the secret realm was located, Nagoya, was even temporarily renamed Magoya City of the Underworld. In the end, the Japanese government, with no other options, had to beg their American daddy to drop 3 little boy nuclear bombs over Nagoya to finally resolve this calamity-level secret realm. From that day forward, catastrophe-level secret realms became an unspoken taboo among the world's ruling governments. Xinyu never imagined the Abyss cult would be so reckless as to open a catastrophe-level secret realm around Xiajiang City. But now, it was too late for words. The most crucial question was how to confront this calamity-level secret realm. She had no time to hear Wang Hao's further explanation. Xinyu immediately stood up. Prepare the helicopter. Take me to the Xiajiang City Combat Command Center. Notify all relevant departments immediately. Activate the Ready Emergency Response. Woo! 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 The shrill, urgent wail of alarm suddenly erupted across the skies of Xiajiang City. A brilliant blue energy shield gradually illuminated along the ring road. Viewed from above, it resembled a colossal glass dome, enveloping the entire city of Xiajiang. At that moment, everyone living within Xiajiang City, whatever they were doing, was startled by the piercing blast. Staring up at the protective dome over the city, they froze in momentary disbelief. This alarm. It's a secret realm uprising. A wave of monsters is attacking our Xiajiang City. Fortunately, schools, companies, and all sectors of society dedicate significant time each year to conducting monster invasion drills. Everyone instantly grasped the meaning of the alarm, and chaos erupted instantly across the entire street. Monster Tide. Secret realm uprising. In this era, nothing strikes more terror than these two phrases. Countless lives were lost annually in the monster surges. 10 million? Or 100 million? Throughout these 3 centuries, even the capitals of nations have not been spared from demonic assaults. Even now, in the era of universal class advancement, humanity has attained formidable supernatural powers. Faced with terrifying hordes of monsters, cities are still frequently destroyed. It's over. It's over. Xiajiang City is just a second-tier city. How could it possibly withstand a demonic onslaught? Someone slumped to the ground, despair etched across their face. I don't want to die. I've only just awakened. I'm not ready to die. It'll be okay. We still have the Dragon Guardians, they'll protect us. Right. Hurry to the shelters. We'll survive. Many faces were frozen in terror, their panicked shouts echoing through the chaos. But years of disaster drills quickly cleared their minds, letting them know exactly what to do now. The next moment, the citywide broadcast in Xiajiang City began issuing instructions. Xiajiang City has activated a ready emergency response. All citizens are instructed to immediately proceed to the nearest shelter for evacuation. Professionals of level 50 or above, report immediately to the nearest wartime command center. All citizens must follow police instructions for orderly evacuation. Attention! This is not a drill. Repeat. This is not a drill. Hearing the broadcast echoing throughout the city, many turned pale and rushed toward the nearest shelters. Others bid farewell to their families, their faces set with determination as they headed toward the wartime command center. No! Xiao Rui, you're our only son. If you die, what will become of our family? Mom, this is just our little family. If the greater family of Xiajiang City is lost, far more people will die.
Again and again, people broke ranks from the crowd, heading against the flow to report at the wartime command center.
Xiao Kai.
Level 63, 3rd class spirit archer reporting for duty.
Wang Rui. Level 52, 2nd class bard reporting for duty. Su Haoming. Level 58, 2nd class berserker axe master reporting for duty. Xiao Nan. Level 64.
The sound of these reports echoed along the street, causing many fleeing toward the shelter to turn their heads.
Among the crowd, some adventurers preparing to enter the shelter halted in their tracks. Hearing these declarations, some turned deathly pale, biting their lips tightly as they muttered curses under their breath. Idiots! Are these people all idiots? Reporting now is suicide.
Others trembled, their expressions shifting uncontrollably. Ultimately, they gritted their teeth, turned around, and ran toward the wartime command center.
Once you become a professional, you must embrace the mindset of a professional. Even if we die, we must die on the battlefield.
Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Guard base, Wang Hao caught up with Xinyu, who was about to board the helicopter.
Uncle Shun.
Xinyu turned to face Wang Hao. At that moment, the entire base was operating at full throttle. Countless personnel, clad in uniform gear, were rushing toward Xiajiang City by vehicle, aircraft, or even flying on their own.
Wang Hao.
I need you to evacuate to the neighboring city immediately.
Your talent can't be lost here. Xinyu's expression was extremely grave. He knew all too well how terrifying the monster invasion was.
Even as a level 79, 3rd transformation charge hammer user, he couldn't guarantee his own survival.
But he had no choice. He was the Divine Dragon envoy of Xiajiang City.
He must fulfill his duties as the Divine Dragon's messenger.
No! I'm going to the battlefield! Wang Hao shouted with unwavering resolve.
Though this was a parallel world, its history and culture bore striking resemblance to the China of his past life. He had long since regarded this place as his home.
Now that his homeland faced peril, how could he even consider deserting the battlefield? Besides, as a divine beast tamer wielding 2 divine beasts, he might just be able to hold back this demonic tide outside Xiajiang City. After all, he had already attempted it once within the secret realm. No!
Xinyu coldly rejected Wang Hao's request.
Standing at the helicopter door, Xinyu's face darkened as he declared, Wang Hao.
I want you to understand, though you're a god tier class, you've only just awakened. Your combat prowess might far surpass others at your level, but this is a demonic monster surge.
There could even be 4th and 5th tier monsters lurking within. Rather than rushing to your death, it's better to preserve your strength.
Once you've grown stronger, you can return to slay demons and monsters, avenging us. Xinyu's voice was utterly stern.
She then ordered the dragon guardians beside her. Take Wang Hao to safety. Once the situation stabilizes, send him immediately to neighboring Wuchuan City.
Watching Xinyu speed away aboard the helicopter,
Wang Hao clenched his fists. Do you really think this will stop me? This battle, I'm determined to fight. Chapter 80, The Battle to Defend Xiajiang Votes Needed. Half an hour earlier, on the southern outskirts of Xiajiang City,
Tang Lijun led a group of abyss cult followers gathered before a massive stone formation.
Clad in black robes and wearing ram horn masks, their faces twisted with fanatical fervor.
Tang Kai stood at the erase center, gripping a rust-stained ancient sword with a ram's head hilt. Its tip pointed skyward as he chanted incantations. In the endless darkness and chaos, your power is omnipresent, your will unchallenged. You are the sovereign of the abyss, the embodiment of darkness and disorder, your mighty name echoing through the void. Tang Lijun gripped the ancient blade, his face flushed with excitement, crimson flashes darting through his eyes.
As he chanted, the sky darkened, swirling with thunderclouds and crackling with lightning.
Below, the cultists began to dance wildly, their voices rising in frenzied cheers as if witnessing the imminent descent of the abyssal god they worshipped.
Abyssal eternity. Darkness eternity. Abyss eternal. Darkness eternal. Tang Lijun raised the ancient sword high and swung it fiercely toward the sky.
A bolt of lightning struck the sword's tip, instantly illuminating the entire stone formation. Today, I offer my blood as sacrifice to open the heavenly gate.
At Tang Lijun's command, the devotees' cheers swelled even louder.
They drew daggers from their robes, their faces aflame with fervor as they gazed upon Tang Lijun standing atop the colossal stone. In the flash of lightning, they seemed to glimpse the shadowy form of the abyssal god.
Sacrifice blood. Seek the heavenly gate. Sacrifice blood. Seek the heavenly gate. Amidst the fervent cries of the faithful, they plunged their daggers into their own hearts.
Oblivious to the agony, their faces remained fixed on Tang Lijun, eyes burning with religious fervor. They let the warm blood from their hearts slowly flow from the wounds into the black magic circle beneath their feet. Tang Lijun stood atop the stone circle, coldly observing the devotees below sacrificing their lives one by one for a nebulous, elusive god of the abyss.
Ha! Die! Die!
All become the nourishment for my ascension to godhood.
Tang Lijun sneered coldly within.
As the magic circle beneath his feet activated, a massive hole suddenly split open at the center of the stone circle, unleashing a terrifying surge of magical energy.
Who? From the depths of the chasm came a low, powerful breathing sound. As if a long slumbering colossus had been roused. Tang Lijun felt that magic power and a smug smile spread across his face. He burst into a wild, maniacal laugh that echoed through the night sky, sounding eerily jarring. He pulled a glass vial from his robe. Inside, a black mist churned restlessly, radiating an aura of pure malevolence. It was the Tang family's last remnant of abyssal essence. Tang Lijun carefully tossed the abyssal essence into the cave. The moment the glass shattered, the black gas transformed into a dark cloud of smoke, swiftly seeping into the cave entrance. Almost simultaneously, the entire stone formation began to violently tremble, as if something was rising from beneath the earth. With the infusion of the abyssal essence, the magical fluctuations within the cave intensified, and the entire stone formation began to radiate an aura of malevolence. The stones at the edge of the cave entrance began to crack and crumble, turning to dust and dissipating into the air. Feeling the intensifying energy fluctuations, Tang Lijun's heartbeat quickened. His plan had succeeded. The so-called Abyss plan involved summoning the Abyss Gate, then using the Abyss's energy to elevate its rank, thereby unleashing a torrent of monsters to gather all of Xiajiang City's inhabitants. Finally, the Abyssal Sacrificial Array would be activated, offering the entire city of Xiajiang as a sacrifice to the Abyss. Ha! Tremble in fear. Despair. And then welcomed the Abyss's arrival. Tang Lijun laughed wildly as his body slowly vanished into thin air. Even he dared not linger near the entrance of a secret realm detonated by abyssal energy. No one could predict what terrifying monsters might emerge from the secret realm in the next instant. He need only wait briefly, allowing the abyssal tide to ravage Xiajiang City, before stepping in to claim the fruits of victory. Ha! Without Xinqianhe, the Guardian Seal cannot be activated. I'll see what you have to withstand this wave of demonic monsters. South China Province, Dragon Guard Supreme Command Center. This is the supreme base overseeing all Dragon Guardians across the entire South China region. Every individual entering this base is at minimum a 4th transformation awakened being. The base commander himself is a 6th tier powerhouse. At this moment, the 5 5th tier divine dragon envoys who routinely guard the base have gathered together. Have you found out? Who's behind this calamity realm? One of them, a long-bearded divine dragon envoy clad in iron armor, wore a cold expression as he clenched his fists tightly. It's the Tang family. We've long suspected their ties to the Abyss cult. Sure enough, after the secret realm erupted, every member of the Tang family vanished. Hearing the findings of the dragon envoy Su, Zhang Longsher slammed his fist hard onto the table. That damn Tang Lijun. If I ever catch him, I'll skin him alive. On the other side, Li Longsher shook his head. It's too late for words now. Let's just hope Xiajiang City survives this. Before them, a massive projection displayed the situation in Xiajiang City. At that moment, hundreds of miles from Xiajiang City, legions of abyssal monsters surged forth from the darkness. The earth trembled violently, and mountains roared in fury. Massive clouds of dust rose skyward, sweeping toward Xiajiang City from the south like a sandstorm. Countless abyssal fiends, their eyes glowing crimson with savage bloodlust, charged toward Xiajiang City. Among them were 1st and 2nd tier bloodthirsty demon boars, alongside 3rd tier mighty demon wolves. In swarms, they carried the terrifying aura of the abyss, shattering everything in sight. The sky was thick with all manner of flying fiends, their forms hideous and their aura vicious. They obscured the sky like a vast, dark cloud, closing in on Xiajiang City. Behind them lurked even more terrifying abyssal monsters, many radiating a presence surpassing the 4th transformation. Their aura seemed more dreadful than an Asylon's, their heights ranging from tens to hundreds of zhang. The abyssal energy they scattered with every movement was utterly terrifying. Abyssal Lords. At least 4-tier abyssal lords entirely beyond anyone in Xiajiang City except Xinyu's capabilities. And these abyssal monsters emerging now were merely the tip of the iceberg from the secret realm. Judging by the aura, even more terrifying entities remained within the secret realm. But the Abyss Gate's grade was too low to pass through. Yet even this abyssal horde already inspires utter despair. This was the terrifying Calamity Grade secret realm. At Xiajiang City's defensive position, Xinyu watched the rapidly approaching tide of monsters with a grim expression. A blue orb floated in his hand. It was his signature weapon, the Thunderlight Orb. Beside him stood a group of awakened ones, each wielding various formidable class weapons. Bows and arrows, swords and spears, long and short firearms, and unconventional instruments like organs and pipas. All were awakened temporarily assembled from across Xiajiang City. They stood in formation before the magic barrier, grouped by their occupational traits. Wang Hao stepped out of the shadows, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he surveyed the surging tide of monsters. Anmi, go investigate what's happening. Find the mastermind behind this. Yes. A glob of demonic blood flowed from Wang Hao's hand into the ground, racing swiftly toward the city's outskirts. As twisted blood from the abyss, the abyssal power within Anmo was far more terrifying than these monsters outside. He had no need to fear their attacks. Before the magic barrier, the Dragon Guardians stood in formation. Behind them, support classes activated their skills, showering the Guardians with various buffs. Shin Yu's voice echoed through the magic amplification array.
Before the main Dragon Guard force arrived, he must hold back the abyssal monsters with this hastily assembled group of adventurers.
Brothers! Our homeland lies behind us. Our loved ones, friends, brothers, and sisters are all inside. And these fiends seek to destroy our home. Are you in?
Whether fueled by the buff's effect or Shin Yu's rallying cry, every soldier now faced death without flinching, their fighting spirit surging like a torrent.
We won't stand for it.
Shin Yu roared, I refuse to accept it either.
Then let us fight to the bitter end. Fight to the bitter end. All practitioners roared in unison.
Gushing currents of colossal power surged from their bodies, converging into the lightning orb in Shin Yu's hand.
Heavenly divine punishment.
Shin Yu raised her lightning orb high and shouted. Sparks of lightning shot out from the orb, crashing down upon the surging tide of demons.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Over 100 abyssal monsters were shattered by the furious thunderbolts.
In the next instant, magical lights flared behind everyone.
A kaleidoscope of colors intertwined, transforming into streaks of light that surged toward the flying monsters.
The battle for Xiaozheng has officially begun. Chapter 81, Wang Hao makes his entrance. Votes needed.
Outside Xiaozheng City, beams of magic transformed into countless streaks of light, crashing into the charging abyssal monsters. Each streak contained the full force of a third-tier class practitioner's strike.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
In an instant, the first and second-tier monsters at the forefront were torn apart by the frenzied magical energy.
Blood splattered across the earth as wave after wave fell.
Yet the abyssal horde was too vast. Before the survivors could celebrate, fresh waves surged forward. The flying monsters in the sky still obscured the sun, showing no sign of diminishing.
Again!
Shin Yu roared, cupping the lightning orb in his hands as he began to gather power. As a thunder singer, he could draw energy from those around him to amplify his skill damage. Just moments ago, he had inspired his comrades, absorbing a massive surge of energy to unleash a heavenly divine punishment. But the abyssal monsters were faster. The swiftest among them had already charged to the front of the magical barrier. Sharp claws and fangs slammed viciously against Jiangqing City's magic barrier.
Roar! Wail! Boom! Earth-shattering roars echoed in succession as countless abyssal monsters unleashed their attacks upon the magic barrier. The barrier trembled violently, seeming on the verge of collapse at any moment.
The sudden onslaught terrified the hastily assembled group of professionals. Many dropped their weapons and crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably.
Wah, I don't want to die yet. Ah, the barrier's breaking. Quick, activate the defensive magic array. What's going on? I remember Xiaozheng City has a defensive magic array.
Every city is built with two types of arrays from the start, defensive and offensive. Xiaozheng City's defensive formation was a natural guardian, suppressing the energy intensity of all monsters surrounding the city. It reduces energy levels by at least 2 tiers.
But now, with the abyssal monsters already at the gates, the city's defensive array hasn't shown any reaction yet. What the hell is going on?
Inside the South China Command Center, Zhang Longsher was frantic. His eyes blazed crimson as he slammed his palm hard onto the desk.
What the hell is Shin Qianhe doing? Why hasn't he activated the natural guardian yet?
Su Longsher, his hands clasped beneath his chin, mused, not long ago, someone paid a hefty sum to hire Shin Qianhe to scout a golden secret realm.
He returned gravely injured. That must have been the Abyss cult's doing.
Zhang Longsher was shocked he hadn't expected Shin Qianhe to have met with an accident. At this moment, they were unaware that Shin Qianhe had been healed by Wang Hao. They still believed he had been secretly killed by the Abyss cult.
How much longer until the nearest reinforcements arrive?
Earlier, due to the abyssal cheese eruption, Shin Yu had deployed most of the dragon guardians to the northern city walls. It would take at least 20 minutes to redeploy them to the south.
20 minutes?
Zhou Longsher's heart sank. Watching the awakened crumble at the slightest touch on the screen, his brow furrowed deeply.
Damn them. Are you sure it's okay?
At this moment, the magical barrier protecting all of Xiaozheng City was beginning to falter under the relentless assault of countless abyssal monsters.
Keep fighting.
Shin Yu stood before the group, continuously unleashing bolts of thunder.
He was furious.
He knew these hastily assembled awakened ones couldn't be relied upon, but he hadn't expected them to be this useless. After just one wave of attacks, they were already cowering on the ground.
Forget fighting, they couldn't even stand up.
And this was merely the first assault from the abyss monsters, the weakest ones among them, yet it had already terrified them beyond measure.
What about the monsters to come? Kill. For our homeland. Kill.
To rally the troops, Shin Yu led by example, manipulating the thunderlight orb as it hovered in the air, unleashing relentless bolts of thunderous fury.
Lightning bolts struck the abyssal fiends, instantly pulverizing them into dust. Boom! Boom!
As if inspired by Shin Yu's courage, some adventurers rose from the ground. Trembling, they grasped their weapons and roared at the abyssal fiends beyond the barrier. Kill! Ranged professionals behind them unleashed relentless attacks, beams of magic streaking over the crowd's heads toward the demons in the sky. Before the abyssal fiends could react, they were torn to shreds by the overwhelming magical energy, falling as a shower of blood.
Flesh. Devour.
Not far from Xiajiang City, a colossal abyssal fiend, the Flesh Butcher, glared savagely at the desperate defenders within the city.
Foul-smelling saliva dripped from its massive jaws. Wielding an iron hook and radiating a dark brown abyssal aura, it charged madly toward Xiajiang City. An earth-shattering energy surged within its body.
If it collided with the magical barrier, it would shatter it instantly, potentially causing catastrophic casualties among the awakened behind it.
Stop him. Xin Yu was overcome with urgency.
The lightning orb in her hand burst into brilliant blue light. The surging thunderous power coalesced into a lightning spear, hurtling fiercely toward the Blood Butcher's forehead. Countless abyssal fiends surged skyward from the ground, positioning themselves before the Flesh Butcher to absorb the spear's power with their own lives. Though the dragon guardians beside Xin Yu frantically unleashed skills to halt the onslaught, the sheer number of abyssal fiends proved overwhelming. Their bodies shattered the thunder spear Xin Yu had unleashed. Just as the Flesh Butcher was about to collide with the magical barrier, a golden flash plummeted from the sky. Like divine judgment, it instantly pierced the Flesh Butcher's entire body, pinning it violently to the ground.
A single strike had utterly annihilated the Flesh Butcher. What? Instant kill.
Xin Yu gasped, lifting her gaze to the sky. There, seated atop the light god stag, was Wang Hao clad in the elf's triumph. The golden visor on his face shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. With a wave of his hand, the golden spear that had pierced the Flesh Butcher flew back, landing in his palm. Beneath him, the light god stag opened its mouth and let out a deep, resonant bellow. Chirp chirp. A colossal surge of sacred light erupted skyward, sweeping across the land and purifying the swarm of abyssal fiends into drifting ash.
This power. Divine beast. This is the might of a divine beast. Wang Hao is awesome.
Standing in the forest, Tang Kai watched Wang Hao radiating intense holy light in the sky, his eyes darkening with gloom. He slammed his fist hard into the tree trunk beside him.
Mine. That power should be mine. Damn Wang Hao.
Below, Xin Yu looked up in shock, her gaze fixed on Wang Hao in the sky. Other combatants also froze in surprise, utterly stunned that Wang Hao, a newly transferred level 1 rookie, could deal such devastating damage.
Could this be the might of a god-tier profession?
Among the abyss fiends, some lucid demons watched Wang Hao in the sky with wary eyes. At this very moment, every gaze in the area converged upon Wang Hao. Everything in the heavens and earth seemed to fall completely silent. Only Wang Hao's voice echoed across the land, sweeping through the four directions.
You fiends! You bring calamity upon the mortal world. You shall be destroyed.
Infinite holy light radiated outward from Wang Hao, sweeping across the land in every direction.
Chapter 82, The Abyss Guardians' Votes Needed.
This is the power of the gods. After the magic barrier, Yi Zhenghu, who had been reassigned to the defense, stared blankly at Wang Hao in the sky, utterly stunned. He never imagined Wang Hao would actually contract a divine beast and unlock the potential of a god-tier profession.
The bitter realization of his unfair treatment during the awakening ceremony instantly filled Yi Zhenghu with regret.
At that moment, he wished he could go back and slap himself twice. Had he known Wang Hao possessed such extraordinary talent, he wouldn't have wasted his time sucking up to the Tang family. Had he been just a bit fairer, he might now be proudly telling everyone that Wang Hao was his student. Moreover, leveraging the potential of Wang Hao's god-tier profession, he might even have been able to use his position as principal of First High School to make a move in the capital. But all of that had been utterly destroyed by his foolish favoritism and injustice back then. Now, while Wang Hao hadn't fully matured yet, he could only see if there was any way to make amends. I recall there's still one golden secret realm spot available at the school. I hope Wang Hao will consider it. Yi Zhenghu's heart raced with anxiety. While attacking the abyssal fiends before him, he stole glances at Wang Hao in the sky, scheming how to mend their fractured relationship. Xin Yu's body trembled with excitement, her face flushed with intense emotion.
Divine beast. This was the power of a divine beast.
He never imagined that at this most critical moment, Wang Hao would deliver such an immense surprise.
Xiajiang City was saved. 23 million people were saved. The divine beast's power could turn the entire tide of battle. Divine beast. And the aura of the abyss.
Behind the advancing army, the abyssal overlord watched Wang Hao in the sky, his enormous blood-red pupils rapidly contracting.
Their massive bodies trembled uncontrollably under the divine beast's overwhelming pressure.
A trace of unmistakable fear flickered in their eyes.
As highly intelligent abyssal commanders, they understood all too well what a divine beast truly represented. It was the power of the gods. Unless aided by some dark deity, they stood no chance against a divine beast. No! They must strike first.
With that thought, over a dozen abyssal lords exchanged glances.
Through soul communication, they swiftly reached consensus. They formed a hexagram array, hands raised high.
Colossal abyssal energies surged from several overlords' palms, linking together.
Purgatory impact.
A colossal pillar of energy erupted, violently blasting toward Wang Hao in the sky. From afar, it resembled a laser cannon firing directly at Wang Hao. The crimson energy beam scorched everything in its path, leaving nothing standing.
Both humans and abyssal fiends were instantly vaporized into wisps of smoke by the terrifying energy within the beam. The full-force attack of over a dozen fourth transformation abyss lords could obliterate half of Xiajiang City.
Yet Wang Hao, riding atop the fawn, merely narrowed his eyes slightly. Little dear. The fawn gently shook its head, and the sacred radiance behind it descended before Wang Hao, forming a solid barrier.
Sighing barrier.
The fawn bore the emerald heart, a gift from Notashir to Wang Hao, upon its chest.
Borrowing the power of the emerald heart, the fawn's holy light barrier upgraded once more, transforming into the god tier skill, Psi barrier. Unbreakable by anything below god tier.
A formidable wall of holy light formed before Wang Hao, shielding him like a fortress. The terrifying crimson light pillars slammed into the sighing barrier. Like a stone sinking into the sea, it made not the slightest dent. Boom! The energy beam pounded relentlessly for 3 to 4 minutes. The apocalyptic inferno shockwave, powerful enough to shatter the heavens and earth, was completely blocked by the sighing barrier before it could even touch the hem of Wang Hao's robe.
Divine beast. This is the power of a divine beast.
We're saved. Xiajiang City is saved. Witnessing this scene, the awakened individuals below were overcome with excitement.
Numerous influencers capitalizing on the hype streamed this thrilling moment live across the internet.
Instantly, a dense barrage of comments flooded every livestream, igniting excitement among tens of thousands of viewers.
This is amazing. Wang Hao is amazing. Is this the power of a divine beast? Unbelievable, a shockwave over 10 meters wide didn't even lift the hem of his robe. Ha!
We're saved.
Wang Hao is awesome. I declare.
I'm officially Wang Hao's die-hard fan from now on. The deer beneath Wang Hao is so majestic, so thick and powerful.
You better be talking about a deer.
How can such genius exist in this world?
At this moment, the entire nation of Longwei is glued to their screens, closely following the defense of Xiajiang City.
Countless people witnessed Wang Hao holding back the infernal onslaught through various live feeds.
Everyone was utterly thrilled.
In this era, everyone worships the strong. And this very scene of withstanding the inferno impact was the ultimate manifestation of Wang Hao's god-tier prowess. Watching the energy pillar before him gradually dissipate, Wang Hao smiled faintly.
Over? My turn.
Wielding his golden war spear, he pointed it toward the abyssal monsters in the distance.
Holy judgment.
Xiaolu held her head high as colossal holy light surged upward from her crown.
Like a resplendent sun, it suddenly burst forth with boundless radiance.
Everyone's eyes were instantly stunned by the blinding radiance, forcing them to lower their heads.
In that unseen moment, a black figure leapt violently from the shadows. It leapt wildly among the horde of abyssal monsters.
Any creature struck by the lightning was instantly killed, or severely wounded if merely grazed. It was Wang Hao's other divine beast, Moon Shadow. Now, enveloped in raging purple lightning, Moon Shadow savagely attacked the surrounding abyssal monsters. Under the relentless lightning assault, she didn't even need to strike personally, merely passing by was enough to gravely wound these trashy abyssal monsters. The next instant, a wave of holy light swept through, instantly obliterating the abyssal monsters already wounded by the lightning.
Thus, when everyone opened their eyes again,
they witnessed the dense, endless tide of monsters outside Xiajiang City vanish by more than half under Wang Hao's assault. Where holy light touched, demons perished.
Among them were even several fourth-tier abyssal lords, instantly slain by Wang Hao. Good heavens! Wang Hao was simply too cool.
Everyone was stunned by Wang Hao's power. Those abyss lords who had triggered the inferno impact were now filled with terror, instinctively turning and fleeing. They didn't want to linger in this world for even a moment longer. Watching the abyss lord's frantic retreat, the awakened in Xiajiang City exchanged stunned glances.
That's how he won? Powerful. So powerful. Ah! I'm so wet.
China has Wang Hao, may our nation's fortune rise. The crowd watched the fleeing abyss lord with wild excitement, embracing each other in cheers. But just as the abyss commander was about to slip through the abyss gate, a pair of massive black claws suddenly burst through the portal, snatching the commander by the head.
Fleeing without a fight. Damn it!
A colossal figure emerged from the portal, black skin, twisted horns.
Vague traces of Tang Lijun's features could still be discerned on its face.
Clutching the abyssal overlord's head in one hand, he grinned savagely.
The real show is just beginning. Snap! The abyssal overlord's skull was crushed. A horde of demons, clad identically to Tang Lijun, poured out from the abyss gate.
Gazing upon these terrifying figures,
Xin Yu's face darkened as he shouted their identity.
The scoundrels of the abyssal cult.
The Abyssal Guard. Chapter 83, Summoning the Serpent of Calamity. Votes needed. Gazing at Wang Hao in the sky, Tang Lijun's expression was intensely complex. If not for him, none of them would have had to undergo abyssal transformation so soon. Compared to becoming an abyssal fiend, he still preferred his human identity. But the pressure Wang Hao exerted was simply too overwhelming. If they didn't transform into their abyssal forms now, Wang Hao might actually slaughter all these abyssal fiends. If that happened, their entire plan would come crashing down. Though transforming into the Abyssal Guard was a reluctant choice, the overall scheme remained within his grasp.
Next, he only needed to kill Wang Hao and then devour and sacrifice the entire population of Xiajiang City. That would earn him the favor of the Abyssal Demon God.
Gain the power to become a god.
The thought of the reward awaiting him sent Tang Lijun trembling with excitement.
Ha! A mere divine beast dares to obstruct the abyss. How utterly naive.
Tang Lijun and the deep Abyss Guard's voices echoed across the skies of Xiajiang City,
jolting everyone still basking in victory back to reality.
Their faces turned grim as they gazed upon the dozens of terrifying demonic shadows in the sky.
What's happening? Didn't all the Abyss Lords flee? A boss with this aura is the Abyss Guard.
The Abyss Guard of the Abyss cult.
What?
That abyssal cult that sacrifices humans.
Wasn't that heretical cult wiped out by the Dragon Guardians? Damn it! This demonic surge wasn't a coincidence after all. It must be the Abyss cult's scheme.
Seeing the thick abyssal aura emanating from Tang Lijun, even the most obtuse person could tell this demonic surge wasn't a natural disaster, it was man-made. Those damned Abyss cultists, they'll stop at nothing to gain power.
Damn it! Tang Lijun. You deserve to die.
Zhang Longshi slammed his fist onto the table, itching to punch through the screen and beat Tang Lijun senseless right now.
But he couldn't move. He had a far more crucial mission to carry out.
Where the hell were the reinforcements? Throughout the command center, numerous dragon guards were busy processing various information at their screens.
As soon as Zhang Longshi posed his question, a dragon guard responded immediately.
Commander Ma from Tanzhou City had already led the support squadron on their way and would take at least 20 more minutes to reach the battlefield. The Dragon Guard battalion from Xiajiang City had already rushed over from the northern part of the city and was taking over the defenses.
Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Zhang Longshi's expression darkened. 20 minutes?
If Tang Lijun had no backup plans, holding out for 20 minutes shouldn't be a problem. The real worry was whether he still had some hidden cards up his sleeve.
What if he possesses a method to counter the divine beast?
Li Longshi, standing nearby, made an immediate decision and said in a deep voice, "Report the latest situation to the Dragon Guard Center in the capital immediately and request the deployment of the Dragon Fang Squad."
He knew full well that the Abyss possessed numerous methods to deal with divine beasts.
If Tang Lijun truly had preparations in place, no one but the Dragon Fang Squad could save Xiajiang City.
But mobilizing the Dragon Fang Squad would take considerable time, at least half an hour at the very fastest.
If events unfolded as Li Longshi feared, Xiajiang City would likely be reduced to ruins by the Abyss's monsters long before the Dragon Fang Squad arrived. Synchronize the latest intelligence with the Xiajiang City Dragon Guard Command Center.
Inform them, no matter the cost in lives, Wang Hao absolutely must not die.
Even if every single Dragon Guardian in Xiajiang City perishes, they must protect Wang Hao's safety.
The Abyss Guardians are a special lifeform born when members of the Abyss cult willingly embraced the Abyss.
They possess both human consciousness and the power of abyssal monsters, surpassing even elite bosses in strength.
They are cunning beyond measure and extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, these creatures have pledged their souls to the Abyss, making them impossible to utterly destroy. Even if killed now, they will be reborn within the Abyss.
Xinyu flew to Wang Hao's side and detailed the intelligence on the Abyss Guardians.
Rebirth? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. That concept sounded eerily familiar. Oh, pure-blooded demons, huh? Wang Hao let out a cold laugh. Moon Shadow could devour even a pure-blooded demon like an Asuran.
Tang Lijun had hit a brick wall by crossing paths with him. And Tang Lijun, who had just transformed into an abyssal fiend, clearly had no idea about Moon Shadow's existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be flying right in front of Wang Hao, showing off his strength. "You little bastard. If I'd known you could contract a divine beast, I would have risked exposing my identity and swallowed you whole that day." Tang Lijun brandished his claws at Wang Hao, roaring loudly. Wang Hao's expression remained cold and unmoved as he spoke slowly. "You betrayed humanity by siding with the Abyss. You have no right to speak to me. You." Tang Lijun's rage boiled over. He pointed at Wang Hao, his face contorted into a hideous grimace. Suddenly, he burst into a maniacal laugh. The sound was shrill and piercing, carrying a soul-shaking intensity. "You think a divine beast that hasn't even fully matured can stop us? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Today, you die." As Tang Lijun's arrogant roar echoed, the ground beneath Xiajiang City suddenly began to violently tremble. A colossal black serpent slowly rose from the earth, its ferocious aura glaring down upon every soul within Xiajiang City. Its body stretched hundreds of feet long, its black scales reflecting a dark crimson glow. The frenzied aura of the Abyss radiating from it was enough to make any practitioner below the third transformation tremble in terror.
Dragon? 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 What dragon?
It wasn't a dragon at all, it was a twisted, monstrous beast from the Abyss, a demigod tier calamity colossus, the Calamity Serpent.
What? Demigod tier? That means it's invincible. Exactly.
A demigod tier boss like this couldn't be defeated without at least a dozen 5th tier powerhouses.
Xiajiang City was doomed.
As the serpent's form came into view, the live stream chat exploded with frantic comments. Wang Hao also caught sight of the Calamity Serpent's basic attributes. Catastrophic Beast, Calamity Serpent Demigod Tier. Level 87 4th Transformation. Elements, Abyss, Darkness, Death. Special Bloodline, Jormungandr 2%. Attributes, Strength 4456, Constitution 6321, Agility 5432, Spirit 6543. Skills, Chaos Rampage, Devouring Void, Death Toxin, Abyssal Serpent Tide, Multiplier. Wang Hao exhaled in relief upon seeing the Calamity Serpent's base stats. Demigod Tier. Then it's no problem. A mere serpent that couldn't even compare to N'Zoth was nothing to Wang Hao. Besides Moon Shadow, he had at least 5 ways to deal with this Calamity Serpent. Watching Tang Lijun standing atop the serpent's head, laughing maniacally, Wang Hao's lips curved into a faint smile. A mere little snake, nothing special. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. What if he subdued this calamitous serpent right before Tang Lijun's eyes? Would he collapse instantly? A husband caught in the act? NTR right in front of him? Damn! Why am I suddenly so worked up? Chapter 84, instantly wiping out the Abyss Guard votes needed. The Calamity Serpent, hundreds of feet long, hovered in the sky, overlooking the people of Xiajiang City with Tang Lijun and the others. Without Xinshin's natural protection, I'll see what you can do to stop the Calamity Serpent. Tang Lijun roared with maniacal laughter as the abyssal energy surged violently through his body, communicating with the Calamity Serpent beneath him. An earth-shattering energy coalesced within the serpent's maw, forming a colossal energy sphere over 50 meters in diameter. A single spit could obliterate half of Xiajiang City. Hearing Tang Lijun's words, Xinyu grew unexpectedly calm and declared in a clear voice. So this was all part of your plan to make my father fall into a coma and end up hospitalized? Tang Lijun roared with laughter, his eyes brimming with bloodthirsty madness. If not me, then who else could it be? Ha! Poor Xinyu, in the end, you won't be able to save anyone. Not your father, nor anyone in Xiajiang City. You can't save anyone. Tang Lijun clutched his stomach, laughing wildly, yet he saw none of the panic he expected on Xinyu's face. Instead, he saw a cold, mocking smile. Oh? Really? Are you truly certain I'm dead? Hearing Xinshin's voice ring in his ears, Tang Lijun's pupils contracted slightly. Just as he was about to warn her, a brilliant green pillar of light suddenly shot up from the center of Xiajiang City. 4 smaller beams simultaneously rose from the city's 4 cardinal corners. They intertwined with the central emerald pillar, coalescing into a colossal tree that pierced the heavens and rooted deep into the earth. Staring at the colossal tree standing before him, Tang Lijun was instantly dumbfounded. Stammering, he pointed at it and screamed. Nature Guardian! Accompanying his shrieks, a jade-green halo erupted violently from the tree's crown, sweeping wildly outward in all directions. As the halo swept over Tang Lijun's body, he instantly felt the abyssal energy within him suppressed by a powerful natural force. His power, previously at level 89 after the 3rd transformation, plummeted to level 69, a full 20 levels suppressed. Feeling the overwhelming natural power before it, the Calamity Serpent's body trembled slightly, its eyes betraying unmistakable fear. These calamitous beasts from the abyss feared the power of holy light above all else, followed closely by the might of nature. The great tree before them channeled the natural energy of the entire Xiajiang City. Though lacking divine essence, its power was abundant. Even it possessed no power to resist this formation. No! They must not be allowed to continue activating the formation. If the entire formation activated completely, he wouldn't even be able to leave. With that thought, the Calamity Serpent hesitated not a moment. It unleashed the terrifying orb of light it had been brewing in its maw, hurling it with all its might toward the heart of Xiajiang City. The black orb, carrying overwhelming energy, tore through the sky and slammed into the towering trees above Xiajiang City. The awakened beings below could sense the terrifying energy radiating from it just by watching. This was the Calamity Serpent's full power strike as a cataclysmic beast enough to obliterate an entire mountain range. Yet, faced with this terrifying assault, the giant tree in the sky merely swayed its branches slightly. A thin layer of emerald light enveloped the entire magical barrier protecting Xiajiang City. The terrifying energy sphere spewed by the Calamity Serpent was halted before the green blow, rendered as ineffective as a tiny glass ball. Nature's Guardian. It was Nature's Guardian. Truly worthy of its name as a city-defending formation, it had withstood the Calamity Serpent's full power strike. Xiajiang City is saved. Witnessing the Natural Guardian's mighty display, the awakened beings below were overcome with excitement. With Wang Hao, the divine beast spirit tamer, and the Natural Guardian formation protecting Xiajiang City now, it was truly beyond worry. While the Calamity Serpent attacked the Natural Guardian array, Wang Hao wasn't idle either. He raised his golden war spear, his battle intent surging wildly throughout his body. Bolts of lightning gathered above his head. What the hell is this Abyss Guard nonsense? Die! Wang Hao roared, and the figure atop the fawn vanished instantly. Like a golden bolt of lightning, he appeared before Tang Lijun and the others in the blink of an eye. What? Before they could react, Wang Hao's spear swung out. Thud!
Two flashes of light erupted as the two Abyss Guardians beside Tang Lijun were instantly slain. Tang Lijun touched the bloodstain on his neck, his heart pounding with terror. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, another person would likely be dead besides him. Impossible. He's only been awakened for 3 days, how could he possess such overwhelming power? Tang Lijun screamed, staring at Wang Hao in utter disbelief. Wang Hao sneered coldly, impossible things happen all the time. Die. Swinging his golden spear forward, he sent Tang Lijun into a frenzy of terrified screams. Block him. Block him. The surrounding Abyss Guardians, all transformed from the Abyss Sex Protectors, were reluctant to obey Tang Lijun's orders. Yet in the Abyss, the crushing weight of hierarchical dominance was etched into their very bloodlines. Facing Tang Lijun, who ranked one level above them, these beings could only obey his commands unconditionally. Even knowing they were no match for Wang Hao, they charged at him with frenzied abandon. A bunch of worthless trash trying to stop me? Wang Hao snorted coldly. Divine light flickered around him as he wielded his spear, unleashing the Night Battle 8 Directions technique. In an instant, he slaughtered all the dozens of Abyss Guardians charging at him. Holy crap! Wang Hao was so badass. That aura. That power. Ah! I'm so wet. Wang Hao is so awesome. Even with the natural guardian suppression, these Abyss Guards were all elite monsters at level 69 and he wiped them all out in one move. Terrifying. Unbelievable. Insane. I love it. As Wang Hao obliterated the Abyss Guardians, the shelter in Xiaozheng City erupted with a thunderous roar like an avalanche crashing into the sea. Everyone was utterly stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Even the Calamity Serpent at Wang Hao's feet hadn't expected that in the blink of an eye, this guy would wipe out all its comrades. Meanwhile, Tang Lijun seized the moment these Abyss Guardians were holding him back, frantically flapping his wings as he fled toward the Abyss Gate. Damn little brat. Ruining my plans. Once I return to the Abyss, I'll gather more sacrifices and summon the Abyssal Demon God. I refuse to believe the Abyssal Deity can't finish you off. Wang Hao watched Tang Lijun's fleeing figure, a cold smile curling his lips. Trying to run? His long arm extended, and he hurled the golden war spear in his hand with all his might. Whoosh! The spear, wrapped in lightning, shot toward Tang Lijun like a purple streak of light. What? Tang Lijun tried to turn and dodge, but the spear unexpectedly curved mid-air. In the blink of an eye, it pierced Tang Lijun's chest, pinning him to the ground. Ah! Tang Lijun clutched the spear with both hands, his mouth contorted in agonized howls. The Calamity Serpent roared in fury, rearing up to glare at Wang Hao, this insignificant little creature, with a furious hiss. You dare kill my comrade before my very eyes? Do you think I don't exist? Chapter 85, Contract with the Calamity Serpent, votes needed. Don't worry, you're next. Wang Hao beckoned with a wave of his hand. A whirlwind swirled, and Xiao Lu's figure instantly materialized behind him. Dense holy light surged from the Starlight Scepter, completely blocking the Calamity Serpent's frenzied aura. Roar! The Calamity Serpent's blood-red eyes locked onto Wang Hao. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a roar brimming with murderous intent. The crowd in Xiaozheng City paled at the sight, some even collapsing to the ground in terror. Good heavens! Is this the power of a calamity beast? Terrifying. Terrifying. Is Wang Hao going to be okay? Run! Get inside the magic barrier and you'll be safe. Many screamed in terror, fearing Wang Hao might suffer harm before the Calamity Serpent. At that moment, Wang Hao's voice cut through the biting wind. Evil God's Eye. Wang Hao's right eye snapped open, revealing a blood-red iris that locked onto the Calamity Serpent before him. He swung his arm, unleashing a surge of murderous intent that pierced the heavens. A terrifying pressure, as if emanating from a demon god of the abyss, swept across the world like a raging storm. In an instant, the heavens darkened and the winds howled. Dark clouds gathered above Wang Hao's head, lightning danced within the stormy mass, emanating a frenzied energy. A colossal eyeball emerged from the clouds, its terrifying aura capable of driving anyone who met its gaze instantly insane. Roar! The Calamity Serpent shrieked in terror. Under the gaze of that eye, it collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Standing astride the serpent's head, Wang Hao looked down coldly at the serpentine eye beneath his feet. Choose. Survival or destruction. Gazing into Wang Hao's eyes, which held the gaze of a demon god, the Calamity Serpent could no longer muster any will to resist. It frantically nodded, signaling its desire to submit. Wang Hao sneered disdainfully and kicked it squarely on the head. Shrink down. I don't have the habit of speaking to things that are taller than me. The already terrified serpent, hearing Wang Hao's command, immediately activated its scaling ability, shrinking its body. Thus, before everyone's eyes, the colossal serpent underwent a dramatic transformation after Wang Hao's kick. It gradually transformed into a serpent dozens of meters long, coiling itself before Wang Hao. Wang Hao extended his hand and tapped the serpent's head. Spirit control. Contract established. Swish. A flash of white light erupted, instantly branding a circular mark upon the serpent's forehead. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed within Wang Hao's mind. Contract successful. Bound Catastrophe Beast, Calamity Serpent. Watching Wang Hao complete the contract, everyone present gaped in astonishment. What? He contracted the Calamity Serpent? Holy crap! How is anyone supposed to compete with this? He doesn't just have a divine beast. He has the Calamity Serpent too. And his divine beast can transform into a beast girl. Damn it, he must be cheating. I told you, if it's not closed, it's not open. Tang Lijun, pinned to the ground, stared blankly at the Calamity Serpent bound to Wang Hao, his eyes vacant as if his soul had been stolen. He muttered to himself. Impossible. Impossible. This must be a trick. That's the Calamity Serpent, a colossal beast of disaster. How could anyone possibly bind it? I must still be asleep. I must still be asleep. Ha, I must still be asleep. Watching Tang Lijun alternate between sobbing and laughing hysterically, Wang Hao felt not a flicker of emotion. Betraying humanity, death is no punishment. And his son, Tang Kai. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Wang Hao's eyes. Cut the weeds at the root. Eliminate all evil. That bastard couldn't be spared either. Otherwise, who knows what trouble he might stir up. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the serpent from the ground, landing it beside Tang Lijun. At that moment, he still wore a foolish, dazed expression. Playing dumb. Wang Hao sneered coldly, gripping the golden spear piercing Tang Lijun's chest. Wait. Wang Hao. Spare his life. Just as Wang Hao prepared to finish Tang Lijun off, Xin Yu's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. He flew over hastily, shouting as he approached. They have intelligence on the Abyss cult. Don't kill him lightly. Wang Hao shook his head dismissively. No need for all that trouble. Put. With a slight twist of his wrist, the spear was drawn from its sheath. In the next instant, it plunged downward, piercing Tang Lijun's skull with brutal force. Xin Yu, who had rushed over in haste, saw this and immediately panicked. Why did you kill him? After they became Abyss guards, their souls were branded with the Abyss mark. They'll resurrect in the Abyss after death. Wang Hao smiled faintly, extending his hand to grasp at the void. A dozen ethereal souls instantly materialized in his palm. Don't worry. This time, some abyssal demons appeared in my advancement realm, turning misfortune into fortune by granting me the ability to seize abyssal souls. Shan Yu. Ha! Truly, heroes emerge in youth. We must admit we're getting old. Shen Xianhe descended from the sky to stand beside them. Seeing Xin Yu's helpless expression, he chuckled and offered comfort. No big deal, just a few demons spawned from the abyss cults. Kill them and be done with it. We still have an abyssal gate left unsealed. This isn't over yet. At Shen Xianhe's reminder, Xin Yu snapped back to reality. The abyss gate was still open. This was a massive threat. If mishandled, the entire Xiajiang city might be dragged into the abyss. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from the nearby forest, a towering pillar of flame shooting skyward. Shen Xianhe and Xin Yu exchanged glances, both seeing a flash of shock in each other's eyes. The aura of the abyss vanished. The abyss's gate had closed. Who could it be? Watching the blaze shoot skyward, Wang Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. This move had truly paid off handsomely. Unnoticed, a shadowy figure slipped back into Wang Hao's grasp through the darkness. It let out a faint burp. Alright, whoever started this, let's put out the fire first. If we wait until it spreads down the mountain, it'll be even harder to handle. Seeing Xin Yu and Shen Xianhe still staring blankly, Wang Hao clapped his hands and suggested. Xin Yu nodded. Wang Hao had a point. Though they didn't know who was responsible, this was a positive development for Xiajiang City. Notify the fire department to extinguish the blaze immediately. Prevent it from escalating into a massive wildfire. She instructed the dragon guard beside her. Shen Yu then flew back to Xiajiang City with Shen Xianhe and Wang Hao. As Wang Hao and the others returned, cheers erupted instantly along the streets of Xiajiang City. It's over. We won. Ha! That's the might of a divine beast. Wang Hao is awesome. What's so special about that calamity beast? Before us divine beast spirit masters, it's nothing but a docile snake. Amazing. I'll be hyping Wang Hao for the rest of my life. Awesome. Wang Hao is awesome. I want to have your baby. Cheers erupted around Wang Hao. The evacuees emerged from the shelter, gazing up at Wang Hao in the sky as they cheered wildly, chanting his name. Yi Zhenghu was so filled with regret he could barely breathe. This is my ING student. He was ING my student. Holy. I regret it so much. If only he could forgive me, I'd beg to be his disciple. No, forget master, if he'd agree, I'd even call him dad. Swish. At that moment, Wang Hao smiled as he looked at the cheering crowd around him, waving continuously. His mind flashed through his level-up records, and he felt utterly exhilarated. Awesome. So awesome. This is truly mind-blowing. Chapter 86, Terrifying Attributes Votes Needed. Joining this battle was absolutely the right decision. The abundant experience allowed both me and Moon Shadow to level up a full 4 times. Wang Hao thought for a moment and checked his attribute panel. Name, Wang Hao. Level, 24, first job. Class, Divine Beast Spirit Tamer. Title, none. Attributes, Strength 5463, Constitution 5974, Agility 5321, Spirit 5741. Spiritual Power 16494. Skills, Affinity with all beasts level 2, Temporary Contract level 2, Blood Pack non-upgradable, True Art of Beast Control level 2, Beast Blood Boiling level 2, Life Sharing level 2, Mark of Wildness level 2, Will of the Beast King level 2. Promotion Method, Perfect Promotion. Contract Beasts, Thunder Crescent Cat, Light God Stag, Calamity Serpent Temporary, Crimson Flame Golden Winged Lion Temporary. Holy! Holy! Wang Hao instantly let out a cry, rubbing his eyes hard, almost doubting his own eyes. These stats are insane. Every single stat had broken through the 5,000 mark. Even a typical 4th transformation class wouldn't have stats this high. If anyone saw Wang Hao's stat panel, they'd probably be scared to death. Wang Hao, what's wrong? Xin Yu asked with concern beside Wang Hao, worried he might have been injured in the previous battle. Nothing, nothing. Wang Hao replied dismissively. But Xin Yu and Xin Qianhe looked utterly unconvinced. Your smile stretches from ear to ear, and you say nothing's wrong? Who would believe that? But no matter how curious they were, Wang Hao would never reveal his attributes after all, this was his secret. It must be because of the perfect advancement my stats have nearly tripled. But only my base stats doubled Moon Shadow and Little Deer's bonuses didn't. Otherwise, my stats would have surpassed 6,000. But even these 4 stats are terrifying. My peak physical constitution sits at over 5,900, while the others all hover above 5,000. This is still my first transition stats. If I wait until my 3rd transition, then my 4 core attributes. Just thinking about that terrifying astronomical figure made Wang Hao's heart race with dread. Terrifying. The average stats for a 3rd transition class barely exceed 500 points. Reaching 1,000 is already considered genius level. Yet Wang Hao's attribute points were a full 5 times theirs. If that day ever came, I probably wouldn't even need skills. My basic attacks alone would be enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Beyond the attribute boost, what thrilled Wang Hao even more was that Moon Shadow's 9-life soul had actually condensed to Dark Soul. With an overwhelming number of abyssal monsters surging forth, Moon Shadow relentlessly slaughtered enemies at the battlefield's edge. She hacked her way from the eastern road of Panglai all the way to the northern road of Tianbei. Both short blades were glowing red from the heat, having slain countless abyssal fiends. She had gathered all the souls required for the Dark Soul. Even the Fire Soul was now half complete. It was an unexpected delight. Glancing at Moon Shadow's skill panel, after fully condensing the Celestial Soul, the 9 lives ability allowed her to summon the Celestial Soul into battle. The Heavenly Soul possessed 70% of the main body's attributes, effectively functioning as a clone. If all 9 Heavenly Souls could be fully condensed, Yueying would effectively gain 9 additional clones. Holy crap! This is just too crazy. The thought made Wang Hao's heart skip a beat. He was itching to find a monster spawning spot right now to condense the remaining Heavenly Souls. Besides these, there were also the equipment, materials, and various skill books dropped by these monsters. Though Wang Hao hadn't looted them on the battlefield, he had sent in Mia to seal the Abyss Gate. Inside the Abyss Gate, high-level monsters roamed everywhere, nothing like the cannon fodder that had poured out. All of them were claimed by Wang Hao. The spatial ring Mia carried was nearly filled to capacity. A cursory glance revealed hundreds of red tier items, dozens of purple tier items, and countless blue tier items beyond count. There were also various magical materials and skill books produced by the Abyss. Excluding the gear, Wang Hao's haul from this expedition had already surpassed 100 million. A minor goal was accomplished outright. Overnight riches, nothing more, nothing less. Indeed, murder and arson pay off. Just one monster surge yielded such immense rewards. If this happened more often, I'd be rolling in it. Wang Hao's heart raced with excitement, itching to rush home and sort through today's haul. At that moment, awakened organizations worldwide witnessed the Battle of Xiajiang City through various means. Inside the Pentagon White House of the United States, the President of the United States watched the Calamity Snake on the screen as it gradually shrank, his expression darkening. A god-tier profession. That Eastern superpower has actually produced a god-tier profession. And he's already contracted a divine beast. Damn it! Why couldn't this person be an American? Damn it! If we don't eliminate him, the Dragon Nation will surpass us sooner or later. He took a deep breath and pressed a red button on the desk. Instantly, an ancient red telephone rose from the surface. Picking up the receiver, his expression turned grave. Notify Sector 67. Dispatch agents immediately to make contact with Wang Hao. At any cost, we must make him one of us, an American. If he refuses, destroy him no matter the cost. I will not allow the Dragon Nation to produce another god of battle. Too terrifying. He actually managed to subdue the Calamity Serpent. Is the Dragon Nation truly such a land of exceptional talents? The Cherry Blossom Queen lay in bed, sighing repeatedly. As a neighbor to the Dragon Kingdom, she coveted that sacred land every single moment. Throughout history, it has always been a land of wonder. Whenever the world was in turmoil, it always produced a multitude of heroes. Once it was the battle god, and now it is this divine beast tamer, Wang Hao. A pure-faced shrine maiden in a kimono smiled sweetly at the cherry blossom queen. Mother, I'm quite interested in him. I wish to visit the Dragon Kingdom. I'm confident I can capture him. Stealing a god-tier genius from the Dragon Kingdom. That would be quite the thrill. Kamehei Nausicaa licked her lips excitedly, a flicker of madness in her eyes. We won! We won! Inside the Dragon Guard South China Command Center, several divine dragon envoys were overcome with emotion. This battle not only saved the lives of 23 million people in Xiaojiang City, but also showcased Wang Hao's extraordinary talent. With just a little cultivation, he would become another pillar of the nation for Dragon Nation. All of this was thanks to Wang Hao. Such an extraordinary talent must be nurtured with all our resources. The Celestial Dragon Training Camp. He must be sent to the Celestial Dragon Training Camp. The Tianlong Training Camp? Isn't that too soon? That's an elite training center for the nation's top university graduates. Even the weakest there are triple-class professionals. No. Zhang Longshire shook his head, stroking his long beard with a smile. I even think the Celestial Dragon Training Camp isn't enough. Only the Dragon Fong Squad has the qualifications to train him. Xiaojiang City. As the tide of monsters receded, the sky-filling radiance gradually faded. The entire city returned to its usual tranquility. In the shadowy corner of an alleyway, Tang Kai emerged disheveled from a pile of trash, confirming no pursuers were nearby. He stood up from the rubbish heap, gazing at the dazzling neon lights illuminating the city. The memory of Wang Hao personally slaying Tang Lijun flooded his mind. His eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his jaw. Damn Wang Hao! I won't let you get away with this. Chapter 87, Tang Kai's despair votes needed. Upon returning home, Wang Hao released both Yueying and Xiaolu. He felt the house was too empty. Unless circumstances demanded it, he usually kept Xiaolu and Yueying outside rather than storing them in his beast tamer's space. Come to think of it, his ultimate beast girl cultivation system seemed to have upgraded when he advanced and changed jobs. Ultimate beast girl cultivation system. Master, Wang Hao. System level, 230.8 M. Spiritual power, 16,494. Functions: spiritual energy absorption, beast taming space, rapid learning, encyclopedia viewing, attribute enhancement, bloodline evolution, morphing device, map detection. A map detection function has been added, and a plus sign now appears after beast taming space. Had Wang Hao not been observant, he might have missed it entirely. Map detection, 100 SP per use. Scans the current map to reveal magical materials, divine beasts, and enemy locations. Not bad. Another way to find divine beasts. Wang Hao read the description of the map detection feature and nodded to himself. With this, he wouldn't have to fear enemy ambushes anymore. He lightly tapped the plus sign, and a system prompt immediately popped up. Beep. Confirm spending 10,000 spirit energy to upgrade the beast taming space. 10,000 points? Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. That expensive? Don't be fooled by his current psychic power of over 16,000. It's all accumulated one monster at a time during this demonic onslaught. As his power grew, lower-tier monsters no longer granted him any spiritual energy at all. This upgrade to the beast taming space alone demands 10,000 spirit energy points. This left Wang Hao somewhat conflicted. After all, he felt this beast taming space function wasn't exactly something he could make full use of. He currently had 2 divine beasts under contract. After advancing to the first transformation, he gained an additional contract slot, meaning he could still contract 2 more divine beasts. With 2 empty slots remaining in the beast taming space, it was perfectly sufficient. If upgrading only added a single beast taming space, Wang Hao felt it wasn't particularly necessary for his current situation. But you get what you pay for. A feature requiring 10,000 spirit energy points to upgrade surely offered more than just an extra space. Wang Hao weighed his options, then gritted his teeth and made the decision. He was betting on it. With funds currently available, he'd upgrade it now. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked the plus button for the beast taming space. Whoosh! 10,000 points of spiritual energy vanished instantly. Wang Hao felt a sudden surge of warmth coursing through his body, as if something had poured into him from the void. Beast taming space upgraded successfully, evolving into the beast taming realm. Beast taming realm, a miniature world capable of storing tamed beasts, providing experience bonuses and life recovery for the host's tamed creatures. It absorbs primordial world energy to grow. Currently accommodates up to 25 divine beasts. A microcosm? Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be what he was thinking? Suddenly struck by inspiration, he opened his palm and drew a light stroke, instantly opening a water blue light gate before him. Wang Hao. Stepping through the portal, Wang Hao found himself at the foot of a small mountain. Wow, what is this place? The fawn followed Wang Hao through the portal and was instantly stunned by the scene before it. A single fiery orb hung in the gray, hazy sky, illuminating the entire world. Thick, unyielding fog swirled all around. The entire hilltop remained free of fog for hundreds of miles around. This seemed to be a fragment of a world. Yue Ying also passed through the light gate behind Wang Hao. She gazed at the scene before her, stroking her chin in thought. Indeed, this was a miniature world. Wang Hao stared at the small hill before him, his expression filled with overwhelming excitement. He never imagined that spending 10,000 spirit energy points would be such a bargain. He had actually gained a portable world. According to the system prompt, this microcosm belonged entirely to Wang Hao. Within this realm, he was a god, capable of controlling everything at will. If he could devour vast amounts of world essence and cultivate this small world into a true plane, he could achieve true godhood. Unfortunately, this little world was still far too fragile to withstand the aftershocks of battle. Otherwise, dragging enemies into it would make me invincible. Wang Hao sighed regretfully but quickly perked up again. This was a small world, and Wang Hao could fully utilize it. He could cultivate rare medicinal herbs on the small hill, or breed magical beasts that produce magical materials. He could capture slightly more intelligent monsters and teach them potion making or spirit card knowledge. Have them continuously brew potions and craft spirit cards for him within this realm. Wouldn't that mean he'd have an endless supply of potions and spirit cards? At this thought, Wang Hao's heart surged with excitement. He began calculating which monsters would be best to capture. Goblins? Their intelligence seems a bit lacking. Dwarves are a bit too ugly. Elves? Apart from encountering the Battle of Haidar during his last promotion and class change, he'd never heard of elves in that secret realm, only legends about them. But elves are so stuffy they're practically little old men. After pondering for a while, Wang Hao sighed. Beast girls are definitely the most reliable. I'm going to establish a beast girl kingdom here. Emerging from the beast taming realm, Wang Hao remained utterly exhilarated. He couldn't wait to start building his very own beast girl kingdom. But seeing how late it was, he decided to put off any further action until tomorrow. Stretching lazily, he eyed the newly activated map detection feature, pondering whether to give it a try. Why not? It's only 100 spirit energy. Shrugging, he activated the map detection function purely out of curiosity. As the spirit energy dissipated, a virtual map of Xiajiang City instantly materialized in Wang Hao's mind. The map clearly showed the locations of magical materials and high-level energy reactions. A red dot was rapidly moving across the map, heading out of the city. Curiosity drew his gaze to the red dot, and instantly, a stream of information flooded Wang Hao's mind. After reading the message, a sharp gleam flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, followed by a cold chuckle. So it's you. Hidden in the street corner, Tang Kai pressed his entire body against the wall, avoiding the surveillance cameras lining the streets. He carefully scanned the figures on the road, deliberately choosing to advance along secluded side streets. Almost there. The tunnel entrance is just ahead. Once I pass through the emergency tunnel, I'll be outside the city. When I reach Shangjiang and find the cult leader, I'll have my revenge. Tang Kai wiped away his tears, swallowing his grievances, and silently vowed to himself. Everything he endured today, he would repay Wang Hao 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Passing through a narrow alley, Tang Kai's face lit up with a flicker of joy as he spotted the small building in the distance. This was the entrance to the Tang family's emergency escape passage. Once he reached this point, he would be safe. Where are you rushing off to? A sudden voice exploded in Tang Kai's ear. He spun around in terror. In the moonlight, Wang Hao stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at him from above. His gaze was icy cold as he uttered a few words in a chilling tone. Mr. Tang Kai? Chapter 88, The Divine Fiend's Essence Votes Needed. Wang Hao. Tang Kai gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on the figure suspended mid-air. It was this man. Not only did he steal the spotlight at the awakening ceremony, he also ruined their family's plans. He had reduced the Tang family's decades of scheming to ruins. All because of him. Tang Kai felt as if 1,000 venomous snakes were gnawing at his insides. He failed to realize that if they hadn't provoked Wang Hao in the first place, none of this would have happened. All of this was his own doing. People like him would never recognize their own mistakes. He'd always blame others for his mistakes. What more do you want from me? You showed up here just to humiliate me. Fine. I admit you win. I surrender. Look at me now. You've become Xiajiang City's hero. And I'm nothing but a rat in the gutter. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Tang Kai roared hoarsely, his eyes filled with madness. What do you want me to do? Wang Hao chuckled coldly, a flash of icy murderous intent darting through his eyes. That question isn't for me to answer. Your Tang family sided with the abyss, opening its gate outside Xiajiang City. You must face the punishment you deserve. Wang Hao summoned his golden spear, pointing it at Tang Kai. Tang Kai's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared with grief and fury. My father is dead. Killed by your own hand. Is that not enough? Wang Hao remained utterly unmoved, his gaze cold and unwavering as he stared at Tang Kai. Seeing the icy glint in Wang Hao's eyes, Tang Kai understood everything. Ha! I see you're not here to arrest me either. Tang Kai burst into loud laughter, pointing at Wang Hao in the sky while clutching his stomach in uncontrollable gags. You're here to kill me, aren't you? Ha! Wang Hao remained silent as the golden war spear in his hand gradually began to glow. A colossal surge of energy radiated outward from the golden spear. Watching this unfold, Tang Kai shook his head and chuckled. Wang Hao, you and I are cut from the same cloth. We'll stop at nothing to achieve our goals. Extending his right hand, he summoned his bloodthirsty blade from within, pointing it at Wang Hao in the sky. Come on, let me see just how powerful this god-tier profession of yours really is. Hong Kong, top floor of Fuji Tower. Lu Yuan, the high priest of the Abyss cult, was performing his daily prayers. As a level 146 transformation Abyss sorcerer, he was already among the world's most powerful beings. Yet he still set aside 2 hours each day for prayer. He had already reached the pinnacle of both wealth and power. The sole yearning in his heart was to attain eternal life. And this was precisely what the abyssal demon god could grant him. Thus, when he prayed, his devotion surpassed that of any other. To earn the favor of the abyssal evil god, he even changed his name to Lu Yuan. Suddenly, a guardian clad in a black robe trimmed with gold burst into Lu Yuan's prayer chamber. Gazing at the demon who had suddenly materialized before him, the guardian snapped to attention. In his haste, he had dared to intrude upon the high priest's prayers. Even as Lu Yuan's trusted confidant, the guardian's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. Beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. Sensing the demon's hostile gaze, he frantically knelt on the ground. Your Holiness, an urgent report from the sacred guard. Lu Yuan didn't even lift his head. Just as the demon's claws were inches from the guardian's head, his deep voice finally drifted from the window. Recite. Yellow-grade guardian Tang Lijun of Xiajiang City activated the abyssal gate, but his attempt to unleash a demonic tide failed. The soul tablet of the Holy Sun, Tang Kai, shattered, and the divine demonic spirit has yet to return. The guardian recited the intelligence from the holy guard at the fastest pace of his life, fearing that a single second's delay would cost him his life. Upon hearing the guardian's report, Lu Yuan's eyes snapped open. He cared not whether Tang Lijun lived or died. But Tang Kai must not die. He was a crucial piece in his plan to ascend to godhood. Tang Lijun. Good for nothing but sabotage. Go investigate, find out who sabotaged our grand scheme. By any means necessary, retrieve the divine sin soul for me. If you fail to retrieve the divine sin soul, don't bother coming back yourself. Hearing Lu Yuan's icy voice, the guardian's face lit up with joy instead. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he repeatedly kowtowed before Lu Yuan, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. Rest assured, Lord Master. Blood Soul will brave fire and water to retrieve the divine wrath essence. Divine wrath essence, mythic item, a terrifying lifeform from the depths of the abyss, said to be born solely to slay gods. Possesses the power to devour divinity and destroy worlds. However, this fragment appears to be only a part of the divine wrath. Consuming other divine wrath essences can enhance this essence's capabilities. 080. Wang Hao scrutinized the black stone in his hand for a long while, yet couldn't connect it to any mythical artifact. This thing was utterly unremarkable. It looked no different from the coal you'd find scattered along any roadside. Yet its description was utterly staggering. God-slaying, world-ending. Yet it granted absolutely no attributes whatsoever, leaving Wang Hao utterly perplexed. Gulp. A sudden gulp of swallowed saliva echoed behind Wang Hao. He turned to see that Nia had awakened at some point. He stood behind Wang Hao, staring blankly at the divine abomination's essence in his hand. Do you know what this is? Wang Hao pinched it and asked Nia curiously. And Nia nodded fiercely. This is a fragment of divine corruption. In the legends of the Abyss, it is said to be powerful enough to destroy a prime god. Each fragment carries a portion of the divine curse's divinity. If I can devour it, I can upgrade my demon lord template to demigod level. Hearing Nia's words, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. So it's an evolution material. A valuable resource. That Tang Kai kid isn't half bad. He didn't forget to leave me a grand gift before departing. As Wang Hao examined the divine curse essence in his hand, Nia suddenly furrowed his brow. Something's off. This divine calamity essence feels odd. What's wrong? Is this thing fake? Curious, Wang Hao handed the divine calamity essence to Nia. And Nia examined it from every angle, his expression instantly shifting to one of understanding. Just as I suspected. And Nia explained. This divine calamity essence wasn't born from the abyss itself. Instead, someone extracted a trace of divine calamity chi from the abyss and infused it into a human at birth to cultivate a special kind of divine calamity. Those imbued with this divine calamity essence develop erratic temperaments and brutal dispositions. When the essence matures at a predetermined moment, it consumes the host's entire life force, fusing with them to become a terrifying new divine calamity. As Wang Hao listened to Nia's explanation, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. So, Tang Kai must be hiding an even greater conspiracy. Beep. Task clue detected. Investigate the truth and uncover the mastermind behind the divine fiend essence gold. Accept this mission? Reward, Bloodline Evolution Potion X1. Mission penalty, Beast Taming Realm sealed for 1 month. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Wang Hao's eyes flashed with determination. This was the first quest he'd triggered since completing his class advancement. Do it! Absolutely do it! Can you locate other divine fiend essences? And Mia closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. Moments later, he opened his eyes and nodded to Wang Hao. He could only sense it vaguely, but after devouring it, he should be able to detect the locations of other essences. Chapter 89, Moon Shadow, Stop. Votes needed. In the end, Wang Hao allowed Mia to devour the divine abomination's essence. One reason was that Mia was born from twisted blood once sworn to him, it would never betray him. Equivalent to a duplicate of oneself. Given the chance to strengthen it, he naturally would. The second reason was the scheming of the figure behind Tang Kai. If they had any plans, activating these divine spawn essences would inevitably be part of it. If he could destroy one in advance, then even with their divine power, they couldn't activate it. As the annihilation swallowed the divine calamity essence, his entire body began to convulse uncontrollably. He dissolved into a pool of black blood, melting into the floor of Wang Hao's home. Waves of black mist swirled relentlessly over the dark blood, echoing with soul-piercing, horrifying wails. Fortunately, Xiao Lu had been watching nearby. Seeing the sudden transformation, she immediately summoned a beam of holy light, which descended like a giant bowl, capping in Mia's head. SSSH. It took a full half hour before the black blood on the floor finally settled. A figure slowly rose from the center of the black blood. It was Mia. Enhanced by the essence of divine abomination, his form had grown more massive. His eyes blazed crimson, and black mist swirled around his body. Vast bat-like wings unfurled behind him, radiating a savage aura that now made him resemble a demonic king from the abyss more than ever before. Blood of Corruption, Anmo Demigod. Level 21 First Transformation. Elements, Abyss, Darkness. Special Bloodline, Divine Curse 1%. Attributes, Strength 1656, Constitution 1321, Agility 1432, Spirit 1543. Skills, Form Shift Fearlord Human Form, Godslayer's Might, Dark Manipulation. Godslayer's Might, this creature is immune to divine attacks. All divine damage is reduced to base magical damage, while dealing triple damage to divine beings. Gods? Merely my sustenance. Hiss. Truly a divine abomination. Its skills are terrifying. Wang Hao had previously learned from Notishir within the World Tree. What truly distinguishes god-tier beings from other creatures? It all comes down to this divine essence. Ordinary monsters, regardless of their level, could only become demigods at best without divinity. Even with the highest attributes, they cannot harm a deity in the slightest. This is precisely because deities possess divinity. Divinity itself is a realm beyond magical elements. It holds unparalleled dominion over the natural elements. Ordinary magic, even the most basic fireball spell, gains explosive power when infused with a trace of divinity, increasing its potency by dozens of times. Even the most formidable magical shield crumbles like fragile foam before a divine attack, utterly defenseless, shattered upon contact. Such is the power of divinity. Therefore, mortals cannot slay gods. Yet divine aberrations possess immunity to divine attacks. This meant that those lofty deities, when faced with Anmo, were no different from some slightly more powerful demons. If they dare reveal their health bars, Wang Hao can slay them. Divine Bane. Truly worthy of its name. Wang Hao sighed in admiration, then withdrew it into his beast-taming realm, allowing it to digest the divine essence it had just absorbed. Completing this mission would likely still fall to Anmo. He needed to strategize carefully. Rising from the sofa, Wang Hao stretched lazily. The spoils from the monster rampage hadn't been tallied yet, but it was far too late tonight. He decided to get some rest first and figure things out tomorrow. Xiao Lu, I'm going to bed. You should get some rest too. He reminded Xiao Lu to remember to sleep early. Got it. But seeing how engrossed she was in the TV, Wang Hao knew she hadn't heard a word. It's been ages since I last had a good night's sleep. Wang Hao let out a hearty shout. He turned to head back to his room. The door slammed open. A figure leaned against the doorway, leaving Wang Hao momentarily speechless. Yueying, clad in a succubus outfit, leaned against the doorframe. A small black whip was in her hand, and her pretty face flushed crimson as she looked at Wang Hao. The succubus horns on her head emitted wisps of pink light, bathing the entire room in an intensely suggestive glow. Yueying, why are you wearing a succubus outfit? Feeling his body's reaction, Wang Hao awkwardly turned his head away. What's wrong, master? Don't you like it? Yueying glided over to Wang Hao with a seductive sway, hooking her finger under his chin. A fragrance like green tangerines wafted toward him, leaving Wang Hao slightly intoxicated. Wait, Yueying isn't like this. Struggling, Wang Hao tore his gaze away from Yueying's chest. He looked up at her face. Only then did he notice that Yueying's face had flushed crimson at some point, her eyes transforming into heart shapes. Oh no! Could this be the succubus's next move? Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. His eyes darted to the equipment panel, where he finally spotted a line of extremely inconspicuous small text beneath the succubus set's description. Succubus set costume, consisting of succubus horns, succubus wings, and succubus tail. Increases special attack speed. Can be disassembled into legendary materials. P.S. Female characters equipping this set have a high chance of activating mating instincts. Wang Hao. Moon Shadow, clinging to Wang Hao, breathed in his masculine scent and could no longer contain herself. Unable to hold back, she meowed softly. Master, I feel so uncomfortable, meow. I'm so hot, meow. What's that hard thing against me, meow? He glanced at Xiaolu, who was still watching TV in the living room. Feeling Yue Ying's increasingly bold hands, Wang Hao quickly pushed her through the door. Wait. Yue Ying. You can't eat that. Ouch. Stop. Stop it now. Baiyu International Airport, Xiajiang City. A private jet descended slowly from the sky, coming to rest at a VIP parking bay. Before the aircraft had even come to a complete stop, a convoy of dozens of stretch Lincolns pulled up nearby. A red carpet was rolled out directly from the car doors all the way to the aircraft's boarding gate. Miss Shinha, welcome to the capital. A dozen imposing figures clad in black, holding umbrellas, stood respectfully to greet the figure stepping from the aircraft. Bathed in the airport lights stood the eldest daughter of Japan's Kamatsuro conglomerate, the SSS-ranked genius Onmyoji Kamatsuro Asuka. At just 18 years old, she had already reached level 57, standing but a step away from her third transformation. Mr. Gua, I wonder how the matter I entrusted to you is progressing. Maintaining her aristocratic poise, Asuka Kamatsuro smiled as she glanced at the umbrella-bearing figure beside her. Guoming, the leader of the Kyoto Black Dragon Society, wiped sweat from his brow and bowed deeply. Everything has been taken care of. Tomorrow you may begin teaching at Xiajiang City First High School as an exchange instructor from Tokyo Sakura University. A flicker of surprise crossed Asuka Kamazuru's eyes as she heard Guoming's reply. A teacher? Teacher-student romance. Seems rather appealing. The young woman licked her lips excitedly, as if she'd found some intriguing toy. Chapter 90, The Celestial Dragon Training Camp Votes Needed. Thud. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the messy bed. A knock on the door jolted Wang Hao awake from his slumber. Who is it? Yawning and rubbing his waist, Wang Hao shuffled toward the door. The moment he opened the door, his eyes widened in shock. Outside stood a large, dark crowd, led by Xinyu and Xinxianha. Ah! Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Xinxini screamed, quickly covering her eyes with her hands, but the gaps between her fingers revealed a galaxy of sight. Bang! Startled by Xinxini's scream, Wang Hao quickly shut the door. By the time he opened it again, he was fully dressed. I live in my own home. Wearing pajamas is perfectly normal. Wang Hao casually replied, inviting Xinyu and Xinxianha inside. Accompanying them were Wang Yangjun, the Dragon Guard commander of Xiajiang City, and Yi Zhenghu, the principal of Xiajiang No. 1 High School. Xinyu had asked the others to wait outside and not come in. Uncle Xin, what brings you here? Wang Hao offered Xinyu and Xinxianha a cup of tea, then sat across from them and asked. Back when his parents were away, he often visited Xinyu's home to play. He felt a genuine affection for this uncle. Ah, Xiao Hao, looks like we've disturbed your rest. Xinxianha stroked his beard with a smile. His complexion was rosy now, showing no trace of having recently recovered from a serious illness. He was in high spirits. Yesterday, when Tang Lijun opened the Abyss Gate to summon the Calamity Serpent, he had been frantic with worry. Although they had used the Natural Guardian to outmaneuver Tang Lijun, the Calamity Serpent was, after all, a colossal beast of disaster. Xinyu, a mere third-tier cultivator, was no match for it alone. Yet he remained bound to the Natural Guardian array, unable to intervene, fearing the Abyss cult might have more tricks up their sleeves. But soon, he received news. The abyssal tide had been halted. His savior, Wang Hao, had intervened. Summoning the sacred light divine beast, he instantly annihilated tens of thousands of demons and monsters, even subduing the Calamity Serpent. This news brought him immense relief, like savoring an ice cream on the hottest day of summer. Xinxianha set down his teacup and smiled at Wang Hao. Little Hao, thanks to you yesterday, Xiajiang City was saved from peril. Had you not intervened to turn the tide, Xiajiang City would surely have fallen to the clutches of the abyssal fiends. On behalf of Xiajiang City's 23 million citizens, I extend our heartfelt gratitude. With that, Xinxianha rose and bowed deeply to Wang Hao. Wang Hao quickly rose to his feet and supported Xinxianha. This was his elder, he couldn't possibly accept such a deep bow. It was simply my duty. The fate of the nation rests on every citizen's shoulders. My father always taught me, with great power comes great responsibility. Having awakened a god-tier profession, I certainly won't stand idly by when monsters attack. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Xinxianha and Xinyu exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of admiration in the other's eyes. Xinxini's eyes lit up with little hearts, instantly captivated by Wang Hao's words. What a powerful statement! The rise and fall of the nation rests on every citizen's shoulders. Brother Pingyang has raised a fine son. Xinyu murmured admiringly from the side. She looked at Wang Hao and said, We've come primarily to invite you to join this session of the Tianlong training camp. The Celestial Dragon Training Camp? Wang Hao froze for a moment. He knew of this camp, famed online as the cradle of the strongest. It was said that the camp only opened once every 4 years, recruiting just 100 participants per session, gathering the most gifted professionals from across the entire Dragon Nation. Only 10 participants successfully graduate each cycle. Only practitioners who achieved their third transformation before the age of 20 were eligible for candidate spots. Every participant in the Tianlong training camp was an elite from awakening academies across the Dragon Nation. A rank is merely the entry threshold, while S rank is the norm. Even the terrifying SSS rank is represented by 1 or 2 individuals in each cohort. Graduates from the camp consistently achieve at least the 5th transformation, joining the Dragon Guardians as Divine Dragon Envoys. Nearly 3/4 of all Divine Dragon Envoys in the entire Dragon Nation are graduates of the Celestial Dragon Training Camp. It is a gathering place for the nation's most gifted, most extraordinary, and most prodigious talents. It is said that every instructor within this training camp is a 5th transformation powerhouse. Most crucially, admission to the Celestial Dragon Training Camp grants unrestricted access to any secret realm within the Dragon Nation, bypassing all entry requirements. This was crucial for Wang Hao. Currently, bolstered by Moon Shadow and Little Deer, his attributes were off the charts. But equally terrifying was the staggering amount of experience required for his next level up. Relying solely on those trash secret realms? He could grind himself to death and still barely level up. The efficiency was abysmal. If he could enter the Celestial Dragon Training Camp and access the advanced secret realms, with Wang Hao's strength, his level would skyrocket. Therefore, upon hearing Xinyu's invitation, Wang Hao instantly felt his heart stir. He had actually received an invitation to the Celestial Dragon Training Camp. His original plan was to complete his first transformation and then enter the Capital Academy through the 5 schools joint examination. But now, it seemed that path was no longer necessary. Compared to the Celestial Dragon Training Camp, the Capital Academy was utterly insignificant, no contest whatsoever. Moreover, to express our gratitude for your assistance, Xiajiang No. 1 High School will also allocate 1 guaranteed admission spot at the Capital Academy. Simply by joining the Tianlong Training Camp, you would automatically become a student of Kyoto Academy. Yi Jinghu approached with a fawning smile, offering Xiajiang No. 1 High School's most precious guaranteed admission spot in an attempt to curry favor with Wang Hao. But Wang Hao gave him nothing but a cold stare. After all, he remembered everything about the awakening ceremony. Not seeking revenge was already a generous gesture on Wang Hao's part. Expecting him to give Yi Jinghu a warm welcome? Nice try. Right. The Long Guardians of Xiajiang City would also transfer 5 million credit points as a reward into Wang's account. Wang Yongjun chimed in. He'd already been severely reprimanded by his superiors for failing to recruit Wang Hao into the Dragon Guard in a timely manner. Now was the time to show sincerity. He couldn't afford to be careless. So, Xiao Hao, are you willing to join the Celestial Dragon Training Camp? Xinyu's expression turned solemn as she asked Wang Hao. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao nodded his agreement. No problem. I'm willing to join the Celestial Dragon Training Camp. Beep. Main quest clue detected. Quest activated, Ascension of the Hidden Dragon. Mission description: join the Celestial Dragon Training Camp, complete the Dragon Gate trials, and obtain the Celestial Dragon Badge. Reward: Dragon Martial Arts Technique 1. Mission penalty: system disconnection. Upon hearing Wang Hao's response, Xinyu burst into laughter and turned to look at Shinsini beside him. Perfect timing. The Tianlong Training Camp opens in about a week. I have a villa in the capital, conveniently located near the Imperial Academy. It would be perfect for the two of you to stay. Wang Hao was utterly baffled by Xinyu's words. Staring at Shinsini's bashful expression, he couldn't wrap his head around it for a long while. Ha! Is she going to the Tianlong Training Camp too? Chapter 91, Spirit Card Combat Device Votes Needed. After seeing Xinyu and the others off, Wang Hao finally exhaled slowly. He turned and instantly materialized within the beast-taming realm. Today, he planned to properly organize his recent acquisitions, selecting some equipment and materials to store securely within the beast-taming realm. Any unused gear can be handed over to Xinyu for disposal. Breathing in the fresh air, Wang Hao surveyed the several mountains before him and began directing his beasts to get moving. After half an hour of sorting and reinforcement, the mountain before him gradually split into 4 distinct smaller mounds. One pile contained gear usable by him and his divine beasts, mostly high-quality golden equipment with golden prefixes, while a smaller portion featured either exceptionally powerful attributes or uniquely potent skills. These were deliberately set aside by Wang Hao. The second pile contained magical materials Wang Hao had sorted for potential future use, including magical herbs, forging materials, and rune components. After completing his promotion and job change, he received 3 quest rewards: basic potion crafting, basic rune crafting, and basic spirit card crafting. These skills weren't just for him to learn, he could also teach them to his divine beasts. They would provide immense assistance in both combat and cultivation.
After careful consideration, he decided to specialize in spirit card arts himself, assigning basic rune arts to Moon Shadow and basic alchemy to Little Deer. On one hand, their personalities suited these roles well. Xiaolu, being the incarnation of the light god deer, was naturally drawn to nature and loved all things floral and botanical. Studying potion making perfectly suited her inclinations. Moon Shadow, on the other hand, possessed an innate curiosity and keen energy perception. Studying talismanic arts would not only enhance her combat prowess but also give her something productive to focus on. The thought of it gave Wang Hao a headache. Curiosity really does kill cats. Yesterday, it was precisely because of Yue Ying's curiosity rummaging through Wang Hao's room and uncovering the succubus outfit that such a major incident occurred. The result? He got sucked 8 times that night. He nearly had his waist sucked clean off. He absolutely had to find her something to do. Otherwise she'll be pestering me for rewards again. Just thinking about Yue Ying's frenzied state made Wang Hao shudder involuntarily. Shaking his head to clear his mind of such thoughts, Wang Hao turned his attention back to the items before him. The third pile contained seeds for magical potions or other items that might prove useful within the beast taming realm. The beast taming realm had just been opened, revealing nothing but an empty hillock. Wang Hao planned to explore the secret realm thoroughly when he had time later. He planned to develop the entire beast taming realm. At the very least, he could plant medicinal herbs all over the mountain and build a few small villas at its base. He'd dig a few ponds by the villas to raise fish. In his free time, Wang Hao could fish there and discuss life with Yue Ying. Just imagining this future life filled him with a little excitement. The last pile held the most items, but they were also the most worthless. Wang Hao had no use for them, yet discarding them felt wasteful. He planned to find time tomorrow to seek out Xingyu and see if he could sell them off cheaply through the Dragon Guard. Even though he'd just acquired 5 million credit points, whoever complained about having too much money? Every little bit helped. Oh right. He still had a basic spirit card crafting skill. Wang Hao suddenly recalled that he seemed to have obtained a basic spirit card crafting skill while completing the main quest. He wondered how it differed from the spirit card crafting granted upon promotion or job change. Basic spirit card crafting, S-rank, a spirit card skill exclusive to divine beast spirit masters, detailing the crafting methods for 5 spirit cards: soul suppression, rejuvenation, super strength, speed boost, and spirit gathering. Basic spirit card crafting, B-rank, a technique utilizing monster hides and magic ink pens, detailing the creation of spirit card combat devices, blank spirit cards, and fireball spirit cards. After reading the spirit card arts description, Wang Hao began to grasp the concept. This stuff was kinda like the talismans in those fantasy novels. By kneading monster hides and inscribing magical patterns upon them, one could form spirit cards. During combat, the cards could be activated using specialized instruments or simply torn apart to unleash their effects. Activation via the device only consumes the card's stored magic. After battle, the card can be restored using energy storage cards or through natural regeneration. They could be reused. Spirit cards are categorized into 3 types: defensive, offensive, and support. Each type is further categorized into 5 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, supreme, and perfect, corresponding to varying levels of card potency. Overall, it's a remarkably versatile technology. Although magic scrolls are also available on the market today, magic scrolls are inferior to spirit cards in both cost and portability. After all, a spirit card is only the size of a playing card. You could carry 100 of them without anyone noticing. Carrying 4 or 5 scrolls, however, would be conspicuous and impractical without spatial equipment. Wang Hao could foresee that if he released his spirit card technology, it would quickly spark a new trend. Because spirit cards could be used by anyone. Even ordinary people without extraordinary powers could activate spirit cards normally as long as they had a spirit card combat device and an energy storage card. For magic scrolls, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. However, Wang Hao certainly wouldn't release the spirit card technology now. First, his own power wasn't strong enough yet. A novel technology like spirit cards, which clearly holds immense potential, once it surfaces, all sorts of unscrupulous elements would inevitably emerge to vie for control. Dealing with all those trivial matters would likely consume a significant amount of time. But once Wang Hao grows significantly stronger in the future or establishes a large organization, he might be able to release this spirit card technology. Moreover, he might even open it up to the entire world. After all, a technology can only develop rapidly when enough people participate in it. But for now, making one for my own use should be no problem. Thoughts turned to action. Wang Hao rummaged through the pile of materials, spending half an hour gathering the components needed to craft a spirit card combat device. After another hour of meticulous crafting, following the skill book's instructions, he finally hand-assembled a spirit card battle device. He also made a fireball card while he was at it. Unfortunately, being his first attempt, he wasn't quite skilled enough. He could only produce a low-level spirit card. Those intricate circuits were simply too challenging for Wang Hao. Just tracing them took him over 10 minutes. Fortunately, Zi Jin could control the purple flame inferno, allowing Wang Hao to temporarily step into the role of a blacksmith.
Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to create this combat power. Gazing at the spirit card combat device in his hand resembling the transformation belt from Xingtian's armor, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement. This thing, why does it look so familiar? Sliding the spirit card into the belt slot, Wang Hao instantly felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. With a single wave of his hand, he instantly conjured a fist-sized fireball that slammed into the ground with a boom. Holy crap! This time I got the real deal. Spirit Card Combat Device X. Armor Warrior Transformation Device. Chapter 92, a brand new battle mode votes needed. The Dragon Nation is vast and rich in talent. Though it boasts numerous 6th tier and 5th tier practitioners, terrifying calamity realms, warped dimensions, and even lost ruins abound. These places are terrifying beyond measure, where the rules are warped and the monsters are endless. They are known as life forbidden zones. According to incomplete records, Dragon Nation alone harbors 32 such terrifying forbidden zones. Each one possesses the power to unleash a nation-shattering catastrophe. Together, they account for 2/3 of all such forbidden zones worldwide. The remaining 1/3 are scattered across nations worldwide. Each nation typically possesses only 1 or 2 such zones. In peacetime, Dragon Nation's elite dragon guardians maintain a permanent presence around these forbidden zones. These are known as forward bases. However, humans remain fundamentally inferior to monsters. Not only is awakening difficult, but leveling up is even more arduous. They remain perpetually at a disadvantage. Even the strongest human outpost, the most heavily defended one, is guarded by only 12 5th transformation flying dragon envoys and 6 6th transformation divine dragon envoys. Yet within the secret realm they must confront, there lurk over 36 tier demon kings. The disparity in combat strength was self-evident. The slightest misstep could lead to total collapse. Therefore, anything that could enhance human strength was of utmost importance. The Spirit Card Combat Device is precisely such an item. It can significantly enhance human combat capabilities. At the core of the Spirit Card Combat Device lies an energy slot, designed to accommodate either an energy storage card or an energy crystal. Theoretically, as long as the energy within remains unspent, the user can activate any spirit card for combat. Even if the energy is depleted, combat can continue by replacing the energy storage card. For both professionals and ordinary people in this world, this effectively grants them an extra life. In the unpredictable depths of many secret realms, every ounce of extra energy translates to a greater chance of survival. If everyone had a Spirit Card Combat Device, they could borrow its energy for battle before depleting their own reserves. Wealthy professionals might even carry hundreds of energy cards. As long as the combat device can handle it, their skills become virtually limitless. Unfortunately, divine grade materials are hard to come by. Otherwise, I could craft a divine grade combat device myself. Wang Hao sighed. According to the fundamentals of spirit card studies, the materials for crafting combat devices aren't particularly complex. They can even be found in some lower tier secret realms. The core technology lies in the spirit card activation array within the belt, which is a magic array diagram drawn with abyssal secret silver. Even after surviving a recent abyssal demon tide, Wang Hao possessed only 3 such cards. He had used them all up during the initial combat device fabrication. He had only managed to create a basic grade spirit card combat device, capable of activating spirit cards up to level 4. According to spirit card lore, all spirit cards are classified into levels 1 through 10 based on their skill effects and energy potency. Among these, the White Spirit Card and Fireball Spirit Card Wang Hao obtained were both level 1 cards, while the 5 cards like Soul Binding and Rejuvenation were all level 3 cards. Wang Hao could acquire more spirit card blueprints by venturing into secret realms or exploring ancient civilizational ruins. Or, he could develop new spirit cards himself. A revolutionary technology capable of reshaping the world. Wang Hao drew the Fireball Spirit Card from his waist and held it before his eyes. His expression was incredibly complex. Logically speaking, spirit card combat devices like this should be handed over to the state to maximize their effectiveness. Leveraging the state apparatus's resource mobilization capabilities and talent development capacity, it could rapidly innovate and refine various spirit cards, even enabling iterative upgrades to the spirit card combat devices themselves. To put it simply, before the emergence of the secret realm, the state had already initiated preliminary research into exoskeleton armor combat systems. However, research was shelved due to energy constraints and the inability of weapons to inflict effective damage on magical beasts. Imagine the marvel if spirit card combat devices were integrated with exoskeleton armor. It would truly be like every soldier becoming an armored warrior. But doing so would force Wang Hao to explain the origins of these items, exposing his secrets completely. Such consequences were something he absolutely could not bear. Power. He must have power. If he possessed 6th tier strength, even if he revealed the spirit card combat device, the state wouldn't bat an eye. A resolute glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. This was the best of times and the worst of times. Monsters ran rampant, secret realms proliferated, and ordinary people had no chance of survival. In this age, we have no choice but to rise and fight. With the blood of countless monsters, we shall forge a path to the heavens. These words, inscribed beneath every professional's emblem, declared humanity's unyielding resolve. If the nation requires it, Wang Hao would not hesitate to dedicate his spirit card combat device. But only if his own safety is guaranteed. Xiajiang City First High School. Asami Kamihagi frowned at the classroom full of young boys and girls. She beckoned Yi Zhenghu over with a wave. I heard your school has a god-tier professional? Apparently his name is Wang Hao. Why isn't he in this class? Yi Zhenghu plastered on a smile. He dared not slight this benefactor who'd donated 80 million to the school. Rubbing his hands together, he ignored the students' puzzled expressions below the stage and said with a fawning expression. You're asking about Wang Hao? He previously demonstrated exceptional merit. With special government approval, he's already advanced to study at the prestigious capital university. Though Asuka Kamihagi was his benefactor, she was, after all, a Sakura person. Who knows what she might be plotting? So Yi Zhenghu knew exactly what he could and couldn't say. After all, the Tianlong training camp is located within the Kyoto Academy, so he wasn't exactly lying. What? He went to the Imperial Academy. Then what the hell am I doing here? Damn it, how dare he deceive me? Asuka Kamihane's expression darkened instantly. She was about to summon her Shikigami to kill Yi Zhenghu. But remembering she was in the Dragon Nation, she forced herself to suppress her rage. Yet her terrifying aura and icy glare still sent a chill down Yi Zhenghu's spine. This cherry blossom girl means business. Staring intently at Yi Zhenghu's face, Asuka Kamitsuru took several deep breaths to steady her emotions. I'm tired. Class is dismissed for today. With that, she turned and strode straight toward the door. Yi Zhenghu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he called after her. Will you come back tomorrow? Get lost. Nighttime, in a narrow alley on the outskirts of Xiajiang City. Blood Soul emerged from a dark fissure. Is this Xiajiang City? Stepping out of the dark fissure, he pulled a device resembling a pocket watch from his chest and examined it closely. A faintly glowing red dot appeared on its surface. The detector indicated the final fluctuations of the divine abomination's essence originated here, but why were the signals so faint? He tapped the detector in his hand, wondering if the thing had malfunctioned. He never imagined Wang Hao would possess the means to devour the divine abomination's essence. Never mind. He'd see for himself. Moving forward would bring him into the Dragon Guardian's surveillance range. He couldn't open a dark rift here, he'd have to rely on his own 2 feet. Blood Soul murmured, tucking the detector back into his robe. Not far away, the distant roar of motorcycle engines reached his ears, drawing a wicked smile to the corner of his mouth. Chapter 93, Walking into the Trap Oats Needed. Click. Wang Hao pushed open his front door after returning from Xingyu's place and flopped heavily onto the sofa. Ah! That felt good. He waved his hand, summoning Yueying, Xiaolu, and the others. Xiaolu immediately turned on the TV. Yueying stood beside Wang Hao, her eyes flickering slightly. Wang Hao caught her gaze and quickly waved her off. Slow down. Slow down. It was barely dark, yet this sort of thing should be done at bedtime. Wang Hao hadn't expected that after tasting the forbidden fruit, the seemingly aloof Yueying would become wildly addicted, as if a special switch had been flipped. Moreover, each time they engaged, it triggered the beast-taming sutra within Wang Hao to surge violently. Much like dual cultivation, it slightly enhanced both their attributes. This left Wang Hao feeling quite uncomfortable. I thought that with my attributes, I could at least hold my own against Moonshadow. But unexpectedly, she violated martial ethics by ambushing Wang Hao with lightning energy. Wang Hao refused to be outdone, activating Beast Blood Boil to enhance his attributes. During the fight, he secretly used Holy Light to restore his stamina. The two were truly evenly matched, each a worthy opponent. Whenever they had the chance, they'd spar together. Why can't the beast-taming scripture work like dual cultivation techniques, making me stronger with every battle? Wang Hao thought to himself, feeling frustrated. Beast-taming scripture. I've heard succubus blood can help men recover quickly. Wonder if it works. I'll find a chance to get some and test it out. The thought of succubi suddenly sparked an idea in Wang Hao's mind. He waved his hand, summoning in Mie. Having absorbed the essence of the divine abomination, its expression grew even more spirited. Its aura was condensed yet unbroken, its energy restrained, making it appear as ordinary as any common or utterly unremarkable. Apart from its exceptionally handsome face, it possessed no other distinguishing features. Can you open a passage to the abyss? Wang Hao inquired. Darkness closed its eyes, carefully sensing the surroundings, then nodded at Wang Hao. Yes, he replied, though a magical formation seems to shroud this place. Opening the abyss portal now would likely alert others to our presence. Hearing in Mie's response, Wang Hao nodded. I see. He rubbed his chin and waved to Mie. You'll have to find a place outside the city to enter the abyss. You must reach level 30 within a week. Upon hearing Wang Hao's orders, Mie immediately crouched down and replied respectfully. As you command, Mie. As he spoke, his body began to dissolve into a shadowy mass, merging into the floor. Oh, and if you spot a succubus, don't rush to kill it, bring one back alive. Wang Hao suddenly seemed to think of something and added. Yes. As Mia vanished into the shadows, the blood soul racing toward Wang Hao's home abruptly stopped his motorcycle. Ha! The aura of the divine wretch's spirit is moving. He pulled the detector from his pocket, watching the red dot dart across the map. After a moment of stunned silence, he snapped into action. This guy wants to leave the city. This is a golden opportunity. Blood Soul's face lit up with delight. If he could reclaim the divine fiend's essence, not only would he escape the master's punishment, but he might even rise further, surpassing several holy sect protectors to become a protector elder, second only to the master himself. The thought of that glorious future made Blood Soul's breathing quicken. He wedged the detector onto the front of his motorcycle, twisted the handlebars, and sped toward the location of the divine wicked essence. Meanwhile, Xin Yu, returning from the Dragon Guardian's headquarters, plopped down onto the sofa at home. Exhausted, she poured herself a glass of red wine and savored it slowly. Sipping wine in her spare time was one of Xin Yu's few hobbies. Dad! Did Wang Hao come looking for you today? Shinsini spotted Xin Yu returning, clattering downstairs in her slippers before plopping onto the couch and wrapping her arms around Xin Yu's. Yeah, he stopped by. Xin Yu nodded, smiling warmly at her daughter who had already entered her teens. Shinsini immediately blinked her big eyes and asked. Did he tell you when he's going to Beijing? Hearing her daughter's question, Xin Yu chuckled softly and pinched her little cheek. What? Can't wait to live with him already? If before she had only regarded Wang Hao as her friend's son, caring for him stemmed entirely from the years-long bond with his father. But after treating Shen Qianhai in the battle to defend Xiajiang City, he was now utterly satisfied with Wang Hao. He was itching to recruit him as his son-in-law right away. If not for Shinsini's delicate sensibilities, he might have sealed their lifelong bond with an engagement just days ago. Hearing Xin Yu's teasing, Shinsini flushed and protested coyly. No way. Dad, don't say such things. I just want to join the Tianlong training camp sooner. Seeing Shen Xinyi's futile attempts to cover up her true feelings, Xin Yu burst into laughter. She rose and poured another glass of red wine. Ha, don't rush it. You've just broken through to the first transformation, your foundation isn't stable yet. Solidify your basics first, then you'll go further in the camp. Wang Hao came by today to handle a batch of gear and materials. We should be ready to depart in about another week. Swirls of crimson liquid danced in her glass as Xin Yu spoke. But this time, he probably won't be staying with you. Ha? Why? Shinsini asked curiously. Wang Hao has no family or relatives in the capital. Living in the dormitory is so inconvenient, it's better for him to stay with her in the villa. Because he came to me today to handle a batch of equipment materials. All told, it was worth a whopping 700 million. Hearing Xin Yu's words, Shinsini gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. How much? 700 million. Outside the city, and Mia emerged from the shadows, turning to look at Xiajiang City behind him. A dark gleam flashed in his eyes as a blue magical formation suddenly appeared in his vision, enveloping the city of Xiajiang. This place should be about right. And Mia murmured, preparing to open the abyss portal. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He shot a black beam of light toward an empty plot of land nearby. Boom! A figure leapt violently from the void. Truly a divine abomination spirit, even hidden within a dark fissure, I could detect you. Blood Soul hovered mid-air, licking his lips with excitement. He was a level 96 blood mage at his fourth transformation, with every attribute exceeding 1,000 points and wielding dozens of terrifying blood-based spells. Though his scans failed to pinpoint the specific attributes of the Dark Annihilation. But his senses told him this person hadn't even passed the first transformation. Facing a mere first transformation novice, he, a fourth transformation master, would make short work of him. Who are you? Anmo frowned, his crimson eyes fixed on the Blood Soul in the sky. Faced with Mia's question, the Blood Soul remained silent. Instead, it scrutinized Mia from head to toe. So you're the one who obtained the Divine Calamity Essence? Hand over the Divine Calamity Essence. I might spare you a whole corpse. Hearing the Blood Soul's threat, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Mia's eyes. Just as he was about to strike, Wang Hao's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. He knows about the Divine Calamity Essence. Don't kill him yet. Disable him and bring him back. Wang Hao, who was cultivating at home with Moon Shadow, watched the entire scene through their contract. The moment Blood Soul mentioned the Divine Wicked Essence, Wang Hao instantly understood. This was a mission clue delivered right to his doorstep. Chapter 94, Big Fish? Small Fish? Votes needed. Ding ling ling. A frantic alarm suddenly blared through the Dragon Guarders command center in Xiajiang City. It startled the Dragon Guardians on duty. High-density abyss energy detected in the western part of the city. Energy level approaching 90. Seeing the red alert on the screen, the duty director broke out in a cold sweat. Damn abyss cult, this isn't over yet, is it? He cursed inwardly, his hands moving without pause as he swiftly picked up the red phone on the desk and dialed. The highest level on duty personnel were only at level 65, third-class transfers. Faced with an energy reaction from a level 90, 4th class transfer, they could only call for the Special Operations Squad. Before the call could connect, the Dragon Guardian at the screen suddenly cried out in alarm. The energy reaction is surging rapidly. Current level, 120. There's a second energy reaction nearby. Hearing his subordinates report, the director's heart raced even faster. His hand gripping the phone trembled slightly as he silently prayed, "Please, don't let anything major happen. Answer the phone. Answer the phone." The next moment, the Dragon Guardian monitoring the energy readings suddenly let out a startled cry. "Ah! What's wrong? Has the energy intensity increased again?" The director's heart skipped a beat as he urgently asked. "No. Both energy clusters have vanished." The Dragon Guardian, drenched in sweat, scrutinized the readings on the energy monitoring equipment. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Everything was back to normal. The intense energy reaction moments ago felt like a dream. The shift supervisor's eyes widened in disbelief, speechless for a moment. The energy reaction had vanished. Was this some kind of setup? The emergency call had already been sent out. If nothing was wrong, he'd be disciplined. "Hello, this is the Dragon Guard Special Response Team." The voice in the microphone snapped the duty supervisor back to reality. Listening to the voice on the other end, the duty officer opened his mouth bitterly. Team Leader Long, would you believe me if I said a level 90 energy reaction just vanished out of nowhere?" There was a moment of silence from the special response team on the other end. "Zhang Bin. This is an emergency call." Wang Hao, who had just finished battling Moon Shadow, lay on his bed with his eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, he sat up, threw on some clothes, and headed to the living room. Annihilation plummeted like a pitch-black shadow from the night sky onto Wang Hao's balcony. Put! With a wet squelch, the blood soul beaten beyond recognition was instantly expelled from its host's body by Anya. His body was covered in wounds, his face bruised and battered, an expression of utter disbelief frozen on his features. He kept muttering, "Impossible. It's only a first-tier powerhouse. Impossible. He's just a first-tier trash." Listening to the blood soul's repeated words, Wang Hao let out a cold laugh. He sat down on the sofa with a flourish, then snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, 5 chains formed from holy light bound the blood soul tightly, pinning it firmly to the ground. "Who are you? How do you know about the divine wicked spirit essence?" Hearing Wang Hao's question, Blood Soul finally lifted its head, staring at the man before it with terror. Seated upright on the sofa, Wang Hao's face was shrouded in deep shadows. Even with its night vision, the Blood Soul couldn't pierce the darkness before Wang Hao. That darkness seemed like a bottomless vortex, swallowing everything whole. The Blood Soul thrashed its limbs, struggling to break free from the holy light chains binding it, its mouth spewing shrieks. "Who are you?" Bang! A holy light spear instantly pierced through the Blood Soul's shoulder, pinning him firmly to the ground. "Ah!" The Blood Soul screamed in terror. The sound was piercingly shrill. In that moment, he sensed an authority emanating from Wang Hao that felt like that of a religious leader. It was the threat of death itself. Holy light still swirled around Wang Hao's fingers, illuminating his jawline, chiseled like it had been carved by an axe. A cold voice echoed from the darkness. "I ask, you answer. Don't utter a single word I haven't asked for. Understand?" Blood Soul swallowed hard, clutching his shoulder as he nodded frantically in agreement, a flicker of terror in his eyes. Wang Hao let out a cold laugh, coalescing a beam of holy light that danced at his fingertip as he asked icily. "Who are you? How do you know about the divine wrath essence?" Gazing at the holy light radiating terrifying energy, Blood Soul's face instantly drained of color. He hurriedly spoke. I am Blood Soul, guardian of the Abyss sect. The divine sin essence is the demonic seed our cult leader has scattered across the world. It concerns our sect's century-long plan." Seeds of demonic corruption? A century-long plan. Wang Hao's fingers paused slightly. He hadn't expected to reel in such a big fish this time. Though he'd long suspected a vast conspiracy lurked behind the divine wicked essences, he hadn't imagined it would be this enormous. Indeed, golden quests never come easy. Relying solely on Blood Soul's cryptic words seemed insufficient to confirm mission completion. Now Wang Hao felt conflicted inside. Should he continue? Judging by Blood Soul's strength, the Abyss cult didn't seem particularly formidable. Being entangled with them was still a major hassle. He'd be better off using this time to capture a few more divine beasts. Yet upon second thought, he seemed to have no choice. After all, he had recently foiled the Abyss cult's plot in Xiaozhang City. He had also allowed the Dark Devourer to consume the divine demon's essence. By any measure, he had now earned the Abyss cult's mortal enmity. Rather than waiting for death to come to him, he would take the initiative. Today's capture of this so-called SSS-Grade guardian presented a perfect opportunity to learn more about the Abyss cult. Wang Hao took a deep breath and asked, "What exactly is your century-long plan?" Hearing Wang Hao's question, Blood Soul gave a bitter laugh. "I don't know." Bang! Another beam of holy light pierced through Blood Soul's thigh, causing him to let out a painful howl. "I truly don't know. Each of us only knows there's a century-long plan, but we have no idea what it entails." Blood Soul clutched his thigh, howling in agony. Seeing the terror on his face, Wang Hao turned to look at Yue Ying beside him. Yue Ying shook her head, indicating this guy wasn't lying. Wang Hao shook his head. This wasn't working. He didn't have time to verify whether the man's words were true or false. Do you have any means to search his soul? Wang Hao asked telepathically. He looked at Xiao Lu and Yue Ying, both of whom shook their heads, indicating they lacked such skills. The silent Nia suddenly stepped forward. I can try. Blood Soul was still puzzled when Nia suddenly extended his palm. Dozens of crimson tentacles erupted from his hand. They violently pierced through Blood Soul's skull. Ah! Blood Soul let out a wretched howl of agony. His eyes rolled back, saliva dripping from his mouth. Moments later, he regained his composure, his face devoid of any expression. Master, I've taken control of his mind. Ask whatever you wish. Wang Hao's eyes lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected Nia to possess such abilities. Tell me about the divine wicked spirit. What exactly is it? Hearing Wang Hao's question, the blood soul controlled by Nia opened its mouth to answer. Divine Wicked Essence is a mythical artifact brought from the abyss by Lu Yuan, the supreme leader of our Asian headquarters. There are 80 fragments in total, which we have dispersed throughout the Dragon Nation and Hong Kong, lodged within the bodies of our followers. Due to the presence of these divine wrath fragments, each host becomes a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Our plan is to infiltrate these geniuses into the Dragon Guard's inner circle. At a critical moment, we will activate the fragments of Divine Retribution to summon the god-slaying Divine Retribution, seizing control of the Dragon Nation in one decisive move. Hearing this, Wang Hao sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap! So the real big fish was lurking in the shadows. Chapter 95, Legendary Quest Votes Needed. Beep. Golden Quest Uncover the Truth completed. Reward acquired, Bloodline Evolution Potion X1. Proceed with follow-up quest, Eradicate Divine Blight Legendary Hidden. Quest description, to protect the Dragon Nation, you must eradicate the Divine Scourge in its infancy. Eliminate all Divine Scourge hosts, devour Divine Scourge fragments, and prevent its emergence. Quest reward, gain 50,000 spirit energy for every 10 Divine Blight fragments eliminated. Upon eliminating all Divine Blight, obtain 1 Divine Grade equipment chest. Mission penalty, bloodlines of 3 randomly selected Divine Beasts will fade. Mission duration, 3 years. Under the control of the Dark Extinction, the Blood Soul answered every question without hesitation. He spilled out all the information he possessed like beans spilling from a sack. Wang Hao's expression turned grim as he stared at the quest panel that popped up on his interface. He never imagined the abyssal sect's influence could be so vast. The Abyss Cult, a mysterious sect originating from across the ocean, was said to have 4 branches. These were the Americas branch, Asia branch, Europe branch, and South Africa branch. All 3 branches operate under the command of the Abyssal Envoy. Their purpose was to usher the Dark Abyss into this world. To sacrifice the world and gain supreme power. However, 50 years ago, the Abyssal Envoy vanished without a trace. Without the Archangel's restraint, the 4 divisions have gone their separate ways, each vying to outmaneuver the others and seize ultimate command. To this end, they agreed that whoever first completes the century-long plan assigned by the sect shall seize supreme authority. Each branch of the Abyssal sect possessed roughly equal strength. Each consists of a sect master and 24 protectors. Among them, 2 Heaven Grade Protectors, 4 Earth Grade Protectors, 8 Mystic Grade Protectors, and 10 Yellow Grade Protectors. The lowest ranked among them were all triple transformation powerhouses. The strongest Heaven Tier Guardian and the sect leader were even 6th tier powerhouses. And this was merely one branch of the Abyss cult. Fortunately, after Wang Hao's inquiry, Blood Soul revealed that 30 years ago, the Abyss headquarters suddenly detected fluctuations in the aura of the Abyss Divine Messenger. All branches dispatched Heaven Tier and Earth Tier protectors to the headquarters. They discovered the entrance to a world-ending secret realm. In an effort to retrieve the Abyss Divine Messenger, the protectors from all 4 branches entered the secret realm and have not returned to this day. Consequently, the Asian headquarters now only has Lu Yuan as its sole 6th tier elite force. The rest were mere 4th and 3rd tier minnows. Moreover, after 2 decades of relentless suppression by the Dragon Nation, the Abyss sect's influence there has been utterly uprooted. Guardians and followers alike have either perished or been captured. Even the sect leader Lu Yuan was forced to flee to Hong Kong, hiding in disarray. At the slightest sign of action from the Dragon Nation, he would flee like a startled bird across the ocean. Yet the Abyss cult remains a world-class power. It has existed since the very emergence of the secret realms. Its influence even extended within the secret realm itself. Throughout its years of development in the Dragon Nation, it has repeatedly sabotaged the nation's progress. This divine abomination essence is part of their plan. According to Blood Soul's explanation, there are 80 divine curse essences in total. Each of these Xian grade guardians is responsible for 10 pieces. Should all divine calamity essences successfully hatch, they could harness the Dragon Nation's land to summon a terrifying divine calamity surpassing the 9 transformations. At that point, even if the Dragon Nation invoked its national guardian artifact, it would be powerless to prevent the descent of the Abyss. Currently, some divine calamity hosts have already entered the Dragon Nation's field of vision as anticipated. They had garnered the attention of certain official institutions. Once the timing is right, they will infiltrate the heart of Longwa's power structure, fulfilling the Abyss Sect's century-long plan. Unfortunately, Shuehoen only had the 10 names on his assigned list. For the other 70, he possessed only vague information. Holding the list written by Blood Soul, Wang Hao frowned deeply. Bohai City, Su Mingyu. Wang Weibo, Jintian City. Xingyang City, Tian Xuanlong. Each of these 10 names represented rising prodigies who had recently gained prominence. The least gifted among them possessed a great talent. The families behind them are all local powerhouse clans that have rapidly risen over the past decade. Nearly every one of them has drawn close attention from local governments. Had Xiajiang City not emerged independently, Tang Kai would likely have received similar treatment. Without Blood Soul's revelation, no one would have imagined these individuals were pawns of the Abyss sect. Who would have thought the Abyss cult was hiding so deeply? But now the list is in Wang Hao's hands. The Abyss sect's plans are bound to fall apart. Even without this mission, Wang Hao would never let these people off the hook. Those who betray humanity must die. He accepted this legendary hidden quest in his mind. Not for that god-tier equipment, but for the justice in his heart. Anmo, these men are yours. Slay them all, leave not a single one alive. Wang Hao neatly stacked the list in his hand and handed it to Nia beside him. As the twisted blood that devoured divine abomination, no one was more suited to be the cleaner than Nia. Having him hunt down these prodigies would perfectly eliminate any chance of the divine abomination's essence escaping, preventing these creatures from rebirth within the abyss. And Nia took the list from Wang Hao's hand and nodded steadily. Your servant obeys. Watching Nia vanish into the shadows, the Blood Soul, now useless, slumped to the ground. Saliva dripped from its mouth as it emitted meaningless, foolish chuckles. With a look of disgust at the Blood Soul on the floor, Moon Shadow turned to Wang Hao. What should we do with this guy? Wang Hao stroked his chin and snapped his fingers. He drew a black dagger from the beast-taming realm. A valuable item he'd previously seized from Tang Kai. Soul Devourer, demon weapon, a terrifying artifact that harnesses life force to strip magical creatures of their innate abilities. Life for life, fair enough. This terrifying demonic artifact, capable of stripping innate abilities, was superior to the talent plunder in Wang Hao's possession. Unfortunately, Tang Kai had already been slain by Wang Hao by the time it was found. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Otherwise, the chubby Zhoubo's innate abilities would have been secured. Fortunately, before half a day had passed, the Blood Soul came knocking on its own. This was an unexpected windfall. After all, the Blood Mage was a renowned and powerful innate talent. Turning the Blood Soul over, Wang Hao stared into its vacant eyes. Wang Hao hesitated slightly. But then he thought of the heinous crimes committed by the Abyss cult, and his resolve hardened instantly. Use your talent to atone for your deeds. With a forceful thrust, he plunged the Soul Stealer deep into Blood Soul's abdomen. Streams of life force surged from Wang Hao's body into the short dagger. This dagger can only be activated through life force. The stronger the talent being stripped, the greater the amount of life force required. That's why Wang Hao carries the Jade Heart given to him by Nodashil. It provides him with a steady stream of life force. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare use Soul Snatch. He was terrified it would drain him dry. Fortunately, Wang Hao possessed a robust vitality. Infused with this life force, the blade of Soul Snatch emitted countless crimson glows. It tightly enveloped the Blood Soul's body. Bathed in the crimson glow, the Blood Soul's body and soul were voraciously drained by the soul-stealing blade. His body shriveled at a visible pace. Finally, along with his bones and flesh, everything was transformed by the Soul Snatcher into a crimson blood bead, suspended on the blade's hilt. Clutching this crimson blood bead, Wang Hao suddenly felt somewhat like a demonic cultivator. Talent Orb, Grade A, contains the innate essence of a Grade A Blood Mage. Consuming it grants innate abilities but cannot break through the original level cap. Reading the orb's description, Wang Hao sighed. No way to break through the cap. Meaning whoever swallowed this talent orb could only reach level 96 of Blood Soul, at most never surpassing his own limit. Of course, the orb had a second use. Wang Hao could employ it as evolution material for his beast taming. It could grant the beast an additional skill. But it might also cause one of the beast's original skills to randomly disappear. It's entirely a matter of luck. For him, it's rather useless. But for ordinary people who cannot awaken their abilities, this might be their only hope. Zhoubo, what would you choose? Fingering the beads in his hand, Wang Hao fell deep in thought. Chapter 96, One Lifetime, Two Brothers. Votes needed. 2 days later, Wang Hao made a special trip to Zhoubo's home. As a close friend who grew up alongside him, Wang Hao still harbored genuine affection. If possible, he still wanted to give him a helping hand. After all, surviving in this world as an ordinary person was incredibly difficult. Brother Hao. What brings you here? Zhoubo opened the door and beamed at Wang Hao standing there. Since his awakening, he had tried to contact Wang Hao online several times, but Wang Hao had been busy enlightening Yueying and leveling up, only replying with a few words late at night. Especially during the defense of Xiajiang City, Wang Hao had descended like a hero from the heavens. That majestic figure and the overwhelming news coverage made Zhou Bo realize he was just an ordinary person, no longer in the same world as Wang Hao. Consequently, their contact dwindled over time, with their last message exchanged a mere 5 days prior. He had thought he was about to lose one of his best brothers like this. But today, Wang Hao had unexpectedly shown up at his doorstep, leaving him both surprised and delighted. What? Has young Master Zhou grown tired of my company? Wang Hao chuckled lightly. Not at all, not at all. Why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? Come on in. Hearing Wang Hao's playful tone, Zhou Bo smiled, knowing his brother hadn't changed. He quickly stepped aside to let Wang Hao in. Stepping into Zhou Bo's home, Wang Hao saw textbooks and martial arts manuals piled high on the coffee table. He understood immediately this man was determined not to settle for an ordinary life. In this world, while most people could awaken a profession and master extraordinary powers, there were still those who couldn't awaken, destined to remain ordinary. Some among them refused to accept their fate, unwilling to give up. Among them were those from wealthy families. After studying the powers of numerous awakened individuals, they successfully discovered a path that bridges the gap between the awakened and the ordinary. Martial artists. Manipulating vital energy, refining the physical form. Through specialized breathing techniques and training methods, they absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from nature to enhance their attributes. Alas, the human body has its limits. The strongest martial artists today possess only 4th tier strength, known as the martial god tier. Beyond that, advancement is impossible. Other skills and items are completely unusable. For within them resides only vital energy and blood, no transcendent power rendering those items and skills inoperable. Even so, this has drawn a large number of students who failed to awaken to the path of martial arts. Even some awakened individuals secretly learn martial arts techniques to enhance their close combat abilities. Oh my, you didn't warn me you were coming. The place is such a mess I haven't called the cleaning lady yet. Facing the room's disarray, Zhou Bo flushed crimson and hurriedly swept books off the sofa to invite Wang Hao to sit. Wang Hao plopped down on the sofa, smiling as he watched Zhou Bo bustling about in the kitchen. So, looks like you're planning to apply for the 5-school joint exam as a martial artist? Besides awakened individuals, martial artists could also apply for the 5 schools joint exam. Among them, the Northwest Martial Arts Academy is renowned as the sacred ground for martial artists across the land, having nurtured dozens of martial god-level figures. Zhou Bo placed the fruit on the coffee table and sighed. What else can I do? If I were just an ordinary person, I'd struggle to even take over my dad's company, let alone prove myself. My father said that if I could reach the strength of a first-tier martial artist before graduation, he would guarantee I could smoothly take over the company. Watching the exhausted expression on Zhou Bo's face, Wang Hao felt a pang of emotion. In this world, people truly are different from one another. Some things he could accomplish with ease might be heights others could never reach in a lifetime. Though he'd only just completed his first-tier advancement, his true combat prowess likely surpassed that of a third-tier warrior long ago. Yet after all this time, Zhou Bo still hadn't even mastered the basics of martial cultivation. His goal is merely to complete the first transformation. Sometimes, the disparities in this world are truly staggering. Zhou Bo sighed and began brewing tea with practiced ease using the set on the coffee table. He handed a cup to Wang Hao. Right, enough about that. How about you? How have you been lately? Has Tang Kai been giving you any trouble? I saw the news online, you looked absolutely amazing. Truly a god-tier pro. That holy light, that armor. Holy crap, you look so cool, bro. Wang Hao lifted his teacup, took a small sip, and said with a faint smile. It's nothing special, just basic stuff. I've completely taken care of Tang Kai's side. He won't bother me anymore. Zhou Bo nodded, wisely choosing not to pry further. The two chatted for a while longer, discussing recent changes and future plans. After a while, Wang Hao suddenly set down his teacup. Fatso, let me ask you something. Do you really want to become a professional? Hearing Wang Hao's question, Zhou Bo froze for a moment before letting out a wry smile. He took 3 gulps from his teacup, steeping the leaves as he spoke. Of course I do. I dream of becoming a professional. You have no idea the day the awakening ceremony ended, when I got home and saw the look of disappointment on my mom and dad's faces after they found out I failed. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. If they weren't already so old, I bet they'd want another child. That's why I'll fight tooth and nail to become a martial artist and pass the 5 schools joint exam to get into the Supernatural Academy. Wang Hao nodded silently at Zhou Bo's words. If that's what you want, then it's simple. He reached into his pocket, pulled out 2 items, placed them on the table, and slid them toward Zhou Bo. Seeing Zhou Bo's puzzled expression, Wang Hao spoke with solemn seriousness. This is a special reward I received during my previous promotion and job change. One is a talent orb that allows one to awaken a special profession, though it can only be upgraded to level 96 at most. The other is an equipment piece called a spirit card combat device.
By inserting a spirit card into it, even ordinary people can unleash the combat power of an awakened individual. He lied about the origin of both items since they were tied to his special abilities. He certainly didn't want to be dragged off to some official agency for research. Besides, many people brought strange artifacts out of the secret realm every year. His wasn't going to make a difference.
As Wang Hao slid over the two items and explained their functions, Zhang's jaw dropped.
Zhou Bo, who worked in secret realm development, probably had no idea how precious these items were. One was a legendary artifact capable of helping ordinary people defy fate. The other was a novel combat technique with limitless potential. Their combined market value was easily over 100 million. For some wealthy families with deep pockets, even 500 or 600 million wasn't out of the question. And now Wang Hao was actually offering them to him to choose from. Looking up into Wang Hao's sincere eyes, Zhou Bo felt a lump rise in his throat. "Brother Hao, you." He took off his glasses and rubbed his teary eyes, his voice slightly choked with emotion. Wang Hao chuckled softly at his expression. "Just like you said before. One lifetime, two brothers. You've called me Brother Hao, how could I not help you out?" Hearing Wang Hao's words, Zhou Bo could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down his face, and he felt like kneeling before him right then and there. "Brother Hao. You are my lifelong brother." Rising to his feet, Zhou Bo held his teacup and respectfully offered a toast to Wang Hao. "One lifetime, two brothers. You are my eternal elder brother." Chapter 97, Journey to the Capital, Votes Needed. Seeing Zhou Bo's sincere gaze, Wang Hao laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Alright, I know all that. Just pick one. Which one do you want?" Wiping the tears from his face, Zhou Bo sat back down. He sat up straight, carefully examining the two items Wang Hao had handed him. The talent orb could awaken an A-tier talent, but its ceiling was low. It could only reach level 96 at most. The spirit card combat device, though currently holding only 2 spirit cards, held immense potential. Mastering the knowledge of spirit cards could make its potential rival even an A-rank talent. Before arriving, Wang Hao had photocopied the foundational spirit card knowledge and handed Zhou Bo his printed copy. He didn't bring out the other spirit cards, only producing a blank card and a fireball card. After carefully comparing the differences between the two, Zhou Bo had already made up his mind. He lifted his head and looked at Wang Hao across from him. "Brother Hao, which one do you suggest I choose?" Hearing Zhou Bo's question, Wang Hao smiled. He stowed away the talent orb and handed over the spirit card combat device along with the spirit card fundamentals textbook. "I suggest you choose this one. The talent orb can grant you an A-grade talent, but it only levels up to 96. Its ceiling is too low. If you want to keep up with me, this definitely won't be enough." Wang Hao tapped the spirit card combat device on the table. "But this? It holds infinite potential. As long as you're willing to learn, you can unlock more spirit cards. With a mortal body, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Moreover, this doesn't conflict with your martial arts training, it complements it perfectly. I think it suits you better." Beyond wanting to give Zhou Bo a helping hand, Wang Hao was secretly hoping to find a teammate. After all, with so many secret realms in this world, some of their mechanisms would be tough to handle alone. While he could contract divine beasts, certain realms required a specific number of participants, making it necessary to assemble a team. Rather than recruiting strangers, it's far more reliable to cultivate a core group of trusted allies. Moreover, Zhou Bo's family was in the secret realm development business. Access to various magical materials was relatively convenient, making it ideal for learning basic spirit cards. Adding to this, Zhou Bo had been exceptionally clever since childhood, possessing remarkable hands-on skills. He'd handcrafted numerous figurines and small inventions at home. Spirit card studies might just shine with a unique brilliance in his hands. Hearing Wang Hao's explanation, Zhou Bo grinned widely. He reached out and tapped the spirit card battle device on the table. "Since you put it that way, I'll take this one. Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting long." Wang Hao nodded and stood up. "I'll be heading to the Kyoto Academy for training in a few days. I hope you'll achieve a great score in the 5 schools joint exam and get into Kyoto Academy. I'll be waiting for you in Kyoto." Kyoto International Airport. A little girl, pulling a suitcase nearly as tall as she was, huffed and puffed her way out of the terminal. Her red habit with gold trim proclaimed her identity to all. This person was a clergy member from the Holy See of Light. "So this is the Dragon Kingdom. It's really hot here." Holding her small hand to her forehead as she gazed at the fiery red sun in the sky, Helianida muttered to herself. She pulled her golden phone from her pocket and checked the message sent by the Holy See. "Let me see. Now that I'm in the Dragon Kingdom, the next step is head to the Imperial Academy in the capital to find Sister Anna." Helianida cheered. She hadn't seen Anna in years. This mission was the perfect chance to see her. Anna, whose Chinese name is Zhao Qiushui, she was an exchange student sent by the Dragon Nation to the Holy Light Church a few years ago. Her awakened profession is an S-rank judgment archer, and she now teaches at the Kyoto Academy. She and Heli had always gotten along well during her time at the Holy See. Hauling a suitcase nearly as big as herself, Heli huffed and puffed her way out of the airport. She hailed a taxi outside and headed straight for Kyoto Academy. For the next week, Wang Hao stayed home, immersing himself in the study of spirit cardology. In his spare time, he would venture into several secret realms around Xiajiang City to collect magical plant materials and biological specimens to add to his beast-taming realm. This enriched the biological chain within the beast-taming realm. Anmo had already set off for other cities to search for hosts for the divine wrath essence. With its current strength, as long as it didn't rashly attack the Dragon Guardian stronghold, it generally wouldn't run into trouble. Therefore, Wang Hao felt relatively at ease letting it operate independently. After several days of practice, the little deer successfully mastered the fundamentals of potion making. Using ingredients from the beast-taming realm, it successfully brewed 2 bottles of basic life potions and basic magic potions. After tasting them, Wang Hao suggested adding a splash of orange juice to improve the flavor. Meanwhile, when not engaging Wang Hao in combat, Yue Ying devoted herself to studying basic talismanic arts. Perhaps spurred by Xiao Lu's success in brewing potions. 2 days after Xiao Lu's success, she too mastered a basic rune. Haste. It temporarily enchanted equipment with energy, slightly increasing attack speed. Watching Yue Ying proudly present her enchanted dagger to him, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile wryly. That night, he rewarded her generously. That night, she ascended from human to level 8. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Hao had no relatives in Xiajiang City. His parents had both died heroically, and the whereabouts of his other relatives were long unknown. Thus, he had little to hold him back. After returning to school and bidding farewell to his teachers and classmates, Wang Hao headed straight to the Dragon Guardian Center to find Xingyu. Xiao Hao has arrived. Have you finished handling everything? Wang Hao nodded. He couldn't wait to head to the capital. The secret realm of Xianjiang City held no further challenge for him. Seeing Wang Hao's excited expression, Xingyu smiled softly and led him to a military vehicle. Shinsini had been waiting inside for quite some time. I thought you weren't coming. Shinsini tucked away her phone and smiled at Wang Hao. Wang Hao smiled faintly. With a free ride on a plane, why wouldn't I come? Xingyu sat in the passenger seat and nodded to the driver beside her. To Phoenix Airport. The vehicle stirred slightly, speeding deep into the mountainous interior. Before long, they arrived at a hidden, mysterious airport. Dozens of sleek, silver sci-fi fighters were parked along both sides of the runway. Aerospace fighters. Xian Niao. Wang Hao's eyes lit up at the sight of these aircraft. He had seen descriptions of these aircraft online. They represented the pinnacle of human technology and supernatural power. Possessing formidable aerial combat capabilities, they matched the strength of a typical 5th-tier flying magical beast when fully loaded. They could also briefly operate in space. Hailed as humanity's most formidable aerial force, they frequently patrol the skies of Dragon Nation to maintain air routes and eliminate any flying monsters that have escaped. Indeed, a fleet of Xian Niao fighters is scheduled to return to the capital in the next couple of days. We can hitch a ride with them. Xingyu led the 2 aboard a Xian Niao fighter. Amidst the roar of engines, the Xian Niao fighter's tail ejected blue flames, transforming into a silver streak of light as it soared toward the northern skies. Chapter 98, Arrival in Tianlong Votes Needed. The silver-white fighter soared skyward, leaving a long trail of contrails in its wake. Zhou Bo, who had been immersed in studying spirit card theory in his villa, suddenly looked up. He gazed thoughtfully at the sky. Gazing at the streak of light that split the clouds, he murmured to himself. Brother Hao, I won't keep you waiting much longer. Behind him, a set of red and white battle armor stood silently on a display rack. The spirit card combat device at his waist flashed with pure white spiritual light. Gazing down at Xiajiang City, which grew smaller and smaller below, Wang Hao felt for the first time how insignificant this city truly was. Endless mountains and forests stretched out all around. Some of them even emitted a terrifying aura that made even Wang Hao feel a chill run down his spine. Those are the territories of the 7th transformation demon kings. As long as we don't provoke them, they generally pose no threat to humans. Xingyu explained beside him. Unlike the monsters in the secret realms, these demon kings emerged from who knows where. Their power was terrifying, with the strongest approaching the 9th transformation. Even the weakest possessed strength comparable to the 7th transformation. Because their origins are unknown, the Dragon Guardians refer to them as demon kings, distinguishing them from the secret realm monsters. Several years ago, the Dragon Nation attempted to assemble elite practitioners to collaborate with the military in exterminating these demon kings. However, their power proved far too terrifying. Even with the nation's full might, only a handful could be eliminated. Before the Dragon Nation's leadership could celebrate, several more demon kings emerged from unknown origins. Fortunately, they remained confined to their own territories, leaving humans unharmed as long as they weren't provoked. Over time, the Dragon Nation abandoned the effort, allowing them to remain entrenched around the cities. After all, any creature, be it demon or human, that dared to enter their territory would be annihilated. As for whether the Dragon Kingdom secretly harbored plans against these demon kings, Wang Hao had no way of knowing. The Xian Niao fighter jet sped through the skies, following its pre-programmed flight path toward the capital. Even the most reckless monsters that dared to block its path were instantly vaporized into a blood mist by the fighters' laser cannons and laser missiles. In just half an hour, the Xianyao fighter jet traversed from Shangjiang City in the southern tip of the Dragon Kingdom to the northern capital of Kyoto.
Soaring over the capital, Wang Hao gazed down at the bustling metropolis below and couldn't help but marvel. Kyoto truly lives up to its reputation. It's far more prosperous than Xiajiang City. Shinsini smiled beside him. The entire city is divided into 3 gates and 12 districts, each bustling with activity. I'll take you exploring when we get the chance.
Wang Hao nodded. The fighter jet gradually descended, landing within a complex nestled among the mountains northeast of the capital. The entire Tianlong training camp is divided into 5 halls and 3 towers: the physical training hall, the supernatural abilities hall, the combat training hall, the technology hall, and the secret realm hall, along with the comprehensive building, the laboratory building, and the red building. You can explore their specific functions once you arrive. As Xinyu finished her introduction, the fighter jet touched down before the gates of the Tianlong training camp. Whoosh! The hatch opened, and Wang Hao and Shinsini followed Xinyu off the aircraft. Before them stood a magnificent gate, its surface adorned with the 5 characters Tianlong Training Camp written in flowing cursive script. Beyond the gate stood a statue of a man clad in golden armor, wielding a long staff. The statue gazed into the distance, its face filled with disdain, golden eyes seemingly ablaze with crimson flames. It radiated an air of unparalleled arrogance. This statue. Wang Hao gazed at the statue before him, feeling an immense wave of pressure wash over him, leaving him deeply oppressed. This is the battle god Qi Tian. The first professional warrior in the history of our dragon nation, indeed, all of humanity. And to this day, the only practitioner to successfully ascend to the 8th transformation. The battle god Qi Tian. Xinyu spoke calmly. This statue was erected during Qi Tian's tenure as headmaster of the Celestial Dragon Training Camp. A trace of 7th transformation demonic energy was embedded within it. The purpose was to make the trainees constantly feel the overwhelming power of demons. Only by understanding the enemy's might can we find the drive to catch up. The Celestial Dragon Training Camp exists to protect all of humanity. After speaking, Xinyu bowed deeply before the statue of Qi Tian. Behind her, Wang Hao and Shinsini also bowed solemnly. From Xinyu's words, they could grasp the profound significance of the Tianlong Training Camp to the Dragon Nation. This training camp embodies the nation's hope. And now, they too were about to become part of that hope. As Wang Hao led the two past the statue, inspiration struck him. He turned to look at the statue of Qi Tian. Engraved in wild cursive script upon the massive stone pedestal beneath Qi Tian's feet were 3 bold characters. Fight! Fight! Victory! The 3 characters glowed brilliantly in the sunlight, like a phoenix rising from the flames, both fiery and dazzling. They radiated a powerful spiritual force, inspiring people to charge forward fearlessly. Fighting heavenly god. Equal to heaven. Wang Hao murmured to himself, gazing at the statue behind him. A surge of emotion welled up within him, as if he could sense the indomitable conviction radiating from the figure of the heavenly king. Crossing the plaza, Xinyu led Wang Hao and Shinsini to a red brick academic building. An elderly man with snow-white hair was wheeled out in a wheelchair. "Teacher, this is Wang Hao, whom I've told you about." Su Tian, seated in the wheelchair, smiled warmly as he appraised Wang Hao and Shinsini before him. "Excellent. Excellent. Truly a fine young man." He turned to Xinyu and gave him a nod. "Leave him to me. You should go handle your business." Xinyu nodded with a smile, then turned to the woman in court attire behind Su Tian and said solemnly, "Lu Yan, take good care of the teacher. Stop nagging." The palace-attired woman had a fiery temper too. Xinyu barely finished speaking before tossing her wine-red hair impatiently. "Why don't you take over as the training camp instructor? I'll handle the dragon guardians." Xinyu gave a helpless smile without responding, turning instead to look at Su Tian. "Teacher, I'll be heading out now." Turning to the still somewhat immature Wang Hao and Shinsini behind him, he patted their shoulders. "Do your best. I hope the next time I see you, you'll both be celestial dragons." Shinsini clenched her fists to pump herself up, then promised Xinyu, "Don't worry, Dad. We'll definitely work hard." Wang Hao said nothing, only giving Xinyu a solemn nod. Watching Xinyu's plane soar into the sky, Su Tian maneuvered his wheelchair to face Wang Hao and Shinsini. "Lu Yan will take you to your dorm shortly. Get some rest today. Classes begin tomorrow at 6 a.m. 1 week from now, we'll conduct the first baseline assessment for the training camp. I hope you'll achieve good results." "Assessment?" Wang Hao raised his eyebrows, staring directly at the principal of the Tianlong training camp before him. "Is there a reward for the top scorer in the placement test?" Hearing Wang Hao's question, Su Tian immediately smiled. Chapter 99, Wushwai's challenge votes needed. "Ha! Not bad." Su Tian stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his gaze growing increasingly satisfied as he looked at Wang Hao. "Rest assured, if you take first place in the preliminary assessment, I'll definitely give you a surprise." Watching Su Tian slowly drive away in his wheelchair, Lu Yan crossed her arms and looked at Wang Hao. "You're impressive." Wang Hao was about to say something.
Lu Yan turned without a backward glance and addressed the two of them. Come on, I'll take you to the dorms. Watching Lu Yan's retreating figure, Wang Hao muttered under his breath. Two weirdos.
Walking down the main road of the Tianlong training camp, trainees in white and blue uniforms kept glancing at Wang Hao and Shinsini dragging their luggage. Everyone who passed by whispered and murmured among themselves.
Hasn't training already started? Why are new students still arriving? No idea. Maybe they have special connections. Special connections? What kind of connection would be foolish enough to send them to the Tianlong training camp? Don't they know training at the Tianlong camp could get you killed? Who knows? Maybe their connections just aren't strong enough.
Hearing the whispers around him, Wang Hao felt utterly speechless.
So they thought he was just another connection-driven recruit.
The further he walked, the more trainees he encountered. Some of them, upon seeing Wang Hao and Shinsini dragging their luggage, immediately wore strange expressions on their faces. As if they were two clowns.
Following Lu Yan along the way. After walking for over 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a dormitory building. This is the freshman dormitory. It's co-ed. Your rooms are inside. Just go in and find the name tags with your names on them. Lu Yan gave a brief introduction before turning to leave. Wait, Teacher Lu.
Wang Hao quickly called out to stop her.
I was wondering why were they giving us those looks when we walked over just now.
Lu Yan turned back, narrowing her eyes slightly as she looked at Wang Hao, avoiding a direct answer. You know, the Tianlong training camp only admits 100 students each year. Lu Yan spread her hands and shrugged.
For every new recruit, someone has to be kicked out, right? Hearing Lu Yan's explanation, Wang Hao instantly understood.
So he'd taken someone else's spot. No wonder those people had been giving him such strange looks. They probably thought he was just a privileged official's kid here to polish his resume.
Here are your trainee wristbands. I've already loaded your information onto them. You can use these to open doors. Lu Yan pulled 2 wristbands from her pocket and handed them to Wang Hao and Shinsini.
Watching them put on the wristbands, she added.
Alright, get some rest today. I won't see you off.
Lu Yan noticed Wang Hao's expression grow serious, realizing he understood her meaning. A hint of amusement flashed in her eyes as she patted Wang Hao on the shoulder.
Hope you get a good night's sleep tonight. Huh? What does that mean? Hearing Lu Yan's cryptic words, Wang Hao was momentarily baffled.
He couldn't figure out what she meant. Seeing Wang Hao's dazed expression, Lu Yan seemed to recall something amusing. With a smile, she patted his shoulder and turned to walk back into the training camp. Watching Lu Yan's retreating figure, Wang Hao was left utterly baffled by that last, meaningful smile of hers.
Wang Hao, what did Teacher Lu mean just now?
Shinsini dragged her suitcase over and asked him. Wang Hao shook his head, then turned to meet the suspicious stares from some of the new dorm residents. His voice grew solemn.
I don't know. Just be careful. Shinsini nodded, dragging her suitcase as she followed Wang Hao slowly into the freshman dormitory. The freshman dormitory was a 2-story H-shaped building.
The left side housed the boys' dorms, while the right side held the girls' dorms. Each floor had 50 rooms, evenly divided with 25 on each side.
Wang Hao found his room at the end of the corridor. Glancing at the name on the door, Wang Hao turned his head thoughtfully toward the corridor behind him.
He couldn't shake the feeling that some ill-intentioned gaze was lurking in the shadows, watching him, and it really got on his nerves. Click. He unlocked the door with his wristband. It was a roughly 50 square meter studio apartment, featuring 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. Inside were a bed, desk, and chairs, with the latest desktop computer sitting on the desk. Embedded in the wall by the door was a smart display screen, showing the latest status of the apartment in real time.
Not bad at all. Wang Hao surveyed the room with satisfaction. Who would have thought the accommodations at the Tianlong training camp would be this good? Guo Shuai. Calm down. Don't stop me, I can't calm down.
Just as Wang Hao was about to test the room's equipment, he was abruptly interrupted by the clamor outside the door.
Bang! 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 Loud knocking echoed through the door. A loud voice bellowed from outside. Wang Hao, I know you're in there. Open the door now. You had the guts to snatch the spot, but no guts to open the door?
The voice was loud and utterly devoid of politeness.
Hearing the knocking that sounded like a death knell, Wang Hao's expression darkened instantly.
Damn it, trouble came so fast. A flash of light flickered around his body. Moon's shadow crouched beside him, giving him a meaningful look, asking if he wanted to take out the guy outside.
Wang Hao shook his head, signaling her to observe first.
Yue Ying nodded and transformed into a black streak of light, merging back into Wang Hao's body. After a moment's thought, Wang Hao summoned the Calamity Serpent from his beast realm. He had it shrink and coil around his arm, then yanked open the door.
Bang!
Gu Shuai was about to knock again when his hand froze mid-air as the door suddenly swung open. His hand, unable to be withdrawn in time, lashed out toward Wang Hao's face. Before he could react, Wang Hao grabbed his wrist.
What? Is this how you welcome newcomers?
Wang Hao sneered coldly. Those around them watched the serpent coiled around Wang Hao's arm, swallowing nervously. They took 2 silent steps back.
A lavishly dressed youth stepped out of the crowd with a wry smile and explained to Wang Hao. Sorry, Wang Hao. This is Guo Shuai. His younger brother, Hui Wen, originally entered the Tianlong training camp with him. But later, because you were coming, Guo Wen was persuaded to withdraw. Wang Hao fell silent, staring at Guo Shuai, his eyes bloodshot, his face brimming with defiance. This whole scene, why does he feel like the villain? Gently releasing Guo Shuai's hand, he rubbed his wrist and stepped back into the crowd, his eyes burning with rage as he stared at Wang Hao. How dare you? How dare you so easily erase someone's hard work? Do you have any idea how hard Guo Wen worked to get into the Tianlong training camp? Listening to Guo Shuai's roar, Wang Hao impatiently scratched his ear. So what? There are so many hard-working people in the world, do you expect them all to get into the Tianlong training camp? Guo Shuai's face flushed crimson with rage as he clenched his fists. That's different. Guo Wen is a genius. Wang Hao sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with scorn as he stared at Guo Shuai. What makes him different? Who here isn't a genius? Seeing Wang Hao's cold sneer, Guo Shuai was utterly enraged. Ignoring his companion's pleas, he pulled out his wristband and swiped it. Instantly, Wang Hao's wristband vibrated. Beep. Academy 045's Guo Shuai has issued you a challenge. Accept? I challenge you. The loser leaves the Tianlong training camp. Guo Shuai's voice echoed throughout the hallway. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Chapter 100, Spirit Card Modification, Showdown Votes Needed. Guo Shuai's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Who was Guo Shuai? He was the genius who entered the Capital Academy as the top-ranked student 2 years prior. His awakened class was the S-rank Blazing Lance Cavalry, achieving third-class advancement at just 21 years old. Trained under the legendary spear master Yu Shouxing, his spear technique reached divine mastery. He claimed the individual championship 3 times in the National College League and serves as president of the Kyoto Academy's Spear Arts Association. He's even hailed by enthusiasts as the foremost prodigy of the younger generation. Now he's challenging Wang Hao, who just enrolled. How could everyone around not be stunned? Though Wang Hao holds the title of hero from the Shazheng City defense battle, many details were deliberately obscured by the Dragon Guardians for security reasons. The public only knows he was specially recruited into the Tianlong training camp for his role in the battle. Nothing else was known. Thus, these individuals viewed Wang Hao as a second-generation figure who had leveraged connections to polish his credentials. After all, they were too busy with their own training to keep up with online news, so they remained unaware of Wang Hao's true circumstances. They only knew that Wang Hao was a first transformation awakened, apparently specializing in beast taming. For Guo Shuai, a third transformation professional, to challenge a first transformation novice would be utterly disgraceful. If he didn't win, it would be even worse. Guo Shuai was really pushing his luck here. Playing this big? What if he doesn't win? Win or lose, Guo Shuai had already lost. Too bad that newbie his bed hasn't even warmed up yet, and he's about to get kicked out. Who knows how much he shelled out to get in all down the drain now. He really thought the Tianlong training camp was here to play house with him. The surrounding onlookers buzzed with chatter, some even mocking Guo Shuai. He actually dared to challenge a first-year new recruit. Win or lose, he'd already lost face. Anyway, no one was rooting for Wang Hao. Tisk, it's unnecessary, truly unnecessary. A first transition trash like him won't last days in the camp. There are plenty of ways to kick him out, no need to rush it. But that kid's got some bad luck of all people to bump, he had to bump Guo Wu. Now look what he's done, Guo Shuai's gone berserk. No one can stop him. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Wang Hao actually found himself slightly re-evaluating Guo Shuai. He might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but he seemed like a straightforward guy. At least he plays his cards on the table. He doesn't stab people in the back. If you don't have the guts, get the hell out now. The Tianlong training camp trains the future of humanity, it's not here to polish your egos. Hearing Guo Shuai's indignant words, Wang Hao suddenly burst into laughter. With a casual swipe on his wristband, he accepted Guo Shuai's challenge. Fine. Let me see if you can shoulder this so-called future. The crowd erupted the moment Wang Hao accepted. What? He actually accepted. Are young people these days this reckless? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Interesting. A first-tier fighter taking on 3 second-tier fighters. If Guo Shuai loses, this is going to be entertaining. How could a third tier beat a first tier? I could lose with my eyes closed. Who knows? Aren't geniuses in novels always beating opponents of higher ranks? Hilarious. Who here isn't a genius? Shazheng City. In his backyard lab, Zhou Bo carefully traced energy circuits onto a spirit card. This was his first time personally modifying a spirit card. He'd been studying the fundamentals of spirit cards for over a week now. He had thoroughly mastered all the fundamental spirit card patterns. He had studied that fireball spirit card over and over again, countless times. He'd even blown up 2 labs in the process. This time, he was absolutely certain he could succeed. Success! As the final circuit loop was completed, Zhou Bo excitedly pushed aside his protective goggles and gazed at the spirit card in his hand. This was a spirit card he had modified based on the foundational spirit card techniques and fireball spirit card left behind by Wang Hao. It retained the flame circuit from the original fireball spirit card but modified its output circuit. This allowed sustained flame emission as long as energy was sufficient. It could keep spewing fire indefinitely. Unfortunately, due to limitations in his spiritual power, he couldn't attack from a distance. He could only release it through his palms or soles. But that was sufficient. His modification was solely to add a propulsion unit to his battle armor, allowing him to harness the thrust generated by the flame projection to propel himself into the air. He activated the energy assist device at his side, channeling the power from a magic crystal into the spirit card. As the energy circuits gradually illuminated, volatile magical energy began circulating through the spirit card along predetermined pathways. No explosion occurred as he had feared. Great! It worked! Jobo let out an excited shriek and eagerly picked up the spirit card, hurrying to the side. Flight test. First time. Snap. Sliding the spirit card into the slot at his waist, Jobo felt a surge of colossal energy coursing through his limbs as the energy card at the center of his belt emitted a faint glow. Take off! Boom! With a thunderous explosion, terrifying flames erupted from Jobo's hands and feet simultaneously, propelling him skyward from his spot. He smashed through the roof and soared into the sky. But before Jobo could revel in his triumph, the energy card at his waist lost its glow. Without energy support, Jobo plummeted from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Ah! Jobo flailed wildly in midair, screaming as he tried to adjust his descent. Fortunately, he hadn't flown very high, and since he was testing in his own garden, there was a small pond nearby. This prevented him from crashing directly onto the ground. Phew! Jobo surfaced from the pond, wiped the water droplets from his face, and beamed with excitement. Success! I can really fly. Next, I just need to increase the energy card's power or load multiple cards to achieve sustained flight. Jobo thought excitedly. Although he still had no idea how to increase the energy card's intensity. But he knew he could build a large battery by connecting multiple cards in series. After all, blade battery technology was no secret in this era. He was merely replacing blade batteries with energy cards. If this approach worked, then developing his weapon system could finally be put on the agenda. Jobo climbed out of the pond onto the bank, soaked to the bone yet still brimming with excitement. This successful modification proved his research direction was correct. Given time, he could develop a spirit card system rivaling that of the Awakened. Tenria Training Camp. Training Hall, opposing stages. Wang Hao and Guoshuai stood on opposite sides of the platform. Guoshuai, spear in hand, eyed Wang Hao across from him and snorted disdainfully. Don't say I'm bullying you. My class is Blazing Lance Cavalry. When I fight you, I won't use my mount so you won't think I won unfairly. Seeing Guoshuai's overconfident demeanor, Wang Hao burst into laughter. With a flick of his wrist, he flung the Serpent of Calamity from his arm. By the time it landed on the arena floor, it had already grown to 3 zhang in length. Drawing 2 short daggers from his waist, Wang Hao cracked his neck. I advise you to summon your mount now. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. Wang Hao's well-intentioned warning sounded like merciless mockery to Guoshuai's ears. He snorted coldly. He assumed a 3-body stance, gripping his spear with both hands. Oomph. Hope your mouth stays this tough later. Chapter 101, Genius? Just my admission ticket. Not far from the combat arena. Lu Yan pushed Su Tian as they quietly watched Wang Hao and Guoshuai on the stage. What do you think of him? Su Tian suddenly asked. Lu Yan knew he was referring to Wang Hao. Wang Hao is far too reckless. I've reviewed Wang Hao's records. Though he's a god-tier divine beast spirit tamer, he's only just completed his first transformation. Guoshuai, on the other hand, is a triple transformed rank with a staggering level of 70 and peak attributes nearing 2,000 points. His stats alone should be enough to crush Wang Hao. Not to mention, Guoshuai's spear technique was taught by the spear god Yu Shaoxing. His 8 directions scorching spear technique is ever-changing and unpredictable. I simply cannot see any possibility of defeat. Wang Hao is doomed to lose. Lu Yan delivered Wang Hao's death sentence with icy detachment. Su Tian, seated in his wheelchair, merely smiled without comment. Heh, just watch. Some things shouldn't be concluded so hastily. The Dragon Camp gathers geniuses from all corners of the Dragon Nation. Today, I'll prove it with my strength. You second-generation brats looking to polish your credentials? You've come to the wrong place. Guoshuai held his spear, tilting his chin toward Wang Hao. Ready? Don't say I bullied you when you weren't prepared. Wang Hao chuckled softly. This guy might look tough, but he's got a good heart. Bring it on. Seeing Wang Hao ready, Guoshuai planted his foot firmly and struck first. His spear shot forward like a blue dragon emerging from the sea, thrusting straight toward Wang Hao. The crimson tassels at its tip seemed like blossoming flames. Seeing Guoshuai's move, the surrounding trainees instantly grew excited. What blazing speed! It's old Yu's 8 directions scorching spear. The 8 directions scorching spear emphasized momentum and force. Once the spear's momentum was established, the attacks would be relentless, leaving no room to breathe. To fall to the 8 directions scorching spear, this new recruit was truly fortunate. Watching Guo Shuai wield his spear, Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. This guy's got some skills after all. His body swiftly retreated, weaving nimbly back and forth to evade Guo Shuai's thrusts. Beside him, the serpent of calamity stirred at the commotion. Flicking its tongue, it opened its gaping maw and lunged at Guo Shuai. Oomph! Rising sun! Guo Shuai roared furiously, flames erupting from his body like the rising sun, radiating countless beams of light. He flicked his spear upward, aiming to fling the serpent of calamity off the field. But he had no idea that Wang Hao, fearing it might frighten them, had only allowed the calamity serpent to grow to 3 meters in thickness. Yet it remained a genuine calamity beast. It was far beyond the strength of Guo Shuai, a mere 3rd-tier calami. As the spear thrust forward, unimaginable force surged back through the shaft, causing Guo Shuai's face to instantly pale. He swiftly shifted his technique from thrusting to supporting, using a deft maneuver to deflect the calamity serpent to the side. Seeing Guo Shuai's horrified expression, a sly gleam flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Taking advantage of Guo Shuai's entanglement with the calamity serpent, he closed in swiftly, his arms slashing repeatedly. Forced to react, Guo Shuai spun his spear to block the onslaught. As the saying goes, an inch longer means an inch stronger, an inch shorter means an inch more perilous. Guo Shuai's spear was formidable, but against Wang Hao's close-quarters combat, he couldn't fully extend his weapon. Momentarily, he found himself forced into a retreat. Holy! Is this guy really a summoner? He's handling those daggers better than any assassin. Guo Shuai was going to lose if he kept holding back. Holy, no way did I level up too fast? I'm beating a 3rd-tier opponent with a 1st-tier build? Is this guy cheating? How the hell is he this good? Lu Yan on the stands glared with a dark expression, cursing furiously. Stupid. Charging in without even testing the waters? Does Guo Shuai have no brain? Su Tian stood by, smiling silently. Little did they know that Guo Shuai on the stage was drenched in sweat. Wang Hao's attacks were too fast. Before Guo Shuai could steady himself after each strike, the next wave would already be upon him, leaving no time to react. Moreover, every strike from Wang Hao carried immense force. The blows to his spear shook his hands violently. Damn it! This power, this speed you just earned? Guo Shuai raged inwardly. If a 1st-tier cultivator possessed such speed and power, he'd jump off this building. Even a 3rd-tier cultivator didn't possess such speed and power. And Wang Hao was just a 1st-tier trash player. Cornered by Wang Hao's relentless barrage, Guo Shuai realized he'd have to show some real skill or he'd lose for sure. Guo Shuai quickly gathered his energy, sinking his chi into his lower abdomen, and let out a furious roar. Get the hell out of my way! Battle roar! A terrifying shockwave erupted from Guo Shuai's body, instantly shaking everything around him. Wang Hao, bolstered by the Beast King's will, merely paused for a moment before instantly regaining his footing. But instead of launching an attack, he used the momentum of the blast to leap backward, landing beside the calamity serpent. Running his fingers over the serpent's icy scales, Wang Hao wondered what other tricks Guo Shuai had up his sleeve. Seeing that Wang Hao remained completely unaffected by his skill, Guo Shuai began to take this opponent seriously for the first time. Indeed, anyone who made it into the Celestial Dragon training camp was no ordinary individual. Guo Shuai still put up a front, waving his hand beside him. A white steed, its hooves engulfed in blazing flames, instantly materialized beside Guo Shuai. He leapt onto its back, and surging flames instantly engulfed Guo Shuai's entire body. When the flames receded, Guo Shuai appeared before the crowd clad in crimson battle armor, spear in hand, mounted upon the white steed. There it is! An A-rank blazing lance cavalry. Holy crap! So cool! Is this the legendary Flame Pegasus? They say after completing the 4th transformation, it can fly. To actually force Guo Shuai's complete form out, this guy's got some serious skills. Holy crap, no matter how many times I see it, General Guo is still so damn cool. Indeed, cavalry embodies the romance of manhood. As Guo Shuai transformed into his knight form, the crowd around him erupted in gasps. This was Guo Shuai's ultimate form. To have pushed him to this level, Wang Hao had every reason to be proud. After all, he was only a 1st-tier knight. Standing among the crowd, Shinsini watched Wang Hao on the stage with concern. A flicker of worry crossed her mind. Though she knew Wang Hao was a god-tier professional who had shown brilliantly during the Xiaozheng city defense battle. But she still didn't know his true strength. Seeing the terrifying aura radiating from Guo Shuai, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. You can be proud enough that you forced me into knight form. Guo Shuai's muffled voice came from behind his mask. His spear pointed at Wang Hao as he spoke coldly. Surrender now, and I might grant you another chance to train. Wang Hao laughed heartily at Guo Shuai's ultimatum. Wang Hao laughed heartily, flipping his twin daggers to a reverse grip. He wouldn't even bother using his golden spear against a kid like Guo Shuai. You know what? Those words just saved your life. Hearing Wang Hao's arrogant reply, Guo Shuai snorted coldly. Stubborn to the end. He immediately spurred his horse forward, thrusting his spear at Wang Hao. Flames surged from his body, transforming him into a blazing inferno as he charged toward Wang Hao. Fiery charge. Yet to Wang Hao's eyes, the lightning-fast charge moved as sluggishly as a turtle crawling. A smirk curled his lips as he twirled the dagger in his hand, coldly laughing. Too slow. Too slow. His body brushed past Guo Shuai's thrusting spear, and he slashed down on him with a single stroke. The coiled serpent beside him sprang into action, slamming its head directly into the flame Pegasus. The impact instantly halted Guo Shuai's charge. Thud. Guo Shuai was flung to the ground by the blazing Pegasus, his helmet vanishing into some unknown corner after being cleaved by Wang Hao's blade. He stared at Wang Hao in utter shock, unable to believe his eyes. He had actually been defeated. A dagger pressed against Guo Shuai's throat. Wang Hao grinned. Sorry about that. Genius? Just my admission ticket. Chapter 102, Lu Yan's shock votes needed. There was no flurry of blades or clash of skills as imagined. The outcome was decided in the instant of contact. The speed of the battle caught everyone off guard. No way. Guo Shuai got taken out in an instant. Holy. One swing sliced through Guo Shuai's protective aura? You're telling me this is a first-tier Beastmaster? Here's a joke, a first-tier Beastmaster one-shots a third-tier knight. Witnessing the battle end in an instant on the arena, the surrounding crowd was stunned. Who would have thought Wang Hao could take down Guo Shuai in one hit? Even the blazing Pegasus was suppressed by the Serpent of Doom, collapsing to the ground and whimpering pitifully. Seeing Wang Hao defeat Guo Shuai with seemingly effortless ease, the crowd instantly began speculating about his background. He didn't seem like the kind of spoiled rich kid they imagined, just here to polish his image. He actually possessed genuine skill. Holy, he just beat a third-tier player in one turn? What class is this guy? Rumor has it he's a Beastmaster. A Beastmaster stronger than a rank? Could it be a God-tier class? A God-tier class? Could this be Wang Hao from Xiaozhang City? A gasp rippled through the crowd as people suddenly recalled recent online rumors about a God-tier class awakening in Xiaozhang City, apparently a Beastmaster-type class. Could Wang Hao be that God-tier class? But that would explain it. Divine-tier professionals are indeed qualified to join the Celestial Dragon training camp. Wait a minute, does that mean this guy? Only 18 years old. The thought of Wang Hao's age sent a collective gasp through the crowd. On the platform, Su Tian watched Lu Yan's slightly agape mouth and smiled faintly. See? That's the power of a God-tier profession. Don't be fooled by that snake being only 3 meters long, it's a genuine calamity beast. A calamity beast? Lu Yan's skin instantly crawled with cold sweat upon hearing this. What? A catastrophe beast. Lu Yan quickly covered her mouth, bent down, and whispered frantically into Su Tian's ear. You knew he had a catastrophe beast and still brought him in? Aren't you afraid it might go berserk? Hearing Lu Yan's concern, Su Tian chuckled softly and shook his head. He pulled a virtual panel from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yan. It's just a calamity beast. No need to make such a fuss. Here are its detailed specs. Take a good look so you know how to handle it. As Lu Yan flipped through the tablet Su Tian handed her, her heart sank deeper with each page. What? He single-handedly held back the monster onslaught. And a divine beast. He even subdued the calamity beast, the calamity serpent. That little black snake was the calamity serpent. Watching Lu Yan's startled reaction, Su Tian chuckled softly and shook his head. He turned his wheelchair and smiled as he shook his head. Go check on your star pupil before she completely loses it. I don't think Xiao Hao is that unreasonable. Lu Yan. Hearing the gasps from the crowd below, Guo Shuai, lying on the ground, felt his heart turn to ashes. Worse than failure was the realization that someone stronger than him was also younger. How could he, who always considered himself a genius, accept this? I actually lost. Hearing Guo Shuai's muttered words, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Is that all? Can't handle it already? Young people these days just haven't been through enough. What? You still want to keep fighting? Wang Hao sheathed his dagger, looking down on Guo Shuai from above. Guo Shuai remained silent, silently climbing to his feet like a defeated hunting dog, head drooping. I understand. I'll honor our agreement. Starting tomorrow, I'm leaving the Tianlong training camp. The crowd erupted the moment Guo Shuai spoke. Enough already. Just admit defeat. Do you really have to finish him off? This was agreed upon beforehand. Whoever loses leaves the Tianlong training camp. Guo Shuai is perfectly within his rights. Must you be so ruthless? Wouldn't winning be enough? Guo Shuai's already suffered enough. Separate issues should be handled separately. How can you change the stakes agreed upon beforehand? Besides, if Wang Hao had lost, would you have let him off? Watching Guo Shuai's deathly pale face, Wang Hao remained silent, letting him walk toward the edge of the ring. The murmurs from the crowd below pierced Guo Shuai's heart like sharp knives. His face was deathly pale, his heart filled with bitter resentment. The thought of all his efforts to enter the Tianlong training camp made his entire body tremble uncontrollably. His fists clenched tightly, he bit down hard on his lower lip, refusing to let himself cry right there. Did I tell you to leave? Wang Hao's voice rang out behind Guo Shuai. He halted in his tracks. He turned around, staring expressionlessly at Wang Hao. What else do you want from me? Wang Hao chuckled softly, twirling the dagger in his hand. The challenge is over, but I haven't settled the score for you disturbing my rest. Twirling the dagger in his hand, Wang Hao's expression was contemptuous. I could have rested properly today to prepare for tomorrow's training, but because of your unreasonable antics, I didn't even get a decent rest. How do you propose we settle this? Enough! Wang Hao. Seeing Wang Hao growing increasingly unreasonable, Lu Yan couldn't help but scold him. You've already won. Let's just leave it at that. Hearing Wang Hao's words, the trainees below began murmuring among themselves. This is going too far. That guy is way too arrogant. Exactly. Guo Shuai already conceded defeat, what more does he want? That's outrageous. Outrageous. Of course, some trainees who'd never gotten along with Guo Shuai chimed in with sarcastic remarks. If I had his skills, I'd be even more arrogant than him. Yeah, he just arrived today and got challenged before he even figured out the situation. I'd be pissed too. Hilarious. In this world, strength is everything. If you win, whatever you say goes. Listening to the murmurs from the lower academy, Guo Shuai clenched his jaw, feeling his pride trampled into the dirt by Wang Hao over and over. What do you want me to do? Kneel and apologize? Suppressing the rage boiling in his chest, Guo Shuai glared at Wang Hao not far away, the fire in his eyes threatening to consume him whole. Wang Hao. Lu Yan grew anxious, hastening toward the stage, fearing Wang Hao might make some outrageous demand. Watching Lu Yan hurry up the steps, Wang Hao smiled. He walked over to Guo Shuai, patting him on the shoulder. If you want to apologize, then train harder. Then defeat me. Guo Shuai froze upon hearing Wang Hao's words. He couldn't process it for a moment. Seeing Guo Shuai's dazed expression, Wang Hao burst out laughing. If you can beat me, I'll forgive you for what happened today. Seeing Wang Hao didn't seem to be joking, Guo Shuai was completely baffled, unsure what he meant. Well, about leaving the training camp. Wang Hao stepped down from the ring, smiling as he spoke. We'll put that on hold. We'll talk about it once you can beat me. Pushing through the crowd, Wang Hao walked toward the dormitory building on his own. He left behind a stunned group of people, speechless and staring at each other. Holy crap, why do I think he's kinda handsome? Awesome. So cool. Alright. This training camp is finally getting interesting. Chapter 103, I need an opponent, votes needed. On the second floor bleachers of the training hall, several trainees in school uniforms watched Wang Hao's departing figure in silence. They were trainees from previous sessions of the Tianlong training camp. Each cohort only had 1 year of training at the camp. At year's end, they undergo the final assessment known as the Dragon Gate Trial. Only 10% of trainees pass the Dragon Gate Trial each year. Those who failed the Dragon Gate Trial could choose to leave the camp and return to their universities to continue their studies. However, doing so means they permanently forfeit the opportunity to become a celestial dragon. Alternatively, they may choose to remain in the training camp and participate in the Dragon Gate Trial alongside the next cohort of trainees. Each trainee is permitted to take the Dragon Gate Trial up to 4 times. Consequently, many trainees who failed the trial in previous years remain within the Celestial Dragon training camp. They generally refer to themselves as seniors. At that moment, the squint-eyed man seated on the viewing platform turned to look at the crowd behind him. What do you think of him? A long-haired youth leaning against the wall frowned and said, Arrogant. 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 Just 3 words, and many nodded in agreement, feeling the same way. Hearing these comments, a teenager sitting in the corner chuckled softly. A military-grade laptop rested on his knees, his 10 fingers dancing across the keyboard like butterflies. I just hacked into the Dragon Guard's internal network and saw his files. Guess what? He looked up at the crowd. That little snake is the legendary Calamity Beast, the Calamity Serpent. No one below the 4th transformation can stand against it. Taking down Guo Shuai, a 3rd-tier cultivator, was a piece of cake, especially since he hadn't even exerted his full strength. His arrogance comes with capital. The long-haired youth. Hearing the youth's words, the crowd exchanged stunned glances. Holy crap, are newcomers this strong nowadays? Using a Calamity Beast as a summon pet. Awesome. Unbeatable. Modest. Listening to the crowd's reactions, the narrow-eyed youth chuckled softly. I plan to absorb him. With him on our side, our chances of conquering the Mountain Sea secret realm will be much higher. Hearing the leader speak, the others pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Alright, his strength is more than sufficient. Agreed. Give me a moment. There seems to be a top-secret file about him in the internal network. Let me retrieve it. Wang Hao. Shinseni caught up from behind, calling out to Wang Hao, who was admiring the sunset. Sini, did they give you a hard time? Wang Hao turned to look at Shinseni as she ran over, tilting his head to ask her. Shinseni shook her head and frowned, asking, why did you have to say that at the end? Isn't it a bit unwise to make enemies everywhere right after arriving? She was still worried that Wang Hao might get isolated by the others in the training camp because of this.
After all, they still had a year of training ahead of them here. They might encounter missions requiring teamwork. It wouldn't be good if Wang Hao couldn't find anyone to team up with then. Wang Hao didn't respond, merely chuckling softly before turning to continue toward the dormitory building. Young people these days have it easy, they've never faced real setbacks. They crumble at the slightest setback, they'll never truly grow this way. Shinseni listened, growing even more confused. How did this relate to him letting Wu Shuai defeat him in the end? Seeing Shinseni's confused expression, Wang Hao chuckled softly and continued his explanation. That last hit completely shattered his confidence. If I just told him to forget the bet, he might have thought I was pitying him. That would have been even harder for him to bear. Rather than letting him sink into complete despair, it's better to set him a goal that'll ignite his fighting spirit. It's like setting up a target before archery, it helps you focus better. After explaining this, Wang Hao glanced at the fading sunset in the distance before turning to Shinseni with a smile. Besides, I need a rival too, don't I? Shinseni. Ah, Longwa feels so good. Helly flopped onto the sofa, hugging his soft throw pillow and letting out a blissful sigh. At this time every day, Grandpa Pope would either be calling me to pray or I'd be on my way to pray. Praying every single day, it was driving me crazy. Dragging Helly's suitcase inside, Anna gave her a doting look and gently persuaded her. His Holiness the Pope only wants what's best for you. He hopes you'll break through to the 5th transformation soon so you can inherit the angel wings. Helly sat up, still clutching the pillow, her lips pouting indignantly. But you can't pray 7 days a week. If the goddess heard that, she'd be annoyed by now. All these years without a response must be because you've prayed too much. Anna shook her head helplessly, dragging Hiri's suitcase into a room. Pointing inside, she said, "You'll stay here for now. I've tidied everything up, changed the sheets and bedding to fresh ones. Feel free to use them." Helly jumped up and cheered, "Yay! I knew Anna was the best." Placing a glass of milk in front of Helly, Anna asked curiously, "So, what brings you here? By the way, what exactly are you here for this time?" "His Holiness the Pope only told me to look after you. He didn't say anything else." Helly shook her head while holding the milk, biting her finger as she spoke. "I don't know either. He only told me the gears of fate have begun turning, and to come to the east to find the chosen one." Hearing Helly's words, Anna frowned and muttered under her breath. "The chosen one?" I never imagined Helly's visit would be connected to the Holy Sea's sacred artifact. But who exactly is this person of destiny? What exactly is this so-called destiny? Surely it can't be detrimental to the Dragon Nation. Zhao Qiushui pondered, watching Helly happily drinking her milk as she shook her head helplessly. Ah well, asking her probably wouldn't help. Once we find the person, everything will become clear. She looked up at Healy and asked, "How do we find them?" Helly downed the milk in one gulp, handed the cup to Anna, and blinked her big eyes. "I don't know. The Pope said I'll know once I meet him." "Oh, so it's the leave it to fate method of finding people, huh?" Anna shook her head in exasperation. She could only say, truly, the Holy Sea of Light. They really are carefree. Just sending out the Holy Maiden like that, aren't they afraid something might happen? Helly is the most gifted saint the Church has seen in centuries. If something happened to her, it would be a huge loss. Shaking her head helplessly, she took the milk cup Helly handed her. As she walked, she said, "All right, you can stay here comfortably for now. I'll be traveling for work in a couple of days and might be gone for about a week. Remember to take good care of yourself." Hearing Anna's instructions, Helly's face immediately fell. "Ah, Anna, you're going out? Can you take me with you? I'll be so bored without you here. I'm going on a mission. I can't bring anyone with me." Anna replied with a smile, thinking to herself, "I'm heading to the Celestial Dragon training camp as an instructor. If I brought you along, those young trainees wouldn't have a moment's focus on their training." Hearing Anna's words, Helly sighed helplessly, pouting as she said, "Fine, fine. Helly will take good care of herself." Chapter 104, Team Up? Soloid votes needed. The next day, Wang Hao woke up early. He patted Yue Ying beside him, telling her to explore the area today if she had time, to see if she could find any suitable secret realms for him. Dressed in his uniform, Wang Hao opened the door and stepped outside. Along the way, students kept shooting him strange looks. He was Wang Hao, after all, the one rumored to have taken down Wu Shuai in a single move, nearly beating him into seclusion. "Stop staring, if you piss him off, he might kick you out of the training camp." "Holy crap, he's that terrifying? Can't we even look? Haven't you read those online novels? Top geniuses always have a few quirks." Wang Hao. Hey, you guys are talking way too loud." Wang Hao. Suddenly, Shinseni's voice came from behind him. Wang Hao turned to look. He saw Shinseni waving at him from a short distance away, accompanied by 2 other girls. She jogged over and stopped in front of him. "Wang Hao, why didn't you call me when you left? I was waiting for you at the dorm entrance the whole time." Wang Hao scratched his nose and pulled out his phone. He'd forgotten to charge his phone before going to sleep last night, so it hadn't turned on today. He'd stayed up too late playing with Yue Ying yesterday and forgotten to charge his phone. "Oh, that explains why your phone kept going dead when I called. By the way, let me introduce you.
These two are Xiaotingting and Su Tian, my classmates who live next door. Shinsini pointed to the two stunning beauties beside her and introduced them to Wang Hao. Wang Hao turned to look. Both were undeniably beautiful, above average in looks. One was gentle and graceful, always wearing a faint smile. The other was quirky and mischievous, her eyes sparkling with intense curiosity. So you're Wang Hao? Heard you took down Wu Shuai in one move yesterday? That's right. I've had my eye on him for a while. You really helped me get some satisfaction. Li Tian stood with her hands behind her back, eyeing Wang Hao with curiosity. Wang Hao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Just basic stuff. A measly third-tier player is no challenge for me. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Li Tian giggled. She held out her hand toward Wang Hao. You sure have a funny way of talking. Li Tian, level 62, third job advancement, B rank Vine Sorceress. Wang Hao smiled faintly and gave her hand a light squeeze. Wang Hao, level 24, first transformation Divine Beast Spirit Tamer. Upon hearing Wang Hao's class, Li Tian exclaimed in delight. You're actually a god-tier class. No wonder he could win Sini's heart, he's got some serious skills. Those two sentences instantly stunned Shinsini beside her. Li Tian. What are you saying? Shinsini shot Li Tian a reproachful glance, about to chase after her to give her a swat. Li Tian giggled mischievously as she dodged Shinsini around Wang Hao. Xiaotingting walked beside Wang Hao, watching the playful chase with a gentle smile. She turned to Wang Hao and gave him a nod. Xiaotingting, level 64, triple transformed a rank spirit dancer. Pleased to meet you. Xiao Tian's been like this since she was little. Hope you don't mind. Wang Hao nodded back at her and smiled. That's perfectly fine. She's always happy and carefree, without a care in the world. Xiaotingting didn't respond, only offering a gentle smile before changing the subject. Planning to team up with anyone for the upcoming assessment? The three of us need a frontline player. If you're interested, we could form a permanent team. Xiaotingting was referring to the two of them plus Shinsini. Shinsini is an A-rank Radiant Priest, a healing-focused class. Li Tian is a B-rank Vine Sorcerer, essentially a control-oriented mage. As for Xiaotingting, she's an A-rank Elf Dancer, an agile frontline fighter. They were precisely missing a tanky frontline warrior who could both absorb damage and dish out damage. Wang Hao proved his strength yesterday by defeating Wu Shuai on the arena stage. Given the relationship between Shinsini and Wang Hao, Xiaotingting chose to approach Wang Hao with this request, hoping to create an opportunity for the two of them. Within the Tianlong training camp, while it was explicitly forbidden to physically harm fellow trainees, only 10 graduation spots were available, of fierce competition akin to thousands of soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. Everyone was a competitor to everyone else. And to ease the competitive pressure, backstabbing teammates was not unheard of in the Tianlong training camp. Therefore, each team exercised extreme caution when recruiting teammates. Seeing Wang Hao's pensive expression, Xiaotingting explained to him. Don't underestimate this placement test, it's no less challenging than the 5 schools joint exam. Since our cohort has exceptional talent, I hear the camp specifically increased the trial's difficulty. They'll likely choose a golden secret realm for the assessment. If we form a team together, our chances of success will be slightly higher. Xiaotingting paused, her smile fading as she continued. And I heard the prize for first place is a perfect grade soul crystal. A soul crystal. Wang Hao's heart stirred. This is a valuable item. Not only can it be used as a forging material to enhance equipment's spiritual essence, it can also serve as an auxiliary material to replace advancement materials for class transitions. If consumed directly, it could strengthen a professional's soul power and amplify skill potency. A valuable item useful to any profession. And it was a perfect grade soul crystal, instantly making Wang Hao's eyes light up. Looks like first place is his for the taking. Unfortunately, he had previously assumed the preliminary assessment was merely a formality and planned to coast through it. He hadn't brought Moon Shadow along, leaving only Little Deer, Purple Flame, and Calamity Serpent in the beast taming realm. Dealing with the golden secret realm should be no problem, right? After a moment's thought, Wang Hao declined Xiaotingting's invitation to team up. Thanks for the invite, but I don't plan on teaming up. Why? Shinsini's previously delighted expression instantly fell. She pouted, staring at Wang Hao. Because teaming up splits the experience points. Wang Hao explained. As a god-tier class, the amount of experience needed to level up is ridiculously high. Unless it's a special situation, I usually don't team up with others. Besides, it's more convenient for me to go solo. Huh? Really? Shinsini looked puzzled. Xiaotingting nodded in agreement beside her. That's true, the required experience for leveling varies by class tier. They say the stronger the class, the more experience it demands. But soloing means the difficulty skyrockets. You're only at first job advancement, is it really worth being so reckless? In reality, while grouping splits the experience, it also greatly increases monster killing speed and safety. Generally, only those powerful enough can guarantee that soloing yields faster experience than grouping. This preliminary assessment, it was said, would utilize a golden secret realm. The weakest enemies there were level 73rd transformation monsters, something the average player simply couldn't solo. Wang Hao had just completed his first advancement. Was soloing truly wise? At Xia Tingting's question, Wang Hao merely smiled without answering.
Joking aside, with the 4th transformation Calamity Beast, the Serpent of Doom, at his disposal, he could steamroll through the entire dungeon.
Soloing was undoubtedly the most efficient choice.
Don't worry, I've got first place locked up. As they spoke, the group arrived at the comprehensive teaching building and entered the freshman classroom.
Chapter 105, the assessment begins. Sunset Empire votes needed. The large trapezoidal classroom was packed with uniformed trainees.
Including Wang Hao, the total number was exactly 100.
He casually found a seat and sat down.
Before long, a bald man carrying a tablet entered the classroom. He introduced himself as Wen Lifeng, their counselor, responsible for their training at the Tianlong camp over the next year.
The secret realm for this baseline assessment is the level 50 Golden Secret Realm, Sunset Empire. The assessment period is 3 days. Detailed realm information has been sent to your respective student wristbands.
You may check it yourselves shortly.
Let me reiterate the key points. Scoring in this assessment is primarily based on monster kills.
2nd transformation monsters are worth 1 point, 3rd transformation monsters 10 points, 4th transformation monsters 50 points, and 5th transformation monsters. Additionally, the first student to complete the main quest will earn 500 assessment points, while completing a side quest will earn 1000 assessment points.
Final class assignments will be determined by your assessment scores. Wen Lifeng paused briefly before adding with a smile. If you encounter a 5th tier monster, you'd better run for your lives. Survival comes first. Your wristbands have an auto teleport button. Pressing it will instantly transport you out of the secret realm, but your assessment results will be invalidated.
One more thing, in this placement assessment, the top scorer will receive 10 perfect grade soul crystals.
2nd place will earn a 3rd tier legendary equipment piece. 3rd place can choose between legendary grade forging materials or equivalent advancement materials.
Finally, may your martial fortunes flourish.
May you all achieve outstanding results.
These words instantly ignited heated discussion among the trainees, even catching Wang Hao's attention.
10 soul crystals meant he could immediately advance and change professions once he leveled up. Holy crap, these rewards are insane. 10 perfect grade soul crystals are worth at least 100 million. Come on, look at what kind of secret realm this is. It's a golden secret realm. One wrong move and you could lose your life. Let's just focus on staying alive first. The Sunset Empire at level 50 might not be high tier, but without a strategy, it's still pretty dangerous. While the others debated, Wang Hao activated the screen on his wristband to study the secret realm's details. The Sunset Empire is an intermediate level ruin-type secret realm, a level 50 golden secret realm. Its primary monsters are molten black scorpions, hell sandworms, and death sand soldiers. The objective was to collect 3 golden eyes to exit the realm. Unlike other relic-type secret realms, this one appeared to be a public secret realm. All participants entered the same shared space. This meant that after entering the secret realm, they not only had to hunt monsters but also guard against ambushes from others. Glancing around the classroom, Wang Hao could clearly see several groups already huddled together, whispering among themselves. Occasionally, they'd cast covetous glances his way. You better not be what I think you are. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Wang Hao's eyes. If they dared lay a finger on him, he wouldn't care if they were the future of the Dragon Nation. He'd slaughter them all without mercy. Alright, everyone get ready. If there are no issues, we're heading to the secret realm entrance now. Wen Lifeng clapped his hands together, tracing a swift arc at the doorway that instantly unfolded a black portal. He was a rare spatial type practitioner, possessing the ability to summon portals. As the portal opened, the group in the classroom formed a line and entered one after another. Beyond the portal, a massive bronze gate stood before them. As the last person stepped through, the portal instantly closed. Wen Lifeng's voice echoed from the air. Pass through the bronze gate to enter the assessment realm. We have installed cameras within the realm to monitor your performance in real time. Listening to Wen Lifeng's words, Wang Hao's eyes flickered slightly as he thought to himself. Looks like I'll need to hold back a bit in here. As the group stepped through the realm's gate, a dizzying whirl of light and sound swept them into a vast desert landscape. Beep. Entering the level 50 golden secret realm, Sunset Empire. Main quest, survive for 3 days. Side quest 1, locate the Sun Temple, ruins of the Shurima Empire. Side quest 2, destroy one darkened artifact. Side quest 3, uncover the truth behind the Shurima Empire's downfall. Special mission, obtain the Sunfire Bible to receive the final reward directly. Inside the observation room, instructors from the Celestial Dragon Training Camp sat in rows within the trapezoidal classroom, watching the large holographic screen before them. Each instructor also had a small light screen on their desk, allowing them to switch to any trainee at any time to observe their assessment performance. The main screen was now divided into 100 segments, each focused on a single trainee. This one, number 21, looks promising. Though only a B rank berserker, he's already leveled up to 69 and breezes through secret realms with ease. That one won't do, looks reckless as hell.
Number 55 is better, and a rank sandstorm assassin who can transform into a sandstorm, essentially fighting on home turf.
Su Tian sat in the front row and smiled as he asked Lu Yan beside him. So, who do you think has the best chance?
Lu Yan pondered for a moment before speaking.
Number 35, Bai Qiu Yue. A level 68s rank frost sorceress.
When she sets up her altar, she channels the power of heaven and earth. Her attacks are devastating. If her team coordinates well, they could sweep through the entire secret realm.
She's the strongest contender for first place.
Number 72, Xia Qingxue, a level 70A rank sky-splitting swordsman. Her sword she cuts through the air, and she flies on her sword. Her combat prowess is formidable. She might even hold her own against a 5th transformation demon.
Unfortunately, she lacks area of effect skills, so I ranked her behind Bai Qiu Yue.
Number 54 Guo Shui, a level 72A rank blazing lance cavalryman, possesses multiple area of effect skills. With strategic combat tactics, he can swiftly clear monsters and rack up points, making him another strong contender for the championship.
She had reviewed every trainee's file meticulously and remembered them all clearly.
If anyone stood the best chance of winning the championship, it would undoubtedly come from among these three.
Su Tian smiled faintly and asked curiously. Oh? Why isn't Wang Hao on the list?
Wang Hao?
Lu Yan paused slightly. Though Wang Hao possessed a god-tier profession.
But he had only just completed his first transformation. Facing a golden secret realm filled with 3rd and 4th transformations, he would surely need to proceed with caution. After all, he had only just ascended to the 1st transformation. If he were a 3rd transformation, there would be no question he would undoubtedly be 1st. But he was only at the 1st advancement stage and he was soloing it.
It wasn't certain he could outpace the other 3. Listening to Lu Yan's explanation, Su Tian didn't argue.
He simply turned to look at Wang Hao on the screen and smiled faintly.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see.
His feet pressed into the sandy soil of the secret realm as Wang Hao gathered his focus. After so long in the shadows, the moment to prove himself had finally arrived.
Recalling Guo Shui's defiant expression moments ago, Wang Hao steeled his resolve.
Starting today, he would make everyone at the Tianlong training camp tremble at the mere mention of his name.
From this day forward, they would forever remember one name. Wang Hao. Chapter 106, Black Sand Double-Headed Scorpion, instantly killed.
The Sunset Empire had once been a truly magnificent civilization. Its strongest individuals could harness the sun's energy to attain ascension, becoming ascended ones.
Thus, their sovereign named the entire empire the Sunset Empire. With the ascended one's aid, the empire's borders expanded rapidly, conquering countless city-states.
Ultimately, they built a magnificent city upon the yellow sands, Shurima. It meant the sun that never sets.
Yet after reaching its zenith, the empire's last emperor was betrayed.
Amidst a great catastrophe, the empire crumbled, its once glorious capital reduced to ruins and its people scattered. Today, Shurima lies as a barren wasteland in merciless desert, where only the strongest survive. Over the millennia since Shurima's fall, its history has faded into myth and legend. Today's inhabitants mostly live in small tribes clustered near water sources or rebuilding homes atop ancient city ruins. Yet legends of Shurima persist among them, and many still venture deep into the desert in search of the city of the setting sun, hoping to claim the empire's fallen legacy.
After reading the dungeon description, Wang Hao began planning his expedition.
Lacking any guides, he had to start from scratch. To secure first place, he must complete the main quest line as swiftly as possible while tackling as many of the 3 side quests as feasible, all while grinding monsters. But with no clues about any of the quests yet, he could only proceed step by step.
Wang Hao glanced around. This secret realm was vast, and for newly 3rd transformed trainees like them,
3 days wouldn't take them very far. Or rather, the training camp had never intended for them to complete the main quest.
He'd have to pick a direction and scout it out first, gauging the monster's strength.
Meanwhile, the other trainees had already set off into the desert, each displaying their unique abilities, fearful that if they delayed even a moment, their monsters would be snatched up by others. After a moment's thought, Wang Hao summoned Calamity Serpent in purple flame. He kept Little Deer stored in his beast realm as a trump card, deciding what to do with it once he assessed the monster's strength. He swung himself onto Purple Flame's back, casually pointing in a direction. With a flash of fiery light, Purple Flame flapped its wings and vanished instantly. As the second seed chosen by Lu Yan, Xia Qingxue was leisurely flying deeper into the secret realm atop her flying sword. As the young miss of the Xia family from the capital, Xia Qingxue's equipment was nearly at the pinnacle for her level, granting her formidable combat prowess.
Most 3rd transformation monsters were no match for her. Moreover, she was well aware that she excelled at solo combat.
Rather than scrambling across the world competing with others for monsters, she preferred venturing deep into the secret realm to hunt high-level monsters. Slaying a single 4th-tier monster was equivalent to defeating 5 3rd-tier ones. If she could complete 1 or 2 side quests along the way, that would be even better. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xia Qingxue, soaring through the air, felt a powerful gust of wind brush past her. The violent gust swept through her body, instantly throwing her off balance and nearly causing her to fall from the flying sword.
Ah! Xia Qingxue panicked completely. She was currently thousands of meters above the ground. Although third-tier monsters could briefly fly through the air, it wasn't true flight. If she fell like this, she'd surely be smashed to pulp. Fortunately, after a brief moment of panic, she regained her balance and stood upright on the flying sword. Watching the deep purple-red streak of light rapidly vanish into the distance, Xia Qingxue's face darkened to the extreme. Can't you watch where you're going? Didn't you see someone up here? Wang Hao, seated atop Ziyan, heard a disturbance behind him. He had a distinct feeling that Ziyan had just collided with something. But when he turned to look, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. Shaking his head, he dismissed the matter from his mind. Whoosh! Wang Hao slowly descended from Ziyan onto a sand dune. Compared to the surrounding sandy terrain, this dune was eerily quiet. Even his spirit power, amplified countless times over, detected no signs of life whatsoever. Only one possibility could explain this. A powerful demonic beast lurked here. In such a vast area, how was he supposed to? Just as Wang Hao was pondering how to locate the monsters, the sand dunes beneath his feet suddenly began to violently tremble. A suffocating pressure surged toward Wang Hao from all directions. Whoa! Wang Hao chuckled softly, pressing his palm lightly against Ziyan's back. His entire body soared upward with the momentum. The next instant, a 30-meter-long, two-headed black scorpion burst from the dunes. Its massive pincers lunged toward Wang Hao at blinding speed. Wang Hao swung his hand, summoning Ziyan into the beast-taming realm. He drew his golden war spear and brought it crashing down upon the scorpion's claws. Boom! The massive black claw crashed onto the sand, its dark purple demonic blood splattering onto the grains and hissing with a corrosive sound. Black Sand Twin-Headed Scorpion Demon Beast Commander. Level 83 4th Transformation. Elements: Dark, Poison, Fire, Earth. Special Bloodline: Desert Overlord 56. Attributes: Strength 2572, Stamina 2839, Agility 1986, Spirit 1364. Skills: Sandstorm Stealth, Piercing Strike, Earthquake, Black Scorpion Venom. 4th Transformation Demon Commander, and that's it? Wang Hao tapped his head. Are 4th-tier monsters really this weak nowadays? Before Wang Hao could issue a command, the Calamity Serpent coiled around his waist shot forward. In midair, it swelled to hundreds of meters in length, snapping its gaping maw toward the Black Sand Double-Headed Scorpion. The Black Sand Double-Headed Scorpion, already enraged after Wang Hao severed one of its pincers, buried itself deep in the sand. Frenzied magical energy surged through its body, instantly whipping up a raging sandstorm at its location. Boom! The Calamity Serpent landed, its tail striking the spot where the Black Sand Two-Headed Scorpion had vanished, leaving only a soft sandpit. No trace of the creature remained. But the Calamity Serpent was, after all, a 4th-tier catastrophe beast. Flicking its tongue, it instantly located the Black Sand Two-Headed Scorpion concealed within the sandstorm. Opening its massive jaws, it unleashed a torrent of dark energy. A dark energy sphere erupted from the Calamity Serpent's jaws, striking the center of the sandstorm. The terrifying dark force struck the Black Sand Two-Headed Scorpion lurking within the shifting sands. Boom! An explosive crack echoed across the sandy terrain. Dunes within a 100-meter radius instantly collapsed, sending vast amounts of sand plunging deep into the earth. Half the Black Sand Two-Headed Scorpion's body was obliterated by the Calamity Serpent's dark breath. Its massive body was hurled from the depths by the Calamity Serpent, plowing a terrifying furrow through the sand dunes. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the Black Sand Double-Headed Scorpion's mouth. As the demonic overlord of these dunes, the Black Sand Double-Headed Scorpion, a level 83, 4th Transformation demonic beast, was now truly terrified. Gazing upon the Calamity Serpent, barely 100 meters long yet radiating a faint, oppressive aura, the Black Sand Twin-Headed Scorpion's very soul trembled. Terrifying! Terrifying! Though both were 4th Transformation monsters, the gap between it and the Calamity Serpent was simply too vast. It could even sense that the other creature wasn't fighting seriously at all, not even using its full strength. A flurry of thoughts raced through the Black Sand Double-Headed Scorpion's mind. Without pausing to think further, it let out a roar, burrowed into the sand, and instantly lunged backward. Watching the Black Sand Two-Headed Scorpion suddenly pierce through and flee, Wang Hao was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the monsters in this secret realm to be so cunning. Seeing defeat, it tried to flee. You think you can escape? Fatal Serpent, bring it back here. Roar! The Calamity Serpent roared furiously, its body transforming into a streak of black light in midair as it swiftly closed in behind the Black Sand Two-Headed Scorpion. Sensing the surging killing intent behind it, the Black Sand Two-Headed Scorpion panicked instantly, its entire body pulsing with black light. In the next instant, this black light rapidly gathered at the sharp spikes on its tail. It spun violently toward the Calamity Serpent, and a black beam of light erupted directly from the tips of the spikes, hurtling straight toward the serpent. The immense energy pierced through the air, instantly shredding anything in its path to shreds. Boom! A sharp gleam flashed in the Calamity Serpent's eyes. Its body twisted mid-air, and its long tail, trailing a hazy gray glow, smashed directly toward the Black Sand Double-Headed Scorpion. Its unmatched power effortlessly shattered the black beam, slamming heavily into the black sand two-headed scorpion's spine. Instantly, a crack appeared along the scorpion's spine. The entire scorpion's body split cleanly in two. Exactly one head in one half. Chapter 107, Desert Oasis Votes Needed. Beep. Successfully defeated level 83 black sand two-headed scorpion. Gained 435 EXP. Defeated a 4th transformation demon, earned 50 assessment points. 4th tier demonic monster. One-shot kill. Clean and decisive. The entire process took less than a minute. The instructors watching Wang Hao's trial outside were stunned speechless. Lu Yan gaped in disbelief at the holographic display before her. What? He instantly defeated the 4th tier black sand double-headed scorpion. That fast? That's a 4th tier commander level monster. Holy crap. That speed feels off. A bit? This is way off. This is a 4th tier black sand double-headed scorpion. Not just any 4th tier monster. As instructors at the Celestial Dragon training camp, they were well aware of the black sand double-headed scorpion's traits. Not only are they thick-skinned and highly defensive, but their attack power is absurdly high. Its armor is incredibly hard, even a 3rd tier skill can only leave a tiny mark on it. Unless you wielded legendary weaponry or possessed powerful skills, dealing damage to it was nearly impossible. The real problem is this thing is cunning as hell. Its Sandstorm stealth skill not only allows it to burrow through sandy terrain but also restores its own health. Combined with its ultimate earthquake and piercing attacks, it can seamlessly eliminate fragile classes in an instant. If outmatched, it will raise a sandstorm to escape. It's a real pain in the ass. Yet Wang Hao managed to take him down in under a minute. And judging by his demeanor, he hadn't even exerted his full strength. Is this guy really a freshman? Looks like this preliminary assessment is a foregone conclusion. Holy! What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Suddenly, a teacher spotted Wang Hao's actions and let out a startled scream. All eyes immediately turned to the projection screen before them. At Su Tian's signal, the large screen began displaying Wang Hao's image. At that moment, Wang Hao stood motionless in midair, seemingly deep in thought. What the hell is this kid playing at? The crowd found him increasingly baffling. Su Tian, however, suddenly seemed to grasp something, and a faint smile touched his lips. This kid. Observing the black sand double-headed scorpion instantly vanquished by the Calamity Serpent's strike, Wang Hao roughly grasped the intensity of this secret realm. It posed virtually no threat to him. Thus, the only factor limiting his score farming was the density of demonic beasts. As long as there were enough monsters, his points could be farmed endlessly. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly thought of a solution. He summoned Ziyan and had it dig up the half-buried corpse of the black sand double-headed scorpion from the sand. Ziyan, you fly fast. Take this corpse and circle these sand dunes. Remember to fly swiftly, don't get shot down. Wang Hao patted Ziyan's head as he spoke. He recalled reading that sand scorpions evolved by devouring their own kind. He wondered if dangling half a corpse of their kin mid-air might lure them out. Just as Wang Hao had anticipated, the moment Ziyan soared through the sky clutching the half-corpse of the black sand double-headed scorpion, the sandy ground beneath him seemed to come alive. Black scorpions continuously burst forth from the earth, frantically lunging to attack Ziyan. Ziyan instantly exploded. Hold on, I'm just a 3rd-tier little Karami. What the hell are you all yelling at me for? This is all my master's doing. Ah! Stop chasing me! Under the threat of death, Ziyan flapped his wings with all his might, carrying a swarm of sand-black scorpions as they raced frantically toward Wang Hao. Witnessing this scene, all the instructors were stunned. Has this guy lost his mind? These sand-black scorpions are all 4th-tier monsters. Even if you could take down one instantly, could you handle 100 or 1,000? If he slips up and gets swallowed by the scorpion sea, he'll have no place to bury his remains. Wang Hao is being reckless. Luring so many monsters, even if each only takes a few hit points, they'll drown him in numbers. Principal, activate the emergency summon to rescue him. Right. Hurry and rescue him, he's a talent. We can't let him die here. The teachers in the classroom all stood up and urged Su Tian. They feared that if they were a moment too late, they would only find Wang Hao's lifeless body. But Su Tian shook his head and replied with a faint smile. No rush. Ha! Ziyan, well done. Watching the sand scorpions drawn by purple flame, Wang Hao shouted excitedly. Summoning the Calamity Serpent, he clashed fiercely with the Dark Scorpion Sea, Golden War Spear in hand, under the stunned gazes of everyone present. Purple lightning surged around his body as terrifying energy poured into the Golden Spear, igniting a blazing golden flame. Swish! Without any strategy, Wang Hao charged straight into the Scorpion Sea formed by the Sand Scorpions, Oshi and To. His spear flashed up and down, instantly tearing apart countless scorpions with its sharp edge. The Calamity Serpent, leveraging its massive frame, continuously spewed flames, reducing one sand scorpion after another to ashes. The slaughter unfolded at a pace that could only be described as horrifying. Some sand scorpions didn't even have time to scream before Wang Hao's spear pierced through them, impaling them into the bodies of other scorpions. Thrill! Pure thrill! Truly worthy of the golden secret realm, the monsters here yield significantly more experience than those outside. At this rate, hitting level 40 is just around the corner. He had definitely made the right choice coming to the Celestial Dragon training camp this time. Wang Hao's heart burned with excitement. He was currently level 24, still 16 levels away from 40. For other classes, leveling up 16 times might not seem like much. But for Wang Hao, that experience was a massive amount. For every 10 points of experience he gained, he had to share 1 point with his participating beast. By the time it reached him, there was barely anything left. Compounding this, as a god tier class, his level up requirements are already astronomically high. Leveling up became an even greater challenge. If it were just him, it wouldn't be such a big deal, but it's mainly about Yue Ying and the others. Once they surpass his level, they can no longer gain experience points. That would be a real pain in the ass. After all, Wang Hao's power primarily came from the attribute bonuses of Yue Ying and Xiaolu. As long as they could level up, what could a mere sand black scorpion possibly do? Cursed snakes! Wipe them all out! Wang Hao, brimming with heroic fervor, swung his golden war spear. Wherever it pointed, calamity serpents danced, crushing every black scorpion in their path. This is just too terrifying. Over 3,000 sand black scorpions. Wiped out in just 20 minutes. Damn, that's way too fast. Inside the observation room, the teachers erupted in excitement. Gone was their previous composure, each of them was stunned into numbness by Wang Hao's power. See? This is Wang Hao's true power. This is the power a god-tier professional should possess. Su Tian turned to look at Lu Yen, who stood beside him, her mouth agape in shock. He smiled and gave her shoulder a light pat. After slaughtering the group of sand-black scorpions, Wang Hao surveyed the corpses littering the ground and Ziyan, who was cowering in a corner, trembling. He said with a sigh, "You're a big lion, why are you scared of these little scorpions?" Roar! Ziyan let out a plaintive cry at Wang Hao's question, as if protesting that even though he was a lion, he was still only a third-tier demon beast. Any one of these scorpions could easily kill him, how could he not be afraid? With a wave of his hand, he activated the collection function of the Beast Tamer's realm, gathering all the materials dropped by the black scorpions into it. He then flipped onto Ziyan's back. "We've cleared all the monsters here. Let's go look elsewhere. Let's see if we can find any quest clues while we're at it." Under Wang Hao's command, Ziyan spread its wings once more and soared deeper into the desert. This time, they didn't fly long before landing. For not far ahead, a desert oasis had appeared. Chapter 108, Land of the Setting Sun, Boats Needed. An oasis suddenly appearing in the desert. In the secret realm, this was undoubtedly a crucial clue. Wang Hao wouldn't let it slip by. Circling the area on purple flame, he spotted what appeared to be a tribal settlement not far from the oasis. He commanded Ziyan to descend, only to discover a lizardfolk tribe below. The lizardfolk tribe below instantly fell into chaos at the sight of the giant flying lion descending from the sky. Strong, burly lizardmen kept rushing out of tents, urging others to take cover inside. Sparse javelins were hurled up at purple flame from below, but their feeble force was no match for him. Without even using a skill, he simply flapped his wings and sent them flying. Suddenly, a lizard man who appeared to hold high status rushed frantically from the center of the tribe. He shrieked, ordering the surrounding lizardmen to cease their attacks. Chattering away, an old lizard man clad in a cloth robe and wielding a broken wooden staff knelt with a thud before Wang Hao. He bowed his head repeatedly, uttering words Wang Hao couldn't understand. Watching the lizard man bowing incessantly below him, Wang Hao fell deep in thought. A secret realm used by the Celestial Dragon training camp for preliminary assessments must have been thoroughly explored by those instructors. Perhaps these lizardfolk had encountered individuals like Wang Hao before. They might hold some clues. Amidst the lizardman's prostrations, Wang Hao guided the purple flame to a gentle descent, approaching the elder lizardman. "Do you understand my words?" The elder lizardman lifted his head in surprise, speaking slowly and deliberately. "I can understand you." Seeing Wang Hao's puzzled expression, he grew increasingly anxious, sensing the immense power radiating from Wang Hao. He swallowed hard, then suddenly seemed to remember something. His eyes darted slightly as a plan formed in his mind. The lizard man slapped his forehead, pulled a magic scroll from his robe, and respectfully handed it to Wang Hao. Language Mastery Magic Scroll, B rank as scroll sealing the language mastery spell, enabling the user to instantly grasp the language of Shurima. Oasis Quest Reward. Wang Hao. Just moments ago, he'd been wondering how these lizard folk, who looked as poor as church mice, could possibly possess something as valuable as a magic scroll. Turns out it was a quest reward after all. But is it really appropriate for him to hand over the reward before I've even completed the quest? But since he'd already handed over the scroll, it felt rude to refuse. At worst, I'll ask him what the quest is later and help him out on the side. Taking the language comprehension scroll from the old lizard man, Wang Hao activated it immediately. A surge of magical energy flooded into Wang Hao's mind. He instantly mastered the language of Shurima, including their grammar and script, as familiar as his mother tongue. Holy crap! Learning a foreign language in an instant back in his previous life, who knows how many people would have gone crazy over this. Wang Hao thought to himself, then turned to the old lizard man kneeling before him, his face filled with reverence. Lord, are you a divine messenger sent by the celestial dragon god? The old lizard man knelt on the ground, gazing at Wang Hao with profound reverence. The celestial dragon god? Divine messenger? Wang Hao pondered briefly before instantly understanding. It must be that the instructors from the celestial dragon training camp, while clearing the dungeon, had displayed various advanced skills before them. These ignorant lizard folk had mistaken them for gods. Given their primitive nature, the instructors simply treated them as NPCs for assigning quests. They handed them a magic scroll, instructing them to distribute quests to future trainees arriving for trials. Holy! Wang Hao's thoughts clicked into place. Following this line of reasoning, that language mastery scroll definitely wasn't handed out casually. It must be related to the clues for the next mission. The thought alone sent a rush of excitement through Wang Hao. He looked down at the old lizard man kneeling before him and nodded. I am a divine envoy sent by the celestial dragon god, tasked with retrieving the golden eyes. Do you know their location? Hearing Wang Hao's words, the old lizard man was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his aged face. Divine messenger. Old Tuss has finally awaited your arrival. The golden eyes were stolen by the desert butcher, Rek'Sai. He fled toward the land of the setting sun. We were utterly helpless. And today, for some unknown reason, countless sand-black scorpions suddenly surged out from the dunes. Fortunately, they didn't reach our tribe. Otherwise, we lost lambs would have had to beg for the celestial dragon god's forgiveness in the scorpion's jaws. If you do not arrive soon, our tribe will have no choice but to abandon this oasis and seek refuge at the desert's edge. Wang Hao. I never imagined that my monster farming would scare these lizard folk so badly. He pulled a sand scorpion carcass from his beast tamer's realm and tossed it onto the ground, reassuring the elderly Tuss before him. Don't worry about the black scorpions. I've exterminated every last one. They won't threaten your tribe anymore. As for Rek'Sai, do you have the coordinates for Sunset Land? I must retrieve the golden eye. Old Tuss stared in shock at the black scorpion's corpse before him. He stared in disbelief at the half-scuttled remains, thinking to himself, truly worthy of the title Divine Messenger. This was a fourth-tier demonic beast, the elusive sand-black scorpion, which appeared and vanished without a trace. Simply disposed of. Facing Rek'Sai, another fourth-tier monster, should be no problem at all. Old Toth's weathered face broke into a broad smile as he nodded eagerly. Yes, Divine Messenger, please wait a moment. He gave a knowing glance to a burly lizard man behind him, signaling him to hurry to his tent and fetch the stone slab. The lizard man glanced at the black scorpion corpse on the sandy ground and swallowed hard. Reluctantly rising, he struggled alongside several gaunt, emaciated lizard men to haul the stone slab Old Tuss mentioned. Fragment of the Sunfire Scripture, Grade A from the Sunfire Scripture of the Shurima Temple. Collecting all fragments grants a skill book detailing Shurima magic. Whoa! So it's a skill book fragment. Honorable Divine Messenger, Old Tuss explained, it said the location of the Sunset Land is recorded on the scripture fragments. Unfortunately, my talents are insufficient to decipher the stone tablet's secrets. With a wave of his hand, the massive stone slab instantly levitated, hovering before Wang Hao. Reading the inscriptions, Wang Hao suddenly understood. Sunset City. So that's where it is. Storing the stone tablet in his spatial ring, Wang Hao noticed the lizard folk's eager gazes and felt a pang of unease. He spread his mental energy outward, and his expression instantly turned grim. He turned to Old Tuss and asked abruptly, "Are you in desperate need of these black scorpions?" Old Tuss quickly chuckled awkwardly, kneeling on the ground as he respectfully explained. The black scorpion shells can be used to craft sturdy armor, their tail stingers forged into formidable weapons, and their soft flesh provides warriors with immense strength. Please, Divine Messenger, in recognition of our offering of the Holy Scriptures, grant us some black scorpion carcasses. Hearing Old Tuss's explanation, Wang Hao instantly understood the meaning behind the lizardman's desperate pleading. However, his final remark left Wang Hao feeling slightly annoyed. It smacked of trying to cash in on a favor. With a cold snort, the divine beast's aura instantly radiated from Wang Hao, enveloping all the lizardmen. In that instant, Lao Tu and his companions felt as if struck by an invisible hammer. Paralyzed, their hair stood on end, and they immediately threw themselves to the ground, trembling in terror. They dared not lift their heads to look at Wang Hao, clinging desperately to the ground. Their eyes were filled with terror and unease, any lingering ulterior motives long since vanishing without a trace. Wang Hao's gaze was as cold as ice. He slowly scanned the lizardmen and declared in a deep voice, "What I give you is yours. I can withhold it, but you cannot demand it. Understand?" The lizardmen were rendered speechless by Wang Hao's words. Only then did they realize how childish and laughable their previous notions had been. They had assumed Wang Hao was like those foolish celestial dragons that sweet-talking him and offering some insignificant stone tablets would secure generous rewards. Little did they expect Wang Hao to reject such tactics outright, turning the tables on them. After all, Old Tuss was the strongest among their tribe. Even he, having advanced to the fourth transformation, couldn't muster the will to resist in the face of Wang Hao's overwhelming aura. Faced with Wang Hao's warning, the lizardmen could only nod in agreement repeatedly, not daring to voice the slightest objection. They knew they had truly angered Wang Hao this time. If they continued to act out of turn, far worse consequences awaited them. Chapter 109, Mission Clues Votes Needed. Lizardmen were cunning and treacherous, a race of born bandits. When encountering a superior force, they would bow their heads in submission, then use all manner of sweet talk to deceive their enemies, driving them to fight for their own gain or to seize benefits. When facing weaker opponents, they transformed into desert bandits, using scimitars and javelins to plunder their wealth. Originally, Wang Hao hadn't noticed the lizardmen's issues. But Old Stu was simply too enthusiastic. This piqued his curiosity. He spread his mental energy to scan the entire lizardman tribe. When he saw the piles of white bones beneath the sand, he knew these lizardmen were no good. Still, since they weren't killing humans anyway, Wang Hao decided it wasn't his concern. But the worst part was that these creatures actually dared to set their sights on him. Instantly, rage surged through Wang Hao. Had they simply begged him for mercy, he might have relented and granted them a few corpses of the sand-black scorpion. After all, there were plenty in the beast-taming realm, more than he could ever use. But these lizardmen actually had the nerve to say it was because they had presented him with the holy scriptures. Don't think I don't know they've already carved the contents of this stone tablet onto their own surfaces. Every tent had a mural depicting the very words from this stone tablet. And now they dare ask for my things? They're dreaming. So Wang Hao decided to teach them a lesson, showing them he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Indeed, though Wang Hao appeared carefree and easygoing, he proved to be sharp beneath his rough exterior. The teachers who witnessed this scene outside were thoroughly satisfied. They knew all too well the lizard folk's cunning nature. Placing them in the secret realm served precisely to teach these new trainees a valuable lesson. To let these university students, still sheltered from the real world, experience the harshness of society firsthand. Admittedly, these lizardmen wouldn't actually harm humans. After all, any with such intentions had already been dealt with by the instructors of the Celestial Dragon Training Camp. Those remaining were lizard folk who feared humans to their very bones. Yet the inherent cunning and baseness within these lizard folk would take advantage of any perceived weakness in the trainees, pushing their noses in the air and exploiting every opportunity to gain for themselves. Within the secret realm, numerous methods exist to complete the main quest line, but the lizardmen offer the fastest and least taxing route. For a regular trainee approaching the lizard folk, they must first prove their strength through several battles before the lizard folk priest will emerge to assign them a task. They would be tasked with eliminating nearby monsters to obtain scrolls of linguistic mastery. After obtaining the scroll, these lizardmen would further inform the student that the Holy Book of the Blazing Sun is a sacred artifact of the tribe. To take it, one must gain the consent of the entire tribe. They would then send the student into the tribe to complete tasks for other lizardmen, earning their favor. If the trainee foolishly agrees to perform tedious tasks like digging, finding water sources, or crafting equipment within the tribe, they will have fallen into the lizardman's trap. Only after completing enough tasks and reaping sufficient rewards might the lizard priest finally hand over the quest clues they hold. Truth is, these lizard folk have been thoroughly beaten into submission by the instructors at the Celestial Dragon Training Camp. Otherwise, they'd have sucked the marrow right out of your bones by now. Only when those trainees joyfully accepted the quest clues did they realize the opportunity had long since passed. Thus, the lizardman's trial doesn't test the trainees' strength, but their attentiveness and their courage to think outside the box. After all, the secret realm isn't some game dungeon. There are no rules here. If you're strong enough, you can steamroll everything in your path. No need to follow any rules, just push straight through. Wang Hao, relying on his formidable strength, skipped the initial stages entirely and seized the mission clues directly from the lizardmen. He also avoided being deceived by the lizardmen into foolishly completing tasks to boost his favor. This pleased Su Tian immensely as he watched from outside. Excellent. Now this is getting interesting. Let me see if you can find the grand prize. Mounted on purple flame, Wang Hao's palm gently traced the inscriptions on the stone slab. City of the setting sun, hidden at the edge of the boundless sea. Beneath the yellow sands, at the break of dawn, gaze eastward toward the rising sun, point westward toward the city's silhouette. Pass through the eye of the storm, cross the ridges of the dunes, and by dusk, the ancient city shall manifest. The rest of the inscription was missing, but it had already pointed Wang Hao in the general direction. The Sunset Empire secret realm was roughly divided into 3 parts on the map. The largest was the Golden Sand Sea, where Wang Hao now stood, a vast expanse of pure desert. To the north of the Golden Sand Sea lies a sky perpetually shrouded in sandstorms, known as the Hurricane Canyon. It is said to be home to the 5 transformation demonic storm giants. Yet no one has ever witnessed them. West of the Hurricane Canyon lay endless sand dunes, a forbidden zone for all life. According to the stone tablet, one must traverse the eye of the storm from the Hurricane Canyon, journey east to west toward the heart of the dunes, locate the ridge of the dunes, and by dusk, the sunset land shall be found. The question remained whether this so-called ancient city might be the legendary capital of Shurima itself, and whether the truth behind Shurima's destruction could be uncovered within its ruins. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Xian's figure transformed into a streak of purple light in the sky, roaring toward the northwest. Deep within the desert, Guoshuai led a small squad in an assault on a 4th-tier sand black scorpion. Their coordination was seamless. Guoshuai charged at the forefront, shield and spear in hand, relentlessly drawing the scorpion's attention. Behind him, the mage companion rolled fireballs in his hands, which landed repeatedly on the scorpion's carapace, spattering sparks. The scorching energy drove the scorpion into a frenzy. It wildly swung its pincers, churning up a massive sandstorm in its wake. It's going to go stealth. Away, mark it! Guoshuai bellowed, spurring his flame Pegasus into a charge. His spear struck the sand-black scorpion's carapace, the immense recoil nearly snatching the weapon from his grasp. The black scorpion counterattacked fiercely, its strike landing on Guoshuai's shield, causing the health bar above his head to plummet. Fortunately, the shadow priest behind him worked in perfect sync. The instant the blow landed, a healing spell landed on Guoshuai's head, making it seem as though he hadn't taken any damage at all. Seizing the moment, the slight man beside him flung a handful of powder onto the sand-black scorpion, making its form visible to all. A sandstorm descended, blowing sand into everyone's eyes, blinding them. Guoshuai watched the sand-black scorpion's movements within the storm. To his horror, it was attempting to ambush the shadow priest. Startled, he shouted, "Aji, dodge!" The next moment, the ground beneath the shadow priest cracked open. The sand-black scorpion burst forth from the earth, its sharp spikes bared. Fortunately, Guoshuai's warning came just in time, allowing the shadow priest named Aji to narrowly escape. Had he been even a fraction slower, it wouldn't just be the ground beneath his feet splitting apart. Watching the sand-black scorpion finish its piercing attack, Guoshuai knew this was his chance. He thrust his spear forward and charged at the sand scorpion atop his flaming Pegasus. His shield slammed heavily against the scorpion's head, stunning it instantly. Focus fire on it. At Guoshuai's command, everyone unleashed their full firepower, desperately unleashing every skill they had at the scorpion's head. After half an hour of relentless bombardment, the black scorpion let out a mournful wail before collapsing to the ground in defeat. Hearing the system notification echo in their minds, the group erupted in cheers. No wonder it's a 4th transformation monster. The EXP it gives is insane. Holy crap, 50 points each? We've hit the jackpot. Other teams are probably still grinding 3rd-tier monsters. This secret realm isn't easy. Each monster here is at least 3 tiers stronger than those outside. Exactly. And the monsters are hard to find too. Thankfully they don't group up, or I wouldn't have dared try 4th-tier monsters. It has to be 4th-tier monsters. We're probably the team with the highest points right now. Sitting atop the black scorpion's corpse, Guoshuai listened to his teammates chatter and smiled faintly. He casually opened the ranking list on his wristband to check his team's status. But the sight before him instantly stunned him. He couldn't believe his eyes. Chapter 110, Sand Soldiers Emerge. Votes needed. Due to slaughtering over 3,000 sand black scorpions, Wang Hao's current points had soared to a staggering 150,000, a full 100,000 points ahead of 2nd place Xia Qingxue. Many trainees monitoring the leaderboard gasped in astonishment upon discovering this. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Zhang Ming, hurry up and keep up. Stop freaking out over there. Holy crap. Look at the leaderboard. Wang Hao is off the charts. The young man named Zhang Ming stared at the student's wristband, his voice trembling as if he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Wang Hao? What's so shocking about that? His teammates muttered under their breaths. At Zhang Ming's urging, they all opened their own student wristbands and were instantly stunned by Wang Hao's points. Holy, this guy must be cheating. How could he have so many points? 100,000 points. Even a 4th-tier monster would require killing over 2,000 of them. Is this guy that strong? You're out of your mind. He's only a 1st transformation monster. Forget 2,000 4th transformation monsters. He couldn't even handle 2,000 1st transformation monsters. Then how do you explain these points? Damn it, he must have found a glitch in the secret realm and is grinding points through it. Holy, that's cheating. Even though Wang Hao had defeated Guoshuai, many still doubted he possessed such strength. If he'd only edged him out by a few points, they might have understood. After all, monsters in this realm tend to hide well. Maybe he just got lucky and wiped out a whole nest. But he's got a whopping 100,000 points over the top. That's 100,000 points. Over 2,000 4th-tier monsters. More than 10,000 3rd-tier monsters. 100,000 2nd-tier monsters. Such numbers would overwhelm even geniuses who'd already completed their 3rd-tier ascension. Even the instructors at the Celestial Dragon training camp, those 5th-tier powerhouses, might not have escaped unscathed. Let alone slaughter them all. Therefore, everyone was convinced that Wang Hao was cheating. He must have found a glitch in the secret realm and was using it to farm points. Ever since the secret realm appeared, humanity's research into it has never ceased. They discovered that the secret realm was likely a dimensional fragment from the previous civilization era. For various reasons, they connected with Blue Star, forming the secret realm's entrance. Being fragments, they naturally had imperfections, what humans called secret realm bugs.
Some of these glitches are extremely dangerous, the slightest misstep could drag you into spatial turbulence. Others, however, are quite safe. Mastering their patterns can grant immense advantages within the secret realm. To the other trainees, Wang Hao must have discovered some glitch within the secret realm to rack up such an absurdly high score. Damn it, I thought we had a genius on our hands, but turns out he's just a cheater.
Enough with that. The secret realm is packed with cameras installed by the teachers. Cheating would definitely get your results invalidated. Getting outdone like this is such a bummer. Exactly. What kind of hero relies on glitches? Do you think monsters outside would let him exploit bugs too? Exactly. Exactly.
Many muttered curses as they shut off their wristbands. What they truly thought in their hearts, only they themselves knew.
Damn it, he actually found a bug. I'm so jealous. 100,000 points. Is he out of his mind?
Xia Qingxue sat atop her flying sword, her shrieks piercing the clouds as she stared at the numbers on her wristband. She'd scoured every corner hunting monsters, slaughtering them relentlessly, only to barely scrape together 50,000 points.
And now you tell me someone already has 150,000 points?
A full 100,000 points higher than hers. How could she possibly accept this?
Holy crap! Did he raid a nest of 5th-tier monsters? How else could he rack up that many points?
Xia Qingxue hadn't considered it might be a bug. She just assumed Wang Hao got lucky, maybe he stumbled upon a nest of critically wounded 5th-tier monsters, or caught two groups of monsters fighting each other and reaped the rewards.
But 100,000 points? That was just absurd.
Xia Qingxue gnashed her teeth, utterly baffled by how Wang Hao could have scored such an astronomical number. She stood in midair pondering for ages, yet no solution came to mind.
No way. I have to go see how he pulled this off.
Xia Qingxue shook her head and pulled a paper crane from her bosom. She wasn't interested in the top prizes anyway. Rather than wasting time grinding for points, it would be far more interesting to track down Wang Hao. Sword cheat tracking, 10,000 miles sole pursuit.
Swift.
Xia Qingxue formed a hand seal, tracing a few swift strokes on the paper crane in her hand, instantly activating it. This was the tracking paper crane gifted to her by her sect during her third transformation in the secret realm.
It could trace an enemy's whereabouts by following a single thread of their aura.
It could also function as a scout, locating the most powerful demons in the vicinity. Yesterday, while watching Wang Hao and Guoshuai duel, Xia Qingxue had idly captured a trace of both their auras within the crane.
Little did she know it would prove invaluable now. Activated by Xia Qingxue's true essence, the paper crane emitted a faint blue glow. After circling the sky a few times, it whizzed off toward the west. Seeing this, Xia Qingxue's face lit up with joy as she summoned her sword to follow. Meanwhile, guided by the stone tablet, Wang Hao pressed on toward the sunset land. With the stone tablet's guidance, he certainly wouldn't foolishly head to Hurricane Canyon first before rushing to the sand dunes. He opened the map on his student bracelet, plotted a route from Hurricane Canyon to the sand dunes using the marked waypoints, and then had Ziyan begin flying along the course. From the air, Wang Hao scanned his surroundings incessantly. As far as the eye could see lay nothing but barren desert. Sand. Nothing but sand.
Though from below, he sensed malevolent gazes lurking beneath the yellow sands. But they were merely low-level trash monsters, not worth Wang Hao stopping to deal with. He ignored them entirely and flew straight ahead. The deeper he flew into the dunes, the dimmer the sunlight grew. Even the air itself grew inexplicably stifling.
Looks like it's somewhere around here.
Soaring over the edge of the dunes, a vast, boundless desert stretched out before him.
Wang Hao halted purple flame, gazing at the crimson sky. Calculating the time, dusk should be approaching soon.
According to the stone tablet's hint, the ancient city materializes at dusk.
The ancient city must be somewhere nearby.
Just as Wang Hao prepared to search more carefully, a sudden alarm rang in his mind.
He slapped Ziyan's head and immediately pulled up.
The next moment, a spear thrust out of the sand, followed by dozens of sand soldiers emerging from the dunes, each holding a spear. Their bodies were formed entirely of yellow sand, their hollow eyes fixed intently on Wang Hao in the sky. They warned him in the ancient language of Shurima.
Imperial border. Trespassers die.
As the sun began to set, a violent wind suddenly swept across the land. The once serene sky suddenly darkened and grew oppressive, as gusts of wind gathered around them. Swirling yellow sand danced with the tempest, forming walls of yellow dust across the desert. Wherever these walls swept, sand and stones flew, and the wind howled. Wang Hao felt as if he had been thrust into a chaotic world.
Faced with nature's overwhelming power, Wang Hao could only slowly lower himself to the ground.
He retracted the purple flame into his beast-taming realm, then covered his mouth and nose as he lay flat against the back of a sand dune, sheltering from the onslaught of the sandstorm. Once the sandstorm subsided, Wang Hao scrambled to his feet and looked up toward where the sand soldiers had been. He was instantly stunned by the sight before him. Chapter 111, Sword Immortal Xia Qingxue votes needed.
After the sandstorm,
the raging winds and sand gradually subsided. The sky, which had been dusk just moments ago, suddenly turned azure. Sunlight filtered through thin clouds, bathing the cleansed land below.
Wang Hao surmised that this might be a subspace independent from the secret realm yet attached to it. Unless one met specific requirements, entry was impossible. Looking up toward where the sand soldiers had been, the area that had held only dozens of them was now densely packed with countless sand soldiers. Among them were close combat soldiers wielding guns and shields, ranged archers with bows and arrows, chariot troops driving war chariots, and mage units holding wands. At a glance, their numbers exceeded 1,000,000. At this moment, they all stood motionless in the desert, like statues. This was the Sand Soldier Legion. Yellow Sand Spearman Common Monster. Level 87 4th Job. Elements: Fire, Earth. Special Bloodline: Sandstorm General 2. Attributes: Strength 2172, Stamina 1639, Agility 2186, Spirit 864. Skills: Piercing Strike, Charge, Shield Bash. Wang Hao gazed upon the vast army of sand soldiers before him, his heart surging with wild joy. He had found it. This must be the ruins of Shurima. His chance to complete the mission had arrived. Taking a light step forward, he saw several front-row sand soldiers instantly awaken. Wielding their spears, they charged toward Wang Hao in an instant. Imperial Border. Trespassers die. Watching the sand soldiers charge toward him, Wang Hao's lips curved into a faint smile. Get lost. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Calamity Serpent from the Beast Realm, instantly crushing a large group of sand soldiers. As for the soldiers who charged right up to him, he showed no mercy. He drew his golden war spear, striking each one down with a single thrust, shattering them from head to toe. Imperial Border. Trespassers die. But before he could celebrate, the sand soldiers reduced to scattered grains of yellow sand burst forth again from the ground beneath their feet, spears raised to stab at Wang Hao. Holy! They can resurrect! Wang Hao was startled by the sudden reappearance of the sand soldiers. He wondered why he hadn't heard the system's experience notification. Turns out these sand soldiers weren't dead after all. Let's see how many times you can resurrect. Dodging the spear thrusts, Wang Hao swung his golden war spear, slicing through the waists of over a dozen sand soldiers before him. Terrifying lightning power exploded directly among them, instantly reducing them to a swirling cloud of yellow sand. Imperial Border. Trespassers die. Before Wang Hao could catch his breath, the sand on the ground surged once more, forming more sand soldiers who charged at him, spears raised. Damn it! Again? Wang Hao roared with fury, a colossal surge of energy erupting from his body. A shockwave rolled out, instantly hurling the sand soldiers into the air where they shattered into dust, scattering into the sky. Imperial Border. Trespassers die. Hearing the familiar warning, Wang Hao frowned and leaped backward, returning to his previous position. Only then did the sand soldiers halt their attack. Watching the Calamity Serpent still writhing amidst the swarm of sand soldiers, Wang Hao frowned. Though these sand soldiers possessed low attributes, their sheer numbers and ability to constantly resurrect proved troublesome. For the moment, he truly had no better solution. Too bad I don't have an ice attribute, Divine Beast. Otherwise, I'd freeze you all solid and see how you'd keep coming back. Shaking his head, he recalled the Calamity Serpent. Watching the sand soldiers keep resurrecting before him, Wang Hao felt a headache coming on. How was he supposed to get in now? It seemed his only option was to try flying over. Just as he prepared to summon Purple Flame for flight, a woman's startled cry suddenly echoed from behind him. Whoa! There's actually a subspace here. He turned to see a girl with a ponytail walking in, holding a paper crane in her hands. Hovering behind her was a long sword, spinning in the air. Holding the paper crane in her left hand and pinching a golden orb in her right, she seemed to walk through a watery veil from outside. Xia Qingxue blinked at Wang Hao, who had turned to look at her. You're Wang Hao. Seeing her cadet uniform, Wang Hao paused for a moment before nodding. How did you get in here? Xia Qingxue shrugged and held up the golden orb in her right hand. Earlier while fighting monsters, I found a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Only the golden eye can uncover the path to the ancient city." I kept wandering around here but couldn't find the entrance anywhere. On a whim, I pulled out the golden eye and guess what? Wow! Found it right away. Wang Hao was speechless. He hadn't expected this girl to be a Tianjin native. She had a natural talent for comedy. Putting away the paper crane, Xia Qingxue smiled at Wang Hao and held out her hand. Third-year student at the Martial Arts Academy of the Imperial Capital, level 70, third class A rank void-splitting swordsman. You can also call me Sword Immortal Xia Qingxue. Xia Qingxue introduced herself to Wang Hao. Wang Hao smiled faintly, extending his hand to clasp hers lightly. Wang Hao, level 25 Divine Beast Tamer at the first transformation stage. Wang Hao had also defended his home. After clearing those black scorpions, the generous experience points allowed him to level up smoothly. Hearing Wang Hao's introduction, Xia Qingxue smiled faintly. She turned to look at the dense army of sand soldiers, tilting her head as she asked Wang Hao. So, what do you say? Want to form a temporary party? Wang Hao shrugged indifferently. Whatever. I'm good with either. Xia Qingxue nodded, reaching back to grip the hilt of her long sword. Alright, I'll test these sand soldiers' mettle first. Wang Hao hesitated several times, wanting to speak but holding back. After all, they had only just met. He didn't know her temperament yet. If he rashly tried to stop her, she might think he was looking down on her. Fine. Let her learn the hard way. Xia Qingxue formed a hand seal, swung her sword, and a streak of sword light instantly shot forth from the blade. It pierced straight through the body of a sand soldier. But just as Wang Hao had witnessed, within moments, the sand soldier rose again from the sand. Xia Qingxue frowned and turned to look at Wang Hao. Wang Hao shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness, indicating he faced the same predicament. Oomph. I refuse to believe it. Xia Qingxue let out a cold snort and released the long sword in her hand. Heaven and Earth's mystic heart, command the sword to subdue demons. Go! The flying sword shot forth, trailing a faint blue glow, instantly piercing through the sand soldier's body. The blue light from the blade seeped into the sand soldier's body, purifying whatever energy lay within. But as the sand soldier shattered into a pile of yellow sand, the faint blue light lost its target and gradually dissipated into the air. As the light vanished, the desert sands surged once more, reshaping themselves into the forms of sand soldiers. Since Xia Qingxue had only attacked the sand soldiers with her sword and hadn't approached the ancient city's perimeter, these soldiers remained motionless for now, standing rigidly in place to guard their capital. Ha! Are these things indestructible? Witnessing this scene, Xia Qingxue felt a bit numb. This was the first time she'd encountered monsters capable of endless resurrection. Worse still, their numbers seemed substantial. Unless she found a way to eliminate them, neither she nor Wang Hao would stand a chance of entering the city. As for turning back, that was out of the question. Such a magnificent city was clearly the mission hub. Roaming the wilderness hunting monsters? Nothing beats completing a quest. Besides, Wang Hao was still here. She wasn't about to slink away like a defeated dog. Chapter 112, Sword Riding and Brothers Boats Needed. Seeing Xia Qingxue panting heavily, Wang Hao walked over and patted her shoulder. These sand soldiers are likely powered by some formation within the city, allowing them to respawn endlessly. As long as the desert beneath our feet remains, they won't truly perish. But as long as we don't approach them, they won't move. Wang Hao tapped his chin thoughtfully. Therefore, the best approach is to freeze them all with frost skills, then pass through swiftly. Or simply fly over them. Hearing Wang Hao's solution, Xia Qingxue shook her head. She pointed at the soldiers wielding wands and longbows within the sand army. They also have ranged attack capabilities. Flying over isn't safe. Do you have an ice freezing skill? Xia Qingxue shook her head. She explained that as a sword immortal, she only possessed sword techniques, not ice magic. Wang Hao scratched his head in frustration. This was becoming a headache. There was actually another option: dash through the area at blinding speed to shatter the sand soldiers before they could fully regenerate. But if there were any bosses lurking within the city walls, getting surrounded by sand soldiers would truly mean being caught between a rock and a hard place. Unless absolutely necessary, Wang Hao wasn't prepared to resort to this tactic. Gazing at the dense swarm of sand soldiers, Xia Qingxue also felt a headache coming on. She lowered her head in deep thought, fingering her chin as she murmured to herself. The golden eye would illuminate the path into the city. A sudden flash of insight struck Xia Qingxue, and she clapped her hands. I've got it. Wang Hao was startled by her sudden outburst. What did you think of? What else could it be? What are we having for dinner tonight? It must be how to get inside. Xia Qingxue excitedly pulled the golden eye, still faintly glowing, from her pocket. I looted this golden eye from a 4th-tier boss. The system says it contains the power of an ascended being. It's a quest item. I'd been wondering what kind of quest item it was. Turns out it's for this. Xia Qingxue formed a spell seal with her fingers, summoning the flying sword back. Standing atop the flying sword, she slowly approached the sand soldier formation. As she drew nearer to the city walls, the golden eye in her hand glowed ever brighter. This time, however, the sand soldiers showed no sign of attacking as Xia Qingxue drew near. In fact, as she drew nearer, they even stepped aside to let her pass. Just as expected. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the method of entry to be so simple. But the thought that he didn't possess the golden eye himself instantly deflated him. He had come specifically for the golden eye, yet he was blocked at the gate before even finding it. It works. The golden eye really does have an effect. Xia Qingxue flew around the sand soldiers once, seeing they truly didn't attack her, and immediately flew back excitedly. Wang Hao rubbed his nose with a wry smile. Do you have any extra golden eyes? I haven't gotten one yet. I'll give it back to you once we're inside. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Xia Qingxue's eyes widened. What? You haven't gotten a golden eye yet? No way, seriously? Dude. You spent 150,000 points and didn't get the golden eye? Are you kidding me? Wang Hao gave a helpless chuckle. I really didn't get it. Killed over 3,000 sand black scorpions, but all I got was materials, not even a few pieces of gear dropped. Seeing the awkward smile on Wang Hao's face, it didn't look like he was joking. Xia Qingxue was momentarily at a loss for words. I don't have any extra golden eyes either. How about you take me flying in? Wang Hao suggested, gesturing toward the flying sword behind Xia Qingxue. For some reason, Xia Qingxue suddenly flushed bright red and remained silent for a long while. Her flying sword was an octagonal Han-style blade about 1.5 meters long. When she rode it alone, it was manageable. Though she'd mastered sword riding techniques from the secret realm, she hadn't yet learned the magic to alter its size. For now, she could only rely on the sword's inherent size for flight. If two people were to stand on it, they'd have to press close together. Glancing down at Wang Hao's handsome face, Xia Qingxue felt the heat surge to her cheeks. Standing close together didn't seem so bad. Seeing Xia Qingxue's silence, Wang Hao assumed she didn't want to take him into the city. Fine, why don't you go in first? I'll go outside and grind some gold eyes before joining you. Wait. Xia Qingxue fidgeted awkwardly, twirling a strand of hair at her temple, her face flushing crimson. Going in together isn't out of the question. She lowered her gaze to her toes, curling her fingers around the sand beneath her feet as she murmured softly. If it's you, then maybe it's not impossible. Her voice was barely audible, and even with Wang Hao's heightened senses, he could only catch fragments. What did you say? Xia Qingxue startled, feeling her face flush fiercely. She quickly turned away, afraid Wang Hao would notice. Nothing. I just meant my sword is a bit small, two people might not fit comfortably. Summoning the flying sword before her, she leapt onto its blade and gestured for Wang Hao to stand behind her. Hold on to my clothes. If you dare touch me, I'll chop off your hands. She warned Wang Hao in a coquettish tone, keeping her hands from wandering, completely unaware that her words carried a hint of playful teasing. Watching the blushing Xia Qingxue, Wang Hao chuckled softly, choosing not to call her out on it. He leapt onto the flying sword, his hands resting lightly on her waist. Wang Hao sensed Xia Qingxue tremble slightly, her ears flushing crimson instantly. Don't move. Within the city of Shurima, a cloaked figure walked slowly down the street. Gazing at the city's shattered ruins, a flicker of sorrow passed through the eyes hidden beneath the hood. Suddenly, he halted and addressed the deserted street. After following for so long, aren't you going to make your move? The street was deathly quiet, only the drifting yellow sand seemed to mock his suspicion. Seeing no one emerge, the cloaked figure turned to a pile of rubble at the street corner and spoke coldly. Even from hundreds of meters away, I can smell the filthy shadow aura on you. As the cloaked figure finished speaking, the ground before him began to undulate and churn. Massive boulders, moving like living creatures, ground and crushed against each other, producing a sound like muffled thunder. A towering figure burst forth from beneath the sand, its form immense and grotesque. A crescent-bladed axe swung viciously toward the cloaked figure. Thud! Startled by the sudden assault, the cloaked figure scrambled backward, raising his staff just in time to block the axe's blow. The fierce blade wind tore his black robes into countless shreds, revealing his face. It was a warrior scholar with the head of a wolfhound. Clad in golden light armor engraved with cuneiform inscriptions, he withstood the attacker's assault. After the clash, both parties stood on opposite sides of the street. The intruder staggered to his feet from the sand pile. Nessa stared at the figure rising before him, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Ricton! Na Suz! My dearest brother! Rictor shook his body, hissing through clenched teeth. The mighty crocodile beast raised the crescent blade in his hand, straightening his spine as ancient dust slid from his armor. His supple, tough crocodile skin glowed with an emerald sheen in the sunlight. His monstrous frame pulsed with energy, muscles bulging, eyes burning with crimson hatred for Nasuz. You abandoned me in darkness, brother. You shall pay for this betrayal with your life. Chapter 113, Battle Among the Ascended Votes Needed. At that moment, on the other side of Shurima, Shinsini, Xiaotingting, and their group somehow found themselves drawn to this vicinity. Wow! What a magnificent city! Li Tian placed her hands on her forehead, gazing at the distant Shurima with admiration. Xiaotingting gripped the gauntlet on her wrist. Looks like this must be the legendary Shurima. The rest of the mission clues must be inside the city. Gazing at the dense ranks of sand soldiers in the distance, Li Tian frowned. So many monsters. How long will we have to keep fighting? Perhaps we won't have to fight these sand soldiers. Shinsini flipped through a book beside her. It was the Shurima encyclopedia they'd obtained after rescuing an old lizard man in the desert, containing many secrets of Shurima. The book stated that these sand soldiers were the guardians of the sun disk, and only those possessing the power of ascended beings could pass through the areas they protected. The power of ascended beings? Xiaotingting frowned in thought, then suddenly brightened. She pulled a golden orb from her pocket. This golden eye seemed to be the remnant of the ascendant's power. Shinsini closed the encyclopedia and nodded. It should be correct. With this, we can enter. Li Tian clapped her hands. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry inside. The three stood together, forming a triangular formation as they slowly made their way into the city. Bathed in the golden eye's radiance, the sand soldiers instinctively parted, clearing a path for the trio to pass. Meanwhile, Hua Shuai's squad struggled to resist the onslaught of the sandstorm, gradually losing their bearings. Boom! The deafening explosion caught Wang Hao's attention. He turned to look at Xia Qingxue beside him.
Xia Qingxue nodded at him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. After so long in Shurima, they had found nothing but endless ruins. This desert city seemed forgotten by time, offering little more than weathered stone walls and broken sculptures, hardly any valuable clues. Even if there were, they were likely buried beneath the yellow sands. Now, with the sudden sound of battle explosions, how could they not investigate? The two swiftly dashed toward the source of the explosions. Pushing through one stretch of ruins after another, they finally reached an open clearing. There, dust swirled as two figures clashed fiercely in midair. LeBlanc! Stop! I'm not your enemy! Nessus's deep voice echoed through the air. Cradling his staff, he knelt on one knee, struggling to fend off ribbon sacks. You cast me into darkness with your own hands. Now it's time for you to pay the price. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ribbon's eyes, but it was swiftly drowned by hatred. He swung his crescent axe with all his might. Veins bulged across his body, muscles taut, straining against the tattered golden armor that clung to him. Wisps of black mist swirled through the cracks in his armor. Rikton bared his fangs, roaring with fury, each leap threatening to tear Nessus to shreds. Nessus, wary of Rikton's safety, held back his full power. Radiating intense ascension energy, he desperately parried the attacks with his staff. Each clash threatened to tear the entire street apart. Surrounding buildings swayed precariously under the battle's force, dust swirling as every collision sent nearby stones trembling. Wang Hao and Xia Qingxue watched from a distance, holding their breath as the two colossal beasts clashed. Wow, it's two bosses battling each other. Xia Qingxue excitedly tugged at Wang Hao's arm. This was an incredibly rare sight. Generally, commanding monsters above the 4th transformation level almost always have their own territories. They rarely leave their domains unless compelled to do so. Naturally, they would not engage in combat with other overlord monsters. Yet now, two 5th-tier overlord monsters were actually fighting right before their eyes. This was their chance, a classic case of two birds with one stone. Two 5th-tier overlord monsters. If we can snatch the kill, each of us gets 500 points. Xia Qingxue whispered excitedly. Wang Hao nodded, his gaze fixed on the combatants. While true, it all depended on seizing the right opportunity. Judging by their attribute panels, these two monsters were terrifyingly powerful. They were far beyond what Wang Hao and his group could handle right now. Desert Reaper, Nessus' lower god. Level 112, 5th transformation. Elements: Earth, Light, Death. Special Bloodline, Ascendant 100. Attributes: Strength 9431, Constitution 9785, Agility 8743, Spirit 8543. Skills: Devour Soul, Soul Draining Strike 568,392, Wither, Soul Flame, Death's Descent. Staring at Nessus' terrifying attribute panel, Wang Hao swallowed hard. Unbelievable. These stats are insane. He'd probably need to reach his 3rd job advancement before he could even hope to stand a chance against him. Staring at Nessus' skill panel, Wang Hao could scarcely believe his eyes. Soul Siphon Strike 568,392 enhances the next basic attack within 10 seconds, dealing additional physical damage. If this skill defeats the target, the damage dealt will permanently increase. What the hell? An attack skill capable of dealing 560,000 extra damage. Who could possibly survive that? Wang Hao's current health bar didn't even reach 560,000. One swing from this guy, and I'd owe him over 400,000 HP. Maybe we should just leave. Wang Hao swallowed hard and suggested to Xia Qingxue beside him. This boss's strength is way beyond what we can handle. They're simply beyond what we can handle right now. Or perhaps these two bosses weren't meant for them to fight at all. Maybe they were some kind of mechanism within the secret realm, allies that might be needed during quests. Xia Qingxue's eyes widened as she whispered. No way, bro. You're going to pass up such a great opportunity? Just look at their stats. Desert Butcher, Rek'Sai Lower God. Level 108, 5th Reincarnation. Elements: Fire, Earth, Light. Special Bloodline, Ascendant 87%, undergoing Shadow Corruption. Attributes: Strength 9653, Constitution 9687, Agility 8456, Spirit 7645. Skills: Crocodile Rampage, Domain of Fury, Cold-Blooded Hunt, Charge, Ultimate Domination. She glanced at the attribute panels of Rek'Sai and Nessus. Xia Qingxue made a decisive choice. You're right, this battle isn't something we can interfere with. Even if they end up mutually destroyed, they'd still be beyond our ability to handle. Sighing regretfully, she still couldn't bring herself to give up so easily. After all, these were two 5th-tier overlord monsters. If they could truly be defeated, never mind what loot they might drop. The experience alone would be enough for both of them to level up. Should we take another look? Before Wang Hao could respond, a sly, cunning voice suddenly echoed from the void. Ha! 2 more little rats. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat as he quickly pulled Xia Qingxue back. The next instant, a jet of black light erupted from Rek'Sai's chest, hurtling toward Wang Hao and Xia Qingxue. Boom! A cloud of black mist exploded on the ground, instantly filling the air with a sickening stench of blood.
Chapter 114, Shadow Blade Neophili votes needed. Meanwhile, in the observation room outside, the instructor overseeing the assessment reported to Su Tian. Dean, most trainees have now entered Shirima. A small number remain outside clearing monsters. Su Tian nodded and said, record their entry sequence. After the assessment concludes, award bonus points based on their order of entry into the city. Lu Yan, standing nearby, watched the light screen before her with concern. Are you sure this is safe? There are 6 fifth-tier demonic beasts inside. Even we would need to proceed with extreme caution if we entered. They're far beyond what these trainees can handle right now. Su Tian smiled. Don't worry. As long as they're careful enough, there won't be any problems. Besides, we've got backup plans. If things get too dicey, we can always drag them out. Lu Yan nodded, though her face still betrayed unshakable worry. This assessment seemed to be pushing the limits. Su Tian smiled, his gaze fixed on Wang Hao within the light screen, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. I wonder how far you'll ultimately go. Boom! The crimson mist gradually dissipated, releasing an indescribable stench that assaulted the senses. Wang Hao focused his gaze. Where the two had stood moments before now stood a black wolf with razor-sharp blades protruding from its head. Its eyes blazed crimson, foul saliva dripping from its jaws. Spikes protruded from its shoulders and joints, emitting an eerie red glow. Oh, look what I found. 2 wild humans. What a stroke of luck. Neophili chuckled darkly, a flash of savagery flickering in his eyes. Watching the black wolf burst from Richton's chest, Nasuza's pupils contracted. Richton, you've actually joined forces with the Shadow Fiend. His eyes burned with disappointment and rage. He couldn't comprehend how his brother, who once held the glory of ascended beings as his very life, could betray his own beliefs. Richton clutched his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. But soon, a cloud of black mist engulfed him. Shut up. You pushed me into darkness with your own hands. You destroyed me. Nasuz. Richton's voice was as coarse as a grinding stone. You will pay the price. Richton rolled forward, charging at Nasuz. The axe in his hand glowed crimson as he swung it viciously toward Nasuz's forehead. Nasuz hastily raised his staff, attempting to block Richton's strike. Their weapons clashed midair, producing a deafening metallic clang. The immense force sent a numbing shock through Nasuz's arm, yet he held firm, refusing to retreat. I will awaken you. My brother. Watching the battle unfold nearby, Neophili licked his lips with a sinister grin. Look at that, what a touching display of brotherly love. This is the tragedy of the living. Even with immense power, they remain shackled by these so-called emotions. It turned its gaze toward Wang Hao, its face twisted into a cold, sinister smile. Human flesh is truly the finest. It looks utterly delicious. What the hell do you want? Wang Hao held his golden war spear, shielding Xia Qingxue behind him. He stood ready to summon the calamity serpent in purple flame from the beast-taming realm at any moment. Neophili felt terrifying to him, even more so than the abyssal evil gods he had encountered before. Glancing at the attribute panel before him, Wang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Shadow Blade, Neophili Lower God. Level, 103 5th Transformation. Elements, Shadow, Void, Death. Special Bloodline, Dark Blood Artifact 65, Damaged. Attributes, Strength 8542, Constitution 7549, Agility 8643, Spirit 6754. Skills, Frenzied Horde, Shadow Fong, Bloodlust, Bone-Splitting Instinct, Wolfpack Roar. His stats aren't particularly high, but his skills are a bit troublesome. Wang Hao gripped his golden war spear tightly, watching Neophili warily. Me? Neophili paid no heed to Wang Hao's attitude. It slowly moved to the edge of the battlefield, observing the two ascended beings locked in fierce combat nearby. A strange smile spread across its face. Just a pitiful soul who's lost his body. It turned its gaze toward Wang Hao, its eyes betraying a hint of greed and desire. So, can you give me your body? Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Neophili, Xia Qingxue was terrified. She clung desperately to Wang Hao's arm. Holy, how could there be such a terrifying boss in a gold-tier secret realm? Wang Hao, maybe we should just leave. Let's come back and deal with him after training for a few more years. Wang Hao fixed his gaze on Neophili and murmured. It's not that simple. The escape technique on the bracelet takes at least 3 seconds to activate. That's more than enough time for it to kill us hundreds of times over. Xia Qingxue panicked upon hearing this. What should we do? Wang Hao glanced out of the corner of his eye at Nasuz and Rek'Sai, still locked in combat. We can only rely on them. He whispered to Xia Qingxue. I'll hold it off for now. You go help that dog-headed guy. If we can get its help, we'll be safe. Xia Qingxue nodded, knowing there was no better option now. We'll have to fight for our lives. Neophili watched their exchange without rushing to attack, seemingly relishing this game of cat and mouse. So? Decided? I'm coming. Neophili watched them, a playful smile curling its lips. This game is getting more and more interesting. Strike! Wang Hao roared, his golden war spear erupting with blinding light. The moment he moved, both the Calamity Serpent and Purple Flame appeared at his sides, launching a fierce assault on Neophili. Facing Wang Hao's sudden assault, Neophili shifted his form, splitting into 7 or 8 black shadows that scattered in all directions, effortlessly evading Wang Hao's strikes. Behind him, Xia Qingxue saw the battle commence and dared not linger. She immediately formed a spell seal, leaped onto her flying sword, and sped toward Nasu's. Neophili, now transformed into a pack of wolves on the ground, saw her intent to intervene in Nether's battle. Fearing she would disrupt his plans, he swiftly spat out 2 daggers from his mouth. Get down! Clang! Clang! Wang Hao soared upward, swinging his golden war spear to knock the daggers away. Your opponent is me. Seeing Wang Hao's fierce momentum, Neophili's heart skipped a beat. It seemed he had underestimated this human. You damned bastard! It roared in fury, its form becoming even more monstrous. Summoning the wolf pack, it transformed into 7 or 8 streaks of crimson light, locking onto Wang Hao with deadly precision. The wolves roared in unison. Facing Neophili's assault, Wang Hao was already prepared. Gripping his golden war spear, he growled lowly. Little dear! Holy light barrier! The fawn suddenly appeared beside Wang Hao, raising the starlight scepter high in its hand. A dazzling holy light instantly blossomed before Wang Hao, forming an impenetrable barrier of sacred light. Bang! Neophili's blood shadow collided with the barrier, producing a crisp impact sound. Clutching its head, it staggered to its feet, staring in disbelief at the little deer behind Wang Hao. A divine beast. How could divine beasts still exist in this world? Chapter 115, Heaven Cleansing Divine Sword Votes Needed. The intense holy light emanating from the fawn made Neophili, a rat accustomed to living in the sewers, feel profoundly uneasy. A terrified shriek escaped its mouth as it tucked its tail between its legs and fled backward, retreating into the shadows to spy on Wang Hao. Damn it! How could this guy have a divine beast? And the most despised holy light-type divine beast at that. Neophili stared in shock at Wang Hao suspended mid-air, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. That holy light was simply too intense. Merely a moment's contact had seared through its skin, causing excruciating agony. And this was merely a defensive barrier of holy light. If he had just used an offensive holy light spell. Neophili shuddered violently, unable to bear the thought. Wang Hao, cloaked in holy light, swung his golden war spear and coldly stared at Neophili hiding in the darkness. What else do you have up your sleeve? Bring it on! Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue flew swiftly toward Nasu's on her sword. I can help you. Hold him off for 10 seconds. Fearing Nasu's might mistake her for an enemy, Xia Qingxue shouted loudly as she approached, waving her hands to catch Richten's attention. Sure enough, seeing Xia Qingxue flying toward him, black flames ignited in Riven's eyes. You insignificant ants dare interfere with me, he roared, swinging his axe blade toward Xia Qingxue. Xia Qingxue gasped in shock, quickly forming a spell seal to narrowly evade the axe's blade. Seizing the moment while Rek'Sai was distracted, Nasu swung his staff with all his might. A blinding surge of ascension power shot forth from his hand, hurtling toward Rek'Sai. Unable to dodge in time, Rikton was struck by the blinding light. An overwhelming sense of weakness instantly engulfed his entire body, as if every bone in his frame had been pulled out, leaving him utterly powerless. Nasus, why must you stand in my way? Rakuten roared, his voice thick with fury. The crimson flames in his eyes burned ever brighter. Rek'Sai, I do not seek to stop you, but to awaken you. Nasus drew a deep breath, and the ascension power surged from his body, causing his form to swell to twice its size. Transforming into a 5-meter-tall golden colossus, the dense ascension energy shot skyward, illuminating the entire heavens. Stop this, Rakuten! Do not sink further into the darkness. Nessus roared, his scepter blazing with dazzling golden light that crushed down upon Riven, instantly immobilizing him. Under the crushing weight of this force, Riven's face contorted with agony. No! I cannot be controlled like this. Riven roared, struggling desperately to break free from Nasus's grip. Yet Nasus's power was too overwhelming for him to break free in the short term. Seeing Nasus subdue Rek'Sai, Xia Qingxue seized the moment. She leapt off the flying sword, positioned it before her, formed seals with her hands, and chanted incantations. Heaven and earth, natural and impure energies disperse. As Xia Qingxue chanted her incantation, her hand gestures grew increasingly rapid, tracing invisible patterns through the air. The surrounding air seemed to grow thick and heavy, as if an invisible force was quietly gathering. The flying sword before her grew ever brighter. Guardian Xian, may the Dao Qi endure eternally. Swiftly, as the law commands. Purify heaven and earth with the divine sword. Swiftly. As Xia Qingxue finished her final incantation, she pointed both hands and the sword toward the heavens. The flying sword before her instantly burst into dazzling light and shot skyward. Mid-air, it transformed into a colossal blade hundreds of meters long. Its tip pointed directly at Rek'Sai, who was being held down by Nasus. The radiance emanating from this blade was no ordinary sword light, it was the heaven and earth purifying divine sword, imbued with the spiritual energy of the cosmos. It pierced directly into souls, using the natural energies of heaven and earth to purge evil, slay demons, and bind malevolent spirits. It purified the world's malevolent energies, restoring tranquility to all creation. As the heaven-cleansing divine sword unleashed its power, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart under its force. A piercing howl surged toward the depths of Rek'Sai's soul, causing his mind and body to tremble uncontrollably. The intangible sword energy surged toward Riven, controlled by Nasu's, as if it were tangible. No! Struggling fiercely under Nasu's control, Riven's eyes betrayed terror as the heaven-cleansing divine sword pierced straight toward his soul. Nessus, determined to awaken his brother, unleashed his ascendant power with ruthless intensity, utterly disregarding his brother's anguished cries. He suppressed Riven with all his might, preventing even the slightest movement. The sword's momentum was unstoppable. Xia Qingshue's divine consciousness locked onto Rikton on the ground. Her hands formed a sword finger, and she swung it down with all her might. The colossal sword in the sky crashed down with a thunderous roar. The blinding light collided with Rek'Sai's body, erupting in a deafening roar. The surrounding air seemed to tremble from the sheer force of the strike. No! Purified by the essence of heaven and earth, Rakuten let out a wailing scream. A dark figure struggled relentlessly within his body. The dark figure twisted and writhed within him, cursing Xia Qingxue with the most vicious words imaginable. Rekton's expression twisted in agony, his eyes blazing crimson as he teetered on the brink of losing control. Seeing this, Xia Qingxue immediately amplified the power of the heaven-purifying divine sword. Muttering incantations, she channeled her spiritual energy into the flying sword with frenzied intensity, determined to purge the dark force within Rek'Sai completely. The heaven-cleansing divine sword erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The light was blinding, like the scorching sun, instantly engulfing the black figure. Under the sword's relentless assault, the shadowy figure emitted piercing, agonized howls before gradually dissipating into the air. As the shadow vanished, Rek'Sai's body ceased trembling. His eyes regained their clarity, slowly returning to calm. Watching the restored Rikton, Nasu's breathed a sigh of relief, quickly releasing his staff and rushing forward to embrace Rikton tightly. As if to melt all misunderstandings and hatred within this embrace. Caught off guard by Nasu's sudden embrace, Riven paused, a glimmer of tears flashing in his eyes. Nasu's. Riven's voice trembled as he whispered, I remember. I remember everything. Nessus wiped away his tears, smiling as he looked at Riven and steadied his shoulders. Welcome back, brother. Seeing Rek'Sai fully awakened, Xia Qingxue finally exhaled in relief, suddenly feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Xia Qingxue gave a bitter smile. After all, the heavenly cleansing divine sword was a fourth-tier skill. Though she had mastered it early through special means, unleashing its full power now strained her current strength beyond measure. She felt as if the power within her had been completely drained, making it unlikely she could rejoin the battle anytime soon. Not far away, Neophili was still locked in a fierce struggle with Wang Hao. Seeing that Rek'Sai had actually awakened, it knew full well its plan had completely failed. Staying here meant certain death. This situation instantly made the timid Neophili want to retreat. Damn humans! How dare they ruin my plans? Neophili roared, his voice brimming with fury and resentment. With a furious roar, it commanded the wolf pack to charge at Wang Hao once more, only to be slaughtered to the last by the golden war spear he wielded. When Wang Hao tried to track Neophili's movements, he realized it had vanished into the shadows, its whereabouts unknown. When darkness falls, I will make you all pay. Only Neophili's voice echoed in the shadows, dripping with venom and resentment. Chapter 116, Imperial Secrets Votes Needed. Night fell. With Xia Qingxue exhausted and Rek'Sai just regaining consciousness, both were in poor condition. Wang Hao decided to set up camp right where they were. He selected a relatively intact stone wall, retrieved the pre-prepared tent and provisions from his beast tamer's realm, and set up camp. Nessus and Leton, now in human form, sat by the campfire and expressed their gratitude to Wang Hao and his companion. Mighty adventurers, thank you for your help today. You saved us. Nessus sincerely thanked Xia Qingxue. As an ascended being, he possessed immense power but remained utterly ignorant of matters concerning the soul. Without Xia Qingshue's heaven-cleansing divine sword, awakening Rek'Sai's consciousness would have been impossible. Otherwise, they would have had no choice but to seal him away, just as they had done 5,000 years ago. You're welcome. It was nothing. Xia Qingshue's pallid complexion brightened slightly. She offered a faint smile and shook her head gently. Wang Hao stood nearby, turning the rotisserie and brushing oil onto the roasting lamb. He sliced a piece of the roasted leg and offered it to Xia Qingxue, then turned to Nasu's and the others with a curious look. Why did you suddenly start fighting? And what's the story with this ancient city? Hearing Wang Hao's questions, Nasu's and Rikton exchanged glances, both letting out a wry smile. An uneasy silence settled over the air. Only the crackling flames echoed in the night sky. After a moment, Nasu's broke the silence first. I'll explain. This place, called Shurima, was once the capital of our empire. Nessus spoke slowly, his voice tinged with a hint of world weariness as he recounted Shurima's history to the two. Observing the classroom, most teachers had already returned to their dormitories to rest, leaving only the duty teacher to continue monitoring the secret realm for any unexpected incidents. The preliminary assessment at the Celestial Dragon training camp had been underway for a day. Only a dozen or so unlucky souls had encountered a 4th-tier demon lord the moment they entered. Without adequate preparation, they withdrew from the assessment. The remaining trainees, however, had more or less found their own rhythm for clearing monsters, and the entire assessment was now proceeding smoothly. Since subsequent class assignments would be determined by these assessment scores, the camp instructors naturally paid close attention to the results. "Hey, old Lou, how's it going over there?" The quality from Capital Academy is impressive this time. Several of their recommended candidates have already scored over 10,000 points. Take Huang Hai from Tongzhou Academy, that berserker warrior. He's already established a solid base with over a dozen classmates, forming an efficient team for monster luring, killing, decomposition, and post-processing. Their assessment points are steadily climbing. He'll probably get into Class A this time. Huang Hai is impressive, but Bai Chou Yue is still unmatched. They've already found a spot to set up a ritual altar. Once they gather enough monsters, their points will skyrocket instantly. Guo Shuai is also doing well. His Blazing Lance Cavalry has performed exceptionally in this assessment. The supervising teachers buzzed with discussion about the trainees' current performances. But all that talk is pointless. The real key to this preliminary assessment lies in completing the side quests. If they just grind monsters, it won't benefit their future development. One instructor offered a more objective assessment. The reason the Celestial Dragon training camp chose the Sunset Empire's secret realm for this assessment isn't just because it's a group-based realm. There's another crucial factor. The monsters within this realm do not respawn infinitely. The entire realm has a finite number of monsters. Once they're all defeated, they're gone. To reset the spawn pool, everyone must exit and re-enter together. According to Su Tian's prior calculations, each participant could realistically earn around 30,000 points. Once depleted, that's it. The real difference maker lies in completing main and side quests. Relying solely on monster grinding to pass the assessment won't secure you a ranking. Of course, the first day's points were mainly earned by grinding monsters, and Wang Hao's absurdly high score naturally caught the teacher's attention. But this Wang Hao guy in first place is just insane. On the very first day, he's already racked up 160,000 points. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, heard he's some specially recruited god tier class. That's seriously impressive. Wonder where the principal dug up this monster. He's definitely in the S-class now. Looks like he's locked in first place for this assessment. The rest of us can just fight over third and fourth. New talents emerge in every generation. Us old-timers will eventually be washed ashore by them. Watching Wang Hao on the holographic screen, several teachers grew even more curious about how far he could go. Could he completely unravel the secrets of the Sunset Empire? Sunset Empire's secret realm, within the ruins of the ancient city of Shirima. Wang Hao and Xia Qingxue sat by the campfire, listening quietly as Nasus recounted the history of Shirima. 5,000 years ago, this land was not a barren desert but a thriving grassland. The Shirima people harnessed the power of ascended beings through the sun disk. With the ascended, they built an immensely prosperous empire, ruling over vast territories. Yet such immense power attracted the covetous gaze of evil. Shadow fiends, terrifying creatures from the world's underbelly, emerged from unknown origins. They parasitized the ascended, corrupting them into dreadful shadow fiends. This plunged the entire Shirima Empire into 5 centuries of civil strife. For 500 years, the Ascended and the Shadowborn clashed fiercely, destroying countless cities and reducing innumerable lives to dust. Only the final capital, Shirima, remained. Though we ultimately succeeded in sealing all shadow fiends into the abyssal depths, the cost was devastating. 3 million Ascended dead or wounded until only Riven and I remained. The entire empire was buried beneath the sands. Nasu sighed, scooping a handful of fine sand into his palms, letting it slip through his fingers. By all logic, you won. How could Shirima have ended up like this? Listening to Nasu's tale, Wang Hao grew even more confused. He'd never heard of an empire winning a war only to have its capital destroyed. Nessus merely sighed softly in response. After sealing the Shadow Fiend, our Emperor Azir attempted to summon the Sun Disk once more, seeking to cultivate new ascended beings. And that, my friend, was the beginning of all the tragedy. In a shadowy corner of Shirima, Neophili huddled in a pit, silently licking his wounds. You have failed, Nyafari. A deep voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the darkness. Neophili shuddered violently, lifting its head to peer toward the source of the voice. There, a massive longsword stood embedded in the ground. Its blade was carved with twisted, terrifying runes that emitted a cold, eerie glow, radiating a sinister and dreadful aura. Ayatox. Neophili's voice trembled with fear. You couldn't even handle 2 humans. You've disappointed me greatly. Yatacox's voice brimmed with boundless rage and discontent. According to his plan, Neophili should have brought the blood of the Ascended One today to break its seal. But you've ruined everything. Lord Atrox, that human possesses the light divine beast. Neophili tried to explain, but his words were cut short by Atox's furious roar. Shut up! You worthless piece of trash! Neophili bowed his head, daring not to argue. It knew there was no excuse to offer. Failure was failure, no words could change that fact. Your incompetence has already squandered too much of our time and resources. Aatrox's voice rang out again, devoid of any emotion. I'm giving you one more chance. They will undoubtedly head to the Sun Temple to seek Azir's remains. Take the Dark Legion and eliminate them. Bring me the blood of the Ascended. Remember, this is your final chance. Should you fail again, you bear the consequences. Chapter 117, Sun Temple Votes Needed. So, to restore Shurima's glory, you must resurrect your last emperor, Azir? After hearing Nasu's recount the Empire's secrets, Wang Hao stroked his chin in thought. He wasn't particularly interested in this Azir, but he was curious about the means to resurrect him. This Sunset Empire's secret realm seems to hold something significant. Legendary resurrection magic actually exists here. Nasus nodded, gazing at the flickering campfire as he spoke. Indeed, during the final ascension ceremony, Azir was ambushed by Xeris, who sought to seize the sun disk. With his last ounce of strength, Azir buried himself deep within the Sun Temple. If we can locate his remains, I can resurrect him using the power of the Ascended. Beep. Acquired Imperial Secret 5 Imperial Apocalypse. Completed Side Quest 3, Uncover the Truth Behind the Ruin of the Shurima Empire. Received Quest Reward, Solar Rune Blazing Sun. Hearing the system notification, Wang Hao and Xiao Qingxue exchanged glances, both seeing a flicker of joy in each other's eyes. Where is that Sun Temple? Xiao Qingxue pressed the question to the two men while the moment was ripe. After all, they still had a side quest to locate the ruins of the Shurima Empire. This must be the Sun Temple. Nessus shook his head, a hint of regret crossing his face. I don't know. I was on an outside mission when they performed the Ascension ceremony. I don't know the exact location of the Sun Temple, only that it's somewhere within the city. Hearing Nasu's words, Wang Hao and Xiao Qingxue felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Was the trail about to go cold? Suddenly, Rek'Sai, who had remained silent all along, spoke up. I know. All eyes instantly turned to Rek'Sai. He tore at the lamb shank in his hand, his voice raspy. When Naphtali possessed me earlier, he said that if I killed Nasus, he would take me to the Sun Temple to obtain the most powerful force. He swallowed the last piece of lamb, then tossed the bone into his mouth and chewed it with a deep voice. The Sun Temple lies deep within the heart of the Shurima Imperial Palace, guarded by the Colossus of the Sun. Hearing Richton's words, Nasus gasped in shock. He had read accounts of the Sun God statue in ancient Shurima texts. It was an ancient and formidable magical creature, possessing immense defensive capabilities and magic resistance, nearly immune to all magical attacks. Furthermore, the Shurima royal family had infused the Colossus of the Sun with vast amounts of ascended power, making it the nemesis of nearly all ascended beings. Though it shared their 5th tier level in actual combat, even Riven and Nasus combined would not stand a chance against it. The Sunfire Colossus. That very Sunfire Colossus, the so-called nemesis of magic. Riven nodded and continued. Exactly. On top of that, Azir activated the Sun Temple's protective mechanisms before his death. Now, the temple is surrounded by powerful magical formations and traps, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach. Hearing this, Wang Hao and Xiao Qingxue frowned. They had assumed locating the Sun Temple would mean completing their mission smoothly, but they hadn't anticipated encountering such formidable obstacles. What do we do now? Xiao Qingxue asked Wang Hao beside her. Having temporarily lost her combat ability after unleashing the heaven-cleansing divine sword. If they pressed on toward the Sun Temple, she feared she would only become a burden to Wang Hao. Yet the thought of simply withdrawing from the trial left her feeling reluctant. Wang Hao stroked his chin in thought. Lifting his gaze to see the anxious expression on Xiao Qingxue's face, he smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't abandon you. He stood up and paced before the campfire, his voice firm. We absolutely must go to the Sun Temple. Even though Qingxue is temporarily unable to fight, with the two of you joining us, our actual combat strength hasn't diminished much. We can easily handle the traps and magic formations outside the palace. Besides, after all this time, it's uncertain whether those traps will even function properly. I refuse to accept defeat without giving it a try. As for the Sun Giant statue, Wang Hao sighed and shook his head. We still have too little information on it. We'll just have to take it step by step. Hearing Wang Hao's words, the others nodded in agreement. There really wasn't a better solution at the moment. He casually stoked the campfire before him, left the Serpent of Calamity to keep watch, and headed back to the tent to rest. Xiao Qingxue, feeling unwell, also returned to her tent early to rest. By the campfire, Nasus watched Wang Hao's departing figure and fell into deep thought. I know what you're thinking. Rek'Sai spoke up, lying on the sand dune with a sheep bone clenched between his teeth. Though they are merely human, they are not foolish. They have not yet fully trusted us. If you move now, you might not be his match. Nasus's face darkened. Is that how you see me? Rickton curled his lip, glancing at Nasus. Come on. As if I don't know you. For Shurima, you'd sacrifice everything. Even me. Hearing Riven bring up the past again, Nasus grew flustered and hurriedly began to explain. Riven. That time, I truly had no choice. You know that. Before he could finish, Riven cut him off. He stood up, brushing sand off his clothes. Forget it. I don't want to hear your excuses, he said to Nasus with a slight tilt of his head. Anyway, I've made my position clear. For them, the power of the Ascended isn't some high-level thing. You don't need to worry about them stealing Shurima's Ascended power. With that, he walked alone into the tent. Watching Rek'Sai's retreating figure, Nasus opened his mouth several times to call him back. But the words caught in his throat. In the end, it could only be transformed into a powerless sigh. Could it be? Was I truly wrong? Inside the tent, Wang Hao's lips curved into a faint smile. These two brothers interesting. Deep down, he never truly trusted these two. Today's words were merely a ploy to extract more information. But judging by Nasus's expression, there was clearly more he hadn't revealed. What exactly was this so-called sun disk? What kind of power is the Ascendant's force? And the sand soldiers outside, who was controlling them? All these questions will surely find answers at the Sun Temple. Interesting. This secret realm grows more intriguing by the moment. Meanwhile, outside Shurima City, General Guo's squad finally broke through the sandstorm and arrived at the city walls. Holy crap! What a massive city! This must be an imperial ruin. But why isn't our side quest showing as completed? Is the system glitching? You think this is a video game? This is a secret realm. How could there be system bugs? Guo Shuai silenced the murmurs, frowning as he surveyed the vast army of sand soldiers before them. Night had fallen, and fighting in the pitch dark wouldn't be wise. We'll rest here for now and head into the city tomorrow to investigate. The group cheered, finding a sheltered spot behind the sand dunes to sit down. Each pulled out rations from their spatial gear and began eating. There was no other way. Their spatial equipment had limited capacity, so they prioritized stowing combat supplies. Meals were usually replaced with instant food bars. How to describe these things? They were filling enough, but the taste was, well, indescribable. It was like chewing on a 3 or 4 month old worn out shoe mixed with dry hay, dry, hard, and downright awful. A young recruit in Guo Shuai's squad, experiencing his first wilderness trial, choked down the unpalatable energy bar, tears welling in his eyes as he thought. Damn it, I'm craving some grilled meat. Chapter 118, The Blazing Sun Colossus Votes Needed. Early the next morning, Wang Hao rose before dawn to pack his belongings. After a quick breakfast of soy milk, fried dough sticks, bread, and milk, he stowed the tent into his beast-taming realm. Seeing that Xia Qingxue was still somewhat unsteady on her feet, he summoned Ziyan and let her climb aboard. Perched on Ziyan, Xia Qingxue curiously poked and prodded all around, causing Ziyan to fidget impatiently. But bound by Wang Hao's command, she couldn't just shove this annoying little thing off her back. Damn it, Wang Hao! Who knew you had a third transformation purple flame golden winged lion? And it's a mutated variety. I heard you might not even encounter one after clearing the secret realm hundreds of times. Wang Hao soothed the restless purple flame with a helpless sigh. Just got lucky. Sit still. Stop touching everything. Xia Qingxue stuck out her tongue, settling properly on the lion's back. She kept stealing glances at Wang Hao beside her, her eyes sparkling with mischievous delight, as if she'd found an intriguing new toy. Led by Rek'Sai, the group pressed forward, heading straight for the Imperial Palace at the very heart of Shurima. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Shinsini and her two companions had stumbled upon the Imperial City's foot. Gazing at the towering city walls before them, Li Tian waved her hands excitedly. Those walls are so high. The Imperial ruins must be inside. Xia Tingting gazed up at the towering walls, her instincts telling her this place was no ordinary sight. Stay alert, everyone. This place is probably not what it seems. Shinsini scooped up a handful of sand from the ground and gently tossed it into the air. A flash of insight flickered in her eyes. This area is riddled with active magic arrays. We must proceed with extreme caution. Though some have become useless over time, triggering them would still be troublesome. Especially since we don't have a front line now, it's best not to trigger these magical traps lightly. Li Tian clutched her head and grumbled. Oh, what a pity Wang Hao isn't with us. He's a summoner, he could have just destroyed these traps with his summons. Hearing Li Tian's words, Xia Tingting immediately saw Shinsini's expression darken. She quickly tugged Li Tian's arm. Tian, don't say things like that. Seeing Shinsini's expression, Li Tian realized she'd said the wrong thing and quickly covered her mouth, apologizing. I'm sorry, Sini. You know I didn't mean it that way. Shinsini shook her head, murmuring to herself with her eyes downcast. It's fine. We never had anything to begin with. Her voice grew softer and softer, until it was barely above a whisper, tinged with a hint of tears. Li Tian wanted to slap herself right then and there. What a fool. Why bring up the one thing I shouldn't have? She opened her mouth, trying to salvage the situation with some consoling words. Not being with you is his loss. Xine is so amazing she could snap her fingers and have suitors lining up from Xuanfu Street all the way to the North Gate. If he's not chasing after you, it's his loss. Hearing Li Tian's words, Shinsini's expression softened slightly, and she gave her a faint smile. Lifting her gaze to the clouds on the horizon, her heart couldn't help but ache for her beloved. I wonder how Wang Hao is doing now. Meanwhile, the very Wang Hao she was thinking of was holding Xia Qingxue as they rode on Ziyan's back, flying swiftly toward the imperial palace alongside Rek'Sai and Nasuz. Ouch! Hold on tight, that sword hilt's poking me. Xia Qingxue squirmed in Wang Hao's arms, her voice tinged with annoyance. Then it suddenly dawned on her Wang Hao wasn't carrying a long sword at all, so there couldn't possibly be a sword hilt. What that was, of course, was self-evident. Xia Qingxue's face flushed instantly. She shifted her body forward a few inches without showing any emotion. Seeing Xia Qingxue's flushed cheeks, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile. He recalled how she could crack dirty jokes more smoothly than he could during their usual chats. I never expected you'd still be such a greenhorn. Hearing Wang Hao's soft chuckle, Xia Qingxue's cheeks flushed deeper. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. She silently berated herself for being so careless, allowing Wang Hao to take advantage of her at such a moment. Wang Hao watched Xia Qingxue's bashful expression, his amusement deepening. He deliberately cleared his throat and murmured, it's scorching hot out here in the desert. I'm practically sweating already. Hearing Wang Hao's nonsense, Xia Qingxue's face flushed even redder. As a professional practitioner, once one ascends to the first transformation, energy flows around their body. Barring truly extreme weather, they could generally withstand fire and water, heat and cold. And now Wang Hao was complaining about the heat. He must be burning up. This guy was clearly flirting with her. She mentally spat at him, yet strangely, she didn't seem to mind his suggestive words. After all, Wang Hao was handsome and quite capable. Plus, she hadn't dated anyone yet, giving it a shot wasn't out of the question. But this guy was just too. Xia Qingxue's heart twisted in 100 ways, yet she couldn't quite put it into words. He was domineering one moment, tender the next, leaving her both nervous and reassured. This complex mix of feelings left her bewildered, unsure how to confront her own heart. She shifted her posture slightly, trying to keep some distance from Wang Hao. She turned to look at Rek'Sai leading the way ahead and quickly changed the subject. Hey, big guy, how much farther is it? Rek'Sai glanced at her briefly and halted his steps. We're here. Staring at the desolate desert before her, she saw no distinctive landmarks. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. We're here? There's nothing here. Rekton offered no reply, instead extending his hand to unleash a surge of ascending energy that struck the air before him. The air before them rippled like water, as if torn open by an invisible force, revealing an unseen portal that emitted a faint glow. Xia Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. This was the true location of Shurima's imperial palace. Nessa stood nearby and explained. The Shurima imperial palace was concealed within a subspace. Its entrance only opened at specific times, or to those like Rikton who knew the method of entry. Rikton remained silent, merely casting a complex glance at the towering palace walls opposite the gate before murmuring to the others. Let's go. We're entering. Rikton strode first toward the palace entrance, followed closely by Wang Hao and the other two, who passed through the gateway one after another. In an instant, they found themselves standing before a majestic, imposing palace gate. At the entrance stood two colossal stone statues, silent and still. Wings spread from their backs, as if poised to take flight at any moment. Their faces were fierce and grim, eyes glaring as if scrutinizing every soul approaching the palace. A diamond-shaped gem was embedded in the center of each forehead, radiating brilliant golden light and emanating terrifying energy fluctuations. Blazing Sun Colossus Elite Monster. Level 99, 4th job. Elements: Fire, Light, Earth, Water. Special Bloodline: War Colossus 87%. Attributes: Strength 3572, Constitution 3839, Agility 2566, Spirit 3364. Skills: Warstorm, Blazing Sun Impact, Solar Flare, Magic Immunity. Through the attribute panel before him, Wang Hao stared intently at the two stone statues, confirming their identities. Shurima's final line of defense. The Sunfire Colossi. Chapter 119, The Dark Legion Votes Needed. Gazing at the two imposing, majestic sun god colossi guarding the palace gates, Wang Hao felt a surge of fervor within him. His beast realm was still far too barren. Though its current size was modest, it would undoubtedly expand as he continued to level up. Soon, more and more creatures would inhabit it, and the areas needing tending would multiply. He couldn't very well make his divine beasts do the grueling labor of farming and fish farming. To develop his beast-taming realm and unlock its full potential, Wang Hao would inevitably need to introduce some hard-working, diligent species. Ideally, these species would excel at various life skills: farming, animal husbandry, construction, blacksmithing, and more. Preferably in significant numbers. They must be utterly loyal to Wang Hao, never betraying him. And be summoned as cannon fodder in critical moments. In that case, the Sun Giant would be the perfect choice. According to Nasuz's description, the Sunfire Colossus is forged entirely from Shurima's magical yellow sand blended with Styphus's secret silver. Intricate Sunfire cult magical runes are carved across its body, powered by the Ascension Core at its brow. It possesses formidable magic resistance and physical defense. Skill modules can be loaded into the Colossus via its solar disk, adapting to complex and dynamic combat demands. Its appearance can also be individually customized according to the user's requirements. Equivalent to Wang Hao's artificial intelligence robot from his previous life, it possesses extremely advanced magical technology. During Shurima's zenith, over 30,000 Sunfire Colossi were forged as reserve forces for the Ascendant Legion. They were known as the Empire's final line of defense. Nessus frowned as he gazed upon the Sunfire Colossus standing at the palace gates. It was a 4th-tier Colossus. This was going to be a problem. Since the Sunfire Colossus was powered by Ascendant energy, it possessed a unique ability to absorb that very force. Abilities from Rek'Sai and Nasus would likely deal negligible damage and might even heal it. Meanwhile, standard magical and physical attacks were practically useless against the Colossus's terrifying magic resistance and physical defense like scratching an itch. As for Wang Hao and Xia Qingxue, he hadn't even considered them. After all, one was a triple transition player who had just exhausted all his energy from unleashing a major spell, leaving him completely powerless. The other was merely a first transition character, barely over level 20, offering little practical use. Rekton frowned and said, with the sun disk missing, these sun colossi are acting purely on instinct. If we can flank them and remove the control runes from their necks, we might have a chance. As the former captain of the Royal Guard, Rek'Sai knew these sun giants intimately. He had even commanded these colossi in battle alongside ascended beings before his own ascension. So their weak point is the back of their necks, then? Hearing Rekton's words, Wang Hao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Rekton nodded, tracing a mystical rune in the sand beneath his feet. This is the Sun God rune, the control core of the Sun Colossus. Normally, it links to the solar disk. Without a commander, destroying this rune will put the Sun Colossus into hibernation. The good news is, since the Sun God rune connects to the Sun disk through sunlight, it's exposed. It should be easy to find with a little searching. He lifted his head and sighed. However, as the Colossus's sole weakness, protecting the Sun God rune is one of its 3 primal commands. Breaking through their defenses would be no simple task. Wang Hao nodded, studying the rune Rek'Sai had etched into the ground, committing its pattern to memory. Nasus stroked his chin and said gravely, though we are both 4th-tier lower gods now, our ascension power is suppressed by the Sun God statue. At best, we can only be considered 3rd tier and a half. It's best to engage these 2 Sun Colossi separately. If they attack together, we won't be able to handle them. And we have 2 mortals to protect. To be safe, we should keep the battlefield as far away as possible. Then this is what we'll do, I'll draw their attention while you seize the chance to destroy the... Nessus continued to mutter to himself, completely unaware that Wang Hao, spear in hand, was already advancing toward the 2 Sun Colossi. As Wang Hao drew nearer, the eyes of both Sun God statues glowed with a dangerous crimson light. Invade! Destroy! A deep voice boomed from the statues' mouths. They slowly rotated their massive bodies, lifting their heavy legs off the ground. Their thick fists slammed toward Wang Hao. A cold gleam flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Instead of dodging or retreating, he quickened his pace. The battle spear in his hand glinted brilliantly in the sunlight. Swish! Golden light flared from the spear as 2 colossal sun statues roared in unison, their massive fists crashing into the ground with deafening booms. The powerful tremor startled Nasus and Rikton, who were still in discussion. Turning their heads, they witnessed Wang Hao's figure flash as he leapt high from the ground, evading the attacks of both Sun God Colossi. Golden flashes erupted from the golden rhombuses between the 2 colossal statues' brows as immense energy surged toward the rhombic gems between their eyes. No! It's the solar beam! Nessus gasped in alarm, about to warn Wang Hao, when the warrior transformed into a golden streak, spear in hand, piercing swiftly through the back of both Sun Goddess Colossi's necks. A thunderous crash echoed as the spear pierced through the Colossus's outer shell, striking its core. Boom! Both Sun God statues froze in their tracks. With their control cores destroyed, their massive bodies crashed down onto the yellow sands. The battle ended so swiftly that Nasus, standing nearby, hadn't even had time to react. Staring at the fallen colossi, shock filled his eyes. Holy! Wang Hao! Damn! Xia Qingxue's exclamation snapped him back to reality. He glanced at Rek'Sai beside him, seeing lingering terror in his eyes. They had never witnessed anyone defeat the Sun God Colossi with such effortless ease. It was beyond their wildest imaginations. There stood Wang Hao alone, spear in hand, bathed in sunlight. 2 blazing sun colossi lay prostrate at his feet. The circular runestones at the back of their necks had been effortlessly plucked out, now held in his hand as he examined them closely. Could controlling these behemoths really depend on these things? How could that be possible? Nasus muttered to himself, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Hao. He'd taken down a 4th-tier sun giant like that? Impossible. Isn't this guy only level 20? How could he possibly defeat 2 blazing sun colossi? This made Nasus wonder if these 2 sun colossi had been sitting idle for too long, causing their runes to deteriorate? That shouldn't be possible. The Sunfire colossi are imbued with the most advanced Sunfire runes. As long as sunlight reaches them, they won't deteriorate even after 10,000 years.
Seeing Nasuza's stunned expression, Richtun sighed and patted his shoulder without saying a word. Wang Hao leaped down from the colossus, waved his hand to seal both Sunfire Colossi into his beast tamer's realm, casually stowed his war spear, then turned to face Richtun. What's next? Richtun pointed toward the palace gates ahead. Just go inside. Azir is in the deepest part of the palace. Wang Hao nodded, summoned the Serpent of Doom, and led the way through the palace gates. Meanwhile, deep within the desert, a vast legion of Darkin approached silently. These Darkin warriors wore black armor, wielded deadly weapons, and bore cruel glints in their eyes. Like ghosts of the desert, they advanced silently and swiftly toward the imperial palace of Shurima. Chapter 120, Sun Rune Boats Needed. Elsewhere, Xia Tingting and her companions, guided by Shinsini, cautiously navigated a series of intricate magical traps. Finally, they reached a section of crumbling palace wall, its surface covered in cracks and vines, exuding an air of ancient mystery. Stepping inside the palace, they found themselves in a pitch-black passageway. Faint murals and carvings were visible on the walls lining the passageway, as if whispering tales of the palace's former grandeur. Looks like no one's been here in ages, Xia Tingting murmured, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, judging by the wear on these murals and carvings, they must date back hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years. Shinsini added, when suddenly a system notification sounded in their ears. Beep. You have entered the Sun Temple and gained the special status, Sun's Blessing. Sun's Blessing, all light element magic gains a 10% casting effect boost. All dark element creatures suffer a 10% weakness effect. You have entered the Temple of the Sun, completing side quest 1, locate the Sun Temple ruins of the Shurima Empire. Quest reward, Solar Rune Explosion. Hearing the system notification, Li Tian cheered. I knew this path was right. We're one step closer to the boss. Solar Rune Explosion, one of Shurima's fundamental magical runes. It channels the sun's power to detonate within the target, dealing massive magical damage. This rune can be used to enchant any equipment or during the crafting process, granting a chance to obtain special equipment skills. A magic rune. Looks like these side quest rewards aren't half bad. Xia Tingting stared at the sun rune in her hand, inwardly amazed. She never expected a simple side quest to reward a magic rune. After all, a magic rune represents far more than just a single enchantment opportunity. They held the secrets of the entire Shurima Empire's magic. If they could decipher this magical rune, they might just unlock a new magical skill. Even if they couldn't decipher it, taking this rune to sell to equipment companies could easily fetch millions. For runes with exceptionally powerful effects, fetching tens of millions wasn't out of the question. Rumor has it that a few years ago, a 4th-tier warrior found a fragment of a resurrection spell rune in a secret realm and sold it for 120 million gold. This alone speaks volumes about the frenzy in the rune market. Because runes represent knowledge. And knowledge is power. Should we continue? This place keeps giving me an uneasy feeling. Shinsini stared at the pitch-black passage ahead, feeling as though it were a gaping monster waiting to swallow them whole. The faintly emanating aura of evil made her feel uneasy. No way. Seni. We've come this far? And now you're telling me we should turn back? Li Tian shrieked in disbelief, staring at Shinsini in shock, unable to comprehend why she would abandon their mission halfway. Shinsini frowned, a powerful sense of unease welling up inside her. She forced down the fear rising in her heart. I just feel like something's off about the atmosphere in here. If we keep going, we could be in danger. Hearing this, Xia Tingting also frowned. An awakened person's intuition is usually spot on. Especially in a secret realm filled with the unknown and danger, that instinct could save lives. When Shinsini warned of potential danger ahead, it was likely no exaggeration, real peril loomed. Seeing Shinsini's grave expression, Li Tian knew she wasn't joking. She opened her mouth but ultimately remained silent, turning to look at Xia Tingting beside her, awaiting her decision. Xia Tingting took a deep breath and said solemnly, Sini's intuition has always been spot on, so we can't afford to be careless. But we've come this far, I'd regret it if we didn't at least check it out. So, I suggest we press on. But we should prepare for an immediate retreat. If anything goes wrong, we can use the bracelets to get out. After all, this is just an assessment. There's no need to risk our lives. Li Tian nodded in agreement. After all, we've come this far. If we retreat without even seeing the boss, people would laugh at us if we told them. I agree. As long as we're careful, we should be fine. Seeing both teammates so determined, Shinsini couldn't argue much. She bit her lip and nodded softly. Alright, but you must follow my lead from now on. I just have this uneasy feeling. Li Tian smiled and wrapped her arm around Shinsini's. Don't worry, Sini. We'll protect you. We're triple transition powerhouses, after all. Saying this, she flexed her arm, flexing biceps that weren't actually there. Watching Li Tian's playful antics, Shinsini's fear eased slightly. She chuckled softly, raised her staff high above her head, and unleashed a brilliant holy light that illuminated the path ahead. Bathed in the holy light, the trio pressed deeper into the Sun Temple. As they advanced, the temple's interior gradually unfolded before their eyes. Grand halls, solemn statues, and mysterious murals, every corner exuded an ancient charm and air of mystery.
Suddenly, Shinsini halted, cold sweat beating on her forehead. Up ahead. Such intense killing intent.
Strolling through the Sun Temple's corridors, Wang Hao examined the murals on the walls, relying on the illumination spell cast by the little deer. Xia Qingxue followed behind him, sword clutched tightly.
She'd always dreaded such gloomy environments since childhood.
It always reminded her of scenes from horror movies. Suddenly, Wang Hao halted. His gaze fixed on one particular mural. This painting differed from the others. It depicted a warrior holding a sun rune locked in a standoff with a ferocious beast.
This rune.
Xia Qingxue studied the runes on the wall intently, feeling a sense of familiarity.
That's the sun rune. Nasu's explained from the side. The origin of our Shurima civilization.
If you're interested, once we find Azir, we can visit the Imperial Library and find some rune books for you to examine. Running his fingers over the magical patterns on the mural, Wang Hao seemed to sense a faint energy fluctuation emanating from them.
This rune seems extraordinary.
Wang Hao murmured, his fingertips lightly touching the mural. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from the rune on the mural, as if the entire wall had been activated. The once static scene abruptly came to life, the standoff between warrior and beast transforming into a vivid battle. Suddenly, a chill ran through Wang Hao. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Xia Qingxue and pulled her backward. A deep, rumbling roar echoed from within the mural.
A massive hand burst through the painting, crashing down onto the ground before Wang Hao.
A terrifying beast with a head like a battle axe crawled out of the mural.
Simultaneously, accompanied by a piercing shriek, hundreds of dark-armored warriors wielding sharp blades surged from the darkness. Like ravenous wolves, they closed in, completely surrounding Wang Hao and his companions.
Seeing the encroaching black-armored warriors, Nasu's and Rek'Sai's expressions abruptly changed, and they cried out in shock.
The Dark Legion. Chapter 121, the fastest way to solve the maze votes needed.
Just as Wang Hao found himself trapped, all the other trial participants within the Shurima ruins simultaneously came under attack by the Darkin Legion.
These people must be with them. Kill them all, leave not a single one.
Neofili stood atop a sand dune, surveying the ancient city of Shurima below with a cold gaze as he issued his command. At her command, countless Dark Legion warriors burst from the darkness, launching surprise attacks on the Celestial Dragon trainees battling the monsters. Many trainees reacted in time, activating their shield skills to evade the Dark Legion's ambush.
Holy! What the hell is that? Damn it, no honor in battle. They actually ambushed us. Mere shadows. Die. The strongest among them even counterattacked with skills, killing the ambushing Shadow Legionnaires outright.
Yet more warriors surged from the darkness, forcing them to fight while retreating.
Those slightly weaker were struck down instantly, their vital points severed by the Shadow Legion warriors before they could react.
Fortunately, the Celestial Dragon training camp had anticipated this scenario.
Temporary defensive shields were activated within the trainees' wristbands, saving them from certain death.
Beyond the transparent shields, the savage glare of the Dark Legion sent a chill down the trainees' spines. Where on earth had these creatures come from? As the teleportation array within their academy bracelets activated, the trainees vanished before the Dark Legion's eyes, escaping the secret realm in a streak of light.
Changshan Academy, Su Lingling, mission failed, assessment grade F. Taiyuan Polytechnic Academy, Tian Tong, mission failed, assessment grade F. Woyuan Academy, Wang Mian, mission failed, assessment result F. Taiyan Academy, Li Huanqing, mission failed, assessment grade F. As beams of teleportation light flared within the array, one by one, the trainees who had participated in the trial appeared on the teleportation array at the Tianlong training camp, their faces blank with confusion. Did we fail? Where the hell did those guys come from? How could they ambush us like that? Holy crap! That's not fair. The Secret Realm briefing never mentioned those monsters.
Many were startled by the sudden appearance of the Dark Legacy Legion. Unwilling to accept failure so easily, they clamored for the training camp to provide an explanation.
Silence.
Lu Yan materialized above the teleportation array, her sixth-tier aura enveloping the entire area and instantly silencing everyone. Her gaze, sharp as blades, swept fiercely across the crowd gathered at the teleportation array.
Do you think exploring the secret realm is child's play? If all the intel is already prepared, what exactly are you here for?
Those who leave our camp are destined for the front lines of secret realm exploration. If you can't handle even this minor unexpected situation, you have no place in our training camp.
If any of you can't handle it, you can leave right now.
Hearing Lu Yan's words, the trainees on the teleportation array hung their heads in shame, daring not utter another sound.
Observing the silent trainees, Lu Yan snorted coldly.
With a flash, she vanished from her spot and returned to the observation room.
Su Tian sat in his wheelchair, eyes closed in meditation, while a teacher beside him reported via tablet.
Following the Dark Legion's assault, nearly 37 trainees had failed their trials and been teleported out of the secret realm.
Another 24 were barely holding on, likely to be teleported out soon. The remaining 39 trainees, driven by the Dark Legion, were advancing deeper into the Sun Temple.
They were expected to fully regroup within 2 hours.
Su Tian nodded. Spotting Lu Yan approaching, he gave the teacher a discreet signal to leave. Are we really just going to let this happen? This is the Dark Legion, they can't handle them. Lu Yan asked coldly. Facing her questioning, Su Tian chuckled softly, watching the scene on the light screen and shaking his head. Trust these young people. Give them a little more time. They won't disappoint you. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yan ultimately decided to trust Su Tian's judgment. She turned her head toward the light screen and instantly widened her eyes. In the dim palace corridor, Rek'Sai and Nasus had transformed into ascended forms, shielding Xia Qingshui and Little Deer behind them. He wielded a golden war spear, clad in armor that shimmered with radiant gold, resembling a war god descended from the heavens. Facing the overwhelming numbers of the Darken Legion, he showed no fear as he charged alone into their ranks. The Darken Legion was vast, their weapons gleaming coldly as they charged toward Wang Hao with fierce momentum. Wang Hao's armor shone brilliantly in battle, as if golden light flowed from it, dispelling the surrounding darkness. His figure weaved through the hordes of the Dark Legion, like a golden dragon twisting through the darkness. Each charge inflicted devastating losses upon the enemy ranks. Impossible. What kind of monster is this? The squad leader of the Dark Legion stared in disbelief at Wang Hao's figure, unable to fathom how his entire squad had been utterly overwhelmed. Each of them had been third-tier powerhouses before being consumed by the shadows, and after the shadows' enhancement, their strength had approached fourth tier. Though they couldn't match veteran ascended like Rek'Sai or Nasus, they were still far beyond what ordinary third-tier awakened warriors could handle. And with their sheer numbers, nearly 300 of them being pushed back by a mere first-tier Wang Hao? How could he possibly accept this? Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. Wielding his massive axe, he roared as he charged toward Wang Hao. Yet in the blink of an eye, Wang Hao drove his golden spear deep into the giant axe commander's chest. Before he could even scream, the spear in Wang Hao's hands erupted with golden light. With a deafening boom, the axe commander's body was blown to smithereens. The surrounding Dark Legion panicked instantly. Their tightly packed formation began to crumble under Wang Hao's relentless assault. Warriors scattered in all directions, desperately fleeing this terrifying battlefield. Divine Judgment. Xiaolu raised her staff high, unleashing a blinding beam of holy light that engulfed the entire Dark Legion. The potent holy light, amplified by the sun's protection, pierced through the shadow energy enveloping the Dark Legion warriors, revealing the decaying corpses within. The scorching holy light purified the evil from the corpses, burning the Dark Legion soldiers into shrieking agony. Wang Hao seized the moment, swinging his war spear with thunderous force, striking down each Dark Legion soldier one by one. I didn't expect the Dark Legion to show up. Looks like they're really desperate. Nessus frowned as he spoke. We must hurry. If they find Azir first, we're finished. Rek'Sai frowned, his voice deep and grave. Beyond the portal lies a maze. Once we traverse it, we'll reach the final sun altar. Those Shadow Legion can traverse the shadows, the maze likely won't stop them. Unfortunately, we don't have a map of the maze. We'll just have to try every intersection one by one. Wang Hao stepped through the portal, gazing at the pitch-black maze entrance and shaking his head. That's far too slow. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Serpent of Calamity, transforming it into a massive, dozens of meters thick form. He then accelerated it to full speed, directing it to crash directly into the maze's outer wall. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the maze's walls collapsed under the serpent's impact, sending debris flying and dust billowing into the air. The others stared at Wang Hao in shock, never expecting him to resort to such a violent method. Surveying the nearly straight passageway, Wang Hao turned to look at Nasus. This is the right direction, right? Staring at the gaping hole torn open by the Calamity Serpent, Nasus swallowed hard and nodded blankly. Chapter 122, The Emperor's Resurrection, Red Alert votes needed. The gloomy subterranean labyrinth served as the final barrier protecting the Sun Temple. Its intricate terrain, numerous traps, and elite monsters guarding critical junctions meant one careless step could lead to a dead end and a wasted life. But these posed no challenge whatsoever to Wang Hao, who wielded the Calamity Serpent. Crossroads? Charge straight through. Traps? Charge straight through. Guardian monsters? Charge straight through. Riding the colossal serpent's massive frame, Wang Hao and his group moved unimpeded through the labyrinth. The only challenge was pinpointing Azir's direction to avoid veering off course. Fortunately, as an ascended being, Nasus possessed a faint ability to sense Azir. While he couldn't pinpoint his exact location, finding the general direction was no problem. Guided by Nasus, it took them only 20 minutes to traverse the labyrinth and emerge at the edge of an altar. It was an ancient and solemn altar. Mysterious runes carved into its surface glowed faintly. Countless shards of broken bronze lay scattered around its base, as if whispering tales of long-forgotten history. Was this the sun altar? Wang Hao surveyed the altar, scrutinizing every detail. He had a premonition that this object would prove useful to him in the future. Look! It's Azir! Nessus suddenly pointed at the center of the altar and shouted, his voice tinged with excitement. Wang Hao looked up and saw a figure lying on the highest platform at the altar's peak, radiating a golden glow. His millennia-long quest lay before him. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Nasus immediately charged up the altar's steps.
Rekton followed behind him, his eyes equally ablaze with unmistakable excitement. Reaching the summit of the altar, they saw Azir lying upon the high platform. His eyes were slightly closed, his hands clasped before his chest, continuously radiating a warm and powerful energy.
Azir, I've finally found you. Shurima is finally saved. Nasus could not contain his excitement, trembling as he drew a vial of golden glowing blood from his chest. This is the tear of the sun, said to be the blood of the sun god. Combined with the essence of an ascendant, it can resurrect a member of the Shurima royal family. During the Shurima Empire's golden age, it had saved the empire from the brink of collapse countless times. And now, the vial in Nasus's hands held the empire's last remaining drop of tears of the sun. He carefully poured the sun's tears over Azir's body, smearing it across his chest. Then, thrusting his hand into his own chest, he endured excruciating pain to extract 5 golden drops of blood. The Ascendant's essence blood fell upon Azir's chest, instantly reacting with the tears of the sun. A golden pillar of light shot skyward, enveloping the entire Sun Temple. Countless onlookers witnessed the sudden pillar of light and instantly realized something monumental was unfolding here. They rushed madly toward the scene. Among them were trainees participating in the trials, as well as the Shadow Legion, shrouded in the power of the shadows. As Nasu's resurrection rite progressed, the altar began to tremble. A colossal surge of energy erupted from Azir's body, and the majestic power of the sun descended from the heavens. Azir's body was lifted into the air by pillars of intense golden flame. Shurima's magic granted him rebirth, reshaping his form into that of an ascendant. The sun's immortal radiance poured into his being, forging his majestic eagle-armored form. A golden scepter coalesced in his hand, the symbol of Shurima's supreme power, capable of commanding the solar disk itself. Blinding sunlight pierced the roof of the Sun Temple, flooding Azir's form and causing his aura to surge ever higher. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. Until it finally ceased at the 7th rotation. The overwhelming aura emanating from Azir pressed down upon the crowd like a mountain, leaving them gasping for breath. Wang Hao and Xia Qingxue, both formidable awakened individuals, were forced to bow their heads before this overwhelming divine might. Only Wang Hao could endure the terrifying pressure through the will of the Beast King. Holy Light Barrier. Xia Lu mustered her last ounce of strength to force a shield of holy light over the group's heads, finally granting them a moment to catch their breath. In Wang Hao's eyes, a phantom materialized out of thin air. These were images from the past, the true record of Shurima's destruction. Wang Hao witnessed countless people in the bustling capital city gazing toward the enormous solar disk, their faces radiant with joy. At the forefront of the solar disk, Azir ascended the steps, poised to receive the ascension ritual. A blue-robed attendant suddenly burst from the ranks, plunging a blade into Azir's chest before seizing his place. Along the roadside, a timid girl hid her face in her mother's skirt. A loyal guard reached for his sword, screaming in shock. His wife, the noble empress, stared wide-eyed, her gaze filled with sorrow and despair. A burst of light shattered from the sun's disk, sending golden ripples sweeping across the entire empire. People gasped in silent horror. They turned and fled, stumbling and crawling. In an instant, they were obliterated by an invisible force, reduced to dust carried away by the wind. As countless energies converged, a brutal sandstorm shockwave erupted, shattering the final remnants of Shurima. Shurima! Your emperor has returned. With a low growl, Azir's eyes snapped open, blazing with brilliant golden light. His voice, deep and commanding, echoed throughout the altar. With Azir's resurrection, all of Shurima seemed to come alive. A powerful tremor surged from beneath the earth. The entire altar began to slowly rise from the earth, powerful energy ripples instantly sweeping across the entire secret realm. Azir, suspended mid-air, raised both hands, causing his ruined city to shake off centuries of dust and rise once more to the surface. Fragments of the sun disk rose from the ground, coalescing behind him once more as they floated above Shurima. Temples rose anew from the earth at the emperor's command, greeting the sunlight. Azir turned, and the first rays of dawn struck the solar disk above his head. The morning light reflected off Azir's flawless golden armor. In that instant, he knew the traitor was still alive. He sensed the spirit of that witch spirit, right there in the air he breathed. Tula's. His voice cracked with rage. Your sin is unforgivable. With Azir's resurrection, the darkened artifacts sealed throughout the empire were affected, breaking free from their bonds and soaring deep into the desert. From the shattered seals of these artifacts, hordes of shadow fiends suddenly surged forth. Roaring and snarling, they charged madly toward the capital of Shurima. These shadow fiends were not only vast in number but also immensely powerful. Their emergence plunged the entire secret realm into chaos, causing spatial energy to spiral completely out of control. In the observation room, a teacher monitoring the secret realm's status screamed in terror. This is bad. Headmaster, the secret realm is in chaos. It's a red alert. He looked up at Principal Su Tian, his voice a sharp, explosive cry. Su Tian's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't anticipated this secret realm erupting into chaos because of Azir's resurrection. Such phenomena hadn't occurred during their previous expeditions. He quickly regained his composure and ordered in a grave tone. Activate the emergency protocol. Recall all trial trainees immediately. The teacher, drenched in sweat, frantically manipulated the light screen before him. No good. The spatial energy within the realm is completely disrupted. We need time to re-establish the spatial laws, or they'll be lost in the spatial turbulence. How long? Lu Yen urgently demanded. At least 3 hours. 3 hours. Hearing this, Su Tian's heart sank as he asked, "Can our people go in to rescue them?" The teacher shook his head, examining the various data within the secret realm. No. With the secret realm in turmoil, the gates simply won't open. Otherwise, all those monsters would pour out through it. This won't work. That won't work? Tell me what we can do now. Hearing Lu Yan's explosive shout, the teacher shrank back and pointed at the computer. The communication module is still functional. We can send them a message. Lu Yan. Chapter 123, The True Dark Legion. Meanwhile, amidst the yellow sands, Neophili stared at the towering golden pillar piercing the heavens, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. It's over. It's over. This time, it's truly over. That bastard has come back to life. Just as it prepared to turn and flee, an invisible force suddenly descended upon it. Its blood instantly froze, its entire body stiffening in place, unable to move an inch. Lord Yotox. Nyafri froze mid-air, a terrified shriek escaping his throat. Neophili. You have disappointed me greatly. Aatrox's voice roared like a tempest from the abyss, deep, thunderous, each syllable pulsing with boundless crimson power that dyed the entire sky blood red. Neophili watched the sky transform before his eyes, instantly realizing Lord Aatrox himself had descended. It knelt on the ground, its usually cunning face now deathly pale. Sweat rolled down his forehead, mingling with the yellow sand on the ground. Even his voice carried a hint of pleading and despair. Lord Aatrox, please grant me one more chance. Neophili's desperate cry echoed through the howling wind as he tried to plead his case. Yet Aatrox showed no sign of wavering. A blood-red greatsword slowly materialized in the sky, radiating a thick, blood-soaked aura that seemed capable of devouring all life. A foul wind howled as a massive hand seized the hilt. A terrifying demon 3 meters tall stood before them, its skin a dark crimson, as if soaked in blood. Twisted demonic horns pierced the sky, making his face even more hideous. His eyes burned crimson, like raging flames, filled with destruction and slaughter. His muscles were as hard as steel, brimming with explosive power. Broad bat-like wings flapped softly behind him, propelling his massive form through the air. This was none other than Aatrox, the World Eater, the legendary sword demon who single-handedly destroyed Shurima. Hovering mid-air, Aatrox gazed coldly at Neophili and declared, "I gave you a chance. But look at the outcome of your actions. You have disappointed me greatly." Feeling the murderous intent in Aatrox's eyes, Nyafri panicked and immediately spoke up. No. No. Lord Aatrox, I still have a way. I can definitely deal with those 2 ascended. Atticus merely responded with a cold, dismissive chuckle, twirling the apocalyptic blade in his grasp. No longer needed. The energy fluctuations from Azir's resurrection have already broken the seal. You are of no further use. Yatox's words pierced Nyafri's heart like icy blades. Its face instantly drained of color. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Aatrox, it recoiled in terror. No! Lord Aatrox! I still have value. Neophili tried to protest, but Aatrox had grown impatient. He reached out and made a light grabbing motion toward Nyafri. Neophili shrieked in terror, trying to dodge, but the force seemed to lock onto it, leaving no escape. Blood raced madly through its veins, surging toward the dagger poised above its head. In the blink of an eye, Nyafri's entire body dissolved into a mist of blood, completely absorbed by the dagger above its head. Picking up the dagger from the ground, Aatrox placed it upon the Worldbreaker's sword, allowing the great blade to swallow it whole. He gently stroked the blade of the Worldbreaker, as if admiring a masterpiece of art. Your greatest purpose now is to become my power, to merge with me as one. Having devoured Neophili, Aatrox's aura grew even more formidable and terrifying. He let out a furious roar that echoed throughout the entire secret realm. Dark Legion. At the sound of Aatrox's call, countless shadowy figures suddenly materialized from the void. These shadows were weapons of every shape and form, scythes, bows, harpoons. These were the divine artifacts of the darkened demons who invaded this world long ago, their very essences. As the darkened artifacts materialized, shadowy figures poured forth from them, morphing into demons of all shapes and sizes, their eyes blazing with a bloodthirsty, savage light. Unlike the undead whose souls he had claimed after slaying them, these demons, born from the darkened artifacts, were Aatrox's true darkened legion. Aatrox gazed upon the darkened legion before him, a cruel smile curling his lips. He drew the greatsword from his back and pointed it toward Shurima. Follow me into battle. At his command, hundreds of demons, formed from the darkened artifacts, roared in unison. From the earth beneath their feet emerged dark warriors clad in armor and wielding sharp blades. Their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light as they howled, sweeping through the air with a storm of blood and carnage, charging toward Shurima. Meanwhile, Azir and Shurima gazed thoughtfully at the distant sky. He narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured to himself, "Foolhardy fools, bring it on." He lowered his gaze to Wang Hao and the others below.
Nasus and Rek'Sai knelt excitedly, leaning forward to speak.
Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your reawakening.
Azir raised his right hand slightly, and an invisible force lifted the two ascended warriors.
Rise, my most loyal guardians.
Observing the marks of time etched upon Nasus and Rikton's faces, the cold-faced emperor's expression softened, a rare display of gentleness as he spoke softly. You've endured much hardship during this time. A flush of color spread across Nasus's pallid face as he shook his head, overcome with emotion.
It was no hardship. For the future of Shurima, we'd walk through fire without hesitation.
Azir smiled, turning his gaze toward Wang Hao and Xia Qingxue. As for you, the brave warriors from the outer realms, it was you who awakened me. Azir's voice was deep and commanding, resonating with imperial authority. But as you see, my empire has fallen. Even if I wish to bestow rewards upon you now, my coffers are empty.
Moreover, due to my resurrection, the darkened artifacts sealed across Shurima have broken free from their bonds. A hint of resignation crept into his tone. Though reluctant to admit it, he knew that he, Nasus, and Rek'Sai alone could not withstand the Darkin Legion's onslaught. The three of us alone would struggle to withstand the Darkin invasion. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in repelling the Darkin Legion. Once this matter is resolved, I shall bestow upon you Shurima's most precious sun-tier relic. Hearing Azir's promise, Wang Hao knew this must be the final stage of this secret realm.
He hoped the sun scripture contained the method to control the sun giant.
He took a deep breath and looked up at Azir. How formidable is the Dark Legion? Azir closed his eyes briefly to sense their power before answering.
After such a long sealing, their power has been significantly weakened.
He paused.
Only the World Eater, Aatrox, retains his 7th tier power. The rest of the Darkin demons are at most 4th tier, so you needn't worry. Hearing this, Wang Hao and Xia Qingxue both sucked in their breath.
7th tier. That's equivalent to the power of a high god.
How could they possibly fight against such power when their average strength was only at the 3rd transformation? Seeing the grim expressions on Wang Hao and Xia Qingxue's faces, Azir smiled and explained, don't worry.
I'll hold off Aatrox.
You just need to deal with the other Darkin demons.
Hearing this, Wang Hao and Xia Qingxue both breathed a sigh of relief.
If they were only facing 4th tier Darkborn demons, victory wasn't entirely out of reach. Xia Qingxue suddenly remembered something and addressed Azir. We still have some companions scattered throughout the secret realm.
Could we bring them here to bolster our strength? Azir smiled faintly. Naturally. This is a piece of cake for me.
He took his scepter and slowly walked to the center of the Sun Temple, seated himself upon the divine throne, and paused the scepter slightly. Raising his left hand, he uttered a soft command.
Yellow sand. In an instant, an unprecedented sandstorm swept across all of Shurima. The desert seemed to come alive, and the entire city trembled. Hear my command.
As Azir gently lowered his palm, figures emerged one after another from the swirling sandstorm. These were the very trainees who had joined Wang Hao and the others in the preliminary assessment.
Chapter 124, The Darkin Strike Votes Needed. What's happening? What happened? Why did the monsters vanish all of a sudden? Watching Huang Sha gather the trial trainees, Wang Hao made a rough count.
Out of 100 who started the trial, only 22 remained.
Is the elimination rate this high in this trial? Wang Hao.
A familiar voice called out.
Wang Hao turned to see Shinsini and Xia Tingting looking at him with surprise and delight.
Shinsini started to run over, but upon noticing Xia Qingsnow beside Wang Hao, her steps halted abruptly. Moments later, she regained her composure and ran over.
Shinsini asked, do you know what happened?
Wang Hao nodded and gave her a brief summary of the situation.
Shinsini was utterly shocked upon hearing this.
She never imagined they'd be facing a monster siege led by a horde of 4th-tier monsters.
Was this also part of the trial? Wasn't this difficulty level way beyond what was expected?
Hiss.
Suddenly, a sound rang out from every trainee's wristband.
Trainees participating in the trial assessment.
Su Tian's voice echoed through everyone's wristbands.
Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. They never expected the headmaster of the Tianlong training camp to contact them proactively. And it was a group call. Clearly, something major had happened.
Sure enough, the next second, Su Tian's voice continued. An unpredictable disturbance has erupted within the assessment realm. Monsters within the realm will now gain special enhancements and launch attacks against you. The spatial energy is currently chaotic. We require 3 hours to stabilize it. During this period, absolutely do not use spatial teleportation. You will become lost in the spatial turbulence. Therefore, for the next 3 hours, you must protect yourselves at all costs. To all trainees participating in the trial, survive at all costs. The final words dissolved into a shrill static noise within the spatial turbulence and vanished. Hearing Su Tian's words, everyone froze in shock. Who would have thought a preliminary assessment would lead to this? What do we do? I don't want to die. Shut up. Who said you're going to die? Didn't you hear? The secret realm monsters will intensify. How can we lowly Karamis possibly withstand them?
Several weaker trainees immediately began to panic.
The entire student body began to stir with unease, everyone growing anxious. worried they might die in the secret realm. Shut up! Wang Hao suddenly bellowed, silencing every trainee in turn. His gaze, sharp as blades, swept across their faces. We are trainees of the Celestial Dragon Training Camp. We are the most elite geniuses of Dragon Nation. A mere secret realm disturbance won't defeat us. Principal Su said it. If we hold out for just 3 hours, we'll escape the secret realm. Are you all too afraid to even try for 3 hours? Hearing Wang Hao's words, everyone hung their heads in shame. Ashamed of their earlier thoughts of retreating without a fight. Seeing the silent crowd, Wang Hao continued. We still have a fighting chance. We still have Shurima's backing. We hold the advantage of timing. We have towering walls for defense. We hold the advantage of terrain. We possess the courage of united resolve. We have the support of the people. Heaven, earth, and humanity are all on our side. How could we possibly fail? We shall prevail. Listening to Wang Hao's speech, the crowd gradually suppressed their fear. Retreating now solves nothing. Only by fighting with everything we have can we seize a sliver of hope. Thus, after hearing Wang Hao's rallying cry, one by one, they joined in the roaring chant. Victory is ours. Victory! Victory! Watching Wang Hao effortlessly rally the crowd's spirit, a hint of admiration flashed in Azir's eyes. He waved his hand slightly, and a burst of golden light shot forth, enveloping everyone. This is the sun's blessing, doubling the damage you deal to the darkened demons. Rest assured. Shurima stands with you. With that, Azir swept his hand. The sand soldiers guarding Shurima's outer walls dissolved into handfuls of yellow sand, scattering across the ground. Upon Shurima's ramparts, new sand soldiers emerged from the sand, each wielding sword and shield. They stood silently along the ramparts, each unit in its designated position. Swords drawn, ready for battle. A cavalry regiment formed from sand stood poised on the training grounds. Knights clad in armor, spears in hand, awaited their emperor's command to charge into battle. Seated upon the divine throne beneath the sun's disk, Azir gazed into the distance. Here! Shurima! Gazing upon the majestic yellow sand legion, the hearts of all present gradually settled. Xia Qingxue felt the immense power coursing through her body, her face lighting up with surprise. She never imagined Azir's blessing could even remove the debuff from her ultimate ability. Next, Wang Hao divided the group into 3 teams based on their roles, melee, ranged, and support. Each team would be led by Shinsini, Xia Qingxue, and himself respectively. In the ensuing battle, they would confront the darkened demons. He also clarified some essential information for everyone. As time passed, the atmosphere within the entire secret realm grew increasingly heavy. A crimson moon appeared in the sky, its origin unknown. Look! It's the blood moon! Someone gasped in alarm. Azir stood atop the sun temple, gazing into the distance through the crimson moon's glow. The Dark Legion is coming! A gasp echoed through the air. A vast swarm of dark figures suddenly surged from the distant horizon. These were all creatures native to the secret realm, now corrupted by shadow energy and transformed into puppets of the dark force. Their skin had taken on an eerie dark purple hue, and they emitted a nauseating stench. Their eyes glowed with a crimson light, as if capable of devouring all life. Watching the shadow creatures surge forward like a tidal wave, many were terrified. These Ivory Tower University students had never witnessed such a scene. One by one, their faces turned deathly pale. Wang Hao knew morale was crucial now, so he decisively cast an appraisal spell. Yellow Sand Lizardman Shadow Infestation. Level 14. A bunch of level 14 trash, nothing but free points for us. Wang Hao shouted loudly. His shout snapped some others back to attention. He quickly cast a scouting spell. Discovering these monsters were indeed only in their teens in level, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Right. These are just trash mobs, they can't even scratch us. He nearly let out a startled gasp. They were only in their teens? Even if they were. Before he could finish, he fell silent. Behind these shadow monsters, demons radiating terrifying auras soared into the air. Their forms were hideously grotesque, covered head to toe in dense, sharp spines. Their eyes reflected a terrifying crimson glow. Aatrox flew at the forefront, gazing upon the ancient city of Shurima, now reborn in radiant splendor not far ahead. He grinned. He drew the massive sword from his back and spread his wings. He sneered, I destroyed you once. I can destroy you again. Ignoring Aatrox's taunts, Azir had no time for verbal sparring. Wielding his staff, he coldly commanded the shadow fiends surging like a tidal wave. Fire! The archers on the city walls sprang into action. Countless arrows rained down upon the Shadow Legion, instantly slaying wave after wave of lesser fiends. But the darkspawn were too numerous. As soon as some fell, more surged forward. The terrifying shadow creatures charged through the hail of arrows, reaching the base of the walls in an instant. Watching the shadow monsters begin scaling the walls, Wang Hao knew he couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 125, Bloody Battle, Storm and Thunder Votes Needed. Crimson moonlight spilled across the ground. The stench of blood thickened in the air. The shadow-corrupted fiends charged fearlessly toward Shurima's towering walls. They paved a bloody path with their own bodies. Sharp claws and fangs tore madly at the sand soldiers on the ramparts, only to be thrust down by their spear like spears forged from yellow sand. The pressure of the battlefield descended like a tidal wave. When had these prodigies from academies across the Dragon Kingdom ever witnessed such a spectacle? The eldest among them was barely 20, having never experienced true combat. Their usual encounters were limited to besieging monsters based on strategies for various secret realms. When had they ever seen so many terrifying monsters? One by one, their legs had already gone weak with fear. Most of their pre-battle courage had already vanished. Xia Qingshua's face was deathly pale, her hands unconsciously clutching Wang Hao's clothes. What should we do? Wang Hao, are we going to die here? Wang Hao's gaze turned stern as he drew his golden war spear. You won't die here. I won't die here either. No one will die here today. His words were meant not only to reassure Xia Qingxue but also to calm the panicked voices of the crowd. Xiaolu stood behind him, radiating an intense holy light that gradually calmed the group's nerves. Even if these monsters were enhanced, they were still merely first-tier monsters. They're just stronger trash. But if we don't stand united, none of us will survive. Hearing Wang Hao's words, the pallor on everyone's faces finally began to lift. Gu Shuai, riding his flaming Pegasus, was deathly pale. Watching the shadow monsters surge forward like a tidal wave, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Elven dancer Xia Tingting clenched her fists. Though her complexion was poor, she never took a single step back. Bai Qiuyue, clad in a Taoist robe and wielding a magic sword, rose to her feet. Wang Hao was right. We have no way out now. If we can't cast aside our fear and fight together, we'll all die. Just hold out for 3 hours. The instructors from the Tianlong training camp will lead us out. Wang Hao glanced at Bai Qiuyue but said nothing. From the start, he hadn't planned to rely on them to defend the city anyway. These monsters, corrupted by shadow power, have enhanced attributes. Does that mean their experience points are also? A thought suddenly struck Wang Hao. If this was indeed the case, he might actually have to thank these shadowborn demons. With so many monsters, he might level up several times. Too bad he hadn't brought Moon Shadow along for this trial. Otherwise, the souls of these monsters alone could likely unlock 2 or 3 celestial souls. Outside Shurima, colossal beasts continued to advance. Hundreds of darkened demons hovered overhead, observing the sand soldiers of Shurima fighting desperately. They showed no urgency to attack, instead waiting patiently for Azir to exhaust his last shred of energy before delivering the fatal blow. Wang Hao gazed out at the endless sea of monsters. He summoned the purple flame with a wave of his hand, then mounted the lion's back. Xia Qingxue tried to climb up beside him. What are you doing here? Get down immediately. Wang Hao snapped at her coldly. Xia Qingxue grew anxious. She knew Wang Hao was preparing to charge in. There were over 100 darkborn demons inside. She couldn't let Wang Hao do something so foolish. What are you going to do? I'm coming with you. Wang Hao snapped at her in a low voice. Go back now. Xia Qingxue stamped her foot. No way. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, glancing at the trainees behind him who were gradually regaining their senses. Suddenly, an idea struck him. You'll only slow me down if you come with me. Staying here to lead everyone onto the city walls and resist the monster invasion is the best choice. Xia Qingxue, her eyes brimming with tears, looked at him and asked, Really? Wang Hao nodded. Yes. Only with your cover can I fight with peace of mind. Xia Qingxue released her grip on Wang Hao's hands, wiped away her tears, and said firmly, Don't worry. Leave this to me. Wang Hao's actions drew the attention of many. Gu Shuai stared at the purple flames swirling around him, his face turning noticeably paler. So he hadn't even used his full strength that day. The others murmured in astonishment. What is he up to? He's not going to charge out, is he? What a terrifying flying lion seems to be a purple flame golden-winged lion. A third-stage mutated demon lord. He seems to be a summoner. But why is he wielding a spear? Is he preparing for close combat? He's taking flight. Watching the purple flames carry Wang Hao skyward, Azir, seated upon the Sun Temple, lifted his gaze slightly, a faint smile curving his lips. Shurima never leaves its allies to fight alone. He waved his scepter, and the sun disk in the sky suddenly burst into dazzling light. Golden light. Countless beams of golden light shot forth from the center of the solar disk, carving a safe passage for Wang Hao through the surging tide of monsters. Wang Hao grinned, his golden war spear blazing with brilliant light. A razor-sharp sword she gathered at the spearhead, unleashed with Wang Hao's mighty swing. A colossal crescent-shaped wave of energy swept out, tearing every monster caught within its path to shreds with a deafening roar. Xia Qingxue stood atop the city wall, her gaze flickering as she watched Wang Hao's heroic figure. She turned to face her classmates looking at her. Wang Hao has shown us the way. We must not fall behind. Standing on the ramparts, she pressed her fingers together. The flying sword behind her shot forth like a silver lightning bolt, weaving through the surging tide of monsters. With each pass, countless darkborn creatures fell. Bai Qiuyue laughed heartily. When it comes to area damage, I won't be outdone by any of you. With a flick of her sleeve, a miniature altar materialized before her. Stepping upon the 7 stars, she flicked hundreds of talisman papers from her hands while wielding her magic sword, chanting incantations. Wind, come. Her sword pointed skyward, summoning howling gales. Snow falls. Endless blizzard transformed into razor-sharp blades at her command, swirling down from the sky and engulfing the Darkspawn army in a frozen wasteland. The razor-sharp ice blades mercilessly reaped the lives of these darkened fiends. Before they could even see where the attack came from, their throats were pierced by the piercing ice and snow. Yet such a spell proved too taxing for Baiqiu Yue. After just moments of casting, the spiritual energy within her body was completely depleted. Her face drained of color as she surveyed the terrifyingly vast horde of monsters still besieging the city walls. Baiqiu Yue clenched her teeth. Her sword technique shifted as she bit her tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the blade. Gathering her last shred of magic, she pointed the blade toward the altar and roared in a shrill voice, "Thunder strike!" Dark clouds abruptly gathered overhead, thunder rolled within the layers, and thick bolts of lightning struck the ground, scattering the Dark Legion into disarray. Under the relentless assault of wind, snow, and lightning, the demon horde gradually lost its formation, descending into utter chaos. Wang Hao and the other trainees seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. For a time, the battlefield of Shurima echoed with deafening battle cries and spattered with blood. Countless shadow-corrupted monsters were utterly crushed, scattering in panic. Snap! 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 A clap of applause echoed through the air. The fighters paused their actions, gazing up at the figure of Aatrox, the World Eater, who had materialized in the sky. He clapped, his face wearing an amused expression as he surveyed the crowd below. I used to think Neophili kept failing because he was useless, but I never imagined Yulat could achieve this level. Seems I misjudged him. Wang Hao ignored him. Aatrox was a 7th transformation demon, he was no match for such a being. Others would naturally deal with him. He descended, helping each exhausted trainee back to their feet and escorting them back to the city walls. Neither Aatrox nor the darkened demons behind him made any move to ambush them. He merely smiled as he gazed toward the Sun Temple at the city's center. Azir, if you think these children can stop me, you're being ridiculous. Azir's form materialized above the city walls. A golden throne stood high above the clouds. Scepter in hand, a brilliant solar disk glowed behind his head as his commanding voice echoed across the heavens. Aatrox! After finally breaking your seal, you dare not flee but come to provoke me. Today, I shall show you the true meaning of imperial wrath. Chapter 126, Fragments of the Divine Artifact Vote Sought. The Wrath of a King? Aatrox burst into laughter. Clutching his stomach, he pointed at Azir in the sky and laughed uncontrollably. Ha! What kind of emperor are you? At most, you have 2 living beings under your command. The rest are all sand soldiers. Ha! That's hilarious. Emperor's wrath? More like Emperor's demise. Aatrox's laughter echoed across the battlefield, the Darkened Legion roaring with him as if victory were already theirs. Yet Azir remained unmoved by Aatrox's taunts. His gaze was icy as he gripped the sun scepter tightly, his body radiating golden ascension energy. Whether it truly is the Emperor's wrath, you'll feel it for yourself. As his words fell, the entire sky began to shift. Golden light burst forth from the solar disk, enveloping the entire sky and driving away the crimson blood moon. A chilling aura permeated the air, sending involuntary shivers down spines. Aatrox grinned savagely, drawing the massive sword from his back. His broad wings radiated a thick aura of evil, his gaze turning cold and cruel. I am Aatrox, the world's terminator. Behind him, all the darkened demons let out terrifying howls, already eager to begin the slaughter. Facing these dark demons, Rek'Sai and Nasus both transformed into their ascended forms to guard Azir's side. Wang Hao also settled the trial trainees in a corner of Shurima. Gazing at the demons in the sky, Wang Hao's eyes flickered. After the recent battle, his experience points were just a hair's breadth away from reaching level 27. If he could slay a few more darkened demons, he might complete the level up today. Level 30 would be within reach. The thought spurred Wang Hao to rise, ready to join the fray. As Xiao Qingxue saw Wang Hao rise, she opened her mouth to speak only to hear Azir above suddenly raise his scepter and roar. Sunfall! A blinding light erupted from the sun's disk. The light grew increasingly intense, as if it would tear the entire sky apart. As Azir swung his staff, the light in the sky erupted violently, transforming into a massive beam that shot straight toward the Darkened Legion where Aatrox stood. You think? Aatrox raised his colossal world-ending sword, braced against the blinding light unleashed by Azir. The darkened demons behind him didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly vaporized by the brilliant golden light, turning into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the air. You can kill me! Aatrox roared, his voice booming like thunder across the battlefield. He swung his massive blade with all his might, bringing it down with devastating force. This strike, carrying boundless darkness and destructive power, seemed to tear through space itself, colliding directly with the golden pillar of light. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire sky. The entire land of Shurima seemed to tremble under the force of the impact. Everyone was forced to the ground by the savage shockwave. The golden pillar of light began to tremble under Aatrox's savage assault, its radiance gradually fading.
Azir gritted his teeth, straining every ounce of strength to sustain the power of the solar disk.
He was the Emperor of Shurima, the supreme ruler of this world. How could his majesty and might be defeated by this darkened blade?
Azir's gaze sharpened. He drew a deep breath and channeled every ounce of his power into the sun disk. The sun disk in midair blazed with dazzling light once more, its golden beams radiating brilliantly. Aatrox was forced back by the sudden surge of power. Spreading his wings, he let out a furious roar.
Give me your power.
Countless tentacles suddenly sprouted from the wings behind him, piercing into the bodies of the darkened demons.
In the blink of an eye,
These demons were drained dry by Aatrox, their dark power flowing through the tentacles and gathering within him.
Empowered by this new force, Aatrox unleashed a terrifying burst of shadow energy, black mist engulfing half the sky. This can't go on.
Wang Hao resolved in his heart and nodded to the young deer. With a gentle wave of his staff, a holy light enveloped Wang Hao's body. Gripping his golden war spear, its tip blazing with brilliant light, Wang Hao transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged headlong into the ranks of the darkened demons.
Who dares? Seeking death. Damn brat, I'll devour you.
The Darkborn demons were startled by Wang Hao's sudden charge. But upon realizing he was merely a human at the first transformation stage, they breathed a sigh of relief.
They snarled savagely, drawing their dark-kin artifacts, intent on making Wang Hao their first victim.
But in the next instant, their expressions froze.
Wang Hao's movements were lightning fast, outpacing even the agile Darkborn demons by a wide margin.
With a thought, Wang Hao's golden war spear erupted in dazzling radiance. A spear thrust.
Boom!
The terrifying attack instantly pierced the chests of 3 Darkborn demons, inflicting severe wounds upon them in an instant. No wonder their 4th-tier Dark Abyssal demons' my full power strike didn't even kill them. Wang Hao's mind raced as his hands moved without pause, summoning the Calamity Serpent directly in midair. The massive serpent's body appeared midair, snapping its jaws shut on the falling Darkborn demons. Its terrifying energy breath instantly incinerated them. Successfully defeated level 89 Darkblade Katia, gained 4,500 EXP, obtained 3 fragments of the artifact Blood Shadow Frenzy Blade.
Fragments of a divine artifact? Wang Hao hadn't expected such an unexpected bonus from slaying these darkened demons. He absolutely couldn't let Aatrox kill them. Puff! Puff! Aatrox snatched 2 more darkened demons from the air, instantly devouring them.
Wang Hao's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Damn it, stealing kills.
He roared in fury and charged once more at the remaining darkened demons.
Let's see who can kill faster. The trial trainees below watched the aerial battle in utter disbelief.
Those terrifying Darkborn demons now seemed like lambs led to slaughter, helpless against Wang Hao and Aatrox's relentless slaughter.
Holy, Wang Hao is insane. Is this the power of a god-tier profession? What kind of skill is this? How can it be so powerful?
Wuxuai watched Wang Hao in the sky, his heart filled with bitter sorrow. So this was his true strength all along. To have even considered him a worthy opponent, how laughable.
I'm not even worthy. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Blinding golden light and terrifying energy breaths erupted relentlessly among the darkened demons.
Every single one of those Darkborn demons felt utterly screwed right now.
Ahead, a god of slaughter rode a divine beast, relentlessly reaping lives. Behind them, Aatrox was still sneaking out to devour his own kind.
What the hell is the point of this anymore? They'd better run for their lives.
No one had the heart to fight on, transforming into streams of light as they scattered in all directions.
Don't run! My artifact shards!
Seeing these bastards flee without a fight, Wang Hao lost his temper. He quickly caught up to one and speared it dead instantly, but the others had already fled farther away. Yet Azir atop the Sun Temple clearly had no intention of letting them escape. Seeing these damned darkened demons still trying to escape, he swung his scepter, using the solar disk to seal off the entire space.
Aatrox watched this unfold, a terrifying grin spreading across his face. Hear this, the deathly silence of annihilation.
He swung his sword with all his might, unleashing a colossal blade of energy that slammed into the Sun Temple in the sky.
Azir panicked and quickly channeled the Sun Disk's energy to block the attack.
Suddenly, a blue spatial fissure appeared beside the Sun Disk. A surge of dark energy shot forth from the rift, striking the Sun Disk in the sky directly. Under the impact of the dark energy, the Sun Disk emitted a series of shattering sounds before finally exploding into fragments.
Put!
As the solar disk shattered, Azir's face instantly turned pale, and he collapsed to his knees. Staring at the blue fissure in the sky, his eyes widened in fury that reached its peak. His right hand clenched into a tight fist as he spat out a name through gritted teeth.
Xeras. Chapter 127, Betrayal and Final Showdown Votes Needed. Xeras.
Accompanied by Azir's furious growl, a figure slowly stepped out of the spatial fissure. Enveloped in a pitch-black mage's robe, the figure moved with a faint clinking sound of metal clattering within the folds.
It was Xeras, the Archmage of Shurima 1,000 years ago, Azir's personal attendant, the arcane spirit.
Xeras lifted his head. Beneath the black robes, a shattered face glowed with blue arcane energy, struggling to sustain his form.
Your Majesty Azir, we meet again. Zeres bowed slightly, his graceful etiquette as impeccable as it had been a millennium ago. Glaring at the shattered sun disk he had shattered, Riven roared with fury. Zeres! You traitor! Why did you shatter the sun disk? Beside him, Nasus clutched his impulsive younger brother tightly, his eyes fixed on the Aatrox hovering midair. Even a fool could see they were working together now. As Azir gazed upon the suddenly appearing Zeres, his eyes glazed over, his emotions a tangled knot. Recalling their shared past, he couldn't believe it was Zerath who had destroyed him with his own hands. He murmured under his breath. Zeres! My brother! Never imagined our reunion would unfold like this. He raised his head, his voice trembling slightly. Why did you betray me? Zeres, suspended mid-air, wore an expressionless face and cold eyes. Facing Azir's questioning, he remained silent for a long moment, then shook his head slightly. Your Majesty, it's far too late for such talk now. Azir took a deep breath, struggling to steady his emotions, and spoke in a low, firm voice. I just want an answer. He spoke, gazing at the figure in the sky. You once saved my life from the blade. We were as close as brothers. Even in my final moments, I pardoned your enslavement. And this is how you repay me. Azir's voice trembled with emotion as he spoke. He raised the sun staff high, his gaze locked onto Zeres's eyes, searching for a flicker of remorse. You betrayed me. You pulled me down from my divine throne with your own hands. It was you who destroyed the entire empire. Azir's words echoed across all of Shurima. Zeres, suspended in the sky, remained silent. After a long moment, he slowly raised his head, his eyes blazing with a maddened crimson light as he spoke. My parents were both scholars arrested by the empire. In my childhood, life consisted only of endless servitude and submission. My mother taught me letters and numbers, while my father recounted historical legends. They hoped this knowledge would grant me a better life. But after that day, everything changed. My parents, my family, everything I had all destroyed by you damned nobles. Zeres closed his eyes in anguish, staring down at his palm torn by arcane energy as he slowly clenched his fists. I swore I would never become a victim of drudgery and lashes like the other slaves. With that, he sighed, his expression hardening into its usual impassive mask as he turned to look at Azir. Truth be told, on the day you died, I felt pain, I felt sorrow, I even wavered. But I have no regrets. Zeres snapped his head up, madness flickering in his eyes. This is who I am. This is the real me. Azir was shaken by Zeres's intensity. He took a step back, shaking his head repeatedly. No! Zeres, this is not you. Hearing Azir's words, Xylian chuckled softly. His laughter was laced with madness and mockery. He tore the hood from his head and roared. Shut up! Have you ever truly understood me? If you truly understood me, you wouldn't have ignored my pleas time and again. If you truly understood me, you wouldn't have made me kill my own followers with my own hands. If you truly understood me, you wouldn't have turned me into this half-human, half-ghost monstrosity. His face was utterly torn apart by arcane energy. The entire being had dissolved into a mass of blue arcane essence, forced to wrap itself in magical chains and fragments of stone sarcophagus to barely maintain a semblance of human form. Seeing his once proud brother reduced to this, Azir staggered back in shock, collapsing onto the throne of the Sun Temple. He closed his eyes in agony, feeling his heart bleed. Azir's body trembled slightly, his voice laced with anguish and resignation. Zeres. Zeres cut him off, slipping back into his robes. Enough. There's no point in discussing this now. Hand over the sun staff. For old time's sake, I'll let your soul pass into reincarnation. Aatrox, having witnessed the spectacle, chuckled darkly. Ha! Behold, Azir. This is your dear brother. This is the very villain who destroyed your empire. Ha! Shouldn't you thank me? I'm the one who brought him to you. Ignoring Aatrox's taunts, Azir rose to his feet, gripping the sun staff tightly. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Zeres. His hoarse voice echoed through the air. The solar disk reassembled under his power, suspended in the skies above Shurima. The Sun Scepter, Shurima's supreme artifact, is a relic only the Emperor of Shurima is worthy to wield. If you want it, come and take it yourself. But in your current state, you're no match for me. As Azir's words fell, the atmosphere above the city suddenly grew taut, as if the very air had frozen solid. Wang Hao rose to his feet, flexing his limbs slightly. Meanwhile, Xylian covertly gathered the dark arcane power within his body, his eyes flickering with a mad gleam. Though he currently possessed only peak 6th tier power, 1,000 years of accumulation and practice had honed his skills. He was confident he could hold his own against Azir. He had surpassed Azir back then, and he could do it again now. Even if Azir possessed the Sun Staff, which commanded the power of ascension, he must defeat him. For only by obtaining the Sun Scepter could he fully complete his ascension ritual. It would transform him completely into an ascended being, thus freeing him from this half-human, half-ghost existence. For this, he would not hesitate to kill Azir outright. After all, he had already done it once. He wouldn't mind doing it again. Ha! Interesting. Absolutely fascinating. Aatrox clapped wildly beside him. His laughter was shrill and piercing, echoing across the desolate cityscape, causing everyone to frown involuntarily. Drawing the greatsword from his back, the world-ending sword demon pointed at Azir and demanded, "What if I join the fray?" His calm tone carried a hint of savage madness. Chapter 128, The Blade of Sanction Votes Needed. Above Shurima, the once serene sky suddenly darkened with storm clouds. Gale force winds swept across the land, whipping up sand and stones. Azir's expression darkened. Though Xeris was only at the peak of the 6th transformation, he wielded ancient Shurima witchcraft. If combined with Aatrox, a 7th transformation demon, Azir truly had no confidence he could withstand both. Nautilus and Rek'Sai stood before Azir, suddenly kneeling before him. "Your Majesty, wield the Blade of Retribution." The Blade of Judgment was the Ascended Legion's final desperate measure. By inserting a fragment of the angelic Swiftblade into one's body, it fully awakened the ascended power within, temporarily transforming the wielder into a mighty star spirit of justice. However, in doing so, the ascendant sacrificed as the offering would be assimilated into the star spirit of justice. Their entire soul and vital essence would be completely absorbed by the ancient star spirit, vanishing from this world. During Shurima's golden age, the Imperial Ascended Legion accomplished multiple god-slaying feats through this method. Yet now, the entire empire has only 2 ascended left, Nasus and Rek'Sai. Unless absolutely necessary, Azir would never sacrifice his last 2 brothers. Ha! You still think to wield the sanctioned blade? I have destroyed every last one. You cannot become star spirits. Hearing Nasus's words, Xylean burst into maniacal laughter in the sky. Nessus and Rikton instantly turned ashen, their faces etched with despair. Enough! Nasus, it hasn't come to that yet. Azir shook his head, trying to reassure them. He turned his gaze to Wang Hao on the ground. Wang Hao, leave Xylean and Aatrox to us. I need you to hold off the darkened demon. Once this is over, you may choose any treasure from the Summoner's Rift. Azir's voice echoed in Wang Hao's ear, causing his eyes to light up. Just when he was fretting over how to obtain the blueprints and control methods for the Sunfire Colossus, Azir was practically handing them to him on a silver platter. Alright. I'll do my best. Wang Hao flexed his limbs, his gaze fixed on the darkened demons hovering mid-air. A grin spread across his face. He bent his knees slightly, and in an instant, his entire body shot skyward. Watching Wang Hao charge toward him, Aatrox showed no interest whatsoever. You have 5 minutes. Rip out his heart. His 24 darkened demons snarled, each drawing their darkened artifacts as they charged toward Wang Hao. Whoosh! 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 Before either side made contact, dozens of black beams erupted from the darkened demons' hands, carrying intense murderous intent as they shot straight toward Wang Hao. Facing this storm of attacks, Wang Hao flickered like a phantom through the air, effortlessly evading every black beam. Seizing the momentum, he closed in on the Darkborn demons. With a swing of his golden spear, its tip blazing with dazzling light, he struck the nearest Darkborn demon. Ah! Struck by the golden light, the Darkling demon let out a piercing scream before dissolving into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into the air. Instant kill. This astonishing scene left everyone watching below utterly stunned. Holy! Is Wang Hao that good? A 4th-tier Darkling demon, a god-tier unit taken down in one hit? Bro, Hao is insane. Damn, is this the power of a god-tier class? That's terrifying. UING, you call this a beast master? No one expected Wang Hao to be this powerful one move, and he obliterated a Darkling demon. And he did it without even summoning a beast. 1 strike, 1 kill. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. A god-tier profession. Truly terrifying. Mid-air, after impaling a Darkened demon with a spear, Wang Hao showed no sign of stopping. With a flick of his finger, the Calamity Serpent shot out from his sleeve, swelling to 100-foot length mid-air. In one gulp, it swallowed 2 Darkborn demons whole. Crunch! Crunch! Chewing on the bodies of 2 darkened demons, the Serpent of Doom emitted a series of bone-chilling, crunching sounds, as if savoring a sumptuous feast. The remaining Darkborn demons watched in terror. They never imagined this human could possess such a terrifying pet. Successfully defeated level 82 Darkborn Riftbow Barret. Gained 4500 EXP, obtained 4 artifact Hurricane Longbow fragments. Successfully defeated level 84 Darkborn Armguard Primo. Gained 4500 EXP, obtained 2 fragments of the artifact Explorer's Armguard. Successfully defeated level 81 Darkspawn Bloodclaw Boil. Gained 4500 EXP, obtained 6 fragments of the artifact Demon Bloodclaw. Listening to the system prompt echoing in his mind, Wang Hao's lips curved into a faint smile. That's right, all become fragments of my artifact. Gripping his golden war spear, Wang Hao sprang forward, coordinating with the Serpent of Doom as they charged toward the other Darkborn demons. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aatrox swung his greatsword, unleashing waves of black sword energy that sliced toward Azir and his companions. Wherever the sword chi passed, space itself seemed to tear apart, revealing pitch-black void rifts. Azir swiftly activated his solar disk to block the onslaught. Boom! The sword energy slammed into the energy barrier before them, erupting in a deafening roar. The energy barrier shook violently, seeming on the verge of shattering at any moment. Glaring at the turtle shell below, Azir felt a surge of irritation. But the Ascension Power's attributes still overpowered his shadow power, and with the Sun Disk's amplification, he couldn't think of a better solution for the moment. Zaraz, what are you waiting for? Move already! Aatrox shouted, turning to Zaraz. Zaraz smiled faintly, saying nothing more. He clasped his hands together with a sudden force, then thrust them forward. Boom! A dazzling beam erupted from his hands, hurtling straight toward the solar disk. This beam contained terrifying Ascension Power. If it struck the Sun Disk, he would likely never be able to repair it. Azir's face paled. He hadn't expected Zaraz to strike at this moment. He urgently channeled his power, forming a golden barrier to shield the solar disk. Yet Zaraz's attack was overwhelmingly powerful. Coupled with the fact that the released energy was the same ascension force as the solar disk itself, the golden barrier held for only a moment before shattering with a thunderous crash. But in the next instant, a figure abruptly materialized before the solar disk, using their body to block Zaraz's beam. Boom! The blinding light struck Azir with brutal force, sending him flying backward. Azir! Witnessing this, both LeBlanc and Nasus cried out in shock. They rushed forward to check Azir's injuries. But they were stopped by Aatrox, who charged over. Humph, you two useless fools, Aatrox sneered coldly. Stay right where you are. With that, he swung his greatsword, striking toward Riven and Nasus. Though Riven and Nasus were also ascended, their innate talents and power paled in comparison to Azir's. Compounded by the erosion of a millennium, they now possessed only slightly above 4th tier strength. Facing the 7th tier Aatrox, even their combined efforts could barely hold him off. Thud! Thud! Two dull thuds echoed as Rek'Sai and Nasus were sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Blood gushed from the corners of their mouths in thick streams. Gazing up at Aatrox suspended mid-air, the two ascended beings sank into profound despair. Ha! So these are the ascended of Shurima? Pathetically weak. Aatrox roared with laughter. Just then, a golden light descended from the heavens, striking directly toward Aatrox. Sensing the immense power of the golden light, Aatrox swiftly raised his sword to block. Clang! The golden light collided with the black sword energy, erupting in a blinding flash. Chapter 129, The Terrifying Aatrox Votes Needed. As the light faded, a young figure clad in golden armor and wielding a spear emerged. It was Wang Hao, who had just slain all the Darkborn demons. At the sight of Wang Hao, Aatrox's expression darkened instantly. You're still alive. Those damn useless fools. Turning his gaze to the side, he saw that all the darkened demons had been strangled and devoured by the Serpent of Doom. Only a few limbless corpses remained on the ground, still wailing in agony. Useless. You couldn't even handle a human who's only reached the first transformation. Now I have to step in myself. Aatrox roared, raising his massive sword to unleash a powerful slash of energy toward Wang Hao's forehead. Dark blade edge. Wang Hao was locked in place by Aatrox's aura. Seeing no way to dodge, he steeled himself, raising his golden spear to block the blow. Atricus's massive sword descended with a piercing aura, its blade seeming capable of tearing through space itself, chilling the soul. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, every muscle taut as he channeled his strength into the spear. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. The moment the greatsword and spear clashed, Wang Hao's expression abruptly changed. Too powerful. A tremendous force surged through his spear, nearly shattering his arm. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, his body stumbling slightly backward under the force of the impact. A profound shock surged through Wang Hao's mind. Is this the power of a 7th-rank cultivator? Truly terrifying. Seeing Wang Hao actually withstand his strike head-on, Aatrox's face twisted in astonishment. He never expected this tiny first transformation human to block his full power strike. He sensed Wang Hao's aura. A look of astonishment suddenly spread across his face. You're no ordinary first transformation. You carry the essence of divinity. Aatrox's face twisted into a savage grin as he gripped his greatsword and roared with laughter. Ha! Truly a twist of fate to deliver such a feeble deity before me. You shall become the stepping stone on my path to becoming a true god. Though every demon is called god tier after the 6th transformation, this is not true godhood. They lack divine essence merely enhanced in power, their essence still that of mortal beings. Thus, whether 6 transformed or 7 transformed, all monsters without divine essence are collectively called demigods. Once such a demigod accomplishes the act of slaying a god and consumes its divine essence, they can break free from mortal bonds and become a true deity. Wang Hao, however, possessed a fragment of divinity due to his contract with a divine beast, hence Aatrox's misunderstanding. Atheists believed him to be a naturally born deity, still weak at this stage. He sought to kill Wang Hao before he could grow stronger, devouring the divine power within him. Aatrox's massive sword came crashing down. Wang Hao dared not meet the blow head-on. Gathering all his strength, he broke free from Aatrox's aura lock, leaping backward to evade the attack. Trying to run? Come back here. Aatrox would not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Clenching his left hand toward Wang Hao, 4 magical arrays materialized out of thin air.
Dozens of crimson chains, blazing with intense fire, shot out from the magic circles like fiery serpents. They streaked through the air, leaving scorching trails behind them as they lunged straight toward Wang Hao. Chains of malice. Wang Hao's heart sank with alarm. He cursed himself for being so overconfident. He swung his golden spear with all his might, trying to knock the chains away. But the chains were too numerous and possessed remarkable resilience. Though Wang Hao managed to deflect several, more coiled around him. One chain, particularly cunning, slipped past his defenses and coiled tightly around his left arm. A searing heat surged through the chain, threatening to scorch his arm. He groaned in pain, struggling to break free, but the chain only tightened its grip, threatening to tear his arm clean off. Ah! Wang Hao! Oh no, Wang Hao's been restrained. What should we do? We're too far away to help him. Quick! Quick! Wang Hao, get out of the way! Shinsini, watching from below, screamed upon seeing Wang Hao bound. Her eyes filled with tears, threatening to spill over at any moment. Xia Qingxue clenched her teeth, her hands forming intricate seals as she chanted incantations. The flying sword behind her whirred into a rapid spin. That damn creature, if it dares harm Wang Hao, she'll make it pay dearly. Dozens of chains seized the moment to coil tightly around his body. The blazing flames illuminated the expression on Aatrox's face, utterly monstrous. Die, boy! The greatsword was raised high, and excitement flashed across Aatrox's face. Killing this brat would make him a true god. As the sword's shadow loomed overhead, Wang Hao let out a piercing scream. Little dear! Below, Xiao Lu raised her staff. A blinding beam of holy light shot from its tip, streaking toward Wang Hao, bound by chains. Holy light barrier. Divine purification. Divine radiance tore through the sky, instantly enveloping Wang Hao. Under the holy light's glare, the dozens of chains began to tremble as if encountering their nemesis, shattering instantly into countless fragments that disintegrated mid-air. An impenetrable wall of holy light rose before Aatrox, firmly blocking his sword's edge. Watching Wang Hao escape his blade, Aatrox's eyes nearly burst from fury. This was his hope for godhood, how could he simply abandon it? Get out of my way! Great annihilation! Aatrox roared, his wings snapping open behind him. A crimson flame erupted from his body, its terrifying aura threatening to devour the entire world. Wang Hao felt this aura and his heart skipped a beat. Damn it! He's unleashed his ultimate. Things had been going too smoothly lately, causing his mindset to grow complacent. He'd forgotten that Aatrox was, after all, a 7th-tier demon lord. Even with Little Deer's aid, he was no match for this foe. Below, taking advantage of Wang Hao's engagement with Aatrox, Nasus and Rek'Sai hurried to Azir's side. As Xylian watched Zerath steadily descend from the sky, despair consumed him. He knew Zeraz's power and ambition all too well. If he obtained the solar disk, he would surely break free from this world, bringing utter destruction to the outside realm. His hands trembling, Azir pulled 2 daggers from his robe and thrust them into Nasus's grasp. Nasus, you must stop him from seizing the sun disk. Nessus stared at the daggers in his hands, knowing exactly what they were. The blades of justice from the Star Spirit, the final desperate weapon of the Ascended. Rest assured, your majesty. Nasus gazed at Azir with unwavering resolve, his eyes flashing with determination. Before we die, he will never lay hands on the sun disk. Nessus carefully placed Azir in a corner of the temple, ensuring his safety. Then he turned and locked eyes with Rek'Sai. Both understood the other's intent. Let us fight side by side once more, brother. For the glory of the sun. Shouting their final rallying cry, Nasus and Riven plunged the blades of judgment into their own chests with unwavering resolve. Instantly, a powerful force surged wildly from the daggers into their bodies. Their forms began to transform, enveloped in a golden radiance, as if they had become 2 unparalleled war gods. Zeraz in the sky sensed the terrifying power, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Yet he did not halt his advance. Instead, he accelerated toward the solar disk. With the sun disk in hand, even if the true Star Spirit descended, he would have the strength to fight. Closer. Closer still. Just as Zeraz was a step away from the solar disk, a blinding light suddenly streaked toward him from the side. Like a meteor streaking across the night sky, it slammed into Zeraz with tremendous force and searing heat. Boom! The immense energy instantly pierced through Zeraz's body, shattering him into a cluster of pure arcane energy that quickly coalesced again nearby. After reforming, Zeraz knelt halfway in midair. A gust of crosswinds swept past, causing him to stagger and nearly plummet from the sky. Quickly regaining his balance, Zeraz looked up to see Nasus and Rikton had shed their beastly forms, returning to human shape. For wings spread from their backs, twin blades gripped in their hands, their entire forms bathed in golden light like 2 angels descended from the heavens. Chapter 130, The Witch Spirit's Final Hour Votes Needed. Xerxes' face drained of color as he stared at the sacred forms of Nasus and Riven, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. As Shurima's high priest, he knew all too well the sheer power these angels possessed in battle. They were genuine deities. Though only slightly above 6th tier, they were still gods. Their attributes far surpassed those of ordinary 8th tier fiends. Suppressing him, a peak 6th tier being, was as easy as turning over one's hand. He recoiled in terror, his mouth spewing shrieks.
Impossible. I destroyed every single sanction blade. Why do you still have one? Azir lay weakly in a corner of the temple, a cold smile on his lips. You did indeed destroy every sanction blade in the treasury. But these two I kept them on my person. Originally, I planned to give you one after I completed the Ascendant ritual as a token of our friendship. Azir gave a self-mocking chuckle as he spoke. Little did I expect we'd meet again only after 1,000 years. The gift I intended for you has ended up being used in this manner. Hearing Azir's words, Zaraz swayed slightly in disbelief. He looked down at Azir, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Could I have been wrong all along? Rekton hovered mid-air, coldly observing Zaraz nearby before turning to Nasus beside him. Brother, leave this one to me. You go help Wang Hao deal with Aatrox. Nasus watched Wang Hao struggling desperately against Aatrox's blade and nodded to Riven. Be careful. That guy's full of tricks. Don't fall for his schemes. Don't worry. I won't be fooled by him again. Nautilus nodded, spread his wings, and transformed into a streak of light hurtling toward Aatrox. Watching Zaraz, now consumed by self-doubt, a flicker of anger passed through Rek'Sai's eyes. He slowly raised the twin blades in his hands. You whisper in the darkness, trying to make me kill my own brother with my own hands. Today, I shall sever your head with my own blade and end your wickedness. Face your judgment. Not far away, Zaraz remained oblivious to Riven's words. Hunching over, he shook his head repeatedly, as if trying to deny something. Two voices clashed relentlessly within his mind, churning his heart like a storm-tossed sea, turbulent and unceasing. Did I make a mistake? I was wrong. I destroyed my own brother with my own hands. I destroyed my own home with my own hands. I did nothing wrong. They never treated us as human beings. They only saw us as tools for their rule. No. He promised to give me freedom, and in the end, he did. I did nothing wrong. Why should our freedom be something he grants? We are born free. No one needs to grant it to us. I did nothing wrong. I only fought for my own destiny. Zaraz clutched his head in agony, reliving his life, reliving 1,000 years of pain and bitterness. I did nothing wrong. He suddenly roared, his gaze toward Azir blazing with furious flames. I will seize control of my own destiny. I will make those who trampled my dignity pay. Zaraz roared, his voice brimming with boundless fury and resolve. For this purpose, he abandoned everything, betrayed everything, all to become the strongest. No one will stop me. All who stand in my path, I will slay them. Glaring at Rek'Sai before him, his face contorted into a savage grimace, the blue fissures across his face radiating an arcane blue glow. Even gods would be no exception. With a thrust of his hands, a colossal torrent of arcane energy erupted from his body, hurtling toward the charging Rek'Sai. The colossal arcane energy crashed into Riven's path. Rekton made no attempt to dodge. Instead, he pressed his twin blades together, channeling the Ascendant's power around him into a golden shield that materialized before him. He charged straight into Zaraz's torrent of arcane energy. Get out of my way. Zaraz roared, intensifying the energy surge of the arcane torrent in his hands. But none of it fazed Riktun. His wings flapped as he charged toward Xylian, delivering a fierce slash with his blade. Crash! The dazzling blade light sliced clean through Zaraz's arcane torrent, striking him with brutal force. Instantly, a tremendous force erupted, causing the surrounding air to buzz with the impact. Zaraz felt the immense force strike him like a heavy hammer, sending him flying backward involuntarily. He struggled to steady himself, but the force was too overwhelming to resist. He nearly lost control of his arcane form. Finally, Zaraz crashed to the ground like a. Lying on the ground, Zaraz coughed violently. He forced himself to lift his head, gazing up at the figure slowly descending from the sky. A flash of intense resentment flickered in his eyes. Why? Must the gods always remain aloof? Are mortals unworthy of controlling their own destinies? Is it wrong for me to desire control over my own destiny? Zaraz roared, as if trying to vent all the rage and resentment pent up inside him. Azir approached slowly, leaning on the scepter of the sun. You are not wrong. His deep voice still carried a hint of weakness. Every soul has the right to control their own destiny. Neither gods nor mortals have the right to interfere. But that is no justification for risking the entire empire. Only those with true inner strength can master the power of the Ascended. Everything you've said is merely an excuse to seize power. Azir's tone was stern, betraying profound disappointment. As Azir stripped away the last shred of pretense from his heart, Zaraz fell silent. He had no rebuttal. He had indeed pursued so-called power by any means necessary, even sacrificing the entire empire. Yet in the end, he gained nothing. He had merely become this inhuman, ghostly form. Zaraz could no longer bear the agony and regret within his heart. He broke down in tears right there, kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. His shoulders shook violently as tears streamed down his cheeks, soaking the dust beneath him. Oh, Your Majesty, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Watching the remorseful Zaraz, Azir sighed, reaching out to gently stroke his head. Just as he had done 1,000 years ago, he gently patted his shoulder, saying nothing. Xerus glanced at Rek'Sai beside Azir, his face contorted with fear and remorse. Azir, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I'd give anything just for a chance to atone. Azir looked at him, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Redemption? A chance? It's all too late now. Though Xerus now regretted his actions, the damage was done. Expecting Azir to forgive him so easily was utterly impossible. Rikton stepped forward, raising his twin blades high. Golden holy light surged around his body. As the light flashed, Xerus let out a desperate scream. He spun to flee, but Riven's movements were faster. The blades of the holy flame sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, carrying boundless majesty and power as they pierced through Xerus's chest. Ah! Xerus screamed in agony mid-air. Terrifying golden flames consumed his body from within, consuming even the blue arcane energy. Ultimately, his entire being dissolved into a cloud of ash, vanishing into the air. Azir gazed at the remaining ashes on the ground and sighed deeply. May you find the freedom you sought in your next life. Leaning wearily against the temple stone wall, he watched Nasus still battling Aatrox before turning to speak to Rek'Sai. Go help him. This farce must end. Chapter 131, Slaying the Blade Mage Votes Needed. At that moment, within the Celestial Dragon training camp in the capital, Su Zhenghan, the spatial system instructor primarily responsible for decoding the secret realm, was diligently untangling the spatial turbulence within it. Su Tian and Lu Yan stood nearby, watching the constantly swirling entrance to the secret realm with worried expressions. The longer the delay, the more perilous the situation became for the candidates trapped within. Suddenly, Su Zhenghan let out a soft gasp. Su Tian opened his eyes and asked in a low voice, "What is it?" Su Zhenghan replied, "The spatial turbulence within the secret realm has drastically diminished. It seems the interfering force has weakened." Su Tian's expression darkened instantly. Could it be that all the students inside have perished? Su Zhenghan carefully sensed the situation again. Something was off. There were still numerous life signs inside, and they were human. That malevolent force that triggered the secret realm's upheaval seems to be weakening. He's injured. The Darkling demon had used shadow power to trigger the secret realm's upheaval, creating spatial turbulence. Such power could only be wielded by a commander-level demon at least at the 6th transformation stage. Under these circumstances, who could possibly wound it? Those mere 2nd and 3rd tier trainees? Su Tian didn't believe it for a second. In his view, the secret realm was vast enough. If everyone remained cautious, they might scrape by for 3 hours until reinforcements arrived. But defeating these dark legacy demons? Impossible. Even if they'd been sealed away for 1,000 years within the secret realm, it was impossible. Within the secret realm. At that moment, Aatrox was being savagely beaten by both Nasus and Rek'Sai in their angelic forms. Even with his 7th tier power, he could only desperately defend himself, utterly powerless to strike back. I will kill you. Struck once more by the searing holy blade, the world-ending sword demon descended into utter madness. He roared, determined to drag Wang Hao down with him even in death. Terrifying shadow power obscured the sky, while Wang Hao, enveloped in Xiaolu's holy light, dodged Aatrox's attacks. He needn't rush. Nasus and Rek'Sai alone were enough to finish it off. All he needed to do was stall. With the Do's assistance, Wang Hao darted through the air, weaving and dodging Aatrox's blade-based abilities. If he couldn't dodge, he'd take the hit head-on. The deer's holy light never faltered, and Wang Hao's health bar remained untouched. Boom! The explosion echoed as Nasus and Rekton's combined strike landed on Aatrox's back. Terrifying holy flames pierced through the shadow power enveloping Aatrox, igniting a raging inferno upon his body. Ah! How could this be? How could I fail? Aatrox's frantic screams echoed across the sky. Wang Hao watched the scene unfold, his eyes lighting up instantly. Perfect opportunity. Aatrox's health bar was already critically low. Now was the perfect moment to secure the kill. His body abruptly halted mid-air, channeling all his energy into the golden spear in his grasp. The entire spear erupted in dazzling golden light. Xiaolu simultaneously raised her staff, channeling a potent holy light onto Wang Hao's golden spear. Light enhancement. This was a skill Xiaolu had newly mastered upon breaking through level 25, enabling her to enchant items. It granted a temporary light enhancement effect, boosting attack power. Watching Wang Hao's actions, Nasus and Rek'Sai exchanged a glance and nodded. Simultaneously raising the double-edged blade in his hand, a surging power of ascension coursed through his entire body. Shatter the demon. Judgment. Golden beams of light descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Aatrox. Instantly, he was pinned mid-air in a sprawling, immobile form. Sacred energy surged within the beams, shattering all the shadow power surrounding him, leaving only his most primal physical defenses intact. Aatrox let out shrill, agonized screams as the blood-red greatsword in his grasp trembled uncontrollably. Cracks spread across the blade, bloodlight seeping through the fissures as it desperately struggled to break free from the pillar's grip. Yet before the two-star spirits of justice, all this was futile. As Wang Hao's golden spear glowed ever brighter, Wang Hao grinned at Aatrox, a flash of crimson light darting through his eyes. Beast blood boiled. His aura surged several-fold in an instant, the muscles on his arms swelling violently. In that moment, Wang Hao seemed to transform into a savage beast of the wilderness, radiating primal power and unbridled fury. He lowered his hips, thrust his pelvis forward, and pivoted his shoulders. Wang Hao channeled every ounce of his strength into the golden war spear. As he stepped forward, it felt as though he stood upon solid ground. The entire sky seemed to tremble, like a heavy hammer striking the earth, shaking everything around him. Die! Wang Hao hurled the spear with all his might. The golden war spear instantly transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, streaking toward Aatrox. The spearhead sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. Ataxos sensed Wang Hao's aura locking onto him. A look of terror flashed across the face of this seventh transformation demon. He had believed that after breaking the seal, he could slaughter freely outside. But he never expected to encounter a formidable opponent like Wang Hao. With merely a first transformation's power, he posed a genuine threat to Aatrox's very life. Was this the true potential of a god? The shadows will not let you go. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Aatrox's head was pierced by the golden spear, his entire body slumping lifelessly to the ground. This seventh-tier demonic beast ultimately fell at Wang Hao's feet. Successfully defeated level 105 Shadowblade Aatrox. Gained 9,700 EXP, obtained 5 fragments of the artifact Crimson Blood Greatsword. You have reached level 30. A cold system notification sounded in Wang Hao's ears. A faint white glow emanated from his body. He had leveled up. Wang Hao's level up caught everyone's attention. Only now did they realize that slaying these darkborn demons granted experience points. Unfortunately, even if they had known earlier, they couldn't have claimed this experience. Their strength was still too weak. Even the weakest 4th-tier Darkling demon was beyond their capabilities. He was actually leveling up using 4th-tier monsters that was terrifying. In other words, he was perfectly capable of soloing this dungeon. This guy must be a monster. Lucky we had him this time, otherwise we'd all be dead. Whispers rippled through the crowd below, many young women's eyes gleaming with intense admiration. Wang Hao looked up at the sky as the dark clouds gradually dispersed, allowing the dawn's light to once again bathe the land. Watching the figures of Rek'Sai and Nasus begin to fade away, a wave of respect welled up in Wang Hao's heart. Little dear, can your resurrection spell bring them back? Wang Hao asked Xiao Lu as she flew up to him. Xiao Lu sensed them briefly and shook her head. Their souls and bodies have been assimilated by this divine energy. I cannot resurrect them. Hearing Xiao Lu's answer, Azir couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow wash over him. Not even a divine beast can help, he murmured softly. But the next moment, the fawn's words reignited hope within him. Chapter 132, Ultimate Reward, Blazing Sun Technology Votes Needed. Though I cannot fully resurrect them, preserving a fragment of their true spirit is within my power. However, after preservation, they might revert to a juvenile state and lose their memories. After Xiao Lu finished speaking, Azir fell silent. But both Nasus and Riven's eyes lit up. Compared to having all their souls assimilated by the star spirit of justice, this outcome was actually quite favorable. Under the glow of Xiao Lu's resurrection spell, the scattered points of light emanating from the two gradually coalesced in the air. Moments later, they materialized into 2 small beasts, a crocodile and a dog, right where they stood. Wang Hao's eyes flashed with surprise as he gazed at the 2 creatures. They had actually awakened the bloodline of divine beasts. In Wang Hao's estimation, the concentration of divine beast blood within the forms Nithas and Rek'Sai had transformed into had reached an astonishing level. All it needed was a catalyst to fully ignite and grow into true divine beasts. Who would have thought the power of the Ascended could have such an application? If I could master this power, wouldn't that mean I could mass-produce divine beasts? The thought sent a surge of excitement coursing through Wang Hao's veins. He began scheming how to obtain the Ascendant's power from Azir. The 2 little beasts appeared and immediately began nuzzling Azir's pant legs affectionately, emitting soft whimpering sounds. Azir gazed down at the 2 little creatures at his feet, a smile spreading across his face. Bending down, he picked up the puppy-like form of Nasus and offered Wang Hao a sincere thank you. Thank you, Wang Hao. You saved not only them, but me as well. In return, whatever Shurima possesses, I shall give to you. Wang Hao chuckled, rubbing his nose. Actually, there are a few things I'd really like to have. As Azir listened to Wang Hao's proposal, he didn't refuse, merely nodding slightly. His form slowly descended onto the Sun Temple, beckoning him with a wave. Follow me. We'll discuss this further inside. At that moment, outside the secret realm, within the Celestial Dragon training camp, Su Zhang'an's face once again betrayed shock that shadow power has vanished. The secret realm has returned to normal. Lu Yan asked excitedly from the side, can we teleport them out now? Well, not yet. We must wait for the spatial turbulence to fully subside. However, we can now send people inside. Su Tian pondered for a moment before asking, can we detect the trainees' vital signs? Su Zhang'an nodded, no problem. With a series of commands, the holographic display before him instantly showed everyone's vital signs. Their health bars were mostly in the green. Seeing everyone safe and sound with no casualties, Lu Yan slowly exhaled in relief. Su Tian observed the generally favorable conditions and gave a slight nod. Can the footage from the secret realm be replayed? The cameras they had set up inside the secret realm featured remote deployment and built-in storage capabilities. Once the remote connection was severed, the footage would be stored on the internal flash memory card. Su Tian intended to use these cameras to uncover exactly what had transpired within the secret realm. Su Zhengyan inspected the cameras and nodded. They're mostly operational. The majority are online, with only a few damaged. We'll need to send someone in to assess the exact situation. Su Tian nodded, maneuvering his wheelchair to face Lu Yen. In that case, prepare your team. Judging by the children's condition, they've clearly endured a fierce battle. Lead a squad of instructors inside to stabilize the situation. Once the spatial turbulence subsides, we'll teleport you out. Lu Yen nodded and went to assemble her team for the mission. Su Tian watched the scene on the light screen where trainees were supporting each other, and the weight on his heart gradually lifted. I never imagined they could reach this level. Could you truly be that legendary figure? Within the secret realm, Wang Hao emerged from the Shurima treasury. Gazing up at the sun in the sky, a thrilled smile spread across his lips. Recalling how Azir had handed him the Sunfire Bible in the treasury just moments ago, he couldn't help but chuckle. Acquiring the Sunfire Bible from Shurima this time was a huge win. It contained not only Shurima's complete magical knowledge system but also the blueprint for constructing the Sunfire Colossus. Xiao Qingxue, Shinsini, and the others were still waiting outside the temple. Seeing Wang Hao emerge, they hurried over to ask. Wang Hao, are you okay? The Dark-End Demon's attack earlier was terrifying. If not for you, we'd all be dead by now. Wang Hao smiled and nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm fine. His words brought a slight sense of relief to all the trainees within the secret realm. This time, it was fortunate that Wang Hao was present, otherwise, who knew what fate would have befallen them. Still, it was downright reckless of the Celestial Dragon training camp to use such a dangerous secret realm for their preliminary assessment. Many silently resolved to confront the camp instructors about this once they emerged. Just then, a group of figures flew frantically through the sky. They landed on the square of Shurima. Leading them was none other than Instructor Lu Yen, whom Wang Hao had met before. Seeing that all the examinees were present, Lu Yen slowly exhaled in relief. Although the training camp had several annual fatality quotas, such fatalities occurring during the initial assessment phase had never happened before in the camp's history. Though the reason for the sudden upheaval in this secret realm remained unknown. It was fortunate that no casualties had occurred, as silver lining in this misfortune. Everyone, the shadow force has dissipated and the secret realm is returning to normal. All trainees participating in the assessment, please assemble around me. We will return together. Wang Hao and Xiao Qingxue exchanged glances, seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected even the instructors from the Celestial Dragon training camp to be involved. This incident seems far from simple. Approaching Lu Yen, Wang Hao listened briefly before grasping the situation. According to the Celestial Dragon training camp's investigation, the highest tier monsters in the Sunset Empire's secret realm should only be at the peak of the 4th transformation stage. Logically, the trainees should encounter both Nasus and Rek'Sai in Shurima, needing to assist one in slaying the other. This would help Neophili break the seal on one of the Dark-End Demons. They would then join forces with Nasus to confront 2 Dark-End Demons. Or they would join forces with Rek'Sai to battle Shurima's endless sand soldiers until the Sun Temple was finally destroyed. But they never expected Azir, the Emperor of Shurima, to awaken this time. This was a scenario they hadn't encountered in their previous 50 dungeon explorations. Wang Hao and Xiao Qingxue exchanged a glance, neither choosing to reveal the truth. After all that, they'd explored 50 times without ever figuring out what the main quest of this secret realm actually was. This was pretty impressive. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As the trainees' wristbands beeped, Lu Yen perked up instantly, urging everyone to activate the teleportation array and leave this secret realm. As the teleportation light gradually brightened, a cold system notification sounded in Wang Hao's ear. Beep. Completed level 50 Golden Secret Realm, Sunset Empire. Processing mission evaluation. Completed hidden quest, Revive the Empire. SSS, obtain special reward, Sun Altar X1. Completed main quest, Side Quest 1, Side Quest 2, Side Quest 3, Special Quest. Evaluation grade, SSS. Obtained ultimate quest reward, Blazing Sun Technology 1. Obtain Super Grade Secret Realm rewards, Divine Forge Chest X5, Divine Grade Experience Orb X20, 4th Transformation Advancement Material Chest X30, Epic Equipment Blueprint X20, Perfect Skill Chest X40, Basic Forging Material Chest X50. Staring at the relentless stream of reward notifications flooding his screen, Wang Hao sucked in a sharp breath. This was truly a windfall. Chapter 133, Results Announced. Class S. As the teleportation light flared, Wang Hao and his companions materialized at the secret realm's entrance. Seeing everyone return safely, Su Tian, standing nearby, slowly exhaled in relief. The preliminary assessment has concluded. All trainees are requested to remain in place and await the final results announcement. Su Tian's voice echoed throughout the venue. Typically, results for such preliminary assessments would be announced immediately after completion. However, due to the Secret Realm's disturbance, all trainees' wristbands had suffered varying degrees of interference. They now required additional time to verify the data within the wristbands. If the verification results were accurate, the final scores recorded in the wristbands would be used to determine class placements. At the Tianlong training camp, each cohort of trainees is assigned to classes based on their placement test scores. They were assigned to 6 classes, S, A, B, C, D, and E. Class sizes vary. Class E has 40 students, Class D has 30, Class C has 15, Class B has 7, Class A has 5, and Class S has 3. The training resources and teaching resources available to each class also vary dramatically. S class is the highest tier, while E class is the lowest. This means that the lower the class level, the fiercer the competition becomes. However, class placement alone doesn't guarantee success. On the contrary, if you don't work hard enough, you could be replaced at any moment. Because every month, the Tianlong training camp conducts a student assessment, and classes are reassigned based on the results. If you rank at the bottom in the year-end final assessment, you might even be expelled from the Tianlong training camp. Those selected for the camp are all prodigies from Dragon Nation's top academies. They would never accept leaving the camp without a fight. Therefore, until the very last moment, everyone pushes themselves to the limit to catch up with those ahead. At this moment, in a secret meeting room within the Tianlong training camp, Su Tian, Lu Yen, and several other top-tier experts of the Tianlong training camp were reviewing the events that had unfolded within the secret realm. Every move Wang Hao and his group made after entering the secret realm was under their watchful eyes. As the footage played, Wang Hao's actions came into their view. So it was him who turned the tide. Remarkable. Is he that legendary god-tier profession? Rumored to be a divine beast tamer, yet his personal combat prowess is this formidable too. Not only that, but he's also incredibly meticulous. We've explored this secret realm so many times, yet no one noticed it was a relic-type secret realm? This guy just reached the first transformation stage, yet his attributes and strength already completely surpass those of 4th stage cultivators. Even 5th stage monsters probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. Cool-headed, decisive in combat, and blessed with immense talent, this kid possesses the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse. Praise poured from their mouths, all directed at Wang Hao. His performance was simply too dazzling. Not only did he single-handedly hold back the assault of hundreds of Darkborn demons, he also held his own against the 7th-tier world-destroying sword demon, Aatrox. Compared to him, the other trainees participating in the trial assessment at the same time seemed to pale in comparison. They offered no standout moments whatsoever. Only a dozen or so could be commended for their courage charging forward to fight the darkened demons when they attacked. It seems this year's rankings will hold no surprises. But the rest performed so poorly. Have we been overprotecting them? It couldn't be helped. After all, that was the national policy. Wasn't that precisely the reason for our existence? As the discussion began to stray off topic, Su Tian clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention. Instructors, please share your feedback on the assessment results. If there are no objections, we'll finalize the rankings based on the final point totals. Agreed. With unanimous agreement, the final results of this baseline assessment were confirmed. Amidst the eager anticipation of the trainees, the results of this baseline assessment were finally announced. A compact light screen appeared on the trainees' wristbands. 1. Wang Hao, points 3,882,345, Class S Class. 2. Xiaoqing Xue, Kyoto Academy, points 985,973, Class S Class. 3. Bai Chouyue, Kyoto Academy, points 876,242, Class S Class. Wang Hao's name stood out prominently at the top of the rankings. Whoa! Seeing his staggering score, all the students present erupted in astonishment. Ah! First, Wang Hao. You're number 1. Shinsini bounced up, throwing her arms around Wang Hao in sheer excitement. Feeling the softness against his chest, Wang Hao wore a peculiar expression but didn't push her away. Xiaoqing Xue smiled beside them. Congratulations, Wang Hao. You really did come in first. Glancing at Shinsini in his arms, Xiaoqing Xue gave him a playful wink. Please take good care of her from now on, Wang. Ever since the Darkened Demon invasion began, Xiaoqing Xue had known Wang Hao would undoubtedly top this preliminary assessment. But she hadn't expected his score to be this high. He'd left them nearly 3 million points behind, securing a commanding lead. Bai Chouyue approached next. Tall and slender, her voice carried a cool, commanding presence. Congratulations, Wang Hao, on securing first place. She extended her hand toward Wang Hao. If it weren't for you this time, we'd have been in serious trouble. Wang Hao shook her hand and smiled faintly. It's the result of everyone's hard work. You did well too, coming in third. Bai Chouyue gave a rare smile but said nothing. Though Wang Hao knew his performance was solid, he still felt a flutter of excitement when the results were officially announced. He grinned at Xiaoqing Xue. I'll need more guidance from Master Xia in the future. Xiaoqing Xue flushed, playfully swatting him. What's with Xia Jianxian? That's so embarrassing.
Only then did Shinsini realize how excited she'd gotten. She'd actually thrown herself into Wang Hao's arms. Meeting Wang Hao's amused gaze, she blushed and couldn't bring herself to look up.
Scrolling through the score list, Wang Hao also saw Shinsini and the others' results. 21, Xiatingting, Zhongzhou Academy, points, 125,843, Class C. 22, Zhongzhou Academy, Li Tian, points, 122,548, Class C. 23, Shinsini, points, 120,876, Class C. With Wang Hao's stellar performance setting the bar high, Xiatingting and the other scores in the hundreds of thousands went largely unnoticed.
The three of them were assigned to Class C together and agreed to form a fixed team for the Secret Realm expedition. As the results were announced one by one, all trainees were assigned to their respective classes. Once the crowd had settled down a bit, Su Tian's voice echoed in their ears.
The top scorer of this preliminary assessment is Wang Hao from Xiajiang City.
The moment Su Tian finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted around them.
Everyone congratulated Wang Hao.
Regardless of any personal grievances they might harbor, at this moment, they were all genuinely impressed. After all, Wang Hao's score was simply staggering.
Moreover, his prowess within the secret realm was undeniable.
Therefore, no one objected to him taking the top spot in this preliminary assessment. The rewards for this assessment will be distributed to everyone shortly.
For now, you may return to your dormitories to rest.
Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, our official training begins.
The group cheered and dispersed to their respective dorms. Meanwhile, Wang Hao began tallying up his gains from this outing. Chapter 134, Bountiful Harvest and Leveling Up Votes Needed.
Beyond the various treasure chest rewards for completing the mission, what pleased Wang Hao most was the extra reward for completing the hidden quest, the Sun Altar. Sun Altar, epic special building upon use, constructs an epic sun altar capable of gathering solar energy to form sunfire essence. By setting up a sacred beast altar, it can bestow the sacred beast's power upon ordinary monsters, granting blessings with a chance to activate special bloodlines. An epic special structure that produces unique materials and aids in activating bloodlines for ordinary monsters.
Without exaggeration, it could easily serve as the foundation for establishing a clan. Most people might only utilize half its potential due to the difficulty of finding divine beasts. But who is Wang Hao? He's a divine beast spirit tamer.
He has no shortage of divine beasts. Moreover, recalling the situations of Nasus and Rek'Sai before leaving the secret realm, by combining the Sun Altar with Little Deer's resurrection magic, he might even be able to mass-produce divine beasts. All this was too far-fetched.
Relying on Blazing Sun tech was far more reliable.
Compared to the two functions listed in the Sun Altar's description, it could also serve as the core of Sunfire technology to control the Sunfire Colossus and Sunfire Golem. This was crucial for Wang Hao. Fortunately, by completing the ultimate quest, he had also obtained the complete set of Blazing Sun technology documentation.
He could now recreate a Shurima within his own beast realm.
Many technologies within the Sunlight technology system relied on the Sun Altar's energy supply. Yet the Sunlit Bible Azir had given him earlier contained no instructions for constructing the Sun Altar.
Wang Hao had even asked Azir about it.
Unexpectedly, Azir replied that they didn't possess it either. Their Sun Altar was a gift from the Star Spirits, not a structure they had built themselves. Wang Hao had nearly given up hope, only to unexpectedly receive the Sun Altar as a final mission reward.
Moreover, Azir's Sunfire Bible delivered an unexpected surprise.
Though this was merely a Blazing Sun tier dungeon, placing the Sun Altar within it still unlocked the complete Shurima magical knowledge and the crafting methods for 58 types of Blazing Sun golems. Moreover, by first constructing the Sun Temple, the Sun Altar could even automatically build the required Sun Golems. Running his fingers over the Blazing Sun Bible, Wang Hao never imagined Shurima's magical civilization could be so advanced. This thing was practically equivalent to a tech chip.
Oh right.
There were also 10 perfect grade soul crystals. Wang Hao gazed at the small box on the table, recalling that as the top performer in the preliminary assessment, he was entitled to an additional reward. 10 perfect grade soul crystals. With these, he could immediately advance to his second transformation once he leveled up. Perfect grade soul crystals could substitute for any advancement material. This time, there was no question Wang Hao would definitely choose the perfect advancement again. All the materials were gathered, only his level remained. The thought alone made Wang Hao feel a bit troubled. The amount of experience required to level up was simply staggering. It was equivalent to what third transition players needed to level up 5 or 6 times. And as his level increased, the experience cap kept rising higher and higher. He could still find ways to manage the jump from first to second job. But once he reached 4th or 5th transformation, I won't even get any experience from monsters below 4th class. Then I'd be truly at a loss. Wait. The rewards this time seemed to include an experience orb. Wang Hao suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled out a blue orb from his backpack. Divine Experience Orb, divine grade item, instantly grants the user 50 million EXP points. Effect halved for awakened beings above tier 3. 50 million experience points?
A drop in the bucket. Wang Hao sighed. He had 20 of these divine experience orbs, totaling a mere 1 billion EXP. For a typical third transformation class, that would be enough to level up several times. But for him now? Barely enough for 5 levels. It wouldn't even scratch the surface of his needs. Oh well, better than nothing. After consuming all the experience orbs, Wang Hao's level rose to 34.5. He was just half a bar of experience points away from level 35. But the actual number was a staggering 3.5 billion. Who knows how many monsters he'd have to slay to fill it up. This time, however, quite a bit of psychic energy was generated. Beyond these mundane rewards, what captured Wang Hao's attention most was the spiritual energy bonus. Within the secret realm, as Wang Hao slayed countless darkborn demons, his accumulated spirit energy had reached a staggering amount. Seeing the staggering figure of over 90,000 spirit energy, Wang Hao didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately upgraded every single skill on his interface until they could no longer be enhanced. After maxing out all skills to level 10, only about 2,000 spirit energy remained. Keeping 2,000 points for emergencies, he channeled the remainder into enhancing the fawn's physique. As the fawn's attributes rose, Wang Hao's own stats reached new heights. Name, Wang Hao. Level, 34 First Job Advance. Class, Divine Beast Spirit Tamer. Title, None. Attributes, Strength 5490, Constitution 6046, Agility 5374, Spirit 5793. Spiritual Power, 2000. Skills, Affinity with all beasts LV10, Temporary Contract LV10, Blood Pack non-upgradable, True Art of Beast Taming LV10, Beast Blood Boiling LV10, Life Sharing LV10, Mark of the Wild LV10, Will of the Beast King LV10. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction as he examined his attribute panel. After a moment's thought, he turned and entered the beast taming realm. At that moment, Moon Shadow and Little Deer were leading Calamity Serpent and Purple Flame in clearing a patch of land, meticulously sorting and organizing the various supplies they'd gathered from the secret realm. Yue Ying complained to Wang Hao, seriously, could you bring in something useful? Always making us do this menial work, don't you care about our dignity? Wang Hao smiled and nodded. That's exactly why I came here. Surveying the mountains of supplies, Wang Hao soared skyward, examining the beast-taming realm from a bird's eye view. Currently, due to insufficient primordial world energy, the beast-taming realm covered less than 10 acres, smaller than some residential complexes in Xiajian City. The terrain consisted of just a few small hills, lacking rivers, forests, or any other features. After a moment's thought, Wang Hao used his authority to consolidate all the hills into one mass, creating a flat plain below. He then relocated Xiaolu, Yuing, and the others to the mid-slopes. Descending, Wang Hao placed the sun altar at the plain's center. As the altar touched down, a blinding pillar of light shot down from the sun in the sky. The ground rumbled as a circular altar, carved from massive stones, slowly rose from the earth. The sun disk floated up from the altar, hovering above it and rotating in a steady, rhythmic motion. Feeling the emergence of the sun altar, Wang Hao sensed as if the earth beneath his feet had become one unified whole. A steady stream of energy poured down from the heavens, absorbed by the sun altar and channeled back into the earth below. He believed that over time, this would transform the land into fertile soil, brimming with boundless vitality. Gazing at the empty altar above the platform, Wang Hao retrieved the Blazing Sun scripture from his bag. Then he placed the Blazing Sun scripture inside. As he gently placed the Sun Bible, the altar erupted in a blinding radiance, bathing the entire world in golden light. Greetings, Creator. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Bible. I am the Bible Spirit. Please issue your command. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow as he observed the Sun Bible hovering above the altar. He hadn't expected Shurima's magical technology to have advanced to this level. Spirit of the Bible, what functions do you possess? Reporting to Your Excellency, I can control all Blazing Sun technology within the Sun altar's reach and construct or produce required structures and Blazing Sun golems according to your directives. Furthermore, should you require it, I can channel stored energy from the Sun altar to provide sun shields for relevant Sunfire technology units. Furthermore, I can offer development recommendations based on the current situation. As he listened to the spirit of the Bible, Wang Hao's eyes gradually brightened. Isn't this essentially an AI butler? This is truly a huge win. Chapter 135, The Mountain Sea Conference with Qin Yan vote sought. According to the Holy Spirit's report, Wang Hao could now unlock level 1 structures and the basic magic list from Sunfire technology. He could construct 3 types of magic golems, the basic building golem, the basic gathering golem, and the basic defense golem. The basic construction golem can build various fundamental structures documented in the Blazing Sun Bible. If Wang Hao obtains blueprints for other building types and gathers the required materials, construction can proceed. The basic gathering golem can collect resources required for constructing buildings and producing other golems. However, resources within Wang Hao's current beast-taming realm remain scarce, rendering it temporarily unusable. He would need to venture into resource-rich secret realms later to gather more and bring them back to his beast-taming realm. The basic defense golem, meanwhile, provides Wang Hao with fundamental patrol and defensive capabilities. Moreover, since the basic defense golem's form is more humanoid than the other two types, it can also be utilized as a servant. After pondering briefly, Wang Hao ordered the Holy Scripture Spirit to produce 30 units of each of the 3 basic golem types to meet the current construction needs of his beast-taming realm. After speaking, Wang Hao paused and addressed the Holy Scripture Spirit. By the way, constantly calling you Spirit of the Holy Scriptures is a bit awkward. From now on, I'll call you Haotian. You may address me as Master. Haotian humbly obeys your command. Wang Hao nodded. At that moment, Yueying and Xiaolu descended from the mid-mountain campsite, riding upon Ziyan. Sensing the approach of the divine beasts, the sun altar flickered with light. Haotian's voice immediately echoed. Divine beast detected. Sacrifice may be performed to activate blessing of sacrifice. 9 live celestial soul cat worshipable. Upon worship, the altar gains the swift as the wind blessing. Within its range, all building production time is reduced by 10, all unit movement speed and attack speed increase by 5, and the chance for lightning and shadow attribute monsters to evolve their bloodline doubles during the blessing. Divine Light Deer worshipable. Upon worship, the altar gains the Divine Light Blessing effect. Within its range, all structures gain plus 15 HP, all units gain plus 5 HP regeneration and plus 5 resilience. The chance for light attribute monsters to evolve during the blessing ritual doubles. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow at the differing worship effects of the moon shadow and the little deer. He hadn't expected this sun altar to possess such functionality. It seemed he could now choose different divine beasts to worship based on his needs. Within his beast-taming realm, no enemies could invade, making the fawn's offering effect somewhat redundant. If he could build additional sun altars and establish his own territory outside, Xiaolu's offering effect would become crucial. But for now, production speed was undoubtedly the higher priority. Therefore, Wang Hao directly chose to set Moon Shadow as the divine beast for worship. As Wang Hao confirmed his choice, a colossal statue abruptly rose from the center of the sun altar. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Moon Shadow transformed into the form of a 9 live celestial soul cat. Moreover, Moon Shadow seemed to have formed a faint yet tangible connection with the altar. Ha! This feeling. Yueying closed her eyes to sense it deeply, then exclaimed with delight to Wang Hao. I sense a slight increase in the divine essence within me. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. Divine essence. The standard by which all divine beings are measured. Whether deities or divine beasts, the higher their divine essence, the higher their rank. Currently, Yueying and Xiaolu are merely low-tier divine beasts. If their divine essence could be elevated, advancing to mid-tier divine beasts would not be impossible. Yet to date, among all known human methods, none can enhance divinity. Who would have thought the sun altar could do it? The question is, by how much does this so-called enhancement actually increase it? How much did your divinity increase? Yueying carefully sensed it, then pouted and said, if it was 100 points before, then just now it increased by 0.00001 points, I guess. Hearing Yueying's words, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit deflated. Is that even an improvement? Still, something is better than nothing. He had no idea what conditions the sun altar required to enhance Yueying's divinity. He'd have to experiment with them one by one in the future. Observing the various golems produced by the sun altar using diverse materials. The basic construction golem resembled a small cube. It could autonomously build structures according to blueprints, spewing out various building materials from its mouth to construct buildings like a 3D printer. The basic gathering golem, meanwhile, resembled a mining robot equipped with a multifunctional backpack. It appeared capable of mining, logging, and conjuring different tools as needed for the task at hand. Only the basic defensive golem retained a semblance of human form, resembling an armored warrior though unarmed. According to Haotian's explanation, these defensive golems currently lack combat skill modules. Activating their battle functions requires unlocking the 3rd tier of Sunfire technology. At that point, you can upgrade them according to your needs into shield soldiers, spearmen, archers, cavalry, and magic golems. Gazing at these golems, Wang Hao suddenly recalled the 2 sun golems he had defeated still lay in his backpack. Pulling them out of his backpack, Wang Hao asked Haotian, Haotian, can you repair and control these 2 golems? After the sun altar emitted a beam of light to scan them, Haotian provided his response. The technology for the blazing sun colossus has not yet been unlocked. Repair is impossible. Wang Hao felt a slight pang of disappointment. He didn't bother putting the statues away, instead tossing them outside the sun altar to serve as gatekeepers. Then, accompanied by Moon Shadow and Little Deer, he returned to the camp halfway up the mountain to rest. Before departing, Wang Hao ordered Hao Tian to construct basic structures and establish the camp using available materials. The next morning, Wang Hao awoke during Yueying's morning training routine. After sparring with her for an hour, he stepped out of the room feeling refreshed and invigorated. Surveying the bustling camp below, Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. This was his most secure rear base, how could he not build it up properly? Next, he planned to venture into some secret realms to gather resources to enrich his beast-taming realm. Ideally, he hoped to uncover clues to the world's origin and absorb some of its essence to expand the scope of his beast-taming realm. After leaving the beast-taming realm, Wang Hao had just returned to his dormitory when a notification alert sounded on his cadet wristband. Opening the bracelet, he found a message from someone named Qin Yan. Junior Wang Hao, I am Qin Yan of the Mountain Sea Society. Hearing of your triumph in securing first place in the assessment, I extend my congratulations. Our society dedicates itself to conquering the Mountain Sea secret realm. Should you have interest, please visit us at your leisure for a discussion. As he read the message, a gleam of sharpness flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. The Mountain Sea secret realm. He knew it all too well, the terrifying realm that had claimed his parents' lives. Now that Wang Hao's strength was sufficient, it was time to consider avenging his parents. Chapter 136, Curriculum and Practice Votes Needed. He slipped into the uniform provided by the training camp. Wang Hao stepped out of the dormitory and headed toward the sports field. Along the way, he kept overhearing people discussing yesterday's placement assessment. Did you hear? There's apparently a monster among this year's freshmen. Yeah, I heard he scored over 3 million points. That's insane. Holy crap, our highest score was only around 500,000. This guy got over 3 million? He must be cheating. Cheating? Show me how you cheat. Treating the secret realm like a game, huh? Ugh, what a freak. He's supposedly a god tier class 2. No idea how strong he really is. Hey, I heard he's got this busted deer girl as his healer. Her healing output is insane. Holy crap, now I'm even more jealous. Wang Hao. After half an hour of tedious speeches in the plaza, the new Dragon's Ascent training camp enrollment ceremony concluded smoothly. Everyone was assigned to different classes based on their placement test results. Sitting in the spacious classroom, Wang Hao glanced at his two deskmates on either side, Xia Qingshui and Bai Chouyue. Both were familiar faces. Nodding briefly to both, Wang Hao settled into his seat and waited quietly for class to begin. To be honest, he was quite looking forward to the Tianlong training camp curriculum. It was said that the camp frequently invited 6th-tier masters from various professions to teach. Moreover, they would tailor growth plans based on each trainee's unique characteristics and specific circumstances. Since Wang Hao hadn't taken any other Awaken-related courses before, he was genuinely looking forward to this training program. He hoped it would bring him some surprises. Within minutes, Lu Yan entered the classroom carrying a tablet. Glancing at the three seated in the classroom, Lu Yan gave a slight nod. Hello, everyone. I'm Lu Yan, the homeroom teacher for Class S. First, congratulations to all three of you for entering Class S. I hope we won't have to replace anyone within this year. I have all your records. Familiarize yourselves with them privately after class. We won't waste time on introductions. Next, I'll outline our Class S teaching plan. Lu Yan explained the situation concisely, manipulating the tablet in her hand. A light screen instantly appeared before Wang Hao and the others. First, let me outline the benefits for S-Class students. As S-Class students, you three will receive 500 Celestial Dragon points weekly. These points can be used to purchase cultivation supplies in the Academy Mall. If you're unsure about anything, refer to the instructions. Within the training camp, S-Class students enjoy free access to any library book without time restrictions. You also receive a 50-point discount on usage fees for the Physical Training Hall, Psionic Hall, and Training Hall compared to other classes, plus priority access to apply for the Skills Laboratory. I won't list the other 37 privileges here. Review your class guidelines after class. After finishing her explanation, Lu Yan didn't give the three below a chance to speak. She slid her tablet and continued. Regarding the curriculum, there's little value in having you attend those miscellaneous lectures. Therefore, I plan to have you complete 12 general education courses including Monster Studies, Basic Occupational Identification, and Secret Realm Fundamentals within a week. Wang Hao stared at the densely packed schedule before him, feeling a chill run down his spine. What the hell? Classes from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.? Is there even time to rest? Even his senior year in high school hadn't been this grueling. He glanced at Bai Chouyue and Xia Qingshui, who looked perfectly unfazed. The words on the tip of his tongue vanished back into his throat. Lu Yan continued, after the first week, I'll conduct individual assessments for each of you. Based on your personal strengths and weaknesses, I'll create customized training plans. Professional instructors will be assigned to teach according to these plans. Any questions about this arrangement? Staring at the seemingly endless list of books before him, Wang Hao felt a headache coming on. How could he possibly finish all these books in just 1 week? Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yan clapped her hands. Since there are no objections, let's get started. Watching Lu Yan pull out her tablet and swipe through it briefly, dozens of e-books were shared to the three students' personal terminals. Now, let's begin our first lesson, Monsterology. The books just shared are your reading materials for this class. The first 3 cover foundational monsterology, cataloging every monster species currently known in the world. Just familiarize yourselves with them. The subsequent books. Listening to Lu Yan teach monster lore, Wang Hao felt as though he'd opened a door to a whole new world. How to deduce a monster's attributes and weaknesses from its appearance. How to discern a monster's skill characteristics when reconnaissance spells fail. How to identify the most valuable mutated body parts on a monster. Like a parched sponge, Wang Hao greedily absorbed every scrap of knowledge concerning monsters. What had once been a vague understanding of these creatures gradually crystallized into clear comprehension. Lu Yan's explanations were both thorough and accessible. She not only detailed the appearances and attack patterns of various monsters but also provided in-depth analyses of their behavioral patterns and habitats. Wang Hao listened with rapt attention, constantly jotting notes on his personal terminal, afraid to miss a single detail. Remember, understanding monsters is the key to defeating them, Lu Yan emphasized. Each creature possesses unique habits and vulnerabilities. Only by mastering this information can we devise effective combat strategies. Wang Hao nodded in agreement, his fascination with monster studies deepening. He began to ponder whether the knowledge gained from this lesson could be applied to his own cultivation of divine beasts. Half a day passed in a flash, and the monster studies class drew to a close. That concludes this morning's session. Review the remaining textbooks before returning. We'll conduct a pop quiz in 3 days. Lu Yan clapped her hands. Oh, and one more thing, remember, only 30% of your monthly assessment score comes from classroom performance. The remaining 70% is based on practical work. You'd better find teammates early to avoid scrambling for partners during the practical training. With that, she shot Wang Hao a meaningful glance before leaving with her tablet. Wang Hao was a bit confused. Practical training? What kind of practical training? Xia Qingxue, standing nearby, smiled and explained to him, the Tianlong training camp assigns practical training tasks every month, whether it's gathering materials, finding equipment, capturing monsters, or conquering secret realms. Participants can form teams based on their abilities to complete these tasks together. The camp evaluates performance based on task completion. The final score combines classroom grades with this practical training score to form the monthly assessment result. After hearing Xia Qingxue's explanation, Wang Hao finally understood. This was essentially the same as the sect quests in games. But this was actually beneficial. These missions allowed trainees to venture deep into secret realms and battle monsters, preventing them from becoming delicate flowers sheltered from the world. Seeing Wang Hao's understanding expression, Xia Qingxue smiled and gave him a wink. So, Wang Hao, wanna team up? Chapter 137, Spirit Card Battle Armor, White Dragon Votes Needed. In the end, Wang Hao declined Xia Qingxue's invitation to team up. I'll wait until the practical training assignments are handed out before looking at them. Stepping out of the classroom, Wang Hao walked along the path, silently fingering the trainee wristband on his wrist. Should he seek out the Mountain Sea Society? All these years of searching, and I haven't found a single clue about the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm. I wonder if they have a way to enter the Mountain Sea Secret Realm. After a moment's thought, Wang Hao made up his mind. He found a contact code on his wristband and dialed it. At the same time, inside a villa at the Tianlong training camp, a twin ponytailed girl glared wide-eyed at the narrow-eyed man sipping tea across from her, shouting, "What? You actually messaged him directly?" The squinty-eyed man sipped his tea and nodded. "Yeah, it's not like it's anything to hide. I just had a Lo find his communication code from the internal system and sent him a message. It wasn't difficult for A Lu anyway." The bespectacled guy playing on his computer looked up, gave both of them a thumbs up, and smiled, revealing 8 teeth. The twin-tailed girl tugged at her hair, exasperated. "Is this even a question of difficulty? Aren't you being too hasty? Shouldn't we at least arrange a chance encounter or meet up first? At the very least, give him a call first." Squinty Eyes held his teacup, looking at her in confusion. Does it have to be that complicated? Su Chang was on the verge of breaking down. Was this even about being troublesome? Some stranger suddenly messages her out of nowhere, spouting nonsense. She'd have to be crazy not to think he's a con artist. Xinyan pinched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed. He hadn't really thought about that aspect. Well, I wrote that message pretty sincerely. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Just as Su Chang was about to say something else, the bracelet on Xinyan's wrist suddenly buzzed. Seeing the caller ID, Xinyan chuckled and pointed at it. "See? Here it comes." Su Chang froze, then stubbornly retorted, "He's definitely calling to yell at you. Who knows what nasty things he'll say next?" Xinyan ignored her and answered the call. "Hello, this is Xinyan. Yes, we have the relevant materials here. Alright, I'll send you the address." After a brief exchange, Xinyan hung up and nodded to Su Chang, who was still in a daze. "He'll be over for dinner shortly. Let's get things ready." Hearing Xinyan's words, Su Chang froze for a moment. Is this Wang Hao really that bold? Doesn't he fear they might be scammers? Or has socializing become this straightforward nowadays? Meanwhile, within the Kyoto Academy, Asuka Kamehane watched Heli buying ice cream nearby, narrowing her eyes slightly. So these guys showed up too. This is getting interesting. Opening her folding fan to partially conceal her face, Asuka Kamatsuru's eyes flashed with sharp intelligence. She'd been fretting over where to start her search, but these individuals from the Temple of Light seemed guided by fate. Following them would surely lead her to Wang Hao. Perhaps she could even eliminate this generation's holy maiden while she was at it. Ha! Asuka Kamatsura chuckled wickedly, her eyes darting as a plan instantly formed. Little sister, let me show you the ultimate pleasures of this world. After 3 days of experimentation, Jobo finally produced a barely functional prototype of the Spirit Card battle armor. The armor was entirely silver-white, adorned with blue stripes, powered by Spirit Card storage units on the chest and waist. Spirit Card battle units were mounted on both hands and the waist, allowing different Spirit Cards to be activated as combat demanded. Currently, Jobo possessed the Spirit Card in Fireball card. Drawing on his own insights, he had innovatively created the Swiftness card and Giant Strength card, which largely met his combat requirements. Moreover, while crafting these spirit cards, Jobo was pleasantly surprised to discover they could also enhance his spiritual power, addressing the final weakness in his martial arts training. Holding his homemade holographic helmet, Jobo took a deep breath. Spirit Card battle armor, first wear test, activate. As he slipped on the helmet, its built-in AI instantly activated. 5 cameras projected the entire surrounding environment directly onto Jobo's retinas. Spirit Card battle armor, White Dragon, fully equipped. White Dragon, initiate battle armor self-check. Battle armor self-check in progress. Accompanied by the White Dragon's voice, intricate mechanisms throughout Jobo's armor activated, while a waterfall-like cascade of data streamed across the projected display before his eyes. Battle armor self-check complete. All systems operational. Energy reserves at 100%. Hearing the White Dragon's voice, Jobo's lips curved into a faint smile. Let's go. We'll fly out and take a look. With a thought, Jobo's battle armor erupted with 2 streams of scorching flames from its soles, propelling him skyward. Whoosh! The immense thrust propelled him, armor and all, straight through the roof and into the sky. Fortunately, Jobo lived in a villa district, and the room was empty. Otherwise, this sudden ascent would have likely injured quite a few people. Woohoo! Take off! Jobo shouted excitedly from within his battle armor as he soared rapidly through the sky. Current speed, 567 km/h. Flight status, stable. Bai Long's voice echoed in Jobo's ears. The suit's multifunctional sensors and real-time data analysis system allowed him to monitor his flight status instantly. Ha! This is incredible. Is this what flying feels like? Jobo soared freely through the sky, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of speed. The disappointment of his failed awakening vanished completely in that moment. After soaring wildly through the air for a while, Jobo descended. Due to Xiajiang City's recent demonic monster siege, the station Dragon Guardians remained somewhat on edge. In such a tense period, Jobo dared not act recklessly. Getting mistaken for a flying monster and shot down would be downright embarrassing. Landing in the villa's backyard, his gaze flickered slightly as he surveyed the pre-prepared target. Alright, time to test the combat functions. Xiajiang City Dragon Guard Command Center. A Dragon Guardian was conducting routine surveillance checks. Suddenly, he let out a soft gasp. The team leader on duty approached and asked, "What's wrong? Any issues?" The Dragon Guardian pointed at the map on the screen. The energy monitoring system just registered a brief, intense energy spike here, but it vanished almost instantly. The team leader asked in a low voice, "What was the reading?" After a moment of operation, the Dragon Guardian reported, the peak reading hit 398, approaching 400. 398. The team leader pondered. 3rd tier peak? After a moment's thought, he patted the Dragon Guardian on the shoulder. Record it. Keep monitoring. If this happens again, notify me immediately. Understood. Staring at the test target he'd obliterated, Jobo swallowed hard. A fireball spell unleashed at full power was truly terrifying. A single strike had shattered the target made of magic flame essence iron. This was precious material capable of withstanding 3rd tier demons. And it couldn't even withstand a single fireball spell. Staring at the now dull fireball card on his arm, Jobo muttered to himself. Brother Hao, you've given me something truly incredible. Chapter 138, The Mountain Sea's Secret Realm Votes Needed. Seated at the center of the tea table, Qin watched the boiling kettle and spoke softly. The Mountain Sea's Secret Realm is a unique hidden realm in the northern part of the capital. It first appeared 30 years ago and opens once every 3 years, remaining accessible for only 3 months each time. The last opening was 3 years ago. Hearing Qin words, Wang Hao's heart jolted. 3 years ago. Qin nodded, passing the brewed tea to Wang Hao. Indeed, because many of the monsters within bear striking resemblances to those described in our ancient Dragon Nation text, the classic of mountains and seas, it was named the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm. It is a resource-rich secret realm, containing vast quantities of rare treasures and natural wonders. However, due to its generally stable nature, it has been classified as a calamity-level secret realm. But in my view, that thing is no different from an apocalyptic secret realm. Countless lives have been lost internationally as organizations scramble to find a way to keep the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm permanently open. Wang Hao sipped his tea in small sips, his eyes flashing with sharp intelligence. He knew it all along that secret realm disturbance was no accident. Who was behind it? Which organization was behind it? He would never let these people off the hook. Qin, unaware of Wang Hao's complex feelings toward the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm, continued his report.
Current intelligence indicates most monsters within the realm are around 4th to 5th transformation levels.
The highest-ranking monster commander is 6th transformation level.
The central area is suspected to harbor monsters of 8th or even 9th transformation levels.
Wang Hao set down his teacup and said in a grave voice. 6th tier Sea Dragon King. Xin Yan glanced at him with surprise.
He hadn't expected Wang Hao to even know the names of these monsters. It seemed Wang Hao was quite familiar with the mountain and sea secret realm.
This made him even more confident in persuading Wang Hao.
He nodded in agreement, picking up Wang Hao's thread.
Exactly. It's just one of them.
The others are the Diamond Demon Ape, Ironwing Flying Eagle, Mountain Moving Golden Ox, White Jade Giant Elephant, and 9-headed Yellow Lion. These 6 sixth transformation demon kings are collectively known as the 6 sacred beasts, jointly guarding the 6 cardinal directions of the mountain and sea secret realm.
As he spoke, Xin Yan glanced at Wang Hao and added with a smile. It said they might even carry the bloodline of divine beasts.
He knew Wang Hao's profession was divine beast tamer, and he believed Wang Hao wouldn't miss any clues related to divine beasts.
Divine beasts? Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. Just as Xin Yan had anticipated, as a divine beast tamer, Wang Hao wouldn't pass up any opportunity to capture one. Currently, he only had Moon Shadow and Little Deer as divine beasts. Having to fight battles himself was somewhat disappointing. Counting that strange divine beast that had appeared and vanished without a trace, he still had 2 contract slots left. Perhaps he could find another one within the mountain and sea secret realm. Seeing Wang Hao's expression unchanged, Xin Yan showed no impatience. Instead, he smiled faintly and reached out to refill Wang Hao's now empty teacup. Indeed, but what exactly it was remained unknown.
But rumor has it, someone once heard the cry of a phoenix deep within the mountain and sea secret realm.
Xin Yan added,
smiling as he observed the astonished look on Wang Hao's face.
The phoenix cry of our dragon nation, not the western phoenix. Wang Hao offered no reply, merely sipping his tea repeatedly. After a moment of silence, he asked Xin Yan.
Why are you attempting to conquer the mountain sea secret realm?
Xin Yan raised an eyebrow and countered. Don't you know?
Every cohort of Tianlong training camp graduates must conquer a new secret realm and produce a realm guide to graduate successfully. I had bad luck and drew the mountain sea secret realm. During our previous exploration, we nearly wiped out the entire team inside.
Wang Hao.
Su Chang rolled her eyes as she opened the door carrying a lunchbox. Setting it on the table, she addressed Wang Hao.
Don't listen to his nonsense.
At graduation, the difficulty and score of the dungeon guide you create are directly linked. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon you conquer, the more points you earn. That's why we're all here to team up and conquer the mountain sea secret realm for higher scores. After all, aside from the Changbai Mountain secret realm, the most dangerous place in all of Dragon Nation is the mountain sea secret realm. She puckered her lips and began counting on her fingers as she spoke. Let's see, the next realm opening should coincide with your graduation. So, what do you say?
Want to join us? Hearing Su Cheng's explanation, Wang Hao finally understood.
So all this time, tackling the mountain sea secret realm was their graduation project.
No wonder they couldn't graduate. What kind of person would choose this topic? How is this any different from choosing a bachelor's thesis topic like how to manually achieve nuclear fusion in a dorm room? But then again, it made sense.
There weren't many unexplored secret realms left in Longwa, and no new ones had appeared in decades, leaving them with few options. According to Dragon Nation's secret realm management regulations, each realm could only be open to the public after the government officially released detailed exploration guidelines and dispatched personnel to verify its conditions. Typically, realms either remain sealed by the government or are opened as commercial realms available for corporate contracts. As for calamity-level secret realms like the Mountain Sea Secret Realm, where no official guide exists, they are typically placed under strict government control. The entrance is heavily monitored to prevent unauthorized individuals from entering and potentially triggering irreversible disasters. After processing their introductions, Wang Hao pondered for a moment before speaking in a solemn tone. So according to you, I could easily explore the Mountain Sea Secret Realm solo.
Why would I need to team up with you? Hearing Wang Hao's words, Su Chang grew impatient. What was this guy playing at? Trying to leech off their intelligence for free? Xin Yan waved his hand, signaling Su Chang to calm down.
Pointing to the boxed meals on the table, he smiled at Wang Hao.
Let's talk over lunch. This is from Huang's private kitchen. Their dishes are notoriously hard to get.
Picking up his bowl and chopsticks, Xin Yan chewed slowly while explaining to Wang Hao.
There are 3 main reasons. First, your strength is sufficient. Though you're only at the first transformation now, you're likely on par with most 3rd or 4th transformation awakened ones. Second, you're a god tier class. While we don't know your specific methods against divine beasts, having you on our side means we won't be helpless if we encounter one in the Mountain Sea Secret Realm. Finally, most of us here are combat-focused classes. Your addition would significantly diversify our tactical options. Xin Yan smiled as he pushed his rice around. Besides, if you're truly intent on entering the Mountain Sea Secret Realm, it's best to go in a group. Perils lurk everywhere within survival is nearly impossible alone without trusted allies. Instead of struggling to assemble a new team yourself, why not join ours? Listening to Qin Yan's words, Wang Hao fell silent. He had to admit Qin Yan made a compelling case. For a moment, he was genuinely tempted. After some thought, he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked one final question. Why should I trust you? At Wang Hao's question, Qin Yan smiled faintly, offering no reply. Instead, he gestured toward the food on the table. Let's eat first. We've got plenty of time. Oh, and if you're struggling with any courses, feel free to come find us. I graduated with straight S's in my general education exams, you know. Wang Hao. Thanks for reminding me I have a general education class this afternoon. Chapter 139, Comprehensive Exam Votes Needed. In the end, Wang Hao still declined Qin Yan's invitation. But he didn't refuse either. He simply said he'd think it over, since the opening of the Mountain Sea Secret Realm was still some time away, and he wanted to consider it carefully. Qin Yan didn't press him further, merely nodding with a smile as he saw him off from the villa compound. Lying on his dorm bed, Wang Hao stared blankly at the light strip on the ceiling. Should he really agree to join Qin Yan and his group? As he'd said, more people meant greater safety in such a perilous realm. But I have Moon Shadow and Little Deer. Their strength shouldn't be much weaker than theirs, and crucially, they wouldn't stab me in the back. Do I really need to find teammates? Wang Hao felt a bit lost. Ever since his successful awakening, he'd mostly operated solo. He rarely joined groups for expeditions. It wasn't that he didn't trust others, it was that he'd seen far too many cases of so-called teammates betraying and killing their own. Unless absolutely necessary, he genuinely preferred to go it alone. Weak players would slow him down. The strong ones would see him as a burden. For someone like him, having Moon Shadow and Little Deer plus Calamity Serpent and Purple Flame was just right. If he could contract more monsters and divine beasts later on, he alone would be a team. He'd have no need to team up with others. Currently, Moon Shadow can handle the assassin role, Little Deer serves as the healer, Calamity Snake temporarily acts as a frontline tank to absorb damage, and Purple Flame is the mount, possessing some ranged combat capability. Next, I need to find some monsters or divine beasts capable of delivering brutal ranged damage and absorbing damage in close combat. At this thought, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh. If only he could contract a vermilion bird or a black tortoise, those two would perfectly fit his requirements. But Wang Hao knew his wishful thinking was pure fantasy. Both were legendary ancient divine beasts, what right did he have to command them as his own? Do you really think you're that handsome? What a nerve, to even think that. Pushing his gloom aside, Wang Hao thought about having another day of classes tomorrow and drifted off to sleep in a foul mood. The following week felt like a living hell to Wang Hao. Every day was either spent reading or on the way to read. In every class, the teacher assigned dozens of reference books for them to read. The problem was, Wang Hao hadn't even learned the foundational knowledge yet. Yet the teachers would casually dismiss things as too basic or simple enough to read on your own. What was taught in class sounded like gibberish to Wang Hao. Fortunately, when Wang Hao couldn't follow, Xia Qingxue was always by his side. She would often pat his shoulder and offer reassurance. I don't understand what those teachers are saying either. But every time I see your confused face, I suddenly feel at ease. Having you by my side on this journey to the bottom makes me feel so much better. Who said I'd be at the bottom with you? A faint bitterness rose in Wang Hao's heart. If only there were fewer recommended books. The problem is each one starts at tens of thousands of pages. Thankfully they're all e-books. If they were physical books, each one would probably be as massive and intimidating as the new Concept English series. With such a massive amount of information, a week wouldn't be enough to even finish reading them all, let alone master the content. At this rate, he feared he and Xia Qingxue would inevitably end up at the bottom of the class in the final exam. Just as Wang Hao was fretting over how to handle the final exam, Haotian delivered some good news. It had discovered a spell within Liang Technology's magic called memory implantation. This spell could directly infuse recorded knowledge into the user's mind through energy infusion, allowing them to instantly master incredibly complex information. Hearing this, Wang Hao nearly leaped off his desk. But the thought of all those late nights burning the midnight oil made him kick himself in frustration. Why didn't you wait until I was dead to tell me? He immediately ordered Haotian to prepare the memory implantation spell. Without delay, Wang Hao downloaded every single recommended textbook from the past few days' lectures and stored them on his personal terminal. Arriving at the Sun Altar, Wang Hao never imagined his first use of this sacred site would be for exam cheating. It was beyond ridiculous. Master, memory infusion is ready. Shall we begin immediately? Seated upon the altar's grand chair, Wang Hao drew a deep breath. Begin! As the runes on the Sun Altar began to spin, bursts of magical light flared. The vast storehouse of knowledge within Haotian surged into Wang Hao's mind in the form of magical runes. Gritting his teeth against the throbbing pain in his head, Wang Hao felt waves of unfamiliar knowledge burrowing into his mind at an odd angle. The sensation was peculiar. It was as if countless pieces of knowledge, unknown to him just a moment ago. Yet the next moment, it became as deeply ingrained as common sense. It was as if it had become an instinctive part of his thinking, as natural as a cat climbing a tree or a mouse digging a hole. Memory transfer complete, Master. How do you feel? Wang Hao shook his head, forcing back the headache as he answered. I feel terrifyingly powerful right now. The next day, in the exam hall, Wang Hao glanced at the test paper before him and let out a cold laugh. Is this it? I could answer this with my eyes closed. The vast reservoir of knowledge in his mind made tackling these questions as easy as eating and drinking. Combined with the memory infusion that allowed him to instantly recall information based on keywords, taking the exam felt like an open book test. Every answer he wrote down was spot on. Swish! The electronic pen glided swiftly across the tablet as Wang Hao effortlessly solved one problem after another. In just half an hour, he finished the entire exam. Without a second glance, he clicked submit without hesitation. The advantage of computer-based testing was that you could see your score instantly after submitting. Seeing Wang Hao so confidently strutting his stuff, Xiao Qingxue pouted. This guy, even if he's giving up, he shouldn't just hand in a blank sheet. At least fill in the multiple choice answers. She assumed Wang Hao couldn't do it, so he just handed in a blank sheet. She'd seen this kind of thing before at the prestigious university. But she never imagined Wang Hao would be such a poor student too. Lu Yan had been watching Wang Hao the whole time. Seeing him mark answers decisively, she shook her head in disappointment. She knew Wang Hao had only been a high school student until recently. Most of the university courses were entirely new to him. But she never imagined he'd take exams so carelessly. He probably hadn't studied much at all during this period and was just guessing wildly. Watching Wang Hao hand in his paper, no one stopped him. They were already pondering what words to use to console him when the zero score came out. Under everyone's gaze, the final score appeared on the tablet in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao, 98 points. Xiao Qingxue. Lu Yan. A near-perfect score. Wang Hao reviewed the error analysis and realized he'd lost 2 points because his handwriting was too hasty. A connected stroke caused a typo in the multiple-choice question. All other answers were correct. Setting down the tablet, Wang Hao stretched lazily, stood up, and looked at Lu Yan, asking, Teacher, can I leave now? Seeing the 98 on Wang Hao's tablet, the words of consolation stuck in Lu Yan's throat, unable to escape. Could he really be a genius? Seeing Wang Hao's earnest expression, Lu Yan opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. She nodded and let him leave. Below, Xiao Qingxue gaped at Wang Hao's score. He actually scored 98. We agreed to be academic underachievers together. How come you're the only one soaring ahead? Chapter 140, Blazing Fire Squad votes needed. Finally, the comprehensive exam results were released. Xiao Qingxue was indeed at the bottom. And she was dead last among all trainees in her cohort. Staring at her dismal 32-point score, Xiao Qingxue's face turned green with rage. Her hand trembled uncontrollably as she held the test paper. 32 points. 32 points. How could she possibly show her face to the people of Jiangdong now? She resolved firmly to study diligently from now on and achieve a good score on the retake. Qingxue, we're heading to Wangfujing for some shopping. Want to come? Outside, several friends from the same academy in the capital asked Xiao Qingxue. With the comprehensive exam over, the training camp had granted a rare half-day off, and they decided to go out and have some fun. Ah, wait a moment. I'll just change clothes and be right there. Xiao Qingxue's eyes lit up. She quickly tossed aside her tablet and began searching for clothes suitable for shopping. 32 points? What 32 points? Does academic performance even matter now that we're all professionals? Meanwhile, Wang Hao was also preparing his things for the afternoon outing. He planned to use the holiday break to explore the secret realms around the capital, checking which one would be most convenient for gathering materials. After all, the divine beasts Moon Shadow and Little Deer may be small, but they eat a lot. They won't touch anything that doesn't suit their palate, lacks nutritional value, or isn't fresh. Just their daily meals alone cost Wang Hao millions. Fortunately, he was inside the Celestial Dragon training camp. If he were outside, Wang Hao wouldn't have a clue where to source all that. Fortunately, Wang Hao had stockpiled a significant amount of monster materials during the Shazheng City defense battle, selling them for hundreds of millions. Otherwise, his personal funds alone wouldn't have been enough to support these two little creatures. After leaving the camp, he hailed a cab and headed straight for the capital Secret Realm Management Center. Unlike Shazheng City, all secret realms in the capital were centrally managed by the administration center. After applying at the center, one would board a special vehicle to reach the realm's entrance. 13 public secret realms of varying sizes dotted the Kyoto area. Excluding the lower-level, low-reward special secret realms, only 3 actually met Wang Hao's requirements. These were the level 99 Diamond Secret Realm Chaos Great Wall in northern Kyoto, a challenge-type realm centered on Great Wall defense battles featuring 4th-tier monsters like Chaos Fiends, Rotten Demon Bones, Cavern Crawlers, and White Lotus Cultists. It primarily yields special ores and potion ingredients. The monsters aren't particularly strong, but their sheer numbers make it unpopular with most adventurers. The Imperial Mausoleum, a level 102 Diamond Secret Realm northwest of the capital, is a story-driven realm set within ancient imperial tombs. It features 4 stages with 3 bosses, labyrinths, traps, and ghosts, making it a favorite among puzzle enthusiasts. The Eternal Forest, a level 125 diamond secret realm south of the capital, is a resource-focused realm set in a primeval forest. Its primary monsters include drywood tree ants, satyrs, and harpies, yielding wood-based materials and special potions. Wang Hao immediately ruled out the Imperial Mausoleum. After all, he really didn't like all that ghostly stuff. Moreover, investing significant effort to conquer a secret realm only to harvest a few soul essences felt utterly unprofitable. After a moment's thought, Wang Hao decided to check out the Eternal Forest first. After all, the beast-taming realm felt too monotonous right now. Transplanting some trees and plants in there would be a relatively better option. He took a vehicle to the Secret Realm Management Center. Stepping inside, Wang Hao felt as if he'd entered a subway station. The clamor of people forming groups filled his ears, making it indistinguishable from the dark forest in Xiajiang City. Approaching the ticket window, Wang Hao presented his Tianlong training camp student wristband. Currently only at the second transformation stage, he was still ineligible to enter the Diamond Secret Realm according to management regulations. However, members of the Celestial Dragon Training Camp enjoyed special privileges, allowing them unrestricted access to any secret realm, even those not yet officially opened. The young woman issuing the Secret Realm Access Pass paused slightly when Wang Hao presented his trainee wristband. She scanned it on the machine, which identified him as a special grade personnel. Curiosity piqued, she looked up at Wang Hao. She hadn't expected this young man to be a special grade expert and such a handsome one at that. Perhaps sensing her gaze was too direct, a blush crept onto her face. Handing him the pass along with the wristband, she said with a flushed face. Once you're up there, find line 3 and take the 271 light rail. It's just 10 stops away. Don't take the 321, it takes a detour. Hearing the young woman's advice, Wang Hao smiled faintly. Thanks. Taking the ticket from her hand, Wang Hao boarded the light rail at the elevated platform, speeding toward Eternal Forest. Along the way, Wang Hao gazed at the bustling metropolis of the capital, his heart filled with emotion. It was precisely because generations of awakened ones had fought fearlessly, risking life and limb, that humanity could build such a thriving city in a world teeming with monsters and hidden realms. Wang Hao silently resolved to ensure the next generation could witness such splendid beauty, he must grow stronger than anyone else. Arriving at the entrance to the Eternal Forest's secret realm. The modest entrance was lined with stalls selling all manner of goods. Among the offerings were potent antidotes and insect repellents useful within the secret realm, as well as monster materials sold by awakened individuals who'd emerged from the realm and preferred not to travel far, setting up stalls right there. Wang Hao browsed the dazzling array of goods with keen interest. Young man, are you preparing to enter the Eternal Forest? As Wang Hao browsed, a voice suddenly interrupted him. He turned to see a 4-person squad led by a middle-aged man carrying a sword and shield on his back. Scratching his head, he addressed Wang Hao apologetically. We're the Blazing Fire Squad. I'm Captain Wu Liang. What's your class? Our priest has a sudden emergency and can't make it. Would you be able to join our party? Wang Hao felt a twinge of curiosity and turned to look at him. How'd you know I'm a support class? Wu Liang gave a sheepish grin, rubbing his nose as he pointed at Wang Hao's attire. You're not wearing armor, and your build isn't as muscular as a warrior's, so I figured you probably aren't a melee class. Plus, there's a faint aura of holy light around you, so I'm guessing you might be a support class like a priest. Listening to Wu Liang's reasoning, Wang Hao realized it must be because he'd drunk Xiao Lu's newly concocted holy light potion recently, leaving him with a lingering aura of divine light. However, his primary purpose this time was for the beast-taming realm, so he had no intention of teaming up with others. He shook his head and declined the offer. Sorry, I'm just here to look around. I don't plan to venture deep into the secret realm, and I'm only at the second transformation stage. I don't have any useful skills to offer you guys. Without waiting for Wu Liang's reply, he turned and walked away alone. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, the smile on Wu Liang's face gradually faded into coldness. An archer approached from behind and whispered in his ear. Boss, the kid didn't take the bait. What should we do now? Wu Liang shot him a cold glance. No rush. I've marked him. He won't get away. Chapter 141, The Depths of Human Malice Votes Needed. On the very first day of entering the training camp, Lu Yen taught Wang Hao and the others a lesson called the treacherous nature of human hearts. In this world, not all awakened are good people. On the contrary, many unleash the beasts within their hearts after gaining immense power. They hunted not only monsters within the secret realms, but other awakened individuals became their prey as well. These individuals were ruthless once they spotted their target, they would never let it go. They were known as raiders. Wang Hao never imagined he'd encounter such a predator so soon after emerging. Feeling the faint energy markings on his body, he furrowed his brow slightly. Damn those bastards. After some thought, Wang Hao ultimately chose not to erase the mark, allowing it to remain securely attached to him. Let's see what goodies you have. With a cold chuckle in his heart, Wang Hao set down the monster materials in his hands and strode toward the secret realm's entrance. Behind him, Wu Liang watched Wang Hao enter the secret realm. His eyes lit up, and he quickly motioned for his companions to follow one after another into the realm. Beep. Welcome to the secret realm, Forest of Eternal Scars. Level 1. Difficulty, Normal. Mission, explore freely and locate the evacuation point to depart. Realm description, an ancient forest said to seal the power to destroy the world. Divine can guard its tranquility, but demons from another realm have shattered this peace. The Eternal Forest is a multiplayer resource-based secret realm situated within a primeval forest. A resource-based secret realm means there are no clear main quests within it. Instead, there are several evacuation points. Once you feel you've gathered enough resources, you can evacuate through any of these points. Unlike the Dark Forest, this is a multiplayer realm. Every player entering through the same portal enters the identical realm. Therefore, encountering other awakened ones within this realm is common. If they're not hostile, you can team up for exploration. But if you encounter hostile looters, you'll have to fend for yourself. Globally, there's no effective solution for dealing with raiders. The sheer number of secret realms overwhelms official enforcers. Especially for awakened ones who perish within these realms, any surrounding clues are swiftly obliterated by the realm's monstrosities, leaving no trace to investigate. Thus, an unspoken rule emerged between the authorities and the awakened. What you do in the secret realms is your business, but as long as you behave yourselves in the cities, I won't interfere with you. Surprisingly, this unspoken agreement actually led to a significant drop in crime rates. Walking through the woods of the Eternal Forest, Wang Hao first summoned Yueying, instructing her to hide in the shadows nearby. After some thought, he felt it wasn't safe enough, worried the other might have some hidden tricks up their sleeve. So he summoned the Calamity Serpent once more, coiling it around his wrist. He also instructed the fawn and purple flame within his beast-taming realm to remain on standby, ready to be summoned at any moment. Only after completing these preparations did Wang Hao draw the golden war spear from his spatial ring. His armor glowed as he launched an attack at the nearby 5th transformation Deadwood Treant. First, familiarize yourself with the characteristics of the monsters within this secret realm. Observing the 5-armed withered tree golem in the distance, Wang Hao analyzed calmly. Its attributes should be wood and dark. With so many arms, it likely possesses continuous attack skills. Its attributes likely prioritize HP and strength, with probably low agility. I can try using fire attribute ranged attacks to take it down. His eyes swept over the tree golem, and a flash of insight appeared before Wang Hao, revealing its specific data. Withered tree golem common monster. Level 109 5th transformation. Elements, wood, dark, poison. Special bloodline, Thorn King 56. Attributes, Strength 1972, Constitution 2839, Agility 1197, Spirit 1464. Skills, Deadwood Strike, Whirling Blades, Wooden Thorns, Thorn Armor. Just as he suspected. Seeing the attribute list nearly matching his deductions, Wang Hao felt a quiet satisfaction. Clearly, this Deadwood Treant was merely one of the lowest tier monsters in the Eternal Forest. Yet it had already reached the strength of a level 109 5th transformation. This secret realm seems far from ordinary. Wang Hao watched as several drywood Treants charged toward him, raising their wooden clubs and swinging them down toward his head with a whistling wind. Wang Hao remained motionless, patiently observing their movements. To his eyes, as these drywood Treants attacked him, energy surged from their bodies into the wooden clubs in their hands, amplifying the force of their strikes. If even minor foes possessed such prowess, the boss here would be no walk in the park. Thud. 4 or 5 wooden clubs struck Wang Hao's body, yet they bounced off as if hitting indestructible steel, leaving not even a single scratch. Wang Hao's defense had long surpassed 6,000 points. These drywood tree men's attacks couldn't breach his defenses. He raised his right hand, the golden spear landing in his palm. The spearhead pointed straight at the withered Trent's hideous, ancient face. Swish! A flash of golden light erupted. A massive hole melted directly through the drywood Trent's face. It collapsed to the ground with a thud, dead on the spot. A surge of experience points was absorbed by Wang Hao. Spinning the golden spear in his hand, Wang Hao looked at the remaining few drywood Treants and said with a smile, "Time's running out, you know." The remaining drywood Treants shrieked in terror and fled frantically into the distance. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outpace Wang Hao's spear. Were it not for his concern that his display might alarm those ill-intentioned raiders, Wang Hao would have unleashed his ultimate ability to instantly eliminate all the drywood Treants at once. After feigning great difficulty in dispatching each one, Wang Hao leaped down from a branch and impaled the last tree man on the spot with a single thrust. Panting heavily, Wang Hao glanced unobtrusively to his right rear. Sure enough, the next moment, Wu Liang emerged from the grass, clapping his hands. "Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It almost makes me reluctant to kill you." He clapped his hands, praising Wang Hao's skill. Behind him, a hunter held a crossbow, a mage raised a staff, and their skills were firmly locked onto Wang Hao. "Wu Liang." Wang Hao feigned shock, his face cold. "Didn't I tell you? I don't want to team up with you guys. Why are you still following me? Team up?" Wu Liang's eyes widened as he burst into laughter. "You think I still want to team up with you? Ha! He clutched his sides, pointing at Wang Hao and his teammates. He thinks I still want to team up with him. That's hilarious. Ha! His two teammates wore mocking smiles, as if laughing at Wang Hao's naivety. Wu Liang's laughter faded, replaced by a menacing glare directed at Wang Hao. You're just a second transition punk, yet you dare to enter the Diamond Secret Realm directly. You must be hiding some incredible secret. Hand over whatever secrets you're hiding if you don't want to die. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Chapter 142, Blood Shadow Hunter Votes Needed. Meanwhile, in distant Jintian City, Wang Weibo had also fallen into a state of utter despair. Within the Howling Abyss Secret Realm, the night was as thick as viscous ink, threatening to swallow everything in its path. Clutching his wounded shoulder, Wang Weibo dragged his blade with one hand as he sprinted for his life toward the secret realm's entrance. He glanced back over his shoulder as he fled, his expression dark and grim. Damn it! Where the hell did that monster come from? Why did I catch a familiar scent on it? Watching the relentless crimson glow closing in behind him, he cursed inwardly. Those useless fools at you couldn't even hold it off for a minute. Damn it, if I find out who did this, I'll slaughter their entire family. He was the eldest son of the Wang family in Jintian City, and his awakened profession was the A-class Wind Thunder Blade King. Ever since his successful awakening, everything had gone smoothly. When had he ever suffered such a setback? Today, he'd brought his men just to quickly clear the Howling Abyss, a silver-tier secret realm. After all, they'd cleared this dungeon countless times. They knew every monster inside and every boss's skill like the back of their hand. They could clear it with their eyes closed. But unexpectedly, as they tackled the final boss, a burst of crimson light suddenly erupted from within the group. Wang Weibo, caught in the crossfire, narrowly escaped death thanks to his subordinate Liu pulling him out of harm's way. The others weren't so fortunate. Those struck by the crimson light instantly bled uncontrollably from every wound, their blood being sucked into a dark shadow lurking on the ground. Seeing the shadow prepare to attack again, Liu and the remaining henchmen desperately blocked it, allowing Wang Weibo to escape first. The self-preservation instinct kicked in for Wang Weibo, who wasted no time and took off running. Behind him, the students, none of whom had advanced beyond the second transformation, lasted a mere 3 seconds before being completely devoured by the blood shadow. Watching the blood shadow accelerate, Wang Weibo gritted his teeth. He spun and swung his blade, unleashing a slash that carried the force of wind and thunder. The fierce blade light sliced through the blood shadow, crashing down onto a nearby boulder. A boulder over 3 meters tall shattered instantly. What? Even the wind thunder god-slaying slash couldn't touch it. Before Wang Weibo could recover from his shock, the blood shadow vanished before his eyes. Swish! From the shadows behind him, 7 or 8 black tentacles shot out, instantly hoisting his body into the air. How could formless shadows be destroyed by tangible blade light? Shrouded in darkness, the Shadow Slayer slowly rose from the shadows before Wang Weibo. Wang Weibo glared at it furiously, his voice still echoing with defiance. Who the hell are you? Treating me like this? Don't you fear the Wang family's vengeance? Andy didn't answer, merely snapping his fingers. The tentacles binding Wang Weibo suddenly tightened. Tiny barbs sprouted from their tips, violently piercing various parts of his body, relentlessly draining his extraordinary essence. The soul-tearing agony made Wang Weibo instantly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! Obscuration watched Wang Weibo's hair and temples rapidly age, murmuring softly. Don't worry, this process will be quick. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a blinding light erupted from Wang Weibo's body. As the light appeared, the life force within Wang Weibo grew weaker and weaker. Anmo's eyes lit up as he reached out, grasping the light emanating from Wang Weibo. A terrifying pressure closed in from all sides, trapping the light within its grasp. Under the suffocating weight of Anmia's terrifying power, the light gradually coalesced into a fragment of black stone within Wang Weibo's chest. Seeing the black stone appearing on his chest, Wang Weibo knew full well that this man had likely come for it. And when had this black stone been placed on him? He hadn't the faintest idea. Feeling the life force within him grow ever weaker, Wang Weibo felt a deep sense of resentment. He still had so much of a wonderful life left to enjoy. He refused to die in such a pathetic manner. He looked at the figure before him with pleading eyes, his voice trembling as he spoke. Please spare me. I'll pay any price. And Mia lifted his eyes slightly, casting a cold glance at Wang Weibo as if observing an insignificant insect. Not a shred of emotion flickered in its eyes. In that case, I'll grant you your wish. Hearing in Mia's words, Wang Weibo's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. Gritting his teeth, he mustered every ounce of strength to launch a final counterattack against Mia. But this only hastened his demise. I refuse to accept this. Watching the divine wrath essence devour every ounce of flesh and blood from Wang Weibo's body, and Mia finally reached out and stored it away. Gazing at the divine calamity essence in his hand, and Mia murmured softly. The 4th piece. 6 more to go. Just as Wang Weibo met his end, within a secret chamber in an eastern city of the Dragon Nation, a demonic statue suddenly shattered. The surrounding stone statues abruptly opened their eyes. Someone is hunting us. 5 divine essence fragments have already been devoured. We must act immediately. Otherwise, we'll be the next to be devoured.
Several stone statues suddenly spoke, their voices like wails from hell, filled with venom and hatred.
But we cannot awaken now. What can we do?
We can enter the host's dreams to warn them of the impending danger.
Exactly. We must unite and coordinate our actions through the subconscious. There's little time left. The master is about to arrive. We must eliminate this obstacle. We can do this.
The demon statues chattered incessantly, exchanging thoughts and plans. Their consciousnesses intertwined within the chamber, making the atmosphere grow ever more eerie.
Yeah, let's do it this way. Meanwhile, in the eternal forest, Wang Hao
was naturally unaware that his command to let in Mia relentlessly hunt divine spawn essences had caused these ancient demons from the abyss to awaken prematurely. They were secretly plotting a conspiracy to engulf the entire dragon nation. At this moment, he stood with his foot on the corpse of the blazing fire squad leader, weighing the spatial backpack in his hand.
Seriously? Are all these looters this broke?
At this moment, Wu Liang's squad had been completely annihilated by Wang Hao. Several melee classes hadn't even managed to utter a scream before being swallowed whole by the Serpent of Calamity. The assassins lurking in the shadows and several archers were sliced into pieces by Moon Shadow's dagger. As for Wu Liang, he only belatedly realized the situation after everyone else had died. He fell to his knees with a thud, frantically kowtowing and begging Wang Hao for forgiveness.
Unfortunately, Wang Hao wasn't the type to be overly merciful. Faced with raiders who tried to rob him and even harm him, and seeing no point in questioning him further, he simply thrust his spear through Wu Liang's skull. Surveying the scattered corpses of monsters yet to be dealt with, Wang Hao exhaled softly. With a wave of his hand, he opened a spatial gate behind him, leading to the beast-taming realm. Within, hundreds of basic gathering and defense magic statues stood in orderly rows, ready for action. Transplant all the trees and plants here into the beast-taming realm. Do not kill the beasts you encounter. Enrich the ecosystem within the beast-taming realm. Chapter 143, The Eternal Forest Votes Needed. The eternal forest, perpetually shrouded in verdant shade, now echoed with unusual sounds. A thunderous rumble reverberated through the forest canopy as towering trees toppled one after another. The disturbed beasts would not stand idly by as their home was destroyed. They gathered together, determined to eliminate the monsters seeking to destroy their home. Wang Hao watched the madly charging dryad and minotaur creatures charge toward him, shaking his head helplessly. So many monsters, yet only 3 common materials dropped. Is the drop rate this low in this secret realm? Wang Hao inwardly cursed. The Eternal Forest secret realm featured monsters of modest strength, with the highest barely surpassing the 5th transformation stage. While individual experience gains appeared generous, but the monsters were relatively scarce. After grinding all afternoon, Wang Hao had gained less experience than he had in just over an hour back in the Sunset Empire. The only redeeming features were the trees and potions here, which could enrich the resources of the beast-taming realm. When the golem harvested the trees, its movements were too abrupt, triggering a small-scale beast surge. It took Wang Hao considerable effort to clear the area. Gazing at the towering tree piercing the heavens not far away, Wang Hao thought to himself, since I'm already here, why not explore? He opened the portal to the beast-taming realm behind him, sending the golem back with the gathered resources. Plants needed planting, specimens required transplanting. They had plenty of work ahead. After about 10 minutes, most of the golems had departed. Wang Hao's body slowly began to float upward, a faint golden glow emanating from him. The next moment, he thrust off with his legs, breaking the sound barrier almost instantly. Surging waves of energy radiated outward from his body as he transformed into a meteor, hurtling straight toward the tallest giant tree at the forest's center. He made no evasive maneuvers along the way, nor did he alter his course. Every demon and tree blocking his path was forcibly pierced and shattered. Woohoo! Awesome! The Eternal Forest was actually divided into 2 layers. The upper layer served as the surface, existing as a primeval forest. It is home to numerous creatures like dryad treants, satyrs, and harpies. The lower layer is an underground labyrinth formed by countless intertwined roots. Within dwell rare elite creatures like dryad treants and satyr elites. And the most formidable threat in the entire secret realm, the 6th transformation overlord, the 125-level ancient treant. Back then, adventurers spent considerable effort searching for it before finally discovering the dungeon's entrance beneath the central colossal tree. To save time, Wang Hao locked onto a 1,000-meter-tall colossal tree. Using the momentum from his high-speed flight, he transformed himself into a cannonball and slammed into the ground. Boom! Sure enough, the ancient treant lay at the very base of the colossal tree. Staring at the stump throne guarded by a group of treants and satyrs on the altar, Wang Hao was momentarily stunned. Upon the throne sat a creature entirely emerald green yet vaguely humanoid, staring blankly at Wang Hao, who had crashed down from above. It never imagined anyone would literally come crashing through its ceiling. In the past, these human adventurers had always fought their way in from the maze entrance, giving him ample time to relocate and summon his doppelganger. A doppelganger! The ancient tree spirit suddenly remembered something, leaping to its feet on the altar and pointing at Wang Hao with a piercing shriek. Intruder! Kill him! The ancient tree spirit rumbled with a deep, booming voice, commanding the treants and satyrs below to attack Wang Hao. Ancient tree spirit demon commander, divine transformation in progress. Level 125, 6th transformation. Elements: wood, earth, poison. Special bloodline: giant tree god 99. Attributes: strength 3272, constitution 4339, agility 1897, spirit 2264. Skills: thorn aura, entangling vines, life breath, budding. Having fused with all life within the eternal forest, he was reborn under the nurturing of the colossal tree. He can alter his form at will, possesses extraordinary vitality, and is nearly impossible to utterly destroy. Divine transformation. Wang Hao never imagined that his impulsive exploration of a secret realm would lead him to encounter such an event. Divine transformation refers to the process where beings above the 6th transformation can ignite divine flames within themselves by gathering faith. By continuously tempering their divine essence with this flame, they embark on the arduous path to deification. Throughout this journey, the ancient tree spirit would lose everything if it perished even once. Wang Hao couldn't fathom how he'd managed to pull it off right under the noses of so many human practitioners. But since he'd stumbled upon it today, consider this ancient tree spirit unlucky. Wang Hao couldn't be bothered with whatever schemes lurked behind it. All he wanted now was to unleash a bloodbath, clear the secret realm, and get home. He crouched low, the golden spear in his hand glowing faintly. In the next instant, his entire body surged forward with explosive acceleration. Skimming close to the ground, he plowed through the charging drywood treants and minotaurs, charging straight toward the ancient tree spirit ahead. Facing Wang Hao's overwhelming momentum, the ancient tree spirit twisted its left arm into a massive tortoise-shell shield, holding it firmly before itself. On the data panel, its defense suddenly surged by more than double. Thud! Wang Hao's spear struck the shield with force, yet he was only pushed back half a step. Wang Hao felt a tremendous force surge through his spear and into his body. A flash of green light erupted from the ancient tree spirit's shield, striking Wang Hao squarely in the chest. The force sent him flying backward, slamming him into the cavern's stone wall and kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Hao stared at the rapidly healing wound on his arm. Counterattack? Looks like close combat is out of the question. He summoned the purple flame and unleashed a barrage of fireballs at the ancient tree spirit. The vines on the ancient tree spirit formed a massive barrier in front of it, blocking the fireball's attack. He frowned as he watched Wang Hao nearby. Though these fireballs couldn't inflict effective damage on him, they still grated on his nerves. You despicable invaders! Once I become a god, I'll drive every last one of you out. The ancient tree spirit cursed under his breath, preparing to unleash his ultimate ability, entangling giant trunk. He absolutely could not let these humans discover the divine transformation he was undergoing. Sealing hand seals, streams of life energy surged up his legs and poured into the earth beneath his feet. The ancient tree spirit communicated with every giant root in the eternal forest, preparing to execute a devastating strangulation on Wang Hao. Beast blood boiled. War spear thrust. Yet at that very moment, Wang Hao's voice echoed from across the battlefield. The golden war spear in Wang Hao's hand blazed with intense radiance, darting like a swift bolt of lightning to instantly pierce through the ancient tree spirit's barrier of giant trunks. Thud! It pierced directly through his chest, pinning his body violently to the wall and instantly shattering the giant tree core within him. No! The ancient tree spirit let out a roar of refusal, its entire body rapidly withering and decaying as dense experience points surged through the void into Wang Hao's body. Beep! Successfully defeated level 125 Ancient Tree Spirit. Gained 2654 EXP and 800 Spirit Energy. Acquired special quest item, Sealed White Tiger Demon Blade Mythical. Chapter 144, Eternal God King Grand Finale. After obtaining the Sealed White Tiger Demon Blade, Wang Hao discovered the altar sealing the divine beast Bloodshed White Tiger deep within the eternal forest. With the aid of the Ultimate Beast Girl system, Wang Hao expended vast amounts of spiritual energy to break the seal. Inside stood a majestic white tiger maiden, the Tiger Demon. Tiger Slaughter was shocked to discover Wang Hao was the legendary divine beast spirit master and attempted to kill him. Fortunately, Yueying and Xiaolu stood guard nearby and intervened. A fierce battle ensued between the four. After a fierce struggle, Wang Hao and his companion subdued Hu Sha, only then learning she was the Tiger Clan princess of the Beast Empire within the secret realm of Northrend. Sealed away here since childhood by a divine beast tamer, she mistakenly believed Wang Hao to be her enemy. Wang Hao promised to help her find her homeland and forged a contract with her. Upon returning to the training camp, they underwent specialized training in command tactics. Each squad was required to form teams freely and engage in PK battles, with generous rewards awaiting the ultimate victors. After some searching, Wang Hao assembled his own team. They headed to the Chaos Great Wall's secret realm to train together. Inside the Chaos Great Wall, the divine beast aura carried by Wang Hao unexpectedly triggered a revolt among the chaos demonic beasts, summoning their main god, the Taotia. After a fierce battle, Wang Hao and his team defeated the Tao Tai and obtained the forging blueprint for the Tao Tai battle armor. However, they lacked the materials required to forge the artifact. It was then that Wang Hao recalled the artifact fragments he had obtained within the Sunset Empire.
After retrieving these fragments, they sought out Su Tian at the training camp, inquiring if there was any way to melt down these divine artifact shards.
Su Tian pointed them in a direction.
The Morong family in the south was the largest equipment enhancement clan in the Dragon Nation, controlling a cataclysm-level secret realm, Flame Mountain. The flames within Flame Mountain might be able to melt these divine artifact fragments.
Thus, Wang Hao took Su Tian's letter of introduction and led his team to Flame Mountain.
Upon arriving at the Morong family, they met the clan leader only to learn that the secret realm had recently erupted in chaos. The clan leader had been trapped within the realm, and now Morong Feiyu, the eldest daughter of the Morong family, held the reins of power. Upon seeing the letter of introduction in Wang Hao's hand, Morong Feiyu informed him that she could open the secret realm for them. If they could find her father within the realm, she would even craft a custom piece of equipment for Wang Hao and his team.
Thus, Wang Hao led his team into the Flaming Mountain secret realm.
After exploring, they discovered the cause of the disturbance. The Chaos Ox demon within the mountain had awakened. Meanwhile, the Morong clan chieftain was battling alongside the fire spirit to suppress the ox demon.
The Morong clan leader was on the brink of death. Wang Hao intervened with his divine beasts, utterly slaying the ox demon.
The fire spirits were utterly shot. At that moment, the fire spirits realized that without the Chaos Ox demon's restraint, the entire secret realm was on the verge of collapse. They were about to become homeless. To protect these fire spirits, Wang Hao opened the gates of the beast-taming realm and subdued them. Within the beast-taming realm, he recreated a flaming mountain. Wang Hao returned to the Morong family with the clan chief, who, deeply grateful for his rescue, bestowed the Morong clan's forging techniques upon him. Wang Hao instructed Hu Sha to study the forging techniques. At the Morong clan, Wang Hao transformed all the divine artifact fragments and collected materials into finished equipment, enhancing both his own strength and that of his divine beasts. Every member of his squad managed to obtain a legendary piece of equipment. Returning to the training camp, the squad assessment commenced. They entered the chaotic secret realm known as the Heavenly Capital Corpse Ground. Each member possessed a teleportation orb that would instantly transport them away upon sustaining a fatal wound. The team remaining in the realm at the end would be declared the victor. Because Wang Hao was too powerful, the other two teams planned to team up against him. Wang Hao paid no heed, sweeping across the entire battlefield with unmatched prowess. He slew the Corpse King and seized its essence. After securing first place in the Celestial Dragon training camp, Wang Hao began preparations for his promotion ceremony. After completing the ascension rite, Wang Hao journeyed to the Mountain Sea's secret realm to avenge his parents. Amidst the ensuing battle, he unexpectedly awakened the beast god power within him, shattering the entire Mountain Sea's secret realm. Vast amounts of world essence were absorbed by the beast-taming realm. The disappearance of the Mountain Sea's secret realm caught the attention of the authorities. Investigations revealed Wang Hao was responsible. Upon learning this, nations across the world were stunned, hailing Wang Hao as the savior. With the assistance of the Dragon Guardians, Wang Hao subsequently closed various dangerous secret realms within the Dragon Nation, continuously enriching the primordial essence within the beast-taming realm. Bolstered by this potent world essence, his power surged, nearing the pinnacle of mortal strength. However, he had only just completed his fourth transformation. Following his fourth transformation, Wang Hao journeyed to the Changbai Mountain secret realm as agreed. There, he subdued the White Ju and Aolan, obtaining the methods to ascend to godhood and immortality. He successfully broke through, becoming a lower-tier god. Joining the Dragon Guardians, Wang Hao repeatedly thwarted the Abyss sect's conspiracies. The Abyss cult, pushed beyond endurance, repeatedly unleashed the descent of the Abyss upon the Dragon Nation. Fortunately, Wang Hao coordinated from within the Dragon Guardians, dispatching his divine beasts to battle and thwarting them time and again. The Abyss cult resolved to summon the Divine Fiend, but only half of the hosts materialized. The rest were devoured by the Abyss. Wang Hao appeared before the Abyss cult's leader with Anmo and slew him. Wang Hao led the Dragon Guardians beyond their borders. A disturbance erupted in the secret realm of Mount Fuji. If mishandled, the world faced imminent destruction. Thus, the land of cherry blossoms sought aid from nations worldwide. Wang Hao led his forces to the land of cherry blossoms, ultimately gaining complete control over the Mount Fuji secret realm. He subdued the nine-tailed fox, slew the Yamada no Orochi, and destroyed the entire land of cherry blossoms. As secret realms erupted worldwide, only the Dragon Nation remained secure. Wang Hao established an ironclad coastal defense line to guard its borders, earning him the title of Dragon Nation's guardian deity. Utilizing technologies recovered from various sanctuaries, Wang Hao initiates the Celestial Palace project. He constructed the floating city, Celestial Palace, in low Earth orbit above the Dragon Nation. Alongside the space dock Kunlun and the aerospace carrier Luanio, which deployed Xin Yao fighters for space combat. Drawing inspiration from Shirima's golem technology, we forged the following: the Wuzhua, ground defense combat robots the Changying, shipboarding combat drone suits the Sherry, low Earth orbit cannons the Jojo Ding, Dragon Nation's energy defense array. Through the entire Heavenly Palace project, the Dragon Nation gradually established a foothold amidst the global secret realm rampage. Under Wang Hao's leadership, it launched a counteroffensive.
After decades of bloody warfare, the Dragon Nation achieved complete unification of Blue Star. Wang Hao also resolved the issues of secret realms and demonic monsters on Blue Star. This was all due to Blue Star's gradual entry into high spirit energy regions during its cosmic journey. As Blue Star had previously been a demon-free plane, its spatial barriers were as fragile as sieves. This made it highly susceptible to connections forming with other worlds due to human thoughts, giving rise to the so-called secret realms. These were projections from other realms. The so-called professions were Gaia's means of self-preservation, a manifestation of Blue Star's collective consciousness. Ultimately, after unifying Blue Star, Wang Hao rebuilt its spatial barriers. He then retired to the divine realm with his harem of divine beasts, living a carefree and unburdened life.